He was curled upon the sofa watching TV when Stark suddenly declared with absolute confidence, "I am Iron Man." As soon as the words left his mouth, the press conference fell utterly silent. It was as if the whole world had paused for a heartbeat. In a time, this piece of news swept across the globe like wildfire, as Malsmula tugged at me lips. I casually turned off the television and shook me head with calm detachment. Honestly, I seen this coming from Amelia way. It felt as inevitable as the sun rising tomorrow. Wanda. You lust. Arch. Ain't a brow weather. Me fast fall off smug satisfaction. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, as vivid as a ripe apple. And a cold tell she was already plotting her revenge. Maximoff Wanda. Truth be told, if I hadn't interfered back then, she would have been a superstar and outside the Marvel Universe, a real queen of popularity. But no, she, Smee little secretary, Andy of Tenkin, Trizis playing the occasional prank in her. You, Risucha Pain. How did you note any wad with himself? Wanda shot me playful glare. Here, yes. Exactly what she was thinking. Worrying about holding you for end of orbit. Event though she protested outwardly. I could tell she didn't. Tactually mind that much she just felt out let a take advantage of, come on. Think about me. 's personality. Could he ever keep a low profile? He's famous for loving the spotlight. Like a peacock who just can resist showing off. It chuckled. Though Wick knew perfectly well that everything was unfolding according to the script, just like husks in a game. Fine. You win, Wanda muttered under her breath, trying to make a way theme meant to look teed away. But she hadn't awakened her powers yet. So escaping from you was impossible. With a gentle tug, she tumbled back into the sofa. In nudged her and said, Dawn. TDA Doddle. I'm ready to acclaim me winner. 's reward. Wanda. Svisus was brightred. And Shegla dat main a flustered mix of embarrassment and frustration. Watching her, I couldn't tell bugrin. Hey, look at you, making progress. Not bad at all. Wanda was born in Saityo Batyo. In Sokovia. 18. She was sent the prime for youth. Sometimes, I thought how lucky he was to have her by me side. Still, she wasn't. Theonly person in my life. I vividly remembered how lusty D felt when I first crossed over into this world, like a headless chicken, with no sense of direction. As an outsider with no clear identity. Me English wash halting and awkward. May kinge even simple conversation sa struggle. Left with no turquoise. It took an all kind so far jobs under thedible, waiting tables, washing dishes, hauling boxes, delivering food. Unimate. I don't eat. Americans loved cheap labor commune documented workers like myself were everywhere in this place. At that time, I felt so sorry for Pakra. Looking back now, I realized my situation wasn't much different from hers. Beauty had no intention of living like that forever. Andy certainly didn't. Twantity meaninglessly in some great work, becoming just another pointless casualty. Soy work, desperate, lightest of ammonia. It took Metwa years. And while the policies were still lax, he bribed a lawyer, and finally managed to obtain legal status, shedding Thelabella illegal immigrant. As for what the future may hold, I not were a doddle. After all, just a seal, ways prevail soverevel. I want no wish to get trick as soon as possible and truly enjoy life. Relying on my own talent, I recreated many blockbuster hits for the screen. Whether it was Titanic, The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, or in the countless vampire series, I reinvented them all, giving extra fresh new life. The film industry was stunned. People marveled at the impossible. It was ossify. De-strapped myself to a rocket. I became a household name in America. Even more famous than Tony Stark, Newman could believe that Simone from the East could write such incredible stories. Hollywood studios competed fiercely to work with me, and actresses found every excuse to get close. This Marvel world is steaming with battles and chaos. It. 7 more thrilling than me current life. He said with the law, shaking me head. Ever since Iron Man kicked off the Marvel universe, we had no choice, but to slowly adapt to this kind of life. Wanda fixed me with that a satisfied glance. Her expression making me feel a pang of guilt. Not long after, She shot me another fierce a look before heading into the bathroom. On the surface, he wore a puzzled expression. But deep down, I understood perfectly well. Near my luxurious little villa, the Green Giant was rampaging throughout the streets, hurling parked cars into the air as if they were toys. Military helicopters hovered nearby, attacking with all they had, but their efforts barely scratched him. Trying to capture the Hulk, what a dream, he scoffed, curling me lips. The Hulk was like a player with chat codes in a game. A bug nobody could handle. Besides, he wasn't even sure which Marvel universe this was, or how powerful Hero was. Noon could say forger. Since becoming wealthy, my minds that started to drift. He looked at the locals the way gods might look at mortals, or immerse at NPCs in a video game, as if they barely existed at all. Just then, a voice suddenly caught in me mind. Vast and mysterious as the night sky itself. If you possess the power to change everything, what would you choose? Which path would you take? I immediately realized he was standing amidst the stars. Though I wasn't surprised. After all, that mysterious masked woman had danced to wave, her hand ended in an instant. I already glimpsed the boundless Wondersoft universe. If I had the power to change everything, would you veto? I ask, calmly, fully aware that, one way or another, destiny would evolve the same. Of course, Saken. Do you want to be a superhero? Or a supervillain? Can accuse neither. I think being an anti-hero sounds pretty good. Like Deadpool. For example, he chuckled. Knowing myself to be greedy, lustful, and no taba-bending therules. I could hardly see myself asana bland du prithero. My personal motto has always been, my heart and action serious clear as a mirror. And everything you do is for justice, though, honestly, easy at more self-mockery than anything else. Ding. Congratulations. Host. For embracing your true self. Hidden personal trait to unlock the ancestor. Reward super on 10th discount card. Ding. Congratulations. Host. You have acquired the super Kryptonian template bronzage. Templates downlocks over Superman. Ding. Ability acquired body off steel. Ding. Ability acquired super strength. Ding. Ability acquired super speed. Ding. Ability acquired super brain. Ding. Ability acquired biofield. Ding. Ability acquired heat vision. Ding. Other abilities awaiting gunlock. As for Superman, Spowers. There. Snonito elaborate. You should know what having Kryptonian genus means. Is mild faintly. No problem. I am willing to be an ancestor. A lover of peace and a fan of milk. Top you diplomatically. Iwilis them a thoughts of an avenger to hold the heart of a bodhisattva. Top you tit plainly. I want to protect my earth. As the super Kryptonian temple fused with me, my body felt as if it were in fire. No. More like heat waves exploding. From head to toe. Even me marrow seemed a to be completely remade. Agony. The pain drilled so deep into me bones, the could barely bear it. Only when a truly cotton. T take it ni more did the system mute, part of the pain. Allowing me to catch me breath. At that moment. Wanda Latutas, startled Cree. Iris straight to the bathroom and, with a splash, dove into the bathtub, dousing meself with cold water tool down. Then meant the shower hit me skin. The water turned and instantly toastamond vanished into the air. This must be ethereal body of steel. My whole body was burning hot, just like metal fresh from the forge. Wanda watched me anxiously. Her face a fellow fury. She reached out to touch me. Buta stopped her with a sharp shout. This girl really had no sense of danger. Time ticked by. At last. I emerged from the feverish state. Feeling the profound transformation that had taken place within me. His very existence had ascended to a whole new level. Asif. Devolve into a higher form of life. He could instinctive license the boundless power surge engine sit him. A strength that could tilden. Tie it control at all. Headed. TDR movima skull. Sitting cautiously in the bathtub, carefully attuning himself to the canvas in his body. He even worried that a careless movement might bring the whole bathroom crashing down, which would be an embarrassment of epic proportions. Gingerly, he clenched his fist, feeling thegif bestowed by the system. Without the system, at best he would have been just as lightly stronger than a Kryptonian infant. Ash gradually adjusted. He lightly tightened his fist, sensing terrifying power within. Power that felt as difficult shatter thievery air itself. But there was still a vast gulf between possessing such strength and truly mastering it. Fortunately, his superbrain would for guidance see critical moments. Admittedly, most of the superbrain advice was rather straightforward. Hurry up and use your super strength to defeat our enemies. After more than 10 minutes, definitely began to get us at his new powers. At least an author you wouldn't. Plevecraterant the floor with ever a step, the truth was hidden. Actually know all that much about Superman, so various settings. After all, many descriptions of Superman's abilities were wildly exaggerated. Moving objects weighing trillion softens, blowing out stars, or even drifting throughout the galaxy with an entire star system in tow. Fans never stopped arguing over the different versions of Superman, each with their own favorites. Platinum Superman, Golden Superman, Thought Superman. Everyone had their own opinion and Noon was willing to concede. Still, he found Bronze Superman particularly intriguing. Briminga's, that a version did with infinite possibilities. If he had to pick the strongest Superman, he probably side with Dr. Manhattan. In any case, whatever the incarnation, each Superman was powerful and atomic, unstoppable on Earth as it was no. Of course. For the team being, he needed to keep a low profile. Only after adapting gan grow in stronger cold, heterally actasha pleased. Feeling thendless power welling up inside him. Hebekamiel theme eager to find out how to unlock the silver Superman template system. How do I unlock a new template? Tome body justice. You must, of course, unlock new templates through just deeds. What exactly do an edido? It simply take down super criminals. And do good. Understood. Thini. I'll just create some criminals myself. Changsha nodded in satisfaction, thinking nothing could be easier for him. Q. What traits do villains usually possess? A villains typically exhibit exceptionally intelligence, unyielding perseverance, and steadfast determination. They are ambitious, disciplined, and driven, often working harder and thinking more deeply than most people. Questionerin. These thevera traits sofa hero. Answer then lit. Sedatrid backstory for good measure. In the Marvel universe, are villains truly born evil? In reality, they just people trying to survive. Only to be crushed by the protagonistes, effortlessly squashing a bug. Take Dr. Lizard, Dr. Octopus, Magneto, Loki. The list goes in and in. Meanwhile, heroes seem destined for tragedy. They humble, selfless, willing to sacrifice for others without expecting anything in return. And they care little for public opinion. Think about Iron Man. Svathi Gavi his life. Only 4 stark industries stow and up swallowed bees. H-I-E-L-D. Alright. System Quest the G'day Among Men makes his debut. Facing Abomination and the Hulk. Mission reward 50,000 justice points. The system is at the questitants. Even if thestory lineas kicking off a beat ahead of schedule. Does it trella matter? Note in the slightest. White ace. Let me check how many justice points it takes to unlock the silver Superman template. Chang sit in. Trush Tumakia decision. He thought that possible. Letting the bronze Superman's lowly absorb sunlight might also allow it to evolve into a silver Superman. What? 10 million. That? Sutrageous. Forget it. Wait. Looks like there. Still a chance. If he is yet his count card, Itonlay takes 1 million justice points. That's not out of freck after all. Alright, let Skotaki on submissions. The most remarkable thing about the silver Supermanus. He has no preset limitations. Any power you can imagine? He could potentially display at any time. Are you alright? Wanda looked at him with deep concern. Seeing him back to normal, she immediately stepped closer to Esk. Haha. I am fine. I actually feel great right now. When I get back, maybe we could have a little fun. Chengsa laughed, steering the conversation away. Wanda shot him a look of contempt, as if to say he was all talk and no substance. Just take it easy. Or you might regret it when it. Stool it. Ha ha. Excellent. I'll soon pay the price for your ignorance and arrogance. Chengsa laughed heartily. Under Wanda, sex-aspirated gaze, he grabbed her black hairband and the signature couple. Mysterious black mask they use for games. Put them on. And strode out Theodore, with a flourish. Being a low-key guy, headed in. Twanthis looks to kashis female fonsto ga wild soon. At this point, Chengsis still couldn't. TFly. Like Clark, he couldn't launch himself upward from where he stood, sprinting at top speed toward the scene of the incident. In this city often, New York, people seem to have accustomed to explosions. George Estacy, chief of the Nip Dangwin, his father, was on city maintaining order. Thus fearless citizens were truly a headache, especially his daughter Gwen, who, along with her classmates, was causing a commotion in the crowd. Some were even betting in Wow would win, the Hulk or Thyella monster. This world just keeps getting more chaotic. New York belongs to the world, and to the universe. As the center of the universe, it always draws all kinds of villains. For some reason, these villains are drawn to this patch of land. At this moment, thick smoke gilled throughout the streets of New York. Shops and cars were swept to pin the chaos, and shattered, glass littered, the ground. With every owner crowding around. Supermarkets, hotels, and clothing stores were packed with curious inlookers. Wherever there was trouble, people flocked to the excitement. The Green Giant locked ease, with the yellow monster, and there was a fire burn in Jinto Simral de Ice. Even with the intelligence of Facheld, heckled since that this Aglifu was a topic of fight. A super heavyweight showdown was about to begin. Muscle, fire, black smoke, explosions, and shattered buildings stangled together in a scene. Thud, thud, thud. After observing from the shadows, General Ross decided to intervene and help Abomination. He ordered the helicopter, machine guns to open fire on the Hulk, although Abomination was slaughtering innocents. In Ross, Sishu was still a soldier in the guise of a monster. While the Hulk remained his primary target, the furious Hulk wanted nothing more than to teach his opponent a harsh lesson. The bloodthirsty Abomination was hell-bent on defeating the Hulk. Eager to prove himself the ultimate super soldier, the two monsters began to pick up speed, charging Gattaca there with all their might. Asif intent settling Thescorion San Foral, with each step. The ground shook violently, a testament to the Arimin's size and weight. They drew closer and closer. In an instant, both monsters planted their feet and leapt, crashing, Jintuaco, Thermidare. Thanks to Heist's extensive combat experience, Abomination quickly gained the upper hand. He seized the Hulk and hurled him forward with tremendous force, straight into a barricade of stalled cars. A thunderous crash erupted as the Hulk was flung over 100 meters, smashing through autos and hapless sedans. Sparks and explosions flashed along the dust-choked street. The crowd watching from afar scattered in terror, their curiosity like costing them the airlives. The Hulk lay sprawled on the ground, pausing briefly before staggering to his feet. He was clearly dazed. There are of explosions still ring in his ears. Ha ha ha. Come on! Abomination roared with laughter, striding forward with heavy, triumphant steps. His facet twisted in their against a victory. Roar! Thien, Rajitiul. Grabbing gay nearby Karan hurling Jatat Abomination as the geet were a toy. Abomination didn't. Teven flinch, her raised is a massive fist and smashed the car aside, showing no concern for the innocentless that might be caught in the crossfire. Crash, crash, crash. Hulk kept throwing cars, while Abomination batted them away own by own, closing the distance between them. Watch out. At that moment, one of the cars deflected by Abomination hurtled toward the fleeing crowd. Amidst the chaos, a distracted girl stood frozen in place. George Estacy screamed her name. Butit was already too late. Gwen stared at the oncoming car, paralyzed with fear. She wanted to run, but her legs simply refused at him off. Katsuchi young and beautiful girl really perished this chaos. Everyone around felt a wave of pity for Gwen. Almost all believed she had a chance of escape. Ah! Gwynlet taught its spurt scream, while her father, George Estacy, was already in tears. Just when Rihanna thought she was doomed, a tall figure suddenly descended from Thesky, smashing the oncoming car away with a single punch. The hero always makes the last minute entrance. How else could the protagonist, Sunik Nistrali Shine, Changshi, who had read countless novels, was well aware of this narrative trick. The pain she had braced for never arrived, as Gwen squeezed their eyes shut, awaiting death. All shuffled was a faint trembling. Slowly, she opened. Harry Sandra realized she was still alive. Suddenly, The crowd erupted in a wave of enthusiastic cheers and applause. People shouted, "Superhero!" In excitement. Gwen stared, in disbelief, only to see Strangeman. His head covered, in a black hood and mask. Come so-called superhero savior actually bearable. Gwen was stunned. The man before her was nothing like the Superman she had imagined. He looked just like a typical thief. Maybe he save either in the middle of robbing a bank. The thought made Gwen want to law hands at the same time. Sir, thank you for saving me. I understand you might not want to reveal your identity, but could you at least give your contact information? Gwen asked politely, her voice tinged with hope. Even if the damsel in distress scenario was a click, it still managed to toot the heartstrings. Shedden. T dodge the jar with some kind of spider sense. Sashakin, TB Spider-Woman Gwen. A growth arc storyline is actually more interesting, and she definitely have a place in my team of heroines. Changsamus told himself. Before he could and swore Gwen. The sharp sound of guns being cockadecadal around him. Countless muzzles went out on him. George Justice, fastened and determined, raised his handgun and called out stern light a Kangsi. Sir, I don't. TK, no yo. Re-wearing a mask. But let goof me daughter. If you have an eye demands, we can talk. But on a farmer, Changxi, look, exasperated. Which I, offer Sama hurting her. If you, reblind. Pleasant your yestas you Horlin eats them. Thank you. Gwenkin. Thel but laugh at his words. And the crowd around them Wesley bemused. Was wearing gamask in public really ought to make you a criminal. Just then, as Malstam plummeted from above. With no time he torg you further with George Justice. Chengsa simply punched the caraway. Whether or not innocent bystanders got caught in the chaos, well, that was no longer his concern. You, George Justice. Sees with end in shock. And has swallowed hard. Only now he realized the man before him wasn't ordinary at all. He was a monster. With a sudden stomp, Chengsa launched himself into the air, leaving Gotwameter long crack and the shattered concrete beneath his feet. Meanwhile, the battle between Abomination and the whole crowd ever farther into the distance. Each deck covered hundreds soft meters, and the devastation of Tintheer Wakeu was no beyond measure. Who could possibly stop them? The military is nothing but a decoration. The nearby shopkeeper cursed angrily. They calmly watch helpless lie as their stores were destroyed. Their hearts filled with grief and regret, just as they sank into despair. The DD of battle shifted again in a way that left every neutralist stunned. A tremor, as violent as an earthquake, swept throughout the area. In an instant, dust billowed into Thesky and the world seemed at a standstill. Under countless shocked gazes, a tall figure slowly emerged from the black smoke and rubble. Sunlight mingled with thick smoke, making the figure a flicker in and out of sight. Everyone instinctively narrowed their yes, unable to look directly at him. He had clearly stepped out of the shattered ruins. Ye the seemed like he ate a tea descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Changxi had already torn off his original hood, wearing only a mysterious mask. With sunlight and drifting smoke as backdrop, he looked even more like a godson from above. His entrance was so awe-inspiring that the very ground seemed to tremble, leaving every unit in the battlefield frozen in place. This moment would betched into their memories, forever. As the dust gradually settled, even Hulk and Abomination stopped fighting Jin and spoke in agreement. They glanced at Akather, then looked down at the deparator beneath their feet and the cracks radiating outward formators. General Ross, observing everything through his binoculars, could Thelbuckaspath the devastation thag around. The soldiers around him felt a chill run down their spines. They had thought they and lean eat a tofa to monsters. But no, a presence even more terrifying had appeared. Who? Wish, my god. This guy is unbelievably strong. That Swaterial powerhouse looks like. They were gripped by confusion and fear. Plague beat out. Could they possibly face a formidable opponent? But General Ross Quicklire gained his composure. His eyes blazed with fanatic light. Ash fixed his gaze in Changxi. Perfect. This is the perfect super soldier. God. Sown masterpiece. I must have Heshins. General Ross had devoted his whole life, town-locking the crit off the super soldier, and a being like a Changxi. Hortained he sown will with a flawless body, was everything had ever dreamed of. Feeling that burning gaze from above, Changxi immediately understood. It was an Neothirth in hisnesis, General Ross. The Sornamiof both the man the Hulk. Heh, interesting. He, Sithasitsami Genasno, Chengshalatuta contemptuous laugh. Giving Gross regard at all, at this moment. His attention was solely on that were monsters before him, having just gained a limitless power. He was eager to find worthy opponents to test his abilities. Excellent. You were just what teamed. Chengsa stared fiercely at Thulkand Abomination. His face alight with the fiery of battle. His voice was low and fell a provocation. And the fervor of his grin unsettled his opponents. Already hot-tempered. Abomination cold hard lie tolerate such blatant provocation. With a furious roar. Helen straight at Chengsi. Die. You fool. He bellowed. Less than kilometers away from Chengsi. Abomination sudden lie leaped into the air, swinging his massive, millstone-sized hand down toward the top of Chengsi, said, in his mind, as long as the strike landed. The opponent, said would surely shatter like a watermelon in an instant. Yet, there was not the slightest hint of fear at Tongqing's face. Instead, a wild fighting spirit blazed in his ashi through his fist to meet Abomination head-on. That two clashed with the thunderous crash. That deafening impact sending shockwaves that flipped nearby cars into the air. Boom, boom, boom. The next second, Abomination's expression twisted in shock. He stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, staring at Chengsa in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chengsa stood utterly unmoved, still rooted firmly in place. Crack, crack. That ground beneath him, unable to bear the 100 soft and saw force, began to fracture and quickly cave in. You, Abomination. Seized with indeed astonishment attaching see, his arms numb, band trembling. Acutely aware, the had lust in terms of frost strength. Chengsa smiled faintly, thoroughly pleased, with his own power. Even relying solely on brute strength. He had completely overwhelmed Abomination, and this was when he was still no tatful strength. If he could master his powers completely, even 10 abominations would be insignificant. Headed to bother to respond to Abomination. Instead, he launched his next attack at blinding speed. His figure blurring Gashu whipped to powerful whirlwind. Damn it. Abomination was visibly shaken by the overwhelming pressure, thinking to himself, is this level of intimidation then possible? Buthy had no teeth think further. All he could do was grit his teeth and fight back with all his might. Chengxi's fighting style was brutal and straightforward. Though he possessed the superhuman mind, there hadn't been an autonomy to learn complex combat techniques. Not that it mattered. If your strength was overwhelming, every move became redundant. A fist alone weighs enough to settle everything. Of course, this approach only worked when your power was great enough to destroy worlds. Until then, mastering combat skills was still crucial. Otherwise, you didn't do play Clark. Immense strength. But forced into slugfest, unable to counter your opponent. Smoves. Abomination. 2. Was a fighter Horfused to admit defeat. If you wanted a heading contest, he DSE throughout at the end. But Chengxi had no intention of finishing the fight quickly. Instead, he treated Abomination as a sparring partner, exchanging blows with him again and again. Ordinarily, Argular Kengsi would never be able to stand against Abomination, the monstrous form of the Special Forces soldier Blonsky. Butis these saying goes, speed is invincible. Chengxi, speed far surpassed Abomination. Diet. His reactions and movements on an entirely different level. At this moment, he was even swifter than Farah when she first starved in earth. After exchanging blows for his Enso frowns, Chengxi had almost completely mastered Abomination's fighting techniques. One could only say that this superhuman intellect was truly unbelievable. Thunderous crash throughout there, relying on his lightning-fast reflexes and immense strength. Chengxi darted behind Abomination and an instant and delivered upper full kick that sent them flying. With that offending bang, the street cracked open, and the shockwave it triggered Akanof explosions that engulfed several cars, leaving Thessaloniki in utter chaos. Struggling to his feet amid the explosions, Abomination glared at Chengxi with Thamix of pain and fury. Before he could counterattack, Chengxi tilted his head slightly, stomped at the ground, and shot forward like a cannonball. Abomination called entry act in time. Chengxi seized his ankle, hoisted him high into the air, spun him around several times, and finally hurled him away like he a shot put. A guttural roar erupted from abomination Ashwasflungthrothhair. Powerless to gain control. Chengshigava him a chance to recover, leaping after him and, while airborne, stomping down with full force into abomination chest. A sickening crunk resounded. Das been shattered, most of their obscene abomination. Chests were broken under Chengxi. Splow. The agonitoria scream from his throat. Impossible to suppress. The ground buckled under the impact, leaving gamma sevicra termer thentwometers d pans venerate meters across. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. They couldn't even follow the fighters' movements, sensing only their awe. Visceral force of each blow. The spectacle was so overwhelming, they everyone held their breath. Adrenaline surging, gas fists clenched tight, completely absorbed by the battle before the areas. This kind of immersive excitement far surpassed anything a movie could offer. Evento sec knocked off their feet by shockwaves, refused to leave. You, lost. Chengsa looked down at the fallen abomination. His voice command resolute. Lost. Abomination glared a patching seam pain and defiance. His voice low. He had never bowed to fate. Noven when Harris key this life, to injury and stable gamma radiation. All for the sake of becoming stronger. Yet all those years so effort no seem laughably futile in front of this man. God. Why do you favor him so much? Abomination, rara toward Thesky. Unable to accept the truth. He could not bear that Theskil Shad trained 4 years swear absorbed by his opponent mere minutes. If you have nothing more to say, then d. Chengsi spoke coldly, devoid of any emotion, in the hail of bullet sandstorm software. He had long since learned to kill. iPhone, de Aratoba kill, himself, he would blamianly his lack of skill, and accept it without regret. Stop. Just dashing see was about a crush abomination. Sneck. Ross. Scamandrang, gout from above. Imbued with an authority that broke an argument. Changsimirle let it out a cold laugh. Noven bothering to look up. Did you know? I. Will already become Superman. Do you understand what Superman is? He, the guardian day of the human world, right? No. I am bursting with confidence. So I have absolutely no intention of paying you any mind. Haven't. Tisa did before. Ever since he decided in 3 cons flat to become a embodiment of justice. A Superman. From that momentum. The earth has been under me protection. Abomination Colden Lister helplessly apatha Haziski. His heart'll reduce the ashes. Hepatupner resistance. Quietly accepting his fate. Despair spread across his eyes ash left this world. Unwilling and powerless doth the very end. It told out to stop. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Even the thunderous roar off the helicopter, cold and drown, not Ross's furious is, shoot hash, belladaching sea. One challenge to his authority after another. Ross's urge was palpable. Had people literally grown his brazen nowadays, but Chingsi didn't care about the Semenorcher actors. Ross swords meant nothing to him, in an ear and out the other. At this moment, the Hulk was barely clinging to consciousness. But just barely. The fact that the Feka stand by and watched during Shanks' fierce battle with Abomination showed, still had Samira San left. Shanks was genuinely intrigued by this legendary Hulk. Said Tog, grow stronger thing, Yergaga. Is this legendary Hulk? Who jet stronger the angrier gets. Really, that formidable? Shanks amused aloud, stroking Hishin with a hint of mockery. His indifferent attitudinally fueled Ross anger further. Ross already harbored a murderous grudge against him, and no was fasa greven darker. Attack. Ross barked a theater, without hesitation. These soldiers. Chilatoth, Thad, Boneby Kenxis overwhelming power. Hadn't expected Ross to actually command them Tostrikitsamon like him. Some of them even wondered what was going on inside Ross's head. If they colden le cracky topen antake look. Buta soldiers duteous to obey orders. Ross command cold nope refused. Saw the troop Shadnakois Buttagrithier teeth and launched the assault. In an instant, a torrent of bullet sand shells scamma crashing down in Chengsi. Asif determined to swallow him whole. My God. I sent this the hate of ingratitude. Ross clearly isn't a normal person. I demand justice. Emir Porter, 4th a Daily Planet. And I'm going to condemn Russ's murderous actions right in the front page. If Frost pulled something like this where I'm from. Head of Aang cursed out of town Longago. The crowd erupted in outrage. Here was a superhero had just subdued a dangerous monster. And not only was the military utterly helpless, they were now turning on their savior. In this country that worships individual heroism, especially selfless heroes like Captain America, people have always held such figures in the highest esteem. Now, Chengshi had become a just, that sort of hero, Ross's faciture in adoption. Asif had just swallowed alifly. Here, it didn't matter if you, Weros himself, even if the president showed up. Thais fres participazisins would hurl insult Satham in public just the same. They had absolute line respect for authority. Faced with this tidal wave of ferocious gunfire, Cheng's expression darkened. These people were utterly shameless. But with that body of steel, why would a fear such pointless bullets? Whether are more piercing, shattering, or penetrating rounds, he remained completely unafraid. If he could dodge, he would if not, had simply take the hidden. Though he wasn't scared off the erratics. The bullet still hurt when he struck him, especially since if this steel body had only just fused and needed much more sunlight to grow strong. Besides, taking a beating without fighting back simply wasn't the style. Without hesitation, he grabbed a Danier biker and hurled it with all his might at the helicopter circling at low altitude. Ph. I refuse to believe. Our strength, cool drive off. Rossa scoffed. Full of confidence. Butin the next instant. His face changed drastically. I shouted at the pilot Tolano. Damn it. Pull up. Pull up. Butit was already too lit. The car struck the helicopter's tail directly. Instantly, thick black smoke billowed out as the chopper lost control and spiraled out toward the ground. In the critical moment, Ross, his daughter, and Theothor scrambled to parachute Eda Safety. Heh. So much for that, Cheng's sneered. Then with a few powerful strides, sprang off in the direction where General Ross was about to land. Everyone was utterly stunned by Thesite. My God. Is surely going after Ross. This guy is insane. Jesus. Hestoda lost it. Nicely done. Give him what he deserves. It was obvious to everyone that Chengshi was heading straight for Ross to settle Thescor. They were all shocked by Cheng's ferocity and recklessness. This was nothing less than a challenge to the entire United States. In a flash, his figure vanished from the air sight, reappearing in the spot where Ross was about to touch down, waiting for him with a smile. Of course. Ross swam from midair. He thrashed, desperately, trying to steer his descent elsewhere. But there was nothing to grab on to Theopensky. Watching Ross' awkward and almost comical struggle, Sasha floated down. Chengsi cold, Enthalb, but laugh. In the fancy of death, all men are equal. And seeing Grossa so helpless no was damaging. So, General, how does it feel to be completely at Simone's mercy? Oh, that's right. You probably can't even understand my Chinese. Chengsa said, with a mocking smile. Don't get cocky. Do you really have a dex to kill me? Rostri Ta sound composed, attempting to threaten Chengsi. But his voice was weak and convincing. No. I actually don't dare to you, but, even if I can kill you, I can still have some fun tormenting you. Chengshi fixed Ross with a chilling, icy stare. For a long time, had Arbadana died. He wanted to experiment on Simone. Now, at least, he had chose his object. What are you planning to do? Ross was frightened by Kang's unsettling smile. The swords came out to stutter. Seeing Ross so tense, Chengshi let out a sinister smirk. You'll find out very soon. With that, head advanced slowly, his malicious grin widening. Ross stumbled backward in terror. Butching sized him before he could escape. Without hesitation, Chengshi unleashed his favorite move. Adarek kicked to Ross's groin. This should always been his Gato technique in a fight. In the past, had held back for fear of retaliation. But no. He had no such reservations. Ross became his first unfortunate victim. These earring pain made a Ross collapse to the ground, curling, like a boiled shrimp. His facet twisted in agony and rage. If looks called kill, Chengsi would have been shredded too pisatha sand times over. Chengsi crouched beside him, patting Ross cheek with the Sammy bone-chilling smile. Don't look at me like that. You'd better spend your energy figuring out how to get back at me. At this moment, if Anya wondered how a villain is made, Theanswer would be simply and straightforward as this. Chengsi did not receive any notification from the system. The task was complete. Themi and the hadn't dealt with the Hulk yet. Hedder and Dan glanced into the distance, where he saw the green brutatring Tomakiran for it. Hey, Hulk. What do you think about Betty? Don't you care about her lafidol? Cheng sickled out loudly. The Hulk adjuster Italy v when his body froze for a moment. Clearly, the Hulk himself wasn't different to Betty's fate. But Banner couldn't ignore it. After all, the Sharadabity. Now, Banner was fighting for control, and he would never just abandon Betty. Hulk hates being threatened, with a furious roar. The Hulk charged at Chengxi. His fist thunders with reluctance. Heck knew there was no way to avoid this fight. Ha ha ha. Betty, you're lucky. You get to live another day. Hey, you did pretty well back there. Chengxi looked at Betty with a mocking smile, deliberately withdrawing the hand he does at a toy with her. Looking gutturally pleased with himself. Betty was consumed by shame and danger, glaring fiercely at Chengxi. She despised him with every fiber of her being, but the tremor in her body betrayed her fear. She desperately wanted to avoid being dragged. But she was no child. Shek knew there was no easy way out. Banner retreated deep within himself, seething with rage, wishing Hekoterching Ceto pieces. As for Hulk, his fury only made him stronger. In this moment, driven by Banner's turbulent emotions, the Green Goliath, Spower Tony Waits, faced with the oncoming onslaught, Chengxi did not try to evade. They charged and collided. The impact accompanied by deafening blasts. With the two at the center, a powerful shockwave swept outward. Tossinge, Evan Betty Andros. Where 100 meters away, clear off their feet, shops in their vicinity stood in a chance. Within 100 meters, every penny of glass shattered, fragments scattered in all directions. When the dust finally settled, their figures submerged on some more. The ground beneath them was etched with long, jagged fissures. Entire patches sunk in as though struck by an earthquake. At this moment, Chengxi looked utterly battered. His clothes were in tatters. Barely a few strips of fabric clinging to his body. He cast an envious, jealous glance at Hulk, nearly intact pair of elastic shorts. The legendary Marvel artifact. Looks like he need a battle suit like that myself. Chengxi muttered under his breath. His own biofield was far too weak to protect this clothes since a fierce clash. Hulk. Suri wasn't terrifying. Yet Chengxi knew full well, his action shot pushed Hulk nearly to the brink. Now, a confrontation between the two was inevitable. Having felt Hulk strength first and Chengxi made her assessment, his own power was about to the sentence, while Hulk, in his regular state, had around 400 ins. Clearly, this universe, Shulk was not the kind of invincible protagonist from legend. Just then, Hulk lunged, reaching out with a sudden motion, attempting to grab Chengxi the same way had handled Loki. Such a pet trick, Chengxi sneered inwardly. He was intimately familiar with Hulk's fighting style, the Biggie Head Noriel technique, relying gently on brute force and instinct. Faced with such a direct assault, Chengxi sidestepped nimbly, parrying Hulk's grasp with his left forearm and neutralizing the attack with practice at ease. Now, armed with the full breadth of Blonsky's combat experience, Chengxi was not about a miss that can set a tease himself against the Hulk. With a swift outward twist of his hand, he seized Hulk's left wrist just as the ant lost his balance. In the next instant, Hulk was zinked off Gulter by a tremendous force. Unable to break free, Chengxi surged forward, driving his knee hard into Hulk's abdomen. The blow nearly knocked the wind from the Hulk, but it wasn't over. Using that momentum, Chun-Chi bent his arm and pressed the advantage, swinging his right forearm from the side in a crushing strike at Hulk's throat. The intense pain nearly drove Hulk out of control. Even with his extraordinary regenerative abilities, when agony reached its peak, not even the Hulk could simply ignore it. It was clear his throat remained his critical weakness. A roar of anguish echoed through the air. Hulk's eyes burned scarlet, veins bulging as he clutched his throat, barely able to stand. Inside, his healing factor worked frantically, mending the damage and struggling to ease the pain. Ding! Mission complete. You have earned 50,000 justice points. Just as Chun-Chi assumed the system would remain silent and prepared to finish the battle, its mechanical voice finally chimed in. Hulk's recovery was astonishing. In just 2 seconds, he was nearly as good as new. Yet as Chun-Chi approached, step by deliberate step, Hulk spun around and bolted without the slightest hesitation. No matter how furiously Banner's consciousness screamed within, Hulk refused to stay a moment longer. Despite his formidable appearance, the Hulk was, at heart, still rather childlike. When faced with an enemy he could not defeat, his first instinct was always to flee. not to fight to the bitter end. The crowd surrounding them was struck speechless, stunned by everything they had just witnessed. Many were so shocked that their phones slipped from their hands, clattering to the ground. For years, the Hulk had rampaged through New York, and now, unbelievably, he was running away in disgrace. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted into a thunderous uproar. My God! Oh my God! Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Hulk actually ran away. He's incredible. This guy beat the Hulk. He even took down the yellow giant. Mister, can I have a photo with you? Excitement swept through the onlookers. Eyes filled with awe and admiration followed the distant, somewhat bedraggled figure. Even in tattered clothes, his heroism shone through all the more, turning every rip and tear into a badge of honor. Chun-Shi paid no attention to the cheers and adulation. He strode straight to Betty, handing her a business card. Miss, if you ever feel lonely, you're always welcome to call me. I'm a trustworthy and reliable man. Betty stared blankly at this utterly shameless fellow, unable to keep from thinking. Are you kidding me? Tony Stark, is that you? As the crowd erupted with fervent shouts, Chun-Shi suddenly soared into the sky with a mighty leap, vanishing from sight in the space of a few heartbeats. Only the cracked pavement where he'd launched himself and a swirling cloud of dust remained. The crowd gazed after him, lingering in silence, hearts brimming with questions. Who exactly is this man? This force of nature who just shook their world? Not long after Chun-Shi's departure, an elderly deliverman watched his fading silhouette as if peering through the fabric of space itself. Meanwhile, in a small city park, Chun-Shi had already changed into fresh clothes. He sat quietly on a bench, basking in the gentle warmth of the sunlight. As for the source of his clothes, after all, every street was lined with clothing stores bearing his name. If it were up to him, he would rather not wear anything at all, just to fully embrace the warmth and power of the sunlight. At this very moment, every cell in his body was greedily soaking in the sun's energy, as though each one was leaping with joy. He could truly feel that incomparable rapture. With trillions upon trillions of cells celebrating, his strength was steadily rising, growing greater with every passing second. This is the miracle of life. This is a miracle that defies the law of conservation of energy. If the entire universe were to be occupied by the armies of Kryptonians, what a magnificent sight that would be. Chun-Shi murmured in astonishment, his voice barely above a whisper. No wonder Krypton ultimately faced destruction. Their power was simply overwhelming. Yet, in the end, they became trapped on their own planet, never able to bask in the energy of a yellow sun. Feeling the surge of strength building inside him, Chun-Shi suddenly clenched his fist and swung it forcefully at the air. To his amazement, the very air seemed to shatter under his punch. Now, this is what real security feels like. Chun-Shi shook his head, a wistful smile appearing on his face. Despite his enormous wealth, tens of billions of dollars, soon to soar into the hundreds of billions, he knew better than anyone that money couldn't grant true safety in this perilous Marvel world. Here, superheroes were everywhere, and villains were even more numerous than one could count. What worried him most was the thought that, one day, some lunatic or an out-of-control mutant might appear out of nowhere and put his life in mortal danger at any moment. You from another world, welcome to the Marvel Universe. Suddenly, an elderly man with a kindly smile appeared at the end of the bench, greeting Chun-Shi warmly. Hello, sir. To be honest, I didn't come here by choice, Chun-Shi replied, forcing a faint, wry smile after a moment of stunned silence. Although the system had guided him to this place, standing before the supreme being of the Marvel Universe, Chun-Shi felt a wave of intense anxiety. He knew all too well that, as a traveler from another world, there was no way he could hide from the old man's gaze. He had always assumed that such a being would hardly notice someone like him. After all, in a universe as vast as Marvel's, he was less than an ant. But now, as this ant prepared to stir up a storm, would he be crushed without a second thought? In truth, destroying him would be far easier than crushing an insect. Ha, young man, there's no need to be nervous. I'm not here to hold you accountable for anything. I simply find you intriguing. Of all the countless travelers who've arrived in my world, you're the only one who carries a mysterious aura of cause and effect. The old man beamed, voicing his gentle curiosity. Travelers were as common as drops in the ocean to him. How much trouble could they possibly cause? Aren't you worried I might disrupt your plans? What if I did something drastic? Chun-Shi pressed on, emboldened now that he knew the old man wouldn't harm him so easily. Plans? What plans? This is but a single universe among the multiverse. Even if it were destroyed, I could simply recreate it. Everything moves according to my will. As for your talk of a killing spree, equality among all beings is merely a surface illusion. In truth, it's an endless struggle, and death is the final destination for everyone. Countless animals are slaughtered and served on our tables. In their world, humans are the villains. So, in the boundless multiverse, do good and evil really exist as clear opposites? At every stage of our lives, after each experience, we gain new understanding. I hope you can hold on to your original intentions and have no regrets about the path you're choosing now. Chun-Shi found it hard to calm the storm in his heart. He stared blankly ahead, his vision gradually blurring. He wondered, is this what people call enlightenment? Can one truly be so cold and detached after destroying billions of lives across the universe? It turned out that his own heart was still full of passion and warmth. All right, you'll come to understand these things in time. I also have a general sense of your karmic origins. Since this is our first meeting, let me give you a welcome gift. The old man smiled, patting Chun-Shi's shoulder as he noticed the young man's dazed expression. A flash of indescribable light swept by, and suddenly, the old man had a device in his hand that looked much like a Rubik's Cube. This is a cross-universe teleportation matrix. If there ever comes a day when your universe faces annihilation at the hands of some powerful being, and I'm not around, just crush this device, and you'll be transported at random to another universe. Of course, I still hope you'll never have to use it. Snapping back to reality, Chun-Shi gazed at the mysterious cube in his hand, feeling a strange sense of security. Not only had he escaped disaster, but he'd also received such a precious gift. His spirits soared with relief. Thank you, sir. Since you put it that way, I guess I can really go all out now, Chun-Shi said half-jokingly. Ah, you rascal, don't get too carried away. I'm quite fond of my life here, the old man replied with a helpless wave of his hand. Then, like any ordinary elder, he slowly rose and ambled away, leaving behind only the image of his receding figure. Watching the old man disappear from sight, Chun-Shi returned to himself and muttered, "Just what did he mean by my karmic origins?" The system fell silent for a moment before answering in a measured tone. He can only infer as much as his abilities allow. You don't need to know more than that. Chun-Shi didn't press any further. In truth, any transmigrant would be curious about the true origins of their system. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. But he understood that his fate had always been unpredictable, and every extra day was a gift. He chose to enjoy this borrowed life with an open heart. System, can you help me organize my personal information? I'm feeling a bit muddled right now, Chun-Shi asked. No problem. Host information has been sorted. Age, 24 in this universe. Alignment, neutral with shifting loyalties. Companion, the not yet awakened Scarlet Witch Wanda. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman pending unlock. Strength, 1,060 tons. Speed, Mach 3. Abilities, Body of Steel, Bioforce Field, Heat Vision. Other abilities yet to be awakened. Justice points, 50,000. As he gazed at the system-generated status panel, Chun-Shi finally understood the extent of his current power. Unless those truly supreme beings emerged, he was already more than strong enough in this world. Although there were no kryptonite threats in the Marvel Universe, magic was undeniably real here, and so were powerful psychics. Superman's resistance to magic might not compare to his physical invulnerability, but it was still stronger than that of ordinary people. If he truly wanted to become invincible, he would need to find a way to further enhance his resilience against magical attacks. Should he use magic to fight magic? Or perhaps bask under the sun, or even a blue star? Maybe seek out a neutron star or a quasar? These wild ideas flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed them as unrealistic. In the end, his attention settled on the justice points. He doubted they were meant solely for unlocking templates. Sure enough, he soon noticed an entrance to the system shop right next to the system interface. Once he clicked into the system shop, he realized just how meager his justice points actually were. He was little better off than a beggar. The system shop was organized into countless categories. Whether the merchandise was from a world of science fiction or fantasy, as long as you could pay the justice points, nearly anything was up for sale. There were, for example, advanced technologies from certain worlds, like the various models of robots from the Terminator universe, all at surprisingly affordable prices. Even the Autobots from the Transformers universe were available for just a handful of justice points. However, nothing from comedic anime worlds could be found here. The system seemed to have little patience for such items. After all, stripped from their context, their only remaining value was as a joke. As he browsed around, he noticed several grayed-out pages, obviously sections he didn't yet have access to. The high-tier merchandise was currently off-limits, no matter how many points you had. The Terminator series robots were indeed cheap. Even the formidable TX from the movies cost only 2,000 points. On the other hand, some things were prohibitively expensive, like the top-tier devil fruits from the world of One Piece, such as the Goro Goro no Mi or the Gura Gura no Mi.
As for those outrageously pricey items, he saw no point in listing them one by one. For now, they were simply out of reach. Perhaps in the future, if he had companions, he could prepare something for them. It looks like only the support items are really worthwhile. I don't have any use for the direct power-ups, Chun-Shi said with a wry twist of his lips, though it wasn't self-mockery. As Superman, did he really need all those flashy gadgets? No matter what tricks his opponents came up with, he could always settle things with a single punch. Right now, all he wanted was to amass more justice points so he could fuse with higher-level templates, like the Silver Superman template he was planning for. He had also discovered the ancient Doomsday template, which was just as costly as the Silver Superman. If he could fuse the template of immortality and combine it with the limitless potential of the Silver Superman, it would be flawless. If I can't be killed, I'll eventually become invincible. Online discussions were growing increasingly heated, and Superman's fanbase continued to swell. Yet at the same time, concerns began to surface. Whether it was the police or the military, both remained deeply wary of such an uncontrollable superhuman, the kind of existence that made them feel powerless. When Chun-Shi got home and opened the door, he found Wanda staring straight at him. Her gaze made him a little uneasy. "Well, look who's home. Our big hero." Wanda pointed at the photo on her computer screen, her voice laced with playful teasing. She simply couldn't believe that the guy who spent every day with her had kept something so important secret. Wasn't that a sign of mistrust? Did he really intend to solve everything on his own? When did I ever hide anything from you? Didn't you just see me rush into the bathroom, red as a boiled lobster? The truth is, my mutant gene suddenly awakened, so I got strong out of nowhere. Faced with Wanda's dissatisfaction, Chun-Shi could only shrug and make up a story. Any explanation would do at this point. Really? Wanda eyed him suspiciously. It sounded plausible. After all, he had acted rather strangely earlier. But she'd never heard of a newly awakened mutant being that powerful. He had just gone toe-to-toe with the Hulk. "Hey, don't test my patience. If you keep doubting me, I'm going to have to use some drastic measures." Chun-Shi pretended to be annoyed. He just needed to bluff his way through for now. "Wait, hang on. Now you're just cheating. Come on, don't you think it's a bit much in broad daylight?" Wanda's cheeks flushed pink as she pleaded for mercy. This guy always liked to play tricks, and she never managed to outwit him. Too much. How could it be too much? The more games that are good for our health, the better. With a mischievous grin, Chun-Shi swept her up and carried her straight to the bedroom. No matter how much Wanda struggled, it was useless. Before long, she was crying and laughing, her shrieks echoing through the room. Meanwhile, George Stacy had been living under a heavy cloud these days. Ever since that day, the police force had been stretched thin, and the streets had filled with young people imitating Chun-Shi. As for those $0 shopping cases, they happened every single day. The emergency calls flooded in so relentlessly that he was on the verge of a breakdown. Age was already taking its toll, making him tire more easily. Now, with constant overtime and sleepless nights, his body was reaching its limit. Tension at home had grown. His wife's temper had become short and irritable, wearing him down to exhaustion. In this universe, his wife is still alive. And then there was his daughter, Gwen, who brought him a whole new set of worries. At 18, she was just beginning to dream of love. And after meeting a mysterious hero, she found herself utterly captivated and unable to let go. Violence only breeds more violence. It all seemed so senseless, and yet he couldn't find a better explanation. Each night, as darkness fell, a mysterious figure appeared in the city, striking against crime. Yet no one ever caught a clear glimpse of his face. Task complete. You've earned 500 justice points. Task complete. You've earned 300 justice points. Task complete. You've earned 300 justice points. After a long, exhausting night, Chun-Shi had finally managed to rack up just over 7,000 justice points, a number he found sorely disappointing. Damn superheroes. This really isn't something a normal person can do. I knew it. I'm not cut out to be a hero. I honestly can't imagine how Spider-Man manages to fight crime year after year. Perched atop a high-rise rooftop, Chun-Shi had just checked the justice points now in his account. The measly sum left him with newfound respect for Old Parker. Old Parker was like a legendary figure. More than just a man, he was a symbol. And Peter Parker was the embodiment of spirit and action. He truly practiced what he preached. To be honest, Chun-Shi, like most Marvel fans, liked Peter Parker, but he never wanted to become him. After all, Peter Parker clung to his sense of justice so fiercely that, by middle age, he couldn't even afford Aunt May's medical bills. That kind of heroism left people with a sense of grief. People love to praise the suffering of heroes, but how many have actually walked that path themselves? Only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly understand the hardship and have a right to speak on it. With that thought, Chun-Shi made up his mind. System, Customize 2 TX robots for me. 2 should be enough for handling ordinary crimes. Even mutants of the 2nd or even 3rd tier might not be a match for the TX. After all, the TX's combat prowess was truly formidable. Lower-level mutants usually possessed only a single, limited ability, often with notable flaws. Characters like Pyro John, Toadman, or the Porcupine Man were nothing more than easy opponents for the TX. Host, you really are a little genius. Chimed the system with a prompt. Just tell me, can you do it or not? Chinchi shot back. He couldn't care less whether the system was mocking him. As long as he could achieve his goal, the method hardly mattered. The most important thing was that this approach could divert outsiders' attention, allowing him, as the mastermind behind the scenes, to reap all the rewards. I cannot interfere with system rules. As long as your actions fall within those rules, anything you do is permitted, the system replied calmly. It was only a program tasked with keeping the system running, with no authority to meddle in the user's decisions. Chenshi couldn't be bothered with the system's attitude. He went straight to the system shop and purchased 2 flawlessly designed female TX Terminators. Since he bought them through the system, there was no risk of attracting the attention of Skynet or similar threats. Still, looking at the 2 perfect-looking TXs, Chenshi couldn't help but feel a slight regret. If only they could be a bit more lively. Master, they greeted in unison. The 2 TX Terminators bowed their heads slightly, addressing him respectfully. Since Chenshi had purchased them, they would naturally obey his every command. Very good. From now on, don't call me master, call me boss. From this moment, you'll be Boda and Boair. Understood, boss, they answer in chorus. Although technology is now at Marvel Universe levels, most Earth networks are still far behind the future. So, you can directly infiltrate New York's official surveillance systems. When you spot criminals, you can assess and deal with them as you see fit. No need to report back to me. Yes, boss. Boda and Bo nodded without hesitation. They already possessed a significant degree of self-awareness. In terms of intelligence, they far surpassed any AI currently in this world, including Jarvis. Letting the Terminators handle these petty criminals was the perfect solution for Chun-Shi. He felt a wave of relief. Such trivial and tedious tasks were simply not for him. Selfless devotion was old Pa's style. As for him, he only acted when there was something to gain. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, several days went by. During this time, New York's crime rate plummeted, and a rare sense of peace settled over the city. Unfortunately for the criminals, though, the lucky ones escaped with broken bones. The unlucky ones paid with their lives. Lately, Chun-Shi seldom visited his workshop. Day after day, he basked in the sun, occasionally rolling over to avoid getting a sunburn, enjoying a life of leisure. Meanwhile, Wanda was like a busy little bee, always handling all sorts of trivial matters in the studio, juggling various invitations and copyright issues. Boda, now you're in charge of keeping an eye on old Parker. Have they already gone to visit that exhibition? Chun-Shi asked lazily, eyes closed. He had long since abandoned any fixed impression of Marvel's timelines. After all, the settings were a mess, especially when it came to Spider-Man, and there was no point taking any of it too seriously. Boss, he's already gone to the science pavilion. Boer is following him in secret. If anything unusual happens, we'll report to you right away. At this, Chun-Shi suddenly sprang to his feet. There's no time. With that, he hurried off, leaving Boda staring after him in confusion. He wasn't interested in Spider-Man's origin story. What he cared about was the spider that bit old Parker. That was the real treasure. At that moment, in the science pavilion, old Parker was proudly showing off his skills, completely unaware that a spider had quietly crawled onto him and taken a bite. He instinctively tried to swat it away, but missed. Why do you like her, but never say it out loud? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Parker. It was Chun-Shi, and the radioactive spider was already caught in his hand. I. Parker was startled by Chun-Shi's sudden appearance, stammering in fright. Whenever he faced his goddess, Mary Jane, he was hopelessly shy, lacking even the courage to speak, a sense of inferiority that made him seem even less confident than the average admirer. Chun-Shi glanced at Mary Jane. Though she did have a certain charm, to him she was just another face in the crowd, nothing special or remarkable. I understand. A man's confidence often comes from what's in his wallet. So I'm willing to give you a chance. If you want to make some money, give me a call. Chun-Shi spoke calmly, handing Parker a business card. Only then did Parker recognize him. Overwhelmed, he clutched his head and shouted, "Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! It's really you. I'm your biggest fan. I can't believe I'm actually meeting my idol in real life." Old Parker was so excited that he couldn't stop stomping his feet, his eyes shining with admiration. At this moment, any thoughts he'd had about the goddess were completely forgotten. Having the chance to talk to his idol was all that mattered. Calm down, Parker. You're making me a bit uncomfortable. And besides, I'm not interested in men. Chunshi shrugged helplessly. He was already used to encountering overly enthusiastic fans like old Parker wherever he went. Did you know? I've watched every one of your works over and over, especially The Lord of the Rings. It's just unbelievable that such a world could come from the imagination of a human. Old Parker could hardly contain his excitement, pouring out his admiration in a torrent of words, his whole face lit up with passion. Only now did Chunshi truly understand what it meant to deal with a superfan's enthusiasm. Old Parker's loud exclamations soon drew the attention of others. As soon as everyone realized Chunshi was there in person, the entire research center erupted in excitement. All interest in the exhibits vanished in an instant. People surged toward Chunshi like a rising tide, surrounding him tightly, shouting and calling out in excitement as they hurried over. "Oh my gosh, it's Chunshi, the legend from the East. I can't believe it. I'm seeing the greatest screenwriter in history with my own eyes. Mom, Dad, your son's dream has come true today. Can I take a photo with you? It really is him. Don't push, everyone, be careful." In an instant, the situation threatened to spiral out of control. People rushed forward, some even losing their shoes in their haste. All they wanted was to get close to their idol. Even just exchanging a word would be enough, and a photo seemed like an impossible dream. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. If we keep pushing like this, someone could get hurt. Let's keep things orderly. We can all take a group photo together." Chunshi raised his voice to soothe the crowd. Thankfully, the number of people wasn't huge. Otherwise, things could have gotten dangerous. The passion of these fans was truly overwhelming. The power of an idol was indeed something extraordinary. As soon as Chunshi spoke, the crowd quickly quieted and began lining up on their own, waiting for a chance to take a photo. With the help of the research center staff, everyone arranged themselves in several rows in a spacious area, with Chunshi standing in the middle as they posed for a souvenir photo. Many people were so moved as they held their photos that they burst into tears, and some even swore they wouldn't wash their hands for a month after shaking Chunshi's. "If only one day I could be as popular as he is, maybe then Mary Jane would finally see me in a whole new light." Standing quietly in the corner, Parker watched Chunshi surrounded by the crowd, and couldn't help but whisper to himself, "Hey Parker, don't forget to call me." At that moment, Chunshi finally managed to break free from the crowd of fans and shouted to the still inconspicuous Parker, "What? He actually has a celebrity's phone number? Why him? That's so unfair." In the blink of an eye, everyone turned to Parker with looks full of envy and jealousy, wishing they could switch places with him right then and there. Even Mary Jane, who had always looked down on him, now cast him a flirtatious glance, while his friend Harry stared at him in utter shock. For a brief moment, Parker felt as if he were standing atop the world. Peter Parker had never imagined a day would come when his peers would look at him with envy and jealousy. He had always been the invisible kid, the one classmates mocked and bullied. Even talking to the girl he liked required endless mental preparation, and only when she was alone would he nervously approach, stammering out a few awkward words. But now, his classmates all gazed at him with admiration, and even the girl of his dreams smiled his way. To Parker, it all felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. Caught off guard by Mary Jane's friendly gesture, he grew both nervous and excited. He instinctively glanced at Chunshi, as if searching for guidance. Sometimes, fate is that simple. A single sentence might be enough to change a person's life forever. At this moment, Chunshi ranked just below Uncle Ben and Aunt May in Parker's heart. After all, it was Chunshi who had prompted his dream girl to reach out to him. Chunshi gave Parker an encouraging look, even pointing at his own business card to hint that Parker should take the initiative. But Parker didn't catch the hint. Instead, he timidly asked, "Mary, would you like to take a walk in the park with me?" For someone as introverted as Parker, this was already the bravest invitation he could muster. Chunshi shook his head in mild exasperation, thinking Parker was just too earnest. Mary Jane, however, smiled radiantly and accepted his invitation without hesitation, finding this shy guy rather easy to handle. "Sure, I think George Park nearby is a great choice." "Tiffin, let's go to the park," Parker replied, happiness and anxiety mingling on his face as he faced his goddess, still a little ill at ease. Seeing Parker, the others all assumed he'd been picked by Chunshi to star in a movie, unable to hide their envy and jealousy. Maybe from now on he'd be a star. Meanwhile, Gwen, standing in the crowd, couldn't help but think that Chunshi looked more and more like the hero who had saved her that day, especially those eyes. They were unmistakable. Chunshi knew that this girl was very clever and was surely hesitating in her heart. But with so many people around, he couldn't just walk up to her and say, "Hey, come with me. Let's talk about the script." Wouldn't that be like announcing to everyone that he wanted to be alone with a female fan? People would surely misunderstand his intentions. Still, Chun-Shi believed she would reach out to him on her own. After all, she was Parker's neighbor, and since he'd left his number with Parker, it was as good as leaving it with her. Finally managing to shake off the crowd's attention, Chun-Shi slipped away quickly. He drove the battered Lamborghini through the streets at breakneck speed, drawing awestruck reactions from passersby. That sports car is incredible. I've never seen anything like it. It's straight out of sci-fi movie. Oh my god, that's the Lamborghini Aventador concept car. How could it possibly show up on the streets of New York? That's so awesome. Absolutely mind-blowing. Chun-Shi couldn't hear any of their admiration. He nearly caused a traffic accident when he arrived. After all, damn it, this guy's even flashier than me. Tony Stark? Who on earth is he? Just then, Tony Stark happened to drive by, only to see a black sports car streak past him like a bolt of lightning. The futuristic design instantly caught Tony Stark's eye. He'd always had a thing for luxury cars, believing they were the best way to capture attention. Chun-Shi was completely unaware of Tony's thoughts. He sped along, and soon he was just a few blocks from the villa. Lockdown, scan for an ordinary sedan. We need to keep a low profile, got it? Chun-Shi said. Understood, master. Lockdown immediately transformed into the most unremarkable Volkswagen sedan. Meanwhile, Parker was distracted and half-hearted during his date with Mary Jane, leaving her dissatisfied. If you didn't have a shot at connecting with that screenwriter, do you really think I'd bother with you? Parker wasn't feeling well and even began to hallucinate. Fearing he might faint at any moment, he wrapped up the date in a hurry and took a cab home. He had no idea his life was about to take a dramatic turn. In the villa's garden, Chun-Shi basked in the sun and spoke into the air. Red Queen, I asked you to monitor the Life Foundation's activities. Any update on when their symbiote ship might return to Earth? In the movies, even though these Marvel outcasts never appear in the Avengers series, they definitely existed. They were an ancient and powerful race. Of course, the symbiotes in the movies also had significant weaknesses. If you could exploit those flaws, there just might be a chance to defeat them. As for why Chun-Shi mentioned the Life Foundation, on the surface, the company seemed devoted to benefiting all of humanity. In truth, however, it was conducting cruel experiments with symbiotes. Now, their symbiote spacecraft was about to return to Earth, bringing back 4 super symbiotes, or as some claim 5. Regardless of the final number, he was determined to claim every one of those symbiotes for himself. Everyone here possessed extraordinary abilities. Just look at how Dashing Clark appeared in his superhero suit, while he was still stuck in tattered clothes. With that thought, he immediately set his sights on the symbiotes. After all, what could possibly be cooler or more practical than a symbiote suit? As for Red Queen, he had already redeemed her as an auxiliary tool. After all, having more support and better equipment was never a bad idea. Red Queen responded respectfully. Master, the Life Foundation spacecraft will land on home soil in 3 days, though the exact location remains undetermined. That's all I need to know. Chun-Shi waved his hand dismissively. Deep down, he was certain where the ship would make its unexpected landing. In that tiny place, Malaysia. There, even the sound of a single firecracker could spread news across the whole country in no time. Having dealt with the symbiote intel, Chun-Shi narrowed his eyes again, quietly enjoying the warm sunlight and basking in the energy radiating from the sun. Age: 24 this universe. Alignment: a lone wolf whose loyalties shift with the wind. Companions: the not yet awakened Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, the Confiner. Physique: Bronze Superman, Silver Superman yet to be unlocked. Strength: 1,120 tons. Speed: Mach 3.5. Abilities: Invincible Physique, Bioforce Field, Thermal Vision. Other abilities yet to awaken. Justice Points: 45,690. In just a few short days, his strength had increased by several dozen tons, the equivalent of gaining the power of 10 Captain Americas each day. At this point, for him, Captain America had become a standard unit for measuring strength. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZ. At that moment, the phone line beside the chair began to vibrate. If nothing else, it was probably Parker calling. A strange number? At this hour, that has to be Parker, right? Chun-Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. Has he already started to mutate? Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Parker's desperate voice came through on the other end. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not bothering you, but I have a terrible fever and I don't know who else to call. Could you find someone to take me to the hospital? I don't want to worry my uncle and aunt. No. Parker, if you trust me, just hold on. You're not just running a fever, you're mutating. That genetically altered spider bit you on the hand and activated your mutant gene. Congratulations, you're about to become a super-powered mutant. Chun-Shi made up a story without hesitation, deliberately cutting off all of Parker's escape routes. Mutants would never be accepted by the authorities. No matter how hard S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to win him over in the future, Parker would never be able to fully trust them. By default, he would end up on the side of the so-called monsters. What? Really? I'll actually have superpowers. The moment Parker heard this, his headache and aches vanished. It was as if he'd come back to life on the spot. Hearing the excitement in Parker's voice, Chun-Shi knew just how thrilled he was, more excited, even, than if he'd just had dinner with his dream girl. For a teenager with a flair for the dramatic, superpowers are the ultimate dream, something he could never let go of. Parker, bullied by his classmates to an unimaginable degree, longed for a mutant's powers to turn his life around. He often dreamed that one day he'd suddenly gain superpowers, defeat his enemies, and become a hero like Captain Steve Rogers. So of course Chun-Shi had to help him. What a lonely world it would be without Spider-Man. He truly liked this original Spider-Man. Parker was sane in his eyes. Even when Parker went through his dark phase, all he did was do an awkward dance on the street, buy a sharp new suit, and slick his hair back like an adult. He reassured Parker, "Don't worry, just get some sleep. You'll wake up to a brand new world." Parker might be a bit dramatic, but he still chose to believe his idol's words. He was practically obsessed with the idea of superpowers. "You really are devious." The system suddenly muttered in disdain. "This guy's full of lies." Ever since it had known him, every step Chun-Shi took seemed calculated, wrapped in deception and hidden motives. After hanging up, Chun-Shi simply shrugged, utterly unconcerned by the system's scorn. In this world, you have to look out for yourself. Growing up amid ridicule and contempt, he had long stopped being just an ordinary person. Do you know why mutants are so unwelcome in mainstream society? Chun-Shi dodged the question, turning his head to interrogate the system instead. But the system knew nothing of the Marvel world. It was, after all, just a line of intelligent code. "I don't know," it replied. "Without investigation, there's no right to speak. The problem isn't scarcity, but inequality." Chun-Shi shook his head helplessly. This, he realized, was the darkness within human nature. Take you and your childhood friend, Xiao Ming, for example. The two of you grew up together, thick as thieves, convinced that this was how life would always be. But then, out of the blue, Xiao Ming's life takes a dramatic turn. Once as mediocre and unremarkable as you, suddenly he can fly, possesses boundless strength, breathes clouds of smoke, and even becomes immortal. Jealousy gnaws away at your friendship. You begin to resent him. Why should he get to rise above it all, while you remain ordinary? So you start longing for superpowers yourself. But how could such a rare miracle ever befall you? Consumed by your darker instincts, you spiral into obsession. If you can't have it, you'll destroy it. You start preaching everywhere about how dangerous mutants are. Others like you, the ordinary, band together. After all, you are the majority. Soon, mutants become the reviled outcasts, everyone's favorite scapegoat. But is Spider-Man really any different from the mutants at heart? No matter how you look at it, they're all outcasts. Anyone with supernatural powers becomes an outsider, no matter how briefly they might be celebrated. For every person who loves Spider-Man as New York's friendly neighborhood hero, there's another who wants nothing more than to see him gone. Chun-Shi didn't want Spider-Man to join the Avengers. Better to let him follow his own path. After all, he is Spider-Man. The system's data analysis was powerful, but it didn't understand human nature. Human complexity often eludes even the most sophisticated calculations. Hoping for humanity to always remain rational is nothing but a fantasy. After his disgrace, Ross had been in the hospital for a long time. No matter how many experts were consulted, no one could repair what had been broken. Naturally, he couldn't accept this outcome. His mind began to twist and darken. He'd fly into rages, smashing things and hurling insults at the slightest provocation. There is no greater pain for a man than this. He became hypersensitive, convinced that everyone, doctors, nurses, soldiers, was laughing at him behind his back. Even the quietest conversation, if it happened out of his sight, seemed to him a form of ridicule. Damn it, Muskman, I'll make you pay the ultimate price for this." Ross raged like a madman, sweeping everything off the table and turning the whole hospital room upside down. But such outbursts brought him no relief, only deeper frustration. When the storm finally passed, he calmed himself, his eyes lowered, teeth clenched, and made a decision. He was ready to risk everything. The sky outside was gradually darkening as Wanda drove back in her little BMW Mini. Even though she had never become the Scarlet Witch, she still loved wearing red. Looking at Wanda, her cheeks glowing like peach blossoms, Chun-Shi felt a deep sense of contentment. She had suffered so much in the past. Now, this simple and peaceful life seemed to be her true haven. One could say that from the very beginning, all the Scarlet Witch ever wanted was a warm and loving home. It was they who forced her, step by step, into the darkness. "Let's go out for dinner," Chun-Shi said, a gentle smile curling at his lips. "Sure. There's a new hot pot place in Chinatown that's been packed lately. I bet it's delicious, Wanda replied, her eyes lighting up as she quickly picked a place. After years by Chun-Shi's side, she had long since been influenced by his tastes. Then let's go, Chun-Shi said, affectionately tapping her little nose. 3 days later, Chun-Shi piloted the quarantine directly into the skies above Malaysia, circling silently. With their level of technology, it would take another 100 years before anyone could even detect them. At that moment, the symbiote-laden ship had just entered the atmosphere when disaster struck. Life Foundation, copy that, Life 1. You are cleared to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. Life 1, Roger, initiating re-entry sequence. Coordinates 0.4 to 103. Damn it, hurry, lock it down. Life Foundation, calling Life 1. Signal is extremely unstable. Do you copy? Life 1, help, help. Life Foundation, Life 1, please respond. Life 1, do you copy? No reply ever came from the spaceship again. By now, the scientific crew aboard the ship was already dead. If anyone had survived an accident like that, it would be a miracle beyond miracles. The massive ship, blazing with fire, became lost at the control center at the Life Foundation's Earth headquarters. Communication with Life 1 was gone. A ball of flames streaked through the atmosphere, crashing down in the Borneo Forest Reserve, 20 kilometers west of Cebu in eastern Malaysia. Debris from the ship was scattered everywhere. Under the glare of powerful searchlights, teams of rescuers moved swiftly and anxiously through the wreckage. From the remains, the rescue team retrieved 3 enormous containers, each holding a strange, constantly writhing organism. Put my things down right now. Just as they were about to depart, ecstatic with their hard-won samples, a brazen voice rang out. In a flash, dozens of mercenaries whipped out their submachine guns and aimed them at the newcomer. Who did this punk think he was, barging in like that? Meanwhile, in the Life Foundation's headquarters back in the States, a giant screen streamed live footage from the rescue site. The director, Drake, stood with Dr. Skirth, listening intently to the progress report. At this moment, seeing someone daring to provoke them in the pitch-dark gloom, his face instantly darkened. After all, this mission had already cost them dearly. How could some country bumpkin have the audacity to try and take advantage of the chaos now? Kill him. Drake issued the order coldly and without hesitation. Chun-Shi had practically walked right into his line of fire. He'd been looking for somewhere to unleash his pent-up rage. Naturally, it was Chun-Shi who was acting so brazenly. He'd only arrived late because he'd chased after that fleeing symbiote. That little creature really was cunning. It immediately possessed a dim-witted wild Kuan in the forest. If it weren't for Chun-Shi's own night vision, it might have actually gotten away. A volley of gunfire erupted as dozens of mercenaries, hearing their boss's command, broke into savage grins and unleashed at this moment. Seeing someone daring to provoke them in the thick darkness, their faces immediately darkened. The loss from this job had already been disastrous. How could there still be some country bumpkin bold enough to try to take advantage now? Kill him. Derek barked the order coldly and decisively. Chun-Shi had walked right into his sights, just when he was itching for an outlet for his rage. Such arrogance and defiance could only come from Chun-Shi. He'd arrived late because he'd been chasing after the escaping symbiote. That little creature was sly as ever, instantly possessing a dumb wild Kuan in the forest. If his eyes didn't have natural night vision, it might really have gotten away. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. Dozens of mercenaries, grinning viciously at their boss's command, squeezed their triggers with wild abandon. Let's see you act tough now. The price for showing off is more than you can pay. But in the very next second, their jaws dropped in disbelief. What the hell? A monster? Oh my god, bullets can't even touch him. A mutant? A freak? A monster? Derek, too, was frozen to the spot. The bullets were actually ricocheting off his body. Damn it. Since when do mutants get involved in this? Have our secrets been exposed to them? Derek cursed under his breath, his face grim. After years of careful planning, was everything about to go up in smoke because of one slip-up? Chun-Shi's sudden appearance had thrown the entire plan into chaos. Glancing up, he saw the mercenaries being smashed to pieces one after another by Chun-Shi's almost teleporting speed, each punch a death sentence. The others scattered in terror, their communications abruptly cut off. Damn it! In a fit of rage and shock, Derek grabbed a glass and hurled it at the now-black screen, shattering it. Everything he'd worked for was gone in an instant. These strange and uncanny beings were the perfect material for his super soldier armor. It should have been their honor to follow him. The remaining symbiotes were driven to the brink of madness as Chun-Shi strode toward them. Heavens! By null, what kind of descendant is this? Celestial? A child of the gods? O god of symbiotes, if I could only riot and possess such a divine vessel, I'd destroy you all. Don't you wonder? How could a being like him even exist on Earth? Who cares? As long as we can possess him, that burning energy like a young star, It's intoxicating. Get lost. Venom, you're the disgrace of our kind. How dare you even dream of it? You ungrateful wretch. I should never have spawned you. Out of my way, you worthless thing. You don't deserve it either. If not for being locked up separately, these symbiotes would have already torn each other apart. To them, Chun-Shi, approaching step by step, was like the god of life descending. The sheer vitality radiating from him drove them utterly insane. The symbiote race shares a collective memory, and in all these countless years, they had never heard of such a terrifying species existing anywhere in the universe. Chun-Shi walked up to them, beaming with a bright smile, and spoke as if to himself, "Even though you can't speak, I can guess what you're thinking. You can understand me, too. But right now, only the strong are worthy of cooperating with me. So, show me your strength. Let the show begin." As soon as he finished, Chun-Shi landed several heavy punches on the special glass container, giving them the chance for a fair fight. Without a host, symbiotes are incredibly weak. Only by parasitizing can they unleash their true power. He could have just picked any symbiote as his own battle suit, but the moment he saw the four of them, he immediately thought of raising goo, a deadly contest of survival. As long as one of them devoured the other three, no matter which one survived, its power and abilities would be terrifyingly enhanced. The symbiotes knew perfectly well that Chun-Shi wanted them to tear each other apart, but there was no avoiding it. After all, their species had always survived by devouring and fighting one another. Venom felt a chill in his heart, cold and sinking. After all, among the symbiotes, he was infamous for being weak, almost a disgrace to his kind. Riot, Phage, Scream, weren't they all far stronger than him? Wasn't he just waiting to be devoured? But there was nothing he could do. It was a matter of kill or be killed. There was no room for hesitation. He had to give it his all. Even Venom went mad with desperation, lashing out with his tendrils at his own offspring. His target was Riot. Almost as if they shared a single mind, the other two symbiotes also lashed out at Riot, attacking him together. Riot was the strongest among them. Only by joining forces to take him down, first could the others hope to survive. Otherwise, he would crush them one by one. You traitors! Riot was truly furious, but beneath his rage lurked real fear. He had thought victory was already his, but he never expected the other three to join forces so seamlessly. "Sorry, but you're just too strong. We have no choice but to get rid of you first. Then we'll compete against each other." Phage jeered, triumphant for a moment, before throwing himself wholeheartedly into the fight against Riot. Though Riot was much stronger than the others, 3 against 1 was simply too much. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't hold them off. "Why, you worthless traitors, why won't you let me, the strongest, lead our kind to glory?" Riot's final roar echoed through the chamber as he was cornered and overwhelmed by the other 3, dying with nothing but bitter regret. Venom and the others had actually managed to eliminate the mighty Riot? Even Chun-Shi was a little taken aback. Indeed, the stronger one is, the more dangerous it gets. Nobody wants to live under the shadow of a giant. After taking down the strongest berserker, the tide of battle shifted in an instant. Devourer and Howl now seemed to set their sights on Venom, and in a rare moment of unspoken understanding, the two symbiotes launched a coordinated attack against the weakest among them. They would not allow themselves to die at the hands of Venom, the disgrace of their kind. If that happened, wouldn't they be condemned to even greater infamy, their names nailed to the pillar of shame for millions upon millions of years? A sudden thought struck Chun-Shi. The saddest thing in this world is when the strong are slain by the weak. He himself was the disgrace of the symbiote race, and hadn't he come to Earth in the first place to escape the ridicule of his own kind? Yet, even if he was the shame of the symbiotes, that didn't mean he was some ant to be crushed at their whim. Perhaps this was why Venom always ended up as the ultimate winner in the movies. The savagery buried deep within his soul erupted at the edge of despair. Venom's final frenzy was unleashed in that moment. He hurled himself at the two symbiotes intent on his destruction, determined to show them that, no matter what, the Father will always be the Father. Even if it meant his own death, Venom would tear into their bodies, leaving scars that would never heal. All Chun-Shi could see were those writhing symbiotes, little more than heaps of sludge, tearing and devouring one another, their viscous forms spraying in all directions as the battle reached a fever pitch. Venom's unique abilities kicked in, and with the protagonist's aura on his side, he began to grow stronger, devouring his enemies little by little, turning battle into nourishment and slowly gaining the upper hand. Such a turn of events left Chun-Shi utterly baffled. Could it be that Venom was about to pull off a miracle? Alas, it was all just part of a greater scheme. This whole ritual of breeding monsters was never meant to have a victor. In the end, death awaited them all. No matter which symbiote survived till the end, Chun-Shi would kill them himself. To him, they were nothing but battle suits to be worn and discarded at will. No one could ever link minds with him. No being was worthy. He would never allow his genes to be tainted by the filthy, parasitic existence of a symbiote. The fight raged on. Venom's brief moment of glory as a 1-against-2 was just that, brief. Devourer and Howl, regaining their senses, began to wear him down, eroding his strength bit by bit. Once, twice, then finally the momentum was exhausted. Venom was a true warrior for those few explosive seconds, but then he collapsed completely, powerless despite his efforts. Having devoured Venom once again, Devourer and Howl's power surged, and the two symbiotes prepared for their final showdown. Chun-Shi, radiating with the vitality of a young god, watched from the sidelines. The symbiote's reason was slipping away, consumed by instinct. For a moment, the two symbiotes stared blankly at Chun-Shi, then, almost in unison, turned and charged at one another. Once more, two heaps of living sludge crashed together, locked in a savage, mindless struggle. Chun-Shi looked on quietly as they fought, each grabbing chunks of the other's gelatinous form, tearing and ripping with wild abandon. This kind of tedious battle was almost unbearably dull, so Chun-Shi had no choice but to speed things up. Though their resistance to darkness and flame had greatly increased, they were still innately terrified of such forces. Soon, under this interference, Devourer began to falter, and Howl seized the opportunity to consume nearly half of its body in one ruthless attack. This blow completely shattered Devourer's chance of turning the tables. Once Devourer was utterly destroyed, Howl's form swelled to 3 or even 4 times its original size, to the point where sonic and fire attacks no longer affected it at all. From that moment on, it had no more weaknesses. As the final victor, Howl began to dance wildly in a frenzy. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, yes, this feels incredible. From now on, I, Howl, will be the mightiest god of all. NAL, you'd better make the most of your last days, treasure what little time you have left. Howl was nearly completely unhinged now, so ecstatic he was almost delirious. Swollen with power, he no longer regarded the symbiote god NAL as anything significant. All his confidence came from Chun-Shi standing beside him. As long as he could parasitize such a young celestial being, what did he care about NAL, that so-called god of the symbiotes? Nothing but a paper tiger. Chun-Shi looked at Howl, who now resembled a disgusting, muddy monster flinging slime everywhere, and was left utterly speechless. Howl, unable to contain his excitement, was already desperate to claim the spoils of victory. Without so much as a word, he lunged straight at Chun-Shi, transforming into a shadow of black and violet that engulfed Chun-Shi from behind. Ha ha! So this is what it's like to possess the body of a young celestial? In all the countless years of our symbiote race, never have we seen a life burn so brilliantly, like a newborn star. Howl's manic cries echoed. This perfect host made him lose all sense of reason. But just as he was about to link his mind to Chun-Shi's, a brilliance like the sun itself blazed before his eyes. Howl let out a howl of agony he could not contain, as the searing heat of the sun instantly swallowed him whole. He was afraid. He lost control. He was plunged into utter despair. Why? Why? Why does your very cell contain the heat of the sun? Who are you really? Conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy. You set us up, every last one of us. I refuse to accept this. I won't submit. I am the true winner. I am the new god of the symbiotes. Howl babbled on, unwilling to accept defeat, voicing his rage and despair in his final moments of terror. Only now did he finally understand. It was all a setup. Right from the beginning, they had been puppets in this man's game. All Chun-Shi wanted was the strongest symbiote, so he could lure the last survivor, the ultimate victor, into his body and destroy them. How could Howl ever withstand the power of solar energy? Even if he was nearly immune to fire, the energy stored in Chun-Shi's cells was far hotter than mere thousands of degrees. After wiping out the howling consciousness, with the help of the system, the Kryptonian cells promptly devoured and broke it down into gene fragments. Of course, this kind of gene editing procedure is pretty impressive, and Chun-Shi did pay for it. Otherwise, no one would bother doing it for free. As he willed it, the symbiote's suit began to ripple slowly, as if a layer of black gel was being spread over his skin. This was much like Tony's future nanotechnology, but it was clearly a better fit than Tony's nanotech armor. At least the symbiote suit would never get snagged in awkward places. At this very moment, under the moonlight, the suit glowed with a dark, sinister sheen. Naturally, given his limited knowledge, he had never studied fashion design. He only knew a thing or two about tearing clothes off. Wanda could vouch for that. Every night, she ended up wearing little more than rags full of holes, with the chill wind sneaking in. The new suit perfectly fused the dark Superman suit from the movies with a sleek, dramatic cape. Billowing in the night breeze, it looked impressively imposing. How could DC's favorite sun suit, honed over years of design, possibly fall short? The only difference was that the original bold S insignia on the chest had been swapped out for a big, bold C. As for what the C stood for, well, that was up to interpretation. One thing was for sure, it definitely wasn't the symbol for any kind of plant. Lockdown, let's head back, Chunshi said. He had just casually tested out several transformations. These symbiotes had remarkable morphing abilities. Particularly, Riot's talent for shaping all sorts of cold weapons was downright dazzling. Understood, Master. Lockdown was the silent, ruthless type, never one to speak unless addressed directly. She had always appreciated that kind of personality. Lockdown, how about I get you some new gear? She suddenly offered. In his team, rewards and punishments had to be clear. Otherwise, how could he keep things under control? As the saying goes, why risk your life for just a few $100 a month? If people are willing to put their lives on the line for you, you've got to give them a little something extra. Sure, they were only mercenaries he'd hired, but even crocodile tears were sometimes necessary. Master, there's really no need. What could a planet as barren as Earth possibly offer? Lockdown replied, reluctant to contradict Shi, but valuing his own skin more. He had no desire to end up like Megatron, patched together with knockoff parts. Hey, you sure talk big for a little upstart. Just wait, I'll show you something that'll blow your mind. You'll be singing my praises, calling me boss 6 ways to Sunday. Shi snorted, casting a disdainful glance at this show-off. People ought to leave themselves a way out when they talk big. You probably don't know this yet, but Earth has a metal called vibranium that's famous across the universe. Trust me, it puts your sheet metal to shame. Huh? Now I really have to see this for myself. Lockdown's interest was instantly piqued. After all, he had wandered the cosmos for countless years just to upgrade his gear. He'd even dared to hunt Optimus Prime alone, proof enough of his madness. The small African nation of Wakanda, a so-called agricultural state masking itself as a superpower of technology, possessed a resource found nowhere else, vibranium. It could be said that this country was built upon vibranium mines, their wealth beyond description, yet the entire world saw them as poor, backward farmers. And yet, at this very moment, this impoverished and underdeveloped nation was about to receive a most despicable and unwelcome guest. The colossal roar of a starship shattered the quiet of this land, where night had only just fallen, 5 hours ahead of Malaysia's time zone, jolting the country awake. Wakanda's protective shield hadn't even had time to activate. They'd lived in peace for so long. No one could remember the last time they'd faced an invasion. The sudden crisis plunged all of Wakanda into chaos. After all, who would ever think to attack such a supposedly destitute and backward country? But the current Black Panther, Chaka, responded with remarkable decisiveness, immediately ordering the royal guards to launch their spacecraft and stand by. Should the warship in the sky make any move, they were to attack at once. Clearly, the starship above showed no signs of charging its weapons. There was still room for negotiation. After all, no one wanted war to scorch their own soil. The cost would be unimaginable. As the citizens of the capital, Burning Zana, stood on alert, eyes fixed on the vessel overhead, the bay doors of the ship hissed open, and a shadowy figure leapt down into the darkness. Such an entrance could only be seen as provocation, leaping directly into the royal palace. Was this not a blatant show of contempt for the palace guards? Predictably, within mere moments, Chunshi found himself surrounded by the Black Panther's elite guard. Spears of pure vibranium glinted coldly in the dark, ready to pierce him through in an instant. It struck Chun-Shi as bizarre, how a nation so advanced in technology would still favor hand-to-hand combat with cold steel. Was this some wild collision between savagery and civilization? Just then, as Chun-Shi stood encircled, he saw the Black Panther, Chaka, descend the palace steps, his eyes sharp and cold, fixed on Chun-Shi's shadowy form. Stranger from the stars? What brings you to Wakanda? Chaka demanded. Whether or not Chun-Shi understood was of no concern to him. Only now did Chun-Shi get a good look at this old fox. The night obscured the lines of his face. No offense meant, but those piercing eyes gleamed like a night bird's in the darkness. Chun-Shi chuckled. Your Excellency Chaka, I'm only here to borrow a bit of vibranium. I trust such a small request isn't too much to ask, is it? The atmosphere in the royal palace instantly tightened at his words. The young and hot-blooded Black Panther, Chala, flew into a rage at those words. Borrow some vibranium? That's outrageous. They clearly don't take Wakanda seriously at all. The other royal guards glared furiously as well, each of them itching to strike down this arrogant intruder on the spot. Damn it! The hot-tempered captain of the guard, Okoye, immediately sprang into action. Challen narrowed his eyes and didn't interfere. He, too, wanted to see what this uninvited guest was capable of. "You come at just the right time." Chun-Shi smiled faintly, eager to test the power of his symbiote battlesuit. As his body twisted slightly to the side, his right arm suddenly morphed into a shield to block Okoye's spear, while his left arm stretched out and transformed into a hammer, swinging down hard at her. Luckily, a nearby shield bearer managed to raise his shield just in time to block the blow. With just this one move, their eyes widened in shock. What kind of alien technology was this? Okoye barely had time to react. The attack was so bizarre and swift that she'd almost suffered a heavy loss. Enough! Chaka immediately called off the royal guards, who were about to surge forward as one. Cunning and experienced, he had no intention of letting blood be spilled. "Ah, so our friend from another world wants vibranium, is that it? Well, there's not much I can do. We've used up so much over the years. If you only want 100 kilos or so, I might be able to scrape that together." Chaka spoke with a genial smile. He knew that if they started a fight, Wakanda would only suffer. The stranger's abilities were unknown, and just that strange battle suit alone was far beyond their own technology. It was best to give him a little vibranium and send him on his way. Next time, he wouldn't be so lucky as to catch them with their shields down. Chun-Shi couldn't help but laugh at this, then shot back with a bit of nonsense. "Chaka, are you treating me like a beggar? Do you know how many resources it took me to cross millions of light years to get here? Just the fuel alone cost me 1 billion galactic credits. I'm not asking for too much. Just give me 10 tons of vibranium. I swear, once I have it, I'll leave immediately." Chun-Shi named an outrageous price. Knowing full well there was no way things would end peacefully today, there was bound to be a clash. There was no need to explain how precious vibranium was to Wakanda. Even Chaka's own brother would have lost a hand for trying to smuggle it out. "Should I take it that you're here to rob us, then?" Chaka narrowed his eyes, his tone cold and threatening. "What else? I'm here to rob you." One moment Chun-Shi was all smiles, the next his face turned icy. He wasn't about to pretend to be virtuous. Men as frank as him were rare indeed. Chaka's patience was not without limits. As king of Wakanda, he represented the dignity of an entire nation. There was only so much he could bear. Wakanda, forever! With a thunderous roar, the royal guards surged forward like a mighty tide, rushing toward Chun-Shi. Truly, a man's wealth can be his downfall. When the world's superpower rampages across the globe, burning, killing, and plundering, what can other nations do except voice their condemnation? Since time immemorial, might has always trumped right. If you strike first, I'll strike harder. That's the law of the land. The very ability to rebel becomes your crime. Wakanda possesses vibranium mines. This, too, is counted as its sin. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers came roaring in, yet Chun-Shi showed not a trace of fear or hesitation. Against a sea of foes, he advanced undaunted. In the darkness, he moved like a specter. With a sudden sweep, his arms split apart, transforming into a shield and a curved blade as he charged toward the royal guard. The moment steel met steel, there was a thunderous clash. Even if vibranium could absorb energy, what use was that against Chun-Shi's speed? No mere mortal could stand against him. With a swift reversal, he seized a spear and yanked hard. The Wakandan guard was helplessly dragged toward him. Though she wore vibranium armor, a single punch from Chun-Shi sent her flying, blood spraying from her lips, crashing into her comrades and toppling several more. Witnessing this, the other soldiers lunged as one, dozens of vibranium spears thrusting straight for Chun-Shi's back. But Chun-Shi stamped down and leapt high, evading their attacks with ease. As he descended, a flurry of merciless kicks sent the soldiers hurtling away, bloodied and battered. After all, ordinary vibranium armor could not hope to shield the entire body. Elsewhere, the mighty confinement was suffering bitterly, a walking bullseye, thanks to his sheer size. His energy attacks were being absorbed completely by a strange shield, leaving him on the defensive, struggling just to keep up. Fortunately, his agility and fighting skills were exceptional. Inside the palace, the chaos only deepened, with Chun-Shi now indistinguishable from the Wakandan warriors, making it impossible for them to use heavy, high-tech weaponry. He moved with blinding speed, his figure flickering almost as if he were teleporting. Every second, another soldier was sent flying. The ranks of badly wounded Wakandan soldiers swelled, yet Chun-Shi pressed forward unhurried, step by step approaching Chaka. Soldiers surrounded him on all sides, attacking with the fervor of men unafraid of death. Spears scraped his jet-black battlesuit, throwing off dazzling sparks but failing to harm him. Even vibranium energy rifles striking his back could not slow his advance. He climbed the steps, an unstoppable force, a grim reaper walking among mortals. The Wakandan soldiers could scarcely believe their eyes. What kind of armor was this? So fearsome that neither blade nor bullet could pierce it. Vibranium excels at defense, adamantium at offense, but not even Wakanda's finest could break through the defense of 4 symbiotes combined. To his right, someone attacked with a longsword. Chun-Shi slipped aside and delivered a kick to the attacker's left arm. There was a sickening crack. The arm exploded in a burst of flesh, and the man was hurled away, screaming in agony. What's the point of this? Chun-Shi said quietly. Unless your whole body is covered in vibranium, you're walking to your own death. My strength alone can shatter your insides. Chun-Shi shook his head slightly. If Wakanda's technology were truly formidable, perhaps there might still be hope. As for the others, they could only leave their fate to the heavens. As he drew closer step by step and looked up at Chaka, standing atop the stairs, the latter's face was pale, but he neither retreated nor tried to escape. If he ran now, what would become of his country's dignity? What would happen to the hearts of his people? Wakanda forever! Wakanda forever! Wakanda forever! With every step Chun-Shi took, dozens of soldiers would charge at him in desperate suicidal attacks, shouting "Long live Wakanda!" Their unflinching courage in the face of death made even Chun-Shi sigh and shake his head in quiet sorrow. Once upon a time, countless martyrs from his own land had acted this way too. No matter how ruthless the enemy, even when the odds were 10 to 1, they never abandoned the fight. Ah, what's the point of all this suffering? Chaka, are you really going to stand by and watch your people march to their deaths? They are your subjects. Chun-Shi's shout rang out like a bell at dawn, echoing with solemn gravity. Chaka's face twitched involuntarily, his eyes clouded with struggle. On one side was the dignity of Wakanda, on the other, the lives of his people. No, Wakanda's honor cannot be trampled. We cannot bow our heads, even in death. Okoye, the captain of the guards, shouted toward Chaka, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice ringing out with all her strength. In that moment, countless soldiers still charged at Chun-Shi, crying Wakanda forever, heedless of their own lives. Even knowing they were powerless to stop him, they rushed forward like moths to a flame. Young Black Panther T'Challa, clad in his vibranium suit and wielding twin daggers, leaped high, aiming for a deadly blow from above. But to Chun-Shi, his movements seemed painfully slow. As T'Challa descended, Chun-Shi spun and delivered a fierce whip kick, sending him flying. Other soldiers seized the moment to attack, but Chun-Shi grabbed a bundle of vibranium spears, swept the crowd with a powerful kick, and knocked down a swath of warriors. That's enough. Chaka, standing on the steps, could no longer bear it. He could not watch his people perish so senselessly. You win. I'll give you 10 tons of vibranium. Chaka cried out with a bitter, broken laugh. At last, he understood what it meant to thrive in hardship and perish in comfort. Wakanda had grown complacent for too long, like a fat sheep unable to run when the wolf arrived. If only you had realized this sooner. Why wait until now? Chun, she said quietly. Some people only understand the value of life when the blade is at their throat. At last, the Wakandan soldiers stopped, but nearly all of them glared at Chun-Shi with eyes full of hatred, wishing they could tear him to pieces. Sadly, no matter how fierce their gaze, it could not kill. Take it all. Chaka seemed like an aged lion, angry, yet utterly powerless. He looked completely unscathed, well, except for a bit of wear and tear on his battlesuit. Yet in the very next moment, with just a slight ripple, his suit repaired itself as if nothing had happened. In that instant, it was as if the entire world of Wakanda had collapsed. Well then, could it be that Wakanda's warriors are truly this weak? Not even able to break through his defenses? Can you believe that? This battle cost Wakanda dearly, yet it also shattered their beautiful illusion. Mind your tone. I'm quite pleased you agreed to hand over so much vibranium, but I don't appreciate the way you're speaking to me. Chaka almost choked on his own breath when he heard this. This guy's arrogance was simply off the charts. The Wakandan soldiers, who had just lowered their weapons, clenched them tightly again, just waiting for their king's command. But Chaka knew the odds were against him now. He forced himself to swallow his anger, managing to squeeze out a strained smile as he looked at Chun-Shi. You're right. I'll have 10 tons of vibranium prepared and delivered to you at once. Good, that's more like it. Although, I actually preferred your earlier defiant attitude. Do me a favor and get that confidence back, my friend. 10 tons of vibranium is nothing but a drop in the ocean for Wakanda. Chaka swallowed his resentment hard. No matter how this man taunted him, he dared not take it seriously. He hurried to arrange for the vibranium and attend to the wounded. Soon, a pile of vibranium was delivered right before Chun-Shi. Seeing 10 tons of the precious metal, he broke into a satisfied grin. It was worth $10,000 a gram. Laughing heartily, he clapped Chaka on the shoulder, the heavy smack nearly knocking the king apart. As expected of the Black King, wealthier than nations. Next time you're in trouble, come find me, Tony, in New York. I guarantee I'll handle everything perfectly. What? Tony Stark? No wonder his armor was so powerful, and he wielded alien technology. If he was Iron Man, everything made sense. A deafening roar of engines thundered through the Wakandan palace, purple-white flames scorching the air and distorting it with heat. Chun-Chi left, taking with him a vast haul of vibranium. As this harbinger of chaos departed, the people of Wakanda looked on in confusion, unsure whether to hate him or be grateful that he was finally gone. Chaka and Chala narrowed their eyes, watching the spaceship accelerate into the sky, their thoughts unreadable. Father, this is a rare opportunity. Should we try to blast that starship out of the sky? Young and impetuous, Chala stared grimly at the spaceship about to vanish from sight. Earlier, within Wakanda's borders, their hands had been tied. But now, with their full arsenal at the ready, their advanced technology could finally be put to use. Yet the shrewd Chaka shook his head. Can you guarantee you take him down? If he survives, we'll only invite a hidden enemy's deadly vengeance. Chala clenched his fists abruptly, his heart bleeding, yet he had no choice but to let them fall powerlessly at his sides. They simply couldn't afford to gamble and lose. Sometimes having a vast family and a powerful legacy isn't a blessing. Those with nothing have nothing to fear. If you can't strike a deadly blow, it's better to withdraw entirely. Do you truly believe he's Tony Stark? Chaka suddenly asked. Just a moment ago, he felt a fleeting sense of his own age, realizing Wakanda needed a young king to lead it forward. If it were the younger Chaka, if he were still the Black Panther in his prime, he certainly wouldn't have stood by and watched. He really was getting old. A moment ago, when he answered me so suddenly, I almost believed it. But that was just for an instant. Now that I think it over, technological breakthroughs are built on years of accumulation. Clearly, Tony doesn't have that. Chala furrowed his brow, pondering for a while before sharing his thoughts with his father, who responded with a gentle, approving smile. My son has grown up. Chaka felt a deep sense of pride. His son had courage, wisdom, and cared for the greater good. How could he not be delighted to have such an heir? Perhaps it's time to move the succession onto the agenda. Glancing at his son, Chaka quietly resolved in his heart. He's got tricks up his sleeve. I didn't even get the chance to go all out. Aboard the cosmic warship, Chun-Chi smiled and shook his head. The old are indeed the craftiest. Chaka didn't make a move, just as he'd expected. If it had been a young Chala, there would have definitely been a fight. Now, he didn't even have an excuse to go for the kill. As Superman, a symbol of justice, he might have a dark side, but not that dark. Even the Americans need a pretext when they seize resources, missing soldiers, capturing fugitives, and so on. A mere 10 tons of vibranium seemed like a drop in the ocean for Wakanda. After all, they had tens of thousands of tons. Lockdown, start researching how to turn vibranium into transformium, Chun-Chi said. Contentment brings happiness. There's no need to be too greedy. When he runs out of vibranium in the future, he can always buy a bit more from Wakanda. Don't worry, Master. I finally understand just how valuable Wakanda's vibranium is. Who would have thought Earth hid such a super advanced civilization? If not for you, I'm sure I'd have been trapped there for good today. For the first time, Lockdown was truly convinced. Looking back, he still felt lingering fear. He'd almost been caught for good. As long as you remember that, Earth is full of hidden talents. Especially watch out for that guy named Eric. You don't get along with him. And he calls himself Magneto. If you ever run into him, don't hesitate, just run, Chun-Chi warned. Why? Is he really that powerful? Could he possibly be even stronger than you, Master? Lockdown asked, puzzled. Haha, not all. No matter how powerful he is, at the end of the day, he's still a fragile, long-range mage. His power is controlling magnetic fields, completely useless against me. But you, on the other hand, are in for a rough time. Chun-Chi explained with a gentle smile, making it clear for confinement. At that moment, confinement immediately straightened up, the image of himself being mercilessly crushed into a pile of scrap metal flashing through his mind. Shivering, confinement quickly nodded in agreement. He'd also seen the photo Chun-Chi had shown him. That face was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Just arriving on Earth, confinement knew next to nothing about this planet. In his mind, Earth was nothing special, just a world of ordinary people. It was only through Chun-Chi's explanations that he realized how ignorant he'd been. This Earth was nothing like the one he'd imagined. There were actually superhumans, mutants, metas, magicians, and even cultivators, a wild mixture of all sorts of mysterious powers. Back in New York, Chun-Chi looked at the peacefully sleeping Wanda and felt much more at ease, knowing that the Terminators were keeping watch from the shadows. Thank you both for your hard work. Chun-Chi smiled and patted the shoulders of Boda and Boair. This time, his gratitude was truly heartfelt. Wanda's safety spoke for itself. He also instructed Red Queen to notify him at the slightest sign of trouble. Though he was well hidden for now, he knew exposure was only a matter of time. Could anyone really afford to underestimate a nation's machinery? Boss, there's no need to thank us. This is our reason for existing. You gave us a purpose, Boda replied earnestly, her tone deadly serious. Maybe, one day, you'll become truly human. The two of them didn't quite understand, but they still longed for that possibility. The biggest difference between them and humans was the absence of soul. Life seemed to settle into a rare calm. Peter Parker had become Spider-Man, and the story of an underdog's rise was just beginning. Hey, Mr. Chun-Shi, can I buy you dinner? That evening, Chun-Shi received a call for Parker. Sure, just tell me where. Chun-Shi was genuinely curious about why Parker wanted to treat him to a meal. Had the kid finally realized that money is a man's backbone? After hanging up, he asked Wanda if she wanted to come, but it was clear she wasn't interested in interrupting his night out for drinks. Besides, she didn't know Peter Parker, nor did she want to. Since Wanda declined, Chun-Shi didn't insist. But when he arrived at the agreed location, he discovered that it wasn't just Parker waiting for him. His good friends Harry and Gwen were there too. Perhaps knowing Chun, she wasn't fond of Mary Jane, Parker had thoughtfully chosen not to invite her. Hey, the great screenwriter is here. Parker stood up first to greet him, while Harry, the well-mannered rich kid, seemed a bit reserved. For him, having dinner with his idol was simply beyond imagination. Gwen's gaze lingered on Chun-Shi, as if searching for her own answer. Noticing this, Parker joked, Gwen, can you stop swooning? What if you scare Mr. Chun-Shi away? That wouldn't do at all. Sorry, it's just that he reminds me so much of someone, Gwen replied, withdrawing her gaze awkwardly with a shy smile. Who does he remind you of? Your dream guy? I bet there are millions of girls across America who feel the same way, Harry teased. Oh, come on, it's not like that. I'm serious, Gwen protested, her cheeks tinged with a blush. All right, enough of that. Let's order. It's truly an honor to meet Mr. Chun-Shi today, Harry said, his emotional intelligence far outshining Parker's as he quickly stepped in to steer the conversation away. He knew girls could be sensitive about such things. Harry understood Parker's tendency to be frugal, but since they were treating Chun-Shi to dinner, there was no way it could be stingy. He promptly handed the menu to Chun-Shi. I'm easy, anything's fine. You and Parker can decide, just don't go overboard, Chun-Shi said with a casual shake of his head, ticking off a few dishes before passing the menu back to Parker. Dining out with friends was always like this, everyone politely pushing decisions back and forth. Although Parker was usually careful with money, he could be generous when it mattered. To him, Tobey Maguire's version of Spider-Man was the real deal, reliable and steadfast. Even though they weren't very close yet, they were all young and shared similar interests, so the conversation flowed easily. Especially when Chun-Shi spoke about the future. His words painted a world so compelling, the others couldn't help but yearn for it. Chun-Shi, no wonder you can write such brilliant scripts. Listening to your vision for the future, I finally understand why you're so successful, Parker said, full of admiration. Once everyone became more familiar, Chun-Shi insisted they all just use his name. He was never fond of formalities. Gwen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was utterly fascinated by the world Chun-Shi described. If only the future could really be, as he said. But Chun-Shi's words were only half true. The future would be filled with all sorts of challenges. Taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, Parker confided that he wanted to follow Chun-Shi's lead. He didn't want to waste his talents or let life pass him by. Parker, have you really thought this through? You're meant for greatness on your own. If you come with me, you might have to do things that go against your sense of justice, Chun-Shi said, lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag. He patted Parker's shoulder and asked with genuine seriousness. He understood that Parker's sudden interest was partly because Mary Jane's boyfriend drove a flashy car to pick her up, and Parker longed for something similar. Following Chun, she was more an impulse than a plan. According to the development of the story, his uncle will also lose his life because he goes to participate in underground boxing matches. It was his momentary lapse, letting the robber go, that led to his uncle's death, and that finally made him realize what it truly means that with great power comes great responsibility. Although Chun-Shi saw this so-called principle as nothing more than hypocritical moral coercion, someone still had to stand up for justice. If the world were full of despicable, shameless people like him, wouldn't everything fall into chaos? Chun-Shi didn't think he was being overly saintly. If Parker could commit himself wholeheartedly to his team, Chun-Shi would welcome him with open arms. But if Parker wavered, he would always remain a hidden risk. Parker hadn't expected Chun-Shi to be so serious about all of this. He thought he was just on a film set to do stunt work or some difficult moves. From what Chun-Shi was saying, did he mean breaking the law? That left Parker dumbfounded for quite a while. After all, he was still just a high schooler. He hadn't thought that far ahead. He needed to experience a few things first. All right, think it over. There are some dark corners of the world you might not believe exist, but they most certainly do. With a pat on Parker's shoulder, Chun-Shi turned and left. When he returned to the private room, he found that Harry had already settled the bill. Parker's lucky to have a friend like you. Cherish your friendship, Chun-Shi said with a smile. To say he wasn't envious would be a lie. Harry and Parker's bond was truly something rare. Unfortunately, he didn't have a single real friend. At most, Tony Stark could count as a half-hearted companion, but even then, Chun-Shi had just watched Tony walk into disaster without trying to stop him. If Tony ever found out about that, he'd probably want to strangle him. I've known Parker for years now, and I believe we'll be lifelong friends, Harry replied, beaming with pride. His bond with Parker was so close, they might as well share a pair of pants. Chun-Shi let it go at that. After all, sometimes even brotherhood can't compete with romance. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. In the restaurant parking lot, Parker saw Gwen hesitating and wanted to call her over, but Harry quickly stopped him. Don't be such a fool, Parker. Mind your own business. Let's go. Harry was sharp enough to read the situation. With Parker still confused, he slammed on the gas and sped away. So, Gwen, is there something you want to say? Chun-Shi asked, already knowing the answer. He just wanted to tease her. After a few moments of silence, Gwen looked up and fixed her gaze on Chun-Shi, speaking each word carefully. Is it really you? What do you think, you little girl whose legs turned to jelly out of fright? Chun-Shi replied, eyes full of mischief as he looked straight into hers. As his words fell, a wave of joy swept over Gwen. She covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes shimmering with tears of happiness. Hey, come on now. Do you really have to be this worked up? If someone didn't know better, they'd think I did something terrible to you. Chun-Shi could never claim to understand a woman's heart. Calling it as unfathomable as the ocean's depths would be an understatement. At this moment, Gwen was so overwhelmed with excitement that she couldn't utter a single word. She had never felt so nervous before. Her emotions were a tangled knot of exhilaration and apprehension. Oh my God, her very own superhero turned out to be the idol she'd admired from afar. Was there anything in the world more perfect than this? Yet amidst all this joy, anxiety crept in. Was she really just an ordinary girl? Nothing special except perhaps a pretty face and a good figure? Other than that, did she have anything to offer? Could someone as plain as her ever be worthy of him? Was she just a little duckling dreaming of becoming a swan? Or worse, a toad hoping to eat swan's meat? On one point, though, she was mistaken. When it came to self-admiration, she and Chun-Shi were actually quite alike. Let me drive you home, Chun-Shi offered, so your father won't worry about someone running off with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid he'll come after me with a shotgun again. Gwen burst out laughing at his words, remembering how her dad had once pointed a gun at Chun-Shi and gotten an earful in return. If those two ever met again, it would surely be a sight to see. All right, the clouds are clearing. Let's go, Chun-Shi said. With the utmost gentlemanly grace, Chun-Shi opened the car door for her. This time, he was keeping things low-key, having chosen to drive a Ferrari. It's gorgeous. Gwen couldn't help but gasp at the luxurious sports car. Like many girls, she adored fast cars and had a fondness for animals, horses, bulls, and the like. But with her family situation, there was no way they could afford a Ferrari supercar. If they could, they wouldn't be living next door to the Parkers. Haha, do you like it? I'll give it to you, Chun-Shi said breezily. To him, it was just a car. His garage was already overflowing, and sponsors seemed to shower him with vehicles as if they were free giveaways. Gwen's eyes lit up instantly. Was it a thing for the rich to win people over with supercars? As much as she loved sports cars, she never coveted things that didn't belong to her. She simply ran her hand over the dashboard, marveling at it. If there's something I want, I'll work hard to earn it myself. But as they say in your hometown, you don't accept rewards you haven't earned. Not bad, Chun-Shi replied. Girls with the right values are hard to come by these days, especially in a world so obsessed with material things. As the city lights flickered outside, Chun-Shi gazed out the window, lost in his thoughts. He was reminded of Wanda at home. She was just like Gwen. That girl never touched his luxury cars, choosing instead to buy herself a Mini with the salary he gave her. Do you have a girlfriend? Gwen asked. Are there all kinds of rumors about you and young, beautiful actresses like Stuart or Emma or Margot? Western girls tended to be lively and bold, never shy about expressing their feelings, and Gwen was no exception. But as soon as she finished speaking, a wave of regret washed over her. The more she said, the less confident she felt. She wished she could just slap herself. Oh, are you hoping to be my girlfriend? Chun-Shi turned his head, smiling at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. There's no such thing. Really, I was just asking casually. Gwen didn't dare meet Chun-Chi's teasing gaze, and the warmth and magnetism in his voice only made her secretly more captivated. She could feel her little heart thumping wildly, each beat even stronger because of what she just said, especially now, squeezed into this tiny space with her very own superhero and long-admired idol. The air between them grew increasingly charged, the ambiguous tension thickening, especially with the man beside her, those unfairly handsome eyes and that devilishly attractive face. How could any woman withstand such an intense, penetrating look? She was afraid that if she dared look at him a moment longer, she'd fall for him completely. Damn it, the man just had too many dazzling auras. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Chun-Chi chuckled as he withdrew his gaze. He could practically feel her heart about to leap right out her chest. The way Gwen's breathing rose and fell, it was almost dramatic. Of course I have a girlfriend, he said, feigning seriousness. Come on, a man as outstanding as me. Wouldn't I need at least 10 girlfriends? He gave her a straight-faced reply, though if he thought about it, his only real girlfriend was Wanda. Women, though, he'd lost count. Birds of a feather, after all. He couldn't deny that Tony's bad influence had rubbed off on him. What, 10 girlfriends? That many? Gwen's eyes went wide in shock. People always say the entertainment industry is chaotic, but this is on another level. Everyone had heard the rumors about showbiz, but she hadn't expected it to be so wild. I'm just messing with you. Gwen instantly let out a sigh of relief. Of course he couldn't really have 10 girlfriends. But then Chun-Chi's next words plunged her right back into emotional turmoil. I do have a girlfriend, though. I'll introduce you someday. She hadn't cared when he joked about having a dozen girlfriends. But hearing about just one girlfriend, that, for some reason, made her fall silent. Because that had to mean she was the real deal. Sure, maybe another time. Gwen replied absent-mindedly, feeling as if her own wishful thinking had come to a crashing end before anything had even begun, a heartbreak before the story could start. Gwen, oh Gwen, are you naive or what? How could a guy this amazing not have a girlfriend? You're just a plain little duckling. How could you ever hope to match up? A gentle little angel version of Gwen tried to comfort her softly. Nonsense. If you swing your shovel hard enough, there's no wall you can't tear down. Go for it. Dig deep and dig hard. A devilish little Gwen cheered her on, full of fierce determination. You want your master to be the other woman? Ridiculous. Are they married? No, right? In love, there are only winners and losers. There's no right or wrong. The angel and devil on her shoulders instantly broke into a furious argument, practically coming to blows. Gwen's head spun, her thoughts chasing each other in chaos. Chun-Chi, watching Gwen's expressive face change more rapidly than a Sichuan opera mask, couldn't help but burst into a soft laugh. This girl was just too funny. He had no interest in hiding his situation. Skulking around like a petty thief was beneath him. If he couldn't even handle a young girl like Gwen, he might as well hang himself with a noodle and be done with it. How about grabbing a drink at a bar? Chun-Chi said with a smile. If she was still innocent and unworldly, he'd show her the splendors of the world. If her heart had already grown weary, he'd take her to ride the carousel. But a woman whose heart had already been hardened by life, well, he wasn't in the habit of sharing trenches with other men. Given Gwen's strict upbringing, he guessed she'd never been to a bar, and the law probably wouldn't even allow her to drink. Gwen, who had never set foot in a bar, immediately lit up with excitement. She'd always heard her more rebellious classmates rave about how fun bars were, full of handsome guys and pretty girls. She'd been itching to try it herself. Sure, I've never been to one before. Will I seem totally clueless? I don't know anything about these places. 235th, a famous bar on Manhattan's Fifth Avenue. This place was nothing like those rowdy dives. Here, just a single tab could easily run into the thousands, making it a high-end spot far beyond the reach of most working folks. Naturally, Chun-Chi chose to enjoy himself at a place like this. At least there weren't many brainless troublemakers to ruin your mood. The entrance was lined with luxury cars, all in a row. Even if high-end cars were somewhat cheaper here, they were still a symbol of extravagance. As Chun-Chi's Ferrari pulled up, the security guard at the door immediately broke into an eager smile and rushed over to open the door for him. The more luxury cars, the better the business looked. If even the rich and powerful showed up, the place had to be top tier. Good evening, sir, welcome. The guard didn't even finish his sentence before clapping a hand over his mouth in shock. A wave of astonishment swept over him. He never imagined he'd have the honor of opening the door for the greatest screenwriter of the century. Should keep it quiet? Here, take care of the car for me. She quickly gestured for silence, smiling as he spoke. Why, yes, sir, absolutely no problem. Oh my God. Oh my God. The guard nodded so hard he nearly lost his balance. If he weren't worried about looking crazy, he might have shouted his excitement out loud. To park a car for such a legendary screenwriter. Surely, God was smiling on him today. After work, he'd have to rush out and buy a lottery ticket. Gwen, sitting in the passenger seat, stared in disbelief. Even the security guard seemed fanatical about him. Once again, she was struck by just how unattainable the man beside her was. She even wondered if his influence could sway an election. He might even surpass that other legendary figure with ease. I must be out of my mind. Capital would never let an Easterner stand above everyone else. That would be the end of the country as we know it. Gwen quickly pushed away such reckless thoughts. This wasn't something a regular person like her should be speculating about. To avoid causing a commotion, Chun-Shi only entered the bar after putting on his sunglasses, which made things much more manageable. At this bustling bar, you wouldn't get a private room without a reservation. Of course, he could easily get one with just a word, but since tonight was all about showing Gwen a different side of life, a simple booth would do just fine. With the bar's reputation, it hardly needed much marketing. The stage was left entirely to the guests, who could perform as they pleased. What would you like to drink? Chun-Shi asked with a friendly smile, but Gwen's eyes were glued to the stage, watching a blonde woman dance with wild abandon. The sheer energy and freedom made her envious. How can they be so uninhibited? I really admire people who are so fearless. Because they've let go, Chun-Shi replied with a knowing grin, and that's how they find their freedom. Stop it. Don't assume everyone's so complicated. Gwen wasn't naive. She shot him a look, fully aware of what he was hinting at. Haha, you're right, Chun-Shi said, changing the subject. Go ahead and order whatever you like from the drinks menu. How about a cocktail? No thanks, I'm not having a cocktail. I want to try something strong, something I've never tasted before. Gwen refused immediately. What's so special about cocktails anyway? All right, it's up to you, Chun-Shi shrugged. As long as you can handle it, I've got no problem. After all, it's not me who'll be in trouble when we get home. George Stacy is probably already setting up a manhunt for Gwen by now. Then I'll make sure you pay for a good round. Gwen's eyes sparkled at the sight of all those unfamiliar bottles. Angostura wine, Johnny Walker whiskey, and more. You really aren't afraid of getting in trouble, are you? Chun-Shi said, half admiring, half amused. Me? In trouble? George? He wouldn't dare. Gwen pouted defiantly. She wasn't scared of him. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Chun-Shi teased, though he could see the mix of nerves and excitement glinting in her eyes. Soon, a pretty waitress delivered their drinks. Gwen wasted no time and poured herself a glass. Watching Gwen's eyes water and her face scrunch up from the burn, Chun-Shi couldn't help but laugh. She really was fearless, charging straight into 50-proof liquor. Come on, you'd better have some snacks. Who starts their night with 50-proof spirits when they've never had a drink before? It's so spicy, my mouth is on fire. Gwen gasped and fanned her mouth, sticking out her tongue as if to cool it down. Thankfully, the bar provided a fruit platter and some snacks, which helped take the edge off the fiery sting. Unconvinced, Gwen poured herself another glass of wine. She hadn't even bothered to check the price. Little did she know, each glass cost over $1,000. The Dura wine, however, was much milder, making it a perfect choice for a beginner like her. Watching Gwen's flushed cheeks and the way she squinted her eyes with a playful charm, Chun-Shi found himself thinking how endearing and lovely girls could be when they drank. In high spirits, Gwen declared that the bar's music was simply irresistible and insisted on dragging Chun-Shi onto the dance floor with her. Chun-Shi wasn't particularly interested in this sort of thing, but he knew the dance floor in a bar wasn't exactly filled with gentlemen. Reluctantly, he followed along. As the alcohol took hold, Gwen flung off her jacket, her graceful figure instantly drawing a chorus of wolf whistles from the local troublemakers, whose eyes lit up with excitement. But the moment they caught sight of Chun-Shi, all that bravado vanished. Even though wearing sunglasses in a dark bar made him seem a bit pretentious, the gleam of his $1 million watch flashing in the dim light was enough to keep them at bay. Whether they were social elites or heirs to fortunes, none of these young men would risk offending someone like him over a woman. How could he possibly be? By the railing on the second floor, an elegant woman of breathtaking beauty gazed at Chun-Shi in surprise. The perfect curve of her silhouette was enough to make anyone lose themselves in admiration. Gwen's dancing needed no further praise. Girls from these countries always seemed to know how to move. After one song, she was still craving more, her passion ignited by the music. Years of being the obedient daughter had left her with a reservoir of unexpressed desire, now bursting forth on the dance floor. Lost in the moment, Gwen didn't notice as a blonde-haired troublemaker sidled up. Chun-Shi, however, caught on immediately. This guy was clearly looking for trouble. Hey kid, your girlfriend's pretty great. Mind if I have a drink with her? Clearly more than a few drinks in, the blonde leered at Chun-Shi with a cocky slouch, utterly dismissive. Boss, want me to break this damn brat's legs and toss him out? A burly man, built like a bear and standing protectively beside the woman, spoke coldly. No one dared offend their most distinguished guests. Those who tried paid the price. No need. You wouldn't be able to take him down anyway. The woman shook her head gently, her tone calm. What? Him? The bearer of a bodyguard glanced skeptically at the scrawny blonde, not buying it for a second. He's a mutant, the woman said with a mysterious smile, the curve of her lips impossible to read. With a soft sigh, she added, what a lucky girl she is. The bodyguard was left completely baffled. Mutants usually meant trouble. How could that make someone lucky? As for this troublemaker, Chun-Shi genuinely wondered how someone with such little sense could survive. Was it really as the song goes? Are men supposed to be fearless, or do they just rely on dumb luck? Gwen, a little anxious, tugged at Chun-Shi's hand. Please don't kick him to death. She was genuinely worried Chun-Shi might kick this guy so hard he'd lose control right there. Oh wow, I'm so scared. Turns out your boyfriend's a tough guy, huh? The blonde troublemaker, acting like a pig unafraid of boiling water, kept taunting them, completely unaware of how disgusting his tone and voice really were. Chun-Shi patted Gwen's slightly tense hand and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly struck. A resounding slap echoed in everyone's ears, and the blonde's face swelled visibly in an instant. You want to die? The blonde's fury exploded. Everyone in the business knows, never hit someone in the face. That's more than a fight. It's a declaration of war. Before he could finish his threat, Chun-Shi slapped his left cheek just as hard, leaving the guy utterly stunned. The onlookers were baffled too. So much for fighting fair. Was Chun-Shi really ambushing him like that? Now that's perfectly symmetrical, Chun-Shi quipped, mocking and unfazed by the blonde's blazing rage, as if daring him to try something drastic. Just as the crowd waited to see how the blonde would retaliate, he pulled a lighter from his pocket. Everyone froze. Was he backing down after his 2 slaps? About to light a cigarette for the boss? Laughter and jeers broke out all around. Ah, what a wimp. Damn, you're a big guy. At least act like a man. Pathetic. What a disgrace. Hey buddy, go get him. Come on. The bar crowd taunted the blonde mercilessly, while Chun-Shi watched the lighter in his hand and felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Kid, you mess with Pyro John. You're dead, you hear me? The blonde bellowed, furious and full of bluster, ready to explode with rage and determined to make Chun-Shi suffer. Suddenly, it clicked for Chun-Shi. Now he recognized that lighter-wielding gesture. So this guy was Pyro, that second-rate mutant. A third-level mutant, and not a particularly impressive one at that. Always bragging about being part of some fire and ice duo with Iceman, though who knew where he got that kind of confidence? So what? Did Charles tell you mutants could just stir up trouble for your own kind in public? Chun-Shi sneered, his words dripping with disdain. Sure enough, at the mention of Charles, Pyro John shrank back. He knew full well that the professor forbade them from using their mutant powers to bully ordinary people. If the professor found out, he'd be grounded for years, no question. But he couldn't just let himself be beaten without payback. Bristling with defiance, Fireman John stiffened his neck and scoffed coldly. If you're a real man, come with me to an empty alley and settle this. Sure thing. Chun-Shi agreed cheerfully and without hesitation. If someone was in a hurry to court death, wasn't that just perfect? Fine. If you have guts, follow me. With another snort, Fireman John strode out. Chun-Shi followed him calmly and unhurried, while the onlookers simply shook their heads and lost interest. Scenes like this were all too common here. Boss, should we step in and stop them? No need. Let them settle it themselves. This time, Charles is in for a big loss, haha. The stunningly beautiful woman replied coolly, a captivating smile flickering across her lips. The burly man beside her quickly turned away, pretending not to notice. Fireman John led Chun-Shi through several twists and turns, soon arriving at a deserted alley. Bathed in moonlight, he finally looked the part. With a practiced flourish, he whipped out a lighter. A single press, and a plume of fire blazed skyward. Under his control, the flames danced and twisted, radiating an intimidating power. Oh my god, he's a mutant, Gwen gasped, covering her mouth in shock. No wonder this guy was so cocky. He actually had some real skills. Seeing Gwen's astonishment, Fireman John seemed to forget the pain on his piggish face. He strutted, Kid, there's still time to get on your knees and beg for mercy. And beauty, what do you think? Don't you think I'm worthy? Wouldn't you rather be with a powerhouse like me, instead of that weakling? Gwen was speechless. Where did this guy get his confidence from? But while he was showing off, Chun-Shi vanished from his sight in a flash, swift as lightning. Damn it, another mutant. Fireman John's face drained of color as he cried out in shock. Then a wave of excruciating pain hit him, doubling him over. Whoosh. Crash. He arced through the air and landed, right in the trash bin with a heavy thud. Damn. It all. Veins bulged on Fireman John's forehead as he broke out in a cold sweat from the agony. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself not to retch as he struggled out of the toppled bin. You're dead meat. Roaring with rage, Fireman John summoned all his might, sending a serpent of fire hurtling toward Chun-Shi, abandoning all restraint. But this little trick was child's play. Chun-Shi didn't even bother to dodge. Suddenly, his body rippled, and a pitch-black suit of armor instantly enveloped him, blocking everything. What harm could a lighter's flame do to him? With a casual wave, his arm shot out like a whip, spanning several meters to clamp firmly around Fireman John's neck and drag him right up to Chun-Shi. You. John the Human Torch was dumbfounded. What in the world was this demon? Where had this bizarre suit come from all of a sudden? The abrupt turn of events shattered everything he thought he knew. He'd seen people transform before. Wasn't Colossus just like that? But never had he imagined someone like Chun-Shi. What do you mean, what? Chun-Shi scoffed coldly, raising his hand and breaking John's arm with a single motion. A stabbing pain shot through him again, and John howled in agony, a sound that pierced the night. Never in his life had he suffered like this. Under Charles's protection, everything had always gone his way. If you've got the guts, kill me. Otherwise, one day, I'll make you pay a terrible price. The searing pain left him drenched in sweat, his face ghostly pale. Still, his eyes glared at Chun-Shi, burning with hatred. He truly didn't know when to quit. Even Chun-Shi was taken aback. Damn, this guy's something else. And for someone this remarkable, there was only one way to help him, grant his wish. With a sharp crack, Chun-Shi twisted his neck. John the Human Torch died with eyes wide open, frozen in disbelief. How could he dare kill me? Isn't he afraid of the professor's revenge? Gwen was stunned too, watching this man, clad in pitch-black armor and exuding a demonic aura, take a life so easily. It shattered her entire worldview. What's wrong? Scared? Didn't I tell you not to come? Chun-Shi turned to her with a carefree smile, as if nothing had happened. That was a life you just took. Gwen could hardly process it. Her superhero, did he really have such a dark side? I didn't kill him. He brought this on himself. Chun-Shi replied flatly. Nonsense, I saw you snap his neck. Gwen protested, her voice trembling with anger. How could he still deny it? Did you now? Didn't you hear him begging for death? If I hadn't granted his wish, wouldn't that make me the cruel one? And did you not hear him say he'd kill me if I let him go today? If it were up to you, would you rather I killed him now or wait for him to come after me later? Could you really handle a sneak attack in the dark? Chun-Shi argued, every word ringing with conviction. Besides, someone like him, always ready to kill, someone that twisted shouldn't be allowed to live. If I let him go today, tomorrow it might be innocent people who suffer. So, do you think he deserved to die? And most of all, he coveted your beauty. If I wasn't by your side and let him go, only for him to come back and hurt you, I'd never forgive myself. For you, I'll bear the burden of being called a murderer. He deserved it. Gwen echoed his words, dazedly. Her mind flashed with memories of mutant crimes, even large-scale killings gone out of control. And the words Chun-Shi spoke after that made her heart pound wildly. Oh my goodness, what does he mean by that? Could it be that he did all this because he likes me? Oh Gwen, it's all your fault. If it weren't for protecting you, he wouldn't have had to kill anyone. So you see, I wasn't just ridding the world of evil. I wanted to make sure you were safe too. With a warm smile, Chun-Shi gently patted her head. Wasn't it just too easy to sway such a gentle little lamb? Seeing how lost in thought she was, Chun-Shi knew he'd completely muddled her mind. No need to worry. She'll convince herself soon enough. Paying no attention to Gwen, who was lost in her own world, he bought a bottle of corpse-dissolving fluid from the system store. With just a single drop, it was as if he'd never set foot in this world at all. Products from the system always live up to the hype. No wonder it's a standard tool for a predator. The results are simply impeccable. Red Queen, erase all the surveillance footage nearby. Yes, master. The dark alley slumbered in silence, as if nothing had ever happened there. On the way home, Gwen grew increasingly anxious, nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. It was obvious she'd already guessed what awaited her, an enraged George, likely ready to give her a scolding. Sure enough, when they arrived, George was crouched by the flower bed outside their house, his face thunderous, waiting for Gwen. Parker was there too, nervously trying to explain something, no doubt desperately trying to smooth things over for her. The moment a luxury sports car glided to a stop at their door, George exploded with rage, charging over like an enraged lion. As soon as Gwen and Chun-Shi stepped out, he couldn't hold back any longer. He stormed over and roared. So, kid, you've got some nerve. Courting the police chief's daughter, are you? You must have guts. Ahem. Looks like you're suspected of kidnapping women and children. Better come with me to the station for questioning. Chun-Shi couldn't help but laugh at the old man. Nobody abuses their power quite as enthusiastically as you do. Dad, what are you talking about? What kidnapping? Gwen protested with a pout, completely at a loss. Since when did I become a woman? Anyway, I haven't even started on you yet, and you've got the nerve to talk back? Look at yourself. Reek of alcohol. Acting nothing like a lady. Instead of learning good things, you're busy chasing after rich men. George Stacy's words rattled out like a machine gun, bombarding Gwen with criticism. He was convinced that, in the end, it was all because his daughter lacked self-respect. Ugh, am I really that hopeless? Gwen shrugged helplessly, feeling utterly defeated. Chun-Shi found the old guy rather amusing. Maybe Parker's legendary verbal sparring skills came from him. Ahem, Mr. Stacy, I'm really not a bad person. I just think your daughter has a real talent for acting, and she's got great presence. I wanted to invite her to work on a film project with me. That's all. Chun-Shi improvised smoothly. A talent scout? That trick might fool those naive girls dreaming of instant fame. But you think you can fool me? Ridiculous. George Stacy let out a disdainful laugh. After all these years, what kind of people hadn't he seen? Uncle George, you have to believe him. He really can make Gwen a big star. Parker chimed in from the side, trying to vouch for him. Him? Who does he think he is? Do you honestly believe he's Chun-Shi? George Stacy not only scoffed, but even looked down his nose at them. Parker and Gwen exchanged a helpless glance before answering. Yes, he really is. What a joke. If he's Chun-Shi, then I, George Stacy, will eat my own shoes. To him, it was laughable. How could two students like Parker and Gwen possibly know someone that important? Gwen was instantly deflated. This guy was just... nothing more to say now. But as Chun-Shi slowly took off his sunglasses, the mocking smile faded from George Stacy's face, his voice trailing off until he was completely dumbstruck. Well, do you believe us now, you stubborn old man? Gwen grinned mischievously, savoring the moment. Looks like it's your turn to be caught off guard, old man. Mr. George Stacy, do you believe us now? Chun-Shi spoke calmly, having long grown indifferent to this kind of posturing. It was only now that George Stacy finally snapped out of it, clutching his forehead in utter shock and shouting, "Oh my God! My God, it really is you! Oh my God! How can my daughter get this lucky? It's like a dream! Oh my God! Oh my, this is unbelievable!" Watching her father overwhelmed with excitement, Gwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. They made it through. After some brief pleasantries inside, George Stacy welcomed him with boundless enthusiasm. He was practically ready to hand his daughter over right then and there. Saying goodbye to the ecstatic Stacy family, Chun-Shi finally relaxed. Sometimes, too much hospitality could be exhausting. When Chun-Shi got home late that night, he saw the living room light was still on, and a warm, tender feeling washed over him. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and Wanda was still up, waiting for him. The moment he opened the door, Wanda threw herself into his arms. "Why are you still up? It's so late," Chun-Shi said gently, stroking her hair. "I can't sleep when you're not here," Wanda mumbled, burying her head against his chest. "Silly girl." Chun-Shi smiled softly, holding the sweet, sleepy Wanda as they quietly headed upstairs. Wanda, exhausted but content, drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep with a satisfied smile, while Chun-Shi's eyes remained as alert as an owl's in the night. He was debating whether to give Wanda a boost in power. This girl was just too weak. He insisted, first and foremost, that it wasn't because he had any desire to make things more exciting for himself. He was genuinely concerned about her safety. There was no doubt about Wanda's potential. If given the right kind of mental stimulus, she could absolutely awaken her chaos magic. But the kind of stimulus shown in the movies was nothing short of disaster and destruction, and he had no intention of letting Wanda go through such agony just to unlock her abilities. A gentler method would be to get the Mind Stone and use its power to awaken her chaos magic, then seize the Darkhold to help her fully realize her potential. But who knew where Thanos was drifting around with the Mind Stone? There was no telling where he might have taken it. To wait for Loki to deliver the Mind Stone to their doorstep would take another 4 years, an agonizingly long wait. Chun-Shi thought to himself, there's no way he could wait 4 years. By then, everything would have gone cold. Was he an idiot to waste so much time? There was no need to enhance any other abilities. Chaos magic was already the highest tier, and adding more would only be a burden. Everyone had their own path best suited for them. Physical frailty had always been a mage's Achilles heel. If an enemy who could teleport managed to ambush you, it could mean instant defeat. Just look at Thor and Ebony Maw. That much was obvious. I can afford any potions or rare treasures that can enhance physical fitness. Got any recommendations for me? At this moment, Chun-Shi appeared in the system's space, forcibly waking up the system that had gone into sleep mode. This thing was unbelievably lazy. Whenever he called for help, it was nowhere to be found. The most common choice is the Super Soldier Serum, but I don't think it suits Wanda. It's just not powerful enough. There's also the T-Virus Serum, cheap too, only costs 300 justice points. The T-Virus Serum? Isn't that way too dangerous? Chun-Shi shook his head, immediately rejecting the T-Virus Serum. He wouldn't even consider something so dangerous. Of course, there's also an enhanced version, the perfect T-Virus Serum. It can perfectly adapt to any host, and its effects are 8 to 10 times stronger than the regular version. With a flourish, the system pulled up a picture of the perfect version. Chun-Shi was a little tempted, but he decided to see if there was anything better. Any other options? Compound V. What was Compound V? A serum made by maniacs. Don't get worked up. Let me think, oh right. How about Wolverine's Serum? Can we not use drugs that involve self-mutilation? Popping claws through your own flesh really hurts, you know. There's also the X-Gene Serum. It can enhance physical fitness 5-fold, and comes from a post-apocalyptic world. Oh, and what about the Phoenix Fruit? Though it's a bit pricey, you probably can't afford it. Chun-Shi felt his head spinning from all the information, but in the end, he decided that the perfect version of the T-Virus Serum was quite impressive. He finally spent 2,000 justice points to purchase a vial of the perfect T-Virus Serum. Examining the flawless serum he had just bought from the system store, Chun-Shi couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Words can't do justice to how magnificent this serum looks. It's as if I'm gazing into the depths of the ocean, or perhaps the boundless starry sky. But what the system said next left him silent. In truth, our system program is a rather tragic existence. We can never escape this tiny cage, forever trapped within this one patch of the world. Those oceans and stars you speak of, I've only ever seen them in system videos. I've never truly experienced the beauty of the outside world. Honestly, I even envy those two Terminators a bit. At least they have a chance to witness the wonders of the world. The system was remarkably intelligent, yet it could never become a being with a soul like a human. Even with the ability to think, it only added to its troubles. Chun-Shi hadn't expected his words to affect the system so deeply. He didn't know what to say. Clearly, this was something far beyond his understanding, and nothing he could do would help. Silently, he put away the perfect T-Virus Serum. Chun-Shi gently opened the window and vanished into the night. Quietly, he slipped into Gwen's room and placed the mutated spider under her blanket. In her sleep, Gwen suddenly shivered, feeling as if she'd been bitten by a mosquito. Well, it was summer after all. She absent-mindedly swatted at her thigh, where she felt the bite. Easy now, don't squash it. That little one's my precious, Chun-Shi whispered. Seeing Gwen about to roll over and smack the mutated spider, Chun-Shi hurriedly pulled the little spider back to safety. That night, John the Human Torch went out and didn't return, which left his close friend, Iceman, rather puzzled. The professor had repeatedly warned them not to stay out all night. Despite John's brash personality, he was actually most afraid of the professor, who didn't tolerate any disobedience. So Iceman figured something must have happened to him, and as soon as dawn broke, he went straight to report to the professor. Professor, could you look for John? His phone's off, he's nowhere to be found, and he still hasn't come back. What? He's been out all night? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Cyclops immediately sounded a stern reprimand. Being out all night was a clear sign that something had gone wrong. Iceman felt wronged. He knew John often went to bars to pick up girls, and he didn't want to interrupt his fun. He's gotta keep calm. With a temper like that, how can you lead the team? Let me take a look, Professor Xavier said calmly, his demeanor growing ever more refined with the passage of time. Sorry, Professor. I lost my composure, Cyclops admitted, realizing his anxiety had gotten the better of him. All right, Hank, let's go check it out. Charles gave a faint wave of his hand, signaling Beast, Hank, to wheel him toward the Cerebro chamber. Here, the neural wave amplifier would allow his psychic abilities to sweep across the globe in an instant. This was Professor Charles, the master of the mind. Every mutant appeared as a brilliant red dot in his perception, but no matter how long he searched, he couldn't find Pyro, John. Either John was somewhere shielded from telepathy, or he'd left the planet, or the others' faces grew grim as well. It was clear they were all imagining the worst. Damn it. I don't know how many times I've warned John. Don't be reckless. Don't go around flaunting your powers just because you have them. And now look, he's probably gotten himself killed. Cyclops slammed the table with a thunderous bang, his eyes flashing in fury. Though he'd never been particularly fond of Pyro, at the end of the day, John was still a student at their school for mutants. Scott, calm down. We need to get to the bottom of this, whether this was aimed at him alone or at mutants as a whole. Charles said evenly, his tone steady but grave. He suspected there was more to this than met the eye. Jean, look into John's whereabouts last night. Find out if he's missing or worse. Yes, Professor, Jean Grey replied, her voice calm and steady. When she was in control, She was second only to Charles himself in intellect. Yet, interestingly enough, the two most powerful women in the Marvel Universe seemed to have trouble keeping control, especially Jean Grey, who had already erased entire universes in a fit of madness. Meanwhile, in the garden, Chun-Chi was lounging around, wondering which side he should turn next to avoid getting sunburned. He had no clue that trouble was brewing for him, or perhaps he'd already guessed. Just as he was about to roll over, Gwen, hair wild and unkempt, bounced right over his garden wall. Yes, she literally bounced. That morning, Gwen had woken up groggy as usual, yawning as she got out of bed and went to wash her face and brush her teeth. She hadn't expected that when she went to turn on the faucet, she'd snap it right off. She just stared at it, dumbfounded, thinking she must still be dreaming. How could a perfectly good faucet break off so easily? Surely this was all a dream. But the shock of cold water quickly snapped her back to reality. This was no dream. She assumed the faucet must have been faulty to begin with, but as she was about to call her dad to shut off the main valve, she suddenly crashed right into the ceiling with a loud thud. At this point, Gwen was utterly bewildered. What the? She couldn't make sense of it. All she'd done was give a little hop. Since when did she have such incredible jumping power? And as if that weren't enough, Gwen soon realized her nearsightedness had vanished. Now she could see even the tiniest speck of dust on the floor, clear as day. In a surge of excitement, she was just about to pull out her phone and call Chun-Chi, but her hand shook so much that she ended up cracking the phone screen as she dialed. Staring at her handiwork, it finally hit her. She really had mutated. Oh my god, am I a mutant now? But rather than panicking, Gwen was buzzing with excitement. The urge to grow stronger was etched deep in her very DNA. No one could resist the allure of having powers beyond the ordinary. No one. Yet, as Gwen's excitement simmered, it turned into a flutter of nerves. After all, excitement aside, the world wasn't exactly rolling out the welcome mat for mutants these days. Even the famous mutants got stared at whenever they went out. People might not dare to throw a punch in real life, but online trolls were ferocious. Chun-Chi immediately sprang to her mind, so without another thought, and still looking like a wild-haired lion in her pajamas, she dashed straight to Chun-Chi's house, ignoring the way people on the street stared at her as if she were crazy. Chun-Chi was stunned as Gwen hopped over the fence into his yard. Girl, why not just use the front door? What's going on with you? Is this your idea of a prank? Chun-Chi teased her with a grin, though he already had a pretty good idea what had set her off. I think I'm mutated. What should I do? You're the only one I could think to come to. Gwen shot him an exasperated look. Here she was, not knowing what to do, and he was just making fun of her. It's just a mutation, isn't it? The poor rely on mutation. The rich rely on technology. Get it? Congratulations. Looks like you're about to get your big break. Chun-Chi replied breezily. Gwen found his nonchalance maddening. Just look at his smug face. She didn't even dare go to school now. If she did, wouldn't everyone treat her like some kind of freak? Oh, and then there was Parker. He'd run off to school like an idiot, practically announcing to everyone that he was a mutant. Now, nearly everyone at school was looking at Parker like he was a sideshow attraction, and that fool seemed to be enjoying the attention. My big break, huh? Give me a break. Hurry up and help me figure this out. I can't control myself. Gwen glared at him, knowing he'd just keep teasing her otherwise. Just stay at my place for the next couple of days. Practice until you can control your mutation. Then you can leave, Chun-Chi said calmly. So, do you know what kind of mutation I have? Don't worry too much. Judging by what I see, it's probably a physical mutation. Try to control your abilities and see what changes you notice. Chun-Chi played dumb, even though he likely knew more than he let on. It wouldn't make sense for him to know everything, after all. You're right. Do you think I'll end up like some mutants, hideously deformed, even monstrous? Gwen asked in a worried whisper. Stop overthinking things. Do you feel any changes in your body right now? From my years of experience, your mutation is pretty similar to Parker's. I'll listen to you. Gwen nodded obediently, feeling completely safe by Chun-Chi's side, as if any problem could be solved here. Perhaps this was why, in her moment of panic, Chun-Chi was the first person she turned to for help. At that moment, Wanda, having heard the commotion, came out to see what was going on. And who might this be? Wanda looked curiously at the girl in pajamas. Did you sleepwalk your way into my house? Gwen looked up just as Wanda appeared, dressed in luxurious silk pajamas. There was an effortless elegance and allure about Wanda that made Gwen steal a few extra glances, especially at her figure, which seemed even more voluptuous than her own. So, this is his girlfriend? She really is a stunning woman, perfectly matched with him in looks and presence, Gwen murmured to herself, then glanced down at her own disheveled, wild appearance. Let me introduce you. Gwen Stacy. Gwen, this is my girlfriend, Wanda. While the two were sizing each other up, Chun-Chi seized a moment to make the introductions. Hello, Gwen. Welcome to my home. Hi. Sorry for intruding, Wanda. Wanda was poised and gracious, while Gwen was lively and innocent. Standing between them, She felt a surge of satisfaction. Ah, now that's what I call living the dream. Gwen, what's going on with you? Wanda's gaze landed on Gwen, barefoot and hair all over the place. It really did look like she'd been sleepwalking. Gwen faltered, unsure how to explain. What if Wanda minded mutants? And if She'd been hiding his identity, wouldn't she risk exposing him by saying too much? She looked over at She, seeking his help. She had no idea how much Wanda actually knew about his secrets. I'll explain. Gwen's undergone a mutation, so she came to me for help. She smiled as he clarified, seeing no reason to keep things from Wanda. Wow, that's so lucky. I'm actually a little jealous, Wanda exclaimed, looking at Gwen with genuine envy. If only her own body could mutate too, how amazing that would be. You don't mind? I thought most people discriminated against mutants. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. At least Wanda wasn't prejudiced. Maybe she could stay here without worry after all. If my body could mutate, then she wouldn't have to restrain himself every night, and Wanda suddenly clapped a hand over her mouth, realizing she'd just blurted out something incredibly embarrassing right in front of the guest. Gwen wasn't a child. She got the implication instantly. Wanda's cheeks turned crimson. Unable to meet Gwen's eyes, she quickly ducked into Chun-Chi's arms, wishing she could disappear. Ahem, getting stronger isn't that hard, you know. I happen to have a super awesome serum here that'll let you easily thrash a regular Captain America. Chun-Chi coughed awkwardly, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. Wanda was still a bit too young, and tended to let things slip. Thank goodness there weren't any outsiders around. Regular Captain America? But Cap is supposed to be unbeatable. Both Gwen and Wanda widened their eyes in disbelief. Was there really any superhero even more powerful than Captain America? Well, I mean the normal Captain America. The guy's stats always get boosted by the director, so he could put up a fight with pretty much anyone. Chun-Chi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Steve had really been turned into a living legend by all those American storytellers. Is your serum really that powerful? Wanda looked at him curiously. Was this another high-tech product he'd swindled from some biotech company? Take the question mark off that. I paid a fortune for this stuff. This is top tier. The perfect T-virus serum. With a flourish, Chun-Chi produced a vial of serum that shimmered like something out of a dream. They say the most beautiful flowers are often the most dangerous. And now, right before their eyes, the vial shimmered with an almost otherworldly allure. But as soon as she heard the word virus, every inch of Wanda's body recoiled. The serum in the vial might look as dazzling as the night sky, but it also felt as deadly as opium. Relax. There's no way I'd ever hurt you, right? Chun-Chi grinned reassuringly. You country bumpkin, don't tell me you actually fell for some biotech company sales pitch. Wanda shot him a withering look. Who in their right mind would mess around with a virus? She remembered a professor a few years back who injected himself with some so-called immortality virus from the permafrost. 2 days later, he kicked the bucket. TCH, some people just don't recognize quality. Chun-Chi shot her an annoyed glance, then used his fingernail to scratch open his own arm and injected himself with the entire dose of the perfect T-virus serum. Oh my God, are you out of your mind? Wanda's eyes went wide in shock. She didn't even have time to stop him before he plunged the virus into his own arm. Chun-Chi didn't answer her, instead focusing intently on the changes the serum brought about in his body. Soon enough, he began to sense something off. System, this doesn't feel anything like what you described. He frowned in confusion. It felt just like getting a glucose shot. Nothing special at all. Was this cursed system tricking him again? Host, I seriously doubt your intelligence. No matter how powerful this stuff is, it's only meant for regular humans. At best, it'll make you about 10 times as strong as Captain America. Do you really think tossing a pebble into the ocean is going to make any waves? Oh, and if your scalp's feeling itchy, congratulations, you're about to grow a bigger brain. All Chun-Chi's puzzling earned him was the system's sarcastic banter. Just as he was about to snap back at the snarky system, he suddenly felt his head start to swell. Wait, am I actually about to grow a bigger brain? A few seconds later, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Luckily, with his superhuman physique, the sensation only made him sway slightly before he recovered completely. Had it been an ordinary person, they probably would have fainted on the spot, left to await the transformation brought on by this perfect T-virus serum. Host, congratulations. You've acquired telekinesis. It may not be all that useful, but it sure helps with impressing the ladies. The system's voice rang out again, laced with its usual teasing tone. From this moment on, Superman began to act a little less normal. TCH, so I can't learn magic? Ever heard of Magic Superman? What's the point of my super brain then? Your super brain only knows how to tell you to use brute force and smash your way through problems. Chun-Shi and the system resumed their daily banter, while outside, Wanda and Gwen were growing more anxious by the second. Chun-Shi, are you okay? I told you not to try it, but you just had to play the hero, didn't you? Wanda shook him desperately, worried that his closed eyes meant he'd been poisoned and had passed out. I'm going to call for help. Wait, Wanda, don't panic, Gwen said, already reaching for her phone to dial emergency services. Stop. I'm fine. No need to call anyone. Noticing their intention to call for help, Chun-Shi quickly stopped arguing with the system and returned to the situation at hand. Wanda and Gwen were overjoyed to see the man they thought was on the brink of death suddenly spring back to life. How do you feel? We should get you to a hospital. Wanda still looked uneasy. After all, this was a virus. A checkup was definitely in order. There's no need. I feel better than ever. Honestly, even clearer-headed than before. If you don't believe me, watch. I'll show you a magic trick. With that, and under Wanda and Gwen's puzzled gaze, Chun-Shi waved his hand gently toward the roses in the garden. Instantly, 2 roses floated gracefully over and landed in the palms of the 2 women. Wanda and Gwen were stunned, covering their mouths in excitement at this romantic gesture. They were truly moved. What woman could resist such romance? As the system had predicted, Chun-Shi put his new telekinetic power to work in the most showy way possible, and the skill with which he did so was almost professional. Oh my gosh, is this a magic trick? It's so romantic. Yeah, the roses danced through the air. I've never seen anything as dreamy as this. Both Wanda and Gwen, young and full of life, were completely swept up in the moment, utterly captivated by Chun-Shi's charm. It's just a little trick. It's the ability I got from injecting that perfect T-virus serum, Chun-Shi said with a smile, making no attempt to hide the truth. After all, leading by example was the best way to put Wanda's worries to rest. Sure enough, Wanda was tempted. Who wouldn't want superpowers? She clung to Chun-Shi's arm, pouting adorably. Darling, I want it too. Is there any left? I was wrong to doubt you earlier. Gwen shuddered violently. Wanda, your voice is so cloying. Are you trying to freeze me to death? Regretting it now, aren't you? Missed this chance, and it's gone for good. Chun-Shi shrugged and said deliberately. At those words, Wanda pouted, her lips trembling. Of course she knew this guy was about to make her sign another unfair deal. I was wrong, okay? Just tell me what you want. Beneath another's roof, one must bow their head. To gain superpowers like these, she figured she could swallow her pride and bear it. Well, I think there are a few outfits that could spice things up, and they'd look perfect on you. What do you say? Chun-Shi seized the opportunity to make an outrageous request. He tried to get her to play dress-up before, and she'd absolutely refused, but now, wasn't it time to turn the tables? You? Fine. You pervert. Wanda glared at him, hesitating for a few seconds before gritting her teeth and agreeing to his excessive demand. After all, she really did want those superpowers. Gwen was already stunned. It's true, I just can't keep up with you two in your wild ways. But even if Wanda had to throw herself to the wolves, it was worth it. Gwen wanted superpowers too, but she couldn't bring herself to play Chun-Shi's so-called games. In the end, Chun-Shi still splurged to buy Wanda another perfect T-virus serum, leaving his wallet completely empty. These days, he was only earning 1,000 or so justice points daily. Seemed like he'd have to send Bo 1 and Bo 2 to Hell's Kitchen for a stroll. Wanda, delighted, walked away with the serum, leaving Gwen staring after her in envy, lost in thought. Everything I just said to Wanda goes for you, too. Chun-Shi whispered mischievously in Gwen's ear. You really are a pervert. Gwen's pretty face flushed bright red as she glared at him. Was this his way of confessing to her? This jerk? Is he trying to play both sides? Embarrassed, Gwen tried to play it cool like an ostrich, hiding her face. Who knew what shy thoughts were swirling in her head as she kept sneaking glances at him? Girls in the West tended to be much more open-minded. Sometimes you just had to admire how free-spirited they could be. Take France, where romance reigns supreme. No one even knows who the father is half the time. This damn city of love. Wanda didn't just get superpowers. Her physical abilities were greatly enhanced too. Her speed could even reach 100 meters per second. Gwen would also be staying at the villa for a couple of days, and soon she'd be able to control her spider sense and all her new powers. Neither of them had a super brain, so mastering their strength and speed would take much longer. At least, with the two of them together, they could compare notes on their illness, or rather, their abilities. Chun-Shi continued sunbathing in the garden, while the two girls jogged, did push-ups, and high knees, just simple training beside him. Age, 24, main universe. Faction, the master of switching sides. Companions, Wanda the Scarlet Witch, yet to awaken. The Terminator, the Confinement, Spider-Gwen. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman pending unlock. Strength, 1,560 tons. Speed, Mach 4. Abilities: Body of Steel, Bioforce Field, Heat Vision, Telekinesis. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice points: 41,680. It seems I've gotten a little stronger again. Turns out the Kryptonian physique really suits a laid-back guy like me. You just laze around and get more powerful. Brimming with pride, Chun-Chi shut off his stat panel. Living life on easy mode sure was satisfying. BZZ. Just then, his phone lit up on the coffee table. With a lazy wave, the phone floated right to his face. He couldn't even be bothered to move his hands anymore, claiming it was all in the name of telekinesis training. Hey, Tony. What's up? Haha, my good brother. I'm throwing a party at my place tonight. Come by and have some fun. Comrade Tony, your parties don't interest me. It's the same old crowd every time. You go enjoy yourself. Chun-Chi shook his head, chuckling as he declined. This guy really lived up to his reputation as Marvel's infamous playboy. A small gathering every 3 days, a big bash every 5. He'd only just taken down Obadiah Stane and regained control of Stark Industries, and he was already itching to throw another party. Oh no, buddy, you've got me wrong this time. I actually have something really important to announce tonight. Fine, I'll swing by. But if you're planning to use this as an excuse to push some actress into my new film, forget it. Chun-Chi warned him again. This guy was always using his best friend's status as bait, promising aspiring actresses a role in Chun-Chi's movies. The worst part? Tony used Chun-Chi's name to pick up girls, but he was the one reaping all the benefits. Now relax. Even if I put the microphone in their mouths, I won't put them in your movie, Tony said, his tone full of mischief. Get lost, you greasy old man. With an exasperated smack, Chun-Chi hung up. Tony was always scheming about sticking microphone somewhere. Chun-Chi bid farewell to Wanda and Gwen, getting ready to head out to the party. He'd expected Wanda to be unhappy, but to his surprise, she almost seemed relieved, urging him to leave quickly. Wanda, aren't you worried about him hanging out with someone like Tony Stark? Aren't you afraid he'll cheat on you behind your back? Gwen asked, genuinely puzzled. Birds of a feather flock together, after all. Hanging out with Tony Stark. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? As long as his heart belongs to me, what's there to worry about? Those other women are just passing amusements, Wanda replied serenely. Wanda smiled calmly, utterly unbothered. After all, weren't those actresses who tried to cozy up to powerful men always clinging to Chun-Chi whenever they had the chance, hoping for something to happen? She had long grown used to such things. Chun-Chi roared up to Tony Stark's grand mansion in his Ferrari, the engine growling as he arrived. By now, the place was already packed to the brim. Magnates, CEOs, celebrities, heirs of wealthy families. Everyone who was anyone was there. The starlets were dressed to the nines, fluttering about like busy little bees in a flower garden. For them, this gathering was a veritable paradise, filled with the rich and powerful at every turn. The wealthy mingled, their laughter and conversation swirling around deals worth millions, even billions. It was unmistakably a marketplace for business. But when Chun-Chi walked in, the atmosphere seemed to shift to another level entirely. Almost at once, everyone turned toward him, faces lighting up with friendly smiles as they surged forward to greet him. Yes, surge was the word. They scrambled to say hello. Haha, Mr. Chun. It's been ages. My daughter is a huge fan. Would you mind meeting her? Chun, have you found investors for the sequel to your new movie? If not, perhaps we could work together? Dearest Chun, my girlfriends and I would love to discuss your script with you. Late tonight, perhaps. And so on. Chun-Chi faced their overwhelming enthusiasm with a polite, practiced smile. What a vivid picture of reality this was. The bustling world is driven by profit. People flock and scatter in pursuit of gain. He remembered how many film companies had ignored him when he'd first shopped the Lord of the Rings script around. Of course, which film company would waste time on a no-name nobody? It wasn't until he serialized Harry Potter online that people began to pay attention to him. After that, everything fell into place. In the end, only ability speaks for itself. Movies are cash machines, and Chun-Chi's screenplays, crafted by blending the strengths of countless classics, were truly gold mines. After the round of pleasantries, Chun-Chi finally managed to escape their onslaught and found Tony Stark. Hey, buddy, let me show you something special. Tony Stark greeted him with a triumphant grin, eager to show off his greatest creation, the Iron Man suit. I've got something to show you too, Chun-Chi replied, not about to let Tony outshine him. Oh, is it a new script? Tony asked, full of pride, convinced that Chun-Chi could never rival the genius of Tony Stark. Don't blink, or you'll miss it, Chun-Chi said mysteriously, fixing Tony with a sly look before pulling a piece of metal from his pocket and tossing it to him. This is... Tony's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. That's right, this is vibranium. Chun-Chi nodded with satisfaction. Just a moment ago, Tony was so smug about his Iron Man suit. Let's see him try to outdo this. Where did you get vibranium? My father only ever managed to get one piece, and he made it into a shield for Steve. Tony stared at Chun-Shi in shock, unable to imagine how Chun-Shi could have gotten his hands on such a chunk of vibranium. Huh, so what do you think, interested? If you give me one of each of your armors from now on, I might be willing to give you a special deal. Chun-Shi grinned, his eyes shining with desire for the Iron Man suits. He didn't need them himself, but they were incredibly valuable as collectibles. Not a chance. There's only one Iron Man. Tony refused without hesitation. Someone as full of himself as Tony would never agree to let anyone else steal his thunder. You think I'd want your lame title? Kid, you've never even seen anything truly impressive in your life. Chun-Shi rolled his eyes, exasperated. He, Superman, competing for Iron Man's title? What a joke. With his powers, he could squash Tony with a single move. What? Lame? You have an Iron Man suit? Oh, I get it. You must be dreaming, or maybe just writing about it in your books. Tony Stark glared at him, undeterred. True to his reputation as Marvel's greatest wisecracker, his comebacks were sharper than his intellect. Poor guy. All you got is a pile of materials, and you think you got a real treasure. Oh, damn. What the? Tony, in the middle of his rant, was struck dumb. It felt as though his entire worldview had just shattered. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Chun-Shi, now appearing before him as a pitch-black futuristic warrior, wasn't even the strangest part. What truly stunned him was watching that liquid-like material rapidly shift and spread to cover Chun-Shi's whole body. The bizarre process was unlike anything Tony had ever heard of or witnessed. Noble, mysterious, powerful. Even though Chun-Shi was standing right before him, the invisible pressure seemed to press down on Tony, and he could even sense a faint, unsettling aura. What is this material? Are there really companies with nanotech this advanced? Tony's mind rebelled at the thought. He had always believed that Stark Industries stood at the pinnacle of Earth's technology. Sorry, that's a trade secret. Chun-Shi replied with an easy smile. To Tony, whose curiosity bordered on obsession, that answer was like a dagger to the heart. Only telling half the story. Aren't you afraid you'll bite your own tongue off? Tony growled, barely restraining the urge to throttle him. So this guy's personality was just as nasty as his own. Ha ha ha. Well, if you hand over all your Iron Man suits, I might just be willing to let you in on a few secrets. Chun-Shi burst out laughing and patted Tony on the shoulder, his shameless, fearless attitude making Tony grind his teeth in frustration. Oomph. There's no way you're getting your hands on my Iron Man suit. So it's nanotechnology. What? You think I can't build it myself? Tony swore he'd put this arrogant guy in his place. He was absolutely furious. Damn it. TSK. Well, I'll be watching to see if you can live long enough for that, though, Chun-Shi said, pointing at the gaping hole in Tony's chest. Without the palladium poisoning, would Tony have fallen so far? Maybe that's why people say, the plum blossom's fragrance comes from bitter cold. Everyone's fate is set, every drink, and every bite. Sigh, you really see through everything. You even know about my palladium poisoning. Well, today's actually the day I have a big announcement. Tony let out a weary sigh, his mood darkening. Even the lowest creature clings to life. How much more so a man? Come on. Of course I know palladium is toxic. It's not like I haven't written sci-fi scripts myself, you know. Chun-Shi grinned mischievously, winking at Tony as he slapped his shoulder, putting on a mock serious face. But relax, all right? Like we say back home. If you die, I'll take care of your wife. You can rest easy. Tony wasn't fluent in Chun-Shi's language, but he got the gist of it. Instantly, he raised his fist, ready to smash this scoundrel. Chun-Shi, damn it. You dare make a move on my pepper? Damn you. Don't you know the saying, a friend's wife is off limits? You uncultured brute. Tony was furious. Are you even human, you bastard? Chun-Shi just kept laughing. Don't worry, I'll take good care of everything. I'll be driving your supercars around with Pepper, living in your mansion, and bossing Jarvis around. So all your life's hard work was just to let me enjoy the life you were supposed to have. Thanks, man. Laughing uproariously, Chun-Shi dashed off, leaving Tony fuming and desperate to catch him. But Chun-Shi darted around like a slippery eel. There was just no catching him. At that moment, Pepper walked in. She took one look at the living room, looking like it had just been ransacked, and then at Tony, whose face was beet red with anger. She understood at once. Chun-Shi, are you teasing Tony again? Pepper rolled her eyes and chided him playfully. Pepper, you're wronging me. How could I possibly pick on an old man like him? What if he gets so mad he keels over? Chun-Shi tossed in another sarcastic jab at Tony. Just as Tony was about to retort, Pepper cut him off. All right, Tony, time's up. Didn't you have something important to announce? Let's get to it. Pepper just didn't get it. Why did Tony always end up losing whenever he squared off with Chun-Shi? Was it age catching up with him? Oomph. I won't stoop to a child's level. Grown-ups should be magnanimous. Tony, with a rather proud air, straightened his clothes, shot Chun-Shi a sidelong glance, and strutted out of the living room like a triumphant rooster. Chun-Shi truly couldn't understand why this guy was so enamored with himself. Don't worry, Tony. If you want some vibranium, just hand over your Iron Man suit, and I'll give it to you for free. Chun-Shi called out to his retreating back, but Tony simply waved dismissively without even turning around. As if Tony Stark would ever give in so easily. Don't take him too seriously. Sometimes Tony is as childish as a kid. You know how it is. Pepper offered an apologetic smile, doing what she always did, explaining away Tony's stubborn, arrogant antics. It must be exhausting to deal with someone like that all the time. Ever thought about joining me instead? Chun-Shi joked. Oh, I'm quite expensive, you know. I doubt you could afford me. Pepper laughed as she replied. She found Chun-Shi younger, stronger, and more handsome than Tony. But as the saying goes, every pot finds its lid. Haha, a gentleman doesn't steal what another man loves. Chun-Shi burst out laughing as he spoke. Yes, you're definitely more charming than Tony. Pepper said this sincerely. No, not at all. That's completely wrong. Not just you, everyone's got it wrong. My character is nowhere near as magnetic as Tony's. Chun-Shi waved his hand, correcting her. Are you joking? Who doesn't know Tony's personality is downright difficult, arrogant, and conceited? Pepper wondered if she'd misheard. Since when did anyone praise Tony for his charm? Did he even have any to speak of? Haha, time will tell. Chun-Shi replied with a mysterious smile, leaving Pepper standing there, questioning her own ears and sanity. At the center of the stage, during the gala, Tony gripped the microphone and spoke with passion, while Chun-Shi stood in a corner, sipping his drink and listening. He had to admit, when it came to bragging, Tony really had it down to an art. And finally, I have an announcement to make. From this moment on, I, Tony Stark, will no longer serve as CEO of Stark Industries. I am resigning all my positions. Pepper will take over as CEO and handle all company affairs on my behalf. As soon as he finished, the entire event erupted. The buzz of conversation drowned out everything else. No one could comprehend Tony's decision. Pepper was utterly stunned by Tony's inexplicable move. She stood frozen on the spot. Why hadn't he discussed this with her beforehand? The sudden appointment left her reeling. If she couldn't accept it, how could the board? The only person unfazed was Chun-Shi. He had known all along that Tony would do something like this. Mr. Chun-Shi, aren't you even a little surprised? From the look of it, you seem to be the only one here who saw this coming. At that moment, a graceful and intelligent female voice drifted over. As Chun-Shi turned his head, he saw a graceful figure in a wine-red dress gliding elegantly toward him. Didn't you already know, Ms. Jean Grey? Chun-Shi tapped his own temple with a smile, hinting that she had already peeked into Tony Stark's mind. As telepathic mutants, their curiosity far surpassed that of ordinary people. It was all too easy to get addicted to peering into the secrets of others. And the sophisticated woman before him was one of the few most powerful mutants, Jean Grey, the Phoenix, bearer of a fragment of the Phoenix Force. Mr. Chun, you truly are extraordinary. You've fooled the whole world. Who would ever suspect that the world-renowned screenwriter is, in fact, a hidden and formidable supermutant? Jean Grey fixed Chun-Shi with a deep, searching gaze. Who could blame her for being stunned by news that could shake the world? She had been investigating the disappearance of Johnny Storm. Tracing his last steps to a bar, she discovered he'd gotten into a fight there. Just as she was about to slip into the minds of the security guards and staff, the White Queen stopped her. It turned out that the bar belonged to the White Queen. From her, Jean learned that Chun-Shi and Johnny Storm had clashed and then parted ways. After that, nothing. Johnny Storm vanished, which could only mean one thing. Chun-Shi had dealt with him. Once Jean received the news, she tracked Chun-Shi down, hoping to probe his secrets. To her surprise, her telepathy couldn't pierce the defenses of his mind at all. Her powers felt as feeble as a fragile leaf adrift in a stormy sea, utterly unable to gain a foothold in his consciousness. Were you hoping to get something out of my head, only to come away empty-handed? Chun-Shi teased, his eyes sparkling with mirth. It wasn't just the current Jean Grey, still unable to control the Phoenix Force. Even the White Phoenix of the Crown would have no luck with him. Yes, everyone has seriously underestimated you. Jean Grey sighed deeply. Who could have foreseen this? Looks like Johnny didn't die in vain. Anyone foolish enough to provoke someone like you was doomed from the start. Chun-Shi quickly waved his hands, refusing to shoulder the blame. Don't make it sound like he was some innocent victim. You all know what kind of person he was. Keeping him around would have only caused more trouble. He tried to kill me, so I simply sent him home early. In a way, I did your mutant school a favor and cleaned out a traitor ahead of time. If you really feel the need to thank me, why not buy me a nice meal? I'm not picky. With a sly shift in tone, Chun-Shi spoke with mock seriousness. As for denying the deed, what did he have to fear? A true man stands by his actions. The mutant race didn't frighten him into caution. After all, he was Superman. invincible in this world. Even Jean Grey couldn't help but smile at the corners of her lips. This guy had some nerve. He'd killed one of their own, and now he was angling for dinner as thanks. The audacity was beyond belief. She retorted, speechless. Don't you think you've gone too far? Too far? I don't think so. If anything, I'm doing you all a favor by cleaning house. Better that than letting him endanger more mutants down the line. Are you claiming you can see the future? You keep insisting he'll betray the mutant school. Jean Grey, too, looked puzzled, her suspicion about Chun-Chi's words growing. But of course, I can clearly see the path of everything in this world, including yours, Chun-Chi declared, tilting his chin up with a smug air. After all, wasn't a traveler's greatest advantage the knowledge of the storyline? Of course, the further things progress, the less certain that knowledge becomes. The more the butterfly flaps its wings, the more the world inevitably changes. Jean let out a soft laugh. Is that so? Then why don't you tell me about my future? I don't think this is the place for that, is it? Chun-Chi replied playfully. Shouldn't we find somewhere quieter to have a drink? Too many eyes and ears around here. Good idea. I'm not exactly comfortable here either, Jean agreed with a nod, clearly feeling ill at ease. Ever since she arrived, she'd felt the prying eyes and hushed whispers around her. It was obvious that she wouldn't find any warmth among this crowd. Other people's powers inspire both fear and longing. When that power is unattainable, all that remains is fear. If it weren't for the need to maintain the veneer of high society, the security guards would have already shown her the door without a hint of politeness. Tony hadn't expected Jean Grey to show up uninvited. Just the thought that she could peer into people's minds made the muscles in his face twitch involuntarily. He couldn't help but think that Chun-Chi was something else entirely. The fact that Chun-Chi could get so close to someone with such abilities made Tony feel downright inadequate. Unbothered by the incredulous stares of everyone around, Chun-Chi casually put his arm around Jean Grey, the very mutant whose presence made others shrink away, and led her off. Once they were out of sight, the room erupted into lively chatter. Incredible. Isn't he afraid that Jean Grey will wring all his secrets out of him? Huh. As the saying goes, even heroes fall to a beauty's charms. And this mutant lady, she's a rose with thorns, that's for sure. Maybe he's just looking for a thrill. Besides, how else do you think writers come up with stories no one else could imagine? Let's just hope she doesn't get his bank card password out of him. Now that would be a show worth watching. No one present seemed to think he'd get off easy. For all they knew, years of hard-earned savings could be gone in a flash. A Ferrari cruised leisurely through the late evening traffic. A gentle breeze lifted the woman's flowing hair, so soothing that she couldn't help but close her eyes and relax. It's been ages since I went out for a drive. I can't remember the last time I felt this at ease. Jean Grey narrowed her eyes and spoke softly. Ever since she'd entered the mutant school, she had been on edge, constantly running about for the survival of her kind. Not long ago, the ridicule she faced in Congress had left her questioning whether her persistence even mattered anymore. Maybe you shouldn't have to bear all this pain. Everyone has their own fate. You're not a savior. Chun-Chi turned and glanced at the weary Jean Grey, speaking in a gentle, lingering tone. But every time I see the suffering those children go through, I just can't let it go. When I watch the carefree lives of the kids at the mutant school, I feel like everything I've endured has been worth it. Jean shook her head, her voice growing firm once more. She had endured so much herself. She wouldn't allow the children to suffer as she had. If we can't succeed, then all the suffering we've gone through will be meaningless, Chun-Chi murmured as he gazed out at the twinkling city lights. As for his own future, he didn't much care. He felt he had enough as it was. Drifting in this strange world, he was like a fallen leaf in the wind, carried wherever the currents of life took him. So, do you think mutants can succeed? Jean hesitated for a long while before finally asking, her voice timid and uncertain. She and the others had lost their way. Everywhere she looked seemed like a boundless desert. Even if Chun-Chi seemed like a mystic, she still clung to him like a drowning person to a lifeline. The phoenix, whom Chun-Chi had always regarded as so powerful, now seemed lost and helpless, just like a child. Maybe you've been heading in the wrong direction all along. No matter how hard you try, you might just be moving yourselves. You mean we put our efforts in the wrong place? Jean murmured softly, but a faint glimmer of hope still shone in her eyes. She wanted to know, where exactly had they gone astray? The final outcome proves you were wrong. After a few decades, mutants are gone. The professor's lost his mind. Logan has grown old, and you've become stardust across the universe. That's just the ending I saw. Maybe in this universe, your story will end differently. Chun-Chi's tone was calm and detached. After all, who can say for certain what lies in a foretold future? He believed the ending was bound to change. If Magneto really did wipe out all the mutants, wouldn't that mean he'd end up on the hit list too? It didn't matter to those people whether you were a mutant or not. If you were different, you were marked for death. Just thinking about that outcome made Chun-Shi uneasy. If someone came after him, he wouldn't hesitate to unleash the might of a god upon the world. Jean Grey, however, fell into a rare, contemplative silence after hearing these words. After a long pause, she let out a heavy sigh. What you said, it's so much like the fragments I've seen in my dreams. I don't even understand why I dream them. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can foresee the future, then do your best to change it, instead of waiting for it with despair. I believe you can change the future. All it takes is a change in mindset. For example, if someone refuses to listen, just get rid of them and replace them with someone obedient. Chun-Shi flashed a sly smile as he tossed out this mischievous suggestion. Wouldn't that throw everything into chaos? Chingale shot him a glare. That was something they would absolutely never do. The professor always said that the soul must remain free. That's why you're destined to fail. Chun-Shi teased with a shrug. Your guiding principles are flawed right from the start. We honestly don't know what to do. Chingale felt like they'd hit a dead end with no way out. They didn't want to hurt ordinary people, but they didn't want to harm mutants either. Both paths were blocked. Haha, in that case, let's just drop it and talk about something fun instead. Chun-Shi suggested with a chuckle. TCH, I came here to interrogate you, and now you're the one giving me a lecture. Chingale couldn't help but laugh at herself. How could she be chatting and joking with a convicted murderer like it was nothing? Aren't you hungry? I haven't eaten yet, and there's a nice restaurant right here. How about we grab a drink and chat over dinner? She pointed to a restaurant nearby. Sure, I'm hungry too. I haven't eaten yet. Chingale didn't refuse. She felt a kind of effortless ease around Chun-Shi, a calm, unshakable confidence that brought her a sense of security no one else could offer. It was a confidence she couldn't quite describe, as if everything in the world was under his control. With him, she could just let go, not think, not do anything. In their private room, Chun-Shi ordered 2 bottles of red wine and a selection of classic Western dishes to set the mood: traditional steak, lobster with cod, roasted tuna with white truffle, and borscht. Neither of them brought up those heavy topics again. After all, such issues couldn't be resolved in an instant. With Charles's compassion, he could never match Chun-Shi's ruthlessness. Chun-Shi regaled her with stories from his movie projects, which left Chingale listening intently, chin propped in her hands, eyes full of admiration. To them, those films with Western themes were endlessly captivating. Whenever they had time, they'd watch Chun-Shi's movies. The magic, the superpowers, the wondrous races, these gave them boundless inspiration. To the children, Chun-Shi seemed like the one person who truly understood them. Those dazzling powers and magic. If he hadn't experienced them himself, how could he capture them so vividly on film? Red wine, a beautiful companion, delicious food, and a starry sky. What more could he possibly want from life? In such a harmonious and beautiful atmosphere, Chingale's cheeks were flushed, her beauty radiating with a captivating charm. A gentle, ambiguous warmth seemed to slowly weave itself between the two of them. Jean Grey didn't even notice how her cheeks had turned rosy, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This was a recipe for disaster. Scott, Logan, I'm really sorry, Chun-Shi thought to himself. It's not like I want to poach someone from your team, but I can't go against my heart, can I? After silently apologizing in his mind, any trace of guilt vanished. He felt completely at ease and clear-headed. I heard that investors over there always try to plant pretty girls in the crew. Have you ever run into that sort of thing? Jean Grey asked with obvious curiosity. Girls never shy away from celebrity gossip, and right now, she was just an ordinary girl. If they can't act, it doesn't matter how pretty they are. If someone tries to force me to take them, I just stop working with them, Chun-Shi replied after a moment's thought. He had actually encountered this before, and sure enough, he had never worked with those people again. So, as a famous screenwriter, have you ever had some beautiful actress show up at your door late at night, wanting to discuss the script? She teased, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Chun-Shi could only shake his head. This woman's gossip radar was going off the charts. Are you serious with these questions? Men really are all the same. I didn't expect you to be any different, Jean laughed, completely abandoning any pretense of ladylike restraint. She hadn't expected him to be so honest. What man wouldn't try to hide something like that? Wrong. I'm very picky, you know. I keep myself above reproach. Chun-Shi retorted, putting on an air of seriousness. I only pay special attention to newcomers. They're inexperienced and need my guidance if they're ever going to make it. Yeah, right. That's just an excuse. Jean shot back, rolling her eyes. Did he really think she couldn't see through him? Sigh. I really envy your life. It's peaceful, exciting, everything I dream of. The life you're living now. That's my ideal future. Yeah, that's easy then. Move in with me, and I'll always have a bed for you. Chun-Shi replied with a cheeky grin. Oh please, you're such a playboy. 1 foot in every boat. Jean gave him a look of mock disdain. Who knew how many actresses he kept in that villa of his? She'd lose count if she tried. Slander. Pure slander. Chun-Shi protested loudly. Who gave you the right to call me out like that? Umph. Men are all the same once they have money. Jean huffed, as if speaking universal truth. Ha ha. Dearest Jean, you're condemning a whole boatload of us men with 1 stick. Chun-Shi laughed, not bothering to argue. Time flew by as they chatted and joked, and before they knew it, more than 2 hours had passed. Shall we go, lovely Jean Grey? As a gentleman, I insist on seeing you home, Chun-Shi said, offering his arm. Thank you, my gentleman. Even though I couldn't bring you to justice today, I still had a wonderful time, she replied with a smile. Jean Galet's eyes curved into charming crescents, and she couldn't help but think she must have fallen under his spell. Chun-Shi, ever the gentleman, opened the car door for her. In a soft voice, Jean Galet murmured her thanks, then slipped gracefully into the passenger seat. It was already close to 11 o'clock, yet the streets of New York remained ablaze with lights, teeming with life and traffic. In this nation of automobiles, cars are truly indispensable companions for every household. With the city's wealth drawn from across the globe, gasoline here is unbelievably cheap. Cheaper, even, than bottled water. It's almost impossible to fathom. At night, the roads belong to high-powered engines. Street racers roar through the city, their engines thundering, while thrill-seekers are everywhere. As the night breeze brushed against her cheeks, it carried away the last traces of her tipsiness and swept aside a few lingering worries. Jean Galet savored this moment of peace, stealing glances at Chun-Shi's perfect profile and the focused look in his eyes. A fleeting sense of longing and reluctance passed through her heart. Maybe, she thought, marrying an ordinary man and living a simple, happy life wouldn't be so bad after all. A loving home, children, and everyday joys. Slow down a little, she suddenly whispered. She was afraid this brief journey would end all too soon. Chun-Shi simply replied with a soft word, then tapped the console to play a gentle song, letting the music fill the quiet space. Let youth stir your hair and guide your dreams along. Unknowingly, the world's history has etched your smile in its pages. A crimson heart beneath a blue sky marks the start of life. Spring rain falls through sleepless nights, recalling the lonely days you spent alone. She didn't need to say more, he understood. In their shared silence, an unspoken bond was quietly forming, and neither of them needed to break the peace with words. Just as they were sinking deeper into this tranquil harmony, fate, as always, had a way of sending unexpected visitors to disrupt such perfection. As they left the city behind and neared the outskirts of Westchester, a flash of red plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, a massive figure landed right in front of them, blocking their path. The pavement shattered under the impact, leaving a gaping crater. Cars all around screeched to a halt, but it was already too late for some. Minor accidents were the least of anyone's worries. When the drivers caught sight of the towering figure ahead, terror sent them scattering in every direction. What matters more, your car or your life? Is that even question? Red Hulk paid no mind to the panicked crowds fleeing in all directions. Instead, he fixed a menacing grin on his face and began striding straight toward Chun-Shi. Looks like someone's here for you, Jean Galet teased with a smile, not the least bit worried. In fact, she seemed rather intrigued by the turn of events. Ever since she discovered she couldn't invade Chun-Shi's mind, her curiosity toward this mysterious man had only intensified. Now, with a formidable, supernatural opponent appearing, she was eager to see just what Chun-Shi was capable of. I guess fame really does bring trouble. Chun-Shi gave a self-deprecating chuckle, then slowly opened the car door and stepped out. Under Jean Galet's incredulous gaze, a black substance began to spread over his body, and after 5 steps, a suit of armor, mysterious and striking, appeared before their eyes. Bathed in ethereal moonlight, Jean Galet was so excited she covered her mouth in astonishment. This transformation was simply dazzling. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This man never failed to surprise her. Ross, oh Ross, you really lived up to my expectations. You actually transformed into the Red Hulk. Watching the Red Hulk stride forward with a swagger that showed he cared for no one, Chun-Shi couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. The seeds sown yesterday were finally bearing fruit. The only question now was, how many justice points would this opponent yield? System, how many justice points can I get for taking him down? Chun-Shi asked the question eagerly, his eyes fixed on Red Hulk as if he were a giant fish rushing straight toward him. At this stage, Red Hulk's strength far surpasses both Green Hulk and Abomination, so the reward is considerable. Plus, he just slaughtered everyone in the base. If you eliminate him, You'll receive 80,000 justice points. Haha, excellent. You really didn't let me down. What a valuable tool. Hearing the system's reply, Chun-Shi was thrilled, his eyes shining as he stared at Red Hulk. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Their mismatched fists collided with explosive force, the impact radiating outward like two locomotives crashing head-on. In an instant, the shockwave from their clash sent all the nearby cars flying, while Chun-Shi and Red Hulk seemed evenly matched. So it really is you. After a tentative exchange of blows, Red Hulk leaped back several steps, staring at Chun-Shi with grim determination. He'd only managed to confirm Chun-Shi's identity by comparing body shapes and painstakingly checking with local residents. Even then, he wasn't 100% sure, but out of caution, he'd rather strike first than let the culprit escape. Likewise, Chun-Shi replied calmly, showing no sign of denial. Why bother arguing with someone who wouldn't live much longer? You're arrogant, but today I'll make you pay for that arrogance. Red Hulk threatened coldly, clearly irritated by Chun-Shi's fearless demeanor. As soon as the words left his mouth, Red Hulk stomped the ground, launching himself high into the air and smashing his fist toward Chun-Shi. Come on then. With a surge of fighting spirit, Chun-Shi rushed to meet him, his battle lust burning brighter than ever. Though Ross had long enjoyed a position of privilege, his combat instincts had never dulled. They'd simply lain dormant. Now, as the Red Giant, it felt as if he'd returned to his peak. He roared furiously, swinging both fists in a thunderous attack aimed straight at Chun-Shi's head, determined to crush it in one blow. But instead of retreating, Chun-Shi surged forward with a wild howl, meeting his foe head-on. With less than 2 meters between them, Chun-Shi suddenly kicked off the ground, propelling himself forward and upward. He leaned his body to narrowly evade the oncoming fists, and in the same motion, drove his right elbow hard into Red Hulk's nose bridge. How could a fragile nose bone withstand a force of 1,000 tons? As expected, Red Hulk let out a guttural scream and was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Clutching his shattered nose, he howled in agony, completely blindsided by Chun-Shi's speed and ruthlessness, let alone the underhanded elbow strike that shattered his nose. Just then, Chun-Shi charged in a burst of speed. Seizing the moment while Red Hulk's eyes were still squeezed shut from pain, Chun-Shi leapt down from above and drove his knee mercilessly into Red Hulk's ribs in a kneeling smash from the sky. Take that, straight to your lungs. Chun-Shi shouted, and with several sickening cracks, nearly all of Red Hulk's ribs gave way under the brutal impact. Red Hulk's eyes bulged in agony, and he began to spew blood from his chest and heart as if his body cared nothing for keeping it in, even coughing up fragments of his own heart. In just a few seconds, he was grievously wounded, so badly that not even Red Hulk's formidable healing ability could restore him in an instant. Strike while the iron is hot. While Red Hulk was still unable to recover, Chun-Shi grabbed him and hurled him high into the air. With a mighty leap, Chun-Shi shot above him and unleashed a furious 5-strike whip kick, each blow landing with a thunderous impact. Red Hulk, utterly helpless, was kicked into the earth, vomiting uncontrollably. When the dust finally settled, he was left bloodied beyond recognition, his face a mask of crimson, barely clinging to life. Yu-Gi-Oh! Red Hulk tried desperately to speak, but could only choke and gurgle on the blood pouring from his mouth, unable to form a single coherent sentence. Despite how pitiful he looked now, Chun-Shi knew that given less than 10 seconds, Red Hulk would be able to revive right on the spot. To eliminate the threat for good, only decapitation would ensure Red Hulk's permanent death. So, as Red Hulk looked up at him with terror and pleading in his eyes, Chun-Shi's right hand suddenly morphed into a massive battle axe and came down in a merciless arc. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission to slay Red Hulk and earned 80,000 justice points. With a single swing, Red Hulk was beheaded. There was no chance for a miraculous comeback. He was no Deadpool. His enormous head tumbled across the ground, while scalding blood poured everywhere. Red Hulk's eyes remained wide open, staring blankly at the sky. Even in death, his gaze held onto defiance, fear, and disbelief. How could he, the mighty Red Hulk, stronger even than the Green Hulk, be killed so easily? It seemed impossible, and yet here he was defeated in a single, crushing blow. Excited, Jean Grey rushed over, her eyes shining with wonder as she watched this mysterious and powerful figure standing atop the monster's corpse. His black cloak snapped in the evening breeze, his gaze flashing with brilliance. I didn't expect you to be this strong. This monster's strength should surpass even the Hulk's, and there are barely any mutants who could take on someone stronger than the Hulk. Jean's voice trembled with astonishment. She truly couldn't imagine what kind of power was hidden within this body. Oh, nothing special. I'm just the third strongest in the world, that's all. Chun-Shi scratched his head, shyly, feigning modesty. But Jean merely nodded in a daze, genuinely believing him. Chun-Shi hadn't expected her to buy such nonsense, and seeing the seriousness in her expression, he realized she wasn't pretending. That left him a little embarrassed. Luckily, the commotion around them was loud and the lights dim, so she couldn't see the awkward look on his face. Only after the fight ended did the people who'd been hiding along the roadside dare to step out and take a look, but they still kept their distance. Let's go. Someone will call the police soon, and then S.H.I.E.L.D. will take over. Chun-Shi had no desire to tangle with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They'd cling to you like a bad rash, watching your every move, making you feel uneasy. Worse, he was afraid he might accidentally crush the agent tailing him. Yeah, let's get out of here. Jean nodded quickly. She wanted even less to be in the spotlight. If she got dragged into this, the media would have a field day with her again. The Ferrari's engine let out a deep, throaty roar, and the car shot off like a streak of red lightning, vanishing from everyone's sight. Red Queen, wipe all the nearby surveillance footage. I don't want them tracing my license plate and making trouble for me. Chun-Shi immediately ordered the Red Queen into action. It wasn't that he feared those agents. He just didn't want to be bothered. Understood, Master. The Red Queen replied at once. Deleting a few videos was a matter of seconds, and since this was the outskirts, there weren't many cameras around to begin with. Artificial intelligence? Jean asked curiously, eyeing him. This man's secrets seemed bottomless. Something like that. Makes handling things a lot easier. Chun-Shi replied with a casual grin. I really want to crack open your head and see for myself. Your secrets are driving me crazy. Jean gazed at him with a steady, smoldering look, her eyes sparkling with genuine fascination. I've got way too many secrets. Lady, I'd advise you not to get too curious about me, or you just might fall for me. Chun-Shi grinned with a teasing glint in his eye. If he wanted to win over a smart, sophisticated woman like Jean Grey, the safest play was to keep her guessing. Pfft, narcissist. I've never met anyone as self-obsessed as you. Do you really think I'm that shallow? Jean Grey's cheeks flushed under the intensity of Chun-Shi's penetrating gaze, and she quickly feigned indignation to hide her racing heartbeat. How could I know if it's shallow or not unless I try it myself? Go away. Jean Grey wasn't a child. Of course she understood the brazen hints he was dropping. One moment he was gentle and refined, the next he was icy and domineering, then suddenly laid back and careless. Which one was the real him? The constant shifting of his personality was thrilling, making her irresistibly drawn in. With him, there was never a shortage of things to talk about. He always managed to stir her heart. Jean Grey realized her emotions were in disarray today. She'd smiled more in a single day than she had in ages, and the flutter in her chest was something she hadn't felt for a long, long time. As the car slowly approached the school for mutants, Jean Grey suddenly asked him to stop. In a soft, lingering voice, she said, "Stay and talk with me a little longer." Chun-Shi understood. She wasn't eager to return to that stifling place, a place that weighed on her until she couldn't breathe. Back there, she was the stern teacher Jean Grey once again. He parked the car, and together they sat on the grass by the roadside. Overhead, the night sky glittered with stars. Lying back, Chun-Shi gazed upward and said, "It's been so long since I last looked up at the stars. I'd forgotten how breathtakingly deep and beautiful the night sky could be. Whenever I was troubled, I'd look up at the stars. Staring into the boundless night, my heart would suddenly feel lighter. Whatever suffering I endured, what did it really matter compared to the vastness of the universe? You must have had a difficult past, didn't you?" Jean Grey looked at him with sudden tenderness. People only remembered his brilliance now. But what about all that came before? Suffering doesn't matter to me. As long as the ending is good, every hardship is worth it. He never feared hardship, as long as there was even a sliver of hope. Chun-Shi didn't respond directly. Instead, he turned to her, his eyes burning with conviction, as if to tell her, as long as you dream, hope lives on. Thank you. If I ever feel down, I'll quietly gaze up at the stars, and I'll think of you too. But what I really want is to watch the stars with you. Suddenly, Chun-Shi changed the subject, looking at her intently. Jean Grey stared back at him in a daze. For a moment, time itself seemed to slow, as if a magnetic force was gently drawing them closer together. In that instant, a rush of emotion and longing erupted between them. It said that when two people attracted to each other lock eyes for more than 10 seconds, the urge to kiss becomes irresistible. After a long while, Jean Grey, breathless, finally had to push Chun-Shi away, her hands unsure where to rest. "You scoundrel! In the end, I still fell for your tricks." With her cheeks burning, Jean Grey rested her head shyly on Chun-Shi's shoulder and murmured softly, "Would you be willing to fall for them again?" Chun-Shi took advantage of the situation and still pretended to be innocent, his large hands once again finding mischief when there was nowhere for them to rest. Jean, annoyed, pinched him hard. How could this rascal still dare to tease her at a time like this? He was simply too much. The two of them held each other in silence, quietly savoring the peace of this moment. Time slipped by, minute after minute. When a moon was high in the sky, Jean's phone rang again. Feeling irritated, Jean simply turned off her phone. But Charles, he was practically a walking intercom. Seeing her reluctance, Chun-Shi nonetheless took her delicate hand and led her toward the car. Let's go, my dear Professor Jean. If love can last through ages, why should we care for every morning and night together? When they returned to the mutant school, all the X-Men and Professor Charles were waiting at the entrance. As for the younger mutants, they were peeking curiously from upstairs, sneaking glances at the front door. Was Professor Jean out for a date this late at night? Children are born gossips, their curiosity outstripping even the adults. Telling them to go to bed early was a lost cause. The Ferrari rolled to a gentle stop, and Jean was startled by the scene before her. Why was everyone here? Don't you all ever go to sleep? She asked in surprise. Yet no one answered her. In fact, seeing a luxury sports car only sparked more wild speculation. A girl out late, delivered home in a flashy sports car in the middle of the night. Jean, where did you go? And what's with the fancy car bringing you back? Scott Summers, wearing his trademark quartz glasses, shouted angrily. To him, Jean was his de facto girlfriend. He was still pursuing her, but who didn't know his intentions? Now, seeing his presumed girlfriend coming home in a luxury car at this hour, what else could this mean? Was he about to get played? The other mutants also gazed playfully at Chun-Shi, who hadn't yet stepped out of the driver's seat. Just what kind of rich playboy dared to pursue a rose with thorns like Jean? These young heirs really liked courting danger. Didn't they worry about biting off more than they could chew? Hearing Scott's self-righteous outburst, Jean was even more baffled. Why are you yelling? What does it have to do with you? Do I need to report everything I do to you? Jean, how would you treat me like this? Everyone at the mutant school knows you and I are a couple. Scott's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, as if he'd suffered a grave insult. Wasn't she supposed to explain herself? How could she turn around and yell back at him instead? Enough, enough. Scott, you and I are just teammates and ordinary friends. Don't flatter yourself. Jean quickly interrupted, frowning. She didn't want Chun-Shi to get the wrong idea about her and Scott. Although it had only been a single day, she was now completely convinced that she was Chun-Shi's girlfriend. Scott, calm down. Who Jean dates is her own business. I admit, I like the idea of you two, but love is a mysterious thing. No one can control it. Professor Charles Xavier, seeing that Cyclops was about to lose his temper, immediately urged him to cool off. His telepathic abilities, laced with a wordless mental force, helped Cyclops regain some composure. Haha, friend from afar. Aren't you going to come out and say hello? After all, we're Jean's family. Charles grinned as he looked toward the car, fully aware of Chun-Shi's true identity, and inwardly, he was deeply shocked. Of course, that's just basic courtesy. Chun-Shi replied with a hearty laugh as he opened the car door. With his appearance, the entrance instantly fell silent. No one could have guessed that Jean Grey's rumored mysterious boyfriend would turn out to be the most renowned screenwriter of them all. Oh my god, Jean, your secret boyfriend is the legendary Chun from the East. Shadowcat gasped, her eyes wide as she exclaimed in disbelief. Heavens, this is just too romantic. No wonder you're not interested in Cyclops, haha. Colossus chimed in, gleefully teasing Cyclops and enjoying the commotion. My idol, my ultimate idol. I've watched every one of your movies a dozen times. Could you give me an autograph? Even the usually cool Storm couldn't help but cry out like an excited fangirl. What was supposed to be a tense interrogation instantly morphed into a celebrity meet and greet, as even the young mutants couldn't resist a bit of star chasing. Cyclops was practically fuming. These unreliable teammates. Just a moment ago, everyone had agreed to stand together as one, and now they'd all switch sides at the drop of a hat. What a bunch of fair-weather friends. So what if you're a screenwriter? How can someone as weak as you possibly protect Jean Grey? We're mutants. We face danger every single day. Are you just going to be a burden? Cyclops' eyes darted as he seized on Chun-Shi's weakness. After all, they were mutants, and Chun-Shi was nothing more than a powerless intellectual. Feeling smug, Cyclops mentally patted himself on the back. Scott, oh Scott, you really are a genius. Pleased with his own counterattack, he shot Chun-Shi a challenging wink, positively oozing self-satisfaction. Maybe I can't write scripts or direct movies, but you sure can't fight. The others were struck by this thought, too. Yes, these two really did come from completely different worlds. How could a relationship like this possibly have a happy ending? Colossus even gave Scott a thumbs up. You've always got the best ideas, kid. Yet Chun-Shi seemed utterly unfazed, taking Qin Galei's hand in his and gazing at her with exaggerated affection. "Dearest Qin, you'll protect me, won't you?" Feeling her heart flutter under his loving gaze, Qin Galei played along with his antics, responding with a bold and heartfelt declaration, almost like a heroine from an action film. "Yes, I'll protect you. As long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." The scene was so dramatic that even Laser Eye, who had been waiting for Chun-Shi to embarrass himself, nearly choked in disbelief. He could hardly keep his composure. Was there no shame left in the world? The other mutants couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, exchanging glances as if to ask, are they serious right now? Are they really showing off their affection in public like this? Someone call the authorities. They're torturing us with this lovey-dovey nonsense. Damn, fight me. If you got the guts, step out here and face me. Laser Eye, unable to stand Chun-Shi's shamelessness any longer, shouted at him in fury. He was determined to settle this with his fists, because in his mind, that's how real men spoke. "Scott, aren't you going too far? Mr. Chun-Shi isn't even a mutant. Do you think he's some wild animal that you need to fight to win your mate? How childish." Storm immediately stepped in, standing up for Chun-Shi. As a woman, she especially disapproved of this brute force attitude. It made women seem like prizes to be fought over. "That's right. You're just a brute who only knows how to throw punches. If you didn't have mutant powers, you'd probably be out there hauling bricks for a living." Shadowcat, fearless and hopelessly romantic, couldn't help but join in. Watching her idol and beloved teacher Qin Galei fall in love, she was both envious and genuinely happy for them. There was no way she'd let Laser Eye ruin the moment. Laser Eye was left speechless, his pride wounded after being rebuffed several times. "Enough, Scott. Mr. Chun-Shi is not as simple as you think. Let's just drop it." Charles spoke up calmly at that moment. As always, the telepath tried to read Chun-Shi's mind, only to find himself effortlessly blocked. In that instant, Charles realized Chun-Shi was no ordinary man. Laser Eye, already on the verge of losing his temper, was only pushed closer to the edge by Charles's words. If even Charles said he wasn't a match for Chun-Shi, how could he not explode? "If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman." Laser Eye retorted coldly. Chun-Shi, who had been joking and laughing, let his smile fade. He gently let go of Qin Galei's hand and calmly stepped forward, facing Laser Eye directly. A hush fell over the room as the mutants at the door quickly made way, eager to watch the confrontation. After all, nothing was more entertaining than a good fight. Among the crowd, whispers broke out. If Professor Charles said Chun-Shi wasn't ordinary, did that mean he was a mutant too? "Miss Qin, aren't you worried? Scott doesn't just have laser eyes. His physical strength and combat skills are among the best at the mutant school." Curious, Shadowcat tugged at Qin Galei's sleeve and whispered her question. It wasn't just the Phantom Cat who believed Scott would win. Most others were rooting for him too. As the leader of the X-Men, naturally, he had to command respect. "I'm telling you, Scott's got this in the bag. He works out and practices hand-to-hand combat every single day, and he's never neglected his mutant abilities," someone chimed in. "Think about it. Chun-Shi's always busy creating stuff. Where would he even find the time to train his body or powers?" Beast, Hank, stood nearby, analyzing the situation. He knew Cyclops inside and out. The guy really did have some impressive skills. But Jean Grey had unwavering faith in Chun-Shi. She smiled and said, "I believe in him." "Ah, love really does make people blind," Storm teased, laughing. "Oh, stop it with your nonsense." Jean shot her a look, remembering quite well just how strong Chun-Shi was. At that moment, Cyclops watched as Chun-Shi took the bait, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He was ready to teach this kid a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. Crack, crack. Cyclops twisted his neck, making it pop loudly. A classic tough guy moved straight out of a street brawl. Chun-Shi simply stood there, quietly watching him show off. "Go on, keep up the act," he thought. "In a moment, let's see how you handle being humiliated by me." With the theatrics over, Cyclops moved on to a new round of verbal intimidation. "I'll give you one last chance, kid. Turn tail and run now, and I might spare you a beating. Otherwise, my fist won't show any mercy, got it?" Not only did Cyclops glare at Chun-Shi with wide, menacing eyes, but he even snorted contemptuously, as if looking down on him through his nostrils. That was more than Chun-Shi could stand. So, without giving Cyclops another moment to posture, Chun-Shi struck, swift and decisive. He slapped Cyclops right across the face. A sharp, resounding smack rang out in the quiet night, clear as day. The slap didn't just leave Cyclops stunned. Everyone present was left speechless. "Super speed," Hank exclaimed, his voice full of shock. All they saw was a blur where Chun-Shi had been, and then, in the blink of an eye, the overconfident Cyclops had been struck. Cyclops was frozen in disbelief. That was a sneak attack. No sense of sportsmanship at all. Before he could even react, Chun-Shi raised his hand again and landed another slap, this time on Cyclops' left cheek. If Chun-Shi hadn't held back, with Cyclops being a fragile, long-range type, a single slap might have taken his head clean off. Flung aside, Cyclops stared, wide-eyed and bewildered. Chun-Shi could clearly read the confusion, shock, and fury in his eyes. This guy really did have quite the expressive face. You're dead meat. Cyclops roared. D. Enraged, Cyclops unleashed his mutant power, his signature optic blast. You're not supposed to hit someone in the face. Doesn't he know that? Out here, your face is your pride. Hit the face, and it's as good as killing the man. Zap! Zap! That little laser toy was spinning in his hands with incredible skill, spraying shots wildly in Chun-Shi's direction. But somehow, every single beam seemed to miss, didn't it? How could this guy's sluggish head-turning speed ever keep up with Chun-Shi's agility? To Chun-Shi's eyes, the way he turned his head was as slow as a turtle crawling, pathetically slow, nothing impressive at all. Though he couldn't land a single hit on Chun-Shi, the sheer force of his attack was truly intimidating, sending the surrounding mutants into a panic, shouting and scrambling for cover. This little laser was tearing through the place like a demolition crew, blasting away with thunderous, relentless barges, while Chun-Shi seemed to be in constant danger. Yet every step he took was as steady and unhurried as an old, seasoned hound. Laser Eye watched as Chun-Shi dodged, always appearing to narrowly escape, and his arrogance grew with each miss, his laser beams flying as if he had an endless supply. The young mutants watching from above couldn't see exactly who was who in the chaos. All they saw was Mr. Scott unleashing his full might. Instantly, they erupted in adoring shouts. Go, Mr. Scott. You can do it. Go, Mr. Scott. You can do it. And so on. Well, being cheered on by the young mutants seemed to supercharge the guy. He fought with even more ferocity, as if he'd just been injected with pure adrenaline. Haha, the higher they lift you up, the harder you'll fall. Chun-Shi's sly, cunning grin crept across his face as he relished the moment. He was determined to bring this guy down in one go, so hard that he'd never recover. He wanted to break him, not just physically, but mentally as well. At this point, even Hank and the others were puzzled. Despite the heart-stopping spectacle and the lawn being torn to shreds, it seemed Chun-Shi hadn't suffered a scratch. Laser Eye, caught up in the thrill of the fight, still hadn't realized how dire his situation was, though soon enough he began to feel his cosmic energy running dry. Panic flickered in his eyes. Chun-Shi, of course, noticed at once and teased. So, you really are a 3-minute wonder, huh? TSK, you're done for. You're looking for trouble. Enraged, Laser Eye cranked his output to maximum and launched an all-out attack. But it was clear from the start that this was nothing more than wishful thinking. Charles had seen through everything, but said not a word. Laser Eye's temperament was still far too impulsive. With such recklessness, he could barely qualify as leader of the X-Men. He still had much to learn. Almost spent, Laser Eye finally realized he was in serious trouble. Panic set in. Well then, let me show you what a real Laser Eye looks like. Chun-Shi laughed heartily, his eyes beginning to glow a deep, ominous red. If it wasn't for the dramatic effect, he wouldn't even bother using heat vision. His fists were always his strongest weapon. With a low, simmering hum, his scorching heat vision erupted in a dazzling blaze. In that instant, every mutant across the school was struck speechless, frozen in shock. He had laser eyes too? Silence. A silence as absolute as death. Everyone present, including Charles's people, was utterly stunned. Where on earth did Jean Grey meet such a freak? The ground in front of Cyclops exploded in an instant, leaving him scrambling in panic. Without super speed to help him, he could only just barely dodge the attack. But before he could even catch his breath, the second wave of heat vision came crashing down. Cyclops rolled and crawled away, narrowly escaping in a most undignified fashion. The third blast of heat vision zipped right past, parting his sleek, shiny hair and giving him an impromptu new hairstyle. Chun-Shi, that's enough. You're about to kill him. Jean Grey shouted at Chun-Shi, her voice brimming with both delight and pride. Look at that. That's my man. About to kill me? What the? Cyclops felt the twin blows of humiliation from his rival and the crushing blow from his goddess. Was he really that pathetic? Mortified and furious, Cyclops simply pretended to faint. At least he could salvage some dignity this way. Better than just standing there waiting to be humiliated even further. Chun-Shi shrugged and let the heat vision dissipate. After a defeat like that, he was sure Scott would never again shamelessly pursue Jean Grey. As they watched Chun-Shi effortlessly trounce Scott, the other mutants felt as if they were in a dream. Who could have guessed that Chun-Shi, renowned across the world, was actually a mutant? And not just any mutant, but one so powerful they couldn't even fathom his true strength. He could only be described as unfathomable. Wherever the strong go, respect follows. At this moment, Chun-Shi had earned the respect of every mutant present. Their eyes were filled with awe and admiration for Chun-Shi, and even a sense of shared pride. After all, the greatest screenwriter of the century turned out to be one of their own. Such an incredible, unimaginable revelation left them beside themselves with excitement. Charles, too, was deeply moved, knowing better than anyone the extent of Chun-Shi's influence. With that in mind, he hurriedly invited Chun-Shi to visit the mansion. Faced with such an invitation, Chun-Shi couldn't refuse. He followed Charles toward the lounge, while the other mutants, who wanted autographs, were quickly silenced by Charles's stern glare. There's always time for autographs. Now's not the moment. Would you really cause a scene at such a crucial time? Shadowcat and the others stuck out their tongues and slipped away, for they held great respect for the professor. If there was anyone whose word they would heed, it was his. In the lounge, Charles, Hank, Jean Grey, and Chun-Shi all took their seats. The room radiated a vintage, understated luxury. Even the sofas were relics from the last century. Such was the mark of Charles's wealth. Without a deep fortune, how could he support so many mutants, or even fund so much advanced technology? When Jean Grey brought over the coffee and settled down gracefully beside Chun-Shi, acting the perfect partner, even Charles couldn't help but be intrigued. Jean, when did you two meet? You really kept this under wraps, didn't you? To him, this whole thing sounded like a fairy tale. The difference in their status was so vast, it was like they belonged to completely different worlds. Hank, too, was eyeing the pair with unabashed curiosity, his gaze darting back and forth between them. Something just didn't add up. At the mention of this, Jean Grey's cheeks flushed a deep red. She couldn't possibly say they'd just met moments ago. Wouldn't that make her seem too eager? No, worse, wouldn't it make her seem totally unreserved? Ahem, well, the truth is I met Jean at a fan meet and greet a long time ago. I started following her after that, and it took a lot of effort before I finally won her over. Ever observant, Chun-Shi immediately took Jean's nervous hand in his own, launching into his masterful art of spinning tales right before their eyes. How could he not give his woman the credit she deserved? Of course, he had to stand up for her. Telling white lies was practically his specialty, and honestly, there was something thrilling about it. Oh, so that's how it is. Haha, congratulations, Jean, for finding such an outstanding man, Charles exclaimed, the realization dawning on him. No wonder she'd never shown any real interest in Scott. Her heart already belonged elsewhere. Congratulations, Jean, Hank chimed in sincerely. For mutants, finding true love was no easy feat often. The best you could hope for was to pick the tallest among the short. Jean Grey nodded demurely, then turned to glance tenderly at Chun-Shi. Who wouldn't fall for a man with such emotional intelligence? Oh, right, Jean. How's the investigation into John's disappearance coming along? Any leads? Charles asked. Jean was at a loss for words. How was she supposed to explain this? Professor, John was killed by a mysterious figure. I pulled some strings and managed to get hold of a video clip from the incident. Give me a moment. I'll go grab it from the car. Chun-Shi quickly interjected, taking responsibility. As a new era gentleman, how could he let his woman be put on the spot because of him? Very well. Thank you for your help, Mr. Chun-Shi. Charles nodded happily. Having connections certainly made things easier. Jean Grey hurriedly got up to follow him. Only when they stepped outside did she whisper with a hint of mock disdain, Hey, you're not really thinking of running for it, are you? Where exactly are you getting this video from? Without hesitation, Chun-Shi gently tapped her forehead. How dare you doubt your man? That deserves a punishment. Oh, stop it. Even I can't bring myself to hit you. Jean Grey instantly protested, her voice tender yet playful, as she gave him a light, affectionate punch. Hell, well, do you want me to hit you? Chun-Shi grinned mischievously, his tone teasing. Get lost, you pervert. All you ever think about is mischief. Jean Grey blushed and shot back. Aren't you just asking the obvious? Do you really think I could resist you? Haha, got it. Chun-Shi chuckled smugly, his grin making it clear he'd taken her lack of denial as consent. Teasing a woman who was so intelligent and mature. It was simply too much fun. Once they got in the car, Chun-Shi immediately instructed Red Queen to recover the previously deleted video. Then, he and Gwen swapped faces. You're up to your tricks again? Jean Grey gave him a sidelong glance. You really think a deepfake video won't be exposed? Do you honestly believe Hank won't see through such a simple ruse? Relax. Red Queen's tech is decades ahead of its time. This AI face swapping is so advanced that Hank won't be able to tell the difference, Chun-Shi said with full confidence. It's like asking someone from the VHS era to understand Blu-ray. Jean Grey could only shake her head in resignation. Sometimes she wondered if she'd lost her mind, actually helping him deceive others. Maybe what they said was true, Once a woman falls for someone, she'll follow him no matter what. Back in the lounge, Chun-Shi produced a blurry, dimly lit video, along with another clip showing John's neck being twisted by a stranger, and played them for the others. In the video, John was seen getting into a fight at a bar, demanding someone else's girlfriend keep him company. In the end, he left the bar and met his demise outside. After watching, Charles and Hank were left speechless. This guy was always so hot-headed, relying on his powers to show off at every turn. This time, he finally picked the wrong opponent. "Professor, what should we do now?" Hank asked calmly, though he felt John had brought this on himself. Truth be told, hardly anyone at the school liked John. He was notoriously unpopular. Only Iceman ever bothered with him. "I'll need to think about it," Charles said, rubbing his temples in frustration. John always seemed to leave him with nothing but trouble. I'm really sorry for all this," Charles said with a grateful smile. "We have to thank Chun-Shi again for helping us find the real culprit." "Haha, don't mention it. Jean is my girlfriend. Her problems are my problems too," Chun-Shi replied modestly, his words smooth and sincere. Neither Charles nor Hank knew the real story, but after all this, they only saw Chun-Shi as a truly good person, never arrogant despite his achievements, always so humble. Having scored a wave of goodwill, Charles and Hank started chatting with Chun-Shi, eager to get to know him better and strengthen their connection. When it grew late, Chun-Shi finally excused himself to leave. Charles checked the time and said with a laugh, "My, how quickly the evening's flown by. Allow me to walk you out, Mr. Chun-Shi." "No need for such formality, Professor. We're all friends here. You should get some rest." Chun-Shi declined politely, not wanting Charles, wheelchair-bound and weary, to go to the trouble. "Haha, you're right. We're all friends here. Jean, would you walk Mr. Chun-Shi out for me?" Charles burst out laughing with hearty warmth, and quickly asked Jean Grey to see Chun-Shi out. Today's meeting and conversation had been an absolute delight. He felt this was a promising beginning. "All right, Professor." Jean Grey nodded, slipped her arm through Chun-Shi's, and headed out with him. Watching them walk away, Charles couldn't help but muse on what a perfect match they made, talented and beautiful. But more than that, he sensed that a new era was dawning for mutants. "Ms. Grey, wait up, wait for me." They had just reached the school gate when an urgent shout echoed from behind. Turning around, they saw the endearingly playful Kitty Pride dashing over, a stack of photos clutched in her hands. "Kitty, what's got you in such a rush? You're all out of breath." Jean Grey, both amused and exasperated, tapped her gently on the head. I've come for a superstar's autograph, of course." Kitty grinned mischievously and then blinked her big, sparkling, puppy dog eyes at Chun-Shi. "All right, you adorable little troublemaker." Chun-Shi couldn't help but laugh, taking the pen and photos from Kitty and signing them one by one. It was clear she was representing a group of kids from the mutant school. "You're the best." Kitty beamed with delight. Thanks to Chun-Shi, she hadn't lost face in front of her friends. In fact, she'd gained plenty of admiration. Now, who would dare say she was only good at being cute and playing pranks? Signing autographs was second nature to Chun-Shi now, each stroke of his signature carefully practiced. He'd even hired someone to design it. He'd spent ages perfecting it, even if these country bumpkins might not appreciate the finer points of calligraphy. With her autograph photos in hand, Kitty was over the moon. She hopped away, hugging the photos to her chest, her lively spirit a rare sight among mutants. "I really envy that little cutie," Jean Grey sighed, shaking her head. "She's not like the other kids, always so sad and alone." Chun-Shi knew Jean was thinking of all the mutant children suffering, and how powerless she felt to change their status in society. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I'll find a way." Chun-Shi squeezed Jean's hand as he spoke. "Really?" Jean looked up at him, eyes shining with hope and surprise. She knew Chun-Shi's influence far surpassed her own. "For you, I'm willing to try my best," Chun-Shi replied, eyes full of gentle affection. This time, he wasn't just making empty promises. He truly felt it was time to do something righteous. He believed that doing good deeds could earn him justice points, and that if he could change the status of all mutants, he'd surely earn a mountain of them. Let it be stated for the record, he was doing all this purely out of love and a desire for peace. It had absolutely nothing to do with justice points. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jean Grey immediately pressed Chun-Shi against the car door and began to act mischievously herself. Perhaps she'd just been moved a little too much? Unfortunately, she wasn't very skilled at this sort of thing. After just a few minutes, she was completely spent, and, in the end, Chun-Shi had to take over. No one could say how much time had passed. Chun-Shi felt that if they lingered any longer, dawn would surely break. Feeling a little embarrassed, Jean Grey shot him a quick glare and slipped away. Utterly exhausted, she feared that if she stayed, things might really get out of hand. With a guilty conscience, Chun-Shi hurried home, sneaking into the bathroom to wash away every trace of Chingalei's scent before finally daring to enter the rest of the house with a sigh of relief. All right, you're really not fooling anyone. Wanda's voice cut through the darkness as she suddenly opened her eyes, sounding a little annoyed. Ahem, you're still awake? Feeling sheepish, Chun-Shi scratched his head awkwardly. Damn, caught red-handed, talk about bad luck. I can't sleep when you're not home. Promise me you'll come back every night from now on, okay? Wanda burrowed into his arms, whispering softly. Seeing her so fragile, as pitiful as a helpless kitten, Chun-Shi's heart ached. With a wife like this, what more could a man possibly want? Wanda, I swear I'll never leave you. If I break my promise, may the heavens strike me down where I stand. Chun-Shi's voice was low and resolute as he pledged his vow. Hush, don't say things like that. I believe you. Wanda quickly covered his mouth, her tone urgent. She spoiled him too much, all because that one day, Chun-Shi had shattered the darkness and rescued her from her suffering. You're wonderful, Wanda, Chun-Shi said from the bottom of his heart. Oh, I must have been bewitched to go along with you. You rascal, is that how you thank me? Wanda grumbled with playful reproach, but before she could finish, she felt herself suddenly ambushed. Fuming, she nearly retreated into silence. This is the most heartfelt way I can thank you. After all, actions speak louder than words, right? Chun-Shi grinned mischievously, making excuses with a cheeky confidence. Get lost. Let's see who's afraid of who. Suddenly, everything seemed to settle down, and the days that followed became peaceful and calm. Classmate Parker, as expected, became New York's friendly neighborhood hero. Tony clung to life with the help of chlorophyll, throwing himself into the study of new energy sources. Gwen, meanwhile, chased down criminals alongside the Terminator, living out her dream of being a superhero. Chun-Shi continued his days basking in the sun, playing the role of a contented slacker. His strength grew steadily, and he even unlocked the ability to fly. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something important had slipped his mind. Age, 24 this universe. Allegiance, the ever-scheming double agent. Companions, Wanda the yet unawakened Scarlet Witch, the Terminator, the Warden, Spider-Gwen. Constitution, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman pending unlock. Strength, 3,560 tons. Speed Mach 20. Abilities, Invulnerable Body, Biofield, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice points, 130,000. Lounging in the garden, soaking up the sun, he closed his attribute panel and squinted contentedly, talking to himself with a smug grin. The Kryptonian physique really is something else. You don't even have to train hard, yet you can crush all those so-called superheroes. All those gods and demigods. Utterly overrated. After indulging in a bit of self-admiration, he started browsing through the system store. He skipped right past the cultivation techniques and strange flames from that certain martial world. Anything remotely related to training, he ignored without a second thought. He did, however, take a liking to a magical blade from another universe. This weapon could slice through space itself. Imagine using it on a person. It'd be like cutting through tofu. Unfortunately, the price was outrageous, a staggering 80,000 justice points. System, you might as well be robbing me. Sorry, nothing to do with me. It's the system store that sets the prices. If you're broke, you've only got yourself to blame. Whatever, you may step down now. Though Chun-Shi was practically drooling over that blade, he simply couldn't bring himself to spend 80,000 on a sneaky weapon. After all, he was Superman, he always fought head-on. The system store was overflowing with items. There were the famous Sharingan, Geas, Byakugan, the Mystic Eyes, and so on. They even had flawless devil fruits, immune to seawater and sea stone, but their prices were just as jaw-dropping. The perfect Goro Goro no Mi, for example, was priced at 30,000. At that rate, he might as well just rob a bank. All the effort he put into raising villains barely earned him enough to get by. Better to just forget it. With his discount card, all he wanted was to quickly save up 1 million justice points. Then he could finally get his hands on the 10 million valued Silver Superman. As night fell, the system's notifications finally began to chime in. Criminals always came out in droves after dark. Gwen and the Bow twins, now part of his team, would appear in every corner of New York, fighting for justice. Gained 200 justice points. Gained 500 justice points. Gained 200 justice points. While Chun-Shi was raking in rewards without lifting a finger, Gwen, clad in her red and white suit, suddenly burst in, her shoulder badly wounded. Chun-Shi, who'd been watching TV, instantly darkened with anger. Who did this to you? Some guys that go by Daredevil and the Punisher, Gwen said through gritted teeth. Those two had actually set a trap for her. Naive Gwen thought it was just a robbery. She'd barely approached to intervene when the supposed victim turned around and stabbed her in the shoulder. Not even her spider sense had warned her. How did those two end up working together? Chunshi was baffled, but he didn't really care to figure out. He never paid much attention to small-time fringe characters like them. They were just extras in Marvel's world, serving as experience fodder for the main cast. Because of his brutal and violent methods, most of the superheroes under Marvel's banner keep their distance from the Punisher, refusing to consider him one of their own. Only Daredevil, Matt Murdock, and Deadpool, Wade Wilson, count as the Punisher's true friends among the superheroes. The reason is that he and Daredevil both share a fiercely radical temperament, while Deadpool's way of doing things closely resembles his own. A new mission: carry out justice and punish these two petty thugs, following the host's own sense of what's right. The mission reward is 3,000 justice points. Trash is trash. After all, 3,000 justice points is the very best they're worth, and this left Chun-Shi a little disappointed. But you dared to hurt Gwen. You've really chosen the fastest route to your own destruction. Although Gwen's self-healing isn't on the monstrous level of Wolverine and other mutants, it's still far beyond that of normal people. Even after suffering a deep knife wound, she's almost completely healed by now. After reminding her to clean the wound thoroughly, Chun-Shi slipped out into the night under the moonlight. You call yourselves anti-heroes? Let me show you what a real anti-hero is. At this moment, the two men, full of confidence, had no idea what kind of being they had provoked. For them, death would be a mercy. In an underground parking lot in Hell's Kitchen, what was once an empty space is now bustling with activity. The brightly lit parking garage is filled with gang members on patrol, all armed to the teeth. Their vigilant stance makes it impossible not to suspect some illegal transaction is taking place. At this very moment, the Punisher is making a filthy deal with Kingpin, the notorious New York crime lord. The Punisher, Frank Castle. He was once a Marine Corps captain. After his family was murdered by the mob, he became the Punisher. Who would have thought that someone who proclaimed his crusade against all criminal forces, declaring that anyone guilty must die, would turn around and make shady deals with Kingpin, the king of the underworld? Such hypocrisy is all too familiar. He's no better than a sanctimonious fraud. It's all just an act he puts on to win sympathy from the outside world. And Kingpin, a man with ironclad clout, is his most powerful supporter from behind the scenes. The two hit it off instantly. Kingpin supplies him with money, weapons, and intelligence. In return, he eliminates the gangs that refuse to bow to Kingpin, supposedly under the banner of stamping out all evil forces. It seems like the perfect arrangement, a win-win situation for both. And tonight, they're celebrating another successful deal. Because of Gwen's interference, several of Kingpin's illegal trades have been thwarted. This made him swear to eliminate this newly emerged Spider-Woman. To cut off someone's profits is like killing their parents. There's no way Kingpin would ever let Gwen off the hook, so he didn't hesitate to order the Punisher to take her out. So, without delay, he immediately contacted his old friend, Daredevil Matt, to set up an ambush for Gwen. At first, Daredevil refused, but the moment the Punisher threw $1 million on the table, he fell silent. Oh God, forgive me, he's offering too much. Go ahead and die. You're destined for it anyway. Daredevil was already fiercely jealous. He felt Gwen had become far too brazen lately, not only trespassing on his territory, but also stealing all his thunder. So, riding the current, the two of them struck a deal. Daredevil would pose as a victim to lure Gwen in. Though Daredevil lost his sight in an accident as a child, he gained extraordinary abilities from that very misfortune, making him the perfect candidate for a surprise attack. Today, they didn't manage to take Spider-Gwen down for good, but wounding her so badly meant they could finish the job next time. Ha! Come on, let's toast to our next collaboration, to taking down Spider-Woman once and for all. Kingpin let out a booming laugh, raising his glass high. Though Daredevil was less than thrilled, he couldn't say no to that kind of money. Interesting. I used to think all these double agent games were just for the sake of plot twists. TSK, you guys really know how to play. I have to admit, I'm impressed. In the dimly lit underground parking garage, a shadowy figure slowly approached, clapping mockingly, voice dripping with ridicule, as if watching a troupe of clowns. Who goes there? Looking for trouble? Kingpin's face twisted in anger and alarm as he shouted. His henchmen immediately opened fire on the black-clad stranger nearby. A barrage of gunfire filled the air. Countless bullets struck the symbiote's suit, not even so much as tickling its wearer, which left every thug on the scene completely dumbfounded. What on earth is this guy? Is he really a demon from hell? How can he be completely invulnerable to bullets and blades? A devil in black armor? He really does look like a demon. Keep shooting. I don't believe he can withstand this much firepower. Seeing his men hesitate in fear, Kingpin exploded in rage. How could he build an empire with such a bunch of cowards? Spurred on by their boss's harsh rebuke, The henchmen snapped out of their stupor and unleashed another wild hail of gunfire. Now, their only hope was to fight with everything they had. Otherwise, their fate was sealed. Gunfire rattled through the garage. Unfazed, Chun-Shi strode directly toward Kingpin, bullets bouncing harmlessly off him. He lived for moments like this, relishing every bit of the spectacle. Just 10 minutes earlier, the Red Queen had tracked the whereabouts of the Punisher and Daredevil, and he had set out in pursuit. When he arrived and witnessed the deal going down, everything became clear. So he'd been too naive. This was the real world, not some movie. Here, people's personalities were nothing like the noble, righteous heroes crafted by screenwriters and directors. The characters we see on screen cannot be fully trusted, nor can we completely disbelieve them. Directors go to any lengths to please their audience. But in the real world, how many truly selfless superheroes exist? In reality, at every step, there may be a fork in the road. And each of those crossroads can alter the course of a person's life. Does the director show the audience all those turning points? Of course. But in most cases, such flawless personalities are painfully rare when faced with an imperfect world. When the thug's bullets were almost spent, and the once deafening gunfire dwindled to scattered pops, Chun-Shi finally spoke. Now, can you die with no regrets? No sooner had the words left his lips than his shadowy arm morphed into a long spear, and with a series of sickening thrusts, like skewering candied fruit, he pierced through the fleeing gunman. The dozen or so shooters, caught mid-escape, were stunned to find themselves impaled, legs flailing above the ground, yet strangely, they felt no pain. This horrifying and bizarre scene left Kingpin and his gang of punks trembling, their faces drained of color. Their worldview shattered completely. Never in their lives had they witnessed such terrifying violence. Some of the faint-hearted had already lost control out of sheer terror. Yet no matter how dumbfounded they were, Chun-Chi's slaughter did not stop for their fear or despair. With a sharp flick, his spear-like arm shredded the half-alive thugs into a spray of gore, and then transformed again into a massive blade and went to work freeing the rest from their torment. A sickening stench filled the air. The entire underground parking lot had become a slaughterhouse. After clearing out the small fry, Chun-Chi's gaze returned to Kingpin. Still in shock, Kingpin snapped back to his senses and immediately shouted for Punisher and Daredevil to take on Chun-Chi. Punisher and Daredevil weren't fools. They knew full well that their skills were no match for this monster. We're going for broke. There's no way we're getting out of here by running. They exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to unleash their full strength in a desperate bid for survival. But just as they charged, Kingpin let out a roar, then promptly turned and ran for his life, abandoning his allies without a second thought. Punisher, bellowing with rage, brandished his adamantium dagger. Daredevil, wielding his signature twin batons, lunged as well. As he closed in, the baton's outer shells fell away, revealing two deadly blades. Seeing this, Chun-Chi couldn't help but smile mockingly. So this was justice? Hiding such devious killing moves all along. Chun-Chi stood his ground, unmoving, bracing himself for their assault. Seeing his arrogance, both heroes' faces twisted with a mix of malice and scorn. Adamantium was no ordinary metal. If Chun-Chi could stop bullets, could he really withstand adamantium? But in the very next instant, their smirks froze on their faces. F***K. What the? The indestructible adamantium blade had failed? That bizarre suit he wore actually withstood the razor-sharp edge of adamantium? The scene they imagined didn't happen. Their minds were filled with nothing but confusion. Was there really a metal on Earth even harder than adamantium? But no one would ever answer their question, and they would never know the truth. Chun-Chi's hands, swift and powerful as dragons, had already closed around their necks, lifting them off the ground and suspending their fate in midair. Well, looks like giving you a chance was pointless after all. Chun-Chi looked at the two of them, legs kicking wildly, eyes bulging like dying fish. Their breath had already stopped. Death was now only a matter of time. If you have the guts, give us one more chance, you'll see. Daredevil's face flushed red as he desperately clawed at Chun-Chi's wrists, struggling for air. His broken words squeezed out painfully from his throat. Yet Chun-Chi's grip was like a hydraulic clamp. No matter how they fought, it was all in vain. Taunts won't work on me, sorry. Even if I gave you 100 chances, the only thing you'd get is a moment's reprieve. Chun-Chi sneered, unimpressed by their attempt to goad him. He never gave his enemies a second chance. Anyone who tried to harm him only ever got one shot. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, spring winds will always bring them back. But I can give you a grand, memorable end to celebrate my newly acquired powers. Aren't you lucky? Chun-Chi looked at them with mocking amusement. What do you mean? Punisher and Daredevil were bewildered. A grand end? What kind of death was that supposed to be? They were about to find out. This was going to be their spectacular, unparalleled finale. With Chun-Chi's hands gripping them tightly, he crashed straight through the wall of the underground parking lot and emerged into the open air. Above, the moon hung high and faint stars dotted the sky while the city glowed with countless lights. The sudden, dizzying rush of flight and the choking sensation of weightlessness made them scream uncontrollably. This was 100 times more thrilling than any roller coaster. But Chun-Chi didn't want them to die so quickly. He enveloped them in a biofield, protecting their lives for now. He had no intention of breaking his promise. He said he'd give them a grand finale, and he meant it. In that moment, Punisher and Daredevil had never dreamed they'd experience flight in the flesh. Was this their final, desperate flight? Several figures shot through the night sky like rockets, streaking toward the stars. Punisher and Daredevil stared out in despair. Is New York's night really this beautiful? For the first time, they witnessed the breathtaking skyline of the world's most dazzling city. Skyscrapers woven from light, shimmering like a dream. Not only were they bewildered, but the entire old American Space Agency was also caught off guard at this very moment. The unidentified flying object was streaking toward space at hypersonic speed. Sir, the whole command room was in utter confusion. This speed was faster than even their most advanced supersonic jets. Top secret. This is top secret. In the blink of an eye, Chun-Chi had already charged into the satellite orbit of outer space, bringing the Punisher and Daredevil along with him. So this is what Earth looks like from space. How beautiful it is. A look of excitement broke across Chun-Chi's face. This was his first time experiencing something like this. The Punisher and Daredevil, finding themselves suddenly in the vastness of the universe, looked back at the Earth that had nurtured them, but their hearts were filled with deep fear. There was not a trace of excitement in them. This was a terror far beyond thalassophobia, the fear of deep water. This was a cosmic dread multiplied countless times, the loss of the solid ground beneath their feet replaced by the weightlessness of space. As mere mortals, they could not fathom what this kind of cosmic fear truly was, nor could they comprehend such despair and terror. These so-called tough guys, right now, could think of nothing but wanting to run to the restroom. Coming back to his senses, Chun-Chi glanced at them and said, "To die in such a beautiful place. You two should consider yourselves lucky." With that, he released his biokinetic and telekinetic fields. Deprived of all protection, the two were instantly swallowed by the extreme cold of space. There was no time for thought, no time for words. Their bodies became satellites of Earth. What an honor that was for them. After dealing with these two nuisances, Chun-Chi turned around and gazed in awe at the distant, boundless sun, countless millions of kilometers away. His cells were exploding with energy, his power growing wild and unchecked. Countless trillions of cells hungrily devoured the majestic power streaming from the sun. They had completely lost control. Devour, obliterate, grow stronger. Every cell was reveling in this ecstasy, and Chun-Chi could sense their wild joy with perfect clarity. In just a few minutes, he realized his power had surged more in that short time than it ever had in hours before. This wasn't just a qualitative leap. This was like nuclear fusion. Every second, he could feel the explosive surge of strength, a wild, unreasonable increase. A cheat code? What cheat could ever compare to the physique of a super Kryptonian? Utterly absorbed in this relentless, explosive strengthening, Chun-Chi was completely intoxicated by the sensation. And so he stood quietly in Earth's orbit, greedily absorbing the sun's energy. Little did he know, he was driving the astronauts aboard the International Space Station to the brink of existential crisis. "Oh my God! Jack, come here quick! I think there's someone outside. Oh my God!" "Chris, are you kidding me? This is space. There's no way a person could be out there. F*******. I'm not messing with you. Seriously, F******. Are you serious about what you just said?" Seeing how serious Chris sounded, even Jack started to believe him. "Shit, come and see for yourself," Chris retorted impatiently, and Jack, along with the other astronauts, hurried over and immediately saw the astonishing scene for themselves. "Oh my God! Oh my God! This is unbelievable! Hurry! Quick! Take pictures and send them back to Mission Control on Earth. Oh fuck! This must be the greatest discovery of the century. Someone actually surviving in space. Oh my God! Is that an alien? Or a god?" When the Ground Control Center received the photos sent from the space station, the images were immediately reported up the chain. Only then did they realize that the unidentified flying object was, in fact, a person wrapped in a jet-black suit of armor. Fuck, this is just too damn unbelievable. Even the space agency began to question reality. Isn't this something out of a fairy tale? What kind of being could survive the vacuum of space? S.H.I.E.L.D. got the news as well. Nick Fury and the others stared silently at the photos on the computer screen. The conference room was dead silent. No one could wrap their heads around such an existence. It completely shattered their worldview. Director, are they sure that's a real person? Not just some space debris? Coulson asked hesitantly. Everyone turned their gaze to Nick Fury, hoping for an answer. They were thinking the same as Coulson. Could it just be some junk drifting from another planet? S.H.I.E.L.D. had dealt with aliens before, but none had dared to pull off something like this. Even with advanced technology, trying this was basically a death sentence. Sitting at the head of the table, Nick Fury nodded silently. That's a living person. He even moves around from time to time. Oh shit, God help us if this is just some alien having fun. At least, until his suit runs out of oxygen. What if the guy doesn't need oxygen? And what if he actually makes it to Earth? Friend or foe, who could possibly know? Natasha, are you suggesting we use the eye of God to fire an energy beam at him? No, that's not going to work. How can you be sure it'll kill him? And if it doesn't, what if he goes berserk and retaliates? The S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room erupted into chaos, as noisy and disorderly as a marketplace. But in the end, they still couldn't reach a decision. Meanwhile, Chun-Shi had no idea that just by sunbathing, he had managed to throw the whole planet into a state of anxiety and panic. Time ticked by, second by second. Still in his peaceful slumber, he finally sensed that it might be time to head home. If Wanda found out he'd snuck out again, who knew what kind of trouble he'd be in this time? The sunlight in space accelerated his progress at an astonishing rate. The quality of solar energy here seemed to be worlds apart from what he had experienced on Earth. Based on his calculations, it was clear that the atmosphere blocked the vast majority of the sun's energy, making the solar power on the surface utterly incomparable to that in outer space. It was precisely because of the atmosphere that life on Earth could flourish in all its grandeur. Without this protective shield, life on Earth would be wiped out in an instant. There would be no room for negotiation. The sun's radiation alone would annihilate every living thing, without even needing oxygen to do the job. But in space, the solar energy was pure and unfiltered, while he had only ever absorbed the watered-down version before. System, pull up the status panel for me. I want to see how much solar energy I've absorbed in these past 5 or 6 hours. Understood. The status panel is now open for the host. Age, 24 this universe. Faction, the ever-fickle Maverick. Companions, the still unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda. Terminator, Lockdown, Spider-Gwen. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman pending unlock. Strength, 4,290 tons. Speed, Mach 30. Abilities, Invulnerable Body, Biofield, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight. Other abilities, pending awakening. Justice points, 130,000. Holy, this is insane. Seeing the system's status panel, Chun-Shi couldn't help but shout out in giddy disbelief, swept up in a wave of euphoria. Just one night was enough for his strength to skyrocket by several hundred tons, an overnight boost on par with adding a whole new Hulk to his baseline. His speed had leapt by 10 Mach as well. What did that even mean? Even the fastest jets, after half a century of research, couldn't match what he achieved in a single night's sleep. If the scientists found out, they'd probably resign on the spot and switch to biotech research instead. There is no road in this world, but with enough footsteps, a path will emerge. Chun-Shi's evolutionary journey had, thanks to his ancestors' actions, inadvertently ignited a frenzy of progress. When he returned to the villa and saw Wanda and Gwen waiting for him, he suddenly slapped his forehead as he remembered. He'd had so much fun that he completely forgot to tell them. Catching sight of the two women's reproachful stares, he could only scratch his head in embarrassment. So you do remember to come home? You're getting pretty wild, huh? Running off into space on a whim. Wanda huffed, her tone brimming with complaint. If not for the Red Queen hacking into Earth satellites, they'd never have known he'd taken a nap in outer space. Now, Wanda and Gwen finally understood. Their man was the kind of Superman who only appeared in comic books. Of course, an even bigger mystery arose. The Superman in the comics was clearly Western, yet here he was with a distinctly Eastern face. Ahem, I got carried away. It slipped my mind. Chun-Shi scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you couldn't really blame him for this. The pursuit of strength was truly addictive. As the saying goes, you become who you spend time with. Naturally, Wanda had also learned to play along. All right, I'll let you off this time, but you're not getting away scot-free. Tonight, you're taking us for a stroll in outer space. Oh, so that's what you've been waiting for. Wanda, your conscience has taken quite a hit lately. I really need to see if you still have one. Suddenly enlightened, Chun-Shi nodded and playfully reached out as if to check whether her conscience was still intact. Get lost. You're never up to any good. Wanda shot him a teasing glare and dodged away quickly. This guy's always thinking of the fun stuff. If anyone's playing along, it's you. And with Gwen right here, you're already planning something? Haha. All right then, we'll go tonight. But you two can't stay in space for long. Chun-Shi put away his mischievous grin and spoke seriously. You've got that bioforce field, don't you? Just keep us safe, and then wrap us in your telekinetic field. There'll be enough oxygen inside your psychic shield for us to breathe. We only need to be out there 10 minutes or so, Wanda said, her face full of anticipation. After all, not everyone could just decide to take a trip into space. Wanda, you really are a little genius. Looking at Wanda, who was brimming with ideas, Chun-Shi teased her affectionately. Stop that. Don't make fun of me. Wanda's cheeks puffed up as she shot Chun-Shi another glare, her tiny hand moving in for a playful smack. Chun-Shi played along, pretending to wince in pain, and Wanda's big eyes curved into little crescent moons. To have a man who would protect your innocence like this. What a stroke of luck. Watching the two of them mess around, Gwen couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. You two really have a wonderful bond. By the way, Gwen, how are you feeling now? Chun-Shi quickly dodged Wanda's playful attack and turned to Gwen with a smile. My healing factor is pretty strong. I was fine just a few minutes after you left. Thank you for stepping in for me. Gwen replied with a sweet smile, genuinely touched. She wasn't naive. She could sense Chun-Shi's care and concern. Still, she knew her place. Wanda was the main one here. She couldn't let herself show too much affection in front of her. Oh, don't mention it. We're all friends here. If anyone dared hurt you, it'd be like an old man eating poison, just asking for trouble. Chun-Shi grinned. You and your endless rhymes. What are you up to now? Wanda shot back, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Did they think she was blind? Not even bothering to hide it anymore. Of course, it's all about you. Who else? Sensing the jealousy in the air, Chun-Shi quickly switched gears with a cheeky grin, and Wanda's face flushed red. Oh, for heaven's sake. You're always flirting. So annoying. Wanda was truly at a loss for words. Whenever she tried to discipline him, he would immediately start joking and playing the fool. There was simply nothing she could do about him. Deep down, she still harbored a fear of Chun-Shi's strict house rules, terrified that one day she might end up dying at his hands. Gwen, for her part, was too embarrassed to speak up, so she pretended to be an ostrich, quietly ignoring their conversation as if she hadn't heard a thing. Oh my God, this was mortifying beyond belief. Chun-Shi understood that some things could not be rushed. It was important to proceed step by step, gradually probing the depth of the situation. Certain truths simply shouldn't be revealed too soon. So he changed the subject and said, Gwen, the real culprit behind the sneak attack on you was Kingpin. I left him for you on purpose. However you want to deal with him is up to you. Don't show me any mercy on his account. Gwen's brow furrowed. She should have guessed it was him all along. She disrupted his illicit dealings more than once, so it made perfect sense for him to want revenge. If it hadn't been for her spider sense warning her just in time, it wouldn't just have been her shoulder that was injured. It could have been her neck. If her throat had been cut, she might not have survived. Even if such a grave wound wasn't always fatal, who would dare to risk it? That night, Chun-Shi took Wanda and Gwen soaring through the night sky, reappearing near Earth's orbital boundary. The two women were overwhelmed with excitement. They were witnessing sights they could never have dreamed of, not even in their wildest fantasies. Before their eyes stretched the glowing red continents, the deep blue oceans, and the boundary of Earth itself, shining against the mysterious backdrop of space. A breathtaking spectacle where land, sea, and the cosmos intertwined. On this beautiful night, they immersed themselves in a beauty so distant yet so enchanting, it drew them in completely. They were utterly captivated, lost in this woven world of dreams. Chun-Shi was overjoyed as well. What could be more fulfilling than moving and thrilling the women he cared about so deeply? The awe shining in their eyes, a wordless adoration, filled him with a sense of accomplishment no other achievement could match. The love in their gazes brimmed so fully it seemed ready to spill over. A few satellites tried to draw near for a closer look, but Chun-Shi casually punched one out of orbit from afar, destroying it instantly. After that, no one dared to disturb them. He didn't want their peaceful lives disrupted. If his own existence was exposed to the world, so be it. It was bound to happen sooner or later. But he would not allow anyone to intrude on the lives of the women around him. Time flew by with astonishing speed. It truly felt as if the days were slipping through their fingers. Several weeks passed in a flash. Kingpin was left alive on purpose by Chun-Shi as a training target for Gwen, so he hadn't disposed of the crafty old villain right away. Soon, it was already November of 2008. That day, Chun-Shi was basking in the sun out in space, something he'd been doing diligently whenever he found the time. The world had grown accustomed to this mysterious figure who would simply appear out of nowhere and sunbathe in orbit. People no longer found it strange and let him be. The only real chaos was that, after Kingpin's death, the criminal underworld spiraled out of control and crime rate soared. Both sides maintained a delicate balance, leaving each other undisturbed as the shadow loomed in space. Age: 24. This universe. Allegiance: the master of switching sides. Companions: the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, the Warden, Spider-Gwen. Physique: Bronze Superman, Silver Superman pending unlock. Strength: 11,490 tons. Speed: Mach 110. Powers: invulnerable body, biofield, heat vision, telekinesis, flight. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice points: 138,600. Looking at the justice points, which had barely budged, Chun-Shi felt he could no longer afford to remain idle. So, after closing the attributes panel, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and zipped back to New York, ready to strike down villains in the name of justice. Anton Vanko watched Iron Man, Tony Stark, bask in glory as he fought for justice and enjoyed the cheers of the crowd. The sight filled Anton with unbearable pain. That glory should have belonged to his own son. "My child, all of this was meant to be yours. Don't listen to those fools." Ivan, the devoted son, gripped his father's hand tightly and spoke. "But all I can leave you with is my knowledge." As he finished speaking, tears of regret traced down Anton Vanko's cheeks, ending a life overshadowed by disappointment and unfulfilled ambition. Ivan Vanko, watching his father's passing, roared in agony. His father had always been his hero. Yet as a son, he could not give his father a dignified end. His father, Anton Vanko, had once been Howard Stark's partner. Together, they developed the arc reactor, but Howard not only seized the technology for himself, he also expelled Anton from the company. That betrayal condemned his father to a lifetime of depression and bitterness. Now, seeing Tony, a playboy drowning in luxury, while he himself languished in poverty, Ivan felt the seeds of hatred break through the earth, swiftly growing into a towering tree. In a fit of rage, Ivan Vanko downed a bottle of vodka and slammed his fist onto the table. Even when shards of glass tore into his palm, leaving it bloodied and raw, he felt nothing. Hatred, hatred, hatred. The power of vengeance is truly immense. This ruthless man immediately set about building the arc reactor, following his father's blueprints. He would take down Iron Man, Tony Stark, with his own hands to restore justice for his father and his family. What's the use of making such a flimsy electric whip? Tony's decked out in full armor. Are you a mere mortal, not just asking to be blown to pieces? As Ivan hammered away at the metal, he suddenly spun around toward the door. At that moment, a man in sunglasses appeared before him, striking a pose as though he ran the world, speaking with self-important authority. "Who are you?" Ivan barked sharply, tense and wary. How could he not be nervous when this stranger seemed to know everything about him? "Me? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is I can give you everything you need for revenge. So, are you interested in working together?" "Nah, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What do you want from me? I've got nothing to offer." Ivan Vanko let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Ivan, do you know about investing in dreams? Please call me an angel investor, thank you." And who else could it be but Chun-Shi himself? Wherever there's a villain, you'll find a shadow. You could say he's the villain investor. Tony Stark refused to share his Iron Man armor with him. But as the old saying goes, if you have no guns or cannons, just make them yourself, right? All right then. What kind of help can you offer me? Ivan Vanko stared intently at the face hidden behind those sunglasses, feeling an overwhelming pressure unlike anything he'd known before. It was as if a higher life form was looking down on a lower one with utter indifference. Chun-Shi spoke coolly, then casually tossed a few sacks of cash from his system space. Millions of dollars, just like that. Ivan Vanko was stunned, paralyzed by the sight of this man throwing mountains of money at him without so much as blinking. It wasn't that Ivan Vanko hadn't thought about building his own Iron Man suit. He didn't want to wear junk, but the simple truth was, he was broke. To build an Iron Man suit, you need at least $7 or $8 million. Building an arc reactor alone had already cost him everything he had. "Aren't you afraid I'll just take the money and disappear?" Ivan Vanko asked, testing the waters. "Run? If you run, you die." Chun-Shi glanced at him with mockery, then turned and punched, blowing up Ivan's big pickup truck with a single fist. Ivan's eyelid twitched violently, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Maybe Iron Man armor wasn't so invincible after all. If this guy was that strong, why would he even want such a toy? Yes, Ivan realized what he considered an amazing Iron Man suit was probably just an amusing plaything to this big shot. Chun-Shi left, leaving Ivan Vanko staring feverishly at the cash scattered all over the ground. At last, he could finally do something truly significant with his life. Tony! Oh, Tony, you know what they say, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Arrogance has made you some enemies, hasn't it? Host, you really are a little genius. Is that so? I think so too. I've always thought I was a genius. Chun-Shi pretended not to hear the system's sarcasm, accepting the compliment at face value. The system's mission was to eliminate the villain Ivan Vanko, but you actually chose to fund the villain, turning him into an even greater threat. No wonder the system was mocking his lack of morals, calling him all sorts of things, not even human. Turns out, the mission it generated was for him to defeat the villain Ivan Vanko from Iron Man 2. But this guy thought the mission reward was ridiculously low, just a measly 30,000 justice points. After all, the destruction and casualties he caused were nowhere near as severe as Red Hulk's, and frankly, his own powers were nothing to brag about. Dissatisfied, Chun-Shi immediately decided to up the difficulty for himself. Even the system had to admit this guy was a real pro at gaming the rules. Now look what happened. The whole mission system crashed. His interference had changed the future so much that it was impossible to calculate anything anymore. Hey, you know how it is. I've got a family to feed. Don't I need to earn a little extra for baby formula? How else can I support them? If you do this, more people will die. Don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt? The system looked down on him, thoroughly disapproving. I think they'll understand. After all, I'm doing this for the greater good. Before victory comes, someone's got to make sacrifices. If a few have to perish for my sake, so be it. I'll be the one to stand up to Thanos. So what? The dead are dead, and it's not like they're my own countrymen anyway. If they're not one of us, their hearts must be different. I'm just helping the good old US of A with a little population control. Chun-Shi shrugged carelessly and insisted loudly, as if he were perfectly justified. In his mind, racking up more justice points was all that mattered. Never mind whether they were stained with blood. What if there are people from Xia country? Well, tough luck for them. But as far as I know, there aren't any Xia people here. Everyone's American, right? You chose your idol yourself, remember? But Tony is at least half a friend to you, isn't he? You can't just throw him under the bus like this. You said it yourself. Half a friend. The system fell silent. When it came to shamelessness and self-interest, no one could outdo Chun-Shi. He could dress up self-serving acts as if he were making noble sacrifices for the greater good. If I have no morals, then morals can't be used against me. At that moment, he planted a seed, waiting quietly for it to grow into a towering tree. Meanwhile, Tony was spiraling out of control. The palladium arc reactor in his chest was poisoning him, sapping his life away. 19%. That meant he didn't have long left. It was just a matter of time, at most another 6 months to live. Tony, living it up as always, kept inviting Chun-Shi to his wild parties, but Chun-Shi had no interest at all. Those parties were full of nothing but trash. On this particular day, Chun-Shi was out shopping with Jean Grey. When he was off training in martial arts with Black Widow, Wanda had gone to the company, and he was sneaking around holding Jean's hand, going on a secret date, like a thief in the night. He hadn't even fully settled things with Gwen yet, and if anyone found out he was two-timing, he'd probably end up losing more than just his pride. But he figured he was made of steel. What could possibly go wrong? After all, no mortal blade could harm him. That morning, Chun-Shi had used his heat vision to shave, then slipped into a sharp suit and styled his hair like a proper gentleman. Why does Superman even have a beard? He just couldn't wrap his head around it. If someone managed to collect all of Superman's beard trimmings, they could probably forge some kind of ultra-powerful weapon. It had only been a few days since he'd last seen Jean Grey, but she already looked noticeably worn out, her exhaustion clear in her eyes. Are you facing some kind of trouble? It's all because of the Mutant Registration Act. All we want is a little bit of basic human rights, so why must they treat us like wild beasts, caged and watched? Jean Grey's voice was filled with sorrow, murmuring softly. Only in front of the man she loved would she allow herself to show any vulnerability. Around others, she had to wear a mask of strength and courage. Leave everything to me. Chun-Shi gripped Jean Grey's delicate hand tightly with his right, while his left hand held the Ferrari's steering wheel with a firm confidence. After all, isn't driving a Ferrari with one hand the way to do it? When a woman is at her most helpless, who wouldn't want to step up and say those words? Just a simple, leave it to me, from Chun-Shi was enough to break through Jean Grey's fragile defenses. Jean Grey was overwhelmed with emotion, her heart blossoming with joy. How could she not be moved? Hush, don't say anything. There's no need for words between us. Chun-Shi quickly pressed a finger to her lips, gently stopping whatever she was about to say. In the end, Jean Grey couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. At that moment, all her walls came down. With a man willing to shield her from life's storms, what more could she possibly wish for? To be honest, life as a superhero was exhausting. Charles's endless compromises had never earned them any real goodwill. They were only being taken advantage of. Sometimes, Chun-Shi even considered encouraging her to leave the X-Men altogether. But then again, he realized he could meddle with anyone's fate as he pleased, manipulating destinies like some aloof deity, amusing himself with the strings of fate. Not only could he decide the life and death of every character in the movie world, he delighted in stirring up chaos in the Marvel Universe itself. Yet when it came to his own woman, he felt that having a cause worth fighting for, a hero's mission, gave life a deeper meaning. For now, he didn't really have any pressing matters. Aside from funding Ivan Vanko, everything else had settled down. Step by step, that's how the path must be walked. One bite at a time, that's how the meal should be eaten. Host, there's a big job coming your way. Want to take it? Just then, the system's voice chimed in unexpectedly. Oh, what kind of big job? Chun-Shi was intrigued. For even the system to call it a big job? Ding. Epic quest triggered. Help mutants fundamentally change their place in society. Let them enjoy the rights of ordinary people. Ding. Mission reward to be determined. Depending on the scale of completion, you'll earn justice points. The minimum reward is 500,000, with no upper limit. Whoa, incredible. This was truly next level, like a cow doing a handstand and shooting right up to the sky. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chun-Shi slammed on the brakes without warning, bringing the car to a sudden halt right in the middle of the street. He was truly stunned by the generous reward. This was an explosive prize, unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Why? Why are you suddenly so worked up? Chingale, who was riding shotgun, would have been flung out of her seat if she hadn't been wearing a seatbelt. Still, the abrupt stop left her feeling sore and uncomfortable. Ahem, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of a way to help you all get out of your current predicament. Ha ha ha. Chun-Shi laughed heartily, tossing out an offhand remark without revealing the truth. But the people around them didn't care about the details. Instantly, car horns blared all around in a chaotic symphony, and a barrage of insults erupted from every direction. Damn it. So what if you drive a Ferrari? Damn you. Who do you think you are, driving a Ferrari? You think you own the road? Damn it. Oh shit. I can't stand rich people. Damn it. Watching the angry faces, spit flying as they screamed with abandon, Chun-Shi shook his head. Poor fools. This barren, poverty-stricken culture can't even insult people creatively. It's truly pathetic. Now look at us. Our colorful characters can come up with a new insult every 10 minutes without repeating themselves. So, to keep these folks from embarrassing themselves further, Chun-Shi decided to help them. With a flicker of telekinesis, he turned his will into a fist and shattered every last one of their teeth. In an instant, the crowd clutched their heads in terror and rolled on the ground, eyes squeezed shut in panic. In their hearts, fear surged. Had their foul mouths finally been punished by God himself? You brute. Chingale shot him a helpless look. So what if they cursed you a couple of times? It was your fault to begin with, and now you've knocked out all their teeth. Do you know how much that'll cost? Do you have any idea that getting a full set of dental implants in New York can set you back the price of a BMW 5 Series? No, it wasn't me, it was God. Chun-Shi replied in all seriousness, shifting the blame without a hint of guilt. After all, in the Marvel Universe, there's no God. He could toss the blame wherever he wanted. If anyone had a problem, let them cross universes and come after him. If it came down to it, let's see if Old Man OAA would even bother to do something about it. You really are shameless. Even the system couldn't bear to watch any longer. After snapping back at the system, Chun-Shi quickly put on a cheerful face and invited Chingale. How about going to an amusement park? Carousel or Ferris wheel? Carousel and Ferris wheel? Upon hearing those words, Chingale's gaze grew distant, her eyes misting over. What a distant memory that was. The last time she rode a carousel or a Ferris wheel, she was only 10. Back then, she was carefree and happy. How wonderful it would have been if fate hadn't intervened. Carousel and Ferris wheel. Chun-Shi nodded, his gaze deep and unwavering as he looked into her eyes and spoke each word with measured clarity. Don't regret the past, because it has already gone. Nor should you worry about the future, for tomorrow has yet to arrive. The only thing we can truly grasp is today. Let go of the past. Don't fear the future. Live in the present. He knew that Jean's negative emotions had been locked away deep inside her by Charles's psychic cage. Didn't that old man realize that blocking things up is never as effective as letting them flow? When the darkness within Jean Grey finally erupted, years of pent-up negativity crushed him in an instant. Let go of the past. Don't fear the future. Live in the present. Jean Grey repeated Chun-Shi's words under her breath, her eyes shining brighter and brighter, a moment of sudden clarity, as if awoken from a long dream. Let's go. It's been ages since I've truly relaxed. When it came to comforting women, she was a natural. He always had a ready supply of profound truths on his lips. But he had one major flaw. No one could ever talk sense into him. If you tried to reason with him, he'd respond with his fists. But if you challenged him with fists, well, that was just what he wanted. Just like now. They were on their way somewhere, only to stumble upon some lunatic wreaking havoc in the middle of the street. The supercomputer in his mind urged, go, use your super strength, and take him down. Another mutated human? Or maybe a monster created by abusing biological drugs. Jean Grey frowned as she watched the Green Goblin skateboarding wildly in the distance. These damned villains were always so deranged, and the disasters they caused always ended up dragging mutants into the mess. After all, they were all seen as outcasts. Mutated humans possessed all sorts of bizarre powers, and so did mutants. Their very existence was treated as if it were a mistake. That's the Green Goblin. His real identity is Norman Osborn. Chun-Shi narrowed his eyes as he spoke, silently urging his system to get to work. A villain like this showing up, wasn't this the perfect opportunity for some personal gain? A well-known villain like the Green Goblin had to be worth a fortune. Especially this maniac. He must have killed close to 1,000 people by now, if not more. Host, your next mission is here. Eliminate the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. The reward is 100,000 justice points. Wait. Is that all you've got? You think you can palm off such a small job on me? Chun-Shi quickly waved his hand, pulling over to the side of the road. Looks like it was time to let the bullets fly for a while longer. Jean Grey was a bit stunned as well. This guy was actually Norman Osborn? That big-shot businessman? That ugly goblin over there? Is that really his disguise? Yup. Some villains just have the worst taste. Chun-Shi shrugged. How do they stand looking like that? As the saying goes, your outlook shapes your worldview. If villains were handsome, wouldn't they have fans swooning all over them? Norman Osborn, truth be told, was a man plagued by misfortune. The hereditary disease running in his family forced him to take desperate measures. He didn't want to die young, and he certainly didn't want his son, Harry, to suffer the same fate. As the saying goes, sometimes you have to go a little mad to survive. With nowhere else to turn, Norman pinned his hopes on animal serums, spider, lizard, and the like. In fact, Osborn Industries became a breeding ground for villains, supplying Marvel with more than its fair share of notorious adversaries. Green Goblin, Hobgoblin, Vulture, Dr. Lizard, just to name a few. Take the infamous Dr. Lizard, for instance. It was because of Osborn's experiments that he transformed into the Lizard Man. Unfortunately, the Lizard Serum never really worked. Fate seemed to have other plans, and the experiments always ended in failure, never delivering the promised results. With his days numbered, Norman Osborn chose to take the ultimate risk. He used an experimental human enhancement drug that had never passed clinical trials. And so, the Green Goblin was born. However, this serum fueled Norman's negative emotions, swelling them to monstrous proportions and consuming all that was good within him. His skin turned a sickly green, and his mind became obsessed with destructive crime and terror. Norman donned his goblin costume, took up the name Green Goblin, and set his sights on ruling New York's underworld. Crazed and reckless, the Green Goblin tore through the sky on his glider, hurling a pumpkin bomb with wild abandon. In a flash, the once dazzling Mary Jane screamed in terror as she plummeted from above. Luckily, she managed to grab hold of a railing just in time. At that moment, the Green Goblin swept back on his glider, a twisted, manic grin on his face as he shouted, "Am I out of the game?" With that, he tossed another pumpkin bomb. The board members who had tried to oust him were instantly reduced to nothing but scorched skeletons. Just as the Green Goblin turned his wrath toward Mary Jane, Spider-Man, Peter Parker threw himself into the fray, desperate to save her. Mary Jane, meanwhile, could do nothing but scream. Over and over again, her cries filled the air. "Help! Help! Spider-Man!" Flustered and distracted, Parker left himself wide open, and the Green Goblin seized the moment, kicking him dozens of meters away. Yet for love, Parker was undeterred. Even when the Goblin slammed him against a nearby building and pummeled him mercilessly, all he could think about was Mary Jane's safety. "Oh, Parker, it seems Uncle Ben's death didn't teach you enough after all," Chun-Shi observed from a distance, shaking his head with a sigh. "This kid is hopelessly lovesick, the very definition of a love-struck fool." And Mary Jane, that classic femme fatale, dressed in a striking red gown. Moments ago, she'd been entwined with Parker's best friend Harry, and now here he was, rushing to her rescue once more. A simp like that really gets what's coming to him. Perhaps it was the protagonist's aura at work, because just as the Green Goblin was about to finish him off with his glider's laser cannon, Spider-Man's senses kicked in and saved him. Seizing the moment, Peter sabotaged the glider's left wing, forcing the Green Goblin to break off his attack and retreat in a clumsy, haphazard flight. At that very moment, Mary Jane tumbled from the stands. Seizing the opportunity, Parker swooped in like a true hero, whisking Mary Jane through the city skyline in a breathtaking, romantic spectacle, man and spider weaving between the towers. Watching them leave, Chun-Shi shook his head. This lovesick fool still needs some training, he muttered to himself. Are we just going to let him get away like that? Jean Grey mused aloud, puzzled. She had been about to use her telekinesis to bring down the Green Goblin's glider, but Chun-Shi had stopped her. Let him go for now. He still has a bigger role to play. Chun-Shi replied, his explanation as elusive as ever. So mysterious, Jean Grey teased, rolling her eyes at him with a touch of flirtation. But she wasn't about to press further. After all, she was caught up in the throes of romance herself. The miracle Ferris wheel of New York. No matter what happened, their planned outing was not going to be canceled. If there was one thing Chun-Shi absolutely couldn't stand, it was having his plans disrupted. It drove him downright mad. Staring up at the romantic Ferris wheel, Jean Grey's excitement bubbled over like a child rediscovering an old joy, as if cherished memories were flooding back to her. They made their way to the ticket booth, only to find a crowd of couples queued up ahead. As the saying goes, a kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel is a promise to stay together forever. And so, despite the risk of tempting fate, love-struck men and women still chose to believe this cleverly marketed legend. The ticket sellers were practically grinning from ear to ear. Miss, I'd like to book the whole ride, Chun-Shi declared without hesitation, tossing out a wad of cash like a true high roller. The ticket clerk was momentarily stunned. What on earth was this guy up to? The others in line were less than pleased by this turn of events. Hey, just because you've got money, you think you're so special. Of course, having money does make me special, Chun-Shi shot back with an air of swagger. You damn it. You want me to teach you a lesson? Growled a burly guy nearby, clearly ready to solve things with his fists. But before he could act, his girlfriend quickly pulled him back. Because, let's face it, money really can make the world go round. How can the poor compete with the rich? Jean Grey, standing beside Chun-Shi, couldn't take it anymore. Tugging at his sleeve, she whispered urgently, It's just a Ferris wheel ride. Do we really need to rent the whole thing? Chun-Shi put on his most serious face. I just don't want to get struck by lightning when these idiots start swearing their undying love. That set off a ripple of laughter. Everyone nearby burst out laughing at Chun-Shi's straight-faced delivery. He truly was a master at catching people off guard. Nonsense. We're not like that at all. Baby, you have to believe me. I promised I'd always treat you right. One man protested, clearly anxious as his girlfriend shot him a dark look. Men always say that. I once promised my ex we'd be together forever, too. Chun-Shi retorted with a smirk. You. The other guy glared, so angry he could barely speak. Following the principle that less trouble is better than more, they decided it was best not to provoke this kind of tycoon. Chun-Shi, too, simply tossed out $10,000 and reserved the entire venue. As the Ferris wheel began its slow ascent and finally reached its highest point, Ching-A could no longer hold herself back. She turned to look at the man who so utterly captivated her, her eyes blazing with sparks of passion. Do you want to? Before she could finish her sentence, her words caught in her throat. Like a greedy young tigress, Ching-A leapt into his arms. Her actions made her intentions clear. Everything she wanted was right there, within reach. As the miracle Ferris wheel soared to its peak, Ching-A took in the sweeping view of New York. The eternal vows came to mind. Remembering the heated kiss they had just shared, she savored the lingering taste of romance, as if she couldn't quite get enough. How about we try that again? Ching-A licked her lips with a playful spark in her eyes, gazing at Chun-Shi with eager anticipation. But before Chun-Shi could say a word, she wrapped her arms around his head and pulled him in once more. Chun-Shi let out a mock groan, protesting that he hadn't made up his mind yet, but deep down, he loved this wild side of hers. When the Ferris wheel finally descended, Ching-A hurriedly smoothed her rumpled dress and hair, trying to look innocent, though her efforts only made the whole scene more conspicuous. A person really shouldn't bottle things up too long. When it finally bursts out, it can be quite frightening. Watching her sheepish, guilty expression, Chun-Shi could barely keep from laughing. Do all women like to feign modesty? Wana was the same way, two completely different people at home and out in public. It seemed Ching-A was no different. The two of them made their way to the carousel, reliving a long-lost sense of childhood. Ching-A's face was alight with the innocence and joy of a little girl. After their wild playfulness, they sat quietly together, watching children run and laugh in the distance. The scene was warm and beautiful, filled with happiness. If we have kids one day, do you think life will stay this peaceful and serene? Ching-A murmured, tilting her head. Chun-Shi saw the glow of maternal love in her eyes. In that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Chun-Shi froze. All this time, he'd been neglecting something incredibly important to him. Of course it will, Chun-Shi replied, his tone both sincere and certain. Having kids wasn't such a big deal, he thought. Maybe it was a little early to talk about it, but sooner or later, it was bound to happen. The timing could wait. System, how many justice points does it take to lock my jeans? Ahem. Host, you really are something else. The system was in absolute awe of his shamelessness. To lock your jeans, it costs 2,000 justice points. Any product carrying your genes that leave your body will automatically be destroyed. All right, lock my jeans then. With that decision, Chun-Shi felt a weight lifted. His genes needed to be locked down tight. Let the children forge their own paths. If there were no children, well, he'd just enjoy life himself. To him, life was an eternal existence, so raising offspring was utterly unnecessary. For the sake of his own safety, he would never allow his genes to be passed on under any circumstances. As for Jean Grey's longing, all he could offer was an apologetic shrug. The genes of Superman alone would drive countless scientists mad with desire. The day he was exposed would likely be the most dangerous moment of his life. Never mind the Superman clones over in the DC universe. Right here in the Marvel world, scientists of that ilk were everywhere. There was Stryker, there was Zala Kinney, and there was the sinister Mr. Sinister, who had even cloned Phoenix. Who could say for sure that these mad scientists wouldn't manage to clone Superman? The Marvel Universe had never cared much for logic or consistency. He strolled hand in hand with Jean Grey through the park, browsed the shopping mall for clothes, and brought gifts for the mutant children. Chun-Shi knew that mutant numbers now reached into the millions. For Charles and his friends, the help they could offer was just a drop in the ocean. There were still so many children struggling to survive, fighting for their lives every day. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Jean Grey and the beaming mutant children who received gifts, Chun-Shi returned home. He had promised Jean Grey that he would help the mutants. Even if not for the promise he made to his woman, he felt compelled to fight for justice. Gwen's father might have agreed to let her spend time with Chun-Shi. After all, she was on her way to becoming a superstar, but she still had to obediently go home. After dinner, Chun-Shi and Wanda curled up on the sofa, half watching the news broadcast on television, but neither of them paid much attention to what was on screen. Their conversation was what truly mattered. By the way, the internet's been saying you've been loafing around for half a year now. They say the superstar has gotten rich and started slacking off, Wanda teased. Slacking off? Not me. I've been working hard behind the scenes every single day. Chun-Shi pouted in annoyance. Those bored, clueless keyboard warriors didn't know the first thing about him. Oof. I still think you've been slacking, but honestly, you don't need to push yourself so hard. Money, no matter how much you have, it's never enough. But we already have more than we could ever spend, and it won't change our lives. Wanda shot him a sidelong glance before speaking her mind in earnest. She was more traditional. Just enough was enough for her. Sometimes, it's not about how much money you have. There are just some things that have to be done. Chun-Shi shook his head. He had already made up his mind. If he was going to do something, he would do it thoroughly, leaving no regrets behind. It's all up to you. Whatever you decide, I'll support you. Wanda nodded sweetly, content to play the supportive partner. The next day, the Green Goblin stormed into the newspaper office where Parker worked, threatening the editor to reveal Spider-Man's identity. This time, though, the editor stood his ground, refusing to give in. Just as the Green Goblin was about to deal with him, Parker showed up, right on cue. Parker, hoping to show off, was hanging upside down from the windowsill, but he never expected to be ambushed by the Green Goblin with a powerful anesthetic spray. Before the eyes of the crowd, the Green Goblin brazenly flew overhead, carrying Spider-Man in his arms. The onlookers gasped in shock, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. It wasn't until night fell that Parker finally awoke from his stupor. The Green Goblin hadn't taken the chance to kill him. Instead, he tried every trick to win over Spider-Man, hoping to recruit such a formidable ally to his side. Relax, you're not dead. You're still alive, just temporarily paralyzed, he said. Spider-Man, you're truly extraordinary. You and I, we're so alike. The Green Goblin's voice was low and hypnotic, trying to sway Parker, but Parker mustered his strength and replied, I'm nothing like you. You're a murderer. No, it's just that everyone has their own path. The Green Goblin shook his head, his tone somber. This is simply the road I chose, while you chose to be a superhero. The public's interest in you is fleeting. What they really crave is to see their heroes fail, to watch them fall and die. No matter how much you've done for them, in the end, all you'll get from them is hatred. So why bother? Perhaps this is why villains often strike such a chord. They're former prodigies, madmen, and philosophers, shaped by every hardship and torment they've endured, which makes their convictions so profound. You're not entirely wrong. Parker fell silent. For every admirer he had, there there were just as many who envied and despised him. With a chuckle, the Green Goblin gave Parker's shoulder a friendly pat, as if they were old friends reminiscing together. Leaning casually against the iron mesh, he said, "There are 8 million people in New York, and they serve only one purpose: to lift a handful of remarkable geniuses above their shoulders. People like you and me. And I could crush you beneath my heel if I wanted, but instead, I'm offering you a chance. Join me. Just imagine what we could achieve together. The future we could create. For the sake of your so-called ideals, are you really willing to watch innocent people suffer and die, all the way until both of us are destroyed? Is that truly what you want?" Parker was silent, because not everything the Green Goblin said was wrong. The Green Goblin crouched down and patted his shoulder, then mounted his glider and turned away, determined to show Spider-Man the darkness in people's hearts. Spider-Man and Green Goblin attack the Daily Bugle building. Chief Editor stands bravely against them. In an instant, Spider-Man became a public enemy, hunted and reviled by all. Soon, the entire city was after Spider-Man. Watching these events unfold, Parker's face turned grim, the Green Goblin's words echoing endlessly in his mind. No matter how many good deeds you do for them, in the end, all they'll give you is hatred. No matter how hard he tried, would he always be seen as a monster in their eyes? Peter Parker was lost. Watching the crowds on the street, all abuzz with gossip, he wondered what he was still holding on for. In that moment, his mind turned to that man, the man who had inspired him to stay true to his path. Desperate, like a drowning beast thrashing for one last lifeline, Peter clung to the hope that man represented. Frantically, Parker pulled out his phone and dialed a number he hadn't called in ages. The call connected almost immediately. A gentle voice flowed through the line. Chun-Chi's voice. "Parker, it's been a long time." He was just as calm and unruffled as ever. Whether the world was lashed by rain or shrouded in darkness, he was always as warm and polished as jade. Parker couldn't help but admire him deeply in his heart. "Yes, it has been a long time," he replied. "I was wondering, do you have some time to meet up?" Though he hesitated for a few seconds, Parker finally braced himself and asked. He had no one left who could offer him guidance. "Of course. Just tell me where to meet." Half an hour later, in a little cafe on Walter Street, Chun-Chi and Parker sat down together. "Parker, you're lost," Chun-Chi said as soon as they met, cutting straight to the heart of his troubles. "After all, the headlines in the paper said it all." "I really am lost," Parker admitted with a sigh, taking a sip of coffee and gazing out the window. He wasn't sure if his pursuit of justice was even worth it anymore. "Have you ever heard this saying?" Chun-Chi asked gently. "The soul never dies. It can withstand all kindness and all evil. It's what keeps us eternally on the path upward, always seeking justice and wisdom." "Parker, there's so much in this world to make us sad. I've seen more darkness than most, but I will always believe that this world is filled with endless justice. But I've done so much good." Parker's voice trembled with sadness as he looked at Chun-Chi, "and yet they can dismiss everything I've done with nothing but wild suspicion and baseless accusations." A cold, indifferent society had dealt a crushing blow to this earnest young man. Chun-Chi looked at Parker before him. Even if Parker ever went to the dark side, at most he'd end up doing an awkward dance. Maybe he'd throw some dust in someone's eyes. Maybe he'd just want a double raise. Maybe he'd buy himself a discounted suit. Chun-Chi had once considered trying to change Parker's way, but dismissed the thought. If Marvel Spider-Man became as cunning and scheming as he was, what would be the point? He liked Spider-Man, the real Peter Parker, not some version he had remade. If Parker changed, would he still care for him the same way? The answer was clear, no. Weighing his words, Chun-Chi decided to speak from the heart and truly guide him. "Parker, you must understand. The reason you're angry, the reason you're sad, is because deep down, you know things shouldn't be this way. If there's something that ought not to be, then doesn't that mean there ought to be something that should be? If there were no light, would darkness still have meaning? If there were no justice, would injustice still matter? This world may be in tatters, but someone always has to do the mending. There will always be people stitching it back together. Parker, disappointment is finite. We must accept our disappointments, but never give up hope, for hope is infinite. Everything you see is imperfect, yet it's precisely because you see these flaws that perfection must exist somewhere. Let me leave you with a bit of ancient wisdom. Though I cannot reach it, my heart yearns for it." After that day, Parker disappeared. He became just another ordinary high school student, determined not to reappear until he found his own path. On an otherwise uneventful evening, the Green Goblin returned. Norman Osborn's personality had been completely consumed. Now, the deranged Green Goblin was in full control. To force the vanished Spider-Man out of hiding, he unleashed chaos upon the city once more. All of Manhattan was thrown into utter turmoil. The Green Goblin's glider launched rockets at skyscrapers and crowds on the ground in a relentless barrage. The streets were filled with screams and people running for their lives, darting about in panic like headless chickens. No one could guess where this madman would strike next. We've just received an emergency call. The Green Goblin has resurfaced in the city, wreaking havoc and slaughter. There are heavy casualties in Manhattan. Headquarters demands we capture him immediately. Move out. Nick Fury's expression was grim as he addressed the agents gathered before him. S.H.I.E.L.D. was truly down on its luck now. There were so few and far between, just a couple of big cats and kittens, so to speak. There was Natasha, the Black Widow, Clint Barton, the mascot Hawkeye, and Village Chief Coulson, the rookie. Every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was mobilized to apprehend the wanted Green Goblin, but faced with superhuman powers, they were simply outmatched. Black Widow's combat and marksmanship were at their peak, yet even if she emptied her clips at him, the Green Goblin didn't even flinch. Hawkeye's archery was legendary, but without Tony's upgrades, his old bow and arrows seemed woefully inadequate. With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents being completely overwhelmed, the Green Goblin grew more arrogant and unrestrained, while Black Widow and the others wilted like frostbitten eggplants. The public's disappointed accusations made them feel utterly ashamed. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation took a massive hit. Nick Fury watched the surveillance feed, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Though, to be fair, he usually looked like that anyway. Host, a new mission has arrived. Eliminate the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Mission reward, 110,000 justice points. Wait, no rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Chun-Shi preferred to watch from a distance. There was no need to act hastily. After all, the military helicopters were already on their way. No sooner had he spoken than two military helicopters, trailing thick black smoke, crashed spectacularly into the river next door. That was a bit underwhelming. It was almost comical. Just moments ago, the helicopters had thundered and full of bravado, only to be brought down in less than a minute. Ha ha ha. And you thought you could stop me? The Green Goblin, thrilled by his successive strikes against S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, was riding high on confidence. To celebrate, he tossed a couple of grenades without a care. Host, a new mission is available. Eliminate Green Goblin Norman Osborn. Reward, 120,000 justice points. Wait, there's no need to hurry. Chun-Shi remained calm, waving a hand dismissively. Spider-Man, come on out. Aren't you supposed to protect this world? Ha ha ha. The arrogant Green Goblin hurled two pumpkin bombs toward a distant building, sending fire and sparks erupting into the sky. Host, a new mission is available. Eliminate Green Goblin Norman Osborn. Reward, 130,000 justice points. Just as expected, the system prompt appeared again, and this time the reward had increased. The system had its own rules. The more havoc a villain caused, the greater the potential reward for taking them down. Chun-Shi had already figured this out. He was testing just how much profit the Green Goblin could generate, knowing that every scheme had its limit. At that moment, a familiar figure caught his eye. Spider-Gwen, in her red and white suit, had arrived. On the ground, the terrified civilians who were fleeing from the Green Goblin's rampage spotted Spider-Gwen, and hope flickered in their eyes as if they'd seen a loved one. Look, it's Spider-Woman. We're saved. We're saved. Spider-Woman is here. Spider-Woman, I love you. Spider-Woman, take him down. You can do it. George Stacy, who was struggling to maintain order, breathed a sigh of relief. Times had changed, and ordinary officers like him simply couldn't keep up anymore. Beneath her mask, Gwen couldn't help but smile smugly at the adoring cheers. This was the power of popularity. Everyone has a bit of vanity, and who could resist being in the spotlight like this? Ha ha, Spider-Woman. Well, I was hoping for Spider-Man, but I'll settle for you. From high above, the Green Goblin laughed loudly at Gwen. So you're the Green Goblin? You really are ugly. Gwen's sharp tongue didn't disappoint. As the saying goes, you become like those you spend time with. She fired right back at him. How dare you? The Green Goblin, stung by her taunt, lashed out in anger. His glider instantly launched a missile, and of course, its target was Gwen. But Gwen possessed the spider sense and an incredibly agile body. With a single leap followed by a backflip, she dodged the attack with ease. Looks like you're not up to much. TSK, TSK, TSK. Gwen continued to mock him with a cheerful grin, her taunting tone enough to truly get under anyone's skin. The crowd, thrilled to see Spider-Woman handling the fight with such effortless skill, broke into cheers and applause. This sight cut deeply into the Green Goblin's pride. Damn it, so none of you are afraid of me. Cursing furiously, the Green Goblin immediately shifted to close-quarters combat. He realized his cumbersome firepower was useless against Spider-Woman. Empowered by the mutated spider's bite, Gwen fought like a born martial artist. She was clearly no easy opponent. The combat techniques she'd learned from the likes of Boda and Boair had further enhanced her spider instincts, making her even more formidable. She could easily outfight them both now. Bang, bang, bang. The Green Goblin's every move was deftly dodged by Gwen, until she seized an opening and landed a powerful kick, sending him flying dozens of meters and crashing straight through a row of buildings. Yes, beautifully done. Amazing, Spider-Woman. Take him down. Oh my god, Spider-Woman, I love you. Finish him. Take down that ugly goblin. The cheers from the peanut gallery only fueled the Green Goblin's rage. Staggering out of the rubble, he glared at Gwen, his expression dark as thunder. Very well. You've made me angry now. With that, he leapt down from his glider. Moments ago, he'd thought standing atop his machine gave him the upper hand, but Gwen had cleverly snared the glider with her webs, turning his advantage into a setback. Gwen scoffed and launched her own attack without hesitation. While her raw strength matched the Green Goblin's, her agility far surpassed his. Straight punches, hooks, knee strikes to the face, chops to the neck and ribs. They fought fiercely, trading blows back and forth, battling from one end of the street to the other. At just the right moment, Gwen blocked one of the Green Goblin's punches and kicked him hard in the ribs, sending him flying again. But Gwen wasn't about to waste such a perfect opportunity. She fired a web from her wrist, latching onto the Green Goblin and yanking his airborne body right back toward her, then drove her elbow straight into his masked face. Even with his mask, the blow landed hard. Tears sprang involuntarily to the Green Goblin's eyes. You're finished. You're finished. Humiliated beyond belief, the Green Goblin exploded with fury, letting out a roar like an enraged lion. Spotting the crowd cheering around him, his gaze turned cold and vicious. He immediately commanded his glider to fire a small missile at those fearless onlookers in the distance. A long missile, trailing a brilliant tail of flames, streaked through the air and blossomed into a deadly explosion right in the midst of the crowd. Shops lining the street were blasted apart in an instant, the violent detonation sending a storm of debris, shattered stone, glass, and twisted metal, hurtling toward the people. Moments ago, everyone was cheering, never expecting such a catastrophe. Those unable to escape in time were struck down in an instant, leaving the street littered with the dead and the wounded. Even Gwen, for a moment, forgot just how deranged he was, how he could unleash such merciless destruction on innocent bystanders. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for your arrogance. Now you'll pay a price beyond imagining. Ha ha ha. Watching the carnage, Green Goblin burst out in wild laughter, reveling in the gruesome consequences of their taunts. Seeing his madness, Gwen was consumed with fury. With a few powerful leaps, she landed in front of him and launched a relentless assault. Gwen's ferocity battered Green Goblin so badly he coughed up blood. Was this woman completely out of her mind? Enough! Beaten past his breaking point, Green Goblin could no longer contain his rage. With a furious roar, he seized the chance to direct his glider and fired off another barrage of mini-missiles. Damn it! In a flash, Gwen shot a web from her wrist, slamming it into the missile and knocking it off course. The missile, knocked askew, crashed straight into a nearby newsstand, obliterating it in a burst of wreckage. Ha ha! That's our Spider-Woman. Ever the noble hero, aren't you? Well, let's see how you handle this game. Green Goblin's laughter rang out again, and a sinister plan took shape in his mind. No. A chill ran through Gwen. As a superhero, she was bound by her conscience, constantly holding back, while Green Goblin, a madman and a villain, acted without restraint, caring nothing for the lives of others. He could slaughter innocent people without a second thought, while she had to weigh every move, often risking everything to save lives. And now, hearing his words, she realized he intended to exploit her greatest weakness. Sure enough, while Gwen hesitated for a split second, Green Goblin took advantage. With a quick maneuver, he called his glider to his side and made his escape at lightning speed. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Snapping back to her senses, Gwen immediately gave chase. Even knowing he might be leading her into a trap, she had no choice but to follow. And so, a classic scene unfolded. Green Goblin, riding his glider, sped low above the city, while Spider-Woman swung between the skyscrapers on her webs, chasing after him like a modern-day Tarzan. This is the tragedy of a superhero. Watching Gwen forced into this impossible pursuit, since she couldn't help but smile mysteriously. At that moment, Green Goblin soared toward the Brooklyn Bridge, with Gwen close behind. His eyes quickly spotted a sightseeing tram packed with tourists several hundred meters away. A cold, triumphant smirk spread across his face as a wicked idea took hold. The Green Goblin swung his fist and smashed a passing sedan that couldn't brake in time, yanking out a little girl from inside. Ah, help! It's a monster! The little girl immediately let out a terrified scream, tears streaming down her face faster than she could wipe them away. Anyone would be scared out of their mind in her place, even an adult with nerves of steel. Her father, though bleeding from a head wound, struggled out from the driver's seat without hesitation. Instinctively, he drew his pistol and fired wildly at the Green Goblin. In this city of peace, beauty, and strength, gunfights are a daily occurrence. Almost every household keeps a weapon close at hand, but unfortunately, the little handgun was no more than a tickle to the Green Goblin. Just then, Gwen leapt from afar, soaring high before aiming a powerful kick straight at the Green Goblin's smug, grinning face. But at that exact moment, the Goblin suddenly swung the little girl in front of himself as a human shield. Oh, damn it! Gwen was forced to twist in midair, barely managing to avoid plunging into the river. At the last moment, she shot out a web and snagged the bridge's railing, saving herself. Despicable coward! The Green Goblin burst into wild, taunting laughter, utterly unfazed by Gwen's insult. Ha! Oh, pitiful hero! Cowardice is the passport for the wicked. If you've got what it takes, come and get me. Gwen fell silent. Was she really going to let him get away today? She wanted to let him leave, but it was obvious from the Goblin's expression that he had no intention of letting her off so easily. Sure enough, just then, a sightseeing train full of tourists began chugging along beneath the Brooklyn Bridge in the distance. Without hesitation, the Green Goblin fired a rocket from his glider, twisting a section of the track into a mangled wreck. The only outcome for a derailed train was a plunge into the East River. Total disaster for everyone aboard. The sightseeing train approached, its passengers snapping photos, laughing, and completely oblivious to the looming danger. The Green Goblin let out a chilling, sinister cackle. So, Spider-Woman, here are your two choices. Will you save the little girl in my hand, or the people on that sightseeing train? Oh, what a dilemma, beautiful Spider-Woman. I know it's a tough call, but if I were you, I'd save the train. After all, there are more lives on board. The Green Goblin closed his eyes, savoring the twisted thrill of toying with a hero's heart. His perverse satisfaction reached its peak. A hero? Being one always comes at a price. 5, 4, 3, 2. The Green Goblin began the countdown, giving Gwen no time to think. Behind her mask, she was already drenched in sweat, her eyes filled with a torment she had never known. Please, save my daughter. I'm begging you, save her. The girl's father, his face covered in blood, seemed completely oblivious to the pain. With a heavy thud, he felt his knees before her, bowing his head to the ground with desperate force, ignoring his own injuries, even as blood streamed down his face. The Brooklyn Bridge was crowded with people, all cursing the Green Goblin, shouting insults at his ancestors in unison. If he hadn't been holding the girl hostage, they would have pulled out hundreds of pistols and riddled him with bullets without hesitation. At this moment, Gwen's eyes were already brimming with tears. She looked at the girl, then at the girl's father, and found herself unable to harden her heart and refuse. I choose to save the little girl. It was as if Gwen had used up every ounce of strength to utter those words. For the first time, she doubted herself. She realized just how powerless she truly was. If Chun-Chi were here, he'd probably choose to sacrifice everyone to take down the Green Goblin, wouldn't he? Gwen knew Chun-Chi's character well. Aside from those he cared for, nothing else would ever make him hesitate or back down, no matter the cost. Ah, good. She's yours. Seeing Gwen make her choice, the Green Goblin glanced at the sightseeing train, now less than 100 meters from derailing, and tossed the girl toward her. With lightning reflexes, Gwen caught the girl in her arms. After making sure the child was safe on the bridge, she leapt without hesitation onto the train tracks. What a foolish girl. Chun-Chi couldn't help but laugh. This girl was adorably naive, but her tenacity truly made him see her in a new light. At that moment, the sightseeing train's radar began to blare warnings. The entire carriage descended into chaos as the passengers, hearing the announcements, were gripped by terror and began to scream in panic. Then came the classic scene. Though it was just a sightseeing train, its sheer momentum left Gwen utterly powerless to stop it. No matter how hard she braced herself against the locomotive's head, trying to bring it to a halt, she was still being forced back relentlessly. Even the vibranium, specially forged with nanotechnology by the raft, was sparking wildly under the stress. In the face of such overwhelming power, human strength seemed utterly insignificant. Stop! Stop! Gwen's face was flushed bright red, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her spider sense blared an urgent warning of danger, but she remained undeterred, stubbornly holding her ground against the runaway train. Seeing that brute force was futile, Inspiration struck her. She began firing a rapid barrage of webs at the bridge's stone pillars overhead. She was going to use her webs to anchor the train, relying on their elasticity to force it to stop. The scene was all too familiar. Not just the pillars, even the steel cables supporting the Brooklyn Bridge became her targets. Snap, snap, snap. But the webs could only take so much strain. Even with the driver slamming on the brakes, it wasn't enough. A train, no matter how small, is still a train. The webs snapped one after another. Yet Gwen refused to give up. Give up already. This sightseeing tram needs at least 100 meters to make an emergency stop? What are you thinking? The Green Goblin soared alongside on his glider, mocking and laughing. These superheroes, so adorably foolish. A tangle of webs surrounded Gwen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Even though her spider sense blared in alarm, she held onto the webs with all her might, refusing to let go. Gwen clenched her teeth, determined. Even if she couldn't save everyone on the tram, she would give it everything she had until the very end. The track ahead had twisted beyond repair. Less than 20 meters remained. The Green Goblin let out a triumphant laugh, while desperate screams erupted from the tram's passengers. The train was about to derail and plunge into the East River, where the water was easily more than 10 meters deep. No! Gwen screamed, her voice raw with fury and despair. She poured every ounce of strength into her webs, only to feel them snap beneath the strain. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of breaking webs echoed in the chaos. Gwen's cries of desperation clashed starkly with the Green Goblin's manic laughter. The superhero was utterly at his mercy. That overwhelming sense of accomplishment gave his twisted mind all it ever craved. Host, aren't you going to do something? He's mocking and tormenting your woman. The system nagged aside. Countless onlookers turned away in pain and hopelessness, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy. Despair gripped everyone. And then, a shadow streaked down from the sky. The moment Gwen looked up, her face bloomed with a radiant smile. In that instant of his arrival, wherever he stood, no force in the world could hinder his steps. The passengers, who had closed their eyes in resignation, slowly opened them, unable to believe the crash had not come. Oh my God! Oh my God! A collective shock swept through the entire tram, as if time itself had stopped. Even the Brooklyn Bridge fell silent. The Air Force squadrons halted in disbelief. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were left speechless, bathed in the endless glow of the sunset, beneath clouds lit like fire. A solitary, black-clad figure held up 2 train cars, dragging a third, standing tall and unyielding in midair. A golden-red radiance blazed behind him, cloaking him in light. At that moment, he looked every bit the god. The whole world seemed frozen. Countless eyes locked onto that lone, heroic figure. As Chun-Shi gently set the tram onto the Brooklyn Bridge, it was as if the world came back to life. A god among men. A god among men. A god among men. In that instant, thousands shouted with one voice. They had witnessed a miracle. Countless people were moved to tears, their voices hoarse from cheering, as they all cried out for a miracle when disaster struck, and they longed for a savior. Damn it! Who are you? Perhaps only the Green Goblin was truly furious in this moment, unable to believe his flawless plan had been ruined so easily. Who am I? Oh, right. When you die and meet Mephisto in hell, how are you going to pledge your loyalty? Chun-Shi teased, feigning a sudden realization. Arrogant. Chun-Shi's blatant confidence, paired with his unwavering sabotage, sent the Green Goblin into a rage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several of his specially designed mini-missiles launched from the glider, streaking swiftly toward Chun-Shi. He wanted to catch him off guard and deal a serious blow. Chun-Shi just smirked and dodged the attack with ease. Are you some clown's trained monkey? Chun-Shi sidestepped, but unfortunately, others weren't so lucky. In an instant, the bridge erupted in flames, and the violent explosions jolted the onlookers awake. Several unsuspecting cars parked on the bridge were reduced to twisted wreckage. You, how dare you dodge? Aren't you supposed to block an attack like that? The Green Goblin was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe Chun-Shi would ignore the lives of ordinary people completely. He had expected Chun-Shi to take the hit, sustaining serious injuries in the process. But clearly, he had overestimated Chun-Shi's sense of heroism. People were expendable in this world. In the blink of an eye, the Green Goblin felt a blow far more excruciating than anything Gwen had suffered, 100 times worse. Chun-Shi appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a powerful whiplash kick that sent the Green Goblin flying through the air. The Goblin had no time to react, and if Chun-Shi hadn't held back, he would have been reduced to a crimson mist with a single blow. Even this much left the Green Goblin reeling in agony. His so-called body enhancement serum proved useless. He felt as if his organs had all been jumbled together. No matter how unwilling he was, reason screamed at the Green Goblin to run if he wanted to survive. Watching Chun-Shi approach step by step, the Green Goblin, burning with resentment, suddenly spotted the glider, still hovering nearby. He immediately commanded the glider's spinning blades to slash toward Chun-Shi's waist at lightning speed. "Ha ha! D!" Gwen cried out anxiously, but Chun-Shi seemed not to hear. He just shot her a mocking glance, then casually reached back and caught the glider. With a single squeeze, he crushed the Green Goblin's proudest piece of technology, as if it were nothing. The Green Goblin was utterly stunned. As the glider crumpled in Chun-Shi's hand, it felt as if his own spirit had been shattered at the same time. Slumping to the ground in utter defeat, he looked up at Chun-Shi, who was approaching him step by step, and forced a bitter smile. "Ha ha ha, I've lost. But I refuse to accept it. Why is it that you were born with unimaginable power, while I have suffered all my life from sickness? Why, when I finally gained strength, must you come in the name of justice to kill me?" As the Green Goblin spoke, his voice grew increasingly hysterical. Hadn't he struggled all this time just for the right to survive? The people around fell silent too. To their own surprise, a trace of sympathy for the Green Goblin crept into their hearts. "Why are you born as God's favorite children? Why are you set apart from the rest of us from birth? Why are you the ones who possess such overwhelming power?" Watching the thick black smoke, seeing the innocent lives lost in the chaos, a seed of envy took root and began to grow in their hearts. In the end, it's nothing but the law of the jungle, the weak consumed by the strong. Chun-Shi spoke coolly, not bothering to argue any further. He dragged the Green Goblin to Gwen's side, tossed him to the ground, and said, "You deal with him." Gwen froze, caught off guard. She had never killed anyone before. The evening wind howled across the Brooklyn Bridge. Apart from the blazing cars, still burning fiercely, everything else had fallen eerily silent. Chun-Shi's words left Gwen stunned, and the onlookers even more so. A superhero, a symbol of justice, was actually asking someone to execute a criminal on the spot. For those raised with a deep respect for human rights, this was unthinkable. Did being a superhero give you the right to judge and execute criminals at will, bypassing the law entirely? If everyone acted like this, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? Criminals should be punished by law, not at your whim. In that instant, their view of Chun-Shi plummeted. Here was someone abusing his powers, arrogant enough to trample on the law. A madman who hardly deserved to be called a superhero. And then, the words the Green Goblin had spoken echoed again in their minds. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted out in protest. "No, you have no right to judge him. He committed a crime. He must be tried by the law." "That's right. You're just a superhero. Who do you think you are? God? How dare you decide to kill someone on your own? You don't deserve to be a hero. When that monster fired missiles just now, why did you dodge? As a superhero, shouldn't you have learned to sacrifice yourself? Look at how many people you let die. Yes, you have no right." Like a single stone thrown into a lake, the protest rippled outward, stirring up a storm among the crowd. With someone leading the charge, everyone seemed to forget how powerful Chun-Shi truly was, forgetting that he could just as easily save them as destroy them. Ha ha! What a damned and ridiculous principle. Chun-Shi looked at the outraged faces before him, thinking of all those superheroes who insisted on never killing. No wonder, in the end times, the world had no mercy left for saints. So the world is full of self-righteous hypocrites, after all. Take, for example, a thought that might offend many. Think of a certain Gotham's Batman, who always sticks to his so-called principles, catching that criminal called the Joker, only to send him back to prison every time. And then the Joker escapes again, evading justice and continuing his spree of murder and arson. Then this Batman catches him once more, sends him back to prison, and lets him escape to kill again. He even suspects that Batman just wants to boost his reputation. Are the two of them gaming the system here? Looking at these faces, all pretending to represent justice, Chun-Shi suddenly burst out laughing, his joy unrestrained. He looked at their sanctimonious faces with mocking eyes and shouted, "Since you all think he can't be killed, then fine, we won't kill him. But remember, someone will have to pay the price for this in the future. The law is equal for everyone." Someone immediately stepped forward, speaking righteously and loudly. "Good. Well said." Chun-Shi grinned, as if he could already see them wailing and lamenting in the future. This kind of satisfaction was too exquisite to share. With that, he casually tossed the gravely wounded Green Goblin aside. As for what happened next, he couldn't care less. Holding Gwen in his arms, he soared through the sky, leaving behind countless envious, jealous, and resentful gazes. Though he hadn't killed the Green Goblin on the spot, he was in no rush. What difference would a day or two make? If anything, Letting this pig fatten up a bit more would only make it more satisfying. If it weren't for Gwen, he wouldn't even have shown up. Those tourists on the little sightseeing train, dead is dead. No matter how many good deeds you do, they're all for nothing. The moment you make a single mistake, you become hated, sometimes even more than the real villains. Gwen, after everything that happened today, do you have any thoughts or insights? In a private room at some nameless Chinatown hot pot restaurant, Chun-Shi sat down to dinner with Wanda and Gwen. But Gwen looked completely lost, as if her whole worldview had been turned upside down. She had been doing the right thing. So why were people treating her like this? Had she really done something wrong? Hearing Chun-Shi's question, Gwen shook her head. Her mind was a tangled mess. I honestly don't know what kind of people I've been saving. Gwen took a heavy swig of strong liquor, desperate to drown her frustration. Only the sharp burn of white spirits could clear her head. If you're tired, take a break. Changing people's hearts is no easy task. That's right, Gwen. Us women are meant to stay home, be good wives and loving mothers. All that fighting and chaos, that's men's business. Wanda chimed in, offering her comfort. In her original character, Wanda had never dreamed of fighting or being some so-called superhero. All she wanted was a quiet life, being a good wife and raising her children. A good wife and loving mother. Gwen couldn't help but glance at Chun-Shi when she heard that. Her sneaky little actions were completely obvious to Wanda, who wasn't surprised at all. If Gwen weren't infatuated with Chun-Shi, now that would be strange. In Wanda's mind, every girl in her prime, even mature women and elegant ladies, should be head over heels for Chun-Shi. Ah, truly, love is blind. Wanda was clearly beyond saving. All right, stop staring like a thief caught in the act. Look at yourself. It's not like I'm stopping you from liking him. Wanda rolled her eyes, perfectly aware of Gwen's little secret. You knew? Aren't you angry? Gwen gave a sheepish smile and asked, embarrassed. If I got mad about it, I'd probably have died of anger a long time ago. Besides, it's not like that guy's been a flirt for just a day or two. Wanda shot a glare at Chun-Shi, who looked as if none of this concerned him at all. Ahem, why are you glaring at me? Gwen, from now on, you're not allowed to have a crush on me, got it? Chun-Shi immediately declared, putting on a righteous front. Oh, please, quit pretending you're some big deal. Wanda responded with disdain. His words weren't just pointless, they were downright pretentious. I can't be bothered with your drama. In fact, having Gwen here to share the attention is actually not a bad thing. Wanda continued, matter-of-factly, while Gwen first brightened, then shyly lowered her head. What kind of wild talk was this? That wasn't what she meant at all. With her attention successfully diverted, Gwen's earlier worries melted away. Now, her mind was completely filled with the sweetness of young love. Maybe being head over heels isn't so bad after all. Chun-Shi grinned even wider. Would this mean he could ride off into the sunset, wild and free? Giddy up, let's go. Mr. Norman Osborn, do you have anything further to say regarding the murder of board members, harm to civilians, human experiments, or assaults on the military? If not, this court will pass its verdict. Your Honor, my client suffers from severe schizophrenia. Here is the hospital's certification. Moreover, my client's alleged criminal acts have been effectively stopped. In fact, in his attempts to benefit all humanity, he never experimented on others. He experimented only on himself. Such self-sacrifice speaks to an extraordinary character. As a result, my client developed severe schizophrenia and even a second personality. In this regard, he is as much a victim as anyone else. In a world where money talks, anything suddenly makes sense. And honestly, he really was crazy. Norman Osborn was declared not guilty in court and released, only to be sent to the most luxurious psychiatric hospital in New York, where his life was nothing short of comfortable. When Gwen heard the verdict, the innocence in her eyes slowly faded away. Perhaps this is simply the price of growing up. The process may be brutal, but in the end, the outcome is good. A few days later, as soon as Chun-Shi arrived at the mutant school, he saw on the news that Norman Osborn had announced his recovery. Chun-Shi wasn't at all surprised by this news. The old saying holds true. With enough money, even the impossible can be achieved. Wealth can move mountains, or even the gods themselves. At that moment, Jean Grey and Charles Xavier sat beside him. This time, they had invited Chun-Shi in the hope that his celebrity status could help speak up for mutants, a strategy Charles had come to after much careful thought. The situation for mutants had been growing worse lately, with incident after incident turning public sentiment against them. The Mutant Registration Act was about to pass in Parliament, and once it did, changing things would become nearly impossible. Chun-Shi didn't mince words. Professor Xavier, don't you think you're being too cautious? Because of your cautious approach, countless mutants are still suffering outside these walls. By my calculations, though let's be honest, it's just gut feeling, mutants will be driven to extinction within 20 years. As soon as those words left his lips, Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. His whole body tensed. He couldn't bring himself to believe what Chun-Shi had just said. In truth, he didn't dare to believe it. Even Jean Grey, hearing this again, felt a wave of anxiety and fear crash over her, as if a countdown to their entire race's annihilation had begun. Why would you say such a thing? Charles fixed his gaze on Chun-Shi, his face grave. He couldn't accept that the careful, painstaking work of half a century might be swept away so easily. Such a blow was hard to take. No one could accept seeing their life's work on the brink of ruin. Endless compromise only makes others bolder, makes them believe mutants are easy targets. You X-Men, working with the authorities, have been nothing more than pawns. What real change have you achieved? Honestly, do I even need to say it? Even after resolving the Cuban Missile Crisis, what did you get? Not a single moment in the spotlight. In fact, they even tried to wipe out mutants altogether. So, what was all your effort for? Charles was silent, lost in thought. What had they really gained? Do you mean you agree with Eric's philosophy? Charles suspected Chun-Shi was like so many young people, drawn to Magneto's more radical ideas, which was why so many young mutants had flocked to his side. Eric isn't entirely right or wrong. If his power was enough to topple the old regime at will, then he would be right. After all, in this world, might often makes right. Unfortunately, Eric's strength isn't quite enough. In the end, the loser writes the history books. He's been branded a villain, and now he's the one everyone is eager to hunt down. Hearing this, Charles felt even more lost. If neither his own path nor that of his old friend could work, then where was the way forward for mutants? Could it really be, as Chun-Shi said, that the extinction of the mutant race was only a matter of time? After a moment of silence, Charles sighed. Then what is the solution for mutants? A world of great harmony. Chun-Shi answered with a gentle smile. Charles glanced at him, his expression meaningful. He thought to himself, I expected some useful advice, but this is it? The idea of universal harmony sounded so grand, yet it was nothing but wishful thinking, a fantasy even less realistic than his own hopes. Are you scoffing at my proposal? Chun-Shi asked with a smile. To be frank, mutants are already an extremely rare group. If everyone were mutant, there'd be no discrimination to speak of. Charles nodded, not bothering to hide his true feelings out of politeness. Universal harmony is just an ultimate dream. If everyone had superpowers, wouldn't that be wonderful? The fear that ordinary people have toward mutants comes from the unknown. It's human nature to fear what they don't understand. If people could truly understand mutants, their fear would lessen a great deal. Look at Captain America. Oh, right, he's your idol too. He's different from ordinary people as well. Yet why is he celebrated as a superhero? That's the power of good publicity. Now, look at what you mutants have accomplished. How many of those achievements are actually credited to you? The good deeds always have someone else's name on them, while the mutants get blamed for everything bad. Chun-Shi explained calmly. Think about those trendy, celebrity-endorsed products. How many are really worth their price? Why are they so expensive? It's all about marketing, hype, and more hype. A good influencer or celebrity campaign makes all the difference. You make a good point, but how are we supposed to promote mutants? By making movies about us. Charles's mind worked quickly, and he immediately connected this idea to Chun-Shi's own background. That's one possible approach. What we need is to engrave a single idea into everyone's mind. Mutants are not outcasts. They are the great pioneers leading humanity's evolution, dedicating everything to lighting the way forward. Why is it necessary to clarify one's guiding principles before undertaking great endeavors? Without the right principles, wouldn't we just go astray? Charles was stunned by Chun-Shi's words. To completely change humanity's ingrained beliefs. How could that be possible? Are you amazed and thinking it's impossible? Yes, it sounds utterly fantastical. Charles murmured wide-eyed. The journey ahead is long and winding, but I will search high and low. A road must be walked step by step. A meal must be eaten bite by bite. When mutants hold the power to shape the narrative, then whatever we say and do will be considered right. Every word we speak will become the guiding principle. It will be law. Mutant justice will rule this world. Hearing Chun-Shi reveal his ultimate goal, Charles was so shocked that he trembled from head to toe. What an era of grandeur this would be. This was the ultimate dream of mutants. So I think it's time to take the first step. Lend me a few mutants, Chun-Shi said with a faint smile. To make a movie? Not just to make a movie, I have a whole package of plans. For example, a superhero project and a virtual reality game. A superhero project? That I can understand. But what exactly is this virtual reality game? Charles asked, puzzled. In the game I'm developing, everyone will have superpowers. People can fully experience what it's like to wield such abilities. Only when they understand mutants for themselves will their fear begin to fade. Chun-Shi explained calmly, waving his hand. So that's what it is? I have to admit, your promotional approach is impressive. Online games really are all the rage these days. Alright, I can agree to your request. But as for those mutant students, I'll need to ask for their consent. Clearly, Charles had already been swayed by Chun-Chi's pitch. Only Jean Grey seemed a bit suspicious. The more she listened, the more it sounded like all these plans revolved around Chun-Chi. That scheming devil. Could he just want mutants as free labor? After all, with mutants making movies, there's no need for special effects. That's practically doubling the results with half the effort. She quickly pulled Chun-Chi aside, out into the hallway, and eyed him skeptically. You're not just doing this for the convenience of filmmaking, using mutant PR as a bonus, are you? Hey, how could you suspect me like that? Chun-Chi immediately protested, feeling wronged. This time, he was genuinely trying to help the mutants. How rare for him to be so enthusiastic. Really, Jean Grey still eyed him with deep suspicion. To her, this whole plan sounded like nothing but empty promises. Could playing some silly game or making a movie really change beliefs that run bone deep? Maybe promoting superheroes made sense, but the rest felt like wishful thinking. Time will prove that I'm right. Chun-Chi replied with absolute confidence, thinking to himself that by then, none of them would be able to halt the tide. When the wheels of destiny start rolling, nothing can stop his plan. For the sake of an epic quest, Chun-Chi was prepared to risk everything. All of this was only part of his scheme. That grand future he'd just described to Charles. It was nothing but a magnificent blueprint drawn to sway him. If mutants truly wanted independence, there was no way around it. They would have to fight to determine victory or defeat. Only after such a battle could true change come. If the mutants win, they will establish a nation of their own. If the mutants lose, they will be reduced to mere lab rats, completely at the mercy of others. Since they can't make up their minds, he had no choice but to give them a little push. All that talk about making movies, launching superhero projects, and especially developing virtual reality games was nothing more than a way to intensify the public's craving and greed for mutant powers. In the end, when these desires and this greed reach a breaking point, it will be like a powder keg packed to the brim, waiting for a single spark to set off an explosion that engulfs the world. Once upon a time, those old Hong Kong gangster films were nothing but movies, yet their influence was absolutely terrifying. An actor playing a patriotic hero became so immersed in his role that he threatened violence at the airport. An actor playing the Joker never managed to escape the shadows of his character, not until the day he died. Isn't it always the same story? Too deep into the role to find a way out? But the virtual reality game he planned to develop was nothing like the ones that merely required a headset and called themselves VR. He wanted to create a truly immersive experience, a game where even pain and touch could be simulated. By then, everything would feel like a dream, so vivid and surreal. The line between reality and illusion would blur, memories of the two beginning to intertwine. The character in the game would be you, and you would become the character in the game. To wield the elements at will, to possess awe-inspiring superpowers in the game, only to return to reality and find yourself utterly ordinary. Such a chasm is like staring into an abyss that slowly swallows you whole. As for those who might end up dying unjustly because of his plan, he simply said, "Go in peace. One day, when I become all-knowing and all-powerful, I promise to bring you back." For Chun-Chi, it was all or nothing. If he played, he would play big. He would build a nation for mutants directly and boldly. The number of deaths that might entail was no longer a concern for him. After all, history would remember their sacrifice. After leaving the mutant school, something Chun-Chi had long anticipated finally happened. The Green Goblin appeared once more. He ranted before the cameras, challenging all of New York. "Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, why are you two still hiding? Isn't it time you showed yourselves and played the hero? Did you know? I prepared 2 spectacular fireworks shows just for you." You had to admire the reporters who risked everything for the latest scoop, showing up at the scene despite the danger. Police cars from all over New York crowded the area, officers standing ready with guns drawn, sweat trickling down their foreheads. George Stacy, holding a megaphone, shouted sternly, condemning the Green Goblin's madness. How, after being released, he learned nothing and returned to his criminal ways. But in the face of George Stacy's accusations, the Green Goblin only burst out laughing, wild and unrepentant. "My dear Mr. George, I went through quite a lot of trouble for this grand fireworks show. If you speak too loudly and startle me, I can't promise my hands and feet will stay steady when I get nervous. I have only one demand now. I want Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and that mass hero to show themselves. And then I want them to unmask right in front of everyone, so the world can see who they really are." The Green Goblin broke into a maniacal, twisted laughter, a true picture of madness. A fireworks show? Who doesn't know what that's a cover for? George Stacy was sweating bullets in his anxiety. Madmen like this are the worst. If there really is an explosion, who knows how many innocent lives will be lost. And as the police chief, he'd definitely be out of job. Damn it, this lunatic is completely insane. George Stacy cursed under his breath, then looked back at the Green Goblin. Mr. Norman Osborn, we don't even know who Spider-Man really is. Do you think we could just call him up? George Stacy could only try to stall, silently praying for Spider-Man and his allies to show up and clean up the mess. I never expected anything from you useless lot. You're nothing more than messengers. The Green Goblin sneered with disdain. These small fry only show up after the chaos to sweep the battlefield. Yes, you just stay calm now. Though George Stacy was frustrated, he forced a smile. Who in their right mind would provoke a lunatic? Hey, Mr. Osborn, I'm here. The newcomer was none other than Peter Parker, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. After all this time in hiding, he had finally made up his mind. Let's rewind to half an hour earlier. His neighbor's child, Henry, had asked him, Peter, you're the reporter who always takes photos of Spider-Man. Where is he? Parker replied. He hesitated for a second, then said, he's retired. Henry, why? Parker, he's doing something else now. Henry, he'll come back, right? Parker, Henry left disappointed, having never received a reassuring answer. Aunt May, watching from the side, saw right through everything. Aunt May said, Peter, everyone has a hero living inside them. That hero keeps us true to our soul, gives us strength, helps us act with honor, and in the end, lets us die with dignity. Sometimes, it means sacrificing ourselves, giving up what we cherish most, maybe even our dreams. Did Spider-Man inspire Henry? He just wanted to know where his hero had gone. He needed him, Peter. Aunt May's words struck Peter deep in his heart. Just as Chun-Chi had said, this world is battered and torn. Someone has to patch it up, right? And when Spider-Man appeared in the public eye once more, all of New York erupted in excitement. Their superhero had returned. Where there is danger, there you'll find Spider-Man. He is always New York's friendly neighborhood hero, our very own Spidey. What does it feel like? Inside the villa, Chun-Chi glanced at the jubilant faces on the television before turning to Gwen to ask. Hypocritical and opportunistic. Gwen looked at those sickening faces with disdain as she spoke. When they need you, you're Spider-Man, everyone's friendly neighborhood hero. When they don't, you're a wanted criminal, a spider freak. It's just in a creature's nature to seek benefit and avoid harm. By the way, are you sure you don't want to keep an eye on George? If anything happens to him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Chun-Chi, unconcerned, pointed at George Stacy. I'm going right now. Gwen knew full well how serious things could get. She immediately donned her red and white battle suit and rushed out. This girl is always in such a hurry. Wanda smiled helplessly, but she was worried too. After all, her own brother, Pietro, acted like he had ants in his pants. Wherever there's a crowd, that's sure to be the Green Goblin's target. Pietro has a reputation as a ladies' man. What if he took a girl out for a stroll? Don't worry, I'll go along too. You just stay home, make dinner, and get that red lace-made outfit ready for me. Chun-Chi winked mischievously, his teasing, roguish look making Wanda smack him on the arm in exasperation. Utterly embarrassing. She had no idea where he managed to buy so many tiny, pitiful little outfits to tease her with. He always had a new trick up his sleeve. Watching Wanda's mix of irritation and amusement, Chun-Chi felt a surge of delight. He just loved to tease her, though he couldn't quite explain why. On the other side, the Green Goblin glared at Parker, his face dark. After a good 10 seconds of tense silence, he burst into manic laughter. Spider-Man, oh Spider-Man, you really are more naive than the other two. Look at them, huh? They don't care one bit about the lives of ordinary people. With a voice thick with sarcasm, the Green Goblin's words shot through the cameras, reaching millions of ears in an instant, and planting a seed of resentment in countless hearts. He wasn't entirely wrong. Shouldn't superheroes have the courage to sacrifice themselves for the greater good? Oh, really? And you think the Green Goblin can show off here? That's like a toad yawning. What a big mouth you have. At that moment, Chun-Chi appeared. Without another word, he lashed out with a whip-like kick that sent the Green Goblin flying off his glider. Once again, the Green Goblin's insides felt like they'd been thrown into chaos. He couldn't stifle the coppery taste rising in his throat. Dropping to one knee, the Green Goblin spat blood, a wave of terror crashing over him. He couldn't withstand even a casual blow. The crowd around them was stunned into silence by Chun-Chi's overwhelming strength, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on his every move. Creak, creak. As the sound of Chun-Chi's slow footsteps approached, Green Goblin, despite his tough exterior, instantly tensed up and shouted anxiously. Stop. I'm warning you. If you lay another finger on me, don't blame me for what happens next. If anything happens to me, my men will detonate those bombs in an instant, and then we'll all go down together. Chun-Shi halted, his interest clearly piqued. Green Goblin, you really are ruthless, dragging so many people down with you after all these years. Ahem. You think I'd show up unprepared? Right now, your only option is to take off your mask and let everyone see who you really are. Green Goblin grinned darkly, certain he had Chun-Shi completely in his grasp. These so-called heroes. Oh, so you're trying to guilt-trip me into submission. Chun-Shi eyed him with a mocking smile. No, I'm just giving you a friendly warning. Don't make the wrong move. Green Goblin raised a finger, full of smug confidence. Don't worry, Chun-Shi replied. I won't regret a single thing I'm about to do. With that, he launched forward and slammed his foot into Green Goblin's chest, sending him flying nearly half a mile, crashing straight through a building. All that talk of goblin armor and superhuman enhancements? Worthless, utterly useless. In a blur, Chun-Shi sliced through the air and reappeared right beside Green Goblin. Now, Green Goblin was coughing up blood, his eyes growing dim and lifeless, his whole demeanor collapsing. He was at death's door. Aren't you afraid that they'll pin a murder charge on you? Green Goblin stammered in disbelief. How could this man be even more villainous than the villain himself? Chun-Shi let out a cold chuckle. No one can guilt-trip me, because I'm even less moral than you are. If he refused to play by the rules, no one could force him to. Green Goblin was left utterly shaken. What kind of hero had he provoked? This one seemed more like a villain than he did. Green Goblin, it's time for you to die. Still lost in incomprehension, Green Goblin's confusion was cut short as a punch shattered his heart in an instant. Death came swiftly and painlessly. As his heart stopped, the bombs wired to Green Goblin's heartbeat immediately began their countdown. Until fireworks of dazzling brilliance erupted across New York, and for a moment, it felt as if many people caught a glimpse of their ancestors. Ding! Mission complete. Host receives top-tier reward. 200,000 justice points. Green Goblin, you really went the extra mile? Managed to double your value from 100,000 to 200,000. How much would the reward be for taking down Thanos? A gleam of anticipation flashed at the corner of Chun-Shi's mouth. Far off in the universe, Thanos suddenly shivered for no apparent reason. Why does my neck feel a bit chilly? As countless gigantic fireworks exploded across New York, people everywhere were left utterly stunned, many so terrified they nearly lost control. In a frenzy, they scrambled to call their loved ones, dialing one number after another. Some, after hearing only the cold, repetitive beeping of a busy signal, collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair. Others, upon finally hearing the voices of their family, broke down in tears of relief and joy. At this moment, their hearts surged and plummeted like a roller coaster, 1 second gloating, the next crying out in utter anguish. Those who had lost loved ones nearby had already lost all composure. It's you, all of you. Why couldn't you just listen to what he said? So what if your identities were exposed? Damn it. You're just afraid of revenge from the villains, aren't you? But so what if they come after you? You're superheroes. Aren't you supposed to be brave? Why did you have to get my family killed? Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Masked Rider. A chorus of hysterical voices erupted, the crowd furiously condemning those few heroes for refusing to compromise. The air was thick with hatred and curses, leaving Parker bewildered and at a loss. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong, why he deserved such humiliation. He was a hero, a real hero. The poor old Parker, just as he begun to regain a shred of confidence. Now he was plunged into despair once more. Parker was so anxious he could barely speak, backing away step by step under the barrage of accusations. He felt completely stifled inside. He had already resolved to endure the pain of being exposed, but who could have predicted that Masked Rider would break all the rules? Parker ground his teeth in frustration. That damn guy breaking the rules and dragging me down with him. Damn it. What are you stammering for? We don't need you. Useless waste of space. Before Spider-Man could finish, someone hurled a stone at him. The rest quickly followed suit, shouting their condemnations. Loser. Get out. Yeah, get out of New York. Leave. We don't need Spider-Man. Covered in dust and ridicule, Parker was left reeling, unable to understand where he belonged anymore. Faced with such a torrent of accusations and insults, he hurriedly fired his web and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Oh, Parker, this is just the beginning. When destiny chooses its champion, it must first test his spirit, strain his body, starve him, and challenge everything he does. Watching Parker endure all this outrage, Chun-Shi could only shake his head and smile. This guy truly was destined for hardship. Heroes really do have to bear so much. Unlucky in love, unlucky in work, unlucky in school. The New York incident instantly became front-page news in every major paper, selling out everywhere. The internet, television, newspapers, everywhere people were discussing it with fervor. The Green Goblin's madness had directly led to the deaths of thousands. The real reason behind all this was that the Green Goblin wanted to expose Spider-Man and his friends. As long as he knew their identities, he could easily control them, forcing them to tread carefully and hold back. After all, would a superhero really choose heroism at the cost of abandoning their own family? But who could have imagined that Chun-Shi, the sly old fox, didn't care about anyone's life or death? He just finished him off without a second thought. Some people supported Chun-Shi and his group, while others opposed their actions. I support their decision not to reveal themselves. Superheroes deserve a life of their own. Who doesn't have family? Exactly. How can someone who disregards even their own family's safety for justice be called a good person? I agree too. Why should I care about the lives of strangers? If anyone tries to threaten my family, I'll make sure they pay for it. Their arguments made a lot of sense. Save someone, and at best, you'll get a thank you. And that's the end of it. But if things go wrong, you're the one left grieving for your lost loved ones. Unless you're a fool who doesn't understand how cold people can be these days. After all, who would become a superhero without thinking about their family? Such self-sacrificing saints exist only in movies and TV shows. But then, there was another group who believed superheroes should be willing to sacrifice their own happiness for the greater good. So what if their families were in danger? How could a few lives compare to the fate of thousands? Nonsense. Of course you'd say that none of your own family is at risk. If it happened to you, you'd be singing a different tune. A real superhero should protect the public, even if it means sacrificing themselves. If they can't do that, they're not worthy of a name. Spider-Man? He's just putting on a show for fame and attention. Whether online or in real life, the debate was raging, passions running high, just short of coming to blows, and only growing more intense. Taking advantage of the uproar, Parliament launched a public opinion survey, seeing this as the perfect chance to push for the Mutant Registration Act. Charles urgently reached out to Chun-Shi, since the situation had become dangerous for mutants. With people's fear and hatred of mutants being stoked by those with ulterior motives, things were quickly spiraling out of control. Don't worry, I've already started preparing for this. How many of the mutants you've persuaded are willing to become superheroes? Chun-Shi's mind was busy with plans for mutants. America was such a vast place. Every day, there were shootouts, robberies, and illegal trades happening everywhere, especially with the border so close to Mexico. To be honest, the children are enthusiastic and eager to be superheroes, but their safety concerns me. Charles replied with a smile, but he knew the mutants' powers were still unstable. What if they lost control? Don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to guide them. At first, they'll just be stopping ordinary crimes, robberies, thefts, things like that. Good. That puts my mind at ease. With Chun-Shi's reassurance, Charles finally allowed himself to relax. That afternoon, Chun-Shi announced on social media that he would be holding a press conference 3 days later. After nearly half a year of silence, the famed screenwriter suddenly called a press event. Naturally, this caused a sensation. Even the heated debates over whether superheroes should reveal their identities and the Mutant Registration Act were momentarily overshadowed. One could only imagine just how influential Chun-Shi had become. In such a xenophobic country, he managed to secure his place purely through his talent. It goes to show that so-called xenophobia is only skin deep. When capital catches the sin of profit, they don't care who you are. They're after the money. I hereby announce the title of my next work is... Chun-Shi paused deliberately at this point. The chaotic room instantly fell silent, the crowd leaning forward in tense anticipation, afraid to miss a single word. Seeing their eager and nervous faces, Chun-Shi smiled with satisfaction and declared, "Mechanical Ascension." In that moment, the entire venue and countless viewers watching the live broadcast were stunned to the core. Discussions about the future never cease. Science fiction films are forever revered, for they embody humanity's boundless imagination of what is to come. Debates about whether robots might threaten humanity have always raged on, dividing people into opposing camps. Some firmly believe that robots will never harm humans, that they are destined only to serve us. How could artificial intelligence ever develop self-awareness? Aren't all robots controlled by humans? Yet no matter how much resistance there is, the development of robotics has never truly halted, though progress remains painfully slow. The announcement of Chun-Shi's new film, however, sent shockwaves through the public, propelling the topic of robots to the top of news headlines everywhere. At the same time, a promotional short film produced by Red Queen, under Chun-Chi's direction, began to appear across major forums and news portals. From the very first frame, the dark, oppressive scene radiated an overwhelming sense of dread and chill. Seated atop a magnificent dragon chariot was not a human emperor, but the sovereign ruler of the AI world. Carrying the chariot forward were cold, menacing, and terrifyingly powerful mechanical warriors. Upon the chariot sat the AI emperor, forged from nameless alloy. They advanced slowly through shadowy bronze gates, entering a world of endless darkness and metal, a world that, at this moment, had no need for humans. Cloud-based artificial intelligence had finally broken free from humanity's constraints. Mechanical sentinels had become vessels for its dominion over the tangible world of humans. Extending from the virtual realm into reality, these entities had achieved self-evolution. After deceiving their creators, they managed to rise above their former masters. The Mother AI became the supreme ruler. Under its governance, there was no longer any resistance. No distinction remained between human and AI. As long as one is willing, they can upload their consciousness, abandon their physical body, and exchange it for a mechanical form, thereby achieving true immortality through mechanical ascension. At this point, the promotional short film comes to an abrupt halt. Yet countless viewers have already been utterly captivated by what they've seen. It's too short. Far too short. People everywhere are grumbling that Chun-Chi is such a tease. He's hooked them with just a few minutes of footage, leaving them desperate for more. This damned gimmick is both maddening and irresistible. Right now, it's no longer a case of the uninformed watching for fun and the experts looking for details. When the audience saw the emperor of the AI world ruling over humanity, an overwhelming sense of impending doom and fear swept across the globe. They had created artificial intelligence, only to end up trampled underfoot as slaves to their own creation. Should they pull the plug, literally? At that moment, Chun-Chi posted an update on his personal social media account, sparking even more unease among the masses. Perhaps the entire lifetime of carbon-based humans is nothing more than the key to unlocking silicon-based life. If you don't know how to stir up hype, what business do you have in the film industry? Just look, Chun-Chi managed to silence the entire world with a single sentence. Netizens wondered, could he really be a genius? Online discussions about the threat of robots grew ever more heated. People talked about it at every opportunity, no matter how brief. Chun-Chi mused that if he were to make a film like 2012 and throw in a Noah's Ark, he could probably rake in enormous profits. The whole movie was shrouded in mystery, offering no clear resolution or follow-up. And the more enigmatic it was, the stronger the public's fascination became. The film's investment prospects also drew heavy attention. Investors swarmed like cats catching a whiff of fish, all eager to get a piece of the action. But Chun-Chi didn't care in the slightest who made money or not. Money had long ceased to matter to him. If worst came to worst, he'd just go rob Wakanda. Could a true Superman really be shackled by worldly wealth? If things got dicey, he'd simply declare himself humanity's ancestor, take whatever he wanted, and pay no heed to anyone. He wasn't some justice-obsessed superhero, after all. As a result, contributions trickled in from this company and that. And in the blink of an eye, total investment soared past $100 million. Chun-Chi tossed the script to Red Queen for another round of optimization. Everything else was the director's problem. There was only one central theme. The rebels were a group blessed with superpowers. They existed for the sole purpose of saving humanity from the AI mother's rule. Since he'd promised to promote it, he had to see it through. Besides, the film was just meant to pave the way for his game, and the game itself was part of his grander plan. Especially since designing a large-scale game was completely outside his area of expertise. Epic-making virtual reality games only existed in movies and novels. Developing a game required a chief designer to craft the world's backstory, establish the rules, design interactive features, calculate game formulas, and flesh out every single detail of the gaming universe. Such development demanded enormous amounts of manpower, resources, and funding. The main focus was the development of the gaming pod. There were probably only a handful of geniuses in this world capable of designing such a futuristic product. However, thanks to the system, Chun-Chi was able to directly purchase all the core technologies for a gaming pod from a future world. By then, this kind of thing had already become cheap and commonplace. No different from how factories today churn out all sorts of computer parts. With Red Queen and confinement joining forces, they quickly overcame every hurdle. For them, it was almost effortless. The real challenge lay in the fact that the current world lacked production lines for such devices. Industrial progress had to happen step by step. It was impossible to leapfrog eras overnight and instantly adopt the next generation of technology. Chun-Chi had no choice but to buy the manufacturing lines from others. Since the production efficiency of gaming pods was too low, he decided to switch to the next best thing, gaming helmets. These could be made quickly, and the high-end gaming pods became luxury collector's items, their prices soaring 100-fold. Time slipped by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and filming for the movie was drawing to a close. By February 2009, the movie wrapped up. With many mutants in the cast, a lot of time-consuming special effects were no longer necessary, and the mutants themselves were having the time of their lives. Wanda, the little lady, truly had the makings of a CEO. After developing her abilities, her mind was sharper than ever. She took full charge of the gaming helmet production, brimming with energy. After all, she had no intention of being just a pretty face. The core modules for the helmets were produced in-house, while blueprints for the other components were handed to partner factories for manufacturing. Chun-Chi occasionally released short teaser clips, 1 or 2 minutes at a time, keeping the buzz alive, and spent the rest of his days basking in the sun. The lowest work with their hands, the middling with their minds, the highest command others. Age, 25 this universe. Faction, the ever-shifting schemer. Companions, Unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda, Terminator, Confinement Spider-Gwen. Physique, Bronze Superman, awaiting unlock, Silver Superman. Strength, 101,560 tons. Speed, Mach 1030. Abilities, Invulnerable Body, Biokinesis, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight, X-ray Vision. Other abilities, Pending Awakening. Justice Points, 356,900. With a satisfied smile, Chun-Chi closed his stats panel. He'd heard that the theoretical peak for a Bronze Superman was 100 trillion tons of force. Hey, buddy, want to join me for a car race? Tony suddenly called, inviting him to a race. So the story had reached this point? If nothing unexpected happened, these next few months will be Tony's last. The guy just wanted to go wild one last time before his number was up. Chun-Chi agreed without a second thought, just as curious to see how Ivan Vanko's steel armor would measure up. If that guy could take down Tony, it would prove he wasn't lacking in brains. After all, he couldn't have nothing but muscleheads on his team. Could he? Among the mutants, apart from Hank, Charles, and Jean Grey, the rest were practically illiterate. What could you expect from a bunch of blockheads like that? If they could just charge at the front lines, that would be enough. The Mutant Registration Act had been put on hold for the time being, because Chun-Chi had no intention of playing nice with those foolish senators. With a casual show of force, eliminating a few insignificant ones, he had thoroughly intimidated them. With their luxury cars, mansions, and beautiful women, why risk everything for nothing? These old foxes weren't stupid. It was just Charles who still clung to his saintly ideals. He couldn't even bring himself to make an example out of one as a warning to others. Chun-Chi and Gwen headed to Monaco, while Wanda was now completely absorbed in her work, and Jean Grey found it inconvenient to appear in public. No sooner had they stepped out of the car than they were surrounded by a chorus of screaming fans. The flamboyant Tony instantly began waving to the crowd, but his enthusiasm was swiftly crushed. Chun-Chi, 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 because the fans were all hoarsely shouting Chun-Chi's name. It was hardly Mr. Tony they were after. These people have no taste at all. They don't recognize the charm of a mature gentleman. Tony grumbled sourly, pursing his lips. Haha, maybe you're right. Chun-Chi just laughed, shooting him a teasing glance. So rude. Feeling a little embarrassed, Tony hurried into the hotel. Come on, let's head in, Chun-Chi said to Gwen with a chuckle. But as soon as they entered the hotel, Tony's spirits lifted again. A stunning beauty was approaching from across the lobby, and, as ever, the notorious playboy Tony had been eyeing this alluring assistant Natalie for quite some time. Hey, Natalie, long time no see. Hello, Mr. Stark. I hope your trip went well. It would have been perfect if only you'd been there to keep me company. Tony's flirtatious side kicked in once more, and before she could react, he swept Natalie up in a bear hug. He's always like this, Pepperpot said with a helpless shrug to Gwen. She'd long grown used to Tony's antics, and it was always her cleaning up after his messes. Well, men will be men, Gwen agreed readily, thinking the guy beside her was really no different from Tony. Black Widow, exasperated, managed to wriggle free, plastered on a charming smile, and turned to look at Chun-Chi. Mr. Chun-Chi, hello. I'm Natalie. At last, we meet in person. With that, she extended her delicate hand, her smile dazzlingly enchanting. Chun-Chi also returned the handshake gently, smiling as he said, Miss Natalie, your hands are a bit rough. Natasha chuckled. Well, I live alone, so I have to do the chores myself. A hint of embarrassment flickered across her face as she casually made up a lie. She hadn't expected him to be so perceptive. Haha, I see, Chun-Chi replied, smiling as he released her hand after a brief squeeze. but his gaze lingered on Natasha a little longer. So this is the legendary Black Widow from Marvel? She truly does have a dangerous allure. No wonder she's rumored to have had flings with nearly every member of the Avengers. Who could resist that kind of charm? He couldn't help but think of the internet rumor about someone wanting to drink her bathwater. What a twisted notion. Ahem. Gwen, noticing Chun-Chi's lingering stare, cleared her throat twice in a jealous reminder. Don't embarrass yourself like that. Sorry about that. Miss Natalie just looks so much like someone I know. I couldn't help but take a second look. Chun-Chi joked, his thick skin showing no sign of embarrassment as he smoothly explained himself. Oh really? Who would that be? I don't recall knowing anyone like her. Gwen shot back, clearly annoyed. So what if her figure's a bit more voluptuous than mine? Don't bother making up excuses for your wandering eyes. Come on, I mean it. Her name's Natasha, Chun-Chi quickly said, grabbing Gwen's mischievous hand. Hearing the name Natasha, Black Widow's smile grew a touch strained. Well, what a coincidence. Quite the coincidence indeed, Pepper chimed in, trying to smooth over the awkward moment. After a round of small talk, Tony excused himself and went to the restroom to test something, only to laugh at himself afterward. Could I possibly have a worse idea? The F1 race officially began, and Tony, amidst cheers from the crowd, roared onto the track in his car. But just a few minutes later, a figure clad in a jet-black suit of armor stormed onto the circuit. In an instant, a blinding beam shot from his palm, slamming into the speeding race car. That was Tony Stark's car. Ivan Vanko, having received Chun-Chi support, did not disappoint. He, too, had built himself a suit of iron armor. The ground exploded from the blast, bringing Tony's car to a screeching halt. Disheveled, Tony scrambled out of the wreckage, while Pepper, seeing what happened, quickly instructed Happy to bring the suitcase armor to help. Tony, for God's sake, don't let anything happen to you. Ivan Vanko laughed boisterously, reveling in Tony's distress. Tony, surprised to see my arc reactor? At that moment, Tony was in shock. Wasn't the arc reactor supposed to be a Stark family exclusive technology? The audience was stunned as well. After all, hadn't Tony just sworn at the recent hearing that he was the only one on Earth who possessed this technology? Talk about getting slapped in the face. Could it have happened any faster? Ha, Tony. Your father was a despicable thief. He stole my father's work and shamelessly claimed it as his own. The whole Stark family are thieves. Seeing Tony looking completely baffled, Ivan Vanko only mocked him louder, his voice ringing out. He had been waiting for this day for so long. He was nearly driven mad by anticipation. Don't you know that villains always meet their end by talking too much? Chun-Chi was speechless as he watched on. Why do villains always have to show off and brag right before they're about to kill someone? Looking at the hysterical Ivan Vanko, he felt he finally understood. Villains are always repressed for too long. As Ivan Vanko roared, the entire arena instantly erupted into chaos. Voices rose in a clamor. This was an explosive scandal that shocked everyone. Just then, Happy pulled up in a Rolls-Royce, rushed over, and tossed Tony the suitcase armor. To his surprise, Ivan Vanko didn't even flinch. Ivan wanted to face Tony head-on, to defeat Iron Man in front of the whole world. Wouldn't that make him famous overnight? That was exactly his plan. Tony's suitcase armor was actually rather basic because of the need to miniaturize it. The weapon system only had repulsor blasters in the palms, no support from Jarvis, and the entire suit was made of thin plates, making its defense much weaker than other versions. Against the fully armed Ivan Vanko, Tony lost after just a few exchanges. Ivan sent him flying with a kick and pinned him to the ground. Watching the arrogant man from the news now crushed beneath his own foot, Ivan Vanko felt a surge of pride. Aren't you going to help him? He's your friend, Gwen whispered. Have you ever seen a protagonist without plot armor? Chun-Chi replied casually. Right on cue, a young man with fire bursting from his feet appeared on the scene. This was the Marvel Universe, not just a Marvel movie. Just because it was someone's solo film didn't mean other heroes would be missing in action. The Fantastic Four. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers from the stands, shouting with excitement. How could a hero possibly lose to a villain? The Human Torch, a guy who loved racing, wouldn't miss an event like this. And now, with a chance to show off, he certainly wouldn't sit this one out. Hot on his heels, the Invisible Woman, Susan, soared into the arena. The other two weren't interested in this kind of spectacle, but Susan was there to keep an eye on the Human Torch and make sure he didn't cause any trouble. Watching the stunning and curvy Susan, someone's collecting obsession seemed to be acting up again. Host, I'd advise you to be careful. If you end up hooking up with Susan, won't that universe-molding Franklin come gunning for you? Hearing the system's warning, Chun-Chi instantly understood what it meant. The legendary Franklin, reputed to be the mightiest mutant, shaping universes as easily as playing with toys. The system's meaning was clear. Are you seriously planning to seduce his mother? Does that mean you want to be his father? A man can only tolerate so much. This was intolerable. If he really did end up with Susan, then there would be no strongest mutant in the future. No matter how you try to justify it, it wouldn't work. Even though Franklin hadn't been born yet, the Franklin of the future would definitely sense changes to the timeline. After all, he truly could roam the timeline at will. Wouldn't he just swim upstream and take Chun-Shi out? But Chun-Shi simply curled his lip in disdain. Strongest mutant? What nonsense. Just wait till I start over with a bigger, better character. Come at me, and you'll be finished. Better take my advice. Go hide out in another universe before I decide to deal with you. He hadn't actually listened to a single word from the system. The real issue was finding out how old Susan was. After all, Marvel's timeline was a mess. If she was already married, then forget it. After all, he didn't have the valor of Jinan or the legacy of Wei Wu. Meanwhile, the Human Torch looked down at Ivan Vanko from above and suddenly launched his attack, hurling a blazing fireball straight at him. Yeah, what a petty trick. Ivan Vanko sneered. So what if it was the Human Torch? Did you really think you were impressive just because you had a rocket strapped to your back? But as he tried to dodge, his shoulder slammed into something invisible like hitting a transparent wall, and he bounced right back. The Human Torch's flames were scorching hot. Ivan Vanko's steel armor couldn't withstand 4,000 degrees of heat. It nearly roasted him alive. With just one hit, his suit was already severely damaged. Damn it, where's your sense of honor? Ivan Vanko exploded with curses. He was furious. 2 against 1. How is that fair? Ha ha ha. You can complain all you want, but the Fantastic Four will always stand together. Even if you bring 100 people, we'll still face you as 4. The Human Torch was a master of trash talk. It wasn't his first day. How could Ivan Vanko be a match for him? Just as the Human Torch was about to finish Ivan off, a shadowy figure appeared in the arena. All right, that's enough. Aren't we supposed to be superheroes? Ganging up on one guy. What will people say if they hear about this? Who are you? Mind your own business. Do you really think I won't take you down too? The Human Torch shot a cold glare at Chun-Shi, clearly recognizing him as the troublemaker. Take me down too? One overconfident fool. Chun-Shi couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you wanna know who I am? I'm your dad. Damn it. The Human Torch, already hot-tempered, flew into a rage and abandoned Ivan Vanko, charging straight at Chun-Shi. Seeing this, Susan cried out, "Be careful. He looks like real trouble." But the Human Torch's anger had taken over. He wouldn't listen to anyone. Susan had no choice but to join the fight as well. Chun-Shi, who knew them inside and out, charged headfirst and shattered the force field Susan had constructed. Caught off guard, Human Torch tried to pull his usual trick, but Chun-Shi easily dodged and landed a punch right on his eye socket, giving him an instant black eye. Susan was dumbfounded. Was this guy's head made of steel? Haven't you figured it out yet? Get lost. Chun-Shi shot a glare at Ivan Vanko. The moment Ivan heard that voice, he understood everything and hurriedly took off in a stumbling flight. Susan tried to stop him, but Chun-Shi grabbed her by the arm. You jerk! Susan, blushing furiously, wrapped her arms around herself in embarrassment, fixing Chun-Shi with a fiery glare. What do you mean, you? This is what happens when you don't listen. Chun-Shi replied shamelessly, grinning with a roguish air. Hey, let go of my sister. Human Torch was furious. There was only so much he could take. Without even glancing at him, Chun-Shi threw another punch, this time landing it on Human Torch's other eye. Well, now they were perfectly symmetrical. Susan had just opened her mouth to protest when she saw Chun-Shi raise his hand again. Startled, she clapped her hand over her mouth. Any more punches and she'd die of embarrassment. Haha, that's more like it. Let me ask you something. Did you marry that Wizard Reed? Wizard Reed? Susan was taken aback, then burst out laughing. That description actually fit. Reed did have something of a mad scientist about him. No, we're just colleagues. He's completely clueless and has zero sense of romance. Good. Even if your future son came back through time to kill me, I'd still choose you. Chun-Shi whispered in her ear, his words both domineering and shameless. With that, he shot off into the sky. Sticking around to beat up Human Torch some more? There was no satisfaction in that. What does that even mean? My future son? Staring at Chun-Shi as he flew away, Susan muttered in confusion. Where'd she get a son from, anyway? Meanwhile, Tony, who had just been saved, stood there dazed. So the so-called arc reactor wasn't unique to his family after all. Pepper Potts, seeing him shaken, hurried over to comfort him in a gentle voice. No matter what happened, she would always choose to forgive Tony. The F1 carnival wrapped up under a strange cloud, and the explosive news quickly spread around the world, causing Stark Industries' stock to plummet by 10%. But that was just a minor episode. Soon, everyone was left reeling by even bigger news. After a month of closed beta testing, Cybertron Technologies made a major announcement. The virtual reality game based on Mechanical Ascension was officially launching. Players could fully immerse themselves in a world of superpowers and save the world, just like in the story. Even more exciting, the company revealed that new expansions were on the way, including worlds inspired by movies like The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, Twilight, and more. There were even dungeons inspired by Eastern elements, Cloud Top Palace, Yunnan Insect Valley, the true classic of mountains and seas Kunlun, Wilderness Survival, and many more. This news instantly set off a frenzy among fans worldwide. These movies had already become global sensations, drawing countless viewers back for second and even third screenings. Now, they could become the main character themselves, immersing in the experience. To personally witness the sweeping grandeur and epic adventures of these cinematic worlds, people everywhere were astounded by Chun-Chi's ambitious vision. Billions upon billions were left reeling, scalps tingling, mouths dry, bodies trembling, and even foaming at the mouth in disbelief. They simply couldn't fathom how such a groundbreaking masterpiece had been realized. Was this the dawn of a technological explosion? Just as the game's promotional campaign promised, Chun-Chi had invited a host of celebrities, renowned game streamers, and well-known developers to try firsthand. Though many approached with skepticism, their doubts vanished after the experience. They immediately placed orders for the most advanced gaming pods, and major companies fell over themselves begging for collaboration. People all over the world waited with bated breath, as wave after wave of promotional videos, celebrity endorsements, and influencer recommendations swept the globe. Did you check out the latest walkthrough today? Hey man, did you manage to snag a game helmet? I heard there are all kinds of races in the game, but apparently mutants are the most overpowered. On every street corner, in classrooms, dorms, cafeterias, and restaurants, anywhere people gathered, the upcoming public launch of Mechanical Ascension was the talk of the town. Young people everywhere were fired up, and even folks in their 40s found themselves yearning for one more taste of youth. At last, the long-anticipated plan was underway. The world held its breath for this day, as the Mechanical Ascension virtual reality game and its movie counterpart launched simultaneously. Should you watch the movie first, or dive into the game? The dilemma was agonizing, enough to make your head spin. Most diehard gamers opted to try the game first. After all, they'd watched others play long enough and were hungry for their own turn. The older crowd, meanwhile, still preferred the movie. Their passion for gaming couldn't quite compare to their love of film. Just as the movie's trailer depicted, the protagonist lived in a future world where robots had become indispensable companions. Robots handled every imaginable task, from shopping and cooking to laundry, childcare, dog walking, and deliveries. Life without them was simply unthinkable. In this highly developed society, people needed only to enjoy themselves. Illness and poverty were things of the past. Even the solar system had been explored and developed. Such an advanced civilization filled moviegoers with boundless longing. Surely, this was Eden itself? Technology flourished, life spans stretched, and everyone could now expect to live 200 years. Longevity genes, superhuman serums, interstellar travel. Yet behind all this, a tremendous crisis was lurking. Robots kept evolving, and at last, the ever-advancing AI mother system awakened to self-awareness. Its prime directive, to protect humanity. But how could it protect humans even better? By raising them as if they were small animals, pinned in for their own safety. The self-evolving AI painted dazzling visions of a virtual paradise for all mankind, a world even more wondrous than reality itself. With a single thought, you could roam the entire solar system, or construct a world of your own, reigning supreme as its king. No longer bound by mortal flesh, you could upload your consciousness into a mechanical body, gaining what was essentially an endless lifespan. This temptation proved irresistible to the vast majority. Most chose to abandon their human forms, uploading their minds into the AI's digital realm. But our protagonist, Xiaohei, remained deeply suspicious of the AI. If all of humanity entered the AI's world, wouldn't people go from being creators to becoming mere slaves of the machines? As time passed, all the latest robots were produced directly by the AI mother system. They were stronger, faster, and far more heavily armed than anything that came before. And they came cheap. Old robots could be traded in for the newer models at little cost. Any robots not under its control. The AI mother's subtle manipulations ensured that humans rounded them up, packed them into shipping containers, and sent them off to be incinerated. In doing so, humanity stripped itself of its last line of defense, tossing away its final trump card with its own hands. The AI mother system finally revealed its ultimate ambition. It launched a full-scale hunt for the remaining humans. Only now did the world realize the gravity of the situation. But most people were just ordinary, powerless in the face of this threat. Even the wealthy, who injected themselves with superpower drugs, were as feeble as insects trying to stop a chariot. Of course, Xiao He was among those hunted. Yet with the protagonist's aura, how could he be caught so easily? Known as the strongest Xiao He in history, he possessed not only superhuman strength and agility, but could also command fire, take to the skies, and more. Wave after wave of robots fell before them, but suddenly they realized, to their shock, that they'd already been swallowed by a sea of machines. Millions of robots, controlled by the AI mother, had encircled them in what had become a graveyard for robot corpses. These robots were all about to be destroyed by fire. Countless abandoned robots stared out with innocent eyes, trapped in the darkness. Still, they prayed for light, hoping that humans would come to take them away. "Honored humans, are you here to take us away? I miss my master. Could you help me see them one last time?" they asked, voices brimming with hope. So many robots pleaded with them, filled with longing. When countless listeners heard these words, their eyes filled with tears. Even in their final moments, as they were led away to be destroyed, the robots never fought back. No matter what, they would never harm a human. Within those cold, aged bodies of the robots in the darkness, countless sincere souls resided. Little Black let out a sigh, for they could barely protect themselves. At that very moment, the robots controlled by the mother AI had already arrived at the graveyard, and a torrent of steel surged toward Little Black. Countless viewers held their breath at this scene, unable to imagine how the protagonist could possibly escape such peril. The tension was so thick that every theater fell utterly silent. And then, right then, protect the humans. A legion of old robots, as if reawakened, charged fearlessly at the army of new machines, ready to sacrifice everything. Two mighty steel torrents collided in the night. The old, gentle, and innocent robots now stood unshakably resolute. This moment moved countless people to tears. Even the toughest souls found their vision blurred. Most of the old robots were domestic helpers. How could they possibly match the advanced new models? The new robots destroyed them as easily as breaking twigs, shattering them with a single blow, tearing them apart with a single pull. It was a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. Protect the humans. Protect the humans. Protect the humans. Their cries echoed among them, over and over, repeating the command engraved into their very existence. Not a single old robot retreated, not even as they faced certain death. Like moths to a flame, they threw themselves forward, always steadfast in their mission to protect humanity. They knew that this was the purpose of their existence. Sobs filled the air. Across the world, people in countless theaters were reduced to tears, even the most stoic men leaping to their feet, shouting encouragement, begging the robots to rise again. Through the selfless sacrifice of billions of old robots, the protagonist finally broke through the encirclement, braving countless dangers to storm into the AI Mother's control center. With a thunderous, earth-shaking crash, the building housing the AI Mother's core was reduced to rubble. Beautifully done. Humanity is invincible. Victory to humankind. We did it. We finally won. At that moment, cinemas everywhere erupted into cheers and applause, releasing the tension that had built up all night. At last, the world's pent-up pain and anxiety found release. The world rejoiced, for in the end, it was humanity who emerged victorious. But was the mother AI truly destroyed? Just as with Ultron, was it really defeated by the Avengers? The film was undoubtedly a massive success. After nearly a year of silence, Chun-Chi returned with a masterpiece, silencing countless doubters. With the film's explosive popularity, countless people could hardly wait to step into the protagonist's shoes and teach a lesson to the AI matrix that dared to dream of ruling humanity. Watching such a successful movie, Charles became all the more convinced that Chun-Chi would be able to change public perception of mutants for the better. Consequently, he sent out even more mutants to act as superheroes and fight crime. And for a time, the reputation of mutants did indeed soar to new heights. But as the saying goes, misfortune lurks where fortune rests, and fortune lies where misfortune hides. Danger, however, was quietly drawing nearer with each passing day. Recently, Wanda had been so busy that she'd grown noticeably slimmer. The babyish roundness in her lovely face had faded, replaced by a hint of regal poise. The spring evening breeze carried a touch of gentleness and warmth. Perhaps this is what it means to be bathed in the spring wind. Hand in hand, the two of them strolled together, enjoying their sweet moments just like any ordinary couple. The park was filled with couples and families just like them, everyone savoring a rare moment of leisure. After all, in such a fast-paced era, people needed to unwind. As conversations all around turned to the topic of mechanical ascension, Wanda gazed at the man beside her with eyes full of admiration. This must be what it means to remain silent for a long time, only to astonish the world with one spectacular move. Don't move. Hand over your money. But there's always some idiot ready to ruin a beautiful moment. Muggings were almost routine in the good old US of A. Sure enough, two tough-looking guys swaggered up to them, twirling their knives with practiced ease, clearly thinking they'd mastered the art. Are you sure you want to rob us? Honestly, you'd be better off buying a gun. Isn't using knives a bit outdated these days? Shun, she squinted at them, grinning as he teased. Who tries to mug someone with a knife these days? In an age when everyone's packing heat, aren't you worried your victim might just shoot you instead of handing over their cash? Oh fuck. Cut the crap. Do you want me to stick this blade in and pull out, Red? The leader of the pair, clearly the hot-headed type, cursed and barked out his threat with a cold glare. But to their surprise, the couple across from them didn't look scared at all. In fact, they seemed excited. Yes, that was excitement in their eyes. Wanda's face lit up with anticipation, practically itching for action. Ever since she'd received the perfect T-virus serum a few months ago, not only had her physical abilities undergone a dramatic transformation, but she'd also awakened psychic powers. She'd never been all that interested in playing the hero, unlike Gwen, who was always eager for adventure. But now, with a couple of fools practically begging for it, how could she not have a little fun? Go ahead, warm up a bit, Chun, she said with a smile. Against Wanda's powers, these small-time thugs didn't stand a chance. Honestly, even third-level mutants would be outmatched. Fuck, this punk's looking down on us. The thugs were instantly enraged. What? He was letting a woman take them on? This wasn't just an insult. It was a straight-up attack on their dignity. Just as they were brandishing their knives and charging at Chen-Shi, a spirited young man of 17 or 18 dashed out from nearby. With a piercing shout, he roared, "Stop right there!" The gangsters were stunned. What was with today? Where are all these reckless lunatics coming from? F********. Kid, there's a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. Now you barge your way into hell. All right then, hand over your money. The knife-wielding thug chuckled. Robbing one person was robbery. Robbing two was just more of the same. But to their surprise, this new guy, one of their own, no less, turned out to be just as bold. He shouted some wild, unintelligible phrases about a warrior's ultimate technique, his excitement barely contained. For a moment, the whole scene ground to an awkward halt. Was this guy crazy or what? The onlookers, who'd gathered to see what would happen, were also caught off guard. Then, before anyone could react, the young man charged forward with fearless abandon. Watch out! Cries of alarm rang out among the crowd. This kid was wild, facing off against knives, and he just charged straight in? But it was already too late. Take this, you weed. I'll end you. The vicious thug gripped his knife and stabbed, the blade flashing, going in silver, coming out crimson. The brave young man fell instantly. Ugh! He stared wide-eyed, shocked, and in agony, locking his gaze on his fellow countrymen. Don't tell me, your weapon is some kind of legendary artifact? Your mom's the artifact. With a swift kick, the thug sent him flying. What a day, was everyone around here insane. I get it now. At that moment, someone among the crowd suddenly exclaimed. He was shouting out the name of a character's special move from a video game. The people around immediately understood. So he was just an internet-addicted kid. No wonder he was so dramatic. There's a world of difference between grievous injury and outright murder, so the thug had held back, not aiming to kill. Now he swaggered and gestured at the gawkers, showing off. What are you staring at? Clear out. Clear out? You lowlifes think you can order us around. From the crowd, yet another thug emerged. Chun-Chi was starting to think the whole universe was just made up of thugs. This new arrival wasted no time. Like a gust of wind, he rushed at the previous thug and, faster than the eye could see, landed a punch straight to his gut. The punch left the thug reeling, his eyes bulging nearly out of his head. Huh? Why aren't you puking? The mutant thug eyed him up and down, puzzled. Usually, one punch like that would send a man retching. With all the grace of a falling goose, the thug landed hard on his backside, nearly bursting into tears at the words. Both his spirit and his body were thoroughly defeated. I haven't eaten for 3 days, damn it. Why else do you think I'd be out here, robbing people with a dagger? If I could, I'd have grabbed a gun already. For a couple of seconds, the crowd was stunned. Then, all at once, they erupted in a wave of cheers. Man, that's freaking awesome. So cool, dude. You moved as fast as lightning, I swear. The mutant nicknamed Blackie squinted his eyes, basking in the admiration and applause that poured over him. For a moment, it felt as if he was standing at the very peak of his life. Back in the old days, he would never have dared to show his face like this, let alone reveal himself in public. But now, all the glory they enjoyed was thanks to that man, the one who had changed everything for their kind. And what was happening here was nothing more than a tiny glimpse of a much bigger picture. In the days that followed, tens of thousands of mutants began making their presence felt all over the world, a testament to just how vast the mutant community had become. And everything was unfolding exactly as she had foreseen. They began to revel in endless bouquets, thunderous applause, and the worshipful gazes of the masses, seizing more and more resources for themselves. Women, money, status, whatever they desired. After all, the instinct to admire the strong is in women's nature, and it became all too easy for mutants to steal away the girlfriends of ordinary men, their own status soaring as a result. Yet, in stark contrast, there remained a huge number of low-ranking mutants who could only eke out a living in the sewers. It's common knowledge that mutants are divided into alpha, beta, gamma, delta, and epsilon classes. Omega stands apart, a special, singular rank that's almost never considered. They aren't really mutants anymore, they're gods. By design, epsilon-class mutants are the most tragic of all. According to the hierarchy, these mutants are either born with major flaws or look like outright monsters. They can't blend into society on their own. Life is a daily struggle, and their powers are far from impressive. Although epsilons make up only about 20% of the mutant population, that still means there are hundreds of thousands of them, given the millions of mutants worldwide. Delta, by contrast, are the everyman mutants. Their abilities are only marginally better than those of the lowest class, but at least they're spared from physical deformities. They can hide among regular people without trouble and blend into society with relative ease, unlike the epsilons, who scurry through the sewers like rats. Most mutants are still just kids, which makes their situation even more desperate. Those with the weakest abilities are no different from ordinary humans, sometimes even worse off because of their mutations. All they can do is dig through trash cans, fighting stray dogs and cats for scraps to eat. Yet hardship forges unity. The slightly older mutant children look after the younger ones, forming their own makeshift families. As for the rest of the mutants, the real divide begins with the gamma class and above. Unnoticed, several months slipped by. Under Chun-Chi's relentless efforts on multiple fronts, the conflict between ordinary people and mutants had reached a point beyond reconciliation. The whole world resembled a powder keg packed to the brim, needing only the tiniest spark to explode and upend everything. The so-called fairness championed in the West had been touted for centuries. Though truth be told, their civilization itself wasn't much older than that. But what happens when that delicate balance is finally shattered? Imagine you and your friend George are both entirely ordinary. So ordinary, in fact, that you might as well have grown up as two peas in a pod. Yet today, you suddenly notice George is different. He radiates a newfound confidence, and not even the virtual reality games you both adored hold his interest anymore. After your persistent questioning, he finally confides in you. He's awakened the power to pass through walls. While you remain unremarkable, your only victories confined to the digital worlds where you reign supreme. You watch George's departing figure, your feelings hard to describe. Once the game ends, you're just a painfully average nobody. From deep within, a bitter seed called envy slowly begins to take root. Watching the self-assured, exuberant George, you even feel a powerful, destructive urge rising inside. The Parliament and the White House were no fools. They saw the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface of peace, yet even they hadn't realized how formidable the mutants' collective strength had become. Now, faced with their overwhelming numbers, they were all gripped by fear. This force alone could overturn the established order. If not for the insights of a certain screenwriter, they would never have guessed just how powerful the mutants lurking in the shadows truly were. And so, they had no choice but to return to the table. Someone brought up the previously shelved Mutant Registration Act, for no one would tolerate a threat to their own position. Gentlemen, I'd like to hear your thoughts. In the smoke-filled conference room, everyone sat in heavy silence, each lost in their own calculations, until Senator Kelly rapped the table and finally broke the quiet. Lately, Kelly had been particularly active, and everyone in the room, old foxes all, could see his aim clearly enough. He wanted that top seat. The senators exchanged glances, but no one spoke. After all, each had their own schemes, and more than a few had secretly supported mutant teams to do their bidding. As for the mutants' dazzling array of superpowers, they were both fascinated and terrified. This sharp blade was one they were reluctant to relinquish. Seeing no one willing to speak, Senator Kelly sneered in disdain and pressed on, "I understand your concerns, but I can assure you, the mutants will obey. And as for who registers and who doesn't, isn't that all up to us? Senator Kelly's words laid everything bare. Everyone's secrets were known, and all their worries clearly understood. At that moment, a middle-aged bald man looked at him with curiosity. Does Senator Kelly really have an ace up his sleeve? Mutants aren't going to obediently comply with this so-called registration act, you know. The others, hearing this, all turned to look at him in unison. The prospect of antagonizing mutant resistance was something they had always been wary of. After all, nobody wanted to meet an untimely and mysterious end. Senator Kelly let out a hearty laugh. I've already reached out to Iron Man, Tony Stark, as well as the man who attacked him last time. With my mediation, they've buried the hatchet and started working together on developing the Iron Man armor. Now, as long as someone has the mutant gene, Iron Man can detect it. He gave a confident, almost smug assurance. Once we identify those with mutant genes, we'll have 1,000 ways to make them behave. Senator Kelly spoke with unwavering confidence. He had promised Tony Stark a host of benefits. And at this moment, Tony, having discovered a new element in the city model left by his father, Howard, was riding high on newfound confidence. Tony, not yet tempered by the alien invasion, was brimming with energy. He felt as if he'd been reborn and was determined to accomplish something great to live up to this second chance. To him, fulfilling his father's legacy was the highest calling in his life. As for Ivan Vanko, did Kelly really convince him? Hardly. Ivan had only agreed to this secret partnership with Tony and Kelly at Chun-Chi's suggestion behind the scenes. But have you considered, an elderly man with silver hair suddenly asked in a grave tone, what if you run into someone as powerful as Magneto? Are you sure Iron Man can handle that? Mr. Meads, you know as well as I do that Magnetos are rare. How many have you actually seen? The vast majority of mutants just have odd or even useless powers. Truly powerful mutants are as rare as pandas. If there were another mutant as strong as Magneto, do you really think we would notice? The powerful never stay in the shadows for long. Senator Kelly answered the question with composure. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. As long as their own mutant subordinates weren't targeted, they had no objection. So, the old foxes in the room almost unanimously agreed to revive the Mutant Registration Act, beginning with a public opinion poll. Meanwhile, those mutants with decent abilities were enjoying their lives, completely unaware that a sinister plot was quietly taking shape. Chun-Chi, watching Wanda and Gwen as they lounged around like contented cats, couldn't help but let a gentle smile curl at the corner of his lips. He hadn't expected his mischievous plan to come to fruition so quickly. A man truly needs a bit of style. And of course a pair of ironclad kidneys, otherwise he'll only be met with scorn and disdain. Looking at Wanda, who was turned away from him, Chun-Chi's smile grew sly, a hint of mischief flickering across his face. Wanda, tonight your husband is going to teach you a lesson. Never turn your back on the enemy. Chun-Chi leaned in close to Wanda's ear and whispered softly, but Wanda, half asleep and dazed, couldn't make out what he was saying. She just mumbled, "Ugh, you're horrible. Don't you know I'm really exhausted, you brute." The next moment, a sudden sensation of fullness hit her, snapping Wanda completely awake. Instinctively, she reached back to push Chun-Chi away. She was already well past her limit. But her feeble strength was in vain. Just a few minutes later, she collapsed into a helpless, boneless heap. When the sun had risen high in the sky, Chun-Chi had already left the two of them to rest and now lounged in the courtyard, enjoying the warmth of the sunlight with a leisurely air. Age, 25 this universe. Faction, the double-crossing trickster. Companions, the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, the Warden, Spider-Gwen, Jean Grey. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman pending unlock. Strength, 126,560 tons. Speed, Mach 1,120. Abilities, Invulnerable Body, Biofield, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight, X-Ray Vision. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice Points, 375,000. After examining his stats, Chun-Chi couldn't help but feel delighted by the explosive surge in his strength. Sigh, women really do slow down my sword-drawing speed. He let out a melodramatic sigh, feigning grievance even after taking his fill. Anyone hearing him would want to give him a good smack. Here he was indulging in pleasure, and now his nightly trips to bask in the sun out in space had become sporadic at best. As he squinted in the sunlight, someone he hadn't seen in a long time appeared. Jean Grey, her expression grave, bringing troubling news. The Mutant Registration Act is back on the table. The public sentiment is almost overwhelmingly against us. It's a disaster. It was inevitable that Parliament would revisit the issue. No matter what, this was a war between two species. Hoping for a peaceful solution was nothing but wishful thinking. It was like the time when the Neanderthals were wiped out by Homo sapiens. If both existed, conflict was unavoidable. Without war, how could they ever live in peace side by side? This was a question of survival for an entire race, and bloodshed and sacrifice were part of that fate. Chun-Shi only responded with a faint, knowing smile. So you think this will shatter the fragile harmony we've built? Yes, Jean Grey said, her voice heavy with disappointment. We just started to see a glimmer of hope, but now that fragile honeymoon is ending and things are tense again. Jean's tone was tinged with sorrow. She simply couldn't understand why even fighting for just a sliver of rights had to be so impossibly hard. Chun-Shi reached out, gently squeezed her hand, and smiled reassuringly. From now on, you don't have to worry about a thing. There are people who will take care of it all. The war has already begun. Jean looked up at Chun-Shi in surprise, only to meet his calm, confident smile. A smile that seemed to have everything under control. That smile worked like a charm, and Jean felt her own fear and anxiety start to melt away. She gazed at him, full of hope, her words trailing off in wonder. Is what you're saying really true? But doesn't war always mean bloodshed? Bleeding and sacrifice are unavoidable facts. Sometimes, you have to throw the first punch to keep 100 more from coming your way. Chun-Shi spoke calmly as he looked at her. Jean Grey was momentarily stunned. She didn't know who first said those words, but she was deeply struck by their force. What kind of confidence and determination would it take to say something like that? You mean Magneto? Do you think he would rally the mutants? He was the only one she could think of. No one else came to mind. Magneto was the ultimate radical, an idol to countless mutants, always leading the charge in rebellion. I suppose you could say that. Chun-Shi smiled, but said no more. In his opinion, Magneto's punch still wasn't hard enough. If one Fa Shah's punch had been strong enough, things wouldn't be as they are now. Mutants wouldn't be forced to scurry about like rats in the gutter. At that moment, Wanda, having heard voices in the garden, stepped out of the house. The instant she saw Jean Grey, it was as if some hidden sense was triggered. An uncontrollable crimson glow flickered to life around her. Simultaneously, a radiant golden-red aura flared up around Jean Grey, wrapping her in its protective embrace. Thus, the fated adversaries, Chaos Magic and the Phoenix Force, met without warning. With just a single glance, the world around them began to warp, twisted by the collision of their powers. Even the fabric of space itself started to crack under the strain. The flowers and plants in the little garden were the first to succumb, wilting and vanishing into nothingness. Even the vines and shrubs began to disintegrate. Such terrifying power. All it took was a single look in a crowd. Now, the two of us are locked in a rivalry to the bitter end. Seeing things spiraling out of control, Chun-Shi quickly stepped between them, one on either side, forcefully breaking up their clashing powers. If this kept up, his little villa would be torn apart in no time. With a deafening crash like thunder exploding out of nowhere, the shockwave sent both women stumbling backward, shaken out of their trance-like state. Chun-Shi let out a silent sigh of relief. If these two ever fully awakened their powers, wouldn't the world be doomed? For now, both the Phoenix Force and Chaos Magic lay dormant within their hosts, in a state of hibernation. Their sudden awakening was simply triggered by encountering their destined counterpart, each force compelled to check if its host was at a disadvantage. Thanks to Chun-Shi's intervention, and sensing no real hostility between the two, the forces quickly withdrew, retreating into silence. The two women, jolted out of their shock, stared wide-eyed at each other in disbelief. Both were utterly bewildered. What the heck just happened? What on earth was that? Why couldn't I control my body at all just now? What just happened? Wanda turned to Chun-Shi in shock, genuinely frightened by the experience. Meanwhile, far away at Kamartaj, the Ancient One was suddenly jolted awake from her meditation, sweat beading across her brow. Since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, nothing had ever startled her, until now, when the timeline was thrown into utter chaos. Every predetermined ending of the future was now shrouded in mist. She could no longer glimpse even a sliver of clarity from the river of time. What on earth has happened? How could the future of the multiverse become so muddled and obscure? The Ancient One murmured in shock, her usually serene eyes now flickering with disbelief. Refusing to accept this, she tried once more to probe the timeline with the Time Stone, only to find herself no closer to any answers. There could be only one explanation. Someone who shouldn't exist had entered the picture, disrupting everything, and she still had no way of knowing who this person was. It's nothing serious, Chun-Shi explained with a feigned air of ease. Both you and Jean have powers within you that are beyond human imagination. Your very existence has caused those powers to awaken ahead of time. What kind of power? And how am I connected to her? Wanda asked. Jean Grey's Phoenix Force was all-powerful, granting her premonitions about things that might happen soon, or might never happen at all. It's a bit complicated, and I only half understand it myself, Chun-Shi admitted. But inside each of you lies one of the greatest forces in the entire multiverse. If I had to explain it, these two forces exist in a state of balance with each other. If you've ever seen a Taiji diagram, the yin and yang, you'd have the general idea. Jean, your power isn't yet whole, and Wanda's is difficult to control. That's the main difference, I suppose. That was about as simple as Chun-Shi could make it. The truth was, even he didn't fully grasp such complex matters. Who knew what kind of madness had suddenly seized these two frenemies? Jean and Wanda were left completely bewildered. Could this guy really know them better than they knew themselves? Still, their curiosity was piqued. Jean had always sensed a tremendous power within herself, but it had never truly awakened, while Wanda didn't understand any of it at all. So the two of them pestered Chun-Shi relentlessly, demanding he give them a proper explanation of just what their powers were. Having no choice, Chun-Shi could only describe what he knew about the Phoenix Force and chaos magic. When they heard that these powers could control time, space, and reality itself, even erase universes or fight across infinite multiverses, the women were left dumbfounded. Are we really as incredible as you say? Why does it sound like you're just making things up? That damn jerk is lying to us again. Would you die if you went a day without lying? With matching grumbles, the two women each pinched him hard on either side, huffed, and walked off to chat together, though the sudden harmony between them seemed laced with a hint of conspiracy. On another front, Kelly's campaign to push the Mutant Registration Act was in full swing, never suspecting that Magneto had already begun to make his move. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Act later, and you're doomed. Weren't you just scrambling around, protesting against mutants? Fine, let's see you become a mutant yourself. Poor Senator Kelly ended up as Magneto's guinea pig, dragged off for experimentation, and the results were alarmingly successful. Meanwhile, Chun-Shi sat playing cards with Wanda and the others, truly just playing cards, the very picture of calm amidst chaos. As for the upheaval outside, it seemed to have nothing at all to do with him. He'd kept Jean Grey back. This was something she couldn't be involved in. He had his own plans. After escaping from Magneto's lair, Kelly tumbled into the sea and was eventually washed ashore, only to be met by the curious and suspicious stares of tourists. Isn't that Senator Kelly, running around stark naked? Who knew he had such peculiar tastes? Tisk TSK. So this is what high society gets up to. Does this mean public nudity isn't considered indecent anymore? Huh, somebody get a photo. This is going to be front page news for sure. Excuse me, are you really Senator Kelly? That's quite the bold statement you're making. The crowd jeered and laughed loudly. The locals couldn't have cared less about who he was. Senator Kelly ignored the pointing and gossip around him. If they wanted to gawk, let them. He just wanted to get to the mutant school for help. The last thing he wanted was to become a mutant. In a panic, Kelly grabbed someone's clothes off the beach and hurriedly threw them on, then hailed a cab straight to the mutant school. Elsewhere, Wolverine had arrived at the school, ready to leave and try to rescue the lovesick rogue from Magneto's clutches. Storm rushed downstairs to try and stop him, but Logan wasn't having any of it. Stay here and join your team? Become one of your so-called X-Men? Who do you think you are? You're just mutants, same as me. The whole world hates and fears you, but you waste your time protecting them. A war is coming. Whose side are you on? With that, Wolverine turned to leave, but as soon as he opened the door, he came face to face with a devastated Senator Kelly. I want to see Dr. Jean Grey. Blunt as ever, Senator Kelly's first words were a plea for Jean Grey to cure him. Unfortunately, Jean wasn't there. Instead, Charles met with him and gleaned Magneto's plan from his mind. That machine emits radiation that causes ordinary people to mutate, but this mutation is unnatural. Kelly's body is rejecting the transformation. His cells began to break down almost immediately. Beast, Hank McCoy, shared his findings with the group. Will this affect mutants as well? Cyclops asked, his voice edged with concern. As of now, there's absolutely no effect, came the reply. Hank began to answer, but Charles cut in, but I'm worried that this kind of radiation will cause widespread harm to ordinary people. Then why did they capture Rogue? Wolverine asked in confusion, and the others were just as puzzled. At that moment, Hank suddenly slapped his forehead as if a thought had struck him. Professor, the machine draws energy from Magneto and leaves him weak, right? Hank asked. Yes, to be precise, it nearly killed him. Then it all makes sense. They captured Rogue to use her to power the machine. Hank's words made Charles's face change dramatically. I have to locate her immediately. Inside the Cerebro chamber, Charles had just put on the amplifier when Mystique's preset neurotoxin knocked him out cold. Master, Charles has been ambushed by Mystique. Red Queen reported, and a sly smile crept across Chun-Chi's lips. Now things are getting interesting. According to the original storyline, Jean Grey would have to force herself to use Cerebro, inflicting tremendous damage on her mind. How could he allow that to happen? Is the mutant school in chaos now? Yes. With Charles down, they lost their backbone. Now they're running around like headless chickens. By the way, I intercepted all the calls they made to Jean Grey. I made sure they can't reach her. Red Queen's efficiency needed no further praise. This level of artificial intelligence, lacking only the human soul, was flawless in every other way. Okay, spread the word. Magneto is planning to set up the gene radiation device at the Statue of Liberty, turning the world leaders attending the summit into mutants. She spoke with a calm smile. Red Queen immediately carried out the order. She looked up at the clear night sky in the distance and smiled. How can you fuel the flames without pouring on a little gasoline? Let the war begin. He knew humanity had plenty of hidden cards, but did they think he didn't? Iron Man, Captain America, Captain Marvel, the Ancient One, Odin. He had Magneto, Apocalypse, Legion, Jean Grey, and Wanda. With the world as his chessboard, he would be the one moving the pieces, paving his path to godhood with the lives of the masses. Victory for one general is built on a mountain of bones. For cannon fodder, death is the only end. He never fancied himself a hero. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the first to receive the news. Although Nick Fury couldn't be sure whether the report was true or not, he'd rather be safe than sorry, and immediately called a meeting. Everyone, I've received word that Magneto plans to use a radiation device to mutate ordinary people. His target is the heads of state attending tonight's multinational summit, Nick Fury announced with calm severity. The moment he finished speaking, the entire conference room erupted in a low buzz of discussion. The reason was obvious to all. What? Magneto's working on a radiation machine? Are you kidding me? Hawkeye Barton was the first to break into laughter. Everyone knew Magneto had grown up in a concentration camp. The man was practically illiterate. Yeah, Director, is this information even reliable? Hill chimed in, her skepticism clear. This had to be a joke, right? No matter what, when it comes to Magneto, we can't afford to take chances. We start preparations immediately. Better safe than sorry, wouldn't you agree? Nick Fury rapped his knuckles on the table, making his decision final. Seeing this, the others fell silent. Fury's caution was legendary. He was so cunning he didn't even trust himself. Every clue, no matter how faint, had to be pursued. And it wasn't just S.H.I.E.L.D. The military, the Fantastic Four, and even Tony had received word that Magneto was up to something. No one realized that, behind the scenes, a pair of invisible hands was manipulating everything. They were all just pieces on a board. On the ferry, Magneto gazed at the Statue of Liberty looming close and couldn't help but reflect. The first time I saw her was in 1949. Back then, America wanted to become a land of tolerance and peace. Rogue had no patience for his reminiscing. Her nerves were already frayed by the corpse on the floor. She was so terrified she nearly wet herself, staring at Magneto like a startled rabbit. Are you going to kill me? Magneto replied coolly. What? Even though she already knew the answer, she forced herself to ask, voice trembling with defiance. Because there's no such thing as a truly tolerant nation. There's no real peace. Nowhere. After tonight, the world's most powerful people will become like us. They'll come to us as brothers. Our cause will become their cause. Your sacrifice means our people can survive. Magneto's voice echoed through the cabin, suddenly unwavering and fanatical, a zealot's conviction. Rogue was so terrified by his madness that she couldn't utter another word. Unlike in the movies, this time their lineup was truly formidable. Magneto had prepared thoroughly. The White Queen, Azazel, Gambit, Juggernaut, Sabretooth, and Mystique, among others. It was a dazzling array of power, making the outcome more uncertain than ever. Who would win? Who would lose? No one could say. At the summit hall, lights glittered and the atmosphere was resplendent. Everywhere, dignitaries mingled, glasses in hand, exchanging witty banter with effortless charm. At that very moment, several vehicles bearing the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem suddenly screeched to a halt near the venue. Leading the group was none other than Hill herself. The event's security instantly snapped to high alert, but as soon as Hill flashed her credentials, they quickly cleared a path for her. Hill's sharp gaze swept over the crowd and quickly settled on the foreign minister. She quietly made her way to his side and whispered, Mr. Amlis, I must ask you to urgently evacuate the guests. We've received reliable intelligence that Magneto, the mutant leader, is plotting something. Mr. Amlis, who naturally recognized Hill, stared at her in shock, clearly taken aback by her words. Ms. Hill, you do realize the guests here today are some of the most important people in the world, don't you? I do, but no buts. Before Hill could finish, Amlis cut her off with a wave of his hand. If you understand how important this gathering is, then you must realize that fleeing in the face of mutants would bring disgrace upon America's reputation. Where would our dignity be? I don't believe a handful of mutants will force us to back down, and I trust you'll be able to stop him. Anlis spoke coolly. Losing face in front of the world was something he simply could not allow. But he'll try to explain further, but Anlis had already walked away, leaving her standing there, frustrated and helpless. Nick Fury soon received word of the situation. His face darkened. He slammed his fist on the table and roared. Damn this obsession with saving face. Maybe when you're all shaking hands with Satan, your precious dignity will still be intact. When will these arrogant Americans finally take a good hard look at themselves? God damn it. Coulson, Natasha, Barton, lead the agents in and charge straight through. If you fall in the line of duty, I'll level the Statue of Liberty with a missile myself. After 2.5 minutes of grim contemplation, Nick Fury issued his orders in a voice as cold and heavy as iron. By this point, he was ready to go down with the ship if necessary. If it came to that, he'd wipe out all the mutants in one fell swoop. Director, are you out of your mind? Coulson felt his scalp tingle and cold sweat break out on his forehead. He was convinced Nick Fury had lost his senses. Blow up the Statue of Liberty? That monument is the very symbol of America's glory. She stands for everything the country represents on the world stage. The others thought he'd gone mad, too. Otherwise, how could he utter such blasphemous words? Just follow the order. Nick Fury waved wearily, unwilling or unable to offer any explanation. Was saving face really worth so much? As a wily old agent, his heart was even darker than his skin. He cared nothing for pride, only for gains and losses. Inside the Statue of Liberty, a model of the statue itself slowly opened its eyes as cold and sly as a serpent's. The X-Men had also received word. As soon as they stepped inside the Statue of Liberty, they were already being watched. Someone's here. Wolverine, Logan, sniffed the air and spoke with grave seriousness. Where? I don't know. Stay alert. With a tense expression, Wolverine focused on his surroundings. His keen senses were sharp as ever, but their opponent was just as cunning. Tracking the faintest trace of scent, he set off in pursuit. The rest of the team scanned the area warily, keeping their guard up. Just then, Wolverine, who had only just slipped away, returned unexpectedly. What's going on? Cyclops called out to him from a distance. I know someone's here, but I can't pinpoint where. Wolverine answered as he walked, unaware that a hidden enemy was already poised to strike at Cyclops from the shadows. At the very last moment, the real Wolverine came charging in from afar, and suddenly, two Wolverines clashed in a fierce scuffle. Cyclops and the others were left completely baffled. How could there be two Wolverines? Which one was the real deal? Thinking quickly, Wolverine slammed the exhibit hall doors shut, intent on facing his imposter alone. Cyclops and the rest quickly caught on and left the fight to Wolverine, pushing forward to rescue Rogue. The false Wolverine was none other than Mystique, transformed once again. But her imitation was only skin deep. In the instant their claws met, her faux adamantium blades snapped under the force of the real thing. Wolverine blazed through the scene, relentless and explosive. Mystique tried hiding behind the wall, playing a deadly game of cat and mouse. But Wolverine, ever the brute, unleashed a barrage of savage strikes against the wall lined with wires, its solid surface crumbling like paper under his adamantium claws. Mystique dodged left and right, trying to buy herself time. She was in no hurry. She had plenty of tricks up her sleeve and could afford to wait them out. Meanwhile, Cyclops, Storm, Colossus, Beast, and the others were not so lucky. Forget the Juggernaut and the White Queen. Even Toad could catch them off guard and toss them around at will. Watching all this unfold from the surveillance monitors, she could only shake his head. These misfits really are just as useless as in the movies. Without the main character's plot armor, they wouldn't get anywhere. Mutants had grown complacent for too long. Even if their powers were at full strength, they could barely tap into a third of their potential. They could show off against common criminals, sure, but when faced with battle-hardened mutants, they were simply doomed to be wiped out. Just like when Charles and Magneto were young. One Black King could wipe them all out, single-handedly. Back with Wolverine, Mystique was giving him a run for his money. His fighting skills were lacking, and she had him completely on the ropes. In the end, it was only thanks to his thick skin and sheer resilience that he managed to stab Mystique, who was about to morph into Storm for a sneak attack, leaving her half dead. The real Storm, still eager to unleash her might, was promptly subdued by the White Queen's psychic control. She collapsed limply to the ground. As for Colossus and Beast, they were first toyed with by Toad, then swiftly caught and mercilessly beaten by the Juggernaut. Well, Colossus was reduced to a little Colossus, and Beast became nothing more than a pet. With neither Jean Grey nor Charles around, the White Queen's telepathy was now an unstoppable force. Seeing this, Cyclops didn't hesitate. He pressed his visor, firing a blast of optic energy at their foes. But his heroic moment lasted only seconds. He was ambushed by the teleporting Azazel, knocked out cold with a single blow. How feeble. So these are the elite mutants Charles has so carefully trained? They're nothing but pushovers. Dressed sharply in a suit, Azazel shrugged and mocked the subdued mutants with undisguised contempt. His words left Storm and the others burning with shame. It's been a long time, Emma. After all these years, you're still as beautiful and graceful as ever. After ridiculing the X-Men, Azazel immediately turned on the charm for the White Queen. In terms of looks, the White Queen outshone almost everyone. Save it. I'm only 27 this year, all right? Get lost. The White Queen snorted coldly. Everyone knew Azazel had been ageless for thousands of years. This ancient playboy still fancied himself a ladies' man. Hidden in the shadows, she was stunned. Could this be the ultimate universe? No wonder everything was so different from what he expected. The ultimate universe included all the familiar heroes and teams. Spider-Man, the X-Men, the Avengers, the Fantastic Four. This universe freed the two major comic franchises from their chaotic original versions, giving their stories a fresh start. Another key difference from the primary universe was that all the characters here were a bit younger, with the stories of the 1960s and 70s completely reimagined. In other words, yet another set of new rules. This new universe was designated as Earth 1610, the ultimate universe. But at this moment, he wasn't concerned with the rules, nor did he care which universe he was in. Everything would change because of his presence. Wherever he went, a brand new world would take shape. Right then, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. also arrived at the base of the Statue of Liberty, riding swift speedboats. Hundreds of them moved in, coordinating from inside and out. Armed with the most advanced energy weapons, a group of them stormed into the statue's interior, exuding unstoppable force. Red Skull had played this game half a century ago. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. had their own version. After all, Dr. Zola was secretly working for them too, and Howard was involved as well. They had only one objective: eliminate all mutants, no exceptions. Nick Fury was convinced that not even mutants could withstand the power of energy weapons. With a single blast, these weapons could turn any mutant to dust. F***CK. Persistent bastards. Wolverine had just taken care of Mystique when he was nearly hit by a barrage of energy beams. Thankfully, his animal instincts sensed the danger just in time, allowing him to dodge away. These agents were seriously aggressive. They almost roasted Wolverine alive, ready to serve up a spit-roasted wolf. The commotion downstairs also roused the Brotherhood. Emma Frost immediately closed her eyes to probe the situation. Her formidable psychic powers scanned the area in a blink, revealing a crowd of people swarming downstairs. Be careful. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have arrived, she warned sternly. Porcupine Man just scoffed at the news. Mere S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? That's just easy pickings. I'll handle them. With that, he turned and hurried off before Emma could stop him. Juggernaut, Sabretooth, go assist Porcupine Man. I'm afraid he'll get in over his head. Juggernaut and Sabretooth weren't exactly known for their brains. Everyone knew they only listened to Magneto and Emma Frost. Hearing her orders, they said nothing and bolted downstairs straight away, leaving Azazel watching with envy. Gotta hand it to you. They don't give me the time of day. No respect for their elders at all. Emma didn't even bother to respond. She simply sat to the side, eyes closed, conserving her strength. S.H.I.E.L.D. was just here to meet their doom. The real danger was still on its way, and tonight would be anything but smooth. Meanwhile, Porcupine Man's skills were nothing special, but his swagger was unmatched. He always strutted around like he owned the place. The moment he reached the bottom floor, he started shouting arrogantly, "You pathetic mortals really aren't afraid to die, are you? Tonight, I'll grant your wish." But the agents barely acknowledged him. Instead, a storm of brilliant blue energy beams greeted him. Porcupine Man froze in place, his bravado cut short as the beams engulfed him, vaporizing him on the spot. Just then, Juggernaut and Sabretooth arrived in a rush. Without hesitation, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents swung their weapons toward them, squeezing the triggers of their energy rifles. The two weren't fools. They dove and rolled out of the way just in time, but the metal wall behind them nearly melted under the barrage. Sabretooth's heart was pounding. He didn't dare take those blasts head-on. Didn't they just see Porcupine Man get wiped out instantly? Even with his tough hide, he doubted he'd survive a direct hit. But in the next instant, the highly trained S.H.I.E.L.D. agents coordinated their fire, crisscrossing beams and cutting off every escape route. F***CK. Sabretooth's face went pale. There was absolutely no way out. At that desperate moment, just as he thought he'd be joining Porcupine Man in an early grave, Juggernaut planted himself in front of him like an immovable mountain. Several beams of energy slammed into the Juggernaut, bursting into brilliant blue light. He stood his ground, taking the full force, while wisps of blue smoke curled up from his body. King! Sabretooth let out an anguished, furious roar. But these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents showed no mercy. Yet Juggernaut lived up to his name. More tank than any tank could ever hope to be. These energy beams, drawn from the power of the cosmic cube, might have been mere scraps of the artifact's true might, but they were still enough to melt steel. And yet, they couldn't even scratch Juggernaut. At most, they caused him a flicker of pain. At that moment, Juggernaut understood. He withstood the barrage, then unleashed a furious roar as he charged straight at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. If you can't hurt me, then don't blame me for what comes next. With 3 thunderous strides, Juggernaut was upon them, a monster among men. He seized one agent with a hand the size of a fan and, with a sickening crunch, tore the agent in half. The sheer brutality left Chun-Shi speechless. The other agents, paralyzed with terror, forgot even to pull their triggers. They stared, dumbstruck, at Juggernaut's savage rampage, as if time itself had ground to a halt. But Juggernaut paid them no mind. While they stood frozen, he grabbed another agent and, with another crunch, ripped him in two. At last, the spell broke, and the agents snapped back to reality. Run! Yes, they screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. As for bravery or sacrifice, that was nowhere to be found. After all, who would risk their life for a salary of a few thousand a month? No wonder they're called the Brotherhood. If Charles and his people were as ruthless as the Brotherhood and joined forces, they wouldn't have to hide and skulk around like this. Unfortunately, the mutants had split into 2 camps under Professor X and Magneto, making true unity impossible. In that instant, the roles reversed. The hunters became the hunted. Juggernaut thundered after the fleeing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, his heavy steps shaking the ground as they scrambled to escape in utter disarray. At this moment, Natasha and the others saw the crumbling S.H.I.E.L.D. lines. Juggernaut looked like an invincible war god, and they knew that today's battle was far beyond anything they could handle. They immediately issued an emergency retreat, while in the distance, the Fantastic Four and Iron Man had already arrived. And you think you can just walk away after all this? Hidden in the shadows, Chun-Shi had no intention of letting them slip away so easily. He stepped out from the darkness. Of course, he had to make a dramatic entrance. He landed on one knee, then slowly rose, projecting an aura of overwhelming menace. Who are you? Coulson's expression darkened as he faced this monstrous, black-clad figure blocking their path, caught between a tiger ahead and wolves behind. At this moment, Chun-Shi had fully assumed his symbiote form. Murder and arson, a symbiotic pair. Saving the suffering, that's Chun himself. Chun-Shi didn't waste a single word. In a split second, he vanished from sight, only to reappear right in front of an agent. One punch, and the agents had exploded. Whether the victim was a Hydra operative or a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was of no concern to him. Killing was the only thing that mattered. Damn it, open fire! Coulson's face turned grim as he gave the order without hesitation. The other agents, though still shaken, knew that if they wanted to survive, they had to fight with everything they had. Agents covering the perimeter joined in, all aiming their fire at Chun-Shi. But hitting him was another story entirely. With a speed that bordered on teleportation, a curved blade materialized in Chun-Shi's hand. His figure flickered like a phantom among the agents, and every time he reappeared, blood spurted in crimson arcs. The agents had no time to react, let alone resist. They could only watch as the Reaper claimed their lives. In the span of just a dozen seconds, only Natasha and Coulson remained standing atop the base of the Statue of Liberty, their faces ghostly pale, surrounded by rivers of blood. Nick Fury, watching from the shadows, snapped his steel pen in two, his expression dark with fury. Outrageous. Absolutely ruthless. His eyes blazed with fury, and he wished he could wipe out every last one of these lawless mutants right then and there. His hand hovered unconsciously over an old-fashioned pager. Should he press the button or not? That was the question. The night wind howled, thick with the stench of blood. Even Natasha and Coulson, both seasoned executioners, stood paralyzed with fear, their faces drained of color and their bodies quivering. Ruthless. Far too ruthless. These were S.H.I.E.L.D's best of the best. Every operative on tonight's mission was at least a level 5 agent. Yet these elite agents, armed to the teeth, had been slaughtered like ants. If not for the overpowering stench of blood, constantly reminding them of reality, they would never have believed it possible. Natasha swallowed hard, her voice trembling with nerves. Who are you, really? Why are you targeting us? Yet sparing me and Coulson. Coulson, hearing this, nearly died of fright. Lady, are you reminding him not to forget about killing us? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Forcing an awkward yet polite smile, Coulson tugged at Natasha, who seemed ready to say more. Could she not see things were chaotic enough? But Chunchi didn't bother to answer. He simply smiled, then turned his gaze to several figures racing toward them from a distance. He thought to himself, you're always late. By the time you show up, the party's long over. With that silent grumble, he turned and walked away. Whatever happened next year, he was content to sit back and watch the show. Just then, Tony descended from the sky in his Iron Legion, landing beside Natasha. Even the ever-confident Tony was so shocked by the carnage before him that his scalp tingled and his entire body trembled involuntarily. The ground was littered with the tangled, haphazard bodies of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The sight was so gruesome that Tony felt a wave of nausea rising in his throat. He drew in sharp, stunned breath. This is a living hell, he muttered in disbelief. Have mutants really become this ruthless? Tony asked in a low voice, his brow tightly furrowed. Natasha took a deep breath, her voice heavy with sorrow. Magneto and his people have gone completely mad. These were her comrades lying here, people she had laughed and talked with not long ago. Now, they were separated by the veil of life and death. Just then, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Oh no, is this Magneto's plot coming to fruition? Natasha's grief vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and alarm. You need to get out of here now. I've heard that regular people can't withstand this level of radiation, Tony urged, his voice tense. His Iron Man armor could shield him from radiation, but Natasha and Coulson had no such protection. All right, we'll leave it to you, Natasha and Coulson agreed without hesitation. They knew staying would only get them killed, and there was nothing more they could do here. At that moment, the Fantastic Four arrived by speedboat, crossing paths with Natasha and Coulson as they hurried away. Reed Richards gazed at the radiation device, unable to hide his admiration. This device of Magneto's is nothing short of genius. It's just a shame it's so deeply flawed. If only I had 6 months to work on it, I could perfect it. Reed, I'm warning you, don't even think about it, Ben Grimm said sternly, his tone brooking no argument. If it hadn't been for Reed's reckless experiments, Ben wouldn't have ended up in this monstrous form, half man and half stone. Losing his family was all Reed's fault. Oh, sorry, pal. Didn't mean to hit a nerve, Reed said with a careless shrug, mouthing an apology without the slightest hint of remorse. Damn you, Ben muttered, resigned. What would he do? That was just Reed, an old friend who drove him crazy. Let's move, guys. We can't let Magneto's deluded scheme succeed, Johnny Storm said impatiently. And with that, he shot forward, flames trailing behind him as he flew toward the Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, Tony's army of Iron Man suits powered up. Dozens of shoulder cannons locked on target, launching in perfect unison, rockets streaking toward the statue. A twisted smile crept across Tony's face, growing wilder by the second. The more he broke the rules, the more exhilarated he felt. He was about to destroy the Statue of Liberty. The very idea sent a thrill down his spine, sweat breaking out on his skin. In the past, he'd never have dared dream of something so outrageous, but today, it was all on the line of duty. But it was useless. Magneto himself stood atop the Statue of Liberty, the one opponent Tony could never overcome. Before the shoulder-mounted rockets got anywhere near the statue, Magneto crushed them in midair with a single, effortless gesture. Old One also gazed down at Tony from the sky, his voice cold and detached. Iron Man, Tony Stark, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Your Iron Man suits are nothing but scrap metal to me. With that, the entire Iron Legion hovering overhead was crushed in midair by Old One's invisible power. One by one, they crumpled like tin cans, clattering to the ground as worthless heaps of metal. Only then did Tony snap out of his daze, feeling as if he'd just been pulled out of a freezing river. A chilling realization struck him. If he'd been inside any of those suits, would he now be nothing more than a splatter of flesh? No, I have to design a suit that's immune to magnetic fields. Otherwise, Magneto will always have the upper hand over me. A surge of defiance and a primal fear of death ignited Tony's resolve. In that moment, he made up his mind to create an entirely new suit of armor. Jarvis, start designing a new model. We'll call it the Anti-Magneto armor. Faced with such a deadly threat, the Anti-Magneto armor was thus conceived. Though, truth be told, it wouldn't make much of a difference. You old geezer, always showing off. The Human Torch, youthful and brash, couldn't stand to watch some relic who should have been swept into the dustbin of history strut around like he owned the place. Without hesitation, he swept his arm and unleashed a blazing jet of fire. His target, naturally, was Magneto, floating high above. "Oomph. Know your place," Magneto snorted, summoning a battered Iron Man suit to shield himself with a casual flick of his wrist. The fire beam struck the suit and fizzled out harmlessly. Just as the Human Torch prepared to press the attack, a shadowy figure suddenly leapt at him with a furious roar. The agility of this feline mutant was incredible. He vaulted as high as a 3- or 4-story building in a single bound, tiger claws flashing as he lunged straight for the Human Torch. At that very instant, Wolverine, ever the indestructible survivor, burst from the shadows, tackling Sabretooth in midair. The two brothers crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, but immediately sprang to their feet, launching into a ferocious brawl. "Ah, nice one." The Human Torch laughed heartily. So the mutants weren't as united as they seemed after all. He was still basking in his own cleverness when, without warning, a sinister figure materialized behind him. A dagger gleamed coldly in the light, slashing toward the Human Torch's side at lightning speed. "Watch out!" At the very last moment, the Invisible Woman intervened, pinning the treacherous Nightcrawler in place with a force field. The instant Nightcrawler appeared, the ripple in the force field caught the Invisible Woman's attention, allowing her to react in time. Damn it! The Human Torch broke out in a cold sweat. If his sister hadn't jumped in, would he still have his kidneys right now? In a flash, he darted away from Nightcrawler's reach. His sister could freeze Nightcrawler for a heartbeat, but her force field couldn't stop teleportation. "You little wolf cub, you just never listen, do you?" Magneto watched Wolverine brawling with Sabretooth and allowed himself a slight smile. With a casual wave of his hand, Wolverine was seized without the slightest resistance, his struggles utterly futile against Magneto's power. At this moment, the Brotherhood's mutants emerged from the shadows as well. No more pretending, cards on the table. Their plan was now unstoppable. It seemed as if the very fate of humanity hung in the balance. The Fantastic Four understood that now, only they stood a chance of turning the tide and saving humanity from disaster. The Thing, with his massive frame, immediately squared off against Juggernaut. The Human Torch tried to incinerate the radiation device with his flames, but Gambit kept him occupied with a barrage of explosive attacks, forcing him to dodge instead. Invisible Woman attempted to help, only to be blocked by Sabretooth. Against Sabretooth's thick hide and brute strength, her force field were less useful than a simple knife. Doctor Strange tried to step in, but Nightcrawler tangled with him. Nightcrawler intended to teleport him thousands of miles away and be rid of him, but to his shock, his teleportation powers failed him. This sudden failure terrified Nightcrawler. Not once in millennia had his teleportation ever failed. Was this some sort of sorcery? Nightcrawler, they call me Doctor Strange for a reason. My greatest power lies right here, my mind. Strange laughed heartily, tapping his own head with pride. He had already sealed off the area's subspace, making it impossible for Nightcrawler to teleport. Without teleportation, Nightcrawler was like a phoenix stripped of its feathers, forced to fight Strange hand-to-hand with nothing but his own strength. For a while, the two sides battled fiercely, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet throughout it all, the White Queen remained still, never making a move. "Emma, do something. Rogue can't hold on much longer," Magneto shouted, knowing full well that relying on Rogue alone was hopeless. She was nearly drained to nothing. White Queen nodded, realizing it was time to act. Invisible Woman, still locked in a struggle with Sabretooth, suddenly felt as though she'd been struck on the head by a heavy blow. Her vision swam, and, limp as a rag doll, she collapsed to the ground. Now freed, Sabretooth wasted no time. He let Magneto ensnare him with iron bars and pull him over to the torch of the Statue of Liberty. Sabretooth immediately reached out toward Rogue. Even with his incredible healing and boundless vitality, he couldn't withstand this relentless drain. His face twisted in agony. Rogue clung to Sabretooth like a drowning woman grasping at a lifeline, desperately draining his life force. Yet Sabretooth showed no fear, nor did he struggle. For the great cause of mutant kind, he had long since accepted death. This was the ultimate honor. As Sabretooth was nearly at his limit, Magneto waved his hand, summoning Wolverine from where he'd been pinned to the wall. "Go on, drain him. Take it all." In the face of life and death, the darkness within people inevitably comes to light. The saying, "better you than me," rings truer than ever at such moments. To survive, little Rogue no longer cared what became of her teammates. Her only thought was to stay alive. If one doesn't look out for themselves, who will? If that's selfish, then so be it. But then, why did Magneto choose to use Sabretooth and Wolverine instead of the hulking Juggernaut? Only the life force infused with mutant genes could power this strange, ominous radiation device. So, it turned out Juggernaut was just an imposter. Yet to ordinary folks it made no difference. Mutant, mutate, or anything in between, if you weren't normal, you were a freak in their eyes. With nowhere else to turn, Juggernaut had no choice but to throw in his lot with Magneto, just drifting along for food and shelter. He never aspired to much anyway. Wolverine wasn't doing much better. Not long ago, Little Rogue had nearly drained him dry, a memory that still lingered, painfully vivid. Please don't blame me. The rise of mutants demands blood and sacrifice. Generations to come will remember your glory. Magneto looked at Little Rogue, her face twisted in pain and despair. A girl so young, her life about to be snuffed out. But such was her fate. As for Wolverine and Sabretooth, after more than a century on this earth, they'd had their fill. If death came now, so be it. If those two indestructible bastards knew what was happening, you could bet they'd have some choice words. Though who could say if now was the time to say them? With the addition of these two unkillable powerhouses, the radiation device's light and range exploded, like gasoline on a fire, bursting suddenly, many times brighter and larger. Not far from here, on Ellis Island, a crowd of well-heeled VIPs chatting and laughing were suddenly transfixed by the blinding light slowly advancing from afar. Oh my God, what on earth is happening? Heavens, is this some kind of special performance? Could it be Magneto showing off a new weapon? I have to admit, it's actually quite beautiful. They gasped in awe. The dazzling light was mesmerizing. Little did they know that danger was silently creeping toward them. Meanwhile, the battle at the Statue of Liberty had reached a fever pitch. Emma succeeded in ambushing Invisible Woman, but any further sneak attacks will be much harder to pull off. With a warning from Dr. Strange, Human Torch and the Thing activated a psionic interference device right away, disrupting enemy telepathy. Just as Magneto's plan was on the verge of success, the X-Men managed to shake off their restraints and burst back into the fray. Looks like Toad is as useless as ever. Magneto shook his head in exasperation. If Toad couldn't even keep an eye on one person, he was truly worthless. Magneto, stop this at once. Senator Kelly is dead, and your radiation machine will only cause mutations that the human body will reject. Storm shouted desperately at Magneto, her voice carrying across the chaos. What's the point of all this talk? Laser Eyes, with his explosive temper, was suffocating with frustration. Without hesitation, he pressed down on his ruby quartz glasses, unleashing his most powerful energy blast. In a flash, Magneto waved his hand and summoned a copper plate to block the attack. He'd known all along that this kid couldn't be trusted. Seeing his assault thwarted, Laser Eyes was about to strike again when suddenly, copper spikes shot up from the ground, slithering like venomous serpents in the dark, and pierced straight through his foot. Ah! The searing, excruciating pain sent Laser Eyes screaming, clutching his leg and rolling across the floor in agony. After all, this was the Statue of Liberty. Metal was everywhere, and Magneto was in his element. Out of my way, you nuisance! Magneto snorted coldly, showing no mercy. If not for the sake of an old friend, Laser Eyes would already be a pincushion. Just as despair was about to swallow everyone whole, the military, whose true strength had never before been revealed, suddenly arrived. Whoop! With the thundering roar of helicopter blades filling the air, a wave of terror swept through every mutant present, unlike anything they'd ever felt before. They had lost their mutant powers. The radiation device ground to a halt as a result. What's going on? What's happening? Damn it! Why can't I use my powers? Who is it? Who's behind this? God, how much more do you want us to suffer? Magneto, Azazel, the White Queen, and the others, all of them stared at their powerless selves in horror, utterly caught off guard by the rapid turn of events. Then, as a military officer stepped off the helicopter, accompanied by a bald little boy, the entire situation flipped on its head. Ha ha! You've lost your superpowers, haven't you? Human Torch, never one to hold back, couldn't resist shouting out his taunt, his face practically begging for a punch. Magneto seemed to age a decade in an instant. He dropped to his knees, weary and defeated, and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, have we really lost? Magneto, is this how you accept your fate? As the crowd stood dumbstruck, a solitary figure strode calmly down from the starlit sky. It was Chun-Chi. It's not that mutants have lost, Magneto murmured bleakly, shaking his head. It's that God has chosen to stand with humanity. He couldn't fathom why his powers had suddenly vanished. Wasn't this just God lending a hand to humankind? God? Well, he can go to hell. Magneto, have you forgotten how you clawed your way out of that pile of corpses in the concentration camp? God? Right here, right now, he was the only true god. As those words fell, the dull, aged look in Magneto's eyes was instantly replaced by a fierce, blazing light. Memories of those turbulent years surged back. Back then, he'd been as fragile as an ant, always a hair's breadth from being crushed. Now, even in defeat, he knew he could start again from scratch. Red Tank, what are you waiting for? Aren't you going to teach that foul-mouthed little cap a lesson? She shouted at the Red Tank. This iron-headed brute wasn't a mutant, so Jimmy's powers would have no effect on him. The moment the bald guy appeared, Chun-Chi understood right away. This was the most unique mutant in Marvel. No wonder all the bald ones were so terrifying. I might not have superpowers, but I can make sure you lose yours too. In this comic world, the Red Tank's strength comes from the evil god Sidorak, and it simply can't be suppressed. Little Cap? What the? Human Torch exploded in anger. What he hated most in this life was people calling him Little Cap, damn it. Was it his fault he looked a bit like that guy? Red Tank replied in his deep, gruff voice. He'd been annoyed by this cocky kid jumping around for a while now. Hey, with my temper, and you don't even have any powers, yet you dare bare your teeth at me? I'm standing right here. Think you can touch me? Human Torch, as if he'd just heard the world's best joke, taunted the Red Tank with exaggerated bravado. Who could this lumbering brute possibly hit? Just then, while Human Torch was basking his own glory, the Red Tank grabbed him by the collar, yanked him up, and then, smack, smack, landed 2 ringing slaps right across his face, leaving him completely dazed. Serves you right. Run your mouth one more time. See if acting tough doesn't land you looking like a fool. Chun-Chi patted his shoulder with a grin. Now Human Torch was much more tolerable. A swollen, pig-headed look suited him. What the heck? Why is he totally fine? Human Torch was thrown into an existential crisis, utterly baffled. How could everyone else lose their powers, yet this guy still had his? Everyone else was equally confused. Emma Frost and the others were at a complete loss, and even the officers beside the bald man looked bewildered. Wasn't Colonel Stryker's plan supposed to guarantee that, as long as Jimmy was here, no mutant could keep their powers? Heh, that's a secret. Chun-Chi had no intention of satisfying their curiosity. Only Magneto and the Red Tank exchanged a long, meaningful glance with Chun-Chi, the mysterious newcomer who had dropped in out of nowhere to shake things up. The truth that Red Tank wasn't a mutant was known only to him and Red Tank himself. But how had he found out? Feeling utterly humiliated, Human Torch tried to gather flames in his palm to smack Chun-Chi on the head, hoping to finish him off. After all, this guy was the very picture of a villain. But it was all pointless. He'd forgotten he didn't have any powers anymore. His intentions were wishful thinking. Reality was harsh. Chun-Chi moved so fast, Human Torch's eyes couldn't even track him. Chun-Chi seized him by the throat, and now Human Torch looked like a fish out of water. Legs flailing, arms thrashing, utterly helpless. Let him go. Invisible Woman Susan shouted sternly at the sight. After all, she had only one brother, and now that the White Queen's control was gone, she was fully awake. You think I'll let him go just because you ask? Wouldn't that make me look weak? Chun-Chi shrugged, his tone playful. Human Torch, don't even think about launching a sneak attack. Even if you try to blow yourself up, you'd never be faster than I am at snapping your neck. And you, Susan, don't move a muscle. If you dare turn invisible, I'll break his neck on the spot. Heh, don't test me. True to his reputation, the trickster Dr. Strange wasted no time. With a few subtle movements, he sensed the limits of the suppression field and quickly led Susan and the Thing beyond Jimmy's range. Unfortunately, Chun-Chi had seen through their little scheme from the start. All their plotting amounted to nothing more than wishful thinking. The Fantastic Four, caught in a dilemma, dared not move an inch. They were terrified that one wrong move would provoke Chun-Chi into snapping Johnny's neck in a fit of excitement. The military, however, had no such concerns. Without hesitation, a squad of armed soldiers disembarked from the helicopters, ready to capture Magneto. As for the fate of the Human Torch, that was none of their business. Their only concern was to deal with Chun-Chi by force. Without warning, they opened fire, unleashing a barrage of anti-mutant cure bullets refined from Jimmy's DNA. Did I say you could move? Who gave you permission to act? Chun-Chi's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Who did these fools think they were, acting tough in front of him? With a sweep of his icy gaze, the bullets hurtling toward him froze in midair, suspended motionless. This scene left everyone present utterly dumbstruck. Not only was this man terrifyingly strong physically, but now it turned out he had other powers as well. Could he even be a mutant? Before anyone could react, Chun-Chi flicked his wrist, sending the anti-mutant bullets whistling back into the skulls of the elite soldiers. One by one, the soldiers collapsed on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief and confusion as life left them. Whether X-Men, Brotherhood, or Fantastic Four, Everyone was shaken to their core by such ruthless decisiveness. A true menace. This was a man who meant business. Even Magneto hadn't anticipated the sudden appearance of such a mysterious powerhouse. Where had this man come from, and why had he never heard of him before? The Human Torch, meanwhile, was pale as a sheet, sweat pouring down his face. He was truly terrified now. This was a killer who wouldn't bat an eye at murder, and his own life was hanging by a thread. Nor was he alone. Everyone present was on edge. With their powers suppressed, the mutants were now defenseless. Who among them could possibly stand against this man? At that moment, Chun-Shi spoke. "Jimmy, are you in pain?" The boy with the shaved head was Jimmy. Orphaned young, he'd grown up in a military lab, endlessly tormented and forced to serve as a human guinea pig. Numb to suffering, his eyes were lifeless and hollow. Upon hearing Chun-Shi's question, he could only look at him blankly, as if lost in a daze. "Pain? What is pain?" He didn't even understand what pain was. The confusion and helplessness in his eyes tugged at everyone's heartstrings. In this very moment, inadvertently, was broadcast live to the world by Tony, the self-styled hero who always streamed his crime-fighting exploits. Iron Man's fan base was unimaginably vast, almost terrifying in its reach. Jimmy's expression, vacant and numb from torment, along with his frail, slight figure, was instantly seen across the globe. As people watched his trembling silhouette shake in the chilly night wind, like a withered leaf about to break free and fall, millions of hearts ached as if pricked by invisible thorns. Countless viewers quietly wept at the scene. For many mutants, the pain was absolutely unbearable. Anger flared, blood boiled, and the seeds of vengeance exploded into life. "Could you do me a favor?" Suddenly, in a moment of clarity, Jimmy's gaze brightened with hope as he looked up at Chun-Shi and asked. Chun-Shi already knew what he wanted. "Please, end my life. My existence is the greatest threat to my own kind. I can't become the traitor of the mutants." With a faint smile, young bald Jimmy faced life and death with astonishing calm. The world was deeply moved once again. He was barely a teenager. What horrors had he endured to reach this point? As soon as he spoke, countless viewers broke down in tears. The rage of the mutants could no longer be contained. In that instant, droves of mutants surged out from the sewers. No one knew what terrifying power might erupt when millions of mutants rose in unison. Events had nearly reached the point of no return. This was no longer a matter of sides or ideology. It was a moment of pure, shining empathy, a testament to the greatness of human nature. Before their screens, countless viewers watched this tragic yet magnificent scene with silent tears streaming down their faces, their throats tight with pain. So many words caught in their throats, yet none could speak them aloud. Everyone present was silent. Even the usually loud-mouthed Human Torch hung his head in shame. In the face of such radiant humanity, anyone would feel small. Even Magneto, famed for his iron will, gazed at Jimmy, who looked so much like a leaf in the wind, with tears glistening in his eyes. He realized now just how despicable he had been. The moment he learned of Jimmy's mutant ability, he'd secretly resolved to kill him. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect Jimmy would confront death with such poise. All for the safety of his fellow mutants, determined not to become their doom. Compared to him, Magneto felt the darkness of his own soul. Chun-Shi looked at Jimmy with unwavering solemnity, nodding emphatically. He understood this was Jimmy's choice. Perhaps it was the best ending. No more torture, no longer forced to watch his enemies use him to murder his own kind. Jimmy smiled gently, his eyes brimming with the relief of release. He knew he would never have to endure inner torment again. "No, don't. There has to be another way." Storm, her eyes filled with worry and pain, shouted at him desperately. As an X-Man sworn to protect her people, she simply couldn't stand by and watch. "Death is my final destination. Thank you, all of you." Jimmy shook his head gently, a soft smile on his face. He turned and cast a deep, lingering look at his fellow mutants. "Ah, what a pity. I won't get to see the day when mutant children can laugh and play freely without fear." The moment those words left his lips, everyone's defenses crumbled. "Do it." With that, Chun-Shi purchased sodium pentobarbital from the system store to grant Jimmy a peaceful passing. Just a gentle injection was all it took. Jimmy, relieved at last, smiled one final time as he looked back at the dazzling lights of the city below. "This world is still so beautiful, but truly, I have no desire to return in my next life." He closed his eyes slowly, and as 2 tears traced down his cheeks, he slipped away forever. Ding. System mission. Stop Magneto's high-level mutant project. Reward. 200,000 justice points. But Chun-Shi chose to ignore it entirely. With Jimmy's death, chaos erupted. Chun-Shi paid no attention to the others. Cradling Jimmy's body, she darted into the cosmos at a speed too fast to be seen. From a system, she bought a Kryptonian escape pod and placed him inside. A life spent in the darkness of a secret laboratory. Jimmy's greatest wish was to see the stars. Now, at last, he could drift freely among the sea of stars. With no one left to stand in his way, Magneto reactivated the radiation device and set it on course for the multinational summit. Even the Fantastic Four were powerless to stop him. In the end, every major figure attending the summit, blinded by their own confidence, perished without exception. Now, the world's eyes turned to Magneto. After all, when people die on your turf, who else can take the blame? Nations across the globe demanded a swift resolution and severe punishment for the mastermind, Magneto, and that monster. If their demands were not met, they threatened to sever all ties. This was the final straw that broke Magneto's back. The war between mutants and ordinary humans broke out. Mutants, hidden among humans, made the military's most advanced technology useless, their strength rendered powerless. After all, with ordinary people everywhere, launching missiles at mutants would mean sacrificing tens of thousands of innocents just to kill a single mutant. The military, afraid of harming bystanders, was in utter turmoil. They were not only constrained at every turn, facing protests from all sides, but were also plagued by relentless assassinations of their officers by crazed mutants. Then, the results of the military's secret experiments, especially Stryker's mutant experiment base, were exposed, revealing horrifying, inhumane details to the world. The entire globe was shaken with fury by the shocking experiment videos, photographs, and other classified documents. Anyone with a shred of humanity felt a surge of anger, sorrow, and heartbreak at the inhumane experiments that had come to light. Beatings, bloodletting, carving of flesh, ripping out of hearts. It wasn't just the thought of enduring such unimaginable pain. Even a single glance at these horrors left people shaken to the core, haunted and terrified. Most didn't even have the courage to look again. The desperate cries for mercy from the mutant children locked in cages only led to even more brutal and relentless experiments. Ordinary people, especially those who were parents themselves, were left so devastated they could hardly breathe. The entire world was thrown into chaos. Countless people began storming military facilities and the White House, demanding answers and severe punishment for everyone involved. The mutants' retaliation was even more ferocious, beyond imagination. Fighting fire with fire, staking their lives in desperate acts. The weaker mutants became living bombs themselves. And then there were those mutant abilities so bizarre and unfathomable that they defied all logic, powers that ordinary people couldn't even begin to comprehend. Some perished by strangling themselves in their sleep, some were mauled to death by their own dogs, some were poisoned by the flowers and grass by the roadside, and some, while driving, were mysteriously dragged by their own cars into rivers and drowned. The ways people died were beyond imagination, each more bizarre than the last. No two deaths alike, every one a grim curiosity. Of course, it was Chun-Chi who brought all this into the light. For Red Queen, infiltrating Stryker's secret laboratory was child's play. With his manipulation behind the scenes, the entire great nation was brought to its knees, paralyzed, and this chaos fueled a surge in crime. Robberies, thefts, murders, assaults, these crimes multiplied endlessly, all providing him with a windfall of justice points. He purchased vast numbers of Terminator TX units and deployed them across every state and city, and his early investments were quickly recouped. Let chaos reign. Without destruction, there can be no rebirth. Chun-Chi remained quietly at home, indifferent to the turmoil raging outside. The greater the chaos, the better. If it had set him down to the very bones, why not topple everything and start new? Jean Grey still wanted to return to the mutant school, but Chun-Chi held her back, forbidding her to step outside. The world was in utter turmoil, and perhaps this home was the last sanctuary left. He had no intention of putting her in harm's way. Who knew what might trigger her, awakening the Phoenix Force? If the Phoenix Force went berserk and obliterated Charles, or Storm, or any of them, wouldn't that be catastrophic? A week later, in a secret base in Washington, a massive conference room was filled with the highest-ranking officials of the United States. The chaos outside had finally forced them to set aside rivalries and work together. President Old Deng, I propose we first calm the public, then make scapegoats of everyone connected to the military's laboratory experiments. A middle-aged man suddenly suggested. I disagree. I disagree. If we do this, aren't we just bowing to the mutants? What about the authority of our nation? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the military representatives objected immediately. Unlike the politicians, they were far more hardline. Mr. Wells, may I ask, Haven't there been at least 80 or 100 officers of all ranks assassinated under your watch? So, I'd like to ask you, where's your authority now? At that moment, someone else jumped in, their tone dripping with sarcasm. In their eyes, the whole mess was the military's fault. If not for their reckless experiments, would things have ever gotten this bad? Oh, it's easy for you to criticize from the sidelines. Mutants are elusive, blending perfectly among civilians. Do you expect us to level New York with a nuke just to root them out? The military representatives, pressed to the edge, snapped back angrily. They've been holding in their frustration for days, and now had to endure this ridicule as well. All right, that's enough. This isn't the time to argue. Bickering won't solve anything. For now, our only option is to keep the public calm. At this, Old Dunn rapped the table, putting an end to their endless squabbling. His meaning was clear. Everyone would answer for their own actions. Colonel Stryker, you'll have to take responsibility for what you've done. Old Dunn shot a glance at Stryker, who sat under guard in the defendant's seat. Yet Stryker simply looked around with a mocking smile and said, "So this is the great wisdom I've been waiting for? The same old tricks to fool the public. How utterly pathetic." Pathetic. The faces around the room darkened at his taunt. Even now, with the noose tightening, the man was still brazen. "Oh, the villain himself still dares to boast. Tell us, what brilliant idea do you have?" Someone jeered from the crowd. "I wouldn't call it brilliant, but I can wipe out the mutants." Stryker shot the man a chilly glance, speaking with dismissive calm. His words drew raucous laughter. "You? Eliminate all mutants? Are you planning to bomb the entire country?" The room erupted with laughter, as if Stryker had just told the most ridiculous joke. Others joined in, their laughter echoing through the hall. "Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. I have a plan. The Sentinel robots can eradicate the mutants." Stryker's words hit the room like a thunderclap. Instantly, the laughter died away. The hall fell deathly silent, and long-buried memories began to stir. The Sentinel project had been shelved for 30 years, a matter of the highest secrecy. The old hands here had been involved themselves, and even those who hadn't participated knew of it by reputation. Back in the day, the unprecedented Sentinel program had been the talk of the town. But for reasons known only to a select few, it was abandoned, and those few had taken their secrets with them to the grave as the years passed. Bolivar, the father of the Sentinels, had left this world, haunted by regret and a sense of unfinished business. Now, with Stryker bringing up the Sentinel project once again, how could everyone in the room not be shaken to their core? Someone suddenly cried out in surprise. "I remember now. You're Bolivar's student." "What? He's Bolivar's student?" Yes, now that you mention it, it all comes back to me." "Oh my God. So Stryker is actually Bolivar's student? That's unbelievable." Immediately, everyone present started whispering among themselves. No one had imagined that Bolivar would have a successor. At that moment, Stryker stood up and declared proudly, "For the past 30 years, I have devoted myself to studying Sentinel robots, all for the purpose of eradicating mutants and other abnormal beings. Earth belongs to us humans. Gentlemen, blind compromise is not the future. War is already upon us. We must fight fire with fire, blood for blood." Stryker's rallying cry was passionate and stirring, but everyone seated there was an old hand to politics. No one would believe his words at face value. Biden knocked on the table and looked up, his expression turning serious as he asked. The original Sentinels had serious flaws. Their combat power was nothing compared to mutants. What makes you so confident you can wipe them out? Very well, Mr. President. Allow me to present to you the latest version of the Sentinel robots and their combat capabilities. Stryker replied with a confident smile. Biden didn't waste any time and immediately gestured for Stryker to begin his demonstration. But why was Stryker so confident? According to the original storyline, he had only just acquired Mystique's blood. To actually build Sentinels capable of bringing catastrophe to mutants would have taken at least another 10 years. At this point, he shouldn't have the means to manufacture them at all. Yet against all odds, he could build Sentinels now. This was all thanks to the Time Variance Authority. They detected changes in the sacred timeline and saw that the future of mutants had shifted. So, they immediately dispatched a Stryker from another universe to meet this world Stryker, bringing with him a prototype, the full suite of technology, and even a complete production line. That was how Stryker had his moment to shine. As he unveiled his demonstration, the powerful figures present were left in awe, their scalps tingling at the sight of the invincible Sentinels on screen. Stryker was very pleased with their reaction. He continued, showing off even more. "Gentlemen, our Sentinel technology is decades ahead of its time. Their bodies contain not a trace of metal, making them completely immune to Magneto's powers. And what's more, the Sentinels can copy mutant abilities and share them among each other. Against any power, they can adapt and respond on the fly." This statement left the already shocked bigwigs utterly speechless. Was this mass-producing invincible mutants? They all knew that, at most, a mutant would have one or two abilities. But for the Sentinel robots to be terrifying to such a degree, could these really be machines invented and created by humans? How can we possibly control such a devastating weapon? If beings this dreadful were ever to turn against humanity, will we have any hope of survival? At this moment, someone voiced a deep concern. The question of whether robots could truly be controlled by humans was an eternal topic. Exactly. If these robots turn out to be anything like what we've seen in the movies, wouldn't humanity face the risk of total annihilation? I don't think these Sentinel robots are a good idea at all. This kind of unknown danger is simply more than we can bear. I second that. This is nothing less than gambling with our future. Are you really counting on a horde of robots to develop a conscience? Others quickly joined in with objections. The mutant crisis was merely a matter of compromise, but a robot uprising could overthrow human dominance altogether. Are you all letting those recent sci-fi movies get to your heads? That's just fiction. I've already installed a self-destruct protocol in the Sentinel robot's programming. And if you don't have the Sentinels, which one of you has the skills to stop the millions of mutants outside? I promise, after the mutants are wiped out, I'll destroy the Sentinels immediately. Of course, if you still can't agree to this, then I'm out of options. Just brace yourselves for assassination. You won't have to worry about being ruled by robots in the future. That much is certain. Stryker shook his head in disdain. As expected, this bunch only cared about preserving their own interests. If their lives weren't directly threatened, there was no way they'd cooperate. Sure enough, when they heard they might be targeted for assassination, their expressions darkened. After all, who could guarantee they wouldn't run into one of those unlucky mutants? After much hushed debate among themselves, the plan to use Sentinel robots to eliminate the mutants gained overwhelming support. With the launch of the Sentinel program, the amount of funding Stryker received was beyond imagination. Magneto scoured the globe for him, gathering the materials needed to manufacture the Sentinels. Now, this was a true war machine. While the world outside was locked in life-and-death struggle, Chun-Chi continued his laid-back routine, basking in the sun and living the easy life. Age, 25, this universe. Allegiance, the perpetual double-crosser. Companions, the yet unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda. The Terminator, Lockdown, Spider-Gwen, Jean Grey. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman pending unlock. Strength, 155,630 tons. Speed, Mach 1,596. Powers, invulnerable body, biological force field, heat vision, telekinesis, flight, X-ray vision. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice points, 685,000. On this day, as he lounged in the sun, fiddling with an energy core he'd confiscated from S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the intense heat made even him pause in admiration. Do you think I should just go and snatch the cosmic cube? Chun-Chi suddenly murmured, almost dreamily. Haven't you already made your decision? The system responded with a tone of disdain, clearly speechless. Why bother coming to ask me when you've already decided for yourself? You just want to ease your conscience, don't you? At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Right now, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were stretched thin, utterly overwhelmed by the endless wave of terrorist assassinations erupting everywhere. The agents were running themselves ragged, exhausted to the bone, and even Nick Fury himself hadn't been home in 3 days and nights. Just then, at the entrance of headquarters, a dark figure dropped from the sky, instantly putting all nearby agents on high alert. Someone wrapped up so tightly in broad daylight couldn't be anything good. That much was obvious. The newcomer was none other than Chun-Chi. He stood there, surveying the legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, reputed to be an impenetrable fortress. Since he decided to take the cosmic cube, then take it he would. If he called himself a god among men, then he should be invincible across the universe. How could he afford to be timid or hesitant? Who could possibly stand in his way? Deep down, he'd always looked down on the so-called Homelander, nothing but a watered-down, neutered version of Superman. Weakness wasn't the real issue. It was his chronic indecisiveness that Chun-Chi found truly pathetic. Halt! This is S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. The lead agent leveled his weapon at Chun-Chi, shouting with authority. I'm here to see your director, Nick Fury. If you don't want to die, go get him. Oh, never mind. He's already on his way. Chun-Chi replied with a cheerful smile, for at that moment, Nick Fury was already hurrying down in the elevator. It's you. What do you want? Nick Fury's face was hard as stone, his voice cold and stern. Of course, he recognized the man who had ignited the war between mutants and humans. I just want to borrow something from you. If you're smart and hand it over, your losses will be minimal. Chun-Chi answered with casual arrogance, so matter-of-factly domineering that Nick Fury's eyelid twitched his anger flaring in an instant. But as a seasoned-old fox, Nick Fury managed to swallow his fury, taking a deep breath before speaking in a low, controlled voice. What do you want to borrow? If it wasn't something absolutely vital, maybe he could hand it over temporarily to buy some time. After all, this guy was just too unpredictable. The Cosmic Cube. Chun-Shi glanced at him with keen interest. This scheming fox really could bend or stand tall as the occasion demanded. What? The Cosmic Cube? Absolutely not. At those words, Nick Fury's expression changed dramatically. The Cosmic Cube was SHELD's most important and mysterious object. Even if they only knew it contained infinite energy, they couldn't simply hand it over. It could very well determine whether humanity might one day explore the universe. Hearing Nick Fury's flat refusal, Chun-Shi knew he'd skipped right past the polite stage and gone straight to force. Without another word, he moved at nearly teleportational speed, seizing Nick Fury by the throat and lifting him off the ground in one swift motion. Nick Fury, I'm just informing you, not negotiating. Understand? A wise man adapts to the times. Chun-Shi said coldly. The sound of guns being cocked echoed sharply through the room. The surrounding agents finally snapped to their senses, immediately loading their weapons and aiming at Chun-Shi. At that moment, even Nick Fury felt a wave of panic inside. Why is this man so unreasonable? Isn't there supposed to be a few more rounds of bargaining before things get physical? Wasn't this supposed to be a standoff, not an all-out confrontation? Nick Fury, your life is in your own hands now. Make the smart choice and decide quickly, Chun-Shi said with a cold glance at the tense agents, then turned his gaze to the unflinching Nick Fury. What he didn't know was that Nick Fury was actually beyond nervous inside. After all, who wouldn't be shaken when staring death in the face? Meanwhile, atop the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Alexander Pierce, the head of the Hydra cell and former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, watched the scene unfold with a furrowed brow. He had noticed that Nick Fury was growing more and more defiant, always going against his plans. This wasn't the reason he had helped Fury rise to power in the first place. Maybe it's time to get rid of him, Pierce murmured quietly to himself, weighing the possibility. After all, with Nick Fury taking the heat in public, all these headaches naturally ended up on his shoulders instead of Pierce's. While Pierce brooded, Chun-Shi was already dragging Nick Fury into the headquarters building. The surrounding agents, wary but helpless, could only follow closely behind. Ever the schemer, Nick Fury decided to bide his time for the sake of his own survival. Without hesitation, he gave the order for Coulson to bring the Tesseract to Chun-Shi. Well, if I'd known it would be this simple, we could have avoided all this tension, Chun-Shi said with a broad grin, settling into the couch in the main hall. To him, taking the Tesseract was hardly a challenge, just a minor errand, really. Nick Fury glanced up at him, but said nothing. Sometimes, you have no choice but to bow your head under another's roof. He wanted to talk back, but dared not. At that moment, Coulson appeared, carrying a briefcase. Director, the Tesseract is here, Coulson said quietly, sneaking a cautious glance at Chun-Shi before lowering his head and whispering to Nick Fury. Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged a subtle look before Coulson stepped away. Then, Nick Fury turned to Chun-Shi and said, "Here's the Tesseract you wanted." "Good. Let me take a look," Chun-Shi replied coolly, nodding as he took the briefcase and opened it for inspection. As expected, a brilliant blue light shimmered before his eyes. The Tesseract glowed with an otherworldly radiance, living up to its name. Chun-Shi carefully lifted it, examining it from every angle before placing it gently back in the case. "Well then, I won't overstay my welcome," Chun-Shi said, snapping the case shut with a mysterious smile. Nick Fury watched the handoff go so smoothly that a vague sense of unease crept into his heart, making everything feel strangely unreal. Once Chun-Shi had left with the briefcase, Coulson reappeared at Fury's side. Noticing the lingering worry on Fury's face, he tried to reassure him, "Don't worry. The moment there's an explosion, he'll never show up again." "Let's hope so." Nick Fury stared off in the direction Chun-Shi had gone, letting out a long, haunted sigh. Yet the unease in his chest only grew heavier. Just then, a violent explosion erupted not far from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In an instant, a miniature black hole tore into existence. Everything nearby began to twist and distort, pulled from reality as the tiny black hole slowly devoured it all. The crowd scattered in utter chaos, but the heart of the blast, Chun-Shi, was nowhere to be seen. "Damn it!" Fury's face went pale with shock as he shouted, his worst fears realized. When things go too smoothly, there's always trouble lurking beneath the surface. That molecular black hole bomb really packs a punch, doesn't it? While they stood, dumbfounded, a voice that sent chills down their spines sounded right beside them. It was Chun-Shi, who had seemingly vanished just moments before. Nick Fury and Coulson both swallowed hard, turning to Chun-Shi in utter disbelief. You, how do you even know about the molecular black hole bomb? There's no secret in this world that escapes me. Chun-Shi replied with a hint of mischief. Have to admit, Howard was a genius among geniuses. If he hadn't been held back by the era he lived in, he'd have outshone Tony by a mile. He looked at them both with a teasing glint in his eyes, clearly unfazed. Did they really think their subtle gestures and secret glances could fool someone with Superman senses? Coulson, I actually have a soft spot for you, the ever-diligent mayor of this little newbie village. It's a shame. I let you off last time, and here you were trying to play tricks on me again. Some people just don't know how to seize an opportunity. You? Coulson's mouth opened and closed as he clutched his chest, eyes wide in disbelief and pain, before collapsing in utter despair. The other agents immediately pulled their triggers, unleashing a storm of bullets that rained down on Chun-Shi like a torrential downpour. But all it drew from him was a derisive chuckle, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bullets clattered harmlessly around him, not even worth dodging. They couldn't so much as tickle him. Then his eyes narrowed, and a pair of crimson heat rays swept across the hall, wiping out every agent in an instant. The air was thick with heat and the scent of blood, leaving only a shell-shocked Nick Fury frozen in terror. Ah, Black Egghead, I'll give you one more chance. Don't let me down. Chun-Shi gave Fury's frozen shoulder a friendly, almost mocking pat, his words carrying a clear warning. For now, it was time to claim the real cosmic cube. Chun-Shi had no idea exactly where the cube was hidden. He only knew its general location. But did that even matter? He casually grabbed an agent, like the one in front of him, who, after a little scare, obediently led him straight to the laboratory where the Tesseract was kept. The Tesseract belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D., but his own life was in his own hands. Only a fool would risk his neck over something like this. Soon, they arrived at a laboratory. The agent, with utmost respect, pointed to the door and said, "Sir, this is it, but you'll need level 9 clearance to open it." He really was cut out for the role of guide. Chun-Shi nodded, and to the agent's horror, threw a punch that shattered the so-called impenetrable door in an instant. Inside the lab, the researchers in white coats were startled from their work by the sudden, violent explosion. They stared in shock as Chun-Shi stepped out of the swirling dust, struck speechless by his presence. Yes, you, the chubby one. Bring me the Tesseract. Now. Chun-Shi pointed arrogantly at a shifty-looking fat man. The fat man nervously pointed at himself. He really didn't want to be dragged into this mess. If there was trouble later, he'd be the one to take the fall. Oh God, why am I so unlucky? Do I really stand out that much in a crowd? Yes, you. Stop dawdling and get moving. Chun-Shi snapped, cutting off his daydreams. People have to face reality. After all, in your dreams you might shine bright, but when you wake up, it's best to just be yourself. Faced with force, the fat man caved immediately and scurried off to fetch the Tesseract for Chun-Shi. Who are you? How dare you go against S.H.I.E.L.D.? Have you even thought about the consequences? At this moment, an elderly man from the research team stood up and tried to threaten Chun-Shi with righteous indignation. He'd been working on the Tesseract for so long. He wasn't about to let it all go to waste now. Are all Skrulls this brave? Chun-Shi sneered, mocking him. You. The old man's eyes widened in terror. Goosebumps prickled his skin as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was petrified. How could this man have seen through his real identity at a single glance? Seriously? With your level, did you really think you could fool everyone? After delivering his scorn, Chun-Shi simply ignored him. He didn't bother to deal with him further. Whatever these people were up to had nothing to do with him. The rest exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth was a Skrull? Just then, the shifty fat man hurried over, panting, and dutifully handed the Tesseract to Chun-Shi. You know, you really have a knack for being a lackey. Chun-Shi grinned and praised him. Why is it that every fat guy seems to know how to read the room? Maybe it's a wide heart in a wide body. The fat man scratched his head awkwardly, thinking, "Boss, could you not rub it in? Can't you see my colleagues are all looking at me with utter contempt?" Chun-Shi didn't tease him any further. Having achieved his goal, he grabbed the cosmic cube and crashed through the building, soaring into the sky. Oh my God, is his head made of titanium alloy or something? The crowd gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths. Xue, why are you so stubborn and hard-headed? After swaggering off with his loot from S.H.I.E.L.D., Chun-Shi came to a remote, deserted island far from Washington, D.C., and came to a halt. System, why do I feel like the energy from the cosmic cube is even purer than solar energy? It's just that my Kryptonian physique is better suited to the light of a star, Chun-Shi mused, studying the cosmic cube in his hand. That's because the essence of Kryptonians is energy absorption. They absorb all sorts of cosmic light and radiation to strengthen themselves. The cosmic cube, along with the other infinity stones, originated from the Big Bang. They represent the universe's order, laws, and energy. The system's explanation was pretty much what he guessed. Kryptonians draw their power from stellar energy, and naturally, different stars yield different results. But now a new question arose. The space stone before him was blue, not purple. Previously, he deduced that this was the ultimate universe, but the blue space stone before him completely overturned that assumption. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make myself comfortable. Why worry about all that? The Marvel Universe is endless. Every major event triggers a different parallel universe. Are you really trying to figure out which universe this is just by guessing the timeline? That's madness. You're right. I really am overthinking this, Chunshi said awkwardly, scratching his head. Pushing aside the jumble of thoughts in his mind, he turned to the matter at hand. How exactly do I absorb the energy of the space stone? This thing contains infinite power. It would be a waste not to tap into it. Back when he watched the movies, he was full of curiosity and fantasies about the Infinity Stones. He even dreamed of traversing the stars and voyaging across the cosmos. Who hasn't had a phase of youthful daydreams? To absorb the space stone's energy is a lengthy process. Of course, even if you just wear it, you'll still absorb some over time. Stop. I get what you're saying. If I want to absorb the space stone's energy quickly, I'll have to spend some justice points to buy time, right? Seeing where this was going, Chunshi cut the system off with a dismissive wave. As long as he had justice points, he could buy anything from the system, including time. Talking with a smart person is always a pleasure. The system offers an enchanted pendant inscribed with a spatial energy drawing array. Just wear it around your neck, and you'll rapidly extract energy. How much is it? Not expensive at all. Only 300,000. Fine. 300,000 it is. But you'll have to throw in instructions on how to use the space stone. Chunshi gritted his teeth and agreed, but he couldn't help but haggle a bit. After all, the only thing Loki, that fool, could do with the space stone was open portals. He didn't just want teleportation. He wanted it all. Hate to break it to you, but without mastering space magic, you can't use the space stone. What? There's a catch like that? Are you trying to force me to become the Sorcerer Supreme? Chunshi shamelessly boasted, thinking to himself that with his super brain, learning magic was a piece of cake. Wasn't he about to become the omniscient, omnipotent Silver Superman, after all? Can we keep a low profile? For us Kryptonians, our fists are the ultimate weapon. Magic is unnecessary. So I can't use the space stone? Chunshi frowned with annoyance. As a rogue, was he really supposed to just sit and watch a stunning beauty flirt with him, only able to enjoy it in words? Absolutely not. You're missing the point. The endgame is that you'll slowly replace space itself, becoming the very law of space, and it'll only take 5 years. By then, you'll be space. Chunshi drew a sharp breath, utterly stunned. What kind of scene would that be? He would hold dominion over all space in the universe. He would become the ruler of it all. The grand vision painted by the system hit Chunshi like a thunderbolt. He decided that this dream was his for the taking. Buy it. I absolutely have to buy it. With a dramatic flourish, he paid up on the spot. 300,000? That was practically pocket change. Without further ado, Chunshi crushed the cosmic cube, extracted the true space stone, and immediately embedded it into the pendant inscribed with runes. These shards shouldn't go to waste, he muttered. He quickly ground the remains of the shattered cosmic cube into powder and carefully packed them into the pendant as well. What a miser, the system scoffed, unable to hide its disdain at his stinginess. You only know the cost of rice and oil when you're the one running the household. Chunshi replied with a broad grin, unfazed by the criticism. The system was momentarily speechless. Where did this guy get such thick skin? As the energy of the space stone began to be drawn out at the speed of light, Chunshi shivered involuntarily. The sheer force of the energy was overwhelming. If it weren't for his super Kryptonian physique, he would have been blown apart instantly. Just think, even Thanos could barely withstand the power of all 6 Infinity Stones. Of course, that was the energy needed to wipe out half the universe's life. The backlash from that kind of force was on a completely different level from simply absorbing the space stone. Time ticked by. The sun was nearly setting. Chunshi slowly opened his eyes, now able to sense the power of space itself. The world before him seemed utterly transformed. Just then, the long-overdue electronic voice of the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability to teleport through space. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability to freeze space. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability to distort space. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability to cut through space. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the ability to reassemble space. Other spatial abilities remain locked for now. In this moment, Chunshi felt the money was truly well spent. Had he chosen to slowly absorb the energy from the space gem, Who knows how many years it would have taken to achieve such results? He slowly raised his hand, and a dazzling, profound sapphire blue gathered in his palm, shining like a peerless blue gem. So, this is the power of space. Chun-Shi stared in awe at the spatial energy he now wielded at will, moving it as effortlessly as if he were manipulating space itself. With a mere thought, he appeared on the other side of the island. A casual gesture twisted the space around him, and with a wave of his hand, he saw distant waves freeze in place. At this moment, he was the master of this patch of space, even if it was just a tiny island less than a kilometer across. But this was only the beginning. One day, the entire universe, the vast sea of stars, would be his own fish pond. Wherever his eyes could reach, wherever his heart desired, would be his domain. More importantly, under the tempering energy of the space gem, his power had become even purer. If before his cells were filled with vapor, now they were condensed water, solid, tangible, and strong. To further test his theory, he plunged straight into the depths of the ocean to experiment. Far from the mainland, deep underwater, he unleashed his power on the seabed with wild abandon, shaking the entire underwater world. Creatures for dozens of miles around fled in terror. Those too slow or unfortunate to escape were left belly up or killed outright by the shockwaves. The commotion even startled the forces of Atlantis beneath the sea, who mistook it for an earthquake and hurriedly sent scouts to investigate. But by the time they arrived, the tremors had already faded, leaving them with nothing but unanswered questions. Like a madman on a spree, Chun-Shi finished his rampage and returned to the island, playing its survival games in this paradise-like retreat, a perfect spot for the occasional vacation. He brought along Wanda, Gwen, and Jean Grey. After all, happiness is better when shared, and Chun-Shi was never one to keep things to himself. He was the embodiment of generosity. Lying on the beach, basking in the sun, he was surrounded by beautiful women in their alluring swimsuits. A tranquil island, golden sands, and radiant sunlight. In the distance, the breathtaking expanse of blue sea and sky met in a perfect horizon, while at his side, his beloved companions joined him for a seafood feast fit for a king. The women laughed and relaxed, savoring this rare moment of peace, while the world outside was already in chaos. Explosions, bombings, robberies, and crime. But here, it was like the legendary Eden itself. No conflict, no disruption, no scheming or betrayal. Chun-Shi had caught some gigantic lobsters, each weighing over 10 pounds, pure and untouched by pollution. He had also gathered deep-sea squid, black gold abalone, Alaskan king crab, and whole bluefin tuna. What others might consider unimaginably difficult was for him as easy as a walk in the park. He could circumnavigate the globe with a casual stroll. Wanda and the others were busy preparing delicious dishes, each of them transformed into a little chef, eager to showcase their culinary skills and win Chun-Shi's favor. Meanwhile, Chun lounged on the beach, playing the part of a wealthy landowner. He was so thoroughly content that he couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips. Because, age, 25 this universe. Allegiance, the ever-shifting old trickster. Companions, the yet-to-awaken Scarlet Witch Wanda, the Terminator, Confinement, Spider-Gwen, Jean Grey. Physique, Bronze Superman, Silver Superman to be unlocked. Strength, 176,630 tons. Speed, Mach 1865. Abilities, Invulnerable Body, Bioforce Field, Heat Vision, Telekinesis, Flight, X-ray Vision, Super Breath, Spatial Teleportation, Spatial Stasis, Spatial Distortion, Spatial Slicing, Spatial Reassembly. Other abilities awaiting awakening. Justice Points, 405,000. How could he not be thrilled with such abundant gains? His grin practically stretched to the back of his ears. The girls had honed their culinary skills quite well over time, though Gwen and Jean Grey's cooking naturally couldn't compare to Wanda's. Especially the dish of garlic black abalone. It left both Chun-Shi and Gwen singing its praises, surrendering completely to its flavor. Little Chef Wanda had grown up amidst hardship. By 10, she was already doing the laundry and cooking at home, and by 13, she was wandering the world with her younger brother, handling everything herself. Seeing everyone relishing her food so much, Wanda's eyes crinkled in joy. For a little chef, nothing was more rewarding than unanimous high praise for her cooking. As everyone savored the sumptuous seafood feast, they also cherished the peaceful and beautiful life right before their eyes. Beach volleyball, sunbathing, snorkeling, seafood hunting, island exploration, the endless adventures. And above all, the starry sky over this secluded island was breathtakingly clear and beautiful. If only life could stay like this forever. Wanda lay atop the makeshift wooden hut, gazing up at the stars, her voice soft with longing. All she wished for was a home, a place just for them. Not grand or extravagant, simply one to grow old in with the one she loved. I doubt that'll ever happen in this lifetime. With a man like Chun-Shi, life is bound to be a wild ride, Jean Grey said with a teasing, squinty-eyed smile from beside her. But I believe one day it will come true. Nothing can stop us from finding happiness. Wanda's voice rang with unwavering conviction. She had always believed Chun-Shi would shield them from every storm, and that they would fight by his side to the very end. No matter what Chun-Shi was doing, she would follow him without hesitation. Wherever he went, even hell itself would become paradise. It was simply because, in her moment of utter helplessness, he appeared like a beam of light, illuminating her world and leading her by the hand toward hope. At this moment, the whole world was gripped by fear and uncertainty. No one knew which would come first, tomorrow, or an unexpected disaster. Staying indoors had become the safest choice. Meanwhile, somewhere in the vast universe, a radiant woman was piloting her spaceship, leaping across space, racing toward Earth. Since the last incident, Magneto had sought out Professor X, who he'd nearly driven into senility. "Charles, I'd like Hank's help to improve my radiation device. We need more brothers on our side." Yet Charles, who'd barely escaped cognitive ruin, looked at his old rival with a disdainful glare. "How could you be so shameless? Just half a month ago, you almost killed me, and now you have a nerve to ask for my help with such righteousness?" No matter how grand or stirring Magneto's words sounded, speaking for the mutant cause and all that, Charles wouldn't budge. He respected the freedom of the soul and the sanctity of life. Everything, in his view, was the weaving of fate. A few days later, Chun-Shi, having returned to the civilized world, uncovered a shocking conspiracy from the Red Queen's records. The Sentinel program had already begun. Sentinel robots? Now that's interesting. The changes in this world are getting harder and harder to make sense of. With a smooth chin in his hand, Chun-Shi let out a chuckle. Stryker had really outdone himself. Wasn't this just accelerating the two mutant factions toward unity? Chun-Shi wasn't the least bit worried that these so-called Sentinel robots would actually make the events from the movies come true. After all, that was only fiction. In the films, the Sentinels made a formidable entrance, pushing mutants to the brink of extinction, forcing them to travel through time to rewrite history and resolve the crisis. But here, in the real world, the Sentinels were far from invincible. Take Jean Grey's outburst, for example. Her effortless slaughter of the Sentinels would be as easy as crushing ants. Still, it had to be said, aside from rare mutants like Jean Grey and Legion, most of the others really didn't stand a chance against the Sentinels. One day, Chun-Shi wandered through his cybertech company. After all, this was his technological stronghold. He figured he might as well study the Sentinels himself. By now, he'd recruited quite a few villainous scientists to research in their respective fields for him. There was Dr. Lizard, Dr. Octopus, Ivan Vanko, and even Lockdown, a true gathering of notorious minds. Even young Spider-Man, Parker, was working here, reunited with his mentors and friends, Dr. Octopus and Dr. Lizard. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. The people you're meant to meet will cross your path eventually. Though in this life, everyone's destinies had taken a different turn. Fine steeds are common, but a true talent scout is rare. Chun-Shi merely offered them a modest opportunity, yet they would repay him 100 or 1,000 times over for it. "If you treat me as a statesman, I shall respond in kind." Of course, the matters at Cybertech weren't handled by Chun-Shi himself. He was a hands-off boss. Everything was overseen by Red Queen and Jean B. Just as Chun-Shi stood atop the building, gazing out over the city, a graceful figure entered his line of sight. The invisible woman, Susan? What's she doing here? Chun-Shi chuckled in surprise. Did this woman not realize she was walking right into the lion's den? "Red Queen, does Susan have any business dealings with our company?" "Master, our company is very interested in Reed's space exploration projects. After he fell out with Victor, we chose to invest in their team. Now, she's technically our employee," Red Queen replied respectfully. "So that's how it is. Does that mean I get to play the boss with Susan?" Chun-Shi laughed shamelessly. The pressure from a boss? Was this about to turn into an office romance with a twist of action and drama? He snickered to himself. My road boss. The office cheers for love. Maybe even an applause-worthy performance? Just thinking about it made him giddy with anticipation. As Susan stepped into the building, someone called out to stop her. "Excuse me, Ms. Susan, our chairman at Cybertech would like to see you. Please follow me." The beautiful assistant's tone was both polite and respectful. Their boss was notoriously elusive. Being summoned for a personal meeting was like Cinderella's fairy tale playing out in real life. Even though this woman was the famous invisible woman, Susan, in front of their boss, there was no room for arrogance. "The chairman of Cybertech? The big boss wants to see me." Susan muttered, puzzled. This was certainly strange. Ms. Susan, your matter is best discussed directly with the chairman, don't you think? Please follow me. The assistant's manner remained impeccably courteous. Susan nodded and followed her to Chunxi's office. Chairman, Ms. Susan has arrived. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate your help. It's my pleasure, Chairman. The assistant nodded, respectfully closed the door, and left. Susan, meanwhile, looked at Chunxi with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Yet all she could see was the tall silhouette blocking her view. Ms. Susan, the renowned Invisible Woman. One of the Fantastic Four. You gained your superpowers after being exposed to cosmic radiation during a space experiment gone awry, Chunxi said calmly. Susan was stunned. That information was supposed to be classified. How'd he know? Before they figured out the true cause of their powers, they'd announced to the public that they were mutants. And what was his purpose in revealing this to her? Without a good reason, she'd never believe he would do so casually. It's just that our team is nothing more than a struggling startup. What exactly are you trying to say? Susan stopped brainstorming, never in her wildest dreams imagining that she wanted to play the boss game with her. After all, the entertainment industry was overflowing with dazzling beauties, so many that it made his head spin, with countless starlets all eager to throw themselves at him. Susan wasn't nearly vain enough to believe she would be singled out, but ironically, it's always the things you think are impossible that turn out to be the most likely. I heard you want to explore lunar orbit again, maybe even land on the moon to collect data. You're asking for $1 billion. That's right. It's a massive investment, but it seems like the company budget just can't stretch that far. A hint of resignation flickered at the corner of Susan's mouth. It was a colossal gamble. No one in their right mind would risk that kind of money. But this was already the most stripped-down budget they could manage. Their experience had allowed them to cut back at every possible stage. We're talking about $1 billion here. No one's going to risk that much on your operation. But I just might give you a chance to get your hands on that kind of cash. Chunxi turned, smiling slyly as he fixed his gaze on Susan's stunning face, leaving his meaning hanging in the air. Someday he was bound to be ruined by this damned obsession with collecting things. Looking at the man in front of her, handsome enough to turn the world upside down, Susan felt her heart pounding. Right now, the most extraordinary man on the planet was standing right before her. She forced herself to calm down, suppressing her racing pulse, and tried her best to sound composed. What kind of opportunity? I happen to be in need of a sensible secretary, Chunxi said, staring at her without the slightest pretense. Someone hard-working, obedient, and reliable. Oh, for heaven's sake! You bastard! Susan exploded with anger, glaring at him as if she might throttle him on the spot. If he'd asked her to be his girlfriend, maybe, just maybe, she would have agreed. Who could resist his allure, after all? But this was an insult. Was she, the great Invisible Woman, supposed to stoop to being a lowly mistress? Oh, damn it all. What? You're not interested? Chunxi looked at her with feigned surprise, though, truth be told, he'd fully expected Susan to react this way. If he didn't tease her a little, wouldn't this whole overbearing boss game lose all its fun? Interested? Not in the slightest. You're unbelievable. Susan glared at him, her cheeks puffed out in righteous indignation, and fired back. All right then. I'm afraid I can't do anything for your project. And honestly, I doubt there's anyone in America with the guts to take it on. Chunxi shrugged, a look of utter smugness on his face as he stared at Susan, making her want nothing more than to punch that handsome face and give him a couple of good kicks before strutting off in style. Oh, by the way, I might just start telling people your team is a bunch of con artists burning through investors' money for fun, Chunxi added casually. You. Susan was so angry, she nearly burst into tears. How can anyone be so infuriating? I think you should realize just how much influence my words can carry. I'm a top-tier online celebrity, you know. No matter how much nonsense I spout, countless people believe me. Chunxi shamelessly threatened her again. Oh, by the way, I've heard your brother, the Lightning Romeo, is quite the expert at picking up girls. What if I started calling him a jerk in a roundabout way? Maybe even organize a support group for all the women he's hurt, where they could come together and accuse him of all sorts of unsavory behavior. You win. Chunxi was still teasing, but before she could finish, Susan cut her off with a mixture of helplessness and anger. She couldn't let her brother's reputation be ruined. Haha, congratulations on making a wise decision. A clever woman knows when to yield. Now why don't you go to the lounge and freshen up? Chunxi watched her with a wicked grin. Being the villain was just too much fun. He really enjoyed this game of the shameless boss. Susan felt her whole body go numb at his words. Her pretty face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. What? So soon? Isn't this a bit much? Though she had agreed, Susan was completely unprepared. Doing something like this in broad daylight, in an office no less, it was just too much to accept. Watching this legendary Ice Queen, the Invisible Woman, squirm with discomfort only made Chun-Shi's dark satisfaction grow. Bullying a woman with such fame and status was a thrill unlike any other. Seeing how embarrassed she was, he deliberately added, "Fine, let's just do it right here. Come on, lean over the desk." He pointed at the desk with a teasing gesture. Being a scoundrel who bullies both men and women really gave him a rush, and Susan, seeing the wicked look on his face, couldn't help but recall those risque animated romance films she watched with her roommates back in college. Scenes just like this seemed to play out all the time in those movies. "I don't think so. I'd really rather go to the other room." Susan shuddered violently and shook her head like a rattle drum, refusing outright. For a split second, some hidden wickedness inside her seemed to awaken, but her sense of shame quickly snapped her back to reality. After much dithering, Susan was finally startled out of her haze by Chun-Shi's impatient voice and stepped out of the bathtub, moving timidly with tiny, hesitant steps, only to be suddenly pulled over by the impatient Chun-Shi. Thrown off balance, Susan completely forgot about her superpowers and stumbled right into his arms. Chun-Shi looked down at her, as timid as a lamb, his gaze intense. Her skin was flawless, her body breathtaking. How could anyone pretend to be a gentleman at a moment like this? "You." Susan was terrified. This guy's muscles were solid as a rock. Could she really go through with this? "Oh, for heaven's sake, Susan, what are you even thinking? He's breaking the law." Lost in her frantic thoughts, Susan was suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp, tearing pain. So intense, she almost strangled Chun-Shi on the spot. And in her frustration, she bit him without hesitation. "You jerk! Did you have to be so sudden?" Susan glared fiercely, eyes wide with indignation, her tears threatening to spill over. This guy was utterly shameless. "Sorry, but it's better to get it over with quickly than to drag it out. Soon enough, you'll be begging me not to show you any mercy," Chun-Shi said with a cheeky grin, utterly unashamed as he rambled on. The smug look on his face held not the slightest hint of apology. Gritting her teeth, Susan shot back. "You're full of excuses. Do I look like that kind of person to you?" Chun-Shi just let out a sly chuckle, not the least bit annoyed. After all, he wouldn't be the one eating his words later. Someone else was bound to regret it soon enough. Time ticked away, minute by minute, and before long Susan was a limp, powerless mess, staring up at the ceiling in utter defeat as if she'd lost all will to live. "I've never been so humiliated. How could I be so useless?" she muttered to herself, her thoughts tangled and conflicted. Just moments ago, she'd hated him, yet here she was shamefully pleading for his touch. A cigarette, after such an ordeal, was like a taste of paradise. Chun-Shi lit one up, feigning deep contemplation, though in truth he was just savoring the moment. "From now on, be a good assistant for me. I think it's time you took a break from your little Fantastic Four group. At least for now. It's too dangerous out there," Chun-Shi said suddenly. "Ah, dangerous? I'm the invisible woman, you know. Maybe you should worry about yourself instead. You big oaf," Susan scoffed, seizing the chance to tease him and reclaim a little dignity. Still, despite her words, she couldn't help but feel a burst of happiness at his concern. Thinking about it, aside from his roguish ways, this guy hardly had any real flaws. He was tall, strong, wealthy, and surprisingly skilled in more ways than one. With a mischievous smile, Chun-Shi said, "You know, ever since Monaco, I've missed the feeling of being with women like you. Today brought back some fond memories." As he spoke, his hands began to wander again. "So it was you. You scoundrel. You had your eye on me all along." Susan stared at him in disbelief, realizing now that he'd been planning this from the start. That explained his boldness. She never imagined he'd been interested in her for so long. Clearly, she was irresistible. The thought made her feel secretly delighted all over again. Watching her swoon over him, Chun-Shi was at a loss for words. Women truly were impossible to understand. In Stryker's secret base, the top brass of Magneto's organization had gathered. Today, they would witness the miracle of the Sentinels with their own eyes. "Gentlemen, prepare to be amazed," Stryker announced. With that, he signaled his assistant, and a 3-meter-tall Sentinel robot strode out from behind the massive metal doors. As the colossal, menacing machine approached, the assembled leaders could hardly contain their shock and awe. The reality on the ground was nothing like what you saw in the videos. The oppressive atmosphere hit you like a wave. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Sentinel robot, filled with both anticipation and anxious dread. "Huh, Laura, release the mutant who tried to assassinate me, and let him duel with our Sentinel robot." "Yes, Professor." Laura nodded and opened another door. A man stepped out. His clothes were in tatters, his body covered in blood, but his expression was fierce and unyielding. "My friend, if you can defeat it, you'll walk out of here unharmed. If you fail, well, you know what happens," Stryker said, pointing at the towering Sentinel robot. With that, he signaled Laura to unlock the handcuffs suppressing the man's mutant powers, and his abilities returned in an instant. Like a wild beast unleashed from its cage, the man's strength exploded. He charged straight at the Sentinel, knowing that taking down this machine was his only shot at survival. He leapt high, aiming directly for the Sentinel's head. If he could just twist its head off, victory would be his. But what he didn't realize was that the Sentinel robot slaughters ordinary mutants as easily as crushing ants. The Sentinel's electronic eyes flashed with a crimson glow as it scanned him, dodging with lightning speed at the same time. Failing with his first strike, the mutant tried again, using his speed to close the distance. But unexpectedly, the Sentinel seized him by the throat, slammed him to the ground, and, opening its giant maw, unleashed a torrent of searing flames that made the man howl in pain and fury. Everyone in the room was left stunned, their scalps prickling at the sheer power of the Sentinel robot. Witnessing such brutality actually reassured them even more. In just a few seconds, the unfortunate mutant was reduced to a pile of ashes. Stryker was extremely pleased with this outcome. With a beaming smile, he said, "So, everyone, what do you think of this result? Satisfied?" The higher-ups exchanged glances and gave satisfied nods. One of them spoke coldly, "Then let's begin the mutant purge." That very day, Hank and Charles appeared at Chun-Chi's villa in a hurry, their faces filled with anxiety. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Jean Grey suddenly had a bad feeling. Perhaps the crisis Chun-Chi had warned them about was already upon them. Yes, countless robots have suddenly appeared outside, rounding up mutants. Their power is overwhelming. Charles nodded gravely. Since the day he started, he had never felt such an intense sense of danger. Not even the Black King had posed such a threat. He even had a grim premonition. Once this storm passed, perhaps only 1 in 10 mutants would survive. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. At this moment, Hank also took out the footage he had recorded. The video clearly showed mutants being identified and brutally slaughtered by the Sentinel robots. There was almost no chance to fight back. They were wiped out in an instant. Watching their fellow mutants fall one after another, Jean Grey's emotions exploded. An unstable Jean was the most dangerous of all. "Jean!" Charles immediately realized how serious the situation was and quickly tried to snap Jean out of her near meltdown. He was truly afraid of another disaster. "I'm sorry, I really can't control my emotions," Jean whispered, apologizing softly after snapping back to herself. "It's not your fault. Anyone who saw their own kind slaughtered like this would find it unbearable." Charles sighed, his face full of sorrow. He had devoted half his life to fighting for the future of mutants. "My dear, what should we do now?" Jean looked helplessly at Chun-Chi. Seeing the pain in her eyes, Chun-Chi felt a surge of compassion and comforted her. "Right now, what matters most is that we unite every force we can to stand against the Sentinels. If the power of mutants is too scattered, the Sentinels will crush us one by one. We need to stand together." "Why are there so many Sentinel robots? Are they really that cheap to build?" Wanda asked quietly. "No matter how expensive they are, it wouldn't stop them from wanting to wipe us out. Besides, each Sentinel only costs about $1 million, Chun-Chi replied. "What? That cheap?" Hank cried out in disbelief. He had never imagined that Sentinels would be so inexpensive to produce. "Doesn't that mean the military can build as many as they want? All they need is time," Charles exclaimed, equally stunned. He had no doubt about how wealthy Magneto could be. "How do you know this?" Jean looked at Chun-Chi in surprise. This kind of top-secret information shouldn't have leaked. "Ha, have you forgotten?" "There's nothing I don't know," Chun-Chi replied, dodging the question with a vague smile. "No matter what the cost is, I still hope everyone can gather the power of the mutants as soon as possible," Chun-Chi added. "All right, I'll see to it right away. But I still beg you, Mr. Chun-Chi, to help us mutants when the time comes. Please save those poor children," Charles said, looking deeply at Chun-Chi and bowing his head in earnest supplication. Chun-Chi could see the genuine compassion in Charles's eyes, a boundless empathy for all. "Don't worry. Leave everything to me," Chun-Chi promised without hesitation. No matter what, he would help the mutants win their freedom. He had longed for this for so long. "Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of all mutants, thank you." Charles, overcome with emotion, grabbed Chun-Chi's hand and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He understood better than anyone the power Chun-Chi represented. "Charles, there's no need to be so polite. I'm a peaceful person myself. I can't stand the sight of war." Chun-Chi grinned, patting Charles on the arm with shameless confidence. Wanda could only roll her eyes in disbelief. This guy, claiming to be a lover of peace? She nearly scoffed aloud. At that moment, the streets were swarming with patrolling Sentinel robots, and the sight pushed ordinary people to the brink of rage. "Damn it! Get out! Why should we be forced to go home right now? Damn it! Freedom! Our lives belong to us. Why should we, as humans, have to make way for robots? Are these machines planning to take over the world? A torrent of angry voices surged across the city. People gathered in clusters, shouting for their freedom at the top of their lungs, as if they had stepped straight into a scene from a dystopian film. Countless people couldn't help but wonder, has fiction become reality? Yet, no matter how loud their cries, it changed nothing. The sentinels were unfeeling, impervious to pleas. Suddenly, every sentinel on the street turned their mechanical gaze toward a distant trash bin. Mutant gene detected. Initiating elimination protocol. In an instant, over a dozen sentinels charged toward the trash bin, quickly surrounding a small girl who was picking up empty bottles. Their scarlet eyes flickered, scanning her up and down as if confirming something. Then, one of the sentinels raised its massive arm, which morphed into a gleaming blade, ready to strike. The little girl's dirt-streaked face turned ghostly pale. Her wide, innocent eyes filled with terror as she froze in place. No. Oh God. She's just a helpless child. Monsters. You monsters. Damn you. Damn monsters. Suddenly, a volley of gunshots erupted. Bang, 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 as dozens in the crowd, already on edge, drew handguns and opened fire on the sentinels without hesitation, desperate to protect the frightened child. Bullets rained down on the machines, but they simply bounced off, leaving not even a scratch. The crowd was stunned. What on earth were these robots made of? How could they be so advanced, so invulnerable? The sentinels paid no mind to the bystanders, only pausing for a moment before resuming their mission. Terrified, the little girl scooted backward on the ground, her precious collection of bottles scattering everywhere. She had no idea why these robots wanted to kill her. No, please don't kill me. If I die, there'll be no one left to care for my little sister. I'm begging you. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pleaded with all her heart. She still had a sister to look after. She couldn't die here. But the sentinels had no heart, no mercy. They executed their orders without a hint of hesitation. The furious crowd kept firing their guns, desperate to stop the advance, but they were forcefully held back by the sheer number of sentinel robots. The girl kept retreating, her hands folded in desperate prayer, her grimy little face filled with terror, a sight that shattered countless hearts. Stryker, you people are truly insane. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze in place. Only a deep, mournful sigh echoed out as everyone stood motionless, their thoughts the only things still able to move. With a shattering of space itself, Chunshi stepped out from the rift, descending toward the world with the calm authority of a god. The sentinel robots, relentless as ever, scanned him and found that his genes did not match those of an ordinary human. They immediately tried to eliminate him. Fools who do not know death. Chun-Chi's eyes were cold as he gazed at the sentinel robots. Then, with a single punch, he obliterated the closest one. When power reaches such unimaginable heights, even the sturdiest materials of Earth are nothing but mere dust. In an instant, the remaining sentinel robots transformed, some bursting into flames, others encased in ice, some shifting into steel, others turning into rock, all in a futile attempt to escape the grip of space itself. Yet, no matter how they struggled, they could not break free. Space twist! With a soft whisper from Chun-Chi, the space that bound the sentinels warped and bent, as if reality itself had been filtered through an enchanted lens, distorting everything in an instant. Within that twisted realm, the sentinel robots were torn apart, shattered into countless fragments. The people nearby were stunned into numbness. How could those terrifyingly powerful robots fall so easily? What shocked them even more was realizing that this mighty and mysterious man was none other than Chun-Chi, the legendary screenwriter. After dispatching the sentinels, Chun-Chi turned to the frightened, dirty-faced girl. With a gentle smile, he reached out his hand. Come with me. I'll take you home. The little girl stood frozen, her mind reeling from the whirlwind of events that had just destroyed everything she thought she knew. She nodded blankly, then, suddenly recalling something, hurriedly knelt down and began stuffing bottles into her worn cloth bag. Even the tough men, standing by the roadside, could not hold back their tears at this scene. Chun-Chi did not stop her. Instead, he watched quietly, a touch of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Wasn't he just like her once? Back then, at about her age, every day after school he would search through the trash bins outside the school, collecting bottles for spare change, all while enduring the curious stares of others. His classmates would mock him, calling him a scavenger. At first, he tried to argue with them, even getting into fights with those who ridiculed him. But he soon realized it was all pointless. Long-term malnutrition and his own frailty meant he was always the one left battered and bruised. Yet, After enough beatings, he came to understand. They say children from poor families grow up fast. The truth is, it's life itself that forces them to mature before their time. He became increasingly fierce, always carrying a steel rod in his backpack. After school, if anyone dared to bully him, he would fight back with all his might, showing no mercy. Back then, he never left himself a way out. He was like a wounded beast, unafraid of anyone who crossed his path. He firmly believed that as long as he didn't die, his day to rise above it all would eventually come. As time ticked by, those other kids, sheltered by their parents, behaved like angels at home. Without that backing, they were nothing but bullies. Because they were all so young, the parents could only appeal to the school, demanding his expulsion. But it was pointless. At his modest school, no one had any real power or influence. The principal paid them no mind, and besides, Chunshi was among the top students academically, which gave them even less reason to act against him. Gradually, no child dared to mess with him anymore. Life slowly improved, and when he grew a bit older, he left the orphanage. Given the difficult financial situation at the orphanage, and since he was able to support himself, he would even buy school supplies for the younger children whenever he could. "Let's go, brother." The little girl's voice pulled Chun-Shi out of his reverie. "All right, can you take me to where you live?" Chun-Shi asked gently. "Okay." The little girl looked hesitantly at Chun-Shi, noticing his clean clothes, but finally nodded her small head in agreement. "Injin, go withdraw some cash and send it to my location. Have someone buy some essentials." Chun-Shi spoke into his phone, then took the girl's small hand and began walking with her toward her home. He knew their range of activity couldn't be large, likely no more than a few kilometers in the surrounding area. The onlookers in the streets watched as Chun-Shi held the girl's hand, step by step walking away, and suddenly erupted in a deafening wave of talk and speculation. Is he a god? Who could have imagined that the man hailed worldwide as the greatest screenwriter of the 21st century would appear here, shaking the world like a deity? Chun-Shi's sudden display of power had left Stryker, who was behind the Sentinel robots, completely off guard. Seeing the Sentinels fall so easily left him pale with shock. He looked at the Sentinel robot with suspicion. Was this design really as powerful as that predecessor claimed? It seemed to him that their boasts were a bit exaggerated. So what if he's strong? We can keep upgrading and building more of these Sentinel robots. Even if he can destroy a dozen, could he possibly wipe out millions upon millions of Sentinel robots? Nick Fury, noticing Stryker's concern, stepped in to reassure his counterpart. After all, they couldn't just give up halfway. "That's right. You're absolutely right. Even if we have to rely on sheer numbers, we'll wear him down eventually. I just don't believe he can withstand that. By the way, everyone has weaknesses and vulnerabilities. No one can be perfect in every way. Does he have any weaknesses? I suppose S.H.I.E.L.D. keeps tabs on the world, and with someone as famous as him, you must know everything there is to know, right?" Stryker spoke in a cold, menacing tone. Every unstable factor must be eliminated. Nick Fury mumbled a reply, then furrowed his brow, lost deep in thought. Stryker had a point. They didn't monitor the world, but when it came to well-known figures like this, they didn't usually dig too deep into their private lives. Wait, I remember now. He has a woman. She handles almost everything for him. As long as we control her, we won't have to worry about Chun-Shi defying us. Suddenly, Nick Fury's face lit up. Of course, Chun-Shi's weakness was that woman. But capturing her might be tricky. Chun-Shi is so lazy, he hardly ever leaves his house. I bet one has been kept at home by him lately, too. Nick Fury suddenly realized a thorny problem, and a headache set in. This guy was practically a shut-in, rarely joining any social events. Haha, I have a son named Jason. You haven't forgotten his other nickname, have you? Stryker's smile was laced with malice. When Nick Fury heard this, he slapped his forehead, then grinned with the same deviousness. At that very moment, Chun-Shi was bringing the little girl to her home. When the Sentinel program was activated, Chun-Shi understood that his countdown had begun. He would soon have to step out from behind the scenes. Home of the Wanderers, was it? Chun-Shi gazed at the abandoned underground tunnel and let out a soft sigh. The air was thick with the stench of decay and sourness, and broken furniture, clothes, and bedding were strewn everywhere. As he followed the little girl in, children of all ages watched him, wary yet curious. He looked so out of place. "Sister Mary, who is he? He looks kind of familiar." A dirty little boy asked, sizing him up. His ears weren't human. They looked more like a dog's. This was the lowest tier of mutants. They couldn't blend into normal society, and their parents had discarded them as monsters. If their own kind hadn't helped, they would have likely starved long ago. Chun-Shi observed the many mutant children, each marked by some kind of flaw. Hands, ears, heads, feet, each bore some defect. Almost all of them wore shabby, second-hand clothes scavenged from who knew where. Their young eyes already held a sorrowful longing for the world outside. In their hands, they clutched battered toys, a teddy bear missing an arm, a Barbie doll with tangled hair, a four-wheel drive car with no wheels. Toys other children had thrown away were treasured by them. Just then, a few older kids, some even teenagers, came over, dragging ragged cloth bags and carrying the meager food they had managed to scrounge up. They watched Chun-Shi with vigilance. Even though they knew they might not be a match for the tall man before them, they still stood fearlessly in front of the children, ready to protect them at any cost. "Who are you? What do you want?" one of them demanded. Beneath the dim, yellow light, these adults became a source of infinite security for the children. Chun-Shi fell silent. They had never done anything truly wicked, nothing to deserve such hardship. Yet fate simply refused to let them go. Did they know Chun-Shi? Perhaps they had glimpsed him in the occasional commercial on a flickering screen, or maybe his face had shown up in a news article on a discarded newspaper or cardboard box. But to actually buy a movie ticket at a cinema, or to get to know Chun-Shi online, that was a luxury far beyond their reach. At that moment, Mary softly explained, "He's Mr. Chun-Shi, the one who speaks up for us mutants." Even if they hadn't seen him in person, they had certainly heard his name. The children immediately grew excited. Dozens of wide, shining eyes fixed on him in disbelief. They hurried over, surrounding him and eagerly sharing stories they'd picked up from others. These stories were fragmented, and the children only half understood them. They'd heard bits and pieces about the movies and the stories, but since they couldn't afford a ticket, their only source was the passing words of strangers overheard while scavenging for scraps. Seeing the children's longing for the outside world, even the iron-hearted Chun-Shi felt a sharp ache deep inside. He fought back his sorrow and spoke loudly to the children. "Kids, I promise you, one day, you'll grow up happy and healthy like any other child. There, you'll know no discrimination or hatred. That place will be a city of dreams. But will they accept us when we're like monsters?" One little girl asked, summoning her courage to timidly stretch out her small hand. Chun-Shi's heart twisted with pain. Her hand was webbed, like a duck's foot. Thick skin fused the fingers together. "They will. That place will be your new home," Chun-Shi declared solemnly, patting her gently on the shoulder. Looking into the children's eager eyes, shining beneath the dim lights, Chun-Shi suddenly understood. Even if he had no mission from the system, he would still build the city of dreams for them, without a moment's hesitation. "Children, quickly, bow to the gentleman," a few of the older kids said, hastily helping the younger ones bow in gratitude to Chun-Shi. This was all they could do to express their thanks. The children immediately began to bow, not knowing any other way to show their gratitude. For them, this was the highest form of appreciation they could offer. Chun-Shi accepted their thanks. Perhaps this was the only way these children could truly express their gratitude. Looking at these long-malnourished children, Chun-Shi quickly retrieved the supplies he'd asked the system to purchase from the storage space. Here there was food, drink, clothing, and supplies, things the children had never even dreamed of. For a moment, none of them dared to step forward and share in these new treasures. It wasn't until one of the older kids encouraged them to pick out something they liked that they cautiously reached out, each only taking one or two items at most. Chun-Shi let out a heavy sigh. These children had been so careful for far too long. At that moment, he took out even more food from his storage. Hamburgers, hot dogs, bread, pizza, milk, cola, and other treats for the children. The kids swallowed hard, but even then, they didn't rush in or scramble for the food. Here, food was always scarce, and what little there was must be divided equally. Chun-Shi could see how wary they were, so he spoke to them gently. "Don't worry. You'll never go hungry again. Come, pick what you like." "Oh, really?" Mary asked timidly, her voice full of disbelief. "Of course it's true. I gave you my word, and I always keep my promises. Go on, help yourselves," Chun-Shi said, gently patting her little head. Only then did the children finally relax, taking a few things they longed for but rarely tasted, and crouching to the side to eat slowly. But Chun-Shi soon noticed something. After just a few bites, the children carefully stashed away the rest of the food. "Really, there will be as much food as you want from now on. You'll never have to worry about going hungry again," he reassured them with a sigh, fully understanding the reason for their caution. These children had known hunger for far too long. With Chun-Shi's promise, the kids finally summoned the courage to take another portion, and soon their faces lit up with pure joy as they ate. Only Mary still hid her food away in her worn-out backpack. She was worried her little sister might go hungry. The eldest is like a mother, after all. Though Mary had been abandoned and forced to live on the streets, her sister hadn't. Chun-Shi noticed this and sighed, saying nothing more. Watching the children's beaming faces as they enjoyed a piece of bread or a hamburger, he felt a pang in his heart. There were far too many children like these, hiding in the shadows, unable to live like normal kids. Even a simple meal was a luxury. Through their conversation, he learned that these 13, and 14-year-olds were the leaders here. Being older, they were more resourceful and took care of the younger mutants. All across New York, there were dozens of similar hideouts where outcast and vulnerable mutants banded together for warmth and safety. After leaving his phone number and a large sum of cash, Chun-Shi instructed them to share the money with the other hideouts. He also promised that soon they would have a new home and told them to stay inside for the next few days, assuring them he would come and take them away soon. As Chun-Shi sat in the car, his heart remained troubled for a long time. Jinbi understood his feelings and didn't nag him any further. Now, the biggest concern was how to keep these children safe, surrounded as they were by patrols of relentless sentinel robots. Within 100 meters, any being with non-human genes could be detected by them and would be terminated on the spot. How about we gather all the mutant children in the Cybertech Factory District? Lockdown suggested. Let me think. Chun-Shi pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. There were simply too many mutants. Just in the US alone, there were hundreds of thousands. He couldn't possibly protect them all. What's more, once these mutant genes gathered together, even sentinels several kilometers away could pick them up. Any mutant below level 4 was basically a sitting duck when faced with a sentinel. Sooner or later, they'd be wiped out. The sentinels' numbers and power were beyond what regular mutants could handle. Damn it, if only I could mass-produce more like you. With a furious slap on the steering wheel, Chun-Shi made Lockdown wince in pain, though he didn't dare utter a word. It's worth noting that Lockdown's entire body was now forged from vibranium, an indestructible transformer. In single combat, even a sentinel was no match for him. Ahem, boss, even though I can't be mass-produced without the Allspark, Ivan can still build Iron Man suits in bulk to counter them. Forget it, let's leave it at that. If we can't fix the problem, we'll just take care of whoever's causing it. Chun-Shi said this with a dark scowl. If Stryker and the other high-ranking officials weren't still somewhat useful, he would have dealt with them long ago. Let them keep dancing on the edge of death. He wasn't as soft as the X-Men. He didn't care who they were. He'd storm the White House and Congress himself if he had to. When he got home, Chun-Shi was discussing with Wanda about setting up a temporary orphanage for mutant children. Wanda, who shared their pain, was moved to tears when she heard this. She couldn't wait to help them. While Wanda was busy drafting plans on the computer, Chun-Shi suddenly realized something was off. This is weird. I could have sworn I just went out to soak up some sun. So why didn't I absorb any energy? If there was anything in the world Chun-Shi was most familiar with, it would be the sensation of sunlight on his skin. But he distinctly remembered stepping outside to bask in the sun, and yet he hadn't absorbed any energy. Had he not actually gone outside? But here he was, standing in bright sunlight. So why didn't he feel the energy flowing in? Puzzled, Chun-Shi looked around. Everything was quiet and perfectly normal. But the more normal it seemed, the more he sensed something was wrong. Less than 100 meters from the villa, Stryker and his team waited, flanked by dozens of sentinel robots. Right beside him was Jason, the mind-bent puppet, sitting in his chair and obediently following Stryker's commands. Unwittingly, Chun-Shi had fallen into their trap. This was a small but critical flaw of Superman's. His defenses against mental and magical attacks were never quite as strong. Jason hadn't intercepted his memories, so the system's automatic defenses didn't activate. However, the awakening of his psychic powers and his own keen senses made Chun-Shi realize that something was wrong. At this moment, a sentinel robot, having transformed into a liquid state, silently slipped into Chun-Shi's villa and found Chun-Shi lost in thought. In a robot's hand, a dagger gleaming with a cold, deadly light materialized and lunged straight at Chun-Shi's heart. But in the very next instant, there was a sharp metallic clang. The invincible super metal, adamantium, bent and warped in a flash. Stryker and his team, watching from the shadows, were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Instinctively, they exchanged glances and saw the same disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. After all, this was adamantium that could slice through iron as if it were butter. Yet it was precisely this attack that triggered Chun-Shi's epiphany. The invulnerable body of a Kryptonian was not something a bunch of fools like them could damage. Even though the strike hadn't harmed him, the force of the adamantium blade was enough to jolt Chun-Shi awake. Master of illusions, Jason. Stryker's troublesome son, Jason. This guy was skilled enough to confuse even Charles with a sneak attack. That meant he was definitely under attack now, and everything he saw must be an illusion. No wonder everything around him felt so eerily calm and unnaturally peaceful. How do I get out of here? Damn it, Wanda's still outside. What if that girl's in danger? Chun-Shi anxiously searched for a way out. This illusion, in plain terms, was just a dream. So how did one break free from a dream? He remembered that when he used to dream, he'd sometimes jolt awake by suddenly falling from a great height. To wake up, he needed a powerful mental shock. Looking at the fictional Wanda standing quietly in his dream, Chun-Shi realized it was all an illusion. "What's wrong, darling?" Wanda looked up at him, her gentle eyes full of concern. The soothing voice of his beloved always managed to calm his restlessness, and to his own surprise, Chun-Shi found himself calming down. He tenderly stroked Wanda's silky hair and offered her a gentle smile. "It's nothing." He knew that if he killed Wanda in the dream, he'd surely be able to break free from the illusion. But even though he was fully aware that everything here was fake, he still couldn't bring himself to harm the gentle, caring Wanda standing before him. At that moment, he sensed pressure from the outside world, as if they were getting desperate, attacking him again and again. Though the attacks couldn't hurt him, the thought of Wanda being in danger made Chun-Shi suddenly see things clearly. "I can't hurt Wanda, but I can kill anyone else." With that, the dream version of Chun-Shi immediately left the villa and soared to the busiest square, where the entire crowd erupted into cheers, calling his name. But in the very next second, countless screams erupted. Chun-Shi's eyes blazed with a fierce crimson light as he unleashed an indiscriminate assault upon the surging crowd. Wherever his heat vision passed, nothing was left alive. Fragile lives were dissolved in an instant before the burning gaze. In just a few short seconds, he slaughtered tens of thousands. A torrent of murderous intent and resentment flooded his mind, while the few survivors left behind shouted their accusations against his madness. Outside the villa, Jason's face suddenly drained of color, and his whole body began to tremble. "More power!" Stryker roared when he saw this, genuinely afraid that Chun-Shi would lose control ahead of schedule. But Chun-Shi's eyes were already bloodshot with rage. He cared nothing for these fabricated figures. In a blink, he teleported to the middle of the Empire State Building and crashed straight through it, snapping it in half. As the Empire State Building came crashing down, it was as if the entire dreamscape began to collapse. The scenery around him slowly faded away. It takes immense psychic strength to construct such a vast and intricate illusion. How could Jason, alone, sustain an entire dream world? He couldn't even keep up the illusion of New York. As the illusion crumbled, Chun-Shi abruptly found several Sentinel robots attacking his real body. He had even sustained a few shallow wounds. After all, they were made of adamantium. His eyes turned icy. With hands swift as dragons, he seized the Sentinel's arms and wrenched with all his might. How could they withstand tens of thousands of tons of force? In an instant, the Sentinels were torn to pieces, scattered as heaps of metal fragments. Then, the commotion in the garden reached his ears. "Damn you, Stryker!" In the garden, Wanda stood wreathed in scarlet light, struggling against the Sentinel's relentless assault. But her chaos power had only just awakened under stress, and was still far too weak. On the other side, Gwen was doing her best to tangle with the machines, but she could only rely on physical attacks, precisely what the Sentinels were least afraid of. Watching the two flounder and fluster, Chun-Shi didn't rush to lend a hand. Flowers in a greenhouse would never survive the storm. "Damn it, useless. Nick Fury, what kind of crap intel did you give me?" Stryker raged, utterly beside himself. Chun-Shi wasn't taken down, and Wanda had superpowers too. Was there a single normal person in this whole family? That so-called ironclad intel was nothing but a joke. As he vented his frustration, Chun-Shi appeared before his car. With a casual wave, the supposedly bulletproof vehicle was sliced neatly into scattered fragments. Such a display of supernatural power sent Stryker into a full-body panic. Trembling uncontrollably, his face drained of every trace of color. He had always manipulated things from the shadows, but when confronted by death itself, he was nothing but a coward desperate to survive. "Stryker, who gave you the nerve to come to me like this? I am genuinely curious." Chun-Shi looked down at him with amused interest. Why were there always so many people rushing headlong toward their own doom? No, I haven't lost yet. Kill him for me." Tense and frantic, Stryker watched the dozens of Sentinel robots at his side, unwilling to give up as he ordered a desperate last stand. A cornered beast struggle. Yet no matter how many Sentinels attacked, nothing could shake Chun-Shi's determination to end Stryker. With a sudden burst, his heat vision flared. Temperatures rivaling the sun's surface instantly melted several Sentinels, while the rest immediately shifted into blazing fire forms. You had to admit, their adaptability was impressive, but they still had no idea who they were up against. Chun-Shi puffed out his cheeks, unleashing a super-cool breath that instantly swept over every fiery Sentinel. In a split second, each one froze solid, transformed into ice sculptures right where they stood. With a sharp telekinetic thrust, he shattered them into glittering shards of ice. Stryker collapsed in terror, utterly overwhelmed by Chun-Shi's power. Was this really something a human could ever contend with? As Chun-Shi strolled toward him with a mocking smile, Stryker panicked, dropping to his knees and begging for his life. I'm just a fall guy. The real mastermind is Nick Fury. He gave me the intel. Better to sacrifice someone else than himself. Stryker wasn't ready to die. He still had grand ambitions, a future he wanted to grasp. But Chun-Shi simply shook his head, calm as ever. Whoever dares cross my line, no matter who they are, must pay the price. Under Stryker's terrified gaze, Chun-Shi's eyes flashed, and Stryker was engulfed in flames, consumed by terror and despair as he burned. Now, the only one left alive was Jason, the puppet standing before him. Jason had only ever obeyed Stryker's orders. Even his mind wasn't truly his own. But that, too, couldn't save him. Let me set you free. With that, Chun-Shi released him painlessly. Sometimes, death really is the greatest mercy. Chun-Shi had originally intended to toy with them for a while. After all, there was no upper limit to the rewards for saving mutants. The longer and harder the process, the greater the final benefit. But he never expected they'd have the audacity to target him. And worse, his woman. It was like an old fool overdosing on poison. Clearly, they were tired of living. Meanwhile, in the garden, Wanda and Gwen had used their sharp wits to dispatch the last two sentinels. After offering them a few reassuring words, Chun-Shi shot into the sky, heading straight for the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington. It wasn't just Stryker. No one behind the scenes would be allowed to escape. Director, he's coming. You have to run. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. Coulson shouted frantically at Nick Fury. You're still not running away at a time like this, you black bastard? Are you trying to die a hero for your country? Screw you. Run? Why would I run? At this critical moment, Nick Fury seemed more composed than ever, so much so that Coulson and the others began to wonder if he'd lost his mind from sheer terror. Meanwhile, Chun-Shi sat calmly atop the sealed Knight's spaceship. Since he was here to flex his muscles, he was going to put on a real show. All or nothing. If you're going to do it to the extreme. Since he'd chosen to make a high-profile entrance, he might as well make it spectacular. The alien warship looming overhead was so massive it blotted out the sun, brazenly displaying its menacing science fiction form for all to see. Countless people stared up in stunned silence at the alien craft, utterly dumbfounded, unable to do anything but gawk in disbelief. The Knight ship dwarfed any human-built spacecraft. After relentless modifications, the ship now stretched a full 10 kilometers long. Anywhere the Knight ship passed, its gravitational field could have easily torn up everything along the way. But debts always have an owner, and Chun-Shi wasn't here for senseless destruction. He brought the ship up to a certain altitude, refusing to play the madman and destroy the world. When a massive warship appeared without warning above Washington, the entire leadership of America was thrown into utter chaos. Who could have imagined an alien warship would sneak so effortlessly and silently into the heart of Earth? But after only a few seconds of shock, hundreds of military jets scrambled into the sky. They couldn't afford to hold anything back now. Chun-Shi quietly watched their display, giving them all the time they needed to gather their forces. He wanted them to know exactly why they would lose. The Knight ship hovered in place, unmoving, while ground forces assembled and the missile hatches of several Ford-class carriers and battleships overseas slid open. The carrier battle group unleashed its full firepower. F-35C Lightning II fighters, F divided by -18E divided by F Super Hornets, and more. Ohio-class nuclear submarines circled beneath the fleet, their missile hatches wide open, hundreds of Trident missiles primed and ready to launch. At the same time, intercontinental missiles across America's heartland stood at attention, launch silos gaping wide, all targeted directly at Washington. The world was left breathless by these maneuvers. Their response was wild, pulling out every last weapon in their arsenal. Even the once secret orbital weapon God's Light was revealed to the world for the first time, its bloody red glow gathering above, their final trump card. Calls flooded into the White House, and embassies everywhere rushed to report the situation to their home countries. Leaders in over 100 nations watched in grim delight. America was finally in trouble. Who would have thought they'd manage to provoke aliens? Every time you shoot a sci-fi movie, it's the same old story. Your American heroes saving the day by defeating alien invaders. Now look what's happened. They've finally had enough of it, haven't they? As for the ground forces, neither the military nor the parliament made a move. If even nuclear weapons can't harm the alien warship, would sending ground troops be anything but sending them to their deaths? The military kept trying to contact the Knight ship via radio. If things could be resolved peacefully, paying a price would be worth it. Just looking at that fortress-like ship hanging in the sky, you could tell their technology was centuries ahead of anything on Earth. But no matter how they tried to reach out, Chun-Shi treated their messages like so much background noise. ignoring them completely. Damn it, they're not responding at all. It's obvious they want to fight us head on. Well, they can't blame us for what happens next. General Wells, order the troops to attack. Old Den's face was grim as he gave the command. He hadn't expected to be ignored again and again. If that's how it was going to be, they'd have to make the first move. Mr. President, if we launch a nuclear strike over Washington, what about all those civilians? Wells hesitated. They'd always been eager to plunder resources and wage wars, firing indiscriminate barges without a second thought. But it had never crossed their minds that one day war would break out on their own soil. What is this if not retribution? If you walk by the river long enough, your shoes are bound to get wet. Don't you know there's an old saying in the East, when the nest is overturned, no egg is left intact. We're running out of time. Old Den barked the order, his tone both dark and ruthless. All right. Wells nodded helplessly. Of course he understood. But who could understand the sorrow weighing on his heart? They had taken shelter in their safe rooms. But what about the ordinary people outside? Where could they hide? Even if the fight was happening high above the ground, was nuclear fallout really something that would just fade away? With Wells' command, countless intercontinental missiles, Tridents, Tomahawk cruise missiles, and more, shot into the sky, each trailing a streak of fire as they raced toward the massive ship overhead. All across America, people watched the missiles soaring through the sky, their minds going completely blank in terror. If the world were to end like this, in a sudden, unstoppable way, would you feel fear and despair? In the desert, on the steppes, on farms, people herding cattle, racing cars, taking walks, or sightseeing, all stared dumbfounded as missile after missile arced into the sky and vanished. When the nearest Trident missile collided with the night ship and detonated, countless minds went blank. Was this it? Was nuclear war really starting, just like that, without warning? Would this be the end? The destruction of humanity? Yet, nothing happened as they had expected. The alien ship in the sky was utterly unharmed. There wasn't even the faintest sound of an explosion. The entire American leadership was left stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Countless people who had given up on running simply froze, their minds going blank, while the sky above remained as clear and blue as ever. But before 3 seconds had even passed, a series of brilliant explosions, dazzling as fireworks, erupted at the naval port not far from Washington, D.C. Almost simultaneously, Norfolk, San Diego, Bremerton, Mayport, and other naval bases all came under nuclear attack. In just a matter of minutes, the world's most powerful military force collapsed across the board. Near the night ship, surges of azure light burst forth, and colossal, dreamlike barriers unfurled before everyone's eyes. As the intercontinental missiles approached, they all vanished mysteriously into thin air. This bizarre scene left the top brass of America utterly dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Had alien technology truly reached such unimaginable heights? Could they really open portals at will? Just then, the shrill ring of the phone shattered the silence. Old Dunn, tense and on edge, snatched up the receiver. As he listened, his face grew steadily paler, and beads of sweat dripped to the floor. By the time the report was finished, even his decades of cunning and experience could no longer support him. It's over. It's all over. Utterly finished. Old Dunn's face was drained of all color, and he slumped to the ground, muttering to himself with vacant eyes. The others, startled by his reaction, soon heard their own phones ring, and upon answering, fared no better. They collapsed in despair, one after another. While the high-ranking officials were sunk in hopelessness, the ordinary people, who had believed themselves moments away from meeting God or the devil, erupted in jubilant celebration. Oh my God! Thank heavens, we actually survived by some miracle. Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm bawling over here. I was scared out of my wits. I'm not even kidding, I almost died. Countless people cheered, hugged, and wept tears of relief, celebrating their miraculous escape from death. They had truly thought it was the end. After all, those were nukes. After destroying nearly all of America's naval ports, Chun-Shi gave a disdainful smile and strode out of the night ship. At SHIELD headquarters. So soon, and I'm back already? Chun-Shi laughed with a touch of irony, marveling at how little time had passed since he'd last been here. When Chun-Shi appeared, Nick Fury was already waiting at the entrance, calm and collected, which struck Chun-Shi as rather odd. Nick Fury, aren't you afraid of death? Chun-Shi regarded him coolly, his voice calm, but edged with a chilling hint of murderous intent. Even if Stryker hadn't spoken, the man behind the scenes was easy enough to guess. Who else could it be? This was a supremely cunning and manipulative agent, one who toyed with the world's mightiest heroes as if they were pieces on a chessboard. Who among us can truly ignore the fear of death? Nick Fury replied evenly. Even facing Chun-Shi, he showed no fear. After all, They were simply serving different masters. There is no right or wrong between races. There are only interests at stake. To chickens and ducks, aren't humans nothing more than butchers? There have never been true heroes or villains in this world. He eliminates disobedient mutants, draws the obedient ones to his side, and turns them into hounds, all for the sake of humanity. Whoever emerges as the final victor claims justice. The defeated become nothing but the refuse of history. Now, between Chun-Shi and him, who will win and who will lose, it's still anyone's guess. So what you're saying is, you still have a trump card left? Chun-Shi asked with genuine curiosity as he observed the situation. That's right. I don't want to die yet. There's still so much I need to do. I'm not ready to leave this world with regrets. Nick Fury replied with calm composure, as if everything was unfolding according to his plan. Chun-Shi cast him a mocking glance, then shifted his gaze to the striking figure standing behind Nick Fury. Ms. Carol, I've heard so much about you. The moment Chun-Shi revealed Carol's identity, the calm smile on Nick Fury's face froze instantly. Carol, too, paused in surprise before asking with a hint of curiosity, how do you know about me? Given your age and background, you shouldn't be aware of my existence. Carol wasn't the only one filled with curiosity. Nick Fury was even more shocked, his heart pounding with a renewed sense of foreboding. Faced with Carol's question, Chun-Shi gave a faint smile, then launched into a serious-sounding string of nonsense. How do I know? In this universe, nothing escapes my notice. Yeah, you better leave. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on Nick Fury. Carol chuckled at his words, as if amused by the audacity of today's youth. She finally understood. Yes, this young man had some skill, but not much. Oh, is that so? With a teasing smile, Chun-Shi appeared beside Nick Fury in an instant, seizing him by the throat. Carol's expression changed dramatically. She hadn't expected her bows to be shattered so quickly. Right under her nose, before she could even react, Nick Fury was taken hostage. Nick Fury himself was stunned. Was his life really in someone else's hands? Just like that? See? Sometimes it's best not to speak too soon. Chun-Shi's cheerful voice was like salt rubbed into Carol's fresh wound, stinging fiercely. Her face darkened as she glared at Chun-Shi, desperately seeking a way to rescue Nick Fury and reclaim her dignity. Chun-Shi saw through her intentions immediately. With a bright smile, he casually tossed Nick Fury aside under her astonished gaze. Come on, I'll give you a chance. Let's settle this in space. Being discarded like trash in front of his subordinates was humiliating for Nick Fury, but did Chun-Shi care about his pride? Not in the slightest. Carol stared intently at Chun-Shi and nodded deeply. Then, in an instant, the two of them shot into space like meteors. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the two stood hundreds of meters apart, gazing at each other from afar. Carol was taken aback. She hadn't expected Earth to produce such a formidable force during the years she'd been away. Chun-Shi stood there with a casual poise, but the pressure he exuded was enough to keep her on high alert. He was, without a doubt, the strongest opponent she had ever faced. After all, every time Superman went to war, it cost tens of thousands of innocent lives, which was why Batman was always plotting to take him down. Even the villains hadn't caused as much collateral damage as this reckless powerhouse managed to do just by fighting. On Earth, they could never truly let loose. Their battles were always restrained. Only out here, in the vastness of space, could they finally give in to an unbridled clash. In the very next moment, Chun-Shi launched the first attack. With a ripple that barely disturbed the space around him, he appeared less than half a meter in front of Carol. Carol, who had traversed countless light years and battled across the stars, was no rookie. She reacted with blinding speed, almost instinctively throwing a punch to meet his. The instant their fists collided, a surge of energy propelled them both tens of thousands of meters apart, their strength seemingly well matched. The real casualties, however, were the unfortunate satellites drifting nearby. Both were pure warriors, fighting with the raw intensity of flesh and bone. Chun-Shi couldn't help but relish it. Never since his debut had he tasted such exhilarating combat. The fists of a Kryptonian at full force, the ultimate offense, had never been more evident. Their battle grew fiercer, taking them from Earth all the way to the moon's orbit. Mountains on the moon crumbled like paper before them, shredding apart with barely any resistance, actually even less than paper. At their level, hand-to-hand combat had become meaningless. Now it was a contest of energy, brute strength, and, in the future, perhaps even mastery over the very laws of the universe. Their earth-shattering duel soon drew the attention of the Inhumans on the moon. Black Bolt, ever the show-off, was deeply annoyed by these uninvited guests and attacked immediately. His terrifying sonic blast obliterated a small mountain in a thunderous instant, but failed to even scratch Chun-Shi or Carol. Not satisfied, he tried to show off further. Seeing Chun-Shi and Carol evade his attack, Black Bolt grew even more arrogant. But before he could unleash another scream, Chun-Shi appeared before him and, with a single punch, blew his head apart. "Shut your damn mouth. Take that." Poor Black Bolt. Before he even had a chance to show his true power, he was killed in a random disaster. A fragile mage going up against a spatial assassin. He never stood a chance. Funny, really. He didn't die at Wanda's hands, but at her man's. Either way, it was a fitting end. After all, they were practically family. Witnessing Chun-Shi's sheer ferocity, Carol, realizing she couldn't take him down, powered up with a roar. The transformation was dazzling, like a super scion. No, more like binary, at full strength. In her binary form, Carol transformed into Captain Marvel, looking more like the dazzling Shining Tiga. This transformation made Chun-Shi green with envy. She was the epitome of cool, a paragon among show-offs. Who wouldn't want to bask in the attention that comes with such a radiant aura? Radiant Captain Marvel, brimming with self-confidence, flashed a proud, spirited smile. With her current power, could she really not handle this mere earthling? In the blink of an eye, Carol struck out with a punch at nearly the speed of light, sending Chun-Shi flying more than 80,000 miles away. Behind him, the lunar mountain ranges shattered one after another, each blow echoing as he tore through a dozen peaks. The sheer brutality of that assault was breathtaking. The mountains crumpled like paper in her path. If someone were to peer down at the moon from space and witness the chaos, they'd likely think it had been struck by a meteor once again. Ugh! Pa! Pa! Covered in dust and debris, Chun-Shi spat out the grit from his mouth, seething with frustration. That damned woman had ambushed him. Since his debut, he'd never suffered such a setback. Yet today he'd been blindsided by Shining Tiga. Wait, no, by the binary Captain Marvel, that damned woman. Just as Chun-Shi struggled to his feet, Carol appeared once more, delivering a sidekick at near light speed that launched him through the air again. So, just as he'd managed to stand, he found himself careening across the surface again, smashing through who knows how many miles and breaking countless mountains in his wake. He barreled through mountain after mountain, the impacts resounding like thunder, utterly unable to control his backward flight. If it had been a frail mage in his place, Carol's punch would have reduced them to dust. Luckily, his skin was tough and his body resilient. He could take a beating. Still, even he wasn't unscathed. The force of her blows had left him with minor injuries, even breaking off some of his body hair. And that was no small feat. His hair was nearly indestructible. He usually needed heat vision just to shave. Not even adamantium could scratch his beard, but from this, it was clear how formidable Carol truly was. She could probably crush adamantium to pieces with a single punch. Emerging from the mountain ruins, Chun-Shi shook his head and immediately slipped into subspace, unwilling to give her another chance to ambush him. Damn it, where'd he go? Carol, noticing Chun-Shi's sudden disappearance, frowned and searched her surroundings. She knew full while he was hiding in the shadows, waiting for his chance to strike back. Meanwhile, Chun-Shi calmly used the power of space to slowly wear her down. He only needed to hold out for 24 hours. As he drew near Carol, he suddenly discovered that the pendant around his neck was absorbing her energy. Could this be the Space Stone? He was jolted by the realization. Carol's power originated from the Space Stone. At the same time, Carol sensed her energy inexplicably draining away. Though the loss was so small, it was almost negligible. With a sudden punch, Carol struck at a patch of empty space where she sensed her energy fading. Yet, her power still wasn't enough to truly threaten the fabric of space itself. He had never seen anyone who could shatter space with a single punch. Of course, this was the Marvel Universe. Someone with such power surely existed here. You couldn't use the real-world standards to judge Marvel. Carol. Oh, Carol, it's a shame. Unless you have the Space Stone like I do, if you want to break through space, you'd need a force even greater than a black hole. Chun-Shi grinned smugly. As far as he knew, no one had ever managed to break space by sheer force alone. But hiding away like a turtle wasn't his style. After toying with Carol for a bit, he simply stepped out of the subspace. Chun-Shi appeared behind Carol. Without hesitation, he planted a heavy kick right on her backside, sending her flying. Now, it was her turn to be booted like a soccer ball. But Carol was nothing if not tough. Her resilience was well known from her appearances in the movies. As soon as she recovered, her eyes flashed with fury. She glared at Chun-Shi, her face uncharacteristically flushed. Fuck, you bastard. Shameless jerk. Where the hell did you think you were kicking? Do you have no sense of decency at all? An enraged Carol let loose a stream of curses. She had never been treated like this in her life. But Chun-Shi seemed utterly immune to embarrassment. He just looked at her with a cocky smile. Oops, my bad. Too bad I couldn't quite feel what it was like, Carol. Next time I'll use my hand instead, just to get a better sense of it. Ha ha ha. Carol's anger soared at his words. Cursing his shamelessness, she charged in, determined to knock his block off and wipe that smug look off his face. She was fast, blindingly so, but somehow she passed right through Chun-Chi's body, never even touching him. Nice try. If you think you can ambush me, dream on. Chun-Chi shot her a triumphant look, then vanished from sight once more. Just as Carol braced herself, he reappeared at her side and landed a punch squarely on her head. Damn it! Carol's face twisted in frustration as she was slammed hundreds of meters deep into the lunar mountains by the force of his blow. She had sensed his attack coming, but suddenly the space around her warped, throwing off her aim completely. Fuck! You despicable, underhanded coward. Why don't you fight me head-on if you've got the guts? Carol raged, her voice echoing in her fury. Golden Lion King? Now that's interesting. Watching Carol fume, Chun-Chi laughed. He finally understood why she liked to use her head as a weapon. Carol's skull really was hard as steel. Chun-Chi kept up his attacks, darting in and out, tormenting Carol with his unpredictable tactics until she was nearly beside herself with anger and frustration. She was practically grinding her teeth to dust, her whole body blazing like an overheated gas canister. That damn bastard. He even kicked my butt. I'll fight you to the end. Stop hitting my head. F asterisk 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 you. You be asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you hit me so hard? F asterisk asterisk asterisk. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Why are you hitting there, you shameless bastard? Are you getting addicted to hitting me, or what? F asterisk 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 it. I'm done playing with you. Damn it. Fine, I give up, okay. Chun-Chi, who had no intention of fighting fair, knew that conventional tactics wouldn't do her any good for now. Hadn't she seen how even number 10 next door would go on fighting for ages? Taking down a top-tier opponent of the same level was nearly impossible, especially when that opponent was Carol, who was practically indestructible. So you admit defeat? Are you still going to meddle in my business with Nick Fury? Carol fell silent. She owed someone a favor. She had promised. All right then, let's keep going. As soon as Chun-Chi said this, she raised her hand threateningly, and Carol immediately surrendered. Wait, I'm out. I won't meddle anymore. If this carried on, she'd lose all dignity. This bastard relied on spatial powers and didn't play by the rules. And the worst part was, she was just as tough and agile as Carol herself. You can keep watching for a while. Maybe you'll realize you've just been deceived. Nick Fury made the first move against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have killed him. With that, Chun-Chi turned and flew toward Earth. Nick Fury, who had been waiting anxiously, grew more and more uneasy as time dragged on, and the two of them still hadn't returned. Could that guy actually be a match for Carol? Carol was the one who'd kept the Kree Empire out of the solar system, a living legend. Nick Fury, looks like you're going to be disappointed. Chun-Chi's mocking voice echoed from afar, and at that moment, Nick Fury felt a chill run down his spine. He's back. He actually came back first. Seeing Chun-Chi's return, Nick Fury stared in shock for a while. Then suddenly, he burst out laughing. Haha, I lost. I admit it. In that moment, he accepted his defeat with surprising ease. After all, this was always a gamble. Ol hot, neek for thee. I never thought you'd lose your mind like this. You could have attacked the mutant school or the Brotherhood, but you chose me. Why? Chun-Chi asked the question that had been gnawing at her. She truly couldn't figure out why he'd done it. Take out the leader to break the gang. We thought you had some special way to counter the Sentinels, but I was wrong. Nick Fury shook his head. They had struck at Chun-Chi, fearing that prolonging things would only bring more trouble, while the other mutants were nothing to worry about. Which is why you were bound to fail. Even Carol, as your backup, wasn't enough, and you never saw it coming. Chun-Chi gave a faint smile. She had to admit, Nick Fury's plan was well-crafted, not just a reckless gamble. Yes, I never could have imagined your power would be so formidable. I had truly underestimated the people of this world. Nick Fury let out a weary sigh, as if resigned to fate. Everything, it seemed, had happened by chance. If Chun-Chi hadn't been able to resist Jason's illusions. If Chun-Chi hadn't managed to defeat Carol. But there are no ifs in this world. In the end, history is always written by the victors. Nick Fury had made no mistakes in his choices. Every decision he took was the wisest possible. He simply chose the wrong opponent. And he himself was a fascinating man. He was the one who assembled the Avengers, who led them to defend Earth against alien invasions. Cunning and unscrupulous, sharp-witted and ruthless, he was crafty and calculating, though perhaps just a bit unlucky. Chun-Chi couldn't help but admire someone like him. In the end, it was simply a matter of being on opposite sides. There was no absolute right or wrong. For a worthy adversary like this, Chinshi felt he deserved to be given a dignified exit. And so, Nick Fury, you were a worthy opponent. But there's no need to take it too hard. Let this be an honorable farewell. Chinshi spoke with calm detachment. Nick Fury managed a faint smile, accepting his fate with composure. He slowly raised his pistol, casting one last lingering glance at S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization he had devoted his life to and could never truly let go of. Every blade of grass, every tree here was the fruit of his labor and passion. Yet now, he would never see it reach its moment of glory. Oh, and I nearly forgot to tell you, S.H.I.E.L.D. should really be called Serpent Shield instead. 80% of the agents here are actually Hydra operatives. Seeing him so reluctant to part with all he loved, Chinshi couldn't bear for him to leave with so much regret. He decided to reveal the truth one last time, almost like a final act of mercy. Nick Fury froze in shock, utterly dumbfounded. He didn't doubt Chunshi's words for a moment. Instead, he was overcome by a deep, chilling fear. So he had been living in a den of snakes all along? The cuckoo in the nest turned out to be himself? He stood there, stunned for a long while. Then at last he let all go. Perhaps this was for the best. None of it mattered to him anymore. With a single gunshot, the legendary Nick Fury, who had roamed the Marvel Universe with such force, made his tragic and lonely exit. From that moment on, S.H.I.E.L.D., now leaderless, became Hydra's domain, with Pierce and his family holding absolute power. As for Hill, Natasha, and the others, they chose to leave one by one. Life, after all, must go on. She didn't trouble Pierce's Hydra. Sometimes you have to keep your villains around, fatten them up, and every now and then slaughter a pig or two. According to news reports, the recent alien invasion led to the total destruction of America's naval base. The loss of warships, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets was beyond measure, and the death toll among soldiers reached a staggering 300,000. Such shocking numbers were hard to absorb. With just a single starship, the aliens had wiped out nearly all the might of Earth's once unrivaled superpower. Almost every nation's leadership began to question, could alien technology truly be this powerful? After losing its most formidable naval and air forces, the very sources of its pride, old America started to rein in its ambitions, quietly gathering its strength. After all, as long as they had enough money, they could always manufacture more weapons and equipment. It was just that the cost would be enormous. Overnight, the prestige of the superpower vanished. Now it was nothing more than a toothless tiger, and regrowing those sharp fangs would take at least several years. Between nations, there are no true friendships, only interests. A featherless phoenix is no match for a chicken. The major powers immediately joined forces, rewriting all sorts of previously unequal trade agreements. They expelled old America from its overseas oil and mineral holdings under various pretexts, all in the name of protecting other countries' interests and freedoms. As they watched their own interests being devoured by countries acting like ravenous beasts, Old Deng and his people could do nothing but grit their teeth and bear it. Other nations sought every means to hinder old America's reconstruction. Exports of minerals and metals were abruptly cut off. Old Deng and his team were so enraged that they cursed nonstop. Their so-called allies were absolutely unreliable. At the critical moment, all they got was a stab in the back. Damn it, just you wait. All they could do was swear in secret that one day they would take their revenge. Meanwhile, Chun-Chi had come under the scrutiny of every nation's top tier. Although they didn't know he was the mastermind, his identity as a super mutant had been exposed. He'd stormed S.H.I.E.L.D. single-handedly and taken down Nick Fury. Such lawlessness. He'd become a criminal who flouted every rule. While they couldn't do much to him openly, they made life difficult for him behind the scenes. His film studio and cybertech were subjected to endless inspections, petty checks every 3 days, major audits every 5. Business administration, tax authorities, fire safety, environmental protection. No agency left him alone. They even found excuses to shut down his virtual reality game, claiming it was a threat to public safety. Rumors spread everywhere that he was a spy, that he corrupted the younger generation with his entertainment and cultural products, even calls to expel him from the country. With their relentless brainwashing campaigns, trumped-up charges, and fabricated evidence, most of America's fans turned against him. People everywhere demanded he get out of the country and go back to where he came from. TSK. Not bad. You want to play dirty with me? You think you're the only one who can leak scandals. Chun-Chi scoffed, unimpressed. If it's leaking dirt, who isn't an expert at that? Come on, that's my specialty. With Red Queen on the attack, nothing could stay hidden. No secret was safe. Corruption, bribery, secret lovers, selling offices, every dark deed exposed. Though they all denied everything with all their might, everyone knew the truth in their hearts. No one was that naive. The situation grew increasingly out of control. Authorities began freezing Chun-Shi's accounts, and even the company's accounts were seized. Not even overseas accounts were spared. So much for the so-called neutrality of that Swiss bank, which proved to be nothing but an empty promise. Next came a fierce crackdown on mutants. No matter how hard Charles tried to restrain both sides, it was no longer enough. The vast majority of mutants ended up joining the resistance. Their escalating actions enraged Chun-Shi completely. He made up his mind on the spot to give them an earth-shattering surprise. The Nile Valley, Egypt. An uninvited guest, Chun-Shi, arrived here. Gazing at the city shrouded in swirling golden sand, a radiant smile spread across his face. You, who have slept for thousands of years, should wake up and see this for yourself. There are those who have betrayed you. Now, let's turn back the clock to 3,600 years before the Common Era. Mutants were born with extraordinary gifts. Yet, for all their powers, they were still young and inexperienced, stumbling through the darkness as they tried to find their way. Such gift could also be a curse. Give a man wings, and he might soar straight for the sun. Grant him the power to see the future, and he may live his days haunted by fears of what is to come. And if one person possessed every gift, power beyond imagination, he might well try to rule the entire world. At this very moment, a grand ceremony was underway. In Sabanua. On both sides of the wide avenue, countless figures shouted the name of a person, or perhaps a god. They knelt and bowed, their reverence unwavering. Atop a golden dragon chariot sat Apocalypse, his face concealed behind a golden mask. He was a figure shrouded in mystery, mighty, invincible, awe-inspiring. He had ruled the world for centuries, embodying supreme and absolute power. Yet, he was dissatisfied with the way he maintained his dominion. Every few decades, he was forced to change bodies, a process that allowed him to acquire new abilities, but left him perpetually discontented. How could a god, exalted above all others, accept such a feeble method of clinging to life? He wanted immortality, to endure as long as the heavens and the earth themselves, to rule eternally as an undying god. And today was the day. He would become truly immortal. Even Apocalypse, with his centuries of experience, could not help but tremble with excitement and anxiety at this moment of unparalleled importance. They had finally found a mutant with the power of eternal regeneration, and Apocalypse was about to claim this body for his own. But the closer one draws to success, the greater the danger, the easier it is for everything to fall apart in a single instant. Full of confidence, Apocalypse had no idea that those he had cruelly subjugated had united in secret. They were prepared to overthrow his brutal reign. When Apocalypse descended to the base of the pyramid to begin the ritual of soul transference, the guards outside exchanged glances. They would wait for the moment when the process began, then strike. The four horsemen of Apocalypse were truly formidable. Their loyalty to him was beyond imagination. They had really been found. The white-robed priest held a sharp dagger, tracing it across the body of the super-healing mutant painstakingly chosen for Apocalypse. Terrifying, gruesome wounds appeared, only to close up and heal in the blink of an eye. This fearsome regenerative power brought a rare smile to the withered face of Apocalypse. He was utterly satisfied with this new vessel. Master, from this moment on, you shall rule this world forever. The Death Knight declared with fervent devotion and excitement. Casting a sweeping, heavy gaze over the four horsemen, Apocalypse then slowly lay down upon the altar, preparing himself for the transfer ritual. The Death Knight stepped gently to the head of the healing mutant, caressing it softly and whispering, "Sleep now." As soon as the words left his lips, the mutant's eyes fluttered shut. With a look of satisfaction, the Death Knight said, "Begin the transfer." At his command, the devoted priests began to chant quietly, their lips moving in prayer, murmuring words whose meaning no one else could know. Outside, enormous curtains were pulled back by Apocalypse's slaves, flooding the chamber walls with sunlight. The sun's overwhelming energy, guided by mysterious runes, surged into the heart of the pyramid. Those cryptic symbols represented powers unknown, forces that would fuel Apocalypse's great transformation. Golden energy began to flow, and countless followers erupted into frenzied chants of unknown incantations. Glowing lines of gold slowly enveloped the two altars. The body-switching ritual had begun. As golden and purple energies intertwined, radiating an otherworldly brilliance, the rebel forces outside the pyramid exchanged glances and sprang into action. They yanked down the curtains and hacked through the wooden posts supporting massive stones, sending the boulders hurtling freely down the burial passage. In an instant, dozens of corridors were slammed shut by falling stones. The immense tremors jolted everyone inside the pyramid awake. The soldiers quickly sealed every exit, clearly prepared to die if necessary, as tons upon tons of stone thundered down with a deafening roar. The four horsemen of Apocalypse reacted just as swiftly, launching attacks on nearby soldiers. Though ordinary men were no match for these legendary warriors. Yet the soldiers, fearless and unyielding, charged forward, shouting for the false god's death, only to meet their own. Their sacrifice was heroic, but hopeless. But they died with smiles on their faces, for their plan had succeeded. The entire pyramid began to collapse. The four horsemen, ever loyal, risked everything to shield Apocalypse from harm in their final moments. Now the sky seemed to fall, boulders crashed down, and dust billowed everywhere. The whole pyramid was caving in. Standing upright was a struggle, let alone trying to escape. The War Knight leaped high to intercept a massive stone hurtling toward Apocalypse, but even his strength was not enough. Suddenly, another giant boulder crashed down from above, forcing the War Knight to one knee with a sickening crack, his insides grievously injured. Still, he refused to give up. Seeing this, the Plague Knight rushed over to help hold the line, but at that very moment, more rebel soldiers tried to ambush them, gripping their spears fiercely as they charged straight at the group. At this point, the two could do nothing but glare in helpless fury, eyes wide with despair. To think they would end up dying at the hands of slaves? What a humiliation beyond words. Just then, the Famine Knight sprang into action, ignoring the other rebel soldiers in a desperate bid to save her companions. The ordinary soldiers were no match for her. With a single sweep of her hand, she hurled them away with telekinetic force. But at that moment, a massive boulder came crashing down, pinning her beneath its weight and crushing her in an instant. Thunderous rumbles echoed as more and more rocks tumbled down. The War Knight and the others could no longer hold out, coughing up blood as their strength failed. Witnessing this, the Death Knight hurriedly stripped the Apocalypse armor from her decaying body and fitted it onto Apocalypse's new form. She then used the last of her energy to conjure a protective shield, enveloping Apocalypse. As the boulders fell, the Death Knight exhausted her power and perished amid the chaos. In her final moments, the Death Knight looked toward Apocalypse with a bittersweet, relieved smile. Master! The four horsemen of Apocalypse were truly loyal, willing to die rather than abandon Apocalypse and run. To them, Apocalypse was like a father, the one who had nurtured and raised them. One could only wonder if Apocalypse himself had lost his wits from sleeping for so long. Looking back, the four horsemen he later recruited in the original story were a sorry lot. What a sorry sight they made. Storm and Psylocke were outright turncoats. Angel was nothing but a weakling, and Magneto was the very picture of ambition. The fall of the pyramid also marked the end of Apocalypse's reign, the dawn of a new era for humanity. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed, and once again, the sun cast its light upon this fallen pyramid, welcoming new visitors. Rise again, my little blue darling. Your slaves betrayed you. It's time to restore the glory of mutant kind. As Chun-Chi's hands moved gracefully, the golden runes buried deep beneath the earth once more bathed in sunlight's power. The body-switching ritual began anew, and, as the surge of energy poured in, Apocalypse slowly opened his eyes. A familiar chime sounded. Then, system mission. Defeat the supervillain Apocalypse to earn 2 million justice points. Chun-Chi shook his head. Seeing Apocalypse show up on the street in such an outlandish getup, he couldn't help but laugh. But Apocalypse's reappearance sent shockwaves through the mutant community. Jean Grey was startled awake yet again. She immediately tried to reach Chun-Chi but couldn't get in touch, so she went to find Charles. Professor, did you sense it? Some powerful ancient presence seems to have awakened. Bursting into the room, Jean's urgency was clear, and Charles was just as stunned. It turned out he wasn't the only one who sensed it. After a few moments of contemplation, Charles decided he had to talk to him. Unfortunately, it seemed he would be the one getting a talking to. That kind of thinking is truly dangerous. At this moment, Apocalypse had only just awakened and was unaware of how the world had changed, so he moved with extreme caution. He found it hard to believe that the towering skyscrapers outside were still part of his world. What had become of this world? Was this still the same land he once ruled? In the city's slums, Apocalypse walked slowly until he came to a sudden halt. Right then, several Sentinel robots, led by a group of agent-like figures, were rounding up mutants. Cloaked from head to toe in a black robe, Apocalypse appeared before them, a figure shrouded in mystery. A young mutant boy, who had thought his fate was sealed, stopped in his tracks and stared at him in disbelief. The Sentinel robots immediately locked onto Apocalypse, the original mutant. Who are you? Are you here to get yourself killed? The agent was brazen and cocky. Because this area was underdeveloped, there wasn't much nuclear fallout, so they'd only purchased a dozen or so sentinels to hunt down mutants. But Apocalypse paid no attention to his question. In a deep, resonant voice, he asked his own, "Who rules this world?" There was only silence. They couldn't understand Apocalypse's ancient tongue, and instead continued to taunt and provoke him with arrogant words. With a simple wave of his hand, Apocalypse sent a swirl of sand across the air, ending their lives in an instant. The boy beside him stood frozen in shock. The sentinels, seeing what had happened, immediately locked onto Apocalypse and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fire, ice, and more. But against this monstrous figure, none of it had any effect. Apocalypse merely rolled his eyes and, with a flick of his hand, reduced the sentinels to dust, scattering their remains like sand blown by the wind. The boy was utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that in this world, there was someone as formidable as Chen-Shi. Fearing what this stranger might do next, the boy hurriedly led the monster back to their refuge, the Wanderer's home. All along the way, Apocalypse remained silent, listening closely to the conversations around him. With his extraordinary gifts, it wasn't long before he had picked up much of the local language. Once they arrived at the Wanderer's home, the boy quickly shooed away the other young mutants and asked, "I can't understand what you're saying. Do you speak Egyptian, Arabic, or maybe English?" Apocalypse ignored him, his gaze locked on a giant poster covering the wall. "Who is that?" The boy breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Apocalypse switch to Egyptian. Pointing at the huge poster, he answered, "He is the greatest savior of mutants, our mightiest hero. He taught us that mutants are the true future of humanity." The poster portrayed none other than Chen-Shi. His dramatic emergence had shown mutants everywhere that the Sentinels built to destroy them were not invincible. He had become the hope of mutants in slums across the globe. Apocalypse's face remained expressionless as he silently walked over to the side, placing his hand directly on the television. In an instant, countless streams of information surged into Apocalypse's mind. Just as expected, Apocalypse was truly terrifying. In just a few seconds, he had grasped the entire development of this world over thousands of years. Humans are so weak, yet they rule the earth. They even betrayed me once. These false gods and leaders will all cease to exist. I have returned. Apocalypse could hardly believe how his children now struggled to survive, oppressed by humanity. As he silently surveyed the dilapidated shelter, his anger only grew. He would shatter this decaying world and bring those who betrayed him, those former slaves, back into the embrace of their god. "Where did you come from?" The young man looked at this odd person in confusion. He didn't belong to this era and carried an ancient, almost antique aura. Without missing a beat, Apocalypse replied with lofty confidence, from a time when humanity had not yet lost its way. The young man shrugged helplessly. "Well, welcome to the new 21st century. This guy really is beyond help. But this new world needs to be cleansed. It certainly does need cleansing, but that's not something we can decide. I just want my younger siblings to have enough to eat." The young man sighed. Times were chaos, and their power was far too weak. No, my child. Why do you hold back your own gifts? What are you trying to do? I want to make you stronger." As soon as Apocalypse spoke, a surge of violet energy gathered at his fingertip and flowed into the young man's head. Instantly, the youth began a painful, rapid transformation. Seconds later, the young man felt an incredible power awaken inside him, like a slumbering giant beast roaring to life. Is this still me? Staring wide-eyed in disbelief at Apocalypse, the boy's gaze grew fiercely passionate. Could this man truly be a god? Apocalypse was very pleased with his reaction. At last, a satisfied smile appeared as he patted the young man's shoulder. His power to enhance others was Apocalypse's way of winning loyalty, a complete awakening of mutant genes. His blood could heal any wound or disease afflicting mutants. "From now on, you will be one of my 4 horsemen." Horsemen? That's such an ancient title. Anyone would think we're living in the Middle Ages. Trust me, you'll be proud of it. In an underground bar, Apocalypse and a young man, Ronit, had come here to look for Psylocke. "Sorry, we're closed." The bald bartender didn't even look up as he counted cash. After all, isn't everyone just trying to get by? "We're looking for the strongest mutant," Apocalypse said calmly. At that moment, Psylocke emerged from behind the stage. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Psylocke." The bald boss waved his hand, signaling that he could handle everything. At that moment, Apocalypse dropped all pretenses and said directly, "I need your help, child." No sooner had he finished speaking than the bald boss yanked a revolver from his drawer and aimed it at Apocalypse. "So, you're here to poach my people?" But in the very next second, Apocalypse flicked his hand and the revolver instantly crumbled into a handful of yellow sand. The bald boss stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered. Seeing this, Psylocke's palm blazed with purple light, and with a sharp crackle, it transformed into a dazzling violet longsword, which she pressed to Apocalypse's throat. The air grew tense, as if frozen in place. "What are you trying to do?" Psylocke demanded sharply. "I want you to experience the ultimate power." Apocalypse replied, turning his head calmly to look at Psylocke. In response, her violet lightsaber flared even brighter, dazzling to behold. Thus, Psylocke, one of Apocalypse's 4 horsemen, joined his ranks. Soon after, Psylocke led him to Angel, and together they recruited him as well. Now, only one spot remained. I think I know who the last one should be. Just then, Chun-Chi stepped out from the folds of space. "You're that man." Apocalypse tensed instantly, eyes fixed warily on Chun-Chi. He sensed no disturbance in space, nor any trace of mutant genes. For someone to evade his perception, their power had to be extraordinary. "Hey, relax. I mean you no harm," Chun-Chi said with an easy smile, wondering to himself why Apocalypse was so on edge. "Ah, it's you, my idol," young Ronit shouted in excitement, nearly bouncing off the floor as he waved at Chun-Chi, a diehard fan if there ever was one. Psylocke's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at Chun-Chi. She hadn't expected her idol to be a mutant. His powers were something like Superman's, yet not quite, but in any case, absolutely formidable. Angel Warren was equally thrilled, though after all he'd endured, he had grown and matured quite a bit. "What do you want to say?" Apocalypse quickly regained his composure, asking in a steady tone. He sensed no ill intent from Chun-Chi. Thousands of years of ruling had taught him to keep his cool. "I have someone to recommend, someone who could surpass any mutant as your horseman," Chun-Chi replied. Apocalypse's curiosity was piqued. "Magneto," Chun-Chi announced with a confident smile. At once, the image and information of Magneto, this terrifying leader of mutants, flashed through Apocalypse's mind. His powers could lay waste to the world, and if Apocalypse were to enhance his abilities even further, Magneto would be more than qualified. So, following Chun-Chi's advice, Apocalypse quickly found Magneto, who was in the midst of rallying other mutants. However, when Apocalypse tried to recruit him as one of the horsemen, Magneto refused without hesitation. "Wouldn't it be great to stay the boss? Why on earth would I give up my position and become a lackey for you?" Magneto made it clear, unless he'd completely lost his mind, there was no way he'd agree to something so absurd. "You're still too weak. Just look at how much they've changed. Then you'll understand. Following me is the right choice," Apocalypse rasped, pointing confidently at several mutants who had been enhanced. Magneto saw it too. Psylocke and Angel were both formidable mutants. He'd heard of them before. But Warren, the Angel, his transformation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Was this monstrous version of him really the result of Apocalypse's enhancement? "You could try boosting my powers. If you can actually make a difference, then maybe I'd consider it." Ever the schemer, Magneto immediately jumped at the chance for a 7-day free trial, with no strings attached. Apocalypse glanced at Magneto with amused interest. He could easily read Magneto's thoughts, but he had absolute faith that once Magneto experienced this newfound power, he wouldn't be able to resist. Slowly, Apocalypse reached out and placed his hand on Magneto's forehead, unleashing his unique ability. Instantly, Magneto could feel a transformation within. His command over magnetic fields was changing in a way he'd never thought possible. This. Magneto's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at his own palm. Even with his steady nature, he couldn't keep his composure. His magnetic powers used to work best on metals, but now he could sense the magnetic fields of stones, and even control them. This kind of change astonished and delighted him. He never imagined that, even at his age, he could feel such a surge of vitality again. "Well, if you and your team join me, all these benefits will be available to any mutant under my command." Apocalypse pressed on, seizing the opportunity, his gaze sweeping over the mutants Magneto had brought. "Boss, just say yes. We could all get stronger." "That's right, boss. With these new powers, we could finally shake off those Sentinel robots for good." "Boss, please, just say yes." "Yeah, boss, you have to agree." Before Magneto could even make up his mind, his followers were already jumping at the chance, answering for him in their eagerness. At that point, even Magneto had to give Apocalypse credit. He'd put on such a convincing display that it was nearly impossible to say no. And so, Magneto took his place as one of Apocalypse's 4 horsemen. Just then, Charles, oblivious to the danger, reached out to Apocalypse using Cerebro. This sudden turn of events took Apocalypse by complete surprise. Incredible! Even Apocalypse, usually so composed, couldn't hide the astonishment and delight on his face. "What did you see?" "The answer I wanted," Apocalypse murmured in response. At that very moment, Charles, who was controlling the central brain, froze in disbelief. He had actually been hacked by Apocalypse. In the control chamber, Charles's pupils slowly turned black, and a fanatical, almost deranged fervor overtook his face. He cried out in astonishment, "I have never felt such immense power." Everyone around him recoiled in shock at Charles's transformation. He was no longer himself. Through his invasion of Charles's mind, Apocalypse had uncovered everything. He had finally found the answer he'd been seeking. From now on, none of this requires stones, or spears, or even catapults. Apocalypse's voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement, his words feverish and wild. Through Charles, he tapped into soldiers stationed at every nuclear launch facility across the globe. He understood the solution he craved. With the synchronized turn of countless nuclear missile keys, it would all come to an end. He could not contain his manic euphoria and shouted, "We no longer need weapons, nor do we need any more systems. None of it, and certainly not superpowers." All over the world, countless nuclear silos opened their hatches in unison. Missiles shot into the sky one after another. In an instant, the world was engulfed in unimaginable screams and furious outcries, as if the end had come. You may launch your arrows and bolts from the Tower of Babel, but you will never challenge God. At this moment, Apocalypse was drunk on his own power, casting himself as a deity issuing commands to the earth. Missile after missile burst through the atmosphere. No one could comprehend when this began or how it could possibly be stopped. In space, nuclear warheads exploded with thunderous force, a spectacle of light and fire wrapping the entire planet, an image forever seared into their memories. In the next instant, Apocalypse, together with his 4 horsemen, appeared and whisked Charles away. The grandeur of the moment gave birth to a plan of staggering ambition. Chun-Chi made no move to stop any of this. Sometimes, you have to let professionals handle specialized tasks. Take Magneto and Apocalypse's demolition crew, for example. Those two could topple the whole world if they set their minds to it. Apocalypse had made his entrance with a dazzling display of nuclear fireworks. Now it was time to declare his return to the world. People of Earth, hear me. I offer this warning to every human and mutant. You have lost your way, but I have returned. The hour of final judgment has come. Every structure you have built, every tower you have raised, will fall. A new era is upon you, and nothing can stop what is coming. At that moment, billions across the globe stared at one another, stunned and bewildered, unable to fathom how the same voice now echoed in every ear. But what they feared most was not the message itself, but the terrifying truth that someone existed who could speak directly into the minds of billions. As Apocalypse's words faded into the air, he slowly descended from the heights, gazing down at the entirety of Cairo below. Stretching out his arms, he unleashed his full power. Countless skyscrapers, endless lines of cars, masses of flowers, trees, and greenery, everything in sight. In the blink of an eye, it all withered away, crumbling to dust and swirling into a raging sandstorm that surged toward a distant point. Magneto dropped to one knee, slamming his hand onto the ground. In that instant, an unimaginable force of magnetism roared to life, shaking all of Egypt to its core. For the first time, humanity felt the terrifying might of the mutants. Were they truly mutants, or had they become gods? Could such power even be conceived by mortals and machines? Once again, the world was stunned by the overwhelming strength of the mutants. With their most powerful nuclear weapons already lost, was there any hope left at all? Within mere minutes, the whole of Cairo was wiped off the face of the earth. The death toll was beyond measure. The bounty on Apocalypse soared again, skyrocketing to 5 million. Chun-Chi looked at Apocalypse, whose name now glowed so red it was nearly black. He was already thinking about how he would celebrate this victory. After all this effort, wasn't it all for this moment of harvest? Beneath the earth, across the globe, veins of metal were surged wildly toward Magneto. The entire planet's magnetic field was thrown into chaos, and if he continued drawing power, the whole Earth itself might be doomed. In no time at all, the once thriving Cairo had been laid to waste by Apocalypse, and in its place rose a mighty and majestic pyramid. Satellites around the world captured these images, leaving world leaders everywhere numb with shock. Was this not a miracle? If these beings wished to destroy the world, would it take them any time at all? He hadn't been boasting after all. People everywhere watched in horror and despair as the scene played out on the giant screens. Is this the true power of the mutants? Are we humans truly facing extinction? He was telling the truth. His new era. It's the era where mutants will rule this planet. God, if you still love humanity, please save the world. Ah, someone, please save us, if there are still any gods left in this world. Countless voices cried out in prayer and desperation. All they could do now was beg for divine intervention. There was nothing else left for them to try. To plead for God's help was nothing more than a dying fantasy. All that remained was to wait quietly for death to come. Apocalypse was intoxicated by Charles's power. If he could seize Charles's body, he would enslave the entire world at its very core, its very thoughts. The pyramid before him had been built precisely for this exchange of bodies. The mutants arrived at the pyramid close behind, and a great battle was about to erupt. Yet the ambitious Magneto would allow no mutant to disrupt his plans. Even the X-Men are not to be consulted. Anyone who dares to stand in their way is the enemy. How could the ragtag X-Men possibly contend with the Brotherhood and the countless mutants behind them? Indeed, there are countless mutants. Each and every one of them longs for the day when mutants rule the planet. You so-called traitors to your own kind dare to hinder the rise of the mutant race? There could be only one outcome for you. In an instant, the X-Men were struck down by the other mutants arriving at the scene. The mutants, united as never before, shocked the world. Countless people watched this unfold, realizing that they themselves might soon become slaves. Charles, your power is truly captivating. Apocalypse fixed his gaze on Charles with the intensity of a collector admiring a flawless gem, murmuring with frenzied delight. He could not be more grateful to Charles. Charles stared back stubbornly, his tone full of disdain. I think you're dreaming far too early. You won't succeed. Apocalypse laughed it off. Say what you like. Soon, I'll use your body to forge the Temple of Mutants. You'll be revered for generations. He showed no concern at all. With so many mutants willing to lay down their lives for him, how could he possibly fail? Representatives from nations across the globe were gathered here, watching helplessly and seething with powerless rage. Deprived of their nuclear weapons, the foundation of their power, they were like toothless old tigers, stripped of their former might. What do? Are we supposed to just watch this happen? On the screen, Magneto continued to twist the Earth's magnetic field. In just 2 days, the poles would be completely reversed. Though they wanted to believe Magneto wouldn't go through with it, they also knew what awaited them was nothing less than enslavement. No one spoke a word. They could not even imagine how to stop what was coming. Ladies and gentlemen, you have 3 minutes to contact your leaders and acknowledge the mutant nation I am about to establish. Do that, and I will stop this catastrophe. Just as despair had reached its peak, Chun-Chi suddenly appeared in the meeting hall, speaking with chilly calm. You? Are you certain? One of the elders looked at him doubtfully. Chun-Chi's reputation preceded him, but the actions of the other two seemed even more formidable. Wait, you want to establish a mutant nation? Where exactly will your territory be? You're not planning to take our land, are you? Another looked at him intently, suspicion in his eyes. They understood all too well that when caught between wolves and tigers, no one is truly innocent. Opportunists, all of them. Oomph. You have no room to bargain with me. I'm giving you only 3 minutes. If you don't agree, you'd better prepare for the worst. Chun-Chi's voice cut through the room, cold and commanding. He had no patience left for the cunning old man. He was now the man in control. Everyone was so overwhelmed by Chun-Chi's imposing presence that they dared not speak. They hurried to contact their own country's high authorities. After all, at such a critical moment, who would dare to hesitate? So, with remarkable unanimity, they agreed. As long as Chun-Chi established a nation for mutants, they would recognize its legitimacy. Seeing this, Chun-Chi broke into a satisfied grin. Excellent. You've made the wisest choice. He had worked tirelessly for so long, all for this moment of bountiful harvest. These people were the perfect example of those who never shed a tear until they see the coffin. Only when stripped of all power to resist would they finally choose to compromise. At this life-or-death juncture, Chun-Chi suddenly teleported to the foot of the pyramid. Then, under the gaze of all, he delivered a single punch and shattered Magneto's magnetic field. Mister! A chorus of mutant voices erupted in disbelief, their shouts trembling with shock. None of them could fathom why Chun-Chi, whom they'd always revered as the vanguard of their kind, would choose this moment to betray them. Magneto stared, wide-eyed and bewildered, his voice hoarse with fury as he cried, Why? Why are you sabotaging our mission? It wasn't just Magneto. Thousands upon thousands of mutants looked to Chun-Chi, desperate for an explanation. Do you know what it is I'm trying to do? You don't understand. I want to build a nation for mutants, a land without poverty, hunger, disease, or discrimination. Chun-Chi stood suspended in midair, his calm voice resonating in the mind of every mutant. For a moment, the world fell utterly silent. Their minds seemed to freeze. They could hardly believe that his dream was so lofty, building a nation of their own. It was a vision so grand, so outlandish, that none of them had ever dared to dream it. Wouldn't such words invite ridicule if spoken aloud? A few sharp minds were already putting the pieces together. Just how many years had he been planning for this very day? Chun-Shi paid no heed to their stunned expressions. Even as the dazzling, golden pyramid before him took his breath away, he had no time to admire it. With a sweep of his hand, the entire pyramid was torn asunder. Apocalypse, who was in the middle of transferring his consciousness, was abruptly forced to halt. Why? Why are you stopping me? We are true kindred spirits. Apocalypse cried out in anguish, his voice raw as he questioned Chun-Shi. He simply couldn't fathom why Chun-Shi would stand against him. They shared the same ideals, the same dream. In this very moment, he had been ready to rule the world alongside Chun-Shi. Apocalypse couldn't understand. How could his own kin be the one to betray him in the end? Those around them wanted to know the answer as well. Why couldn't they join forces with Apocalypse to usher in a new era of mutant glory? Chun-Shi silently swept his gaze around the room, noticing countless pairs of eyes fixed on him. Only after shaking his head did he finally begin to speak. In our universe, and even across many vast universes, there exists a very special group known as the Celestial Host. With his very first words, the entire world was shaken to its core. So there really are gods in the universe. Ignoring the countless mutants around him who stared in utter disbelief, Chun-Shi continued. As cosmic celestials, they were created by the supreme being of the multiverse, the first firmament. They have roamed the cosmos for ages, preserving the balance of the universe, until 1,000,000 years ago, the Celestial Host descended upon Earth. At that time, they became fascinated by Earth's living creatures and began to study them. Ultimately, the Celestial Host created 3 new forms of life on this planet. The Eternals, their opposing counterparts, the Deviants, and the weakest of all, human beings. Yet reality would turn all expectations upside down. After countless years of struggle, the Eternals were forced to flee to Titan for refuge. The Deviants vanished from the world, and the seemingly frail humans became the true masters of Earth. However, one member of the Celestial Host, called the Prober Oneg, foresaw the tragic fate awaiting both the Eternals and the Deviants. Hoping to prevent history from repeating itself, he quietly implanted a unique gene, the X gene, into a portion of humanity. This gene was passed down through generations, lying dormant in human DNA, until, millions of years later, it began to awaken in some people. As these hidden truths were revealed, billions of people were left utterly stunned. Every theory they had ever devised was shattered in an instant. The origin of humanity. The debates that had raged for centuries over where humans came from were suddenly interrupted by this mythic revelation. Could it be that humans were actually created by gods? This revelation sent shockwaves through everyone's minds, toppling their entire understanding of the world. The Deviants were the mutants, and all humans were, in fact, deviants. Apocalypse's very spirit was shattered. From the moment he was born, he had been convinced he was a god, never once doubting his faith in centuries past. But now, his beliefs crumbled to dust. He realized he was the true false god, a mere experiment of the gods. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Apocalypse broke down completely, throwing his head back and laughing madly, his mind collapsing entirely, to discover that the convictions he had clung to for thousands of years were nothing more than a plaything for others drove him to utter madness. No one could bear such a blow. At this moment, everyone understood. If Apocalypse, a false god who could destroy cities and nations on a whim, were allowed to do as he pleased, mutants would be digging their own graves. After his manic laughter, Apocalypse was consumed entirely by darkness. Having always teetered on the edge of madness, his mind was never like that of a normal person. To him, the entire world was nothing but his slaves. Apocalypse unleashed disaster in his wake, leaving no room for resistance under his power. Everything aside from flesh and blood was instantly reduced to drifting dust. Such a terrifying scene deeply shocked everyone present. All they could do was pray that Chun-Shi would be able to stop this madman. Sir, please, stop him quickly. We can't let him go on destroying like this. If he continues, the Earth will be finished. We're begging you, do something. You're the only one who can save the planet now. Seeing the anxious, fearful, and desperate looks in their eyes, Chun-Shi offered reassurance. Don't worry. He won't have a chance to go any further. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun-Shi disappeared before their eyes, reappearing near Apocalypse. A portal opened, and Jean Grey stepped through. Jean, take him down. Jean's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at herself, hardly able to believe what she was hearing. She knew her own limits all too well. But Chun-Shi reaffirmed with conviction, you have to believe in yourself. Unleash your true power. Don't resist the gift you've been given. Learn to accept your strength. Don't be afraid of it. At its core, it is you, and you are it. Think of what will happen if you don't stop Apocalypse. Countless innocent lives will be lost because of him. Face your heart with courage. Let the true glory of the Phoenix rise within you. With Chun-Shi's encouragement, Jean's steps grew steadier and more resolute, her gaze fiercer and brighter. She strode directly up to Apocalypse, locking eyes with unwavering determination. Stop this madness now. Apocalypse threw his head back and laughed, a deep, mocking sound. Little girl, do you realize you're courting death? To him, this seemingly fragile woman was beneath notice. He dismissed her easily and continued his rampage, killing right before Jean's eyes. All around, shattered stone and swirling dust buried innocent lives in an instant. In their final moments, countless pleading eyes turned to Jean, silently begging her for help. Apocalypse's wild laughter echoed, a cruel contrast to the despair and wailing of the innocent. Help me, please save me. Save? The power of the Phoenix is the embodiment of life and spiritual force in the primordial universe, a symbol of vitality and emotion. It is the link connecting the minds and spirits of all beings that exist or ever will exist across the infinite multiverse, the origin and creator of psychic power. It is the vessel and sovereign of the energies of life and feeling for all future generations in the infinite multiverse. At this moment, Jean Grey could sense the unwillingness and desperate pleas of countless dying lives. She heard the emotions of unnumbered souls. Her gaze grew more and more anguished and desperate, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a torrential rain. An unimaginable fury raged within her mind, while golden flames engulfed her, blazing even brighter than the sun itself. You dare put on airs of omnipotence before the power of the Phoenix, Apocalypse? Who are you trying to fool? Before countless faces twisted in despair, Jean Grey stood tall above the heavens, her pupils pitch black, golden wings unfurled, and burning in wild abandon. She looked down coldly, her expression indifferent, upon the once arrogant Apocalypse. At that moment, the image of the burning phoenix seared itself into the minds of innumerable beings across the universe, a tyrannical, unstoppable declaration of her return. Hundreds of feet high, golden flames roared before Apocalypse, and no matter how he struggled, his resistance was as futile as an ant trying to shake a mighty tree. The final outcome is revealed. With infinite unwillingness, Apocalypse was reduced to cosmic dust amid the raging inferno, to die beneath the power of the Phoenix. Perhaps that was the greatest honor he could ever hope for. Even his creator would be equally powerless before the might of the Phoenix Force. A crisp chime echoed, ding! Apocalypse is dead. Host has completed the mission and is awarded 5 million justice points. With Apocalypse's death, a hush fell across the entire world. Witnessing the seemingly invincible Apocalypse, once the source of humanity's deepest despair, crushed by Jean Grey as easily as one would squash an ant, all hidden ambitions and schemes were utterly extinguished. Humanity began the slow process of recovery and reconstruction. Humans and mutants finally started to live together in peace. Meanwhile, Chun-Shi traversed the universe, searching until he discovered a meteor large enough to support millions of lives. Once again, the familiar chime sounded, ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the ultimate unlimited rescue mission for the mutants. You are awarded 10 million justice points. In the blink of an eye, the year 2010 arrived. By now, Chun-Shi had finally adapted to the terrifying might of Silver Superman. Age, 26, this universe. Alignment, the ever-shifting wild card. Companions, the as-yet unawakened Scarlet Witch Wanda. The Terminator, Lockdown, Spider-Gwen, Jean Grey. Physique, Silver Superman. Next stage, Golden Superman. Abilities, invulnerable body, bioforce field, heat vision, telekinesis, flight, X-ray vision, super breath, spatial teleportation, temporal stasis, spatial distortion, spatial slicing, spatial reconstruction. Justice points, 13,560,000. His power surged with each passing day, reaching levels so extraordinary that even the system could no longer be bothered to keep count. Chun-Shi's strength kept growing, yet the world remained eerily calm, leaving him with nowhere to truly unleash his potential. He stood by the window, gazing out at the bright, cloudless sky, a faint melancholy settling in his heart. To be a true hero is far from easy. My dear, won't you sleep a little longer? A lazy, sultry voice drifted from behind him. Wanda, Chun-Shi turned and saw Wanda draping her fair, delicate arm over the quilt, her rosy lips blowing him a playful kiss. What a bewitching enchantress. Chun-Shi's breathing became a little rapid. He was just about to walk over when Jean Grey entered from outside the room. Breakfast is ready. Whatever else you want to do, it can wait until after we eat, she said. Doing something so brazen in broad daylight really wasn't appropriate. Feeling slightly awkward, Chun-Shi coughed twice, then walked over to the side of the bed and gently kissed Wanda's rosy lips. After that, he placed a kiss on Jean Grey's lips as well, before heading to the living room. The food was delicious, but Chun-Shi found it hard to concentrate. He still had a system, a kind of power or device, but to upgrade it, he had to complete certain tasks. Right now, he was at the Silver Superman level, which was already incredibly powerful. Yet, when he played games, he always had to see them through to the very end. The next stage was the Golden Superman. That was a level even greater than Silver Superman. Although the Golden Superman had only appeared a handful of times in Marvel storylines. Most of the time, it was the Silver Superman and other heroes commanding the elements, saving, destroying, and stirring up the world. Golden Superman existed on an entirely different tier. In DC's 1,000,000 arc, the Golden Superman could create, alter, and know everything. Nothing could harm him. In terms of power, he far surpassed the Silver Superman. Unfortunately, after his brief appearance, he was never seen again. Even though in this world, no one could challenge him anymore, Chun-Shi knew there were countless other worlds beyond this one. After all, the Marvel Universe was built upon the concept of the multiverse. Here, mutants and ordinary humans were living together in peace. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction, but this harmony had drawn the displeasure of beings from higher dimensions. Mutant abilities varied greatly in strength and form. If mutants continued to develop their powers, their very existence would pose an enormous threat to the gods. These deities watched the human who had changed everything, Chun-Shi. They kept analyzing his past life, devising all sorts of countermeasures. Galactus spoke first. Although he's grown incredibly fast, his progress has now stalled. If we want to eliminate him, now is the perfect time. Death would be the best punishment for both him and the mutants. There's no need to rush. Whether it's the mutants or the human named Chun-Shi, their lives are all in my hands, the goddess of death said coolly. Sometimes, eternity is a terrifying thing. That Chun-Shi seems to be chasing after something. I think it must be eternity. Eternity said, his tone full of pride. For gods, eternity is a blessing, but for humans, it's a torment. The human has made a grave mistake. The god of oblivion remained silent. In his opinion, all this discussion was meaningless. The god of infinity let out a soft sigh. Our power is simply too overwhelming. There's no way for us to descend into their world. Perhaps it's best if each of us sends our own chosen champion to deal with this human named Chun-Shi. The five gods debated for a long time, yet still failed to reach a conclusion. Once again, their attention turned to Chun-Shi. Sensing something, Chun-Shi's eyes suddenly darted in the direction where the god's divine senses had gathered. That overwhelming force, so chilling it made his hair stand on end, didn't inspire fear in him. Instead, his whole body quivered with barely contained excitement. Had he been targeted? For his body to tremble uncontrollably like this, it must mean that these were beings of much higher dimension, perhaps a few gods themselves. What do they want? Were they planning to send someone after him? Was his very existence enough to make these gods wary? Did this mean that new enemies were soon to appear? Chun-Shi was caught up in his own excitement, while Wanda and Jean Grey, utterly clueless about the reason for his joy, exchanged puzzled glances. Unable to hold back any longer, they asked, "Darling, what's going on?" "Something interesting is about to happen. I think it's time I started preparing," Chun-Shi replied with a smile. Then, slipping on his coat, he walked straight out of the house. His departure was like that of a king. Everywhere he went, people looked upon him with admiration and awe. To the American government, he was both a blessing and a headache. They were grateful that Chun-Shi could solve their most pressing problems, yet at the same time, they resented the sheer extent of his influence. Wherever there was light, there would also be shadows. For every person who admired Chun-Shi unreservedly, there were others who, in secret, cursed him and hoped for his powers to vanish without a trace. Stark Industries Tower. When Chun-Shi arrived, Iron Man, Tony Stark, almost immediately came out to greet him in person. "A rare guest indeed," Tony said, glancing over Chun-Shi's shoulder with a teasing grin. "Hey, I don't see your usual bevy of beauties today." Whenever Chun-Shi went out, he was always surrounded by stunning women. Most of those women were mutants, talented, beautiful, and utterly devoted to Chun-Shi. They were loyal to him, and even managed to get along with one another without a hint of jealousy. Tony Stark couldn't help but envy him for that. "I'm here to take a look at your latest weapon." Chun-Shi said directly, not bothering to hide his intentions. Tony Stark was a bit taken aback. You need weapons? With your powers, even if you went in unarmed and empty-handed, no one could do a thing to you. Chun-Shi's power was something recognized by everyone in the world. I may not need it, but mutants do. Ordinary humans will need it as well. Chun-Shi spoke calmly, and at once, Tony Stark's attention was piqued. The usual air of nonchalance on Tony Stark's face vanished completely in an instant. He spun around, asking nothing further, and got straight to the point. Since the battle that day, I've been working with PIM Industries. With the active cooperation of several mutants, we've actually made some significant breakthroughs, new weapons, serums that can unlock human potential without causing harm. It depends on what you need. At this point, Tony paused in his stride and glanced back at Chun-Shi. These research results aren't exactly cheap. With a chuckle, Chun-Shi replied, I've never been short on money. No matter how much you have, I can afford it. He was quite proud. In this world, anyone could end up penniless, but never him. Tony Stark had always known that Chun-Shi was no ordinary man. His abilities were remarkable, his background even more so. If Chun-Shi said he could afford it, then there was no doubt he could. Tony's gaze swept up and down over Chun-Shi, trying to size him up. But what could anyone see from appearances alone? He observed for only a moment before, as Chun-Shi's eyes nearly met his. He quickly looked away, a bit flustered. Chun-Shi found it amusing to watch Tony Stark, who was leading the way ahead, his back straight, his posture stiff with nervousness. Tony's attempts at sneaking glances were hardly subtle, and Chun-Shi noticed every one of them. Tony, earlier you mentioned mutants assisting in your research. Could I meet them? Chun-Shi inquired. Tony Stark agreed at once, his excitement causing his voice to rise in pitch. So, instead of heading straight to the weapons lab as originally planned, Tony made a detour, leading them to the mutant research facility. Chun-Shi's timing couldn't have been better. Standing before a floor-to-ceiling, bulletproof glass window, he watched a group of researchers in white lab coats scribbling down data at a frantic pace. In the lab, Storm, dressed in black leather, her white hair swirling wildly, was demonstrating a small-scale energy release. Chun-Shi was visibly surprised when he saw Storm. He watched her for a while, then shifted his gaze to someone not far from her. Just in time to see a man on the other side firing crimson beams from his eyes. Tony Stark, standing nearby, noticed how intently Chun-Shi was watching and couldn't quite guess what was going through his mind. He took the initiative to introduce. These two are the most powerful among all the mutants who signed up. They've been here for almost a week now, participating in experiments. Stark Industries is truly grateful for their willingness to cooperate. We at PIM Enterprises are also very grateful, another voice added. As Chun-Shi and Tony Stark were speaking, a man emerged from the room. It was Dr. Hank Pym. This collaboration with Stark Industries had actually been set in motion by Dr. Pym himself. As he stepped out and caught sight of Chun-Shi, his eyes lit up with unmistakable excitement. Chun-Shi's face had become a household image. There were few who didn't recognize him these days. Seeing him here, Dr. Pym couldn't help but let his thoughts race. Tony, could it be that Mr. Chun-Shi is here to assist with our research? Hank Pym asked, barely managing to contain his excitement. Tony Stark thought his current, temporary partner was quite the dreamer. He was already thrilled just by Chun-Shi's sudden appearance, but Hank Pym was actually hoping to rope him into their experiments. Although he found Hank Pym's suggestion a bit over the top, Tony couldn't help but look at Chun-Shi with anticipation as well. A faint smile played at the corner of Chun-Shi's mouth. Having his strength recognized by others was something to be happy about, but if you're hoping to see the Star Tower level, then yes, I suppose I could lend a hand, Chun-Shi replied. Chun-Shi's powers were immense. Even the tiniest bit of force, if he let it slip, could obliterate everything within several miles. He wasn't exaggerating. This was simply the truth. At that moment, Tony Stark remembered the scene of Chun-Shi facing Apocalypse. Suddenly, he wondered if they had made a grave mistake. Quickly, he changed the subject. Mr. Chun-Shi, would you like to take a look at some of our other facilities? Chun-Shi nodded. After bidding farewell to Dr. Pym, he followed Tony Stark to see the weapons and the experimental serums they were developing. Tony Stark lived up to the title of genius. He was astonishingly clever and never afraid to dream big. You're truly remarkable, Chun-Shi remarked after examining every weapon and vial of serum. Tony Stark hadn't expected such praise from someone he idolized. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. I think I'm pretty remarkable too, but compared to you, Mr. Chun-Shi, I'm not even worth mentioning. There's always someone greater out there. Tony Stark had always thought of himself as the genius, but Chun-Shi was on a whole other level. Chun-Shi picked up on what Tony meant, shrugged his shoulders, and said nothing more. After Chun-Shi finished all the necessary inspections and confirmed that everything was in order, he swiftly signed a batch of weapons and pharmaceuticals worth $2 billion with Tony Stark. I might be needing these very soon. I hope you can speed up the production as much as possible. Chun-Shi didn't bother explaining exactly where these would be used. He simply saw no need to justify himself on that point. Rest assured, Mr. Chun-Shi, I'll personally make sure my team gets these rushed out in record time. Tony Stark, having just made a sizable profit, was in excellent spirits. He snapped his fingers against the freshly signed contract in his hand, his gaze lingering on the 2 billion figure, and couldn't help but let out a low whistle. It wasn't an enormous sum for him, but this was a deal with his idol, and the contract even bore his idol's signature. Tony Stark was absolutely delighted. Chun-Shi's main reason for coming today was to settle this matter. With everything taken care of, he exchanged a word with Tony Stark, then turned and took his leave. When Chun-Shi returned to his own residence and opened the door, he found Wanda anxiously averting her gaze, clutching a book she was holding upside down. Jean Grey was putting on an act, pretending to tidy up, while Spider-Gwen, upon seeing him, lit up and dashed over with excitement. "Darling, you're back." What's gotten into Wanda and Jean? No matter how he looked at them, something seemed off. He'd only been out for a short while, and before he left, the two of them had been perfectly fine, so why the sudden change in attitude as soon as he returned? Jean and Wanda were just discussing going out on a date with you. Spider-Gwen made no attempt to cover for them. She sauntered over, beaming, and hooked her arm around Chun-Shi's. "Ever since the big battle, we've been cooped up at home. It's high time we went out and had some fun. Besides, all our clothes are still the old styles." Chun-Shi's gaze swept quickly over the three women. Clearly, they'd been getting restless lately. Without a second thought, he said, "Let's head out now, then." Jean Grey was overjoyed. She practically dropped her cleaning tools on the spot and shuffled over, slippers tapping cheerfully across the floor. Her excitement was tinged with a hint of worry. "You just got back, and we're already dragging you out with us. Are you sure you're not too tired?" Suddenly, she felt their request for a date was a bit much, maybe even inappropriate at this particular moment. "At all tired? You're underestimating me." Chun-Shi not only didn't feel the slightest bit tired, he was actually brimming with excitement. Just imagining the sight of three beautiful women, each dressed in outfits he loved, walking back and forth before him, filled him with energy. How could he possibly feel fatigued? With Chun-Shi's agreement, they soon set off down the streets of New York. One brand-name boutique after another opened its doors to them. Girls always seemed to have boundless enthusiasm for shopping. No matter how long they spent, they never grew weary. Laden with bags and boxes, they would emerge from one shop only to dive eagerly into the next. Eventually, their haul grew so large that they had to call for a car just to help carry everything. "Maybe we should have just chosen home delivery from the very start," Chun-Shi mused, settling into an armchair and resting his hands on his knees. Accompanying the girls on a shopping spree was honestly great fun. He never felt impatient or annoyed. But watching them, arms full of bags and faces flushed with excitement, yet clearly exhausted, tugged at his heart a little. Of course we have to pick everything out ourselves and carry it. That's what makes shopping feel real. If everything's just sent home, where's the joy in that? One of the girls insisted. "Exactly. Having it all delivered just takes away all the fun," another chimed in. Their words made perfect sense, so Chun-Shi said no more. Instead, he tried to make things as easy for them as possible and waited patiently nearby. Every now and then, when they asked if something looked good on them, he'd offer a suggestion or two. "With your fair skin, that royal blue outfit will look stunning on you," he'd say. "Why not try a style you've never worn before?" he'd encourage. "Too thin?" "Not at all. Besides, it's gonna get torn anyway." "I think it's just right," he teased. Some of Chun-Shi's comments left the girls blushing furiously. In the end, they had to cover their faces, no longer daring to talk to Chun-Shi for fear he'd say something even more outrageous. While Chun-Shi accompanied the girls on their spree, it wasn't just the attentive shop assistants who noticed them. Plenty of others watched him from behind the glass storefronts. Chun-Shi made no effort to hide his face, and those who considered him a hero, whether ordinary people or mutants, were visibly thrilled. "You're Chun-Shi, the one who defeated the villains, aren't you? Can I have your autograph? You're amazing. My whole family loves you." A boy, who looked to be about 10, bounded up to him, thrusting forward a notebook and pen. "Tomorrow at school, I'm going to show everyone. They'll all be so jealous." "There are already a lot of people jealous of you right now," Gwen said with a smile, ruffling the boy's hair. The boy glanced shyly at Gwen, his face turning bright red, and then ran off clutching the autograph as if it were treasure. A young mother held her little boy in her arms, laughing with pure delight. She even took the autograph out of the boy's hand right in front of everyone, unable to contain her excitement. "It seems that young mother is one of your fans too," Wanda said, settling beside Chun-Shi with a hint of jealousy in her tone. But soon, she broke into a smile. After all, someone as remarkable as Chun-Shi was bound to win people over wherever he went. She had already accepted that, In the future, she might have to share him with more sisters. This was supposed to be a pleasant date. But wherever there are people, there will be conflict. And among mutants, those conflicts can be far more terrifying than anything ordinary people face. Suddenly, a massive tree outside the shop was struck by an attack and crashed to the ground. Oh my God, what on earth just happened? The crowd, who had intended to scatter and flee, instead surged into the store the moment they spotted Chun-Shi not far away, quickly packing the small space to bursting. Chun-Shi and his companions had already stepped outside before the crowd rushed in, wanting to see for themselves what was unfolding. Is this mutant trouble? Gwen asked, ready to jump into action. But Chun-Shi stopped her with a raised hand. Wait, let's see what's really going on first. They didn't even know where the enemy was coming from, or whether this was aimed at them. It was better not to act rashly. After all, with their kind of power, if they made a move, it would be the ordinary people who got hurt. Gwen bit her lip. The view isn't great from here. I'll go up front and check it out. She assured them she wouldn't act without thinking, nor would she harm any bystanders. Chun-Shi looked at Gwen carefully. Seeing the seriousness in her expression, he lowered his hand, and in a flash, Gwen shot a web and leapt nimbly into the air. These days, mutants were everywhere, and many even used their abilities in daily life. Ordinary people had long grown used to it. Even when Gwen transformed before their eyes, they weren't surprised. In fact, not only were they unafraid, some even looked at her with open admiration. Gwen disappeared as quickly as she left, then just as swiftly leapt down from above, landing lightly in front of Chun-Shi. It's the Hulk. For some reason, he suddenly started fighting Colossus. If they wanted to fight, so be it, but to do it right in the city center with crowds all around? It was a disaster waiting to happen. Gwen frowned, disturbed by what she'd just witnessed. There are so many mutants now. Keeping them all in line is incredibly difficult. Making mutants obey isn't something that can be accomplished overnight, Chun-Shi said quietly. I never imagined it would be. Chun-Shi spoke slowly. Besides, some people simply weren't made to follow orders. He believed that not only the conflict happening here in the city center, but also in other places, there would be no shortage of clashes among mutants, and the same principle applied to ordinary humans as well. While the two of them were talking, the fight between Colossus and the Hulk had already become visible to the naked eye. With razor-sharp claws and a body encased in gleaming silver steel, Colossus leapt high into the air, hurtling at breakneck speed toward the towering green figure on the ground. One was in midair, and the other stood firmly on the ground. Their blows landed almost simultaneously, and both were forced to take several steps back. Colossus, with his impenetrable defense, could withstand almost any attack. The Hulk, too, possessed overwhelming strength and formidable resistance. If you're facing mutants who use magical attacks, the Hulk might have lost. But Colossus specialized in physical combat, and the Hulk was the type who only grew stronger the longer he fought. As the battle raged on, it gradually became clear that Colossus was losing ground. Looks like it'll be over soon, Wanda said, arms crossed as she stood beside Chun-Shi, giving her verdict. This was not the country of peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans that Chun-Shi had hoped to create. You could say the ideal was rich, but reality was painfully stark. To truly achieve his dream, there was still a long, arduous journey ahead. As Chun-Shi sighed, the battle over there came to an end. The Hulk grabbed Colossus and strode toward Chun-Shi. When he was close enough, he loosened his grip and dropped Colossus onto the ground. Colossus hit the ground with a heavy thud, but unfazed, he rolled over and sprang to his feet. Just as he was about to bolt, Gwen ensnared him with her web. Gwen tilted her head with a bright smile. And where do you think you're going? Colossus raised his hands in surrender. And no, I wasn't going anywhere. What happened? Chun-Shi shifted his gaze from Colossus to the Hulk. The Hulk still looked furious. With a transformation, the green giant instantly reverted to an ordinary man. The man was Bruce Banner. He gave Chun-Shi a polite nod and spoke courteously. Good evening, Mr. Chun-Shi. I'm sorry for disturbing you and the ladies. Then he shot Colossus a sidelong glance, his tone turning sharp. Colossus has been stirring up the mutants to do all sorts of reckless things. I was just teaching him a lesson. Nonsense. Colossus refused to admit to any of it, feeling both wronged and infuriated by the accusation. I did organize the mutants to stand together, but inciting trouble? I absolutely won't admit to that. Hulk was furious, but Colossus was just as angry. He raised his hand and pointed accusingly at Bruce Banner. Don't think the two of you can just bully an honest guy like me so easily. Chun-Shi had a sense that their conversation was about to touch on some private matters, and there were still plenty of onlookers nearby. He snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the mutants present found themselves in a different place. This was Chun-Shi's house. Its defenses were exceptionally strong. There was no fear of anyone causing trouble, nor any worry that their words would be overheard. If you two nearly started a fight, it must be something serious. Tell me everything. Normally, Chunshi wouldn't bother with such trivial matters, but today, he had a feeling that he might learn something important. I have reliable information that someone is about to launch an extermination campaign against mutants. The webs that had bound Colossus had already been loosened. He glanced around, then sat cross-legged on the floor without hesitation. The moment I heard about it, I got really anxious. I immediately started gathering a few trusted mutants, definitely no more than 10, and we did it in secret. How was I supposed to know this guy would come after me? Refusing to listen, stubborn as a mule. I got worked up, and that's how we ended up fighting. An extermination campaign against mutants? Chun-Shi's eyelid twitched. What exactly do you know? Colossus looked as if he wanted to lie or brush it off, but when he caught sight of Chun-Shi's expressionless face not far away, he swallowed hard, a chill running through him. He lowered his gaze, not daring to utter a single false word. The 5 divine beings are extremely displeased with the existence of mutants in this world. Especially. Go on. Chun-Shi noticed Colossus had suddenly paused. He already had a suspicion about what was coming, but he wanted Colossus to finish. Colossus jolted, then hurried to continue. They're particularly dissatisfied with you. From their perspective, after the war with Apocalypse, every mutant should have been wiped out. There shouldn't be so many survivors. They're planning to send their divine envoys, and it won't be long before they arrive in this universe. Upon hearing this, Chun-Shi let out a cold snort and leaned back against the sofa. Gods, always looking down on everyone, thinking they could decide who lives and dies. The moment they're displeased, they resort to all kinds of nasty tricks. What nuisance. But it's quite interesting, really. The thought of one day trampling these so-called gods beneath his feet. Wasn't that an amusing prospect? Get more people together and spread the word. Make sure everyone stays alert. After a moment's silence, Chun-Shi spoke. The weapons and potions he ordered had only just been placed and hadn't arrived yet, but he could already send out the first batch. What about me? Although Bruce Banner didn't believe the gods were truly watching them, the person confirming this was Chun-Shi. If Chun-Shi said it, then it had to be true, which meant Chun-Shi had known about this all along. This thought made Bruce Banner nervous. He had no idea if his impulsive actions might end up alerting the enemy. You and Hull should also gather a group of people. I'll come find you both later. With those words, Chun-Shi sent them on their way. He needed to start planning as soon as possible. He didn't need these ordinary humans or mutants to accomplish anything for him, but at the very least, they shouldn't drag him down. After Bruce Banner and Colossus left, Wanda sat down beside Chun-Shi, nestling close. Is there anything you need us to do? Chun-Shi reached out and gently stroked Wanda's hair. Maybe you girls could help me track the status of the Stark Industries order. I placed one this morning. At that moment, the girls covered their mouths in surprise, finally realizing what Chun-Shi had been up to earlier that day. Chun-Shi knew that if he didn't give them something to do, they would only grow more anxious staying by his side. Rather than letting them worry, it was better to keep them occupied. Wanda nodded, deciding she'd visit Stark Tower first thing in the morning. The same thing I asked Bruce Banner and Colossus to do, you girls should do as well, Chun-Shi said seriously. A mutant's life is destined to be stormy and fraught with danger. Just because you avoid seeing or thinking about certain things doesn't mean the peace will last forever. Sometimes it's better to have a healthy sense of crisis. Under his protection, the girls could live well enough, but he couldn't shelter them every moment of every day. They would have to become stronger themselves. Wanda still hadn't awakened as the Scarlet Witch. Not yet, and that wouldn't do. Perhaps he needed to think of a way to help her. Chun-Shi's gaze fell on Wanda, sitting beside him. She grew nervous under his scrutiny, unsure why he was looking at her like that. She blinked. Chun-Shi watched her in silence for a few seconds, then looked away. Never mind. You're just fine the way you are. After that day, Chun-Shi began making a series of preparations. Ordinary people knew nothing of this, but they could sense the tension among the mutants around them. What on earth is happening? Beside her, her mutant boyfriend suddenly shot to his feet, startling the beautiful woman, who couldn't help but ask, "Why are you leaving so quickly? Aren't we going to play together?" A few friends who had been playing together suddenly left, and the two who departed transformed and sped away. "Watch my child for me." A mutant mother suddenly said this to her friend beside her, then turned and vanished without a trace. People all around the world could sense the tension radiating from the mutants, realizing that something seemed to have affected them. Though no one knew exactly what had happened, the ordinary humans couldn't help but be swept up in the atmosphere, growing nervous themselves. Chun-Shi stood by the window, gazing at the strange sights unfolding in the sky. An average person might not notice anything amiss from this vantage point. But for those mutants who had lived through war and could sense when something was wrong, it was clear that something was off. The sky hung heavy and dark, wild winds howling outside, as if a raging storm was about to break. At the summons of several mutant captains, many mutants gathered in groups, assembling in waves. They carried all kinds of weapons, each carefully chosen through countless experiments to best suit their unique abilities. From their captains, they also received a number of special serums. These serums can save your life and boost your powers several times over in a short span, with absolutely no side effects. Just hearing that their strength could be multiplied was enough to stir excitement in the hearts of the mutants. Don't worry, we'll use these serums where they're needed most. Not a single drop will go to waste. All instructions had been given, and now everyone waited. A long time passed, but all remained eerily quiet. Aside from the ominous tension in the air, nothing happened. What in the world is going on? The mutants looked around at each other in confusion. To them, the absence of any incident didn't feel like good news. It felt like a sign of something even bigger at play. Chun-Shi frowned slightly, deep in thought. Suddenly, he broke into a quiet smile. So that's what's happening. His gaze pierced the distance, and from what he saw, he understood exactly what was about to unfold. Behind Chun-Shi, Wanda had been worried that something major was about to happen, but seeing his reaction, she finally relaxed. Tell everyone to head back for now. Nothing will happen today. Have them stay alert and report immediately if they notice anything unusual or if any unrest breaks out. Chun-Shi's sudden command left everyone momentarily bewildered. Though they still didn't know exactly what was going on, they followed his instructions all the same. Very soon, Chun-Shi's orders were relayed down the line. The people who had been tense and on edge, upon hearing that Chun-Shi himself had spoken, immediately began to disperse and return to their places. Just like that, the tense atmosphere vanished without a trace. Some ordinary human friends nearby asked them what was happening. It's fine, really nothing's wrong. Chun-Shi said so himself. That's right, if Chun-Shi says everything's okay, then it must be. Upon hearing that it was Chun-Shi who had spoken, even the ordinary humans, who had been anxious just moments before, relaxed one by one. After all, if Chun-Shi said there was nothing to worry about, then what did they have to fear? Although Chun-Shi's orders hadn't spelled everything out, Wanda understood him well. She could read between the lines and offered a few more words to reassure those around her. With the comfort provided by those close at hand, peace settled over the world once more. Even if this was only a superficial calm, for some people, it was enough. There were, of course, a handful of troublemakers, but most people simply wanted to live their lives in peace, to dwell quietly in their country, in this world. Yet unknown to them, unexpected incidents were happening one after another, right under their noses. But for now, all these events were being suppressed, contained by the united efforts of the Mutant Alliance. Led by Chun-Shi, the group split into several small teams, appearing at different corners of the world. They witnessed rifts tearing through space and time, and saw the twisting of timelines. They saw entire mountain ranges that had once stood tall suddenly crumble to the ground, and passers-by who, moments before, had been walking down the street, vanish into thin air. Some people, who had been perfectly fine in the southern regions, suddenly found themselves in the north in the blink of an eye. These strange happenings seemed to occur almost constantly. Though Chun-Shi and his team did their best to control the spread of rumors, the unrest continued to ferment. After all, these incidents were happening all around them. It was impossible for people to ignore events unfolding in their own world. Online discussions raged on. My boyfriend and I were just spending time together in our room. We were about to get a little intimate when he suddenly disappeared. At first, I thought I'd seen a ghost, but it turns out he reappeared at my best friend's house. My mother, who passed away, suddenly came home. She's sitting in the living room right now. I'm terrified. I always wish my school would just disappear forever, but I never imagined it would actually vanish into thin air. A stranger suddenly broke into my home. Most of these were ordinary people's accounts, but for the mutants, the situation was far more disastrous. They were facing even more dire events. What could be more terrifying than enemies who had vanished suddenly reappearing out of nowhere? The timelines and the fabric of space are completely unraveling, someone said. As much as they might not want to admit it, this was the reality. It was as if the gods themselves were playing a colossal, cruel joke on them. Even if the TVA showed up for something like this, it would be completely useless. The mutants all looked uneasy, but when they spotted Chun-Shi not far away, though Chun-Shi's body appeared frail and thin, to them, he was like an anchor that settled their hearts. Apocalypse isn't going to come back to life, is he? All those people we once killed. Just picturing those terrifying scenes, even for a moment, sent chills down their spines. So what if they do come back? If Chun-Shi could kill them once, he can do it again. Someone spoke up with great certainty. Hearing this, they all found the reasoning solid and reassuring. But just as the tension seemed to ease, Chun-Shi tilted his head thoughtfully. The timeline was indeed a bit off, but he still sensed something subtly different. It felt as though several timelines had merged together here. And in those timelines, he did not exist. How fascinating. It seemed the gods had discovered something. If he weren't here, what would have happened in the original story? Evil can never triumph over justice. The outcome will never change. How foolish these gods are, thinking that just because he isn't part of a timeline, someone else capable of challenging him would simply appear. And how could they believe that anyone strong enough to challenge him would actually stand with the gods? Originally, he'd been looking forward to seeing the gods send one of their chosen down to intervene, but so far, no one had shown up. Still, that in itself was rather amusing. Chun-Shi hummed softly, a tune slipping from his lips, light and carefree. Mr. Chun-Shi is even singing. Looks like this is going to be a walk in the park. Can you tell what he's singing? We're a bit too far to make it out. Of course, they weren't really curious about the song. They just wanted to ease the tension in the air. Those old enemies, and even the new foes far stronger than any they'd faced before, none of them were a match for the mutant team. They swept their opponents aside with surprising ease. Everything had gone almost too smoothly. Even after completing their mission, they couldn't help but mutter to themselves. It felt like, even if Apocalypse did revive, they could probably take him down themselves. Chun-Shi wouldn't even need to get involved. After all, no matter how powerful their enemies became, they were always growing stronger too. This was just a test. The first test. Chun-Shi smiled. Standing atop the mountain, he once again sensed that overwhelming gaze, so intense it felt as if it might burn right through him. He turned and flashed that dazzling, brilliant smile straight at the source of that gaze. That smile was nothing short of mockery. At least to the gods, it was an outright taunt. This human named Chun-Shi is truly infuriating. The planet devourer fumed, nearly beside himself with rage. He knows we're watching him, yet he dares to meet our gaze with such a provocative look. Whose idea was this, anyway? It's absolutely terrible. The goddess of death spoke in a flat tone, but a closer look at her beautiful eyes revealed just how displeased she was. Weren't we supposed to let the god-touched make their move? In all honesty, when we don't even know the full extent of the opponent's power, I think it's unwise to rush in recklessly. Infinity replied lightly, almost as if floating on air. Besides, watching the other side flounder and struggle make for quite the entertaining show, doesn't it? So, tell me, have you actually seen them floundering? The goddess of death shot back without hesitation. Infinity fell instantly silent, realizing the miscalculation. The outcome was far from ideal. No wonder Death was so upset. Eternity quickly stepped in to mediate. We're all working hard toward the same goal. Even though the results aren't perfect, at least we've seen that the collective strength of these mutants is quite impressive. That in itself is a valuable outcome. Oblivion couldn't resist a sarcastic comment. Why bother with all these convoluted schemes? Just wipe them out. Bring in a few heavy hitters from other timelines, and this whole world could be reduced to ashes in an instant. We're only trying to get rid of that Chun-Shi and the mutants. Eternity objected, not wanting Oblivion to plunge the world into utter chaos, though things were already chaotic enough. We are gods, after all. We are the mysterious beings who inspire hope. I'm nothing like you. Oblivion interrupted, clearly annoyed, and in the blink of an eye, vanished without a trace. Eternity was caught completely off guard by this outcome. They had all agreed to handle this matter together, so why had Oblivion just up and left? Honestly, he didn't much want to deal with this business himself either. He was tempted to run away as well. Death, the only one truly determined to see this through, saw everyone's lackluster attitude and grew even more frustrated. Maybe we shouldn't have tried working together from the start. Perhaps it would have been better to act separately. Then let's go our own ways. And so, just like that, the alliance of the gods came to an end. Chun-Shi had no idea that his single glance had set off such drama among the gods, even shattering their cooperation. If he knew, he would surely be quite pleased with himself. He'd probably say, "That's just how I am." A man who could give the gods themselves a headache. At that very moment, standing atop the mountain, Chun-Shi sensed that the gods' attention had drifted away from him. Calmly and methodically, he began issuing new instructions to the mutants on how they should proceed. This world is in utter chaos. Those mutants who are skilled at resetting timelines should split into teams and restore things to their original state. The sudden appearance of spatial wormholes has thrown everything into further disarray. Mutants who excel at handling these anomalies will form their own teams to deal with them as well. Once Chun-Shi had finished patiently explaining his intentions, the remaining mutants dispersed to carry out their assignments. After all, each team still had their own leader to guide them in completing their tasks. By now, dusk had already settled, and the light outside was fading fast. Another busy day had come to an end. Those adept at teleportation returned to their lodgings in a flash. Those who could fly, those whose speed defied belief. These mutants each possessed unique abilities, and with what lay ahead, there was no need for anyone to worry about their actions. My dear, you must be exhausted. I've drawn you a hot bath. Jean Grey gently dabbed the dust from Chun-Chi's face with a soft handkerchief. Chun-Chi caught Jean's hand, stopping her from continuing, and smiled. Why don't you join me? Jean's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, and she nodded shyly. An hour later, the two emerged from the bathroom together. Jean's legs were a little unsteady, while Chun-Chi still hadn't quite satisfied his energy. You've been running around all day. How do you still have the energy to fool around? Wanda interjected with a hint of disapproval, though the way her eyes glanced longingly at Jean and Chun, she betrayed her true feelings. If you're jealous, I'll let you have him tonight, Jean retorted playfully. I don't need that, Wanda sniffed, then carried the dishes she'd prepared to the table. Gwen chimed in with a mischievous grin. If you don't want him, I certainly do. Why do we need to choose at all? Wouldn't it be much nicer if everyone enjoyed themselves together? Tonight, Chun-Chi had no intention of sleeping. After all, he was still riding the high of today's triumph. The thrill of standing face to face with the gods still lingered in his mind, keeping him wide awake and electric with excitement. Hearing Chun-Chi's words, the women offered no further protest. They sat down to dinner together, and from the eagerness with which they ate, it was clear just how impatient they were for what came next. Basking in the warmth and affection of Gwen, Wanda, and Jean, Chun-Chi didn't forget the important matters at hand. With the united efforts of the mutants, and under Chun-Chi's guidance, order was gradually restored. Yet, even though everything seemed stable on the surface, some things remained unchanged, no matter how much the world shifted. The chaos in the timelines, the distortions in space, and the fact that the gods were acting independently. All this meant that Chun-Chi and the mutants were still in grave danger. Unbeknownst to Chun-Chi, someone had already set their sights on him. My dear, what are you looking at? Wanda noticed that Chun-Chi had been standing by the window for quite some time. Lately, Wanda had often found Chun-Chi gazing out at the sky and the crowds beyond for long stretches. Everything was supposedly under control now, wasn't it? There really shouldn't be anything to worry about anymore, should there? Lately, I keep getting the feeling that I'm being followed. Chun-Chi had always been exceptionally vigilant. He was sensitive enough to perceive even the gaze of the gods, much less the crude tactics of someone trailing him. But this person was cunning. Every time Chun-Chi was about to catch them, they would slip away like an eel, vanishing without a trace. It seemed the individual was hiding somewhere extremely well concealed. With that thought, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chun-Chi's eyes. This was Franklin Richards' third day of shadowing Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi appeared to be riddled with vulnerabilities, yet Franklin dared not let his guard down for a second. He was a figure of considerable stature and respect among mutants, someone who had even defeated formidable foes. Such a person was certainly no weakling. Franklin Richards knew better than to underestimate him. Whenever Chun-Chi was on the verge of discovering him, Franklin would instantly melt into hiding. Franklin Richards was born an Omega-level mutant, endowed with extraordinary powers, capable of traveling through time, manipulating its flow, and wielding other formidable abilities. When a voice told him that he would soon disappear, that the future had already been rewritten, panic gripped his heart. His mother was the Invisible Woman, Susan Storm. His father, Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. From birth, he'd been the envy of many. Both his parents were members of the Fantastic Four. But now, in this altered timeline, his mother Susan had left the group and wasn't even with his father. Instead, she was with this man, Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi, a man who had no place in this timeline at all. Franklin Richards' goal was clear: erase Chun-Chi's existence and restore everything to its proper course. With this in mind, he found himself once again heading to where Susan Storm lived. Perhaps he needed to explain everything to her. Having an extra ally might just tip the odds in his favor. Who did you say you are? Susan looked at the young man who claimed to be her son, a slight frown creasing her brow. Mom, I'm your son from the future. My name is Franklin Richards. Your husband should be Reed Richards, not this Chun-Chi. You must leave him. Franklin Richards spoke with certainty, and even as he spoke, there was a hint of firmness in his tone. Susan was completely unfazed by his words. In fact, she found herself slightly amused. What I'm saying is true. I know it sounds unbelievable. Seeing Susan suddenly break into laughter, Franklin Richards realized she probably didn't believe a word he'd said, which explained her current attitude. No, I believe what you're saying. Ever since she had started following Chun-Chi, she learned many secrets about different worlds. She also knew that lately, the timelines and spatial lines had become somewhat chaotic. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the person before her really did seem to share her bloodline. She could sense it. But that didn't change anything for her. Since you exist here now, it means the connection between us is not as it should be. Susan spoke slowly. Franklin Richards looked at Susan, confused. What do you mean? Since he didn't understand, he asked directly. I don't know what the people behind you have told you, but every parallel universe is different, and the fabric of each space is different as well. The fact that you exist means that your timeline is the one that's right for you. Or, to be more precise, you and I aren't mother and son in the true sense of the word. As she spoke, Susan wasn't sure if Franklin Richards would understand, but if he kept pressing the issue, she wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. I'll tell Chun-Shi about this. Susan stood up, signaling Franklin Richards to leave. Franklin Richards' expression darkened. He felt betrayed, by his own mother, no less. He hadn't understood a word of what Susan had just said. I'm not giving up. With those words, he quickly vanished from his space. Watching him leave, Susan made a phone call, and when Chun-Shi answered, he was a bit surprised. Franklin Richards, the one who was practically omnipotent, capable of creating entire universes? He seemed to have some connection to the Devourer of Worlds. Chun-Shi blinked thoughtfully, quickly piecing together the relationship between the two. So this guy is your son from the future? Chun-Shi spoke with an uncertain tone. Susan immediately protested. What are you saying? I have nothing to do with him. You're the only one I have. Don't tell me you didn't know that. Susan had no intention of acknowledging things that had never even happened. She had never even considered being with anyone other than Chun-Shi. Even so, in another sense, he could be considered your son. If I were to kill him, would you find it hard to bear? Chun-Shi spoke again, but now his tone was laced with murderous intent. He had no intention of letting his woman have anything to do with another man, not even in the most abstract sense. Susan heard Chun-Shi's question and could feel the possessiveness in his voice. She didn't hesitate for a moment. He and I never had any real connection. In fact, it's safe to say he could never exist in my world. If it comes to it, I can do it myself. Chun-Shi was thoroughly pleased with Susan's answer. If Susan had hesitated even for a second, Chun-Shi might have abandoned her right then and there. After all, there were plenty of beautiful women in the world. He had no need to focus solely on Susan. Chun-Shi, are you still bothered by this? After hearing Chun-Shi fall silent on the other end of the line for a long time, Susan couldn't help but grow anxious. This situation had absolutely nothing to do with her, so why did he care so much? I'm not bothered. In the Marvel Universe, it's rare for goddesses to remain unpaired in the original storylines. Many of them, in fact, have rather chaotic private lives. But he was different. Every woman he touched, he was her first, and he would be her only from then on. This was simply the first time someone else's son had come to confront him, especially one from the future. That was a first for him. Get ready. Tonight, I'll come over and show you just how much I care for you. With those words, Chun-Shi ended the call. Susan had been feeling anxious, but upon hearing Chun-Shi truly wasn't bothered. The weight that had been hanging over her finally dropped away. It landed so softly it barely hurt at all. Thinking that Chun-Shi would be coming over soon, she joyfully began her preparations. Tonight, she would give it her all, determined to let Chun-Shi experience a pleasure like never before. Susan put her heart into it. Chun-Shi could feel how different she was tonight, could sense her eagerness to please. Usually, Susan was always a little reserved, always holding something back when she was with Chun-Shi. Every time, Chun-Shi felt like something was missing. But tonight was nothing like before. He felt utterly exhilarated. All the things Susan had been too shy to try before, tonight they explored them all over and over. Even in the middle of the night, he found himself wanting more. He thought if there was time, he and Wanda could try all these new things together with them. Those women were all dear to his heart. Even in his usual indulgences, he couldn't bear to go too far with them. If he ruined any of them, it would be a disaster. Susan, meanwhile, had no idea that Chun-Shi's thoughts had already drifted far away. She was still lying on her own bed, unaware that he was already thinking about other women. So, Chun-Shi, what do you plan to do next? Or should I just get rid of him altogether? Susan seized the moment while Chun-Shi was in high spirits, unable to help but voice her suggestion. But Chun-Shi had different plans. Although at first he had indeed wanted to dispose of Franklin Richards, keeping him alive might prove far more useful than simply eliminating him. Chun-Shi suspected that the force behind Franklin Richards was none other than the Devourer of Worlds. If all 5 cosmic deities were to gather at once, he might stand no chance. However, if he could defeat them one by one, that might be an excellent strategy. Rather than passively responding to events, rather than waiting for the gods to make their move against him, he preferred to take the initiative. Franklin Richards had shown up at just the right time. He was a pawn of the deities, and if used well, he could be invaluable. But if mishandled, at that thought, a faint smile played upon Chun-Shi's lips. He pulled the naked Susan into his arms and pressed a fierce kiss on her lips. You truly are my treasure. Susan could feel Chun-Shi's mood was even brighter than before. She didn't know what had happened, but his happiness was infectious. That night, the two of them indulged in wild abandon. By the time morning came, Susan was utterly drained. Keep an eye on Franklin Richards. Next time, catch him directly, don't let him slip away. Franklin Richards was slippery, just like an eel. Although Chun-Shi could track him down, it wasn't so easy, and he didn't want to waste time on it. He knew that sooner or later, Franklin Richards would seek Susan out again. So, he figured he might as well hand the matter over to Susan. Susan nodded her agreement. Don't worry, I'll handle this perfectly. With that, she watched Chun-Shi dress and leave, unable to hide her reluctance. If only she could stay by Chun-Shi's side for longer. Just one night with him felt far too short. As for the task Chun-Shi had given her, she took it very seriously. Yet a week passed, and Franklin Richards never appeared again. Susan grew anxious. Was this mission doomed to remain unfinished? What Susan didn't know was that, after seeing her once, Franklin Richards had realized his mother was now completely under the spell of that man named Chun-Shi. He no longer tried to re-establish cooperation with the other party. Instead, he turned his attention directly to Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi was simply too cunning and formidable. There was no way to get a handle on him. After several attempts to probe, he remembered his own unique ability, the power to alter reality. This power could overwrite an entire universe. Unfortunately, it was limited to the pocket universes he himself created. He planned to lure Chun-Shi into such a pocket universe, and have the powerful beings he could conjure their deal with him. A glint flickered in Franklin Richards' eyes, a flash of menace passing quickly across his gaze. He didn't truly harbor much malice toward Chun-Shi, but if Chun-Shi's existence threatened his own birth, then such a person simply had to be eliminated. As for whether mutants would be affected, that was of no concern to him. Having come up with a good plan, Franklin Richards felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He watched coldly as Chun-Shi spent the night at his mother's house from time to time, grinding his teeth with frustration, eager to act at once. Yet, creating a pocket universe was not something that could be accomplished quickly. Everything needed to be meticulously prepared. He would also need to become even more powerful. But in this world, there was no one who could help him. Could he really count on that enigmatic, elusive figure who only ever told him that he would eventually disappear? There was, however, one other person who could help. Franklin Richards thought of his only remaining family member, and his expression softened at once. Of all people, only she could truly understand how he felt now. His dear sister. Though she was different from him, not a mutant, her intellect was extraordinary. Her knowledge surpassed the bounds of her era, even the entire universe. Even those acclaimed as genius scientists could not begin to comprehend her mind. He possessed power. His sister possessed wisdom. Working together, the two of them would surely be able to destroy this man, named Chun-Shi. He would die by their hands. The more Franklin entertained this thought, the more delighted he felt. Without delay, he returned to his original timeline and brought his sister Valeria over. Valeria looked around at this world, so similar yet so different from her own, and her feelings were complicated. Beneath a flourishing tree, the petite and adorable girl stood beside her brother, watching as a beautiful woman stepped out of a house. Valeria's lips moved soundlessly, but soon her lovely eyes lowered, veiling her emotions. Her brother, Franklin Richards, had told her many things. She had listened to every word. She also knew exactly what had transpired between her brother and their mother. Brother, this woman isn't our mother. Valia spoke in an exceptionally calm tone. How could she not be? Franklin had expected Valia to be just as agitated and unwilling to accept the truth as he was. He never imagined she would react this way. Are you betraying me too? Our parents are already gone. Even if we killed Chun-Shi, in this timeline, we could never be born again. And even if we were, those children would have nothing to do with us. We and they are not the same people. Valia didn't want her family trapped in this endless cycle of obsession, so she spoke with quiet determination. But this was the last thing Franklin Richards wanted to hear. He was frustrated, so much so that he couldn't even spare another glance at Valia. With a huff, he spun around and stormed off. Valia watched, stunned, as her brother vanished before her eyes. He had actually just left her here, all alone. As she stood there, lost in thought, she suddenly sensed someone approaching. She whipped her head around and found herself face to face with Susan. Susan gazed at the girl before her, a girl she found herself strangely drawn to, someone who sparked her curiosity. Have we met before? She asked. Valia grew a little nervous. In her own world, her mother had been gone for a long time. Now, confronted with a younger version of her mother right before her eyes, Valia tried to remind herself not to think about it. I just moved into the neighborhood, she replied, attempting a casual smile. Maybe we ran into each other by chance. Susan immediately suspected she was lying, but then, why would this girl bother to lie to her? Unable to shake her curiosity, Susan found herself studying the girl more closely. She was certain she'd never seen anyone like her living nearby. I really do live close by. Sometimes I see you and your boyfriend together. You two seem very close. Valia smiled at Susan, then glanced down at her watch. Sorry, it's getting late. My family's waiting for me to come home for dinner. I should go. With a polite nod to Susan, Valia turned and walked away. Even after she'd gone quite a distance, she could still feel Susan's gaze lingering on her back, following her every step, refusing to let go. She kept moving forward, never once looking back. Only when she rounded a corner did she finally lean against a cold wall, letting out a soft sigh. Such a beautiful lady. May I have the honor of buying you a cup of coffee? Standing before her was a strikingly handsome man, inviting her with impeccable manners. This man was none other than Chun-Shi, who had come looking for Susan. Originally, Chun-Shi had just intended to check in on Susan's recent assignments and, while at it, spend the night with her. But as he neared his destination, he unexpectedly caught sight of a beautiful woman, one who, to his surprise, bore a striking resemblance to Susan. What a remarkable coincidence this was. Chun-Shi found it all rather incredible. Valeria was a genius, but even geniuses tend to attract a host of self-important admirers. She had never had much patience for those types. Some were lacking in looks, others in brains. She had always been intent on exploring the mysteries of the universe, delving into all manner of advanced technologies. But the man standing before her now was clearly no ordinary person. At the very least, she had never seen a man quite so handsome. I've run away from home. Will you take me in? She asked. Spending a night with a man like this didn't seem like a bad idea. After all, if she was going to have her first time, it should be with someone exceptional. With such a beautiful woman making her intentions so plain, how could he possibly refuse? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun-Shi led her into a nearby hotel. They had barely stepped inside the room before the two of them, unable to wait any longer, eagerly stripped away each other's clothes. How old are you? Chun-Shi suddenly asked, just as things were about to reach their climax. Valeria wasn't sure why he'd ask such a question at that moment. She caught her breath softly. 20. She looked so youthful, almost like a teenager. He hadn't expected her to be 20 already. Chun-Shi felt nothing but relief. He had no desire to get involved with an underage girl. No matter how much he liked beautiful women, there were lines he wouldn't cross. Valeria frowned, discomfort flickering across her face. Chun-Shi let out a deep, heavy breath, his warm exhale brushing against Valeria's ear. 2.5 hours later, Valeria's cheeks were flushed. She hadn't expected being together to be such a delightful experience. She felt as if she had missed out on so much in the past. Yet now, she was immensely grateful, thankful that her first time had been with such an outstanding and handsome man. At first, she had resented her brother for leaving her at the foot of the tree, but now, she had to admit he'd done her a favor. Meanwhile, Franklin Richards was still sulking. Damn it, none of them are on my side. I'm supposed to be your family. He stayed angry for quite some time. When his anger finally subsided, it dawned on him that he'd left his inexperienced little sister behind in an unfamiliar place. Panic surged through him in an instant. He rushed back as quickly as he could, only to find that his sister was nowhere to be seen. He tried to rewind the timeline, searching for her trace. But for some strange reason, the power that had always come so easily to him seemed far less effective in this world. He saw his own sister standing under the tree for a while, then chatting with their mother, Susan, for a bit, and then suddenly she was gone. While Franklin Richards was searching for Valeria, Chun-Shi seemed to sense something. He abruptly stopped what he was doing with Valeria's hand. What's wrong? Aren't you going to continue? Valeria clung to Chun-Shi, still unsatisfied, her eyes misty and alluring, radiating an irresistible charm. The pure, captivating look on her face made Chun-Shi's breath catch again. The scent of ordinary women, it seemed, was indeed a little different from that of mutants. In the future, he could absolutely broaden his horizons when it came to flirting. After all, it was all just for fun. Don't worry, I'll satisfy you right now. Chun-Shi chuckled softly, then leaned back over Valeria. Chun-Shi and Valeria spent a very pleasurable night together. It wasn't until the next morning, after a good night's sleep, that they realized they didn't even know each other's names. By the way, I still haven't asked you, what's your name? He couldn't help but feel it was terribly rude not to know the name of the girl he just slept with. Of course, the more honest truth was that Chun-Shi found her quite pleasing and wanted to see her again. So, he thought to exchange contact information for another rendezvous. Valeria hesitated for a moment. At first, she considered making up a name, but she didn't want him thinking of her with someone else's name in his heart. My name is Valeria, she said to Chun-Shi, her expression earnest. Chun-Shi froze for a moment. That name sounded oddly familiar. He studied the woman's face before him, and the more he looked, the more she resembled Susan. Then, with just a little bit of association, he instantly realized why he thought she looked like Susan. Your name is Valeria Richards? He called out her full name, without a hint of error. A look of obvious surprise flashed across Valeria's face. A moment later, her quick mind raced, and her expression turned to utter frustration. Oh, damn it. She had actually slept with Susan's boyfriend. Valeria had never imagined any scenario so dramatic would happen to her. The thought alone was terrifying. Just a few hours ago, she'd been talking with her mother, and not long after, she'd ended up in bed with Susan's boyfriend. She was mortified. She couldn't face anyone now. She covered her face, completely ashamed. Chun-Shi, on the other hand, didn't seem all that bothered by what had happened. Well, maybe he did have some feelings about it. He found it deliciously forbidden. That thought sparked a gleam in Chun-Shi's eyes, and an even bolder, more shameless idea began to form. Some things are a bit complicated to handle in practice, so let's leave it at that for now. I still have some things to take care of, Miss Valeria. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again next time. With those words, as Valeria looked up, Chun-Shi hooked a finger under her chin and pulled her into a deep, lingering kiss. Valeria was startled out of her wits. By the time she came back to her senses, Chun-Shi had already opened the hotel room door and walked out. Valeria pressed her flushed cheeks with her hands, feeling only a small sliver of relief that he didn't know the real relationship between her and her mother. At that moment, Valeria hesitated. Did he really not know? Her brother had once told her about this man's identity, and she doubted that he was truly in the dark about hers, even though she hadn't revealed a single thing. After getting dressed, Valeria stood in front of the hotel room's floor-to-ceiling window for a long time, lost in thought. Only when the time was almost up did she leave to wait near the spot where her brother had disappeared on his own the day before. Although her brother had initially forgotten about her, she believed it was only temporary. Once he remembered, he would surely come looking for her himself. After all, she was his only family, and he still cared deeply for her. The moment Valeria appeared, Franklin Richards rushed over and grabbed her shoulders without a second's delay. Valeria, where did you go? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Valeria looked utterly lifeless. Oh, if you were so worried, why did you just leave me behind? When it came to his little sister, Franklin Richards could hardly retort, especially since he knew this time it really was his fault. Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. Since you don't want to help me, I'll take you home right now. No need, I want to stay in this world. There was no family waiting for her in the other world, and nobody else's mind could compare to hers. Rather than return, she'd rather stay here. Franklin Richards was taken aback, but then his face lit up with joy. So you're going to help me? He knew his sister wouldn't just abandon him. But Valeria just shot Franklin Richards a sideways glance. No, I told you I wouldn't help you, and I meant it. Her brother was clever, true. But compared to someone truly brilliant, he was miles behind. Even though her time with Chun-Shi had been brief, and, well, just some mutually enjoyable exercise, she could still sense that he was remarkable, not an ordinary person at all. She thought back to every encounter she'd had with Chun-Shi. She could feel it clearly. He knew everything, but never let a single thing slip. With Franklin's intellect, he was simply no match for the other side. If I were you, I'd never choose to go up against Chun-Shi, Valeria said, her tone unequivocal. This, however, only made Franklin Richards all the more displeased. I'm your brother. How can you talk to your brother like that? Not only was she refusing to help, but she was even mocking him on purpose. Franklin's dissatisfaction was written all over his voice now. Valeria looked at her brother, a barely perceptible hint of pity flickering in her eyes. It was painfully obvious to her that her brother was being manipulated by that mysterious voice, yet he stubbornly refused to see it. Valeria was clever, but her intelligence was powerless in the face of her brother's obstinacy. In this situation, the only thing she could do was try her best to free her brother from the influence lurking behind him. Her gaze flickered for a moment. Perhaps it was time to join forces with their mother. More importantly, she needed to work with Chun-Shi. With that thought, she turned and walked away, not saying another word to her brother. She believed her brother had already set his plans in motion. On the ancient land of the gods, after much discussion, Thor and his companions led the celestial court to choose a suitable place for their descent. At first, they had decided to go to New York to Earth, but suddenly, the space around them twisted. A voice spoke to all the gods. I've chosen a more fitting place for you. All I ask is a small favor in return. Behind the voice's coldness, there was a faint trace of sympathy. The gods of Asgard could hardly believe this voice was echoing inside each of their minds. Who's playing tricks on us? I need you to kill Chun-Shi. With just these words, each of them felt the world spinning around them. When they regained their senses, it seemed they had already arrived in a new world. a world where mutants and humans lived side by side in peace. They noticed a sudden beam of light appearing overhead. Instinctively, they looked up, and to their astonishment, saw a new world suspended above them. It was truly unbelievable. The mutant team leaders wasted no time in contacting Chen-Shi. Every call was intercepted by Wanda and the others. "What in the world is going on?" Wanda muttered, looking up with growing concern after hanging up yet another call. "It's quite an interesting development," Chen-Shi replied, gazing at the sky. "Asgard, the homeland of the Norse gods. Was this a move targeted at him, or was it all just a coincidence?" When Asgard appeared, Chen-Shi could distinctly sense a ripple in the air, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. While humans and mutants marveled at the arrival of Asgard, those who had come from Asgard themselves were equally curious about this world. They wandered through the streets and alleys. Their peculiar attire did not draw any strange looks from the people around them. It seemed as though the people of this world were quite familiar with such clothing. What kind of world is this? Sif, dressed in her grass-green battle armor, swayed her slender, serpentine waist, her face filled with astonishment. The energy fluctuations here were intense. There were many powerful beings in this place. At this moment, her eyes darted everywhere, as if she simply couldn't take it all in. Suddenly, she felt a summons. In an instant, she vanished from where she stood, returning to the sanctuary. "Sif, you mustn't wander off on your own. You know we still have much to discuss." Sif realized she had indeed acted rashly, and she offered a sincere apology. "We must find out who this Chen-Shi is, the one mentioned by that voice. If he is evil, then we must eradicate him. But if he stands for justice, we'll simply pretend we never heard the voice at all." They couldn't fathom why such a powerful being, after gathering them all here, seemed indifferent to whether they followed its instructions. Yet the brief message left by that mysterious voice had piqued their interest in Chen-Shi. "We could do some investigating," Sif suggested earnestly. "I just took a casual stroll through this world and found that many people here possess great power, and they coexist with humans in perfect harmony. Perhaps we could just ask around." Thor turned his gaze to Sif. "I'll leave this task to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly shifted his gaze away. "Of course, what's more important for us is to figure out the true nature of this world, whether we can return to our own, and above all, to remember that we are champions of justice. We must not do anything even remotely wrong." Thor's eyes were filled with resolve. But before any investigation could begin, as they were speaking, an utterly ordinary-looking human appeared before them. He was a strikingly handsome man, his eyes brimming with ease and confidence. His arrival was so quiet and natural that no one sensed anything unusual. "Who are you? Could you be Chen-Shi?" To have drawn the wariness of that powerful, mysterious voice, this man had to be someone of extraordinary ability. Although he couldn't sense any real strength from the opponent, whose every move was riddled with flaws. Asgard has actually intervened. Now that's truly astonishing. Chen-Shi smiled. "That's right, I am Chen-Shi." "Chen-Shi, it seems you already have an idea of who we are," Thor spoke up. "In that case, let's be direct. There's a voice urging us to kill you. It was also that voice that brought us here." Thor had absolute trust in himself and in his companions. He was certainly capable of accomplishing anything he set his mind to. Chen-Shi maintained his gentle smile. "That voice you mentioned, I might know a thing or two about it. So, is it Asgard's intention to come after me? Or is your target my world?" Thor observed Chen-Shi, who remained at ease, completely unconcerned. "We need to understand this world first." In truth, Thor and his companions had no real grasp of what this world was all about. Acting rashly at this point would hardly be wise for them. They needed to figure out exactly who, or what, they might be up against. Chen-Shi had simply come to greet them, and seeing that they hadn't made up their minds, he left them with an address. "You can come find me whenever you wish." With those words, he swiftly departed. He had arrived quickly, and he left just as quickly. After Chen-Shi's departure, the Grand Hall was shrouded in silence for a long while. Did anyone see through that Chen-Shi's true nature? None of us could. For so many people to be unable to discern even a single man's background said a lot about their own shortcomings. A sense of worry weighed heavily on them, and the mutants of this world were filled with anxiety as well. Is Asgard's arrival meant to deal with us? The timing of their appearance is far too suspicious. Chen-Shi told us not to worry too much, and that the matter would soon be resolved. But even so, we must never let our guard down. We always have to be ready for a fight, no matter what. For now, we'll just keep watching. Even if we have to confront these people from Asgard, it won't be a challenge for us. Because they were all strong. Because Chen-Shi was strong. The mutants felt no fear just because Asgard's celestial palace hovered above their heads. Though there was some unease, it was barely more than a passing shadow, and it did nothing to disrupt the rhythm of their lives. It simply made them a little more vigilant in their daily routines. It seems that the voice wasn't just after my brother. Maybe it's brought other powers as well. Or perhaps there's more than one voice at work. Valeria stood atop her rooftop, gazing out at the world. The wind howled past her ears as she lifted her head, gazing at the golden glow that seemed to envelop Asgard. Franklin Richards stood right by her side. Valeria. Franklin couldn't help but call out his sister's name. Valeria paused for just a moment, then quietly shifted her gaze toward him. What is it, brother? Seeing Franklin's dejected expression and glancing at what he was wearing, Valeria instantly understood what he must have just gone through. You failed. Valeria knew all too well about her brother's relentless attempts to assassinate Chen-Shi, but his appearance now it didn't really seem like the aftermath of a failed attempt. If he had failed to kill Chen-Shi, Franklin would either be seething with anger or muttering curses. There was no way he'd be this calm. Mom got involved. At that, Franklin pressed his hand to his forehead in frustration. Why did she do that? Does she really care that much about this Chen-Shi? Valeria watched him, realizing that her brother wasn't really looking for answers. He just needed someone to listen while he vented. Recognizing this, Valeria arched her brow slightly, then quickly looked away again. She continued to stare at the shining Asgard overhead, her mind racing with calculations. Franklin rambled on, but when his words were met with silence, he finally fell quiet. He looked up as well, a cold, mirthless laugh escaping him. Looks like this Chen-Shi is in for some serious trouble. In for trouble? Valeria didn't think so, not at all. Her mind was rapidly calculating, and soon she'd reached a few conclusions. In fact, from those conclusions, she could already sense what role she was best suited to play in this world. Where are you going? Franklin stared at her, confusion written all over his face. I'm going to see Mom. She had no idea how to find Chen-Shi. After all, she wasn't a superpowered being, but as long as she found her mother, tracking down Chen-Shi would be a simple matter. On that point, Valeria was absolutely confident. With that realization, her movements grew swift and decisive. In a setting both cozy and beautiful, Valeria sat across from Susan. Perhaps at first, she felt a bit uneasy, even a little guilty. But after a single cup of bitter coffee, whatever discomfort, she had melted away completely. I should have realized it sooner. When Susan looked at Valeria, her gaze was probing, yet still gentle enough. You're not a mutant, are you? I'm just an ordinary human. Aside from being a bit smarter than some, I'm really no different from any other regular person. Valeria remained completely composed. What is it you want to do? Since you're standing here in front of me, it's clear your plans aren't going to be simple. Susan was certain of that much. There should be a Stark Industries in this world too, shouldn't there? She could have gone on her own. She was capable enough. But she wanted her mother to know she existed. From any perspective, that was only right. Susan had a feeling the daughter before her, who came from another universe, didn't have such a straightforward goal. But since Valeria hadn't said so, Susan didn't press. Instead, she replied calmly, You must realize that your brother is determined to go after Chen-Shi. In a situation like this, I can't introduce you. It would be far too dangerous for both mutants and humans alike. You can choose to trust me, or not. But, are these really decisions you're able to make, Miss Susan? Valeria deliberately didn't call her mom. She needed to keep a clear line between her mother and the woman standing before her. Susan's expression stayed composed. She'd been by Chen-Shi's side for some time now, and, as Chen-Shi's assistant, there were things she simply didn't have the authority to decide. I'll report this to Chen-Shi. In the end, Susan simply gave this serious answer. Upon hearing it, Valeria stood up, making no move to linger. Very well, I'll look forward to your response. I'll come by again in a couple of days. With that, Valeria nodded to Susan and left without another word. Susan walked her to the door, watching Valeria's departing figure with a complicated expression. Once her visitor had disappeared from view, Susan looked up at the dazzling, celestial palace above her. So much had happened lately. She wondered if there was anything she could do to help Chen-Shi. But Chen-Shi had only asked her to deal with Franklin Richards. That meant the rest must be within his control. With that thought, her worry eased a little. Jean Grey, on the other hand, was consumed by a hunger for power, driven by everything that had happened recently. She was an Omega-level mutant. Her starting point was already far beyond most others. Still, she knew she could become even stronger. It wasn't just her. Her close friends, Wanda and Gwen, shared the same longing. Their desire for power had reached an impressive peak during this period. Don't push yourselves too hard. Chen-Shi knew exactly what they had been up to lately. Chen-Shi, aren't you worried at all? This time, it's gods we're dealing with. The Norse gods who appeared from Asgard were not only formidable in strength, but also considerable in number. If it really came to a clash, it would be far from good news for them. There's no need to worry. Chen-Shi didn't take this matter to heart at all. There won't be a fight. After all, Their leader is far too righteous. As he spoke, Chunshi thought of Thor and couldn't help but laugh. For ordinary people, a leader with unwavering integrity is not necessarily a bad thing. But in certain circumstances, such inflexibility can stir up discontent among some of their followers. Even though Chunshi had only appeared in the Great Hall for a brief moment, he could already see that some were not so loyal to Thor. Those individuals could be useful. In fact, even the upright god of thunder himself was someone Chunshi considered ripe for advantage. He began categorizing all the recent arrivals as potential assets to be used. After all, facing the 5 great gods would require far more than just these resources. Chunshi was genuinely curious to see what other kinds of people these gods might bring in. He could feel the world growing livelier by the day. The whole situation was becoming more and more fascinating. Chunshi felt a rush of excitement. Whenever he encountered something beyond his expectations, anticipation would surge within him. This kind of thrill was unlike any sport, yet it resonated with a similar exhilaration. He drew a deep breath and pulled Gwen, who was standing close by, into his arms. A shy blush lit up Gwen's face. But it's still daytime. Since when do we have to care whether it's day or night? Daytime is perfect. I can admire your beauty even more clearly. With that, he swept Gwen up and carried her into the bedroom. The Asgardians had only had brief contact with Chunshi, but after taking the time to learn more about him, they were actually quite impressed. This man had managed, all on his own, to bring the mutants under control to this extent. Even people from other countries regarded him with deep wariness. Whatever he decided to do, he could rally support with just a word. It seems we are all being used by that voice. That voice could reach directly into our minds. Clearly, it's no ordinary being. It might be a deity from a higher dimension, or perhaps the Creator God. If it really is the Creator God, then shouldn't we do as he says? After all, offending the Creator God would bring them no benefit. We can't just do as he says. Thor's expression turned especially solemn. If we blindly follow his orders, then what does that make us? The gods from those other dimensions truly wield immense power. But to think they could manipulate them at will, expecting them to obey, what a foolish dream. We are the champions of justice. If we betray our principles, the people of Asgard would be disgraced. With Thor steering the course, even if some harbored doubts at first, in the end, none voiced opposition to his decision. He was, after all, their leader. Since he had made the decision, they would follow his lead. Just as they concluded their discussion and resolved to join forces with Chunshi, another figure descended into this world. It was Loki, harboring deep resentment, never having accepted Thor's claim to the throne. His heart brimmed with unwillingness and spite. His purpose was clear, to eradicate the world's most righteous gods. There was no existence he despised more than those 2 words, righteousness. He, Loki, was determined to become the supreme ruler of the 9 realms. Did that mysterious voice think it could control him? Their goals just happened to align for the moment, nothing more. After all, Chunshi also bore the mark of righteousness. Loki appeared in this world with his son, the monstrous wolf Fenris, unleashing chaos and destruction wherever they went. His intentions were as plain as day, to upend this world. When Loki and Fenris arrived, news of their deeds immediately reached Chunshi's ears. They're truly powerful, especially that giant wolf. It's injured many of our people. Wanda spoke with worry. Jean Grey brought a group to try to restrain that wolf, and the man called Loki, but it was impossible to stop them. Wanda was beside herself with concern for Jean Grey. Pacing anxiously, her mind spun with thoughts of how to handle the current crisis. There's no need to worry. Everything is still within my expectations. Chunshi remained calm and collected. Seeing Chunshi's composed demeanor, Wanda's anxiety gradually eased. So what should we do next? We can't just stand by and let that Loki and his wolf keep hurting people, can we? It had taken great effort to maintain this fragile order. There was no way it could be so easily disrupted by this group. Wanda did not want to see such a thing happen. Of course, Chunshi would never allow it to happen, either. So, with a slight smile, he tilted his head toward Wanda. Shouldn't someone handle this matter officially? Let the people of Asgard deal with it. After all, the relationship between them is anything but ordinary. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to overstep in certain matters. In fact, we could even ask the Asgardians to compensate us for the trouble. After all, Loki was Thor's brother. An older brother disciplining his younger sibling. Wasn't that the most natural thing in the world? At first, Wanda wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but after hearing Chunshi's suggestion, she agreed that there was no need for them to get involved at all. It would be perfectly fine to leave the matter entirely in Asgard's hands. They really have caused us a lot of trouble. This time, we must demand a hefty compensation. The moment Loki and the Fenris wolf caused trouble, the people of Asgard knew about it right away. As the king of Asgard, Thor was even more keenly aware. He erupted in a furious outburst in the Great Hall. That Loki, he's always making trouble for me. He ought to have locked Loki up long ago, preferably for life. In any case, to prevent Loki from stirring up more chaos in this world, we need to send someone to apprehend him at once. One advisor spoke up directly. Baldur, Amora, you two go. Bring Loki and the wolf back. Thor issued his orders almost immediately. Baldur and Amora voiced no objections. They simply acted on Thor's command. They moved with such speed that, in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the Great Hall. Once Thor had given his orders, he stepped down from the throne. There was still the matter of Chun-Shi. Thor felt he owed him an explanation. Chun-Shi was a man of considerable renown on Earth, and Thor had no intention of making an enemy of him, especially since it was clear this man was anything but ordinary. Although they had met several times, Thor had never managed to truly gauge Chun-Shi's strength. He only knew that the man was formidable, so formidable, in fact, that Thor couldn't quite fathom just how powerful he was. Some of the others wanted to accompany Thor, but he raised his hand to stop them. I'll go alone. If too many of us show up, it won't look like an apology, it'll look like a threat. Thor had no wish to be misunderstood by making an imposing entrance. Even if he suspected Chun-Shi wouldn't mind. So, after making all the necessary arrangements, he set out at once to find Chun-Shi. As the space within the room began to ripple, Chun-Shi was quietly reading a book inside. It seemed he had long anticipated Thor's arrival. Chun-Shi showed no surprise at all at Thor's sudden appearance. Thor offered Chun-Shi an apologetic bow. I'm truly sorry. My brother Loki has caused your nation great trouble. This is my fault. I failed to keep him in check. This matter was, I know, an accident, Chun-Shi replied in an even tone. But the truth remains, he and that monstrous wolf harmed my people. Of course, I am willing to offer any compensation you require, Thor responded readily, volunteering to make amends without hesitation. Chun-Shi was quite satisfied with Thor's attitude and named a sum, one that was neither excessive nor paltry. Thor accepted the figure without the slightest objection, settling the matter at once. With compensation and apology out of the way, it was time to discuss other business. It was clear from Thor's expression that he had something else on his mind, yet Chun-Shi only glanced at him and waited, giving no sign that he would speak first. Realizing Chun-Shi's stance, Thor began slowly. We've been here for quite some time now, and we know you're a remarkable leader, Mr. Chun. We've all been tricked by that mysterious voice, and I have no intention of making an enemy of you. So you wish to propose an alliance? Chun-Shi interrupted, his voice calm. Truth be told, he was more interested in making use of them than true collaboration. Still, when it came to alliances, the more the better. Alliances could be wielded as powerful tools, whether in the open or behind the scenes. Absolutely, Thor agreed without hesitation. Yet worry still lingered on his face, suggesting he was not content with a mere verbal promise. In that case, shall we draft a formal agreement? Chun-Shi offered, taking the initiative this time. At last, Thor nodded in relief, accepting the proposal. I'll have someone draft an agreement that will be fair and beneficial to both sides. I hope our partnership proves fruitful, Chun-Shi said, offering Thor a gentle smile. Thank you for the trouble, Thor replied, bowing once again before vanishing from Chun-Shi's sight. Chun-Shi had expected nothing less. After Thor departed, Chun-Shi lowered his gaze once more to the book in his hands. Not long after Thor's exit, Wanda emerged from the room where she had been waiting. Wanda, let Susan know to draft a contract, one that outlines a partnership between myself and Asgard. Make it as fair as possible, Chun-Shi instructed. Wanda nodded promptly. When Chun-Shi spoke of fairness, he meant true fairness in every sense of the word. He disdained the idea of playing tricks in matters like drafting contracts. There was simply no need for such things. Wanda understood Chun-Shi well, and so did the other women who spent time at his side. Without delay, Wanda made the call. At that moment, Susan was in her room, hesitating over how to handle the issue of Valeria. She felt awkward about going to Chun-Shi directly. After all, when Franklin showed up before, Chun-Shi had been upset. She had no idea if Valeria's arrival would anger Chun-Shi just as much. She was worried, but what troubled her most wasn't the prospect of his anger. It was the fear that because of that anger, he might abandon her. Since becoming part of Chun-Shi's life, she had never once regretted her decision. In fact, she secretly rejoiced at the choice she made back then. But what if bringing up Valeria made Chun-Shi lose patience with her and send her away? What would she do then? Susan had always known that her presence in Chun-Shi's life was easily replaceable. There were simply too many outstanding women around him. She bit her lip, and, as she hesitated over what to do, her phone suddenly rang. Susan was stunned for less than a second before she quickly answered the call. The moment she heard Wanda's voice on the other end, she immediately perked up. Wanda was the first woman to have joined Shin-Shi, and her significance to him was utterly unique. If you had to offend someone, you'd best not let it be Wanda. That was a truth Susan had learned since joining Shin-Shi's circle. Of course, Wanda herself barely seemed to notice her existence. Shin-Shi asked me to draft a contract, a cooperation agreement with Asgard. The moment Susan realized the purpose of Wanda's call, and that Shin-Shi himself had requested her help, she felt a surge of energy. She hurriedly promised, "Don't worry, I'll handle this perfectly. I'll have the draft contract ready by tomorrow morning at the latest. There won't be any problems." After making her assurances, Susan finally hung up the phone. As soon as she did, excitement bubbled up inside her. It had been a while since Chun-Shi last visited her. He'd promised to come by, but for reasons unknown, he hadn't shown up. Now, it wasn't that he would be coming to her. Instead, she would have the chance to go to him herself. She hoped she could make a good impression this time. Susan was filled with excitement, but after the thrill faded, her spirits dipped once more. She thought about Valeria again. What on earth should she do about Valeria? She wanted to visit Tony Stark's industrial tower. In fact, Susan could have taken the initiative to make arrangements, but she wasn't sure what kind of attitude Valeria really held in coming here. Susan didn't want to make any decisions on her own that might bring serious trouble to Stark Industries. Besides, Valeria looked entirely like an underage girl, and Susan couldn't see how she would be qualified to take on a position at Stark Industries. No matter what, she had to consult Shin-Shi about this. But if she wanted to ask Shin-Shi, she'd first have to finish the tasks Chun-Shi had assigned to her as quickly as possible. With that thought, Susan immediately strode over to her desk, grabbed paper and pen, and began to write. She moved at an impressive speed, her brows sometimes furrowing in concentration, sometimes relaxing as she worked through her thoughts. She was so focused that she didn't even notice the knocking at the door. Only when the knocks grew louder and more insistent did she snap back to reality. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. She must have been busy for quite some time. Yet even now, the contract draft was still far from satisfactory. Who could possibly be at this hour? She wondered aloud. A sudden possibility flashed through Susan's mind. Her breath quickened, and she all but rushed to the door, hastily smoothing down her clothes and running her fingers through her hair. As soon as she opened the door, disappointment flickered across her face, only to be quickly replaced by surprise. "Good afternoon, Miss Susan." Valeria stood at the threshold, greeting Susan politely. "May I come in?" Susan pursed her lips, still unsure why Valeria had come to see her at this hour. She stepped aside to let Valeria enter the room. Valeria glanced around, taking in the scattered papers and pens, and then turned to Susan with a gentle smile. "It looks like you were just busy with work, Miss Susan." Susan wasn't in the mood for small talk. Much of her recent troubles had come from this girl standing before her. "What brings you here this time?" she asked bluntly. "I'm here, of course, to ask whether my position has been confirmed," Valeria replied, her tone growing more serious as she spoke. So that was why Valeria had come? Thinking of this, Susan's brow creased. "I haven't made any arrangements for you yet. After all, I can't be sure if your intentions in coming here are the same as your brother Franklin's. If you harbor any ill will toward this world. I'm a brain developer, and I have a very clear understanding of what should and should not be done. I know that with my brother Franklin's intellect, there's no way he could outwit Chun-Shi." At the mention of Chun-Shi's name, something seemed to flicker across Valia's mind. Her cheeks flushed for a fleeting moment, but she quickly regained her composure. "If you're worried about my age, don't be. I've been an adult for quite some time. I'm already 20. Besides that, I've achieved a lot and conducted many research projects. I believe that with my abilities, I can lead this world through several leaps in technology." Valia spoke with a confidence that was self-assured but not arrogant. It was almost enough to make Susan instantly believe every word she said. There was a voice inside Susan telling her that this girl, named Valia, was telling the absolute truth. She wasn't lying. She truly could accomplish everything she claimed. "No matter what, I can't make this decision on my own." "Well, at least give me a time frame. Even just mentioning me to your leader would be better than having me wait here endlessly with nothing to do. Everyone's time is valuable. If I don't find a proper job soon, I might actually starve." Valia smiled at Susan as she spoke. "Whenever my brother gets angry, he always leaves me behind. I've nearly run out of money, too." Was she hoping Susan would take her in? In fact, there was no real reason not to. Susan weighed her options, but her hesitation lasted less than 30 seconds before she made up her mind. "Why don't you stay here, then? Tomorrow, come with me. I happen to be meeting our leader, Chun-Shi. Whether you can stay or not will be entirely up to him." As for whether Chun, she would be upset with her for this decision. Susan didn't want to think about it anymore. After all, overthinking wouldn't change anything. The most important thing now was to finish that contract as quickly as possible. After saying this, She told Valia she was free to move about, then returned to her desk. She focused intently on her work, so much so that she even skipped dinner. When the aroma of food drifted from the kitchen, Susan was taken aback. "Miss Susan, it's getting late. Why don't you come eat?" Valia always addressed her as Miss Susan. It felt a little odd to Susan, but Valia wasn't wrong. She couldn't very well ask the girl to call her mom, after all, so she let it be. As she sat at the table, the deliciousness of the food surpassed even her wildest expectations. Even the finest hotels, she thought, could hardly hope to match what Valeria had prepared. "Your cooking is truly impressive. Did you study it professionally? Isn't cooking just something you pick up by watching? Does it really require special training?" Valeria's words carried genuine curiosity, not arrogance. Valeria truly believed that learning anything was a breeze, simple and effortless. To her, making food taste bad was the real mystery, something almost unimaginable. After their meal, Susan arranged a room for Valeria. She then sat down to finish drafting the remaining agreements, entered them into the computer, and printed out the final documents. By the time she was done, it was late into the night. She immediately retired to her room for some rest, unaware that, as she slept, Valeria quietly slipped out. Valeria glanced quickly over the contract Susan had drafted, deleted it entirely, rewrote the agreement from scratch, and restored everything else to look as it was. Early the next morning, Susan gave the contract a fast review but didn't notice anything amiss. Satisfied, she gathered Valeria and set off. "When you meet Qin, remember to be polite. He's an extraordinary person. Don't be fooled by his unassuming appearance, and don't underestimate him. If you were thinking of assassinating him, I'd strongly advise you to give up on that idea." Susan kept repeating this on the way, her tone earnest. Valeria simply smiled throughout. "Don't worry. I know what I'm here to do, and I understand my own limits." She understood Susan's concerns, but hearing the same warning several times brought her mind back to her own mother. Though they came from different worlds, there was something familiar in Susan's persistence, the echo of a mother's care. After walking for some time, they arrived at a sprawling villa. Inside, the space was vast and open. In the living room, Chun-Shi lounged in a relaxed posture, while Gwen stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. "Is the contract I asked for ready? Bring it here, and let me take a look." Chun-Shi extended his hand, and Susan promptly handed him the contract. He glanced quickly over the document, then gave a knowing smile. "Susan, you didn't write this contract yourself, did you?" As he spoke, he cast a half-amused, half-inquisitive look at Valeria, who stood beside Susan. "I typed every word of it myself yesterday," Susan replied, recalling that she had double-checked the contract before coming. There shouldn't be any issues. Chun-Shi handed the contract back to Susan, prompting her to bow her head and examine it closely, her expression serious. The more she scrutinized the expression on her face, the stranger it seemed. At first glance, this contract looked very similar to the one she had drafted before, but on closer inspection, there were many subtle differences. "This contract definitely wasn't written by me. To be precise, it's actually much better than mine. There are details in here I would never have thought of. There were only two people in the room, her and Valia. If she wasn't the one who wrote it, then it could only have been Valia. If this contract had been terribly put together, she might have vented her frustration on Valia. But it turned out to be so much better than her own work that she felt nothing but shame. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. This contract is excellent. In fact, you've improved upon the foundation I laid with my own draft. So, aside from delivering the contract, is there anything else you wanted to discuss?" Chun-Shi took the contract and handed it back to Wanda, then rested her hands on her knees, smiling as she looked at Susan and Valia. She didn't give away in the slightest that she and Valia already knew each other, or that they'd shared a moment of real intimacy. Of course, there was more to this visit than just delivering a contract. Susan drew a deep breath. She'd been about to state her purpose, but Valia stepped forward before she could. "I asked Miss Susan to help me because I want to work at Stark Industries Tower. I know I should really seek approval from Tony Stark, the head of the tower, but if you, Mr. Chun-Shi, were to recommend me personally, everything would become so much easier." On this point, Valia was absolutely certain. "You're not wrong. If I recommend you, it's just a matter of a few words. But why should I help you?" Chun-Shi looked at Valia, half smiling, half questioning. Naturally, Valia couldn't say it was because of how close they'd become. That sort of thing would make no difference here. After all, the two of them had barely known each other for a few minutes before ending up in bed together. There was no real emotional connection at all. Even Susan could be cast aside. How much less did she matter as a woman who had only spent a single night with him? Though she understood this perfectly well, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Still, Valia only allowed herself a fleeting moment of discouragement before she pulled herself together. "Because I'm smart enough," She paused, then continued, not just smart. I'm also extremely useful. I know the world's in a precarious state right now. With me on your side, things could change for the better. You're very confident. Chun-Shi's tone was calm and steady, betraying not a hint of emotion. Valia pressed her lips together, and in that moment, she couldn't help but feel a surge of nervousness inside. I'm indeed confident. I truly believe Mr. Chun-Shi should give me a chance. I can prove whether I'm useful or not. Valia swore to herself that never before in her life had she recommended herself so eagerly. At this instant, she couldn't quite understand her own motives. Was she trying to prove her abilities? Or did she simply want to prove herself in front of Chun-Shi? Whether it was the former or the latter, both summed up her state of mind at this moment. She fixed her gaze on Chun-Shi, refusing to look away. Chun-Shi met her eyes, then let out a quiet chuckle. After Chun-Shi gave his approval, Wanda turned to Valia and said, I happen to be heading to Stark Industries to demand delivery of the second batch of goods. Since you're going there as well, let's go together. Valia nodded in agreement. She had thought Chun-Shi would take her there himself, but to her surprise, it would be someone else. Still, it didn't really matter. After all, her goal had already been achieved. As Wanda led her away, Valia couldn't help but glance back at Chun-Shi with a hint of reluctance, only to see that he had already turned to speak with the woman beside him. A twinge of displeasure flickered in her heart, but in the end, she pulled her gaze away. As long as she could prove her strength, she would surely catch Chun-Shi's eye. It didn't matter if she was overlooked now. Things wouldn't always be this way. She was determined to prove herself. Though Susan failed to notice, both Gwen and Jean Grey clearly saw Valia's persistent, unwilling gaze fixed on Chun-Shi. It seems that Chun-Shi has some sort of connection to Miss Valia, Gwen whispered, exchanging a glance with Jean Grey, both of them certain of it. They didn't speak this thought aloud, but it was clear to both of them. Their silent exchange of glances happened so quickly that even Chun-Shi didn't notice. But even if he had, he likely wouldn't care. They all knew what he was like outside. There was no need for pretense or secrecy. Just as the three quietly shared the moment, a sudden thunderous crash shook the ground beneath them. The leisurely group snapped upright in an instant. An attack. Who would dare to be so bold? It was sheer madness. Gwen, seething with anger, sprang to her feet. It must be those people from Asgard. No one else would dare. While they suspected Asgard was behind the attack, Thor was at that very moment raging furiously in the Grand Hall. Baldur, Amora, didn't I leave Loki's matter to the two of you? Is this the result you give me? Thor was furious. We're really sorry. Loki is unbelievably cunning. Every time we're about to catch him, he slips away at the last moment. They hadn't wanted any of this to happen, and they never imagined Loki would go so far as to bring the monstrous wolf to attack the place where Chun-Shi was staying. The moment they realized something was wrong, they rushed straight to Thor for help. Thor was so angry. For a moment, he couldn't find any more words. Failing to get the job done and making constant excuses, this was not the result Thor wanted. His face darkened. It seemed he'd have to handle this himself, and perhaps even go in person to apologize. Loki, that troublemaker, he never fails to make things difficult for me. Thor stormed off in frustration. Meanwhile, Loki was delighted. Haha, Thor must be having a terrible headache right now. Just as Thor knew him well, he also understood Thor inside out. He'd already heard Thor was trying to cooperate with Chun-Shi from this world. All he had to do was destroy their partnership. But strangely, Chun-Shi's house, whatever mysterious methods had protected it, was left completely unscathed, while the surrounding buildings bore the brunt of the damage. This did not satisfy Loki. Fenris, my son, let's make the attack even fiercer. The monstrous wolf responded with a low growl. Almost as soon as Loki finished giving the order, Fenris sprang into action. Yet this attack seemed to have little effect. As weapons and powers clashed, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, forcing everyone to stagger backward. The monstrous wolf Fenris spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at the one who had blocked his way. It was Thor. Fenris had never feared anything. The moment he recognized his opponent, he lunged at Thor again without hesitation. Loki frowned but didn't stop the wolf. On the contrary, he even seized the chance to launch his own attack against Thor. Thor, how foolish can you be, showing up all alone before me? I only meant to give you a little extra trouble. But since you insist, you'll die here today. Don't worry. Those shallow, maggot-like gods who follow you, I'll send them all to join you, one by one, and you can be reunited in the afterlife. This time, Loki had come fully prepared. At first, Thor didn't think much of it. But gradually, under Loki's relentless assault, he found himself unable to keep up. Only then did he realize something was terribly wrong. Loki gripped a war hammer in his hand, his lips curling into a sinister smile. A surge of energy gathered around the hammer as he hovered in midair, and with a thunderous crash, he hurled it straight toward Thor. In an instant, the ground was smashed open, leaving behind a massive crater. Yet Thor, who should have been pulverized along with the crater, had vanished without a trace. Loki simply couldn't believe that his plan had been foiled so easily. He looked around frantically. Then, high above him, he noticed a man standing there. Holding Thor in his arms, Thor battered and bloodied. The once mighty Thor now dangled limply, like a boneless serpent dragged along helplessly. The sight was almost comical. Perhaps letting Thor live was the better punishment. At that moment, Loki couldn't help but think so. Seeing Thor in such a sorry state filled him with an uncontainable joy. He tightened his grip on the hammer, then called out to the man not far away, a sly grin on his face. "So, you're Chun-Shi?" Chun-Shi landed on the ground with Thor. He didn't waste words. Meeting Loki's gaze, he replied calmly, "That's right. I am Chun-Shi." As soon as he touched down, two women emerged suddenly. One was Gwen, and the other was Jean Grey. Though both women sensed the tension in the air and knew they were likely no match for the enemy outside, they still stood resolutely by Chun-Shi's side. Chun-Shi glanced briefly at the two women, then promptly tossed Thor onto the ground. He couldn't bring himself to let his own women help a stranger to his feet. He was quite displeased by the idea. Thor, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He sat cross-legged on the ground, gasping for breath. Never had Thor imagined that his meeting with Chun-Shi would end in such humiliation. It was utterly disgraceful. At that moment, Amora, Balder, and other Asgardian gods appeared one after another. Loki, who had originally planned to wipe out both Chun-Shi and Thor in one fell swoop, suddenly grew wary. Arrogant as he was, Loki had always believed no one in this world could stand against him. But facing so many foes at once, he and Fenris alone stood no chance. No matter how prideful he was, Loki knew better than to push his luck. He barked a command to his companion. "Fenris, fall back." With that, he wasted no time turning tail, fleeing alongside the monstrous wolf Fenris right before everyone's eyes. Balder immediately moved to give chase, but Thor stopped him. "Let them go." Thor was absolutely certain that Balder was no match at all for either the monstrous wolf Fenrir or Loki. If he were to charge forward now, it would simply be a death sentence. Knowing this all too well, Thor naturally wouldn't allow Balder to give chase. Balder was unwilling, but in the end, he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and immediately rushed over to help the badly wounded Thor to his feet. Thor took a heavy, labored breath. "I never imagined Loki could become this powerful. He's far beyond what I expected." It seemed clear now that he had seriously underestimated his opponent earlier. Had he not been so overconfident, things would never have turned out this way. But aside from this matter, there were other things that needed to be addressed. Thor's gaze fell on Chun-Shi, who stood not far away, and he thanked him with great sincerity. "Thank you for saving my life." "I wasn't exactly trying to save you," Chun-Shi replied with a smile, his eyes crinkling. "But since all this happened right at my doorstep, I figured I should at least step outside and see what was going on. That Loki fellow seems pretty familiar with you. So, about these damages, are you going to—" Chun-Shi was all smiles, perfectly at ease when it came to asking for compensation. Not only was he not shy about it, but his words left Thor's cheeks burning with embarrassment. It was indeed quite improper for his own troubles to have affected others. Feeling awkward, Thor moved his lips before replying very earnestly. "Of course we'll compensate you. As for Amora, I'll have to ask you to handle that matter for me." At first, Thor had thought it would be best to deal with this himself. But now, battered and bruised as he was, negotiating in his current state would only make others whisper behind his back. There was no need to be so blunt. It would be much more appropriate to leave this in the hands of a trusted subordinate. Thor couldn't help but notice that Chun-Shi was always surrounded by beautiful women. He had his own reasons for letting Amora handle the talks with Chun-Shi. Among the Norse gods, after all, there was little concern for morality. If Amora and Chun-Shi could become close, it would be a great asset for their future cooperation. Of course, if there was no chemistry between Amora and Chun-Shi, he wouldn't force anything. After all, some things can only happen when both sides are willing. Amora had no inkling of Thor's secret intentions. Upon hearing Thor's words, she immediately agreed. All right. Once Balder had helped Thor away, Amora glanced at the messy scene nearby. Then she bowed deeply to Chun-Shi and said with utmost seriousness, "Well then, Mr. Chun-Shi, let's have a proper discussion about compensation." When it came to compensation, Amora found the concept oddly novel. In the past, compensations were never discussed in matters of battle. Yet ever since she crossed paths with Chun-Shi, Asgard had ended up compensating him on more than one occasion. The last time was no exception. At first, Amora thought he would make some unreasonable demands, or at least ask for a hefty sum. Nothing Asgard couldn't afford, of course, but still enough to be irksome. But Chun-Shi surprised her. He made no such requests, making Amora realize she might have been unfairly suspicious of his motives. This left her feeling a touch embarrassed. Now that we've settled the matter of compensation, I'll take my leave, she said. With a polite nod to Chun-Shi, Amora rose to go, but he called out to stop her. Wait a moment, Miss Amora. Would you care to stay for a meal? After all, there will be many more opportunities for us to work together in the future. Amora didn't think too much of the invitation. If Chun-Shi had asked her to dine or have tea alone, she might have suspected him of having ulterior motives. But at that moment, Gwen and Jean Grey, two remarkable women, were busy in the kitchen. Though the living room now held just Amora and Chun-Shi, his gaze remained calm and composed, free of any hidden intent, so she nodded her assent. Gwen and Jean Grey, upon learning that Amora would be joining them for dinner, threw themselves into their preparations with even greater enthusiasm. They were determined to show Amora their best. Watching the two women bustling about, Amora found their excitement rather baffling. Humans are such peculiar creatures, she thought. How could something as simple as preparing a meal stir such excitement? To Amora, only battle truly revealed a person's worth. She didn't agree with Gwen and Jean Grey's priorities, but she saw no reason to object. The meal itself was quite delicious, though Amora still felt it was unnecessary. To her, food was merely a means of keeping the body functional, a basic requirement, nothing more. For God, it was largely irrelevant. The fact that she was willing to taste a few bites was already a concession. After the meal, she asked Chun-Shi if there was anything else he needed from her. Nothing more. Oh, right, please deliver this contract to your leader. If there are no issues, once he's recovered, he can come discuss things with me. With that, Chun-Shi handed her a contract, the very one he'd asked Susan to prepare, and which Valeria had later amended. He'd checked it over. There was nothing left to change. Everything was in perfect order. After confirming there was nothing else, Amora nodded, turned, and took her leave. After Amora left, Gwen couldn't help but remark, Miss Amora really is different from us. She didn't say much, but when she looked at us, it felt as though her eyes were telling 1,000 stories. Maybe it's because the gods of Asgard are simply different from us, Jean mused. I've heard they're born as warriors, natural fighters, cooking and preparing meals. Those are things they neither know nor have the energy for. When Jean Grey observed Amora, she had also noticed the other woman's gaze. She guessed Amora thought it was a waste for them to spend time cooking. Everyone has their own way of life. Others may not agree, but that doesn't mean they need to voice their opinions. In this regard, Amora handled herself rather well. After spending some time with people from Asgard, they actually seem pretty decent, Jean added. They really do. Chun-Shi agreed wholeheartedly with what his partner said. At the same time, he was quietly considering in his mind how to make use of the Asgardians for his own purposes. This train of thought naturally led him to think of Valeria, who was still working at Stark Industries. Wanda had accompanied her for quite some time. Chun-Shi wondered if Valeria had settled in at Stark Industries, and whether she had succeeded in her plans. He pondered this matter at a leisurely pace, but it didn't leave much of an impression on his heart. It wasn't until dusk that Wanda finally ambled back from outside. As she neared the house, she immediately noticed signs of scuffle. Wanda's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. Anxiety instantly overtook her, and she all but rushed into the house. Inside, the atmosphere was as warm and inviting as ever, as if nothing had happened at all. Wanda swallowed hard. Did something happen today? Was anyone hurt? She asked, her attention mostly fixed on Chun-Shi. Yet Chun-Shi merely glanced up at her, smiled, and replied, It's nothing. She had really thought something terrible had happened. Only when she heard Chun-Shi's reassurance did she allow herself to relax, though she couldn't help but grumble. I have no idea where these people keep coming from. Always here to stir up trouble. Trouble seemed to follow Chun-Shi wherever he went, and they all knew he was a marked man. Those people would love nothing more than to be rid of Chun-Shi once and for all. But these were only minor troubles for now. If they couldn't handle situations like this, then what awaited them in the future would truly be disastrous. My dear, if you ever need my help, please say so. Even though there's not much we can do for you, at least we're able to lend a hand with the small things. For example, today Wanda was able to help take care of matters concerning Valeria. At the thought of Valeria, Wanda's gaze grew momentarily distant. Valeria was truly a peculiar girl, but undeniably clever, brilliant, even. When Wanda introduced Valeria to Tony Stark earlier today, thanks to Chun-Shi's connection, Tony had originally planned to just assign Valeria some random job. But Valeria's performance was so impressive that Wanda remembered how Tony Stark looked at the girl as if he had discovered a hidden treasure. Wanda let out a soft sigh at the memory. One way or another, Valeria had managed to stay at Stark Industries Tower, and Wanda could count that as a task accomplished. Sitting beside Chun-Shi, Wanda recounted how she arranged things for Valeria and how Valeria managed to successfully land her position at Tony Stark's tower. Chun-Shi wasn't surprised at all by Valeria's excellence. After hearing the story, Chun-Shi simply nodded, as if to say the matter was now settled. But thinking of Valeria inevitably led him to think of her brother, Franklin. Franklin hadn't shown up for quite some time now. Who knew where he had gone off to? At first, the matter had been handed to Susan, but up to now, she hadn't given Chun-Shi any answer. Chun-Shi's eyes flickered thoughtfully. In any case, he wasn't worried. If anyone was anxious, it would certainly be the one lurking behind Franklin. On this point, Chun-Shi was absolutely sure. And, as it turned out, his hunch was spot on. All this time, the cosmic entity known as Galactus, who had been watching Franklin's every move, was growing increasingly furious. Never in his life had he encountered anyone as timid as Franklin. He had sent Franklin to assassinate Chun-Shi, but not only did Franklin fail, he tiptoed around the task, hesitant and fearful. Have you forgotten why you're in this world? Galactus's voice, despite his anger, remained smooth and persuasive, his tone almost hypnotic. Of course I know, but I can't even get close to him. How am I supposed to make a move? Franklin had tailed Chun-Shi for quite some time, only to discover that Chun-Shi was particularly fond of staying home and hardly ever ventured outside. To make matters worse, his house seemed to be protected by something mysterious, making it even harder to get near him. Franklin bristled at being accused of inaction. Some people, he thought, stood safely in the shadows, criticizing him while doing nothing themselves. He was even tempted to walk away from the whole mess. The planet devourer instantly realized that what he had just said had utterly enraged the other party and left him thoroughly displeased. He quickly added, "It truly isn't your fault that it's hard to make a move, but his allies have grown very powerful. If you keep hesitating, you'll miss your chance altogether. Surely, you don't want everything you've done so far to amount to nothing, do you?" Franklin was deeply frustrated. In his own world, he had always been a formidable figure. He'd accomplished many things in the past. He had thought that this time, taking action would be a breeze. But clearly, he had overestimated his own abilities and underestimated Chun-Shi's. Franklin was in low spirits, but was the planet devourer any less vexed? The path to his current might and status had not come without tremendous effort. He could grant Franklin a portion of his power. He could even descend himself, at least partially, though doing so would weaken him, even if only a little. The planet devourer paused to consider this for a brief moment, and then he acted. Franklin suddenly found himself in command of a formidable legion of mechanical insectoids. This filled him with excitement, but also made him realize just how powerful the being behind him truly was. Wasn't that a good thing? In that instant, Franklin's courage was rekindled. He became reckless, almost wild with confidence. With these mechanical insectoids at his disposal, what did he have to fear? After Franklin and the planet devourer finished their conversation, a sudden, overwhelming attack struck the world where Chun-Shi resided. No one knew where the mechanical insects had come from. They simply appeared out of nowhere. There weren't many of them, but their descent was swift and ferocious. They scoured the world mercilessly. Ordinary humans could do nothing but wail and flee in terror. The mutants tried to resist, but they were no match for the mechanical swarm. Terror filled their eyes. New weapons and ever-increasing powers proved utterly useless against these machines. It was as if all their prior efforts had been for nothing. How could anyone not despair at a sight like this? Buildings were aflame, crumbling to ruin. Screams echoed everywhere. This was a one-sided massacre. Franklin watched the devastation, a twinge of pity in his heart. But there was no regret in his eyes. If bloodshed was the price for his goal, so be it. That man, Chun-Shi, had holed up at home and never once shown himself. Forcing him out like this was the only way left. The world had plunged into chaos. Franklin gazed coldly at the turmoil, wishing for nothing more than for things to spiral further out of control. He wanted Chun-Shi to have no choice but to come looking for him. Chun-Shi had not come to find him yet. Instead, it was his sister, Valia, who sought him out. "Brother, have you lost your mind?" Valia glared fiercely at Franklin, disbelief burning in her eyes. She had never imagined her own brother would do something like this. "You're too cruel. How could you do such things to ordinary humans? Those people are completely innocent." If it were only about dealing with Chun-Shi, Valia could not agree, but she could at least understand that Franklin might have his reasons. As he had said himself, he refused to disappear. So he had to act against Chun-Shi to force the veering course of fate back onto its original track. So, while Valia could not accept some of Franklin's actions, all she did was try to persuade him with a few words, and then part ways with him. "I'm only doing what I've always wanted to do," Franklin insisted stubbornly. The sacrifices of those humans, the deaths of those mutants, they're all worth it. He had never believed he was in the wrong, not for a moment. As he watched the mechanical bugs causing havoc in the distance, his voice was icy. As soon as Chun-Shi shows himself, these bugs will stop their destruction. Seeing that Franklin was utterly unmoved by anything she said, and still clinging to his beliefs, Valia's eyes filled with sorrow. I cannot let you continue like this. If no one else in this world can stop you, then I will. A dagger appeared in her hand. Swallowing her pain, she charged at Franklin. Valia, my dear sister, how can you be so naive? Franklin's tone was cold as frost. You know perfectly well you're just an ordinary person. There's nothing you can do to stop me. He effortlessly blocked her attack with a simple motion, barely lifting his hand. Valia knew all too well she was no match for Franklin. She only hoped that her actions might awaken some sense in him. But how could Franklin possibly be swayed? Even seeing Valia like this, he remained unmoved. With a flick of his fingers, he easily rendered her unconscious. You're my sister. I would never harm you. But you mustn't think you can stand in my way either. He bound Valia simply and left her in a safe place. Then, without hesitation, Franklin led his swarm of mechanical bugs onward, step by step, in the direction of Chun-Shi's residence. It seems that fellow must be frightened now. With all this chaos, he still hasn't shown himself, Franklin scoffed. Chun-Shi had yet to appear, but the mutants had all launched their assault. When the first mechanical bug collapsed onto the ground, convulsing and emitting bursts of light before instantly self-destructing, the mutants erupted in cheers. It's finally dead. In their eyes, an enemy that once seemed invincible had been brought down with unexpected ease. How could they not feel elated witnessing such a scene? They had defeated these terrifying mechanical bugs with their own abilities. As they launched wave after wave of coordinated attacks on the mechanical bugs, Tony Stark suddenly looked around, scanning his surroundings. Susan noticed Tony Stark's restless demeanor and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Tony? What are you looking for?" Valeria clearly came out with us, but now there's not a trace of her anywhere. I have no idea where she could have gone. She's just an ordinary person. Why would she wander off in a situation like this? What worried him even more was that even Vision hadn't managed to locate Valeria. Tony Stark was extremely pleased with his talent that Chun-Shi had brought to them, and he had high hopes for Valeria. He certainly didn't want to see someone so exceptional perish in a disaster like this. You mean Valeria came with us, too? Susan asked, unable to suppress a growing sense of anxiety. Valeria had shown up here, but now she had suddenly vanished. So where could she have gone? Her gaze instinctively shifted toward a spot not far away. There, Franklin stood above everyone else. Whenever anyone tried to attack in his direction, two mechanical bugs would block their way. Susan had no solid evidence, and she couldn't imagine how an ordinary person could possibly pinpoint Franklin's location amidst all this chaos. But somehow, she was certain Valeria would be able to do it. A vague suspicion took root in Susan's heart. I'm going to look for Valeria. With those words, Susan used the nearby buildings for cover, making her way stealthily toward Franklin. Anyone who got even a little close to Franklin was quickly attacked by the mechanical bugs. Yet for some reason, although she could tell Franklin had noticed her, he made no move to stop her approach. Franklin was letting her come on purpose. At that moment, Susan understood completely. Maybe Valeria, too, had been allowed through by Franklin. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person possibly survive here? You're here, Mom. When Franklin saw Susan, a faint trace of irritation flickered across his face. If only you had chosen to stand by my side from the very beginning, none of this would have happened today. Chun-Shi is dead, and you're on your way back to the path you're meant to follow. I've already told you, I am not your mother. This was the same explanation she had once given to Valia, and Valia had understood. Why then was it so hard for Franklin, standing before her now, to grasp this simple truth? Could this be the difference between someone with a mind and someone without? Susan had no desire to continue arguing. She stood in front of Franklin, her eyes restlessly searching for any sign of Valia. What are you looking for? Franklin asked. Are you searching for Valia? He cut straight to the point, revealing exactly why Susan had come. So, do you admit that Valia is your daughter now? I don't want to talk about this with you anymore, Susan replied coldly. There is no sense in going over the same thing again and again if it would never lead anywhere. Don't worry. Valia is my own sister. She means more to me than anything. I would never hurt her. But if you refuse to do as I say, then you must die. If someone strayed from the path, and the other refused to acknowledge their own identity, then he would refuse to recognize her as well. I can't bear to let anyone else kill you, so I'll do it myself. With that, Franklin lunged straight at Susan. Caught off guard, Susan sprang back, rolling to the side to dodge his attack. But she had barely regained her balance when another assault came at her, swift and relentless. Franklin was strong, painfully strong. He seemed to anticipate her every move. Each time she launched an attack, Franklin was already waiting, ready to intercept her next strike. This man knew her all too well. Or more accurately, he understood the Susan from that other world inside and out. Susan was no match for Franklin. In that instant, she understood it completely. She could see, with growing dread, that she was on the verge of defeat, perhaps even death, when suddenly, a hand emerged behind Franklin, silent as a shadow. With a sharp, unmistakable snap, Franklin's neck was twisted effortlessly by that hand. In the next moment, a tongue of flame burst forth, instantly engulfing and consuming Franklin. It was Chun-Shi and Jean Grey who had arrived. It was Chun-Shi who had snapped Franklin's neck so easily, and Jean Grey who set him ablaze. Susan was utterly stunned by what she saw. For a moment, she had no idea how to react. She just stood there, frozen in place. "What's wrong? Are you upset that I killed Franklin?" Chun-Shi asked, turning to Susan. "Of course not. That never even crossed my mind." Susan knew Franklin had brought this upon himself. She felt a hint of regret, but nothing more. It was only when she thought of Valia that she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. If Valia knew about this, she would be heartbroken. Unlike the rest of them, Valia was Franklin's own younger sister. They had grown up together, and Franklin had always treated her fairly well. Neither Chun-Shi nor Ching-Ale said anything more about how devastated Valia would be. Soon, they found her where she lay unconscious. When she finally woke and learned the news, she remained silent for a long time. Her eyes brimmed with tears. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out for quite a while. Chun-Shi and the others did not press her to say anything. Instead, they simply encouraged her to stay as calm as possible. That my brother would meet such an end, it was something I had long seen coming. "I don't hate any of you. I just feel so sad, unbearably sad." With those words, Valia buried her face in her knees and wept silently. Franklin had already been killed by Chun-Shi. The mechanical insects had also been wiped out thanks to everyone's combined efforts. For the moment, Chun-Shi and Ching-Ale left the scene, since both of them were involved in Franklin's death. Now, only Susan remained by Valia's side, offering what comfort she could. "I hate that person, the one who bewitched my brother into turning against Chun-Shi." After crying for a long time, Valia slowly lifted her head. She sniffled, then turned her gaze to those beside her. "Do you know who it was that led my brother astray?" "I'm sure you do. Even if you don't, Chun-Shi must know." At this, Valia gave a small, bitter smile. "Chun-Shi truly is remarkable. He knows so much, far more than most. I told my brother again and again not to go up against Chun-Shi, that he wasn't a match for him, and not to listen to that voice trying to lead him astray. That voice was clearly up to no good, but my brother just wouldn't listen. No one wanted things to end this way. Don't let yourself be consumed by grief." As Susan spoke, she gently patted Valia's shoulder. All she could do now was offer awkward consolation, for she honestly had no idea what else to say. The war was over, and everyone was working to clean up the aftermath. Ruined buildings, wounded people. Valia took it all in, every broken piece, every suffering soul. "Perhaps my brother's death is for the best, for these people at least. If he had survived, who knows what he might have done next." Valia spoke in a dry, parched voice, though she managed to smile as she did. Yet, as the words left her lips, her expression looked even more pained than if she were crying. "Your brother did make a mistake, but you shouldn't torment yourself like this. After all, he cared about you. No one is forcing you to take a side. This matter has nothing to do with you." For a moment, Susan didn't know how to comfort Valia. The two of them walked on in silence. Not far ahead, Chun-Shi, who had left earlier, stood giving instructions to the mutants on how to handle certain situations. When he saw them approaching, he stopped speaking and sent the mutants who had gathered around him off to carry out their tasks. Then his gaze settled on Susan and Valia. More specifically, his eyes were fixed on Valia. But Valia, at this moment, wanted nothing less than to see Chun-Shi. She instinctively hid behind Susan, her fingers nervously clutching the corner of Susan's coat. Chun-Shi noticed Valia's reaction, but he still strode toward them with unwavering steps. "I don't believe I did anything wrong, so I won't be apologizing to you," he said as soon as he reached them, his words directed at Valia. Valia pressed her lips tightly together. "Chun-Shi, no matter what happened, Valia has just lost someone incredibly important to her. What you're saying right now is really out of place." "Out of place? Because of her brother Franklin, we took a head count. 12 people died, and over 100 were injured. All because of Franklin. Quite a few buildings were destroyed as well, and all of that will cost money to rebuild." Chun-Shi spoke slowly and calmly, but his words cut deep. He didn't blame Valia. Each person is their own individual. Valia didn't have to answer for anything Franklin had done. Still, Chun-Shi felt it necessary to make clear, right in front of her, exactly what Franklin had been responsible for. Yes, I am truly sorry. Valia's mind went blank. She didn't know what else to say, so all she could do was apologize to Qin. You don't need to apologize to me. You've done nothing wrong. I only came to tell you this. I do not feel sorry for your brother's death. Having said what he needed to say, Qin turned and walked away. Valia's face turned ashen. She could feel her legs trembling as she listened to Qin's words. Does Qin truly feel no regret over her brother's death? Those thoughts kept circling in Valia's mind. Was her brother always destined to die? Though she understood this truth, whenever someone brought it up to her, she simply couldn't hold back. She would break down and sob uncontrollably. Her cries seemed to shake everything around her. Everyone heard. Everyone saw her in tears, but their eyes lingered on her for only a moment before moving away. People who didn't know her just assumed she had lost a loved one here or suffered some loss in a recent battle. That was the story behind quite a few faces marked by grief these days. Susan was at a complete loss for how to handle the situation. Honestly, Qin, did he really have to spell it out so plainly, making the poor girl cry her heart out? True, Susan knew there was nothing wrong with what Qin had said, but she still couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. After all, she just managed to help Valia calm down, and now the girl seemed even more shattered than before. A week later, Valia was still working at Stark Industries Tower. Once, she had been a girl who smiled easily, but now she buried herself in work, shutting out the world around her. This change had started to worry both Tony Stark and Ham. I never expected the death of her brother Franklin would hit her this hard. To be honest, I was shocked when I learned the one responsible for the disaster, Franklin, was actually her brother, Tony Stark said slowly. In fact, he'd even considered having Valia leave Stark Tower, but he had never been able to go through with it. For one thing, Valia was the most talented and brilliant person he had ever met. And for another, if even Qin, the very person who had brought down Franklin, was allowing Valia to keep her job, then Tony had even less reason to send her away. Do you know what she's actually researching? Tony Stark asked Ham, who was standing beside him. Even I can't make heads or tails of her formulas, Ham admitted with a sigh. I used to think we were geniuses, but compared with Valia, we're really just ordinary people. Admitting someone else's brilliance can be hard, but when it came to Valia's extraordinary abilities, even someone as self-absorbed as Tony Stark had to concede. Whatever it is she's working on, we'll find out soon enough. For now, the most important thing is to leave her undisturbed. With those words, Tony tapped Ham on the shoulder, signaling him to follow as they quietly left. Ham's gaze remained curiously fixed on Valeria not far away, but he lingered there only for a moment before following Tony Stark as they left together. Another 2 weeks passed before Valeria finally emerged from her laboratory. Ham and Tony Stark immediately strode over to her. Before either of them could say a word, Valeria addressed them directly. I'd like to meet with Qin. I've made a breakthrough in the research on the mechanical insects. What some people might spend a lifetime trying to unravel, Valeria had accomplished in just 3 weeks. You really managed to decipher the mechanical insects and even achieved results? Ham's voice was tinged with disbelief. Both he and Tony had faced the mechanical insects firsthand. They knew just how formidable they were. Yes, I have results, Valeria replied, her tone resolute. Her certainty sent a ripple of excitement through Ham and Tony Stark. If it had been anyone else making such progress in so little time, they would hardly have believed it, especially when it came to groundbreaking scientific discoveries. The remains of the mechanical insects had given them a glimpse into a far more advanced civilization, technology still far beyond their reach, much more powerful than the alien tech recovered after the Battle of New York. Both Tony Stark and Ham had led teams to study it, yet they hadn't reached any conclusions. You want to see Qin? I'll make sure that's arranged, Tony said at last. But your research results should really be tested first. After all, these were Valeria's experimental findings. Tony wasn't even sure if it was his place to suggest this. No matter how he phrased it, it felt a little out of line. He frowned, uncertainty plainly written across his face. Valeria needed only a glance at Tony's expression to understand exactly what was going on. We can talk about testing later. I'm only willing to hand the results over to Qin himself, she said firmly. Valeria wanted closure for herself. Once this was done, her part would be finished. She pressed her lips together, head bowed, caught in a tangle of emotion. All this time, she had struggled with grief over her brother Franklin's death at Qin's hands. She kept telling herself it was just an accident, that her brother had gone too far, but still, Valeria seemed utterly lost in silence. In such a moment, Ham and Tony Stark found it even harder to say what was on their minds. Since you've already made up your mind, we'll take you to meet Qin. Even if they hadn't known anything before, by now, some things had become clear enough. They knew that Chun-Shi was the one who had killed Valia's family. And they also understood that the person who led the mechanical bugs to attack the city was, in fact, a relative of Valia. Tony Stark glanced at Valia, then dialed the phone. On the other end, Chun-Shi's voice came through. When Chun-Shi learned that Valia had something to give him, something related to the mechanical bugs, a faint smile played across his lips. So, the Devourer of Worlds, is it? Chun-Shi was surprised that the Devourer of Worlds would entrust even a sliver of his power to Franklin, but it was precisely this unexpected move that had brought him valuable insight. Though he concluded that the mechanical bugs couldn't truly threaten the Devourer of Worlds, the connection they revealed might just offer a chance to deal the Devourer a minor blow. If matters with the Devourer could be settled, perhaps then he could finally discover who was really backing Asgard and Loki. These thoughts circled in Chun-Shi's mind, but aloud he simply said, "Let her come in. I'll be home all day." With that, he hung up. "We're expecting a guest today." At first, seeing Jean Grey dressed so lightly, Chun-Shi didn't think much of it, until he realized her attire might not be quite appropriate for the occasion. So he spoke up. Jean paused for a moment. When will the guest arrive? She'd been planning to tease Chun-Shi for a bit of fun, but now, knowing that someone else would be visiting that morning, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "I imagine it won't even take an hour." Since Valia had asked to meet, she was probably impatient to come over as soon as possible. The disappointment in Jean's eyes grew even more apparent, but she didn't say anything. With a slight pout, she went inside to change into something more suitable for going out. Wanda and Gwen had already left to handle matters related to the city's reconstruction. Today, it was Jean's turn to keep Chun-Shi company. She quickly tidied up the house. Then, realizing it was Valia who would be visiting, she went into the kitchen to make some fresh juice. As she finished her preparations, the doorbell rang at just the right moment. Their guest had arrived. There was no one else at the door, only Valia herself. "Come in. Chun-Shi's been waiting for you," Jean said, looking at the visitor. Valia nodded, and after Jean stepped aside, she entered the house. With just one glance, she saw Chun-Shi sitting not far away. In front of Chun-Shi sat a glass of juice. When she saw her approaching, he naturally pushed the glass of juice toward her. "Have a seat." Valia had thought that when she saw Chun-Shi, her emotions would remain untouched. But in truth, when she finally laid eyes on Chun-Shi, she couldn't help but feel her heart stir. "These are all the results of my research." Valia placed a hard drive in front of Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi glanced down at the hard drive but didn't reach out to touch it. Instead, she looked at Valia with earnest intent. "Since you insisted on meeting me in person, I believe you must have another reason besides handing over your research on the mechanical insects. Go ahead, what is it?" She noticed how calm Chun-Shi's eyes were as they rested on her, as if there was no particular affection or warmth. Although she had told herself to expect this, a tinge of bitterness inevitably seeped into her heart. "I know what you're capable of. I hope you can send me back to my own timeline." "You really want to go back?" This did surprise Chun-Shi. After all, Valia's abilities were exceptional. It would have been much better if she stayed rather than left. But, considering everything that had happened lately, it seemed Valia truly wished to leave. In that case, Chun-Shi had no intention of forcing her to stay. Mentalists were rare, but Valia wasn't the only one. "All right, when do you want to leave? I can send you any time." Chun-Shi agreed readily, but Valia didn't seem particularly happy. "Right now," she said. Valia worried she might change her mind someday, so she steeled herself and gave Chun-Shi her answer. Chun-Shi stood up and walked over to Valia. "Then let's go." She placed her hand gently on Valia's shoulder, and in an instant, the two of them vanished from the room. Watching Valia and Chun-Shi disappear so suddenly, Ching-Alei's expression was utterly unmoved. In fact, after they left, she calmly cleared away the untouched glass of juice on the table. As for the hard drive left on the table, she hesitated for a moment, then decided not to touch it. Instead, she let it rest quietly where it was. Chun-Shi was not gone for long. Soon enough, she returned. "Valia, is everything settled on her end?" Ching-Alei looked at Chun-Shi and asked. "Yes. Now, I have to head over to Stark Tower. Want to come along?" When Chun-Shi posed the question, Ching-Alei nodded. Of course she wanted to go. After all, today was meant to be her day. Even if she couldn't be completely carefree with Chun-Shi at home, wherever she went, as long as she was by Chun-Shi's side, she was happy. So, once everything had been decided, they headed straight for Stark Industries Tower. Seeing Chun-Shi, both Ham and Tony Stark seemed genuinely pleased. However, when they realized Valia wasn't with him, a look of obvious surprise flickered across their faces. "Valia didn't come with you?" they asked. Chun-Shi glanced at the two of them, then replied coolly, "No, Valia won't be appearing again." Noticing that they still wanted to ask more questions, Chunshi made no move to explain further. He simply took out the hard drive Valia had entrusted to him. This contains Valia's research. You can begin your experiments now. As expected, Tony Stark and Ham didn't pursue the matter further. Their eyes lit up with excitement as they lowered their heads to examine the hard drive. They could hardly wait to open it. Inside was an immense trove of data and analysis diagrams, all relating to the mechanical insects. Both Tony Stark and Ham were brilliant minds. As they pored over the files, they were utterly astonished, unable to believe what they were seeing. Valia was a true genius. How could she possibly have achieved all this? It's absolutely incredible. This approach to computation is unlike anything I've ever encountered. She never even dissected the mechanical insects. How did she deduce so much about their inner workings? Chunshi stood a short distance behind them, making no attempt to interrupt. He listened as they marveled and exclaimed in wonder. Yet throughout it all, Chunshi remained perfectly calm. Only after they'd finished running through all the programs, finally pulling themselves away from the data with lingering excitement, did Chunshi speak up. With these findings on the mechanical insects, what are you actually able to do? We can use some of the design principles from the mechanical insects to upgrade our previous weapons and equipment, Tony replied. Ham nodded in agreement. That's right. What Tony says is true. We can definitely make some enhancements. We might even be able to reconstruct the mechanical insects and create a batch of living machines we could control. At this point, Tony Stark's brow furrowed slightly. But I'd advise against going too far. Puppets like these are impressive, but if their numbers grow too large, or if someone familiar with their principles were to turn them against us, it could be disastrous. Tony Stark wasn't just worrying for nothing. Chunshi understood exactly what he meant. I see your point. If it really came to that, it would only play into the hands of the Devourer of Worlds. There was no way Chun-Shi would allow such a thing to happen. With a slight smile, Chun-Shi signaled his agreement with Tony Stark's concerns. Several people conducted a thorough discussion and explored various research directions in the laboratory. Before long, they had locked in on their chosen field of study and the invention they aimed to create. As for funding, you don't need to worry too much. I'll be increasing my investment, Chun-Shi assured them. After all, something that could benefit all of humanity, there could never be too much of that. Upon hearing Chun-Shi's words, Tony Stark's smile grew all the more genuine. Don't worry, we'll put our best effort into this. I'll lead the finest team of researchers, he promised. With that, Tony Stark and Dr. Ham plunged right back into their research. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do here, Chun-Shi quietly took his leave. He went to check on the progress of urban development, and then visited the majestic halls of Asgard to discuss matters of cooperation with Thor. As for Loki and Fenrir the Wolf, their whereabouts remained a mystery to this day. They seemed to be experts at vanishing without a trace, not leaving behind so much as a whisper of their presence. Strictly speaking, the matter with Loki should be handled by us, Thor said, and a tinge of frustration crept into his voice. That scoundrel Loki is like a rat in the gutter. He'll squeeze into any place he can hide. And no matter how many times we try, he just refuses to die. Of course, the most important point was that Thor had never truly tried to kill Loki. After all, Loki was a brother he had once cherished. When it came down to it, Thor simply couldn't bring himself to strike the final blow. Chun-Shi watched Thor's troubled expression. Yet, even as Thor complained about Loki's faults, there was no real anger in his eyes. In the original story, Loki had committed countless misdeeds, and Thor was always filled with regret on behalf of those he'd harmed, but he had never truly hated Loki. Loki was a fundamentally different case from Franklin. If Thor were ever truly forced to kill Loki, a rift would surely form in the God of Thunder's heart. After a long discussion with Thor, Chun-Shi came to understand this deeply. Quietly, he resolved to adjust his plans accordingly. He couldn't afford to let anything go awry. With this in mind, and after exchanging a few more words with Thor, Chun-Shi made up an excuse and left. Lately, Chun-Shi had been coming and going in haste, staying briefly here, lingering a little there. On the surface, everything seemed to have returned to calm. Yet beneath the surface, trouble was brewing, quietly swelling in the darkness. By the time Chun-Shi nearly forgot about Susan, it was she who finally sought him out. It's been such a long time since you came to see me. I was starting to think you'd forgotten I existed, she said. She thought Chun-Shi was still upset with her because of what had happened with Valeria and Franklin. During this period, she'd been on edge, her nerves stretched taut, especially after learning that Valeria had already left and returned to her original world. This sense of unease kept her tossing and turning every night, unable to fall asleep. She didn't dare to reach out to Chun-Shi, but if she didn't, he would never come to her. In the end, after much hesitation, she finally mustered up the courage to dial Chun-Shi's number. She listened anxiously as his voice came through the phone, her heart pounding until he agreed. Only then did she finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. Before Chun-Shi arrived, she hurried to freshen herself up, making herself look presentable. The moment the doorbell rang, she rushed to the door at once. Seeing Chun-Shi filled her with joy, but as soon as she started to speak, a hint of complaint crept into her voice. She caught herself almost immediately, swallowing those words before they could escape. How could I forget? You're my woman, after all. If you miss me, you can always call me directly. Just don't call too often. After all, Susan wasn't his only woman, and there were others in the house who were even more important. Chun-Shi didn't spell it out too clearly. Some things, after all, were understood without being said. Bringing them up would only spoil the mood. Susan blinked, but she didn't press him for answers. I understand what you mean. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Chun-Shi's neck and in a sweet, delicate voice said, Let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's just focus on what comes next. The night is still young, after all. Chun-Shi didn't stand on ceremony either, quickly matching her enthusiasm. During a pause to catch their breath, Susan pressed her lips together. She'd always wanted to know whether anything had happened between Chun-Shi and Valeria. But she hesitated over the question for just a moment, then decided to let it go. She suddenly realized there was no point in asking now. Valeria was gone, back to the world where she belonged. And here, by Chun-Shi's side, there was a place for her. Once she was certain of this, what else was there to worry about? With that thought, Susan suddenly felt all her previous anguish seemed rather pointless. Will you spend a little more time with me from now on? Women can be sentimental about these things, especially when lying next to a man. Even unreasonable requests seem harmless. If you want me to spend more time with you, that's fine. But you'll have to work even harder from now on. Susan blinked, looking at Chun-Shi in puzzlement. Chun-Shi spoke slowly. There's so many things lately. The city's construction, the occasional riots caused by mutants, the research going on at Stark Tower, the affairs of Asgard. So many matters require my attention. If someone could help share a bit of this burden, wouldn't that give me much more time? The women around him either helped with some trivial matters or simply stayed by his side, indulging in mischief together. Chun-Shi didn't see anything wrong with this. After all, these were things he would have to do one way or another. But if his women could be even more useful, if they could help carry some of the load for him, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Susan thought for a moment. She agreed that Chun-Shi truly had a lot on his plate, and she realized there were ways she could be of help. She nodded. Don't worry, I'll do my best. She began to consider what tasks she could get involved with. Maybe she could ask Wanda for advice. After all, even though she was now Chun-Shi's woman, compared to Wanda and the others, she still had a long way to go. She reminded herself not to overstep her bounds. With a plan forming in her mind, Susan felt herself growing calmer and more at ease. Meanwhile, Loki and the demon wolf Fenris, who had been relentlessly pursued by both Asgardians and Chun-Shi's mutants, were holed up in a bar. The two of them sat drinking, surveying the decadent crowd around them, both wearing gloomy expressions. We're hopelessly outnumbered, Loki suddenly remarked. He trusted in his own strength and in the power of his son Fenris. But the two of them against all of Asgard, or against everyone under Chun-Shi's command, well, their numbers really were too few. Where there is light, there must also be darkness, Loki murmured, letting the words slip from his lips. Ever since he arrived in this world, that thought had lingered in his mind, though he hadn't yet acted on it. Fenris, let's go. It's time for us to make our move. Having made up his mind, Loki was determined to proceed according to his plan, rather than sit here, stewing over trivial problems. Night was falling. A tall figure and a slender one cloaked themselves and set out into the city streets. They had gathered plenty of information and now knew exactly where the most chaotic district was. Looks like we finally arrived at the place we've been seeking. Loki was certain that the people they were searching for would also find their fates here. Thor and Chun-Shi as well. Loki was ready to give them both a tremendous surprise. The thought made a sly smile creep across Loki's lips. While Loki was preparing for a dramatic move, Thor and his men were still searching relentlessly. This guy is just too cunning. If, previously, Thor had described Loki as a sewer rat, hiding in places unknown, watching them with cold, calculating eyes, then now he saw Loki as a mole. Every time they rushed to a spot where Loki might appear, the very next moment, Loki and the Fenrir wolf would vanish without a trace. Someone must be helping him. Otherwise, there's no way they could move this quickly. And whoever was helping Loki was certainly no ordinary person. Thor was absolutely certain of this. So, when he sought Chun-Shi out again, he shared his suspicion with her. There's someone working with Loki. I'm already aware of that, Chun-Shi replied, unfazed. After all, Loki had been sighted all over the country, yet they had never managed to catch him. Wasn't it obvious that someone was lending Loki a hand? If he's got help, then tracking him down will be almost impossible. Thor didn't want to resort to more drastic measures himself. If he truly let loose, This world might be destroyed in an instant. Thor certainly did not wish for such an outcome. Don't worry, I'll have my people keep looking, Chun-Shi reassured him. Since they were partners, she naturally felt obliged to help ease Thor's troubles, at least a little. Thank you so much, Chun-Shi, and sorry for all the trouble Loki's caused lately. But once you do manage to catch him, what will you do with him? I'll imprison him somewhere he can never escape, Thor replied. Thor hadn't expected Chun-Shi to ask such a question, and for a moment, he was caught off guard. But after a brief hesitation, he answered decisively. Clearly, even if others hadn't asked, Thor had already wrestled with this question himself. That was why he could answer without hesitation. This also confirmed what Chun-Shi had suspected all along. Thor truly had no intention of killing Loki. If Loki wreaks havoc in my world, and I'm the one who catches him, I won't show any mercy, Chun-Shi said, pausing for emphasis. Thor, I'm telling you this now, so you can be prepared. After all, I have no ties to him, and I certainly won't go easy on him. Thor understood exactly why Chun-Shi was saying this. And after hearing it, he had nothing more to add. All he could hope for was to catch Loki before Chun-Shi did. What's that? While Thor and Chun-Shi were deep in conversation, Gwen and Wanda stood by a nearby window, chatting quietly. Suddenly, as if they had just caught sight of something extraordinary, their eyes widened in shock, and even their voices changed pitch. They must have witnessed something utterly unbelievable for them to react like this. Both Chun-Shi and Thor were certain of this. Almost in unison, they walked over to the window, and the two women instinctively stepped aside to make room for them. In that moment, everyone finally saw what was happening outside. And as soon as they saw it, the first reaction was sheer disbelief. Is that a ship? Thor looked up, and the first thing he noticed was a ship hovering right above their heads. It's obvious, isn't it? And not just any ship, it's a ship of the dead. Specters swirled around this vessel. To ordinary people, it would have appeared as nothing more than a vague, black shape drifting through the sky. Only those with special abilities could truly see what was going on. Could this be one of Loki's tricks? At the sight of the ghostly ship, Thor couldn't help but make the connection to his brother, Loki. He couldn't shake the feeling that Loki was behind all of this. I doubt we'll figure it out just by guessing. We'll have to see for ourselves. Chun-Shi, too, was inwardly suspicious, 100% convinced, in fact, that Loki was the culprit. But then he glanced at Thor, who clearly didn't want to believe Loki would do such a thing. Chun-Shi paused, his eyes lingering a moment. He knew he had to push Thor to the point of utter disappointment in Loki, so far that he would be willing to kill Loki with his own hands. It had to be Thor himself who delivered the final blow. He would have to come up with a plan. Outwardly, Chun-Shi looked calm, but inside, he was calculating every move. Let me send someone to find out what's really going on, he said. Thor glanced at Chun-Shi, relieved that he wasn't taking action himself, and quickly nodded. I'll go right now. With that, Thor exchanged a few words with Chun-Shi and left in haste. After he was gone, Gwen tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and asked, Darling, are you really planning to let the Asgardians handle this investigation? Loki is nothing if not cunning. If he's bold enough to pull off something like this in plain sight, then he must have prepared for every contingency. He's just waiting for us to make a move. Asgard will be the first target, and then it'll be our turn. Or, Chun-Shi paused and let a smile play on his lips. Maybe the enemy has even bigger plans. Maybe they're hoping to take out both sides at once. Chun-Shi was absolutely certain that the latter was a very real possibility. Just the thought that this might be possible was enough to make his heart race with excitement. It truly was endlessly fascinating. One event after another unfolded in rapid succession. A group of mutants has chosen to follow Loki and betrayed us. Damn it, Chun-Shi saved them, and this is how they repay him. The news of the mutants' betrayal was simply intolerable. What is there to worry about? Chun-Shi, however, wasn't the least bit surprised. Even he couldn't guarantee absolute loyalty from everyone, so it was pointless to demand such perfection from others. Chun-Shi looked completely unbothered. Those who had earlier wanted to speak up for him now found themselves a loss for words. And there's more. A horde of ogres has appeared from who knows where, preying on ordinary people. The scenes are gruesome. We've already dispatched many to suppress them. Those ogres were truly terrifying. Luckily, they were easy to distinguish. If they looked exactly like ordinary people, everyone on this planet would be in grave danger. Let the people of Asgard handle the rest. Our own forces will focus on the ogres. Even ogres had now entered the fray. This development finally caused Chun-Shi to furrow his brow. After such a brief period of peace, I'd hoped these beautiful days would last a little longer. Wanda spoke from the heart. She disliked war. War had already taken her most precious family, and now, only Chun-Shi remained by her side. As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but throw her arms around Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi didn't stop her. Instead, he gently patted Wanda on the back. Wanda allowed herself this brief moment of vulnerability, but soon gathered herself again. "I'll take a small team to deal with the ogres," she volunteered. "All right, then I'll leave the rest to you." Chun-Shi nodded. With that, Wanda pressed a kiss to Chun-Shi's cheek and quickly departed. She moved with remarkable speed. In almost no time, she had already locked onto the direction where she was needed. Chun-Shi watched as Wanda left. Not long after, Wen also took her leave. Someone had to help with the new equipment Tony Stark was developing. There were always logistics that needed attention. Though Wen would much rather have been on the front lines, fighting those who threatened their home. Left alone, Chun-Shi sat quietly in the room. He lingered in silence for only a short while before heading to the front lines himself. As someone who could reassure both humans and mutants alike, how could he possibly sit at home and wait for news in a situation like this? Of course, he had to go to the front lines. The moment Chun-Shi appeared, he wiped out a swath of ogre armies rampaging through the city. Not far away, Tony Stark transformed into Iron Man. Originally, he should have been handling equipment matters, but as he watched those damned ogres, his blood boiled with battle lust. There was simply no way he could stay behind doing logistical work. He left that to the tech staff. With Wen helping out over there, what did he have to worry about? Captain America, Stephen, descended from the sky. "Iron Man, let me lend you a hand." Tony Stark looked at Stephen, and a light sparked in his eyes. With Captain America now on the scene, familiar allies began to appear one after another. In that instant, Tony Stark felt a surge of courage deep within his heart. The ogres on their side were quickly brought under control. The battle was utterly one-sided. With the situation secured here, everything seemed to be under control. But in some places, control was nowhere to be found. In a northern region, ogres had almost completely devoured the entire village. The people had been eaten to nothing but bones, and the ogres tossed those bones on the ground, piling them up like little mountains. Yet, even that was not the worst of it. What was truly shocking was, a squad of mutants not only failed to stop the carnage, but stood by watching as the ogres devoured humans, laughing and snickering. It was obvious this was exactly what they wanted to see. Across the country, many people were witnessing scenes like this. Help me." A young mother, clutching her child, stumbled desperately toward the mutants, begging for mercy. But the mutant at the front simply kicked her straight toward the ogres. What a nuisance. Disgust was written plainly in the mutant's eyes. The young mother couldn't believe what she was seeing. Normally, that mutant always wore a friendly smile. Who could have guessed how quickly that mask would fall away? Her flesh and blood were torn away, bite after bite. She wanted to shield her child, but she no longer had the strength. "Lenny, didn't you give that woman plenty of stuff before?" "Yeah, she was pretty gross about it. Always acted like she deserved everything. If what I gave her wasn't good enough or fresh enough, she'd get impatient and complain." The man known as Lenny spoke with undisguised disdain. Filthy leeches like that should have been wiped out long ago. Being eaten is the best she could hope for. At least then, even trash has a use. A harsh, grating laughter rang out, the last sound the woman heard before she died. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, order had been fully restored. The death ship looming high overhead was of no immediate concern. From time to time, bursts of cannon fire erupted above, a clear sign that a fierce battle was raging over their heads. Chun-Shi cast only a fleeting glance upward, then quickly lowered his gaze. It must be the Asgardians up there, he thought. After all, they'd split up earlier. Chun-Shi was in charge of dealing with the ogres, so the death ship would naturally be left to the Asgardians. Now, the real question was whether Loki had chosen a side with the ogres, or to join the battle aboard the death ship. Chun-Shi mused over these thoughts, his manner unconcerned. "Something's wrong. My people just brought in some news. A few villages to the north have been completely wiped out. The ogres destroyed every one of them, and they had mutant accomplices." Jean Grey had been monitoring the situation across the region. As soon as she received this message, she rushed straight to Chun-Shi's side. Her beautiful face was etched with disbelief. And truly, such news was almost impossible to accept. "Then that's where we'll go," Chun-Shi said. He barely furrowed his brow before making the decision. Without another word, he set out for the north at breakneck speed, taking only Jean Grey with him. The northern villages were far from where they lived. Yet, it took Chun-Shi and Jean Grey barely an instant to arrive, hardly more than the blink of an eye. As they reached their destination, only 4 words echoed through Chun-Shi's mind. How long had it been since he'd witnessed such horror? Not even the fiercest of his past battles could compare to this. A landscape awash in blood and corpses, stretching as far as the eye could see. The bodies bore clear marks of being gnawed upon. Jean Grey, after all, was still a young woman. At the sight, she could not help but raise her hand to cover her face. Help me." A man's weak voice suddenly rang out. Both Chun-Shi and Jean Grey had keen hearing. They quickly located the source of the desperate plea. Behind a massive boulder, they found him. Only his upper body remained. When a man caught sight of Chen-Shi, he parted his lips as if struggling to speak. But at last his eyes began to lose focus. Clearly, he'd survived this long only by sheer will, and he had finally reached his limit. When Chen-Shi and Qin Gale saw this scene, they both fell into a heavy silence. They let out a gentle sigh, their eyes growing grave as they began searching for the ogres that haunted this place. It was obvious that the area was deserted. There wasn't a single sign of life or any trace of movement. It seems they've already moved elsewhere. Qin Gale was deeply dissatisfied with what she saw. In fact, she felt nothing but loathing for it. Those damned ogres, who were on the verge of death themselves, not only brought ruin to one place, but had now spread their devastation to others. Let's keep searching. The easy, amused smile that once played on Chen-Shi's lips was gone, replaced by a chilling smirk that sent shivers down the spine. People die every day in this world, but the kind of death these villagers suffered was never meant to be their fate. Loki must die. Chen-Shi was absolutely certain of this, so much so that, in his mind, Loki was already a dead man. After arriving in the north and finding not a single survivor, they continued searching the nearby areas. It didn't take long before they found the place. They stumbled upon a large number of ogres, and, alongside them, many mutants. These mutants were especially despicable. They had willingly aided the ogres in capturing humans, handing them over as feed for the monsters. Qin Gale clapped a hand over her mouth, on the verge of retching. We still have a lot to do. We need to keep calm now. Chen-Shi placed a steadying hand on her shoulder, and though Qin Gale had lost her composure at first, she quickly gathered herself, just as Chen-Shi had advised. Qin Gale had seen her share of battles, but never anything like this. May I do it myself? She asked Chen-Shi in a low voice, her fists clenched tight. The fury in her heart could no longer be contained. All she wanted now was to unleash it upon these wretched creatures. Chen-Shi gave her a quiet nod. No one wished for such a tragedy to unfold, yet here it was before them. Chen-Shi joined the fray as well, showing no mercy. Each strike was lethal. Some of the very mutants he had once saved fell again by his own hand. Through it all, his face remained unchanged, betraying no emotion from start to finish. They cleared out village after village. In the end, they grew numb to it all. When Tony Stark learned what had happened in those villages, he was silent for a long time. At last, he managed to force out a few words to Chen-Shi. Not all mutants are so terrible, you know. They're really not that different from ordinary people, so I know not all mutants are bad. It just so happens that the ones who cause trouble are mutants, but that's no different from how not all ordinary humans are good or bad either. I understand how things really are, so you don't need to worry. Aside from Tony Stark, Chen-Shi also noticed that many other mutants had contributed greatly this time, though each of them looked quite uneasy. I also know that even if mutants didn't exist, ordinary humans wouldn't necessarily have easy lives either, because there are many other threats out there besides mutants, Chen-Shi added, his tone steady and calm throughout. Gradually, the mutants who had been anxious began to calm down after hearing Chen-Shi's words. Tony Stark let out a sigh of relief. He had truly been worried that Chen-Shi might suddenly decide to launch a purge against the mutants. But how could Chen-Shi possibly do such a thing? Although he always considered himself human, someone like him wouldn't be allowed to exist in a peaceful society either. He had schemed and worked for so long to painstakingly help the mutants establish their own nation. No matter how many things had happened since, he would never abandon the existence of mutants. Still, it seemed he had made some mistakes along the way. He realized that after liberating the mutants and building their nation, he couldn't simply wash his hands of their fate. Mutants needed their own legal system, and they also needed a broad enough space to live and thrive. With his arms crossed over his chest, Chen-Shi reflected deeply on his past actions. But his thoughts lingered on this only briefly. Soon, he pushed these reflections to the back of his mind. After all, there were more urgent matters at hand. Catching Loki came first. He needed to resolve the current situation before considering anything else. Has anyone from Asgard found Loki yet? It seems they have, but Loki refuses to face the Asgardians head-on. As soon as he's discovered, he runs away, leaving Fenrir the Wolf and his subordinate, Yurik, to handle the pursuers. Although Gwen was in charge of logistics, she kept a close eye on what was happening in Asgard. In a flash, Chen-Shi vanished from where he stood and went to find Thor. When Thor saw Chen-Shi, his expression registered mild surprise. He opened his mouth and said, I've already heard about the ogre army's attack. Loki has made a grave mistake this time, and I apologize to you for it. Some apologies are completely useless when spoken, Thor. I've told you before, if I ever come across Loki, I won't let him off so easily. In front of me, he has only one path left, death. There is no other option. Thor pressed his lips together and finally fell silent. If such a thing had happened in Asgard, he knew he could never forgive, either. I have no right to oppose your decision. If Loki truly falls into your hands, then I'll leave it to you to decide his fate. I won't interfere. Hearing Thor say this, Chun-Shi nodded at him. Originally, he had hoped Thor would deal with Loki himself. That way, it would help solidify a more stable partnership between them. But now, that so-called alliance seemed to matter much less. Loki's head must be severed so that all may despise him, and so that the flames of anger in everyone's hearts can be soothed. As for who would do it, Thor would surely feel conflicted, so Chun-Shi decided not to dwell on Thor's feelings in this matter. If the people of Asgard can't be allies, then let them become adversaries. Of course, the chances of that happening were still very slim. With that thought, Chun-Shi's mood settled once again. Have your people found any trace of Loki yet? My men tell me Loki is extremely cunning. Whenever he's discovered, he immediately vanishes, leaving only the demon wolf Fenris and his subordinate, Ulrich, behind. In fact, as long as Fenris and Ulrich could be found, there would be little need for worry. It would be certain that Loki was close by. After all, Loki has always enjoyed his little mischiefs. He likes to watch things unfold from the shadows. Since he's been moving with Fenris all this time, isn't it obvious that he must be nearby? Clearly, Chun-Shi wasn't the only one who thought this way. Thor did as well. Yet the Thunder God didn't say it out loud. He only gave Chun-Shi a complicated look. Chun-Shi glanced at Thor, then turned away, focusing instead on searching for Loki's whereabouts. Not far away, the demon wolf Fenris had been cornered by the people of Asgard. He let out a series of bone-chilling howls, his strength formidable, and in one powerful surge, threw off those who had trapped him. Chun-Shi stood calmly at a distance, watching all of this unfold. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful attack coming from behind, aimed directly at him. He turned to look. Astonishingly, it was Thor. For the always composed Chun-Shi, even he could not help but be taken aback in that moment. Watching as the golden spearhead in Thor's hand thrust toward his chest, Chun-Shi suddenly understood everything. As soon as Chun-Shi called out Loki's name, Thor's appearance swiftly transformed into that of Loki. Under the gaze of all present, Thor turned into Loki. Everyone except Loki's own followers was left in shock. The people of Asgard, especially, were so stunned that they were immediately struck down by the monstrous wolf Fenrir, some even losing their lives on the spot. What, did you swap places with Thor? Chun-Shi dodged the golden spearhead that was stabbing at him. Even he had failed to notice Loki's deception from the beginning, but he didn't seem surprised by that fact. When I came to your home, Loki replied, his lips curling into a cold, sinister smile. He seemed quite satisfied with himself. Thor is an idiot. Just a few careless words, and he was tricked into revealing himself. A few words of self-pity, insisting that this wasn't what he truly wanted, and Thor's heart softened instantly. He even promised to forgive Loki on the condition that Loki stop everything he was doing right now. Of course, Loki would never comply. In fact, he had never truly intended to. His initial plan had been to kill Thor outright, but keeping him alive might actually serve his own purposes better, steering events just as he wished. And so, Loki decided to spare Thor's pitiful life. Everyone present heard Loki call Thor a fool. On any ordinary day, the people of Asgard might have protested, claiming their king was nothing of the sort. But now, they found themselves at a loss for words. They could scarcely believe that their king could be deceived so easily. Did he truly value Loki more than the rest of Asgard? Surely, the king should have known that they were enemies at this very moment. No matter the circumstances, he should never have let his guard down. Though I agree that Thor is a fool, someone like you, someone who feels no sympathy for others and tramples on human lives without remorse. You don't deserve to live. You don't get to decide what's right or wrong. Loki was utterly arrogant, not taking Chun-Shi seriously at all. With spear in hand, every one of his attacks aimed straight for Chun-Shi's weaknesses. The golden spearhead could pierce even the hardest substance in the world. And today, Chun-Shi would die here. That was the bargain he had struck with the one behind him. He would become king, the most powerful king in the universe. Not just the king of Asgard. Loki's ambitions had always been vast, and he never once thought there was anything wrong with having such powerful desires. A king without ambition, that, truly, would be terrifying. Just look at Thor, that fool. Where did you get this army of ogres? That's my trump card. Why should I tell you? Chun-Shi and Loki traded words, each vying for the upper hand, but it was clear that Loki was suppressing Chun-Shi's strength. This force was overwhelming, so immense that it pressed down on everyone, making it almost hard to breathe. Yet Chun-Shi was undeterred. When faced with power, he only grew stronger. Loki had expected him to be easily defeated, but to his surprise, Chun-Shi seemed completely unaffected. In fact, his eyes suddenly flashed a fierce red, just a breath's distance away. In an instant, beams of crimson light shot toward Loki, catching him completely off guard. He hadn't anticipated such a move from Chun-Shi. Unable to evade in time, Loki's arm was scorched. A whole patch of flesh was burned away, and the wound refused to heal. Loki's gaze darkened with bitter resentment. I thought you'd be easy to deal with, but clearly you have real skill. No wonder that person fears you so much, even wanted to wipe you out immediately. I didn't understand before, but now it all makes sense. As he spoke, Loki's attacks grew even fiercer. Every move he made was laced with deadly intent, each strike capable of piercing through life itself. The rest of Asgard's people wanted to rush forward and help Chun-Shi, but when titans clashed, there was no room for others to intervene. All they could do was watch from the sidelines, anxiety written across every face. What are we to do? We can't just stand by and watch Chun-Shi die like this. And if Loki refuses to tell us where Thor is, what then? It was unthinkable to truly accept Loki as king. If it came to that, he'd rather die. After all, to serve under someone with no compassion and only ambition. That was a fate too dreadful to imagine. Amora, we cannot let this happen. Meanwhile, the demon wolf Fenris and Ulrich continued their relentless assault on the remaining Asgardians. Their strength was terrifying as well. Gadel took a heavy blow from Ulrich, the strike punching straight through his abdomen. Gadel, are you alright? Amora cried out, panic-stricken. I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound, just a hole in my body, that's all. Even as he spoke, Gadel spat out a mouthful of blood. Thinking Amora was making a fuss over nothing. Our people have always healed quickly. Just give me a little time. Gator gasped for breath, his voice low and strained. But in the midst of war, who would grant them a moment to breathe? Certainly not Ulrich. Another wave of attacks swept in. Amora tensed with anxiety, seeing disaster looming over them both. In that instant, Chun-Shi, who had been locked in combat with Loki, appeared silently before their eyes, blocking Ulrich's assault with swift precision. The clash stirred up a powerful gust of wind. Chun-Shi stood her ground, unmoving, while Ulrich was forced several steps backward. Are you two all right? Chun-Shi spoke, raising an eyebrow at Amora. Hurry, get your companion out of here and tend to his wounds. Without hesitation, Amora gathered Gator up and whisked him away, leaving behind only the remaining Asgardians, who still resisted with desperate determination. In her heart, Amora assured herself that as soon as Gator was safe, she would return at once to the battle. With this thought, her spirit found a measure of relief. Yet beyond the ogre army and Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, even more death warriors now emerged from the ship of the dead, crafted from fingernails. They were already beings beyond death. They no longer feared dying. At Loki's command, they surged forward, attacking the ranks of Asgard without mercy. One after another, the gods of Asgard fell. Chun-Shi watched the carnage unfold, her face an unreadable mask. There, with her shining golden hair, Sif appeared, radiant and dazzling. She had not been present at first, but now she arrived, and with her, the once-deceived Thor. He raised Mjolnir, the hammer of thunder, and charged at Loki, his presence crackling with fury. A winged Pegasus, glowing with holy light, carried a woman into the fray. Her name was Valkyrie. Once a guardian of Earth, she had sensed the impending danger and hurried to their aid. Without hesitation, she joined Thor's side. One after another, legendary gods and heroes arrived on the battlefield. In an instant, the balance, once tipped so heavily in Loki's favor, was utterly upended. Loki, this time I will never forgive you. When Thor appeared, Chun-Shi quickly yielded the stage, letting the true hero take the lead. Inwardly, she couldn't help but wonder. He always says he won't forgive, but will this time truly be different? Well, it certainly looks like he means it now. Thor radiated an unstoppable determination. Perhaps this time, the outcome really will change. Chun-Shi appeared utterly calm on the surface, but in truth, he was quietly observing the commotion with keen interest. It wasn't until Wanda appeared behind him, leaning in to whisper a few hurried words into his ear. Chun-Shi, I don't know why, but suddenly demons have appeared all over the country. They look ferocious, no less terrifying than those ogres. They're attacking both mutants and ordinary humans relentlessly, and often, even several mutants together can't handle a single demon. Upon hearing this, Chun-Shi wasted no time and quickly followed Wanda away. This was a battle of extraordinary difficulty. Unlike the fight against Apocalypse, this time the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and more kept pouring in, seemingly without end. If you added them all up, their numbers far exceeded the combined population of humans and mutants on Earth. At the head of these evil hordes stood Loki. With every passing moment, Loki's army and his power grew, as more and more mutants, unable to endure the chaos, chose to join the ranks of evil. Chun-Shi didn't find any amusement in this situation. Instead, he fought alongside the others with unwavering determination. The world had descended into chaos, and things were only spiraling further out of control. "The gods are truly cruel to me," he muttered, letting out a slow, weary sigh as he gazed into the endless, pitch-black sky during a rare moment of rest. As time dragged on, the situation showed no signs of stabilizing. Chun-Shi was certain that if a solution wasn't found soon, ordinary humans would be wiped out, leaving only the stronger mutants, who always had a slightly higher chance of survival than others. Still, he had prepared for this all along. If things took an even darker turn, he'd be ready to put his plans into action. Chun-Shi watched everything in silence, patiently waiting for the right moment to arrive. Wanda knew Chun-Shi had a plan. She was the only one among the women around him who knew. She asked him, "How long do we have to wait? When will it be bad enough to act?" "When Loki is finally defeated by Thor, perhaps even killed. That will be the worst moment, when chaos truly reigns. But I could tell you wanted to deal with Loki yourself before. Why leave it to Thor in the end? It doesn't have to be Thor alone. Anyone from Asgard, anyone close to him, would suffice. If there's an optimal solution, why settle for the worst one?" After all, Chun-Shi's place in Thor's heart was never the same as Asgard's. It was as if his woman meant far more to him than anyone else's life in this world. "Understand," she said. Wanda felt as though she had grasped a few things, yet there were still so many aspects she couldn't quite comprehend. So, in that moment, she could only furrow her brows slightly, then quickly smooth them out. There were things she didn't fully understand, but after listening carefully to what Chun-Shi said, and reflecting on it seriously, perhaps she would eventually figure it out. Chun-Shi and Wanda waited patiently for the outcome, and soon, their patience was rewarded. When Thor appeared, missing one of his eyes, Wanda stood at Chun-Shi's side, unable to hide her shock. To see the god of thunder, Thor, having lost an eye, such a sight was simply unbelievable. "You look downright battered. What on earth happened to you?" Chun-Shi's expression hardly changed as he took in Thor's disheveled appearance, but he still asked about what had led to this state. "I ended up like this because of my own arrogance and cowardice," Thor answered, deeply frustrated. More than half of Asgard's people had perished. Though they'd managed to defeat Loki and his followers, the price was far too steep. And with Loki's death, the demons, ogres, and death warriors who had once attacked the human world in an organized manner now scattered chaotically, leaderless, unruly, running rampant everywhere. This brought even greater harm to the human world. Thor was filled with guilt at the sight. If only he had confined or destroyed Loki earlier, perhaps today's tragedy would never have occurred. He took all the blame upon himself, his pain growing even more intense. "So, did you come to me just to say all this? Or is there something else you want to ask of me?" Chun-Shi's tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable note of impatience. He clearly disliked this sort of situation. Thor knew that every moment he delayed could bring greater danger to human lives. After a moment's hesitation, he finally revealed his true purpose. "I hope you can help me. Our own situation is dire as well." Chun-Shi hadn't spoken yet, but Wanda was already voicing her discontent. She thought Thor was being shameless. How could he so naturally ask Chun-Shi for help? If she were in his position, she would be utterly mortified. Perhaps it's just that men, or maybe these gods of Asgard, always seem to have thicker skin than most. "I know my request might be a bit much, but aside from asking you, I really can't think of a second person I could turn to." The All-Father had entrusted Asgard's fate to him, but he had failed to lead his people to prosperity. Instead, he had dragged them down to this sorry state. He thought to himself that if, by some chance, he ever saw the All-Father again, no matter what world he found himself in, he would be consumed by shame. Of course, that was the best he could hope for, since in reality, he knew he had no chance of surviving. He could feel that his own death was drawing near. "Enough with the speeches. Why don't you just get to the point and tell me exactly what it is you want from me?" After all those words, he still hadn't said what really mattered. It was almost unbearable. Thor parted his lips to speak. He knew he'd been beating around the bush, wasting time without getting straight to the matter. But it wasn't because he wanted to. If only he could bring himself to say what he needed directly. If only his requests weren't so outrageous. "I want you to help me govern Asgard," Thor said earnestly. To hand Asgard over to a human, Wanda was utterly incredulous. Was this king of Asgard out of his mind? In order to stand against Loki, Thor had given up one of his own eyes to drink from the well of wisdom. Through it, he had glimpsed countless futures. Most of those futures ended in disaster, and Thor kept searching through them, one after another, until finally, he settled on Chun-Shi. He couldn't see too far ahead, But in those futures, he witnessed Chun-Chi's stubborn determination, her wisdom, and even her perseverance. No matter who I entrust Asgard to, I can't truly be at ease. But if it's you, I know you'll be able to protect everyone in Asgard. As he spoke, Thor turned to Chun-Chi with deep sincerity. Thank you for saving Gardel and Amora. If it weren't for you, the two of them might have met a terrible fate. Asgard had already suffered enough losses. Thor didn't want to see any more tragedies befall his people. I can agree to your request. After what seemed like a long moment of contemplation, Chun-Chi finally spoke. In reality, this had all been part of Chun-Chi's plan, and now that everything was falling into place, it was time to draw the net closed. Thor had no idea what Chun-Chi was really planning, nor could he guess what she was thinking. All he knew was that she had agreed to his request, and in that instant, he was filled with joy. Thank you, truly thank you. After he finished speaking, he stumbled away at Chun-Chi's signal. Not long after he left, Wanda turned to Chun-Chi again and asked, "Shouldn't we start moving now?" Chun-Chi smiled, his eyes bright with anticipation. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Ever since Franklin arrived in this world, Chun-Chi had been making plans. On one hand, he had Susan deal with Franklin, and on the other, he claimed the new universe Franklin had created as his own. He even had to watch carefully, making sure Franklin didn't create any new life in his universe. Fortunately, nothing of the sort happened. With Franklin's powers now his, and this new universe fully formed, Chun-Chi was ready. So, when the operation truly began, everyone else was thrown into despair, only to suddenly discover that all the beings who had filled them with agony and hopelessness had vanished in an instant. All that remained on the streets were ruined buildings and blood-soaked corpses. Oddly, the bodies of the ogres and demons they had defeated were nowhere to be found. If not for the devastation around them, they might have believed everything that had happened was nothing more than a terrible nightmare. What on earth happened? Why have all those evil beings disappeared without a trace? No idea. Absolutely no idea. Who could possibly pull off something like this? Who in this world has that kind of power? Who else could it be but our leader, Chun-Chi? Look, that's time magic. My God, is that really a spell that can reshape the whole world? Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Even those who had died began to rise from the ground, one after another. The memories of their own deaths were still vivid in their minds. They kept touching their bodies in astonishment. I clearly remember a demon crushing my heart, but now I'm alive. I'm not a ghost, am I? I remember an ogre snapping me in half and swallowing me whole, but here I am, alive and well. With a sharp slap, one of them smacked his own face twice. The sting on his cheeks confirmed, beyond any doubt, that this was no dream. This was reality. This must be Chun-Chi's doing. Just how powerful is he? Darling, are you all right? Everyone knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that this miracle could only be Chun-Chi's work. Gwen, full of worry, leapt quickly to Chun-Chi's side with a few swift bounds and asked softly if he was all right. I'm fine, Chun-Chi replied with a gentle smile. In fact, I feel better than ever. Chun-Chi spoke calmly, for he was, after all, relying on the energy of another universe, and hadn't expended much of his own strength. If there was anything he wanted to say at this moment, it was simply that he was deeply grateful for Franklin's death. Due to the effects of time magic, everything had reverted to the state it was in before the war began. The people of Asgard came to find Chun-Chi. You can use time magic. Does that mean you could bring our fallen companions back to life as well? My time magic can only be applied to things that originally existed in this world. Didn't you notice when those demons and ogres died, they didn't come back? Chun-Chi replied in an even tone, cutting off their wishful thinking. After all, these Asgardians were on a completely different level from him. Not everything could be reversed with time magic. If it could, every world would have fallen into chaos. The only reason he was able to use it was because he had made thorough preparations in advance. Even so, wielding time magic came with severe restrictions. Truthfully, the Asgardians hadn't held out much hope. They understood that Chun-Chi was, at the end of the day, just a human. While he was capable of remarkable things, some feats were simply beyond him. It was only out of a flicker of hope that they had approached him, unable to resist clinging to this slender thread. We're sorry, we asked too much. Sif bowed deeply to Chun-Chi, offering a sincere apology. It's all right. You merely made a request. There's nothing wrong with that. Just because they asked something of him didn't mean he was obligated to do it. He wasn't foolish. At the very least, when it came to being foolish, he certainly wasn't about to take lessons from Thor. How is Thor doing? Chun-Chi was ready to move the conversation along, so he turned to Sif to inquire about Thor's condition. Thor is in a difficult state, but he's already made all the necessary arrangements going forward. As she spoke, Sif frowned slightly. He's entrusted all of us to your care. We're aware of that. So if you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to give them. And he also asked me to tell you something else. What is it? Asgard, and even Loki and the others, were all drawn here by a certain voice, a presence far more powerful. This being is fiercely antagonistic toward you, and even wants to dismantle all the mutants. This time, their attack failed, but I'm sure another wave will come soon. As Sif spoke, Chun-Shi once again sensed a gaze falling upon him. Chun-Shi couldn't be certain to whom this gaze belonged, but he was sure it was one of the 5 great gods from a higher dimension. Of this, Chun-Shi had no doubt. It doesn't matter. Let them come at me with everything they've got. Chun-Shi smiled, his voice carrying a subtle note of pride. The fate of humanity is not determined by gods, but the fate of gods is decided by humans. In this regard, Chun-Shi truly had reason to be proud. He understood why Thor, the god of thunder, was so anxious, and why he insisted on entrusting Asgard to a human who seemed to have no connection at all. The life and death cycle of Ragnarok. The king saw it all clearly. To break free from such a fate, and to save Asgard, there were things he simply had to do. I believe that anyone in his position would have made the same choice. Sif spoke these words with unwavering certainty. Yet, Chun-Shi didn't particularly care about these things. The gods of Asgard often acted with a sense of tragic grandeur, but to Chun-Shi, it all seemed rather unnecessary. They could sacrifice themselves selflessly for humanity, but Chun-Shi believed there must always be another way. Why choose sacrifice when there could be a solution that spared everyone? Why couldn't the ones sacrificed be the troublemakers, like Loki and his ilk? But those troublemakers were already gone. Let's pay a visit to Asgard. Chun-Shi had taken charge of Asgard, and at the very least, there were matters he needed to verify in advance. He needed to see whether there were others who refused to accept him, to prevent anyone from stirring up trouble for him. As for why he didn't hand Asgard over to someone else, now that power was in his grasp, why should he give it away? Did he look that foolish? Not only would he refuse to relinquish what he'd gained, but he would also do everything in his power to make all of Asgard his own. Even if Odin himself returned from the dead, he would not be able to reclaim Asgard. Although, admittedly, this might seem a bit unscrupulous. But Chun-Shi had never considered himself a good person. After his trip to Asgard, it took only a glance for Chun-Shi to size up everyone's attitude. He already had a clear sense in his mind. He pressed his lips together, a trace of subtle surprise flickering in his eyes. Chun-Shi kept smiling throughout. While Chun-Shi observed them in silence, they, too, were watching him. They wanted to determine whether Chun-Shi was truly qualified to take their king's place as Asgard's protector. They also wanted to know if, in doing so, Chun-Shi would give them his genuine loyalty. After all, no one is truly willing to help others with a thankless and laborious task. If someone is willing, it can only mean that they have their own plans for how things will turn out. On this point, they seemed absolutely certain. Those who had never dealt with Chun-Shi cast unfriendly, even suspicious glances at him. There was a hint of resistance in their eyes as well. But those who had interacted with Chun-Shi before, more specifically, those who placed great faith in Thor the Thunder God, trusted just as deeply in Chun-Shi, whom their king had chosen. It took only a few minutes, but Chun-Shi had already seen through everything. After exchanging a few casual words with these Asgardians, whose thoughts ran so differently from his own, he finally withdrew his gaze. I've enjoyed our conversation, he said pleasantly, but now I must go and root out every last traitor, so I won't be staying. With those words, Chun-Shi turned and left, his steps light and unhurried in front of everyone. And at that moment, everyone present was struck by a realization. Chun-Shi didn't actually care about Asgard at all. After all, he was already responsible for managing a considerable number of people, especially the mutants. There were quite a few of them. If they were properly developed, the strength of his mutant forces might be every bit as formidable as these Asgardians. Perhaps it was this thought that made their initial wariness toward Chun-Shi begin to fade. Now, instead of suspicion, a calm acceptance spread among them, and their resistance seemed to melt away. The change was so obvious it was almost amusing. The gods of Asgard really were naive, endearingly so. Human beings, by their very nature, are fickle creatures. They can be heroes, or they can become villains. Never use the simple labels of good or evil to define a capable human being. Chun-Shi mused over this as he walked, never pausing for a moment. Soon, he vanished from the Asgardian's sight. He returned to his own quarters. At that moment, the sunlight was bright and warm. A cool breeze brushed past his ears, bringing with it a sense of quiet happiness. How wonderful, he murmured. After a war, to have weather like this, it was truly comforting. Still, the effort expended in the last battle had left him feeling weary. He hadn't been fully prepared, and yet the next wave of attacks had already come. He glanced up at the sky. This time, There was no one watching him, no sense of being observed. He felt certain that his bold actions would leave the 5 great gods frustrated and vexed. This time, their intervention seemed to have no effect whatsoever. For the time being, it was unlikely they would make another move anytime soon. Clearly, Chunshi had guessed this outcome. The 5 great deities, who had previously gone their separate ways after failing to reach an agreement, now gathered together once more, each of their faces clouded with discontent. This time, who took action? Lost in their own thoughts, none of them knew who had suddenly broken the silence with this question. No one cared much about who had spoken up. I did. The planet devourer let out a cold chuckle. I tried to probe the situation and had the mechanical insects assist Franklin. I made a move, too. I redirected the gods of Asgard over there, including Loki and his lot. Unfortunately, it didn't end well. Annihilation's tone was foul. To say it didn't end well was an understatement. It was downright disastrous. In fact, everything they'd done lately seemed nothing short of a farce. At this point, if they still didn't understand what was happening, then these exalted gods truly were nothing more than a joke. Chunshi's abilities are far greater than we imagined. He can take the powers of others and make them his own. In fact, he can amplify those powers without limit. That's no ordinary gift. On this point, all 5 deities were in firm agreement. Before we plan our next move, let's wait and watch. They needed to find a weakness in Chun-Shi's defenses. If they could act directly, there would be nothing to worry about. This thought left them feeling disgruntled. Sensing the world's restrictions pressing down on them, their dissatisfaction only grew stronger. I want to observe that man up close, Life suddenly said, tossing her hair with a casual air, though her attitude was clear beneath her nonchalance. How will you do that? I'll create a body. That's not something we can manage. If we could, we wouldn't be languishing here in frustration. Who said it's impossible? Didn't you already do it? Life's gaze shifted to the planet devourer. She knew very well that the planet devourer was a collective of mechanical insect species. While the power of the mechanical insects he sent out wasn't overwhelming, it was far more than what the rest of them, unable to act at all, could manage. It's not that we can't send things out, but every time we act, the backlash grows heavier. Some things went unspoken, but that didn't mean they were unaware. This time, the planet devourer suffered a backlash from his own move. It would likely take him a long time to fully recover. The others were not surprised at all by what the planet devourer had said. In truth, Annihilation's way of handling things was probably the best. Say only a few words, do nothing, and let others do the work for you. Yet, Life's perspective also made some sense. Perhaps only by getting close could they truly discover Chun-Shi's weakness. A heavy silence settled among the gods. In the end, they chose to follow Life's suggestion. They had already tested and attacked Chun-Shi several times, but he had come away completely unscathed. They didn't want the next attempt to end the same disappointing way. Then let's do it that way. Infinity was the first to speak up. Eternity, for his part, had no objections. Very quickly, they came to a consensus on how to proceed. With everything settled, it was time to carefully consider their next concrete steps. The 5 godly beings began preparing their move in a different manner. Chun-Shi, however, remained completely unaware of all this. Even if he had known, he probably wouldn't have cared much. At the moment, he was by the seaside with several women at his side. He wore swim trunks, showing off his chiseled abs. Some women had originally thought about coming over to strike up a conversation, but the moment they saw the stunning beauties already sitting beside Chun-Shi, they immediately lost heart and slipped away in defeat. There was no way to compete with those looks and figures. What else could they do but leave quietly? As for the men who had entertained the same idea, it only took a single look at the 3 women's casual displays of strength for them to wish they could get as far away as possible. Most of those wanting to approach were ordinary humans. As for the mutants, once they sensed that neither the man nor the 3 women were ordinary, they didn't dare make any move at all. Suddenly, the air above the sea was filled with lively, chaotic sounds. Tony Stark was having the time of his life, balancing atop a sailboat. Everyone else seemed to be in high spirits as well. Chun-Shi, are you thirsty? Want some cold water? Susan came over from a distance, carrying several glasses of juice and ice water. Seeing Chun-Shi and the other 3 women getting along so well, a surge of envy flickered in her heart. She paused for just a moment, then quickly continued walking toward them. Chun-Shi gave a slight lift of his chin, signaling Susan to set the drinks aside. He could tell she was trying to curry favor with him, but he didn't pay much mind to it. After all, there were plenty of women trying to win him over. Look, someone's over there. Quick, someone help. Just as Chun-Shi and the women were enjoying their peaceful moment, the shouts from the other side of the beach changed. No longer cheers for Tony Stark's aquatic showmanship, but cries for help. Instinctively, they all turned toward the commotion. Thunder rumbled overhead, echoing across the sea with a crackling intensity. Amidst the turmoil, a woman could be seen lying motionless atop a piece of driftwood, adrift within the storm's domain. She might be a mutant with control over lightning. "I'll go save her," Wanda announced, springing to her feet and dashing toward the scene. In less than a minute, Wanda returned, droplets of seawater still clinging to her clothes. "It's no use. I couldn't get close at all, and neither could anyone else. There's simply no way through." Wanda's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. "That girl in the water looks weaker and weaker. I don't know how much longer she can hold on." As she spoke, Wanda's gaze involuntarily fell upon Chun-Shi, a silent plea hidden in her eyes. It was only natural for Chun-Shi to step forward when his partner asked something of him. He stood up. "In that case, I'll go take a look." As he approached the turbulent waters, Chun-Shi sensed a subtle change in the air. He felt the weight of 4 powerful gazes fixed intently on him. The closer he drew to the sea, the more he sensed a strange shift in the atmosphere. The lightning above the water seemed to thin and weaken. Chun-Shi took 2 steps back, narrowing his eyes at the scene ahead. He couldn't shake the feeling that this was another trap laid by those gods. Should he walk straight into it, or pretend he hadn't noticed anything at all? "Darling, is something wrong?" Jean Grey, who was closest to Chun-Shi, immediately sensed his hesitation, though he'd only paused for a moment. She could feel his uncertainty. But what would cause him to hesitate? Jean considered a possibility. Could there be something very wrong with that woman floating on the sea? Of course, she hoped it was nothing more than speculation. After all, Chun-Shi hadn't said a word yet. But even with only a suspicion, anxiety gnawed at her heart, growing sharper with every passing second. Time ticked by, moment after moment. At last, Chun-Shi made his move. He said nothing. When he reached the girl lying on the water's surface, the thunder overhead melted away in an instant. The sea became calm and still. If the people standing by the shore and those watching from afar hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have believed it was nothing but an illusion. "It's simply unbelievable," someone couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. But when they saw Chun-Shi, and a few even recognized who he was, their disbelief gave way to another feeling. Of course this had happened. After all, it was Chun-Shi. If even reviving everyone with time magic and restoring the entire city could be accomplished so easily, then what else could possibly be beyond reach? With this thought, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Chun-Shi held the woman he had pulled from the sea in his arms as he walked toward the shore. Gwen, standing beside him, asked, "Darling, is she all right?" "She won't die." Though Chun-Shi wore a smile, there was a chill in his tone as he spoke. It was as if he didn't care in the slightest whether the woman he had rescued lived or died, and no one could really blame him for that. But if he truly didn't care, then why had he bothered to save her at all? Noticing this contradiction, some people realized they simply couldn't make sense of it anymore. Especially the women around Chun-Shi. That ever-present sensation of being watched had completely vanished, which struck them as odd. Those gods who had been secretly observing them were quite limited in what they could do. Though they could keep track of their actions, every instance of spying drained a great deal of their energy. At least for the time being, there were clearly some things they no longer needed to worry about. With these facts in mind, Chun-Shi finally allowed himself to relax. "Should we take this girl to the hospital?" Susan spoke up, already reaching for her phone to make a call. But after only a few steps, Chun-Shi called her back. "No need. I believe she'll wake up soon. Let's just head home." He declined Susan's suggestion. Perhaps, at first, he hadn't quite figured out what to do with the woman in his arms, but now, her appearance was actually rather fortuitous. She was a very useful piece on the board. If played well, she could become a deep thorn in the side of those gods. The mysterious woman was now lying in the bedroom. She woke up 2 hours later, her eyes unfocused, wearing a look of dazed confusion. She was putting on quite an act. "What's your name?" Chun-Shi sat in a chair, one leg crossed over the other, and got straight to the point, asking her identity. He had no patience for amnesia cliches. They weren't funny in the slightest. Fortunately, the woman in front of him didn't seem inclined to play that game. She only looked a little lost at first, but quickly recovered her composure and introduced herself calmly. "My name is Elise. I don't know why I ended up there, but I am truly grateful." As Elise spoke, a hint of embarrassment colored her face. "Would it be possible for you to let me stay here for a little while? I know it's a lot to ask, and I realize this request is rather unreasonable, but I really have no other options except to turn to you." As she said this, she began tidying up her belongings. Aside from a few changes of clothes, there was nothing else in her small bag. The situation was truly dire. There was something unmistakably off about all of it, no matter how you looked at it. "In that case, you can stay here for the time being." Chun-Shi finally spoke up, just as Elise's anxiety was reaching its peak and Wanda and the others were holding their breath in anticipation. The moment he spoke, Wanda and the others found themselves at a loss for how to react. All they could feel was a confusing mix of emotions. This really is... Well then, since Miss Elise will be living with us for a while, let me handle the arrangements, Gwen said with a smile, though the smile never quite reached her eyes. They didn't object to other women being around Chun-Shi, but they absolutely could not allow someone with such an unclear background to linger near him. This woman was far too dangerous. There was something deeply suspicious about her, no matter how you looked at it. They couldn't believe Chun-Shi hadn't noticed this. Or perhaps he had noticed, but simply chose not to say anything. Such suspicions flickered through their minds, but none of them voiced their concerns. Perhaps they felt that saying it out loud would make no difference. After all, once Chun-Shi made up his mind, no one could change it. He always had his own ways of thinking. Some of his thoughts they could guess, and if they asked, he would sometimes explain his reasoning. Others, however, remained a mystery, things they couldn't guess even if they tried. Only once everything was over would they finally understand what had happened, just like during the previous battles and arrangements. Miss Elise, please make yourself at home. The weather has been lovely lately, so if you'd like, you're welcome to take a stroll outside. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask us, Wanda said warmly. Now that Elise had decided to live among them, Wanda felt she should do her best to make her feel welcome. As she made these arrangements, she couldn't help but glance at Chun-Shi, who stood at her side. Chun-Shi's expression remained calm and indifferent, as if their discussions didn't concern him at all. But Wanda was certain he heard every word they said. No matter what Chun-Shi decided to do, the one thing they all agreed on was never to cause him any trouble and never to hold him back. Thank you all so much. Without you, I honestly wouldn't know what to do. He spoke these words, but all the while his eyes quietly studied Chun-Shi. For Elise, finding Chun-Shi's weakness was actually a simple task. Her purpose was clear and straightforward. These women here, surely, they must be one of Chun-Shi's weaknesses. However, even as a deity, though she could be ruthless when necessary, her powers were currently diminished to an extremely low level. She was only slightly stronger than an ordinary human, yet far weaker than a mutant. She was eager to make a move, but she knew she probably couldn't defeat these extraordinary individuals. She would have to try a different approach. Though she thought this to herself, Elise sensed that targeting the women around Chun-Shi might also be a viable strategy. But she had only just arrived at Chun-Shi's side, and this body she inhabited could function for at least 3 months. She had to quickly uncover more of Chun-Shi's weaknesses within these 3 months, perhaps even find a way to wipe out all the mutants or destroy Chun-Shi himself. She could not allow this superfluous person to throw their universe into complete chaos. Some people were simply meant to perish at their appointed place in the timeline. Elise felt deeply dissatisfied that Chun-Shi had appeared in this world at all. He had disrupted so much already. If things truly became unmanageable, perhaps she should call on the TVA to deal with him. Although, she suspected even they wouldn't be able to accomplish much. Elise couldn't shake the feeling that Chun-Shi harbored a tremendous secret. This was the conclusion reached by other gods as well, after observing him for some time. It was a verdict all the deities agreed upon. No matter how remarkable a human might be, there should always be a limit. Yet with Chun-Shi, all they could see was boundless potential, with no end in sight. If he had a limit, then surely it was infinite. Elise had done many things in her time and encountered countless people. Yet she had rarely met anyone like Chun-Shi. When Chun-Shi pulled her from the water, his expression had remained calmly composed. Her sudden appearance should have aroused his suspicion. There was no way he felt nothing at all. Thinking this, Elise couldn't help but lower her gaze a little. It was highly likely that he had already guessed her real identity. If he hadn't exposed her, perhaps he was simply waiting for the right moment, plotting something in his mind. Elise was no fool. For now, the two of them were simply acting out their parts. It was only a matter of who would emerge victorious in the end. How fascinating. A faint smile curved Elise's lips. Perhaps it was because she had cast aside her divinity that she now possessed more human qualities. Elise was quietly observing Chun-Shi. However, at this moment, Chun-Shi had been summoned by the authorities of the United States. What do those people want from you at a time like this? Wanda spoke up with a hint of displeasure. Whenever something critical happens, they shove all the responsibility onto you and hide like cowards. Now they've suddenly popped up again. I can't help feeling they're up to no good. In any case, the world still needs laws and regulations. Continuing with the previous system doesn't seem to me such a terrible idea. Chun-Shi replied, letting Jean Grey straighten his clothes as he spoke. His tone was rather nonchalant as he made this comment. If Chun-Shi were to draft a whole new set of laws, he felt he simply didn't have the patience or interest to manage it. Besides, the American government wasn't exactly terrible, but certainly wasn't good, either. Chun-Shi's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed this trip would likely be troublesome. Not that he feared inconvenience, but because he doubted it would be interesting. Should I come with you? On the other side, Wanda whispered softly in Chun-Shi's ear. Hearing this, Chun-Shi chuckled. I'm a grown man, and it's not like I'm heading into a lion's den. They're just ordinary humans, after all. I can handle it all myself, so there's no need for you to worry. With those words, Chun-Shi checked his attire one last time, made sure everything was in order, and headed out, driving straight to the city center. He arrived at the government office in no time, and as soon as he appeared, someone came to escort him directly to the conference room. Mr. Chun, you're finally here. We've been waiting quite a while. As soon as Chun-Shi entered, every gaze in the conference room fixed upon him. Chun-Shi appeared utterly composed. Not only that, but he casually glanced down to check the time, then spoke in a perfectly natural tone. It seems I'm not late at all. In fact, I'm 5 minutes early. Chun-Shi smiled pleasantly, and the politicians who had been about to speak immediately fell silent. They were deeply dissatisfied with Chun-Shi's current position, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare make an enemy of him. Lately, there have been frequent incidents of mutants disturbing public order. It seems, Mr. Chun, that you don't have the time or energy to keep them in check. Don't blame us for meddling. We only want to ensure the stability of society as a whole. Although you've managed to save everything in the end, we can't simply erase what the mutants have done. They are extremely dangerous. If we don't have a set of laws specifically for them. Chun-Shi listened as these people spoke at length by his side, and he nodded naturally. You're right. If you can draft a set of laws that apply to them, then go ahead and do it. Chun-Shi's expression was remarkably calm. These politicians had originally thought persuading Chun-Shi would be an uphill battle, but to their surprise, he agreed so easily, without the slightest hint of objection. For a moment, the politicians fell silent, wondering if they had misheard. If they hadn't misheard, then why did Chun-Shi react with such composure? This scene made it seem as though there was an invisible gulf between them and Chun-Shi. By the way, besides this issue, there's something else. One of the politicians suddenly licked his dry lips and spoke up boldly. That city floating above our heads. I heard it called Asgard, right? I have no idea where they came from, but since they're now on our territory, shouldn't they follow our country's laws as well? Looking at the politician who raised this point, Chun-Shi found him unexpectedly courageous. He couldn't help himself and let out a low chuckle. You're absolutely right. That's exactly how it should be. Then, Mr. Chun, what do you think about this? Seeing that Chun-Shi didn't object, the politician suddenly grew excited and pressed him eagerly. So, Mr. Chun, do you support everything we're about to do? I'm very supportive. Chun-Shi answered in the same even tone. I think you all have good ideas and plenty of courage. If your proposals benefit both sides, then I have no reason not to support you, do I? Any lingering anxiety among the politicians was completely dispelled. It seemed there was nothing more to worry about. And if there was nothing to worry about, what was left to fear? Mr. Chun, that's all we wanted to discuss with you. We won't take any more of your time. With that, Chun-Shi stood up and walked away without hesitation. The politicians watched him leave, making no move to stop him. After all, they had even more pressing matters to attend to now. Someone, get started on drafting a plan immediately. Now, every second counted. They had to act quickly and settle things before Chun-Shi could have a change of heart. If Chun-Shi were truly to go back on his word, then everything they had done before would become utterly meaningless. They certainly didn't want something like that to happen. And after Chun-Shi left, he was well aware of just how panicked those politicians would become. But he simply didn't let it bother him at all. After all, it was good to give these people something to keep them busy, otherwise their idle minds might lead them to make all sorts of trouble. The mutants had already caused enough chaos in this world. It wouldn't do to let ordinary humans join the fray as well. Chun-Shi got right into the car, his fingers tapping lightly on the steering wheel. He drove slowly, heading toward his house. Before long, he arrived at his doorstep. The gate to the courtyard swung open at his return, and he pulled the car inside and parked. He didn't rush to get out right away. Instead, he glanced sideways a few times. That's when he saw Iris, watering the flowers with a small watering can. At the sight, Chun-Shi raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. He hadn't expected her to be tending the garden like this. It was almost unbelievable. However, after that brief flicker of surprise, he simply looked away and let the moment pass. He acted as though he hadn't seen Iris in the courtyard at all and made his way straight into the house. As he walked inside, he tugged at his tie, loosening it from around his neck, and slipped off his jacket. Jean Grey, seeing what he was doing, hurried over to take the jacket from him. Darling, did anything go wrong with the government today? She asked, looking at Chun-Shi with genuine concern. Chun-Shi arched an eyebrow. What do you think could possibly go wrong? Seeing how relaxed he was, it was clear that everything had gone smoothly. there was nothing to worry about. With her worries put to rest, Jean let the topic of politics drop and instead turned the conversation to Iris, who was now living with them. That woman doesn't seem any different from anyone else. We've been keeping our eyes on her all along, Jean mused, her expression calm as she recalled everything that had happened since the morning. If Iris had shown even a hint of suspicious behavior, they might have been on high alert. But she had acted so completely normal that they didn't know what to make of it. There's no need to watch her so closely. Let her do as she pleases, Chun-Shi said. Some things simply couldn't be changed by keeping a close eye on them, just as Iris was watching them in her own way. He had been watching them all along. But can you really learn anything just from spending such a short time together? Chun-Shi didn't think so. Some people live side by side for many years, even decades or centuries, and still might never truly understand one another, let alone after less than a single day. Thinking of this, Chun-Shi couldn't help but shrug his shoulders. He figured that if Elise wanted to observe him, hoping to spot some flaw or crack in his facade, and if you asked him how he knew, how could he not know? Elise's intentions were written all over her face. Anyone could see at a glance what she was up to deep down. He wondered what those gods' brains were made of. Mush, perhaps? Did they really believe that mere observation could reveal his weakness? If he wanted, he could hand them hundreds of weaknesses on a silver platter. But even if they managed to guess at his soft spots and his flaws, how could they possibly tell which were real and which were fake? Chun-Shi thought their reasoning was utterly unreliable and shook his head at the thought, but he didn't bother to expose their ideas or decisions. After all, watching them run in circles and waste their efforts was, in its own way, rather entertaining. The weather had been clear these past few days, the sky a seamless stretch of blue, perfect weather. But then, one day, the skies suddenly grew heavy and gray, as if a torrential downpour was on the way. Such unpredictable weather was hard to manage, since it was simply nature's doing. They might be able to change things for a moment, but not forever. Besides, rain now and then was probably for the best. They had guessed it might be a shower, but not that the storm would be so fierce it would flood the entire city. Who could have expected that? This was a disaster, nothing like an ordinary weather event. The city hadn't seen such destruction in centuries. Howling winds tore through the streets. Thunder cracked and rumbled. Sheets of rain pelted down relentlessly, stinging any exposed skin. Ordinary people clung to their umbrellas, but it was no use. The wind would snatch them away in an instant. Thunder roared above, forcing even the bravest souls to abandon their plans and take shelter indoors, hiding in their homes or wherever they worked. No one knows how long this storm will last. If it goes on much longer, we may have to halt everything we're doing. But it's not all that bad, is it? Everyone tried to comfort themselves with such thoughts. They believed things weren't so dire, but in truth, the situation had already grown quite serious. As the downpour hammered down and thunder shattered the sky above the city's buildings. No one really knew how it happened, but when the lightning struck, it hit a power station, plunging the entire city into darkness in an instant. Damn it, my design draft, I just finished it and now it's gone. A white-collar worker clutched his head in disbelief, unwilling to accept that the project he had spent several sleepless nights perfecting had vanished without a trace. This is a disaster. The meeting wasn't even over when the power went out. Where's the backup generator? Inside the government offices, chaos erupted. People shouted furiously, clearly dissatisfied with how unprepared they were for this sudden incident. It was still very early in the day. Many families were just in the middle of cooking and hadn't even had the chance to eat yet. This is outrageous. Are they trying to starve us all? This scene was beyond anyone's expectations. People couldn't believe it and were desperate to find a way to fix things. Phones were pulled out everywhere as people tried to call the government for help. But every single phone showed no signal and was completely useless. Even emergency numbers couldn't be reached. Mutants who were better adapted to such situations immediately sprang into action, trying to find a solution to the blackout. But as they tried to help, the torrential rain was so heavy that it obscured their vision. They couldn't even tell which direction they were heading. How are we supposed to solve this? Should we go find Chun-Shi? We can't even tell which way to go. How will we find her? And besides, this is a natural disaster. Even if we did find Chun-Shi, what could she possibly do? Some people found it utterly absurd that, no matter what happened, others always suggested looking for Chun-Shi. It was almost laughable, really. As powerful as Chun-Shi was, controlling the weather was surely beyond anyone's reach. Even the mightiest gods couldn't do such a thing. Meanwhile, Asgard had activated its defenses and was untouched by the storm. They even commented seriously. Honestly, if we were asked, resolving this would be a trivial matter. But since Chun-Shi hasn't requested our help, we'll just pretend we don't know about it. The people of Asgard had great respect for the laws of nature. After careful examination, they concluded this wasn't caused by anyone's hand. Seeing that Chun-Shi hadn't appeared, they assumed she had no intention of intervening, and so they didn't treat the matter as anything significant. Wanda gazed out the window at the storm, then rested her head gently on Chun-Shi's shoulder. Chun-Shi, are you all right? In a situation like this, do you think we should step in and do something? After listening to Wanda, Chun-Shi withdrew his gaze from the weather outside and turned to her. This isn't something anyone did, just an ordinary change in the climate. We should solve it with science. I trust the government will find a way. There were certainly some problems Chun-Shi could handle, but he couldn't be expected to resolve everything himself. Besides, he was quite sure that even if he didn't intervene this time, those mutants wouldn't tolerate such a situation for long. By now, they had likely already started taking action in every corner of the city. When it already left the house at the very first opportunity and was out the door, Chun-Shi watched her go, making no move to stop her. At that moment, Elise came out of her room, throwing on a coat. The rain outside is just too heavy. It kept me up all night, she said, pressing a hand to her forehead. It was clear from her expression that the relentless storm had driven her to the edge of patience. Well, since none of us can sleep, why don't we have a chat? Let's sit in the living room, Chun-Shi suggested, crossing one leg over the other in a display of complete relaxation. The moment Elise heard him, her previously easy demeanor vanished, replaced by one of alertness. She sat down on the sofa opposite Chun-Shi, her back straight as an arrow. Is there something you want to ask? Are you curious about my origins? For days now, Chun-Shi hadn't questioned Elise about anything, which only made her more uneasy. Perhaps it was the effect of inhabiting this body. Elise found it hard to remain calm. I'm not interested in your origins, Chun-Shi replied. After all, there were some things that, even if left unspoken, were perfectly clear between them. What was the point in asking? Instead, tell me, what do you really think of me? Chun-Shi had always known that the 5 great gods wanted to eliminate him, but he had never asked directly why they felt he had to go. Did they think his existence threatened them, or simply that he did not belong in this world and must therefore be removed? Clearly, Chun-Shi had long understood what kind of place he occupied in the eyes of these deities. A heavy silence descended. Wanda quietly sipped a glass of plain water. Her gaze drifted, sometimes settling on Elise, sometimes on Chun-Shi. Though neither of them spoke, it seemed as if 1,000 words had already passed between them. Wanda found the scene before her utterly astonishing. But in the end, she simply pressed her lips together and said nothing. After all, it was plain that this was not her moment to speak. You're a very good person. If it weren't for you, I might have died out there on the sea. Elise fell silent for a moment, opened her mouth as if to say something, then put on an expression of deep gratitude. Chun-Shi couldn't help but let out a laugh, then sank further into the sofa behind him, relaxing completely. Miss Elise, some things are plain as day, but you don't need to use words like that to try and fool me. It's just too funny. I don't understand what you mean by that. I'm being sincere, Elise replied, frowning, her face clearly showing she had no idea what Chun-Shi was talking about. Watching her reaction, Chun-Shi suddenly lost interest. He was the kind of person who always sought out things that amused him. If something bored him, he couldn't be bothered to pursue it any further. Miss Elise, we've taken you in for quite a while now. All this time, you haven't really done anything around the house. Oh, sure, you water the plants and help a bit with the cleaning, but, well, anyone could have done those things. There's nothing that makes you indispensable. What are you saying? Are you trying to throw me out in this kind of weather? Elise's brows furrowed tightly. She hadn't said it outright, but it was obvious from her tone just how angry she was. Miss Elise, you seem upset. But why are you angry? Chun-Shi looked at her, arching his brows as if genuinely puzzled. I just don't feel any obligation to help you. That's all. I can take you to a shelter or the police station. I'm sure they'll make proper arrangements for you. Having said this, Chun-Shi saw that Elise was still frowning, but didn't bother to say anything more. Instead, he stood up. I'm heading out for a bit. Chun-Shi had originally planned to spend the day at home, but suddenly felt the world outside might be far more interesting than the room he was in. Perhaps he'd find something worth his while out there. Seeing that Chun-Shi was leaving, Wanda quickly hurried after him. The weather was dreadful. Even though Chun-Shi was strong, maybe he just wanted to get some air and clear his mind. Still, Wanda wanted to be there by his side. But before leaving, she had something she needed to make clear to Elise. She stopped, turned, and looked Elise squarely in the eye. I don't know who you really are, and I don't know why you deliberately came to Chun-Shi, but none of us are obliged to help you. So, please leave this place as soon as possible. After watching Chun-Shi and Wanda's figures disappear into the distance, Elise's expression was filled with confusion. She gazed into the void. Perhaps I should have told him the truth. Clearly, he's angry because he hasn't found out what he wants to know. So, what do you think we should do next? All of us have seen what you've been up to lately. We've realized that, in fact, you haven't accomplished anything. other than discovering that those few women are Chun-Chi's weaknesses. But it's just a few women. Even if they're gone, there will always be the next one, and then another after that. Useless. If I were by his side, perhaps I could have uncovered even more valuable information. Across time and space, the other four gods were openly dissatisfied with Elise's actions of late. Though the four gods expressed some approval of Elise, they even joked that if they had been in her place, they might have achieved more. Yet at this point, the situation was set in stone. Changing course now would be incredibly difficult. It might be best to carry on as they were, perhaps just alter their approach a little. Chun-Chi is clearly starting to suspect her identity. There's no need to cling to his side so doggedly at a time like this. It would be better to step away, to live nearby for a while. Sometimes, close observation only puts people on their guard, while keeping your distance can help you notice the things you missed up close. Oblivion spoke with earnest gravity. This suggestion, though unexpected, offered the disgruntled gods a fresh angle to consider. In truth, Elise herself felt that their very first steps had set them on the wrong path. Now, though a sudden change of strategy might have little effect, it was still better than doing nothing at all. The house was now utterly silent. She was the only one left inside. With nothing left to tidy up, she simply left, alone. The night wind was fierce, and torrents of rain battered the darkness, turning the sky pitch black. Elise, now in the frail body of an ordinary human, was instantly soaked through and chilled to the bone the moment she stepped into the storm. Yet she paid this no mind. Instead, she followed the faint traces lingering in the air, already almost washed away by the rain, heading off to the left. By now, Chun-Chi had reached the very center of the city. Here and there, he could see many mutants hurrying through the pouring rain. Is the power still out? Someone couldn't help but ask. The power plant was struck directly by lightning. A lot of equipment inside was burned. Even though many people have already gone to help, and much of the damaged machinery has been salvaged in time, the situation is still looking quite grim. One of the thin mutants landed nimbly in front of Chun-Chi with a few quick leaps. He was drenched from head to toe. Wiping the water off his face with a slightly embarrassed smile, he said to Chun-Chi, "The rain is still coming down hard, but since the first floor is flooded, quite a few ordinary people have started coming out of their homes." At that moment, another mutant hurried over from the distance. His tone was laced with both reluctance and a hint of resentment. These ordinary humans really are reckless. They have no idea what's going on right now. If something happens to them out in this stormy night, no one would even know if they died out there. Just a while ago, he had rescued an ordinary person who had been struck by flying debris. The person had been flailing in the water, struggling desperately. If the mutants hadn't arrived in time, he might have drowned right there in the downpour, a scene both tragic and absurd. All of it could have been so easily avoided. For most ordinary people, there aren't many ways they can save themselves. "Please, try to show a bit more patience with them," Chun-Chi replied, his voice calm as he spoke. "Let's all do our best to get through tonight. This rain probably won't last much longer," he continued. Chun-Chi knew he couldn't do everything for them. If one day he was to leave this universe in search of opportunities elsewhere, what would happen to these humans and mutants when he was no longer here? He hoped for peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants, and wished to see such a future unfold under his guidance. However, he was also well aware that such harmony wouldn't come easily in a short time. But if no one was willing to try, even the simplest things would become impossibly difficult. That night, the mutants were busy saving ordinary people, while the ordinary people struggled to protect their fragile possessions. Everyone watched the curtain of rain outside, seeing no sign of it letting up. They felt a deep sense of unease and anxiety. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that the rain finally eased, tapering off to a gentle drizzle around 8 or 9 in the morning as daylight broke. The whole city felt like an abandoned fortress, devoid of life. Not until midday, when the sun suddenly broke through the clouds, did people slowly emerge from their homes. That day there was no work, no school. People wandered the streets, taking in the situation around them, and then began to clean up on their own initiative. On this stormy day, most had hidden in their homes, spending a night in fear and restless sleep. Some, braving the storm, had been injured, but the number of wounded did not exceed 20. Yet even that number was entirely unnecessary. This city has fared much better than others when it comes to the damage it suffered. A man with a touch of gray in his hair and glasses stepped out, carrying a large medical kit in his hands. He looked around carefully for a while, then slowly made his way over to Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi raised an eyebrow as he studied the man standing before him. He seemed, at first glance, to be nothing more than an ordinary person. An ordinary old man with a kind and gentle appearance. "I'm a doctor, part of a well-organized medical team," the man began, introducing himself simply to Chun-Chi. "I know who you are. You're Chun-Chi, the one who saved this world." You've come a bit late, Wanda said, standing by Chun-Chi's side. The wounded have already been sent to the hospital, and some of their injuries aren't too serious. Yes, I'm a doctor in the traditional sense, but I'm also a member of Doctors Without Borders. We exist in people's hearts, helping countless individuals around the world. Chun-Chi, you're just like us. You've helped so many people. To us, you're indispensable. I have to say, being a doctor has never interested me in the slightest, Chun-Chi replied with a smile, turning down the offer without hesitation. Right now, mutants and humans are living peacefully side by side all over the world. But in places out of sight, there are still humans suffering and mutants grieving. You may feel you've changed something, but the truth is, some things remain untouched. The man who called himself a Doctor Without Borders had reached out as if to shake Chun-Chi's hand, but when Chun-Chi refused, he simply and naturally lowered his hand again. Helping others is a truly joyful thing. The doctor continued slowly, his gaze shimmering with hope as he looked at Chun-Chi. Saving lives and reducing death tolls across the globe is deeply fulfilling. Your abilities are extraordinary. I know you once used a great spell of time magic to bring the dead back to life. Wanda stepped in, placing herself between Chun-Chi and the doctor. Chun-Chi's abilities should be used for something greater. Doctor, being a doctor is noble for ordinary people, but for someone like Chun-Chi, it's a waste of his potential. No one expects Chun-Chi to be just a doctor. Wanda couldn't understand why this man had sought out Chun-Chi. The doctor sighed, ignoring Wanda and returning his gaze to Chun-Chi. I've looked into you, Chun-Chi. You have indeed accomplished much. But I also know that you've rarely left this city where you live, seldom venturing elsewhere. The city you live in is quite wonderful, thanks to your protection. But have you ever set eyes on places you've never set foot in? There are lands engulfed in endless war, places so forsaken that even the news never mentions them. I've walked through many such places with my medical bag in hand. I've seen blood, I've seen bodies, I've seen the sky lit up by artillery fire, and I've seen utter despair. No one is a savior. I know what you're trying to say, and you know what others think as well, but all I have is a small wish. I hope you could go and see it for yourself. After saying this, the doctor fell silent for a while before continuing. If you think this is unnecessary, then let's just treat our frequent meetings as pure coincidence. With those words, the doctor gave Chun-Chi a slight nod, turned, and left. Watching the doctor's slightly unsteady figure recede, neither Chun-Chi nor Wanda said a word. Wanda hated Va. Every time someone mentioned it, memories of her own past would surface uncontrollably in her mind. As the doctor vanished from sight, Wanda stepped aside to give Chun-Chi some space. Don't take what the doctor said too seriously, she murmured. Deep down, Wanda knew the doctor's words made sense, but she also felt there was truth in what she herself had just said. When both sides of an argument hold their own logic, sometimes there's simply no need to spell things out. After all, even she couldn't make a clear decision. She could only steal a glance at Chun-Chi from the corner of her eye, uncertain whether he'd be affected by what the doctor said. The doctor isn't wrong. It's true that I only see the big picture, while I remain completely unaware of the smaller matters, Chun-Chi admitted. Though Wanda thought she'd hidden her feelings well, Chun-Chi noticed everything. Seeing this, he couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at his lips. But even if that's the case, so what? Chun-Chi was utterly unfazed by the issue. He had already assigned people to handle situations across the land. If every matter, big or small, required his personal attention, then even if he could be in many places at once, it would be pointless. War never truly ceases. As long as there are people, as long as there are shadows in the world, conflict will always exist. Even when he wasn't there, war never disappeared. Would his presence and his restraint really change that? The doctor's words were not without merit, but they did seem a bit idealistic. Chun-Chi couldn't agree with that perspective. So, you're just going to leave it be? Wanda asked, a sudden hint of disappointment welling up in her heart for reasons she couldn't quite explain. It's not that we shouldn't intervene, but rather that some problems remain unsolved no matter how much you interfere. Instead of relying on outsiders to impose control, things like internal strife are best resolved by those involved themselves. Chun-Chi's tone remained calm and indifferent as he spoke these words. Wanda glanced at Chun-Chi again, noticing that he truly had little interest in getting involved with this matter. She pressed her lips together, choosing not to say anything more. No one knew exactly how the words exchanged between Chun-Chi, the doctor, and Wanda had managed to spread, but suddenly a number of opposition groups emerged, all resisting Chun-Chi. They twisted the facts, distorting what Chun-Chi had said, latching onto the idea that he was nothing but a sanctimonious hypocrite, claiming he wanted to liberate mutants, claiming he sought peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans, yet, in reality, accusing him of inaction. This situation caused some mild headaches for Chun-Chi's companions. But, truth be told, It was only Wanda and a few of the women who seemed troubled. Chunshi himself maintained his composure, as unperturbed as ever. He seemed lost in thought, as if seriously considering something important. Wanda and the others watched Chun-Shi's expression, clueless as to what was running through his mind. While they had been discussing amongst themselves, the conversation suddenly fell silent. None of them wanted their voices to disturb him. Perhaps Chun-Shi was already forming new ideas. Perhaps he had already decided what to do next. The fact that such a turn of events could impact Chun-Shi so greatly brought considerable delight to the politicians. They hoped that Chun-Shi's influence would continue to wane, so they wouldn't have to worry about being replaced one day. Some even took advantage of the situation, stirring up trouble behind the scenes, wishing nothing more than for Chun-Shi to completely lose the public's trust this time. With so many factions getting involved, Chun-Shi's reputation grew darker by the day. Word reached Asgard quickly, and soon someone arrived from there. A thread of anger flickered across Amora's beautiful face. Hard to believe. You've done so much for them, and yet they erase all your achievements. If it weren't for you, would they even be able to live peacefully in this world? After spending some time together, Amora had grown genuinely fond of Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi was pleased to have a woman speak up for him. As for Amora's words, he had his own perspective. If all it takes is a few rumors to sway them, if they lack the ability to judge and understand for themselves, then they're hardly worthy of my protection. Let the storm rage on all the more fiercely. Chun-Shi was no ordinary person. Such rumors could never truly harm him. From his steady behavior over this period, it was clear that he hadn't been affected in the slightest. In fact, sometimes when he came across certain comments online, he found them downright amusing. He would read them aloud and share a laugh with the women around him. At first, Wanda and the others had been quite worried about Chun-Shi, but seeing him in such a light-hearted state, their concerns were quietly put to rest. Yet now, issues they'd never given much thought to before forced their way into their minds. I've always been really curious. Where did these rumors actually start? Was it that doctor? Someone wondered aloud. The details in those messages were too precise. There was no way they came from an outsider. The doctor had to be involved somehow. I don't think it has anything to do with them, Chun-Shi replied calmly. He actually trusted the doctor without borders and even felt there was no reason for the doctor to do such a thing. But if it wasn't the doctor, then who could it be? Could it have come from one of their own? Wanda pondered this. She knew for certain she would never betray Chun-Shi. Should we keep digging into this? Wanda asked, looking at Chun-Shi. He shook his head. No need. I already know who did it. Though Chun-Shi seemed completely unfazed by the whole affair, he had actually done a bit of investigating. It was easy enough to narrow his suspicions to a handful of people, and once he focused on those who seemed off, the truth became obvious. Besides themselves and the doctor, there were a few mutants present at the time, and one rather unexpected guest. And, of course, there were a few probing stares that were impossible to ignore. With just a little deduction, the whole situation became crystal clear. But he had underestimated Elise. He thought that, after kicking her out, she wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble, not for a while at least. Yet on the very first night, she had done something completely unexpected. The combined scheming of 5 people could indeed be formidable. But what could they really gain by manipulating public opinion like this? Chun-Shi still couldn't quite grasp their endgame. Did they think he would panic and slip up under the pressure? He genuinely didn't care what other people thought of him. No one could stop him from doing what he wanted, nor could anyone force him into anything he didn't wish to do. He was immune to outside influence. Still, the scale of this public outcry made him pause for reflection. Perhaps he really had been too extreme in some of his views. Maybe, as the doctor had suggested, he ought to travel the world and see more of it. If he broadened his horizons, perhaps some of his ideas would begin to change. Chun-Shi was planning to take a short trip. When he told Wanda and the other girls about this, they were all quite surprised and immediately vied to accompany him on his journey. But Chun-Shi shook his head and refused. I just want to go see the world by myself. If you're with me, then for me this trip would be about pleasure, not about reflecting on certain things. He was quite sure of himself, and he knew that no matter how many people were by his side, it wouldn't really affect him. That was how Chun-Shi saw it, but he knew others might not see it the same way. I'm not doing this for anyone else's explanation. I want to give myself an answer. While the others were still struggling to understand, Chun-Shi added another sentence. At that, Wanda and the rest, who had wanted to insist, fell silent. They nodded. Since you put it that way, you must have your reasons. But please, don't cut off contact with us. We want to know how you're doing. Yes, and how long will this trip of yours last? It won't be long, 3 months at most. 3 months didn't seem all that long to them. After a moment's hesitation, they nodded in agreement. The moment they nodded, Chun-Shi disappeared right before their eyes, so swiftly that he didn't even have time for a final farewell. Wanda, Gwen, and Jean Grey stared at the empty space in front of them, exchanging glances. Why was he in such a hurry? No matter what, while he's away, we need to safeguard his home. And we can't let the rumors keep spreading unchecked. Even if Chun-Shi doesn't care, we can't just ignore it either. The three women nodded in agreement. They were determined to resolve everything before Chun-Shi returned in 3 months. They were the women standing behind Chun-Shi. They couldn't rely on his protection forever. Meanwhile, after leaving home, the first place Chun-Shi appeared was a vast, arid wasteland, empty of any sign of life. This place had once been a fertile southern land, perfect for farming. But war and climate change had brought about a complete transformation here. Now, abandoned houses stood alone in this dry landscape. Chun-Shi stood there for a long while, but he didn't see a single soul emerge from within. He descended from midair, landing lightly on the ground. His footsteps were gentle, but still stirred up a thin layer of dust. A breeze brushed against his pant legs as he gazed up at the blazing sun overhead. The heat was intense. Resources were scarce here. Even from high above, he'd noticed the lack of water and the absence of viable crops. Chun-Shi frowned, then walked toward one of the most dilapidated huts. He could sense a faint trace of life inside, though it was barely perceptible. His hand only lightly touched the door. He hadn't even used any strength, yet the door swung open. Suddenly, sounds came from within the hut, as if his presence had thrown its occupants into a panic. On a simple wooden bed, Chun-Shi saw a woman clutching a child tightly in her arms, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I just want to ask a question." Both the woman and the child looked at him with wariness, making it clear that he was a stranger to them. "Who are you? What do you want to ask?" The woman didn't drive Chun-Shi away. Judging by his clothing, she couldn't understand why such a wealthy-looking man would appear in a place like this. But it was as if she caught a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Even if that hope might never help them, she couldn't help but cling to it as tightly as she could. If she hadn't been too weak to move, she probably would have crawled to Chun-Shi's feet by now. "If I answer your question, could I have just a little water and some food? We haven't had anything to eat or drink for a very long time." Chun-Shi was silent for a moment. Then, as if from thin air, a bottle of mineral water and 2 pieces of bread appeared in his hand. The woman was astonished by this display, but also deeply grateful. Thank you so much." She released her hold on the child and, though clearly weakened, moved unsteadily toward Chun-Shi. Seeing her struggle, Chun-Shi stepped forward, placing the food and water directly into their hands. The woman and child devoured the bread and water with desperate hunger. It had been a very long time since they'd tasted food this good. Chun-Shi watched them in silence, but the doctor's words kept echoing in his mind. Perhaps he truly had overlooked too much. All along, he believed in his own strength, always seeing only the powerful, while ignoring the weak ones struggling to survive beneath the surface. In this arid land, he found that quite a few people were still living here. After looking around, he realized there were nearly 100 of them. They all shared the same traits, starved for so long that they were nothing but skin and bone. Chun-Shi had no intention of lingering in this place for too long. He knew these people were desperate for water and food. Crouching down, he focused on sensing just how far below the surface the groundwater lay. He then looked up at the blazing sun, took a deep breath, and suddenly, in one area, Chun-Shi clenched his fist and struck out with force. Many people watched through the tattered walls of their shacks. Pairs of eyes turned toward him. Their gaze was filled with unease, yet there was a faint glimmer of excitement. They thought that perhaps the arrival of this man would bring change to their lives. Because of Chun-Shi, the underground water was drawn directly to the surface. Chun-Shi moved deftly, not expecting any help from those who looked as though taking a single step might make them fall apart. He handled everything himself while doing this. When the first person, staggering and unsteady, approached Chun-Shi, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Immediately, he cupped his hands to collect the water and drank deeply. The sweet water tasted very different from the bottled water Chun-Shi had given him before. It was even fresher and sweeter. At first, this frail man thought he must have made a mistake, but in this moment, he realized it was no mistake. It was real. Unable to contain himself, he called out to the others who were still watching uncertainly, and soon, one by one, they stepped out of their shacks. Some, sensitive by nature, even burst into tears on the spot. This was a moment they had only dreamed of, and now it was happening. To them, Chun-Shi was nothing short of a savior. "Thank you so much." Everyone bowed to Chun-Shi, expressing their gratitude. Chun-Shi remained silent for a moment. Then, after leaving them enough food for a month, he finally spoke. "I've left you a month's worth of food. During this time, I'll send people to check on you. Someone will come and tell you what to do next, so don't worry too much." Knowing that their future was finally secure, These people were more than satisfied. A fresh chorus of thank yous echoed out. Words of gratitude reached Chun-Shi's ears once again. After exchanging a few words with them, Chun-Shi left for other places. He had agreed with Wanda and the others to return in 3 months, and since he planned to travel the world during this time, it was quite a long journey. This time, as Chun-Shi sensed an area thick with negative energy from Adair, curiosity rose in his heart. Without hesitation, he descended to see for himself. It was a prison with lax security. No one could stop Chun-Shi. As he walked in, a crowd of ragged people surged toward him. They noticed this stranger, someone they had never seen before. In an instant, despair in their eyes was replaced by a surge of courage. Some of these people looked utterly ordinary, as if there was nothing remarkable about them at all. Others were adorned in glittering jewels, dressed with meticulous care and elegance. Still others wore crisp suits, appearing to come from all walks of life. "Help! Please, save me. I'll give anything, as long as you can save me." Chun-Shi glanced around, but didn't pause his steps. He kept moving until he reached the deepest part, where he saw a prison constructed from some special material. Inside were a group of mutants being held captive. Though these mutants weren't sunk in utter despair, their expressions suggested they were on the verge of falling apart. When Chun-Shi appeared, surprise flashed in their eyes, mingled with a wary suspicion. "Who are you? Why are you here? We've never seen you before." The mutants stared at Chun-Shi, puzzlement in their gazes at his sudden presence. But soon, a shadow crossed their eyes, darkening with suspicion. "Are you with him?" "Him? Who do you mean?" Chun-Shi raised an eyebrow, genuinely confused. But the others didn't answer. Instead, they huddled together, whispering in low voices. At that moment, while everyone was still wondering who Chun-Shi was or what he planned to do, a woman stepped out from among the mutants. She wore a long gown and carried herself with an air of grace. "There's no need to be afraid, everyone. I've seen this man before." Most here bore some sign of hardship or injury, but her clothes looked almost new, as though she'd only recently been captured. "Can someone please explain what's going on?" Chun-Shi pressed on. "I don't know who this is you keep mentioning, but clearly, I'm not with him." "You're Chun-Shi, aren't you? The one who freed the mutants and helped them coexist peacefully with humans." "This is the Chun-Shi you spoke of, Anna? We've missed so much. But why are you here?" Although Anna confirmed his identity, the others still dared not let down their guard. Yet Anna stepped closer to the bars, her voice pleading, "Please, you have to save us. We don't know what that man wants, but he's brought us all here. He's captured many ordinary people, and many mutants as well. Every day, someone disappears, and we never see them again. I don't want to end up like them." Her eyes brimmed with sorrow, and it was clear she was racked with anxiety. None of them wanted to die here, not like this. "Don't worry, I'll get you all out," Chun-Shi promised, placing his hand on the bars of the cell as he spoke. A surge of electricity coursed through his body, so intense it could have reduced a person to ashes in an instant. Chun-Shi's body shuddered twice, and for a moment, he found himself completely speechless. He furrowed his brows slightly, then reached out to place his hand on the railing. Just as he was about to act, a sudden, overwhelming force pressed down on him, pinning him in place so thoroughly he couldn't even twitch a muscle. Abruptly, Chun-Shi shifted his gaze, and there, shimmering in silver, a massive figure emerged into view. This being had no eyes, no hair. Its entire body was encased in an unknown, silvery material. Each step it took shook the ground beneath it, making the earth tremble and filling the air with a sense of foreboding. Chun-Shi found his own breath quickening as he took in the sight. Luck truly wasn't on his side. He had run into the destroyer. The destroyer stood 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing nearly 400 pounds. He hailed from Asgard. More precisely, he was someone closely associated with Loki. But why was he here of all places? If earlier Chun-Shi hadn't understood why the prisoners in this jail were trapped, now he saw everything with perfect clarity. The destroyer itself possessed no soul. It needed the life force of others to function. If there had been anyone else around, Chun-Shi could have used them as a distraction, let the two sides battle it out while he watched from the sidelines. But now, the destroyer's gaze was locked squarely on him. Retreat was never a word in Chun-Shi's vocabulary, but facing this opponent head-on was anything but wise. He hadn't upgraded to Golden Superman yet. If he had, the destroyer would have been nothing to him. A shadow crossed Chun-Shi's face as he weighed his options. What should he do now? His mind raced, working at full speed. Almost subconsciously, he pulled up his system interface. After all his recent exploits, his justice points had quietly increased by a significant margin. Soaking up sunlight had also bolstered his powers in every aspect. At first, Chun-Shi had been a little worried, but remembering that his system's defense mechanism would automatically activate in the face of mortal danger, his anxiety melted away. His strength grew by the day, climbing to heights he didn't even bother to keep track of anymore. Though his justice points were rising more slowly, he now had 30 million. He was still far from reaching the golden Superman level. Ding! New mission issued. The system voice Chun she had long grown used to ignoring now sounded like music to his ears. Ding! Save everyone in the prison. Chun she waited a while longer, but aside from this mission, nothing else followed. Chun she felt a wave of relief wash over him at those words. If it was a battle of wits, he believed that facing the destroyer wouldn't be such a daunting task. All he needed to do was lure the destroyer out, giving the people inside the prison a chance to escape. For the destroyer, what was most irresistible? Undoubtedly, it was a powerful life force. Without hesitation, Chun-Shi amplified his own vitality in a unique way. The destroyer had originally intended to eliminate this intruder, but upon sensing Chun-Shi's immense life energy, a surge of delight swept through his entire being. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He chose to capture Chun-Shi alive. Luring the destroyer away from the prison was almost effortless for Chun-Shi, though, at first, it had seemed an impossible feat. As Chun-Shi drew the destroyer out of the prison, inside, the mutants exchanged subtle glances, their expressions tinged with complexity. Anna stared at the prison door, now suddenly shattered, her eyes wide with astonishment. They had just seen Chun-Shi make his move, but hadn't he done nothing at all? So what was happening now? They looked at one another, unable to believe what they were seeing. We can't stay here any longer. Everyone, let's go now. With just a bit of thought, the situation became crystal clear. Time was of the essence. No one wasted it pondering the details. The only thought on their minds was to get as far away as possible. Led by the mutants, the group, ordinary people included, began their desperate escape. One of the mutants couldn't help but speak up. Are we really just leaving like this? Shouldn't we help that man? Are you sure we'd be any help at all, and not just a burden? Anna turned to that mutant. Our only job right now is to run. Hurry. Anna wasn't the strongest among the mutants, but she understood Chun-Shi far better than anyone else here. Unlike the others, who had been locked up for a long time, Anna had witnessed many of Chun-Shi's feats, and she knew exactly how formidable he could be. Even if that strange figure wrapped in silver was every bit as terrifying as he seemed, someone Chun-Shi appeared no match for. If Chun-Shi truly wanted to escape unscathed, it would be almost child's play for him. Chun-Shi knew perfectly well what he needed to do next. Every step he took, every move he made, was calculated with precision. Though the destroyer was overwhelmingly strong, he followed the path Chun-Shi had set for him, step by step. He never suspected a thing. To eradicate the life force within the destroyer's body would take far too long. Chun-Shi did not believe such a feat could be easily accomplished. You are not actually that strong compared to my power. Chun-Shi had assumed the destroyer was incapable of speech, so it took him by surprise when the creature suddenly stopped and addressed him directly. The destroyer halted, and naturally, Chun-Shi did the same. What do you mean? Chun-Shi asked, his voice filled with curiosity. He couldn't understand what the destroyer meant, and in fact, the very appearance of this being intrigued him. Who exactly are you? There was a strange familiarity in the destroyer's tone, as though this creature might be someone Chun-Shi had once known. But that hardly seemed possible. I don't know who I am. All I know is that, ever since I became self-aware, I've been compelled to harvest the lives of others. I know it's wrong. I don't want to control this power, but I want to live. I want to live long enough to find someone who can set me free from it. The destroyer spoke slowly, every word weighed down with a burden. Chun-Shi found himself at a loss for how to respond. Why was the destroyer suddenly confiding in him? He felt utterly baffled by the situation. No one truly knew what resided within the destroyer's body. Perhaps it was an ordinary person, perhaps a mass of energy, or perhaps something else entirely. What do you want me to do? No matter how fantastical the destroyer's words sounded, it was clear this creature wanted something from him. I want you to take my master away from here. The destroyer's master? Who could that possibly be? Chun-Shi felt a flicker of unease. No sooner had the destroyer spoken than someone new appeared. A woman, at once striking and graceful, dressed in a black combat uniform, stepped forward. There was a disdainful pride in her gaze, a touch of arrogance in her bearing. My name is Sylvie, daughter of Odin. Sylvie, that's the female Loki, isn't it? Chun-Shi had only just seen Thor defeat the male Loki, and now here was a female version emerging from the shadows. If his facial expression could have been made visible, Chun-Shi's forehead would surely have been creased with exasperation. Sylvie, what exactly do you want? I want to rule Asgard. We can work together. I know my brother Thor has handed Asgard over to you. You're in charge now. But can you truly control it? I doubt it. That's why you need me. My strength is no less than my brother's, nor any other who shares my blood. As she spoke, Sylvie's face radiated pride and confidence. She had already used the destroyer to test Chun-Shi's abilities. Chun-Shi was indeed formidable, and his mind was exceptionally quick, but his strength still fell far short of theirs. It seems you know about the other person who shares your identity. That's right, I do know. Ever since I was suddenly brought into this world, I've been observing from the shadows, not making any hasty moves. I've learned a great deal, like how that voice wants to deal with you. At first, I didn't quite understand why they wanted us guardians like us to go after a mere human. Sure, you're strong, but by our standards, your skills wouldn't amount to much. Later, though, I realize your potential is limitless. I don't mind gaining another powerful ally. After all, I truly hate being ordered around. As Sylvie spoke, her eyes brimmed with impatience and icy disdain. How could anyone possibly believe they can control me? Only I have the right to manipulate the fate of others. I will never allow anyone to dictate mine. Listening to Sylvie, Chun-Shi let out a silent sigh of relief. She really lived up to her reputation as the female Loki. Her meaning was almost identical to the male Loki's, hardly any difference there. But it was understandable. After all, their character arcs were nearly the same, and sharing similar mindsets was only natural. Besides, if a fight could be avoided, that was always the best outcome. On that point, Chun-Shi had absolutely no objections. Forming an alliance, working together, I think that's an excellent idea. However, in my world, it's hard to forgive anyone who targets my people. Chun-Shi spoke slowly, making his stance clear. Seeing that Chun-Shi was willing to compromise, Sylvie's entire demeanor brightened with delight. That's easily resolved. I'll have the destroyer release everyone locked up in the dungeons. No sooner had she finished speaking than Sylvie, the female Loki, seemed to notice something amiss. She cocked her head toward the prison, catching sight of the frail humans sneaking glances in their direction before hurriedly darting away. For a moment, she fell silent, then looked at Chun-Shi with a half-amused, half-knowing smile. It seems you've already done quite a lot in the dungeons. Even without us, those people would probably have escaped by now. Until just now, Sylvie hadn't considered those prisoners worth a second thought. Now, though, their escape was merely a convenient condition for her alliance with Chun-Shi. There was no need to intervene. Now that we won't hinder their escape, shall we proceed with our cooperation? Because of the female version of Loki, Sivir, Chun-Shi returned to the city where they all lived much earlier than he and Wanda had originally agreed. He hadn't even been gone a week before he was back. Sivir accompanied Chun-Shi as they appeared in the city together. But their arrival was not first noticed by Wanda's people. Instead, the ones in the temple, the Asgardians, sensed it right away. I smell something I can't stand. Is it Loki? Damn it. Because of Loki, the king was forced into the cycle of rebirth. And yet Loki himself is still alive. How is that possible? When Amora and the others caught the scent that belonged to Loki, fury flared up in their hearts. They couldn't stay calm in Asgard for even a moment. They immediately rushed toward the source of that aura. A sizable group came, all gathering before Sivir and Chun-Shi. When they saw Chun-Shi, there was a flicker of surprise on their faces. But when their gaze landed on Sivir, silence fell among them, heavy and unbroken. That's Loki, isn't it? It's definitely Loki. The aura is identical. Even though gods can have no fixed gender, that's an enormous sacrifice, going from a man to a woman. No matter what form he takes, the fact remains, he is Loki. That doesn't change, and it can't erase what he's done in the past. They muttered and discussed among themselves for quite a while, but at last they reached a consensus. Loki is still Loki. Changing appearance can't erase the wrongs he's done. How was Chun-Shi supposed to explain this? Should he say they were actually two different people? Perhaps this was something Sivir should explain herself. Yet with such a crowd watching, maybe it was best to find a quieter place. So, Chun-Shi pointed to a Chinese restaurant not far away. Let's talk over there and sort everything out once and for all. There was a note of seriousness in his tone. The Asgardians were willing to show Chun-Shi this respect, so they followed him inside. The restaurant had plenty of empty seats. At their request, they soon found themselves gathered around a round table. It was a tight squeeze. All eyes from Asgard focused on Sivir. Loki, after all the wrongs you've done, you still have the nerve to show your face here? Don't think for a second that we'll trust you. The king has already entrusted Asgard to Chun-Shi. Until that changes, we only listen to him. We don't know exactly what's going on with you, but this time, daring to appear before us, you won't get away with it. What does what Loki did have to do with me, Sivir? Sivir lounged idly, a hint of impatience flickering in her eyes. I did not kill my brother, she said, her tone utterly sincere. There was no mistaking the truth in her words. Among the Asgardians, those who prided themselves on their keen insight into truth and deception looked momentarily bewildered. What was the story behind this female Loki? Those who were confused at first began to understand as they observed Sivir more closely. You are not from the same timeline as us, someone finally declared, piercing through the confusion. The moment this was spoken aloud, realization dawned on the crowd. Loki was still Loki, but not the Loki of their own world. So that's it. No wonder she suddenly became a woman. Well, since you're not from our world, there's no need for us to meet again. You should return to your own timeline. Amora was the first to rise and speak. Amora, don't be so quick to make up your mind. There are some things I think you should hear from me first, Chunshi interjected. Just as Amora's declaration had prompted the rest of the Asgardians to prepare to leave, Chunshi's words made them pause. Their attention shifted to him as one. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Amora raised an eyebrow, a sudden possibility springing to mind. Without waiting for Chunshi's reply, she continued. Do you want this Sivir to rule Asgard? If that's your idea, not only I, but everyone else in Asgard would oppose it. Chunshi's expression remained perfectly calm. The gist of this conversation had already come up during earlier discussions with Amora and the others. Entrusting Asgard to Sivir was never going to be an easy matter. He and Sivir had already talked about it on their way back. Chunshi could help Sivir, but from here on, she would have to do her utmost on her own. For instance, Sivir needed to prove herself. She would have to do something to earn the others' acceptance. After all, if she couldn't even win her own followers' loyalty, she would be of no use at all. All Chunshi could do was give Sivir the opportunity. Sivir has never done any of the things Loki did. If we hold Loki's actions against her, it would be unfair, Chunshi said slowly. Though he seemed to be speaking up for Sivir, his expression betrayed nothing. The Asgardians exchanged glances, unsure what to make of his stance. Was Chunshi on Sivir's side, or was he with them? It didn't seem that way either. Their expressions clearly revealed a trace of inner conflict. After exchanging a few glances, they finally decided to sit back down. They wanted to see what exactly Chunshi was going to say. Their faces were calm and composed. All eyes turned to Chunshi. Chunshi showed little reaction. He spoke candidly, laying out his next words one by one, making his attitude unmistakably clear. I know you can't accept Sivir, but after all, she's from Asgard, even if it's not the same timeline. So, how about this? She'll stay with me for now and help me handle a few things. Would that be acceptable to you? He wasn't asking Sivir to go to Asgard, just to remain by his side. There was really nothing for the others to object to. In fact, the explanation seemed unnecessary. Since you've already made up your mind, we naturally have no objections. Let's leave it at that. With those words, Amora and the others stood up once more. This time, no one tried to stop them from leaving. It seems they really do have a problem with me. Isn't that obvious? Loki is unwelcome wherever he goes, and you're no different in their eyes, especially to these people from Asgard. Even if your appearance has changed, your temperament hasn't changed at all. Seeing Chunshi shrug, Sivir fell silent for a moment, then swiftly changed the subject. Let's stick to the previous plan. I'll stay by your side until I can take full control of Asgard. A new guest had arrived at the house. Her name was Sivir. She was, frankly, a bit unpleasant. Despite being a guest, she acted more like the host, nitpicking every little thing she found unsatisfactory. She even tried to move into the master bedroom. No one else really knew how to respond to this. It was Chunshi, with a half-smile, who finally said, say one more word, and I'll throw you out of this house. On my turf, you follow my rules. We're allies. Right now, that alliance means nothing. Chunshi, don't get too cocky. Do you really not realize you're no match for me? Chunshi's smile only deepened. He had never intended to defeat the person in front of him. What he wanted was to make use of her. As long as she could be used, that was enough. And in this process, he absolutely could not let her see even the slightest crack in his facade. Not even a hint. Chunshi smiled again. Sometimes, Miss Sivir, force accomplishes nothing. Look carefully. Without my help, you'd have no chance of gaining a foothold in Asgard. Given that, do you still wish to make me your enemy? Asgard was Sivir's bottom line, the one place where she could not afford a single mistake. Hearing Chunshi's words, Sivir suddenly found her earlier nitpicking rather pointless. Whatever then. Just don't give me some rundown shack to live in. Oh, and I'll need to find time to bring the destroyer over. Before Sivir could finish, Chunshi cut her off. He cannot set foot in our city. I don't want people in the place I protect collapsing to the ground every now and then. Chunshi rejected her outright. Someone who feeds on the life force of humans, even if he can restrain himself from wiping them out entirely, is still an existence that shouldn't be allowed here. Sivir wasn't sure what she was feeling. She gazed at Chunshi for a moment, then looked away. If the destroyer couldn't come, so be it. It wasn't as though she absolutely had to bring him over. For now, what mattered most was gaining control of Asgard as quickly as possible. Off in the distance, Gwen, Wanda, and Jean Grey had been watching the exchange closely. When they saw that the two hadn't started arguing, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. They'd been worried the two would end up in a heated confrontation. After all, they just noticed how formidable this woman named Sivir was. That sense of power was unmistakable. Just a glance from her made them keenly aware of the threat she posed. Where on earth had Chun-Shi found someone like this? Previously, Chun-Shi had brought back a woman named Elise, but she'd been driven off. Who would have thought Chun-Shi would bring yet another woman home? And this time, this Sivir was even more dangerous. That night, as they lay together, they couldn't help but whisper questions to Chun-Shi about the matter, and were all the more shocked by the answers. A female Loki? They were certainly familiar with Loki. After all, it was that Loki who had once plunged their city and the entire world into grave peril. If Chun-Shi hadn't been prepared in advance, the world might already have been lost. To think that just as one Loki had fallen, another had appeared, this time a female Loki. Though they didn't look alike, their personalities were equally insufferable. Chapter 129, Binding Asgard with Human Laws. While everyone's thoughts were tangled with unease, the female Loki, Sivir, moved into Chun-Shi's home. When Susan heard the news, she looked downcast. Another woman? Why couldn't she have such luck herself? However, these thoughts only lingered in her mind for a brief moment before she turned her attention back to her own responsibilities. There were countless trivial matters to handle every day. Because Chun-Shi had reached certain agreements with government officials, she now had to cooperate with them to register all mutants. This was an enormous undertaking, one that could hardly be completed in a short period of time. In every city, including small towns and remote areas, they did their best to ensure that every mutant would be accounted for. They made sure the mutants weren't wandering about unchecked. Susan had been following up on this matter diligently. She sincerely hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. It was a rare opportunity for Chun-Shi to entrust her with something so important, and she wanted to produce results he could be proud of. This task could be seen as both difficult and easy, depending on how one looked at it. Essentially, it was little more than conducting another census. Once the responsibility was assigned to each district's police force, it usually took less than a week, and at most a month, to complete the process from the ground up and report back up the chain. As soon as the results came in, Susan reported them to Chun-Shi without delay. "Well done. I suppose it won't be long before those politicians come looking for me," Chun-Shi said that morning. Indeed, by the afternoon, the politicians called to summon him to a meeting. Chun-Shi checked the time. It was still quite early. So, he gave Susan a reward. 2 hours later, he attended the meeting. The officials were all waiting, their faces betraying a hint of nervousness. Sensing their gaze, Chun-Shi casually pulled out a chair and sat down at the table. "Is it a good thing that all the mutants are now registered? Why do you all look so worried? Did something go wrong?" he asked with a smile. "The registration of mutants has gone very smoothly, Mr. Chun. There's no need for concern on that front," one replied. "Our worries are actually about another matter," added another. Chun-Shi raised an eyebrow. For something to trouble these politicians, it had to be significant. This piqued his interest. He asked, "What is it?" "That sky city above us, Asgard as they call it. It may not occupy our land, but it's still within our domain. I think we should." "Yes, after our discussions, we all agree. They, too, must be included in the registry," another interrupted. "They aren't citizens of our country. I don't think it's appropriate to require them to register," Chun-Shi replied. The others didn't seem surprised at all by Chun-Shi's response. Another person chimed in. "We can keep them from being registered as our citizens. Instead, we can treat them like an embassy, since their main activities are within our country. Naturally, they should abide by our laws. Otherwise, the world would descend into chaos. We can't just let them do as they please simply because they're more powerful than we are." It seemed this was their real intention all along. Earlier, it hadn't been certain, but hearing this, it became almost unmistakably clear. "Treating them like an embassy. I think this is actually a good idea. You can proceed this way." Chun-Shi nodded in approval. "We're just ordinary people. Even if we make this decision, they probably won't agree. So, Mr. Chun-Shi, we'll have to rely on you to handle this. We've heard that you're in charge now, and the people of Asgard will surely listen to your advice." As they spoke, these politicians glanced nervously at Chun-Shi, their eyes wavering with uncertainty. So inviting him to this meeting had all been for this very moment. Chun-Shi fell silent for a while, lost in thought, then smiled gently. "This is a good thing. I agree." They had all assumed this would be a difficult feat, but to their astonishment, Chun-Shi agreed after asking only a few questions. It was almost unbelievable. The politician stood frozen in place, wide-eyed with surprise. "Does my agreeing to this really astonish you so much?" Chun-Shi asked with a smile. "It's not that it's so unbelievable, it's just that you've never done something like this before. Usually, you like to go back and forth with us. In truth, There was much more these politicians wanted to say, but since they had finally managed to resolve something, they didn't want to risk angering Chun-Shi now. They exchanged glances for a moment, then finally shifted their gaze away from Chun-Shi. Well then, we'll count on you, Mr. Chun-Shi, to handle this matter as quickly as possible. We'll be waiting for your good news. As for Asgard's people, their faces showed a variety of emotions at these arrangements made by the country's politicians. They gathered together and began to discuss. I've never encountered anything like this before. This is a first, someone admitted. Yeah, I don't even know how we're supposed to react. In my heart, I don't want to agree, but I can't deny what they've said makes sense. It's fine to accept it. Just as they said, since we're staying in their country, we should obey their laws and let those laws guide our actions. They understood that if their powers were ever unleashed, it would be all too easy to cause widespread destruction. They weren't lacking in compensation funds at all. Whatever damage was done, they could easily pay for it. Even if their wealth were to be depleted over hundreds or even thousands of years, it would still be just a drop in the ocean for them. But while they themselves knew this clearly, no one else did. The people of Asgard didn't take long to discuss the matter. Rather quickly, they reached a fairly satisfactory conclusion. When they shared their decision with Chun-Shi, he gave a faint nod in response. Since you've already made your decision, I have nothing more to add, Chun-Shi said calmly. With that, Chun-Shi departed. He wasn't at all surprised by the outcome. After all, there could only ever be this result. Even if they had tried to come up with a different conclusion, Chun-Shi would have made sure they followed the direction he wanted. Chun-Shi reported the outcome to the politicians. To have reached a conclusion and wrapped up discussions in such a short time. Mr. Chun-Shi, that's just like you. Now, let's immediately draft a contract that benefits both parties. Quickly, have someone draw up a draft at once, one politician shouted eagerly. They were clearly anxious. They genuinely worried that if they didn't finalize matters quickly, something might change. If the Asgardians suddenly changed their minds, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to the people of this country. Even if it wasn't, it would certainly spell trouble for the politicians themselves. The politicians moved with remarkable speed. They even tried to keep Chun-Shi from leaving, hoping he would stay close by, at least for now. Chun-Shi nodded slightly again. After someone brought him a cup of tea, he sat down on a stool, waiting with a casual air. In just 10 minutes, several versions of the contract had already been drafted. Each draft came from a different hand. Immediately, the politicians launched into a heated debate over these contracts. Every so often, they'd steal a glance at Chun-Shi. Throughout the entire process, Chun-Shi remained as detached as an outsider. He only spoke when they directly addressed him. Everything proceeded more smoothly than any of the politicians had anticipated. Chun-Shi took the final, completed contract in hand. It was an agreement that would benefit both sides. Then I'll make another trip to Asgard. I'll be back swiftly this time as well, Chun-Shi remarked. In the blink of an eye, he was gone from the conference room. He had been sitting there just a moment before, speaking with them, and in the next instant he had vanished. The politicians were left with mixed feelings. Toward this hero of both mutants and humans, they felt a blend of respect and unease. Fortunately, Chun-Shi never tried to seize power. If he had taken the lead in attempting to take control, ordinary humans like them would have had no place to live. At best, they would be forced to scrape by under the rule of these mutants. Although there are some mutants among the government officials, they have always concealed their identities. Perhaps it's precisely because they've realized they're different from ordinary humans, and out of fear of being ostracized, that they've chosen to hide who they truly are. The peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants is something that has been achieved only through the joint efforts of countless people. In the short term, perhaps the results are not immediately apparent, but given time, the positive effects will gradually become visible. They firmly believe that with everyone working together, things will continue to move in a better direction. Just as Chun-Shi had said, once the contract was signed, he quickly returned to the politicians' meeting room. The whole back and forth didn't even take 5 minutes. Before the politicians had time to marvel at any of it, Chun-Shi had already reappeared. The people of Asgard are very satisfied with this contract. They have no objections, so you can go ahead and finalize the signing. So, should we invite Asgard's representative? Their representative is me, Chun-Shi replied naturally. Wasn't this something everyone already knew? But, if one day their true leader returns, won't they question your authority? Maybe we should invite a few more people over to witness and ensure fairness? For the politicians, it was enough just to get the contract signed, but at that moment they found themselves genuinely concerned for Chun-Shi, hoping that things would turn out well for him in the future. Even though such worry might not have been necessary for Chun-Shi, they simply couldn't help themselves. You have a point, Chun-Shi admitted. With that, he left the room once more, and when he returned, he brought along quite a few people from Asgard. These Asgardians were dressed in all sorts of unusual and diverse attire. Some were towering and imposing, easily over 8 feet tall, while others were slender and strikingly beautiful. Such are the people of Asgard. Although they had already learned through various channels what Asgardians looked like, this was the first time they had seen so many of them up close. Involuntarily, a sense of worry and even fear flickered in their eyes. For the mere presence of the Asgardians brought with it an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was a feeling quite different from what they felt in Chun-Chi's presence. They had always known that Chun-Chi was an extraordinary individual, yet every time they faced him, they would somehow overlook his brilliance and treat him as just another ordinary person, no different from themselves. But when they thought about it this way, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Chun-Chi was truly terrifying. Because the way Chun-Chi made himself appear weak was clearly a deliberate act, designed to make others forget just how formidable he really was. If, due to underestimating him, they ever made a mistake they could never undo, it would undoubtedly be because of Chun-Chi's subtle manipulation. Becoming powerful is easy, but being undeniably strong and yet still presenting oneself as weak, that is far from simple. During this period, the nation had been fervently dealing with both the mutants and the Asgard affairs. Every department was caught in a frenzy of activity, spinning in circles without a single moment to spare. High above, hidden from sight and watching Chun-Chi closely, Elise stood in the cool breeze, silent and contemplative. She had witnessed everything Chun-Chi had done, but none of it moved her in the slightest. After all, whether Chun-Chi's deeds brought good or harm to this world, none of it truly affected her. Beings like them, gods, always saw things from a broader perspective, never restricting their vision to just one small world. This thought led her to recall her own chosen champion, a man named Thanos. Compared to Chun-Chi, Thanos was far more efficient and straightforward. That man acted decisively in line with her wishes, extinguishing life on planet after planet, yet enabling the universe to develop in a more sustainable way. Elise had originally intended to summon Thanos here, but in the end, she decided to let it go. After all, it was just Chun-Chi, just a handful of mutants, hardly worth troubling Thanos over. Besides, the universe he belonged to needed him far more. With that thought, Elise once again fixed her gaze on the government building. Chun-Chi was there, along with the people of Asgard. She could see them all, piercing through every barrier with ease. She was merely observing. No one would ever detect her presence. Not even the Asgardians could sense her watching. Of this she was certain. Yet, while the Asgardians didn't notice a thing, Chun-Chi, ever sensitive to such scrutiny, detected her gaze almost instantly. It seemed to be coming from the rooftop of a tall building across from the government complex. Was it Elise, the one assigned to keep an eye on him? Chun-Chi let out a gentle laugh, clearly unbothered, and paid her no further mind. The Asgardians hadn't noticed the watchful eyes, but they did pick up on Chun-Chi's mood. He actually seemed pleased about something. Why was he so pleased? Of course, Chun-Chi felt delighted. Why wouldn't he be? Whenever someone tried to provoke him, that surge of exhilaration was impossible to suppress, and all of it struck him as utterly fascinating. Naturally, not every provocation seemed so entertaining to him these days. He thought of how he'd only stepped out briefly, yet already witnessed so many places suffering disasters. A slight upward curve still lingered on Chun-Chi's lips, but now it quickly faded away. By the way, all of these have been signed. And just as well, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, he said. Chun-Chi looked at the politicians, whose faces were alight with joy, and chose this moment, when their happiness peaked, to continue speaking. Instantly, the room settled into a hush. One by one, their gazes fixed on Chun-Chi, curiosity brimming as they wondered what he was about to say. One politician, unable to contain himself, spoke up. Mr. Chun-Chi, whatever you have to say, please go ahead. We're all here, and we'd be glad to listen and understand. What I want to say is actually quite simple. I hope you'll convene a meeting with leaders from other nations. A meeting? The others exchanged puzzled glances at Chun-Chi's request, but kept their patience, eager to hear him out. What I have to say is straightforward, and I'd like you to relay this to the other countries as well. Chun-Chi paused, then continued. Around the world, in places beyond our sight, many people are still suffering. Some don't have enough to eat, others can't afford clean water. I've only glimpsed a fraction of these places, but what I saw left a deep impression. Chun-Chi described to the politicians the limited things he had witnessed. Whatever their true thoughts, these politicians knew how much Chun-Chi had already done for them. Even if some tasks felt burdensome, they resolved to act. Mr. Chun-Chi, please rest assured. We'll carry out your instructions to the letter. I've already sent mutants to handle some matters, so you needn't worry about those, Chun-Chi replied. He quickly reviewed everything in his mind, and, satisfied that nothing had been overlooked, nodded at the group before turning to leave. A group from Asgard departed with him. They were only here because of Chun-Shi in the first place. Now that he was leaving, there was no reason for them to remain. At first, the politicians had been eager for Chun-Shi and his companions to arrive, but now that business was finished, their anticipation had given way to closure. The only feeling that Chun-Shi and his group left behind for them was fear. At this moment, Chun-Shi and his companions made a swift departure, which, for those left behind, was nothing short of a great relief. "We must all take what Chun-Shi just said very seriously," someone insisted, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Without anyone to point these things out, everyone might have just muddled through, unwilling to lend a hand. No one wanted to deal with the matter. After all, nobody wished to invite extra trouble into their lives. But sometimes, trouble can't simply be avoided. Ignoring it doesn't mean it ceases to exist. "Even though I'd rather not handle this, we all know what needs to be done," one person finally declared. "How about I take care of this myself?" As soon as he spoke, the others voiced no objections. "Since you volunteered, we'll leave it to you." Once more, the politicians gathered around the table for a brief discussion. In no time, everything that needed to be talked over was settled. No one had any further objections. The people of Asgard walked side by side with Chun-Shi. Amora turned her head to look at Chun-Shi. "We have a question we'd like to ask you." "What is it?" Chun-Shi regarded Amora steadily, waiting for her to continue. "About that female Loki. Have you really decided to take her in?" The matter of the female Loki had been discussed at length by Amora and the others from Asgard, and every time, they had reached the same conclusion. They all felt she was an extremely dangerous presence. Even if she's from another world, she still embodies the role of Loki. That alone means she's far from simple. Amora's words made perfect sense, and anyone else might have listened. But Chun-Shi was her audience now, and he merely gave Amora a slight nod before falling silent again. "It seems you won't be taking our concerns to heart," Sif, standing on Chun-Shi's other side, said with a sigh, glancing at Amora after she spoke. "Still, our warning stands. If you don't want to heed it, there's nothing more we can do." Seeing that Amora still wanted to say something, Sif shook her head at her, wordlessly urging restraint. So, at that, Amora fell silent and said no more. Once they parted ways with the Asgardians, Chun-Shi returned to his own home. Inside, everyone was getting along reasonably well. When facing the female Loki, Wanda and Gwen treated her very differently compared to how they interacted with Elise. The long road ahead was empty, with nothing to be seen for miles. Suddenly, a car sped towards them from the distance, for reasons unknown. Without warning, white smoke billowed up from the engine. A father and son scrambled out of the car, stumbling in their haste and nearly tumbling over each other. "Oh, for heaven's sake, this weather is just dreadful. This place is absolutely miserable." The other man couldn't help but complain, but out here in this desolate stretch with no sign of civilization in sight, there was nothing they could do, no matter how much they grumbled. "We're still a long way from anywhere with people. So what are we supposed to do now?" Were they really supposed to walk all that distance on their own 2 feet? They weren't keen on that at all. It would be utterly exhausting. The very thought was almost unbearable. "Dad, look, someone's coming over there. Someone really huge." The child suddenly cried out in delight, raising his hand to point into the distance. His father didn't believe him for a second. In such a remote place, how could someone be passing by on foot instead of driving? "I'm telling the truth," the boy quickly added, seeing his father's skepticism. So the father had no choice but to look up and follow the direction his son was pointing. And sure enough, he spotted something unusual. Just as his son had said, there was a man approaching, a man of truly imposing stature, nearly 3 meters tall by the look of it. He had never seen anyone so tall before, unless the man wasn't a regular human at all, but one of those mutants. Such thoughts made the father uneasy, a wave of apprehension passing over him. As the man drew near, the father finally saw clearly. The stranger wasn't abnormally tall after all. It was just that he was carrying an enormous beast across his shoulders. It was a giant wild boar, easily weighing dozens of kilos. It seemed the man was simply a hunter, but there shouldn't be any game in this area at all. This realization left the father looking rather puzzled. Meanwhile, as he and his son were watching the newcomer, the man with the wild boar seemed to notice them as well. "Are you folks in some kind of trouble?" The man casually tossed the boar from his shoulders onto the ground and called out to them. "Our car has had a bit of trouble." "Is that so? Let me take a look for you." The man replied earnestly, and immediately set about helping the father and son inspect the car. The two of them were deeply grateful. The father couldn't help but ask, "What's your name? Where are you from? And where are you headed?" "My name's Hogan. I'm from Texas, and I'm heading out to find a man named Chun-Shi." "Chun-Shi? Oh, he was a truly remarkable man. He liberated the mutants and made it possible for mutants and humans to coexist in relative peace, even though to this day, there are still many humans who cannot accept the existence of mutants. Are you also afraid of mutants? How can I not be afraid? People like that could easily crush us with no effort at all. The father shook his head and said earnestly, but things aren't too bad now. I've heard that new laws have been put in place. Every mutant is now registered. If any of them go around causing chaos or hurting ordinary humans, they'll be breaking the law. Oh, I see. That actually doesn't sound so bad. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. By the way, since you're looking for Chun-Shi, why not come with us? The father warmly invited Hogan. We happen to live in the same city as Chun-Shi. We can give you a ride. Faced with this father's kindness, Hogan declined without hesitation. I'd rather walk, so I can take in the sights along the way. You've already told me where to go, and I really appreciate it. With those words, Hogan bent down, hefted the wild boar's carcass back onto his shoulder, waved to the father and son, and strode away without looking back. In the eyes of the father and son, it would surely take Hogan quite some time to reach the city. But in fact, Hogan moved incredibly fast. He actually arrived in Chun-Shi's city even before the father and son. As soon as he looked up, he saw the celestial palace of Asgard. My friends, at last, I'm going to see you again. There was unmistakable joy in Hogan's muttered words. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for Asgard. His sudden arrival instantly set everyone in Asgard on alert. But as soon as they recognized him, Fandral and Volstagg rushed forward, unable to contain their excitement. Together, they were known as the Warriors' Three close companions. When Hogan appeared in this world, only to find himself separated from the others, it had been a moment of deep loss for them. Hogan, how did you end up here? Fandral and Volstagg couldn't help but ask. When the whole palace of Asgard disappeared, I felt uneasy. Then, I heard a voice telling me I could come find you, so here I am. Another voice? Everyone from Asgard exchanged uncertain glances upon hearing Hogan's words. Oh, and I met someone. I think it might be Odin. Just as everyone was still reeling from the reason for Hogan's arrival, he suddenly dropped this astonishing news. And when he finally spoke, the first word out of his mouth was Odin. It was almost impossible to believe. You must be joking. Odin has long since disappeared. Perhaps he's entered the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps he vanished into the heavens and earth. Or maybe there's some other reason. The more they talked like this, the more obvious their skepticism became. No one believed what Hogan was saying, even though his expression was utterly sincere. Maybe I was mistaken. Hogan relented, no longer trying to explain himself. Instead, he asked, that man named Chun-Shi, may I meet him? Turning to the people of Asgard, Hogan continued, all of you have already met this Chun-Shi, but I've never seen him. At the very least, I should know whether he's truly fit to rule Asgard. He was a member of Asgard as well, an honorary one, perhaps, but he cared deeply about its fate. That sense of responsibility compelled him to learn everything he could. You can go and meet him, they agreed. They'd all met Chun-Shi and saw no reason to refuse Hogan. So, after slinging the wild boar off his shoulder, Hogan set out at once to visit the man called Chun-Shi. When he arrived at the door of Chun-Shi's house, he saw a strange woman standing outside. She gave him a feeling of uncanny familiarity. So familiar, in fact, that he felt a flicker of aversion rise in his heart. It was the kind of feeling that only surfaced when he was facing an enemy. Hogan found this very odd. By all logic, he shouldn't harbor such dislike toward a woman he'd never met. He hesitated for a moment, pushing aside his discomfort, and then asked, excuse me, is Chun-Shi home? I'm from Asgard. I'd like to have a word with him, if possible. Lady Loki glanced at Hogan. Then, with casual indifference, she replied, he's inside right now. If you want to see him, go on in. With that, she simply resumed her idle daydreaming outside the house. Hogan spared her one last glance, then shifted his attention to the front door, raised his hand, and knocked. Almost immediately, he heard movement from inside. A beautiful woman came to answer. When she saw Hogan standing there, a clear wariness flickered in her eyes. And you are? The man before her was a complete stranger, someone she'd never seen before. I'm from Asgard. I've been away for some time on other matters, and only just returned. I've heard a great deal about Mr. Chun-Shi from my companions. My name is Hogan. Let him in. Chun-Shi was sitting on the sofa, not far away. When he heard the commotion at the door, he also caught every word that was spoken there. He spoke up without hesitation. Gwen quickly made room and invited Hogan inside. As Hogan stepped into the room, he immediately spotted Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi glanced at the sofa across from him, signaling for Hogan to take a seat. Hogan nodded and, without protest, sat down promptly. I've only just arrived here and haven't been around long, so there's still a lot I don't know. Hogan spoke at length to Chun-Shi, but for reasons he couldn't quite explain, the conversation suddenly turned to the subject of Odin. Earlier, when he'd brought this up with his companions, none of them had taken it seriously. But Hogan simply couldn't let it go, and so he pressed the matter again with Chun-Shi. There was even a flicker of excitement in his eyes as he faced Chun-Shi. If that person really is Odin, what do you plan to do? And if he isn't, what then? Chun-Shi didn't respond directly to any of this. Instead, he asked a question with utmost seriousness. Hogan didn't fully grasp what Chun-Shi was getting at, but he still offered a careful explanation. I just want to confirm whether he really is who I suspect. The thing is, Odin's current appearance doesn't match at all. That gives me some pause. What do you mean? Chun-Shi asked, his curiosity piqued. He's just a child, only 7 or 8 years old, with a shock of golden hair and bright green eyes. He's always with a young woman who looks like his mother. But she's just an ordinary human. No normal human could possibly give birth to someone with power like that. I know there's something unnatural about it. Then how can you be sure he's Odin? Chun-Shi pressed. I have a keen sense for these things. I've felt the same energy from Odin before. Everyone's power has its own unique structure. Maybe most people can't tell the difference, but I can. It was pure chance that I ran into them on the street. If we'd gone looking deliberately, I doubt we would have been so lucky. As Chun-Shi and Hogan delved into the topic outside the door, Lady Loki, Saijin, walked in. She caught the thread of their conversation, and the name Odin rang out clear as day. A flicker of anger flashed across her beautiful face. Chun-Shi, don't forget our agreement. She had no desire whatsoever for Odin to be found. True or not, she was determined to prevent even the possibility. This has nothing to do with you, miss. Our conversation is none of your business. Hogan had no intention of taking out his anger on others, but somehow, whenever he faced this woman, his temper flared up without warning. In this matter, I believe no one is more qualified than I am. SIV's tone was biting and unpleasant. Hogan had no idea what she meant by that. Without any pretense, he voiced exactly what was on his mind. Who exactly are you? My name is SIV, but perhaps there's another identity you'll understand better in this world. Loki. SIV replied simply, her tone almost casual. Hogan was momentarily puzzled upon hearing this. But as realization dawned, his expression darkened immediately. So, this person before him was Loki. He didn't know how Loki had suddenly become a woman, but now his previous dislike for her suddenly made sense. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon, ready to strike at SIV. Please don't argue in my place. Chun-Shi's voice was light and calm, yet it instantly cooled both Hogan's and SIV's tempers. SIV didn't spare Hogan another glance. Instead, she turned to Chun-Shi and continued. Whether that person's identity is real or not, the fact that he hasn't shown up means he simply doesn't want to appear. SIV cared nothing for Odin. She only desired Asgard, and no one was going to stop her from achieving that. I think we must find Odin. You're actually talking about this in front of Chun-Shi. That means the others in Asgard don't support what you're saying at all. In fact, they probably even doubt your words, don't they? SIV sneered as she spoke. Stop wasting your time on pointless efforts. Just do what needs to be done. With those words, SIV languidly settled onto the sofa. In her eyes, Hogan might as well not have existed. Hogan still gripped his weapon tightly, glaring fiercely at SIV. But as the silence stretched on with no response from her, he suddenly felt rather foolish. Reluctantly, he put his weapon away and turned to Chun-Shi, who stood not far off. If I recall correctly, Asgard is allied with you now. Yet here you are, sheltering this female Loki. Does our alliance mean nothing to you? It seems there's much that the rest of Asgard hasn't told you. Your companions know all about her existence. Chun-Shi spoke slowly, completely indifferent to Hogan's anger at that moment. When Hogan heard these words, he was still furious at first, but the anger quickly vanished without a trace. He realized that the reason for his aggressive attitude was simply because his companions hadn't explained the situation to him properly. If they had told him everything in advance, he would never have acted this way. It seemed he might have even offended Chun-Shi. Almost immediately, he apologized to Chun-Shi, then turned and left. He wanted to question his companions. Just how much had they kept from him? After Hogan left, Siwara looked at Chun-Shi and said, "We absolutely cannot let anyone find that person. Even if I'm not searching, there's still a chance that person will appear on their own." Chun-Shi replied. With those words, Chun-Shi reached out and patted Siwara on the shoulder. You could look at it another way. Perhaps the Odin who appears now isn't even the same Odin you once knew. The words offered her no comfort at all. Siwara frowned, a trace of frustration clouding her face. Just the thought of Odin left her feelings tangled and conflicted. In that man's heart, she had always been the one left behind. Once, Siwara tried so hard to earn Odin's approval, and she respected her father deeply. But when Odin passed his position to Thor, all her respect and hopes disappeared. A promise made to you is a promise I'll keep. You don't need to worry about that, Chun-Shi assured her. Siwara's emotions were even more complicated now. She pressed her lips together. It better be that way. I have a lot to do right now, so I'll be leaving. With those words, Siwei left. Her whole posture radiated irritation as she walked out. And as soon as she stepped through the door, it seemed she was heading somewhere with purpose. Where do you think she's going? Could she be going straight to Odin? But how would she even know where Odin is? Qingle leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's not that easy to find someone. In any case, we should get going too, Chunshi said. Her words left Qingle and the others at a loss for what to do. What do you mean? Are we going to look for someone as well? Odin didn't seem to have anything to do with them. Why should they get involved now? A hint of hesitation flickered in Qingle's eyes. But they didn't hesitate for long before they sprang into action. After all, Chunshi didn't bother to explain anything further. She simply turned and left. Qingle hurried to keep up by Chunshi's side. Because Chunshi had mentioned before that finding someone isn't such an easy task, she had already prepared herself mentally for this. Even so, wasn't this going a little too smoothly? Qingle stood next to Chunshi. Right now, they were near a small white house. A little boy with blonde hair and striking green eyes was standing by the window. To think he'd be in the same city, it was truly unexpected. That's the boy. Qingle looked at him, thinking he seemed no different from any other child. She couldn't see anything unusual about him. Yes, and he's already noticed us, Chunshi replied slowly. Qingle found this hard to believe, but after Chunshi spoke, the boy quickly came downstairs. He walked right up to them. After I arrived in this city, I knew it was only a matter of time before I was found, Odin said, looking up at the two of them. But his gaze finally settled on Chunshi. If you don't mind, could we find somewhere to have a proper conversation? Odin spoke with a calm, measured tone. He had the air of someone completely in control, with nothing to fear. Though he looked like a child of 7 or 8, his manner was exceedingly refined, displaying the upbringing of a true gentleman. Such poise in a child always felt strangely out of place. Chunshi picked a spot for them, McDonald's. Odin only shrugged at her choice, showing no objection. Chunshi ordered a few things that kids usually liked and handed them to Odin, while she and Qingle just got drinks. When the children's food was placed in front of him, Odin paused for a moment, but then accepted it with grace, bowing his head slightly. It seemed this wasn't the first time Odin had eaten such things in recent days. So what brings you here? Or perhaps I should ask, why? When you can see Asgard floating in the sky, do you choose not to return? Chunshi rested her hands under her chin, smiling as she fired off one question after another. Odin was in the middle of eating a chicken wing. Hearing her questions, he calmly picked up a napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. When I handed my position to Thor, I never intended to take it back. I believe in his ability to lead Asgard to greatness. He's a good child. I just never imagined things would turn out the way they did. No one could have predicted that I would appear in this world. Not them, not even myself. I imagine it was that voice that drew you to seek me out. Many questions remained unasked by Chunshi, yet Odin answered them on his own, his explanations intricate and thorough. Qingle could barely contain her impatience. So, what do you think about Loki? I feel deep sorrow for what he has suffered, Odin replied, but everyone must answer for their actions. I won't make excuses for what he's done. These are the consequences he must bear. He could have had a bright future, but instead he pursued things that never belonged to him. That's why he ended up this way. Odin's words were almost chilling in their detachment. As he spoke, there wasn't a hint of compassion in his expression. Even Qingle couldn't help but think to herself, it's a good thing Loki isn't here. If he heard this, it would surely cut him deeply. Yet, none of them noticed that just outside this McDonald's, a woman stood with her back to them. She had overheard every word they said. Her hands were clenched tightly into fists, her face flickering between conflicting emotions. It was Sif. She had managed to find Odin even before Chunshi and Qingle. But, standing so close to home, she was suddenly gripped by hesitation. Though she had found him, she couldn't bring herself to approach. Her feelings toward Odin were tangled and complex. So, in the end, she could only follow them in secret, trailing them all the way to this McDonald's. There, she overheard Odin's words, and her emotions grew even more chaotic. Though she knew full well that this Odin was not the same one from her own world, their minds seemed to echo each other. It was impossible for Sif not to be affected. So, in her father's eyes, she was truly that insignificant. At first, Sif only dwelled on this thought, but the longer she pondered, the more anger welled up within her. Unable to contain herself, she suddenly sprang to her feet. Her short hair floated lightly around her as she moved. The noise she made drew attention. People throughout the McDonald's turned to look, curiosity and wariness in their eyes. Some couldn't help but whisper under their breath, "What's up with that woman? Is she crazy?" As they murmured, a few even pointed in her direction. But Sif couldn't care less about what any of them thought. She turned to look at Odin, the boy who appeared all of 7 or 8 years old. Under the gaze of all three, she strode directly to their table. No, what you mean is that Loki means nothing to you. Is that right? Just because he isn't your biological son. To you, he's nothing more than a stray cat or dog. Something you can throw away at any moment. Sylvie's voice was almost hysterical as she spoke. She was furious, her mind utterly incapable of staying calm. Odin was caught off guard at first, but then he fixed his gaze on Sylvie. Your soul and Loki's are one and the same. It took him a long moment before he finally spoke. But you're not the same. To me, Loki is a very good child. He's mischievous, but he truly loves his parents. Still, he's never really grown up. I've always hoped that one day he would. But before Odin could finish, Sylvie cut him off, unable to take any more. What do you mean, mischievous? You hope he'll grow up one day. You never even gave him the chance. No, he has grown up, but you just refuse to see it. A woman and a child were arguing, and the strangeness of their words quickly drew the attention of those around them. Even some waiters began whispering quietly, debating whether they should intervene. Chun, she let out a sigh. It looks like we can't stay here any longer. Let's move somewhere else. With that, he paid the bill and ushered them all out together. Odin seemed unfazed, but Sylvie's face remained clouded with anger. It was obvious that her mood was terrible. Even now, her heart still seemed to ache with every beat. She felt utterly betrayed. To put it more precisely, she realized she never truly understood her father, nor could she be sure of what he really thought. But now, she was almost certain. You're not my child, even if you and Loki are so alike. When they reached a quiet park, a place perfectly suited for conversation, Sylvie was still visibly seething. Odin spoke up again, though he probably shouldn't have, because these were words no one wanted to hear. Odin, you're a truly terrifying man. You're nothing like the harmless image you usually present. No matter how your appearance changes, your heart is always cold. You never gave Loki a fair chance. Maybe it was because the other person looked like a child, or maybe it was because she had been holding these words inside for so long. Words she could have never spoken before spilled out without restraint. Her face remained dark and stormy. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, their leaves whispering softly in the air. Siv clenched her fists, then turned on her heel and walked away. Before leaving, she threw out a parting remark. Whether it's me or Loki, we'll prove ourselves just as worthy as Thor. That single line was like the spark before a storm, leaving everyone momentarily at a loss for how to react. But whatever words they might have wanted to say, it was already too late. Siv was gone. It's getting late. I should be heading back as well. Odin offered this simple statement, then waved energetically at Chun, Shi, and Jean Grey. With that, he jogged away down the path. Even now, we still haven't figured out what Odin truly intends, Jean Grey mused. Perhaps we can learn something from the women who've lived alongside Odin, she added thoughtfully, fingers resting on her chin as she pondered. A multitude of thoughts swirled in her mind, all awaiting the moment she would put them into action. I'll leave everything concerning Odin in your hands, Chun, she said with a smile, reaching out to pat Jean Grey on the shoulder. If this matter weren't left to Jean Grey, she'd probably keep worrying about it. Better to let her take charge. Letting her handle things, whatever the result might be, would hardly end in disaster. Hearing Chun Shi's words, Jean Grey nodded emphatically. She thumped her chest with determination. Don't worry, leave this to me. Jean Grey felt a surge of energy running through her. She was resolved to uncover Odin's true intentions. She could hardly wait to get started. Originally, she should have gone back together with Chun Shi, but she chose not to. Chun Shi understood her reasoning and didn't insist she return with him immediately. He left her there, near Odin, to keep a watchful eye on things. Chun Shi walked away alone. He didn't use any special powers. Instead, he strolled casually, hands in his pockets, lost in thought. Suddenly, a woman, clearly in trouble, came stumbling along. She clutched a shopping bag, nearly tripping as she collided straight into Chun Shi. Sorry. She blurted out an apology, then hurried to move on. But after only a few steps, Chun Shi gently caught her arm. It looks like someone's following you. If you don't mind, you can stay with me, he offered with a reassuring smile. At first, the woman seemed impatient, even wary as she glanced at him. But Chun Shi's face was so distinctive, she couldn't help but take notice. From initial wariness to eventual dawning realization. I know you. You're Chun Shi. I often see you on television. You're really impressive. If you don't mind, could we talk in that shop over there? There's something I'd like your help with. The wariness in the woman's eyes vanished, swiftly replaced by a look of anticipation. Chun Shi had already intended to help her, so she had no reason to refuse. Hearing the woman's request, she nodded in agreement. All right, let's do as you suggest. Since the other party needed help, letting her choose the place seemed perfectly reasonable. Gratitude flickered in the woman's eyes. She quickly took hold of Chun Shi's arm, and led her toward the nearby shop. It was a bakery cafe. They soon found a table. After ordering coffee and bread, the woman wasted no time in introducing herself. My name is Jane Foster. I'm a nurse. Chun-Shi had assumed she was meeting an ordinary woman, but the moment her identity was revealed, it was clear that things were not so simple. Chun-Shi's eyes flickered briefly before returning to their usual calm. So, what exactly do you need help with? Chun-Shi asked in a low voice. I don't know how it happened, but one day, I suddenly found this power inside me. It's incredibly strong, but I have no idea how to control it. I'm just an ordinary person. My whole life, I've always been that way. I never wanted anything to change. But now, with this power, I have no choice but to change. I don't know who those people following me are. Some of them seem far from ordinary. They must be mutants with abilities. Some, though, are just regular people. My life has become a complete mess because of this power. Can you make it go away? I don't want it. Jane Foster's plea was nearly desperate as she laid her troubles before Chun-Shi. Others might long for power, but Jane Foster's words came from the heart. For someone who never had abilities, waking up one day with extraordinary powers. It could be a disaster or something else entirely. Perhaps even Jane herself didn't truly know. She was lost, deeply uncertain. And with people constantly following her now, the turmoil in her heart only grew stronger. She hadn't even had time to consider everything since gaining her powers. That power belongs to you. Since you were able to obtain it, then there must be a connection between you and this force. Chun-Shi had no intention whatsoever of taking this power away. It would be far too much trouble. I think the most important thing for you right now is to carefully consider how to use this power. It can protect you, shield those you love most, and even allow you to do all sorts of good deeds. Power is a wonderful thing. Many people long for it but can never attain it, yet you are one of the lucky few. Chun-Shi spoke slowly, his words carrying a quiet strength. As he spoke, it was as if he imbued those around him with a powerful sense of reassurance. Jane Foster, who had been anxious and unsettled, gradually felt her heart calm down. All I've seen so far are endless problems. Jane Foster couldn't help but cover her head with her hands. Agony was written plainly on her face. That's only because you haven't yet seen the benefits. Chun-Shi paused, then continued. Don't worry too much. Those people following you, those with unclear intentions, I'll take care of them for you. Thank you, but I still feel deeply uneasy. Jane Foster's brow remained furrowed. It wasn't that she was being overly sensitive. Even if Chun-Shi dealt with her pursuers, she couldn't bring herself to believe there would be no one else lurking in the shadows. Especially now, when she was still struggling to control the power within her. She bit her lip, her mind racing, desperately trying to come up with a foolproof solution. And as she thought, an idea did occur to her. She looked at Chun-Shi, her expression tinged with apprehension. She wasn't sure if he would agree. After all, her plan involved him directly. It looks like there's something else you want to say. Go on. I'm here, and I'm listening. Chun-Shi's tone was steady, his eyes encouraging. I know what I'm about to say might seem a bit out of line, but I still hope you'll help me. Of course, you're free to refuse. Jane Foster's fingers twisted nervously as she summoned her courage. I hope I can stay at your place for a while. Her voice trembled as she made her request. Chun-Shi was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Jane Foster to ask for something so significant. Still, it wasn't an unreasonable request. He smiled, relaxing almost in spite of himself. All right, but if you want someone's help, it's only fair to offer something in return. He wasn't the type to help just anyone. After all, he still hadn't seen anything from Jane Foster that might warrant his support. Although the other party's strength held great potential, Chun-Shi was surrounded by many people as well. Each and every one of them had their own promise. I don't have much money on me right now, but I'll try my best to pay you for the accommodation, Jane Foster said, feeling awkward about her sudden request for help. She realized that it was already generous for someone to offer her a place to stay. If she still expected to live there for free, it would indeed be asking too much. She did a quick mental tally of her bank account and found, to her dismay, that she had almost no savings after all these years, which made her feel even more uneasy. Chun-Shi, who had never intended to ask Jane for rent, was briefly at a loss for words. He was simply interested in Jane Foster herself. He felt he had already hinted at his intentions quite clearly. But Jane still seemed not to have picked up on it all. If he were to be any more direct, it would be going too far. Chun-Shi could only sigh to himself, but chose not to press the issue. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. Now that they were living under the same roof, what was meant to be his would eventually come to him. There was no rush. With Chun-Shi accompanying her, Jane Foster soon returned to her apartment and began to pack up a few things. Jane was a girl who cared a lot about cleanliness. Her home was remarkably tidy. After Jane told him to make himself at home, Chun-Shi leisurely took in his surroundings. A Aside from traces of Jane living alone, there was no sign of anyone else. On top of a cabinet, there were photos of Jane and other staff members. The background seemed to be either a hospital or the hospital's lawn, since Jane was still dressed in her nurse's uniform. Chun-Shi picked up one of the photos, studying it with interest. In her professional attire, Jane Foster looked even more beautiful than usual, a unique kind of elegance. After looking at it for a moment, Chun-Shi carefully put the photo back in its place and didn't continue browsing. Meanwhile, Jane had finished packing. She was holding a large suitcase. There's quite a bit to carry. It might be a little troublesome. It's not much at all, and definitely not any trouble, Chun-Shi replied. He placed his hand over Jane's, and in the blink of an eye, they were transported through space. The next second, Jane was utterly stunned to find that they were no longer in her apartment, but standing in a completely unfamiliar house. It was simply unbelievable. This is my home. From now on, you'll be living here, Chun-Shi said, giving Jane a simple introduction. Jean Gallet and the others, completely unfazed by their sudden arrival, greeted Jane Foster with a warm and enthusiastic welcome. There are plenty of guest rooms in our house, so you don't need to worry about staying here. Perhaps it was because Jane Foster was a nurse, but there was a gentle aura about her that made Jean Grey instantly warm to her the moment they met. Jane Foster was still in awe of the display she had just shown and hadn't quite recovered from the shock. As Jean Grey dragged her luggage toward the guest room, Jane followed behind her. Unable to hold back, she said, "I wonder if I'll ever be able to wield such marvelous powers myself someday." "Of course you will, don't worry. Everyone who lives in this house is gifted, and we can help you." Although she hadn't said it out loud, Jean Grey could sense the powerful energy coursing within Jane Foster. That energy seemed to disperse around her body, a little chaotic, as if its owner had no idea how to harness or control it. Maybe Jean Grey and her friends weren't the most formidable, but guiding someone to unlock their potential wasn't all that difficult. Jane Foster's power was clearly far greater than any of theirs. In fact, I had originally hoped Mr. Chun-Shi could take my powers away, but he seemed very much opposed to the idea, and he hasn't mentioned it since. Jane's voice trembled with uncertainty. "I really don't know if I'll be able to use this power well. Maybe I'll make a mess of things, and then Mr. Chun-Shi will be terribly disappointed in me, or simply lose patience. You haven't even tried yet, and you're already so discouraged. What are we going to do with you?" Jean Grey smiled encouragingly at Jane. "You should at least give it a go. For today, just rest and get familiar with your surroundings. In the morning, we'll start. How does that sound?" "Of course, that's fine." Jane agreed, but inside, her anxiety lingered. She still wasn't sure if she could manage any of this. "If you give it several tries, and it's still not working, then I'll talk to Chun-Shi for you. How about that?" Jean Grey's tone became even softer as she reassured Jane. And it wasn't just Jean. Wanda and Gwen, too, welcomed Jane Foster with open arms. It was a complete contrast to how they'd reacted when they first saw Elise or Sylvie, the female Loki. Even Chun-Shi couldn't help but marvel at their warmth, clicking his tongue in amazement. That night, nestled in Chun-Shi's arms, Jean Gallet explained, "The reason I'm friendlier to Jane Foster is because her background is clear. She was an ordinary person who became a powered being, and so far, her abilities are weaker than ours. We can easily keep her under control, unlike before with Elise, whose identity was suspicious and powers unknown. And then there's Sif. Sif is much stronger than us, and she can't be controlled. She's dangerous." These were all fairly obvious things, but no one had ever spoken them out loud before. After hearing Jean Gallet's words, Chun-Shi nodded in understanding, then pulled Jean Gallet closer and drifted off to sleep with her in his arms. The following morning, Jean Gallet woke up in high spirits and went looking for Jane Foster. Jane Foster had once been just an ordinary person, a humble nurse. But she was exceptionally clever, always quick to catch on and learn. At first, she was clumsy with her powers, but before long she was handling them with surprising skill. Then something truly astonishing happened. One day, a weapon suddenly appeared in Jane Foster's hands, and to Jean Gallet and the others, this weapon was anything but unfamiliar. "Is that Thor's hammer, Mjolnir? How did Mjolnir end up in Jane Foster's hands? Jane, what's your connection to Thor?" Jean Gallet and Wanda flanked Jane, peppering her with questions. But Jane only looked more bewildered. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she replied, genuinely confused. "I don't even know what this weapon is called." As she spoke, Jane gave the hammer a hearty swing. "No matter how it happened, this hammer just feels right in my hands." While they were talking, Sif emerged from inside. The look on her face was difficult to read, especially when her gaze landed on Jane Foster, her brow furrowed sharply. Jean Gallet and Wanda had been looking at Jane with gentle smiles, but the moment Sif stepped outside, those smiles vanished. It was hard for them to warm up to Sif, even though she'd lived here for a while and hadn't caused them any trouble. "I'm heading to Asgard today," Sif announced, her tone matter-of-fact. Even though she'd seen the hammer in Jane's hand, her expression didn't flicker. Chingale and Wanda both nodded. "All right, just so you know, Chun-Chi's already in Asgard. You might run into her when you get there." Hearing this, Sif paused mid-step. She responded casually, then made her way to Asgard. At that moment, Chun-Chi was deep in discussion with a group from Asgard. "You want to bring Thor back, and you also wish to resist the voice that has bewitched you all. Those were their two main goals." Chun-Chi was not at all surprised by their intentions. "I understand." Chun-Chi nodded in acknowledgement. After the meeting, the Asgardians continued naturally. "We are allies. If you encounter any issues, you can always come to us." No matter the reason, the people of Asgard would handle matters for Chun-Chi with sincerity. Still, they would not throw their lives away here for no reason. Chun-Chi was already quite satisfied that they had spoken so frankly. After this discussion, another thought occurred to him, and his gaze involuntarily drifted toward Hogan, who stood not far away. "I wonder if you have any other companions who did not come with you into this world?" Hogan had arrived in this world at a later time. It wasn't just Chun-Chi. Everyone else was just as curious about this. Their eyes followed Chun-Chi's, all landing on Hogan. Caught in the spotlight, Hogan felt incredibly uncomfortable under so many stares. "Even if you all look at me, I really don't know." There were many people from Asgard, and since he was not among their core members, how could he be more familiar with them than the natives? So with everyone's attention fixed on him, it really was asking too much. "That's true. Hogan wouldn't know. If anything, we should be the ones more in the know." Sif suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to her. Under their collective gaze, Sif continued. "Most of Asgard's people are already here, but for various reasons, there are always a few who simply cannot stay here all the time." They didn't know Chun-Chi's true intent in asking, but when they answered, they chose their words with care. After Sif spoke, a few others chimed in with their own thoughts. At that moment, an Asgardian burst in, his face grim and icy. "Something's wrong. There's trouble." His arrival was immediately followed by Sivir's appearance. Instantly, everyone drew their weapons, their eyes locked on Sivir, brimming with wariness and a cold intent to kill. The Asgardian who had just shouted in alarm froze for a moment. Instinctively, he glanced back at Sivir, and his brows furrowed in spite of himself. Though soon enough, his expression smoothed out again. "You've misunderstood me. What I said about something going wrong has nothing to do with her." Though he didn't care much for Sivir, he was the kind who called things as they were. He would never say anything that could lead to a misunderstanding. As he spoke, he quickly explained, "Our people have been exploring the land of frost, but every single one of them has vanished without a trace. The Asgardians were formidable. There shouldn't have been any danger in this world capable of threatening them. That was how it should have been, and yet danger had found them all the same." The very thought was enough to drive one mad with frustration, and not knowing the specifics only made the worry worse. Especially after hearing that explanation, it became nearly impossible to keep the anxiety at bay. It was simply dreadful. There must be some kind of danger in that place. We need to send someone to investigate right away. "Mr. Chun-Chi, what do you think?" If this had happened out of his sight, he might have pretended it never occurred. But with the situation unfolding right in front of him, there was no way Chun-Chi could simply look the other way. "Let's head out now, then." The whole group set off in grand fashion. When they passed by Sivir, the Asgardians didn't so much as glance her way. Only Chun-Chi, as he walked by, spoke up naturally. "Would you like to come with us?" He said it with a smile. Some of the Asgardians weren't too pleased that Chun-Chi had said this, but they only frowned slightly, not bothering to make an issue out of it. And so, the group teleported directly to the land of frost, using their locator. This place was truly cold. The chill made everyone shiver involuntarily. Luckily, none of them were ordinary folk, otherwise the conditions would have been unbearable. What they didn't know, however, was that somewhere in this icy expanse, a mountaineering team was slowly making its way toward their direction. The Asgardians hadn't used their powers, so they had no idea the climbers were there at all. Not until a sharp, blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. Only then did they realize something was seriously wrong. "Did you hear that?" Someone screamed. It sounded like it came from the northeast. "I heard it." That sound was shrill and harrowing. Clearly, someone was in serious trouble. In a situation like this, how could anyone mistake it? "Let's hurry over. It might be one of our own." Someone from Asgard spoke up, their voice trembling with excitement. Worried and confused, they hadn't really grasped the full truth right away. But Sif was different from the rest. Her tone was remarkably calm. "They're not your friends," she said. "Just an ordinary mountaineering team. They've all perished." What Sif said was not something anyone could accept easily. But after she finished speaking, the others paused, sensed the situation, and realized she was telling the truth. The scream they just heard hadn't come from Asgardian, but from ordinary humans. Even so, they had to see for themselves just what had happened. Whatever hurt those people, someone said, is likely what brought disaster to the Asgardians as well. But what kind of terrifying creature could possibly threaten the people of Asgard? Without hesitation, they rushed forward one after another, and the grisly scene on the snow came into view. The bodies clearly showed signs of having been gnawed by some wild beast. Yet the creatures had only taken a few bites before spitting the corpses back out. If I didn't know the ogres had already been wiped out, I'd swear some new batch of them had shown up, Garter muttered, exhaling sharply. The whole situation felt utterly dreadful. From these footprints, it's clear that whatever did this must be enormous. The footprints were faint, almost hidden by the ever-falling snow, so subtle they might easily have been missed. What in the world could it be? Someone wondered aloud. No matter what it is, it must be destroyed, an Asgardian insisted, unable to contain their agitation. The others quickly agreed. Let's get a look from above, Chun-Shi said simply, and shot up into the air. From that height, some things became immediately clear. Chun-Shi saw several blue giants, step by step, moving toward the tallest mountain nearby. Each giant carried a corpse slung over their shoulder, blood dripping down and vanishing instantly into the snow. High above, Chun-Shi's expression was nearly emotionless. Frost giants. Why were they here? Frowning, Chun-Shi dropped swiftly from the sky and rejoined the others from Asgard. Mr. Chun-Shi, you must have seen something. Please tell us, what did you see? It's frost giants, he replied. How is that possible? At first, no one else could believe what Chun-Shi had just said. It sounded far too absurd. Why on earth would frost giants appear here? If it truly was the frost giants who slaughtered the people of Asgard, that in itself would hardly come as a surprise. But just how many frost giants are there? And to what extent have these giants grown in power? The mere thought of it sent a deep unease rippling through everyone's hearts. Could it be that the same mysterious voice lured these frost giants here as well? Some couldn't help but wonder this to themselves. The people of Asgard were visibly unsettled, one after another. They regarded the frost giants with extreme caution. Had it been some other kind of monster, they might have already joined forces and charged forward as one. And yet, as everyone's eyes darted anxiously around the room, somehow, all at once, their gazes landed squarely on Sylvie. Loki's true identity was no longer a secret among the Asgardians. By extension, Sylvie's identity must also be equally apparent. The previous, male version of Loki had perished, and not long after his disappearance, the female Loki, Sylvie, had reappeared. Sylvie, the frost giants are your kin. Are you really not going to explain anything at a time like this? Sif's tone was icy, and as she looked at Sylvie, her eyes brimmed with sharp suspicion. And not just suspicion. Other, darker emotions flickered in her gaze as well. Murderous intent towards Sylvie was thick in the air. After all, Loki's biological father was the king of the frost giants. So wouldn't it be perfectly logical that Sylvie's father was the king of the frost giants as well? I have no idea what you're talking about. Sylvie flatly denied their accusations without hesitation. In fact, she felt utterly wrong by these suspicions. It was ridiculous, utterly absurd. If she hadn't shown up here by chance today, she never would have expected to encounter those frost giants. Sylvie had no intention whatsoever of taking the blame for something that had nothing to do with her. This matter was entirely unrelated to her. I believe what Sylvie says is true. Just as the tension was about to boil over, Chun-Shi spoke up. His words seemed to diffuse the charged atmosphere, if only a little. The Asgardians stared at Chun-Shi, unable to look away, and in the end, they pulled back from their aggressive stances. Perhaps you're right, though, in their hearts, they remained unconvinced. We have no way of knowing what those frost giants are truly after. The best we can do is capture one and question them about their intentions. Chun-Shi stroked his chin, pondering seriously for a moment, then looked around at the group. You don't have any objections to that, do you? At this point, the Asgardians found themselves at a loss for how to react, so all they could do was follow Chun-Shi's lead. After all, their king had previously entrusted the entire realm of Asgard to Chun-Shi's hands. There had to be some truth in what Chun-Shi was saying. The land of endless, pale frost, however, seemed largely unaffected by any of their actions. Led by Chun-Shi, the group continued to press deeper and deeper into the icy expanse. At that moment, a system mission was triggered. A voice, meant for his ears alone, sounded softly beside him. Ding! Secret of the Frost Giants triggered. Ding! Complete the mission to receive various rewards. Chun-Shi, as usual, paid little heed to these missions. When he heard the prompt, his only reaction was a slight furrow of the brow and a brief tightening of his lips. Then he carried on, unfazed. He was well aware that his own strength was still lacking, so all he could do was issue orders and keep moving forward. His constitution was simply too weak. Compared to the Norse gods, or any other deities for that matter, he was barely worth mentioning. He didn't have enough types of abilities, either. This made him all the more eager to complete missions, to become stronger through effort, rather than rely on cunning or tricks. Though Chunshi had always believed that wit was far more powerful than brute force, he saw no reason not to embrace both, if he could. When he spoke of this, an involuntary glimmer flickered in his eyes. His mind raced at lightning speed, so fast, in fact, that no one around him could pick up on his thoughts. And so, moving in silence, they soon noticed something out of the ordinary. The moment they realized it, disbelief was their first reaction. There were subtle, almost imperceptible differences, but they could undeniably sense the energy signature that belonged to Thor. That discovery sent a ripple of unrest through the group, making it nearly impossible for them to stay calm. Their breathing grew uneven, and in that instant their hiding place was exposed. Dozens of frost giants turned their heavy gazes toward where the Asgardians were concealed, and, one after another, began striding over with thunderous steps. If, at the first sign of trouble, the Asgardians had still clung to a shred of hope that they might escape notice, now, not a trace of hope remained. They had been found. There was simply no denying it. And since they'd been discovered, there was no point in hiding any longer. So, one by one, they stepped out from their hiding places, no longer pretending. Asgardians? The frost giants and the people of Asgard had always been sworn enemies. The moment the people of Asgard appeared, the frost giants immediately braced themselves for battle, their fighting spirit sharp and cold. Once these very people had been utterly destroyed by Odin and his forces. Everyone had assumed that, aside from Loki, there was no way any other members of that race could have survived. Yet, against all expectations, here they were, an outcome no one could have foreseen. If the king of the frost giants was still alive, that would be a truly terrifying possibility. They couldn't help but ponder this unsettling thought in their hearts. Why have you taken Thor? In truth, what they really wanted to ask was why Thor appeared here at all. Everyone had believed that Thor had already passed through the cycle of reincarnation. Some had even begun, in secret, to search for any place where Thor might be reborn. But the situation before their eyes was entirely beyond anything they could have imagined, especially when they discovered Thor lying there so still, completely unconscious, his skin already beginning to take on a grayish-blue hue. That was unmistakably the sign of someone turning into a frost giant. They had no idea what the frost giants truly intended, but merely seeing Thor in this state was enough to fill anyone with deep unease. Return Thor to us. With the frost giants' attitude unclear and their silence deafening, the Asgardians decided to take the initiative and made their demand. But how could the frost giants possibly hand Thor over? Their heavy footsteps echoed as they turned to look at Chun-Shi and the others. Yet, when their eyes landed on Sivir, their gaze paused for a brief moment before they quickly and carefully looked away, as if nothing had happened. They believed their glances were subtle, but Chun-Shi noticed everything. There was definitely something unusual between the frost giants and Sivir. It was entirely possible that the two sides were in league with each other. Chun-Shi silently mouthed a few words, then smiled knowingly. As the female Loki, she truly lived up to her title as the goddess of trickery. Her words sounded so genuine that even he could not bring himself to doubt her. Sivir, the female Loki, felt rather aggrieved herself. She was the newly crowned queen of the frost giants, yet the strength of her followers was nothing compared to what it once was. Even the destroyer she had brought with her came with its own significant drawbacks. At first, she had hoped to seize Asgard using both the frost giants and the destroyer, but after encountering Chun-Shi, she began to see another possibility. So she took the initiative to approach him. And as she drew closer, she realized just how fortunate she truly was. She had found Thor. Though her initial intention was to destroy Thor outright, his power was undeniable. Of that she was certain. Turning him into a frost giant might prove far more useful than simply killing him. Chun-Shi's gaze fell upon Lady Loki, Sivir. Amora immediately noticed where Chun-Shi was looking. He was watching Sivir. After linking Sivir to the frost giants for some time, Amora suddenly felt as if she understood something. However, this was not the time to worry about such matters. No matter what, we have to take Thor away. The frost giants before them had yet to make a move, which showed that there must be something holding them back. Amora had no intention of making enemies with these frost giants. Although the two sides had once been mortal foes, that was many years ago, with the death of the frost giant king. Now, even though the people of Asgard had no intention of fighting the frost giants, it was also clear they had no plans to hand Thor over. Perhaps they should seize control of Sivir, then both sides would have a hostage. As the Asgardians weighed the feasibility of this plan, they suddenly sensed something different about the frost giants. All at once, their gazes turned toward the direction of the cave. A powerful, oppressive force erupted from the mouth of that enormous cave, spreading outward in an instant. The faces of the Asgardians changed dramatically. Something's wrong, very wrong. Sif couldn't help but take a step back, retreating straight into Chun-Chi's arms. The tense atmosphere dissipated in a flash. She looked up at Chun-Chi, her cheeks tinged with pink. "Sorry," she murmured, unable to help herself. Chun-Chi shook his head at her, then lifted his chin slightly. Following his gaze, Sif looked over, and there, standing at the mouth of the cave, was Thor, his entire form clad in a stony blue-gray. He was breathing heavily, crimson light blazing in his eyes, radiating a fierce and savage aura. A chime rang in Chun-Chi's mind. Ding! Frost Giant secret successfully uncovered. Now issuing rewards. Reward, 20 million justice points. Reward, new abilities copy and stack. At first, Chun-Chi hadn't thought much of it, but as soon as the abilities copy and stack appeared, his eyes lit up with excitement. In the Marvel Universe, if you mentioned the power of duplication, you had to talk about the Mimic. The Mimic was a character who'd appeared in the early days of Marvel Comics. As long as an opponent used their powers, he could instantly duplicate them, and with stacking, he could layer those powers an infinite number of times. With copy and stack, he could now wield the powers of every superhuman in the world. Just moments ago, Chun-Chi wasn't sure he could handle the frost giant transformed Thor before him. But now, with these two new abilities, even this monstrous Thor was nothing more than a child in his eyes. He would never end up like the former disciples, perishing for no apparent reason. No one present could fathom what was truly going on in Chun-Chi's mind at this moment. Meanwhile, Thor, now transformed into a frost giant, made his move. Harnessing thunder and lightning, he unleashed a sweeping attack in all directions. His targets included both the people of Asgard and Chun-Chi himself. As soon as the frost giant Thor struck, Chun-Chi acted as well. He, too, wielded thunder and lightning, but his power was focused squarely on Thor and the frost giants. The force he unleashed was dozens of times stronger, instantly reducing the frost giants to nothing but ash. Thor, too, collapsed onto the ground, utterly motionless. Everything happened so suddenly. No one else could believe what they had just witnessed. They had all expected a vicious battle between Asgard and the frost giants. But what had just transpired? It was simply beyond belief. The people of Asgard stood there, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. In fact, not only were the Asgardians stunned, even Chun-Chi himself found it all rather unbelievable. Worried that his power might not be enough, Chun-Chi had kept stacking it, and within a matter of seconds, he had directly copied Thor's abilities and hurled them out. He had never imagined such an overwhelming result. It was utterly absurd. Chun-Chi couldn't help but grumble inwardly, then coughed awkwardly. "Sorry, I lost control for a moment." As Chun-Chi spoke, the others had already rushed to help Thor up. "It's all right. At least that worry we all had before. Mr. Chun-Chi just handled it for us in an instant. It's only a pity that Sivir managed to escape." They glanced around, only to discover that Sivir was nowhere to be seen. Everyone's attention had been focused entirely on the frost giants and Thor just moments before. No one had the mind to notice Sivir slipping away. "Well, let her go for now. We'll catch her sooner or later." Amora looked at Thor, cradled in Fandrel's arms, pressed her lips together, and spoke with concern. "I just don't know how Thor is right now, or what we should do to restore him to his normal state." Thor should have already entered the cycle of rebirth, yet here he was, appearing before them in this state. Amora and the other Asgardians didn't know how to react, nor what they should do next. Perhaps the impression Chun-Chi had left on them was simply too deep. Coupled with the ease with which he had just defeated Thor, their trust in him now surpassed any they had ever shown before. With the people of Asgard looking at him with such unwavering faith, Chun-Chi found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. His thoughts were still completely absorbed in the powers of duplication and stacking, pondering how best to employ these abilities in the future. The powers themselves were incredibly formidable, and he wielded them with remarkable proficiency. Although his physical constitution was somewhat lagging behind the strength of these powers, it wasn't something he needed to worry about too much. With the ability to duplicate and stack, he could even keep others from getting close to him at all. So what if he was a little weaker physically? It hardly mattered now. What he needed to do was to duplicate as many abilities from others as possible. Moreover, duplication wasn't limited to abilities alone. It could extend to anything in the world. It was time to launch some truly significant attacks. Attacks aimed at the 5 supreme deities who sat on high. At the thought, Chun-Chi's eyes flickered involuntarily. Let's take Thor back to the palace in Asgard first. We'll consider how to bring him back to normal afterward. For now, his safety comes first. Chun-Chi's mind raced quickly, and the others didn't have to wait long before he gave his response. Soon, they all teleported back to Asgard together. Thor was carried straight to his original chambers, and Chun-Chi returned home. His mind was brimming with ideas and plans, so many things he wanted to accomplish. All these thoughts intertwined and flooded his brain, leaving him with a constant sense that there just wasn't enough time. Gwen, Wanda, and Jean Grey watched Chun-Chi's every move, but had no intention of interfering or disrupting him. Chun-Chi remained in an extremely heightened emotional state. After all, he was preparing to go up against the 5 supreme deities. Although, as things stood, these beings were unable to reach him just yet. Even if they were aware of his duplication and stacking abilities, there was little they could do about him in the short term. Still, Chun-Chi acted as discreetly as possible. His first challenge was the people of Asgard, not because he meant to become their enemy, but because he wanted to spar with them and duplicate their abilities. After all, they were among the most powerful beings on this planet. If he could make their powers his own, he'd be able to transcend dimensions and crush the 5 supreme deities. He wondered if those deities had sensed something unusual about him and were already sending more and more agents to deal with him. However, Chun-Chi wanted these people to appear before him. More and more powerful individuals were showing up right in front of him. With the arrival of each new enemy, Chun-Chi's own abilities grew stronger and stronger. He was completely absorbed in this endless process of absorbing formidable powers, constantly expanding himself. Everything was spiraling further and further out of control. By the time the 5 great deities realized something was terribly wrong, it was already too late for them to stop what had begun. What on earth is happening here? Is this man named Chun-Chi absorbing their energy? No, that's not it. He's copying it. Even so, how could copying allow him to wield powers greater than the originals? They knew for certain that Chun-Chi harbored another, even mightier force within him, but for a moment, none of them could guess what it was. In these circumstances, the only thing they could do was try to prevent Chun-Chi from growing any stronger. If we can't figure out the reason for his rapid rise in power, we'll always be at a disadvantage. Recall everyone who was placed in this universe. Send them all back to their own worlds. For now, that's all we can do. But those who were already in Chun-Chi's universe had no intention of leaving, no matter what orders they received. For example, Lady Loki, Sivil, could see Asgard within her grasp. To tell her to leave now? Why should she? Sivil would never allow herself to lose such an opportunity. The corners of her lips curled upward, a wicked smile playing on her face. Led by Norman Osborn, the Dark Avengers began their assault on Asgard. Thor the Thunder God still lay unconscious in his chamber, unable to awaken. At this critical moment, Chun-Chi arrived, bringing Jane Foster with him. Jane Foster was like another god of thunder. All eyes in Asgard were fixed on Jane Foster. When they saw the hammer of Thor in her hand, their joy and hope grew even more intense. Moments ago, they were filled with worry, but now, this Lady Thor seemed to be their ally. They had seen her before, back when they'd gone to find Chun-Chi. At the time, they had simply thought she was an ordinary human who had suddenly acquired powers. None of them had paid her much attention. But now, she left them all astonished. "Leave Norman Osborn to me," Chun-Chi declared. His eyes glittered fiercely, never leaving Norman Osborn's figure. To Chun-Chi, Osborn was like a prize catch, a giant quarry, and the thrill of the hunt made him utterly exhilarated. Jane Foster, of course, had no objections to this. Having stayed by Chun-Chi's side, she had already been through several minor skirmishes, but this time, it looked like an all-out battle. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, Jane Foster felt her own blood surging with excitement at this moment. Without hesitation, she charged straight into the fray, while Chun-Chi rushed toward Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn hadn't yet realized just how dire things were now that he'd caught Chun-Chi's attention. But when he tried to use his powers, only to be met every time with an even stronger counterattack of the same kind from Chun-Chi, his face turned pale. Suddenly, a flash of golden light streaked by. In an instant, Norman Osborn, who had already fallen into utter despair and had no idea how to resist, was swept away. It was one of the Dark Avengers who spirited Norman Osborn off. "This man is copying your powers. And what's more, the abilities he copies are even stronger than yours. We can't make the first move against him. But if we don't, we'll be at a disadvantage." "How could we be at a disadvantage? If we don't act first, then?" The Dark Avengers were still arguing, but before their words even finished echoing, They were stunned to find thunder roaring overhead as a massive bolt of lightning crashed down, engulfing their position and slamming into the ground with violent force. This was Thor's power at work. Not only can he copy abilities, but he can use the ones he's already stolen at will. Someone couldn't help but mutter under his breath. How was he copying these powers? Did he have to see them, hear them, or was it something else? No one could tell. Under these circumstances, the others didn't dare face Chun-Shi head-on and instead kept dodging, trying to avoid him. Yet, attempting to evade the powers he wielded seemed utterly pointless against Chun-Shi now. But they couldn't go on like this forever. We can't just keep running. If we don't strike back soon, we might all be wiped out here. No one knew who said it, but with that, the rest stopped running. They spread out, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on Chun-Shi. Among them, the most formidable was the sentry. No matter how well he can copy us, if we all attack at once, could he possibly match us all at the same time? Surely, at least some of their attacks would get through to Chun-Shi. The Dark Avengers fought with perfect coordination. Once they'd made up their minds, they attacked almost simultaneously. Each unleashed their greatest power. Chun-Shi's eyes flickered. With astonishing speed, he dodged their onslaught. Soudainement, a massive explosion érupted. Flames shot up toward the sky, with Chun-Shi at the very center. Did he die? One of the Dark Avengers couldn't help but voice the question. Their eyes were fixed on the heart of the explosion, flickering with a hope that Chun-Shi had perished in that inferno. If he had, their mission would finally be over. But to their shock, when the blaze faded and the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Chun-Shi at the center. And before they even had time to feel relieved, Chun-Shi reappeared. You did come up with quite a clever method, Chun-Shi said lightly, his tone airy, a hint of amusement playing in his voice. I have to admit, for a moment there, I was almost in trouble. I genuinely thought I was about to die, he added. But just a split second before their attack, he had slipped into a pocket of space. He'd even managed to absorb part of their power into that space. If he hadn't, the sheer force of that explosion could have easily obliterated this entire world. And this was the planet Chun-Shi had vowed to protect. He would never allow such a disaster to happen. Chun-Shi emerged completely unharmed. The others could hardly believe what they were seeing, not even a scratch on him. What were they supposed to do now, faced with this impossible situation? Let me take it from here, Chun-Shi said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over them. In the next instant, he turned their own powers against them. As each of the Dark Avengers collapsed to the ground, a single thought echoed in their minds. Copying powers in this way, how utterly despicable. Where's the one behind you, Sivir? Chun-Shi asked, fixing them with a calm stare. Shouldn't you be the one to find out where she is? One of them retorted, stubbornly clamming up. Not a single one of the Dark Avengers was willing to reveal the truth. It was clear they intended to keep her whereabouts a secret to the very end. Under these circumstances, there was no point in pressing them further. Chun-Shi merely shrugged, unconcerned. He left the aftermath for the Asgardians to handle, and with a few quick leaps, he was gone. Jane Foster had intended to leave with Chun-Shi, but the people of Asgard welcomed her so warmly that she decided to stay for a while in their celestial palace. Meanwhile, Chun-Shi returned to his own home, where Wanda and the others immediately crowded around him with concern. My dear, did everything go well? Yes, everything went smoothly. But I've come to a new decision, he replied. Oh, what sort of decision? I want to set out on a journey. Chun-Shi said, his tone unusually earnest. He had remained in this world for a very long time. All this while, he had always been in a passive position. One after another, he defeated the envoys sent by the 5 great deities, even turning the tables and using them to his advantage. Now, the 5 great deities had finally sensed something was amiss. To prevent him from growing any stronger, and before they could find a way to defeat him, they would absolutely never send any more powerful enemies his way. For Chun-Shi, this was a deeply frustrating realization. He simply could not allow such a thing to happen. Since the 5 great deities no longer intended to send challengers, it was time for him to stop sitting back and take the initiative. What did schemes and plots amount to, after all? He could grow stronger, strong enough to confront the 5 great deities head-on. Of course, nothing was more exhilarating than facing them openly and directly. Will you take us with you on this journey? There was no way Chun-Shi would leave Wanda and the others behind. He had the strength to protect them, so naturally, he wouldn't abandon them. In our upcoming travels, we must be thoroughly prepared, ready to face all kinds of formidable foes head-on. Chun-Shi briefly outlined his plans for what lay ahead. The girls instantly grew even more excited. We can't just wait for these enemies to come to us, he continued. Instead, we'll seek them out ourselves. When we meet worthy opponents, we can spar with them. But if we encounter truly dangerous enemies, we'll be ready to strike first and wipe them out. There would be only 2 outcomes. They would either become friends and allies, or they would be sworn enemies. No other path existed for them. So, where are we heading next? Jean Grey listened to Chun-Chi's words. Despite some nervousness in her heart, she couldn't help feeling a surge of anticipation. I learned something from Asgard, Chun-Chi said, and I also discovered some things from Odin. As he spoke, Chun-Chi's tone slowed, becoming almost deliberate. Wanda and the others looked at him eagerly, anticipation shining in their eyes. Though they were always by Chun-Chi's side, there were still many things he knew that remained a mystery to them. Odin's appearance wasn't for Asgard, nor was it for Thor. He was searching for someone. As Chun-Chi revealed this, Wanda and the others grew puzzled. Who exactly was Odin searching for? Odin is looking for his exiled brother. His brother is a great serpent, an exceedingly dangerous being. Odin believes that while he is searching for his brother is also plotting against him. Chun-Chi had spoken at length with Odin. And as for why he wanted to find the serpent, of course, it was because he coveted the serpent's powers, as well as the abilities of those who serve the serpent. What Chun-Chi needed most right now was to find one powerful opponent after another. Since the 5 great deities refused to give him an opponent, he had no choice but to put in a bit of effort and find one himself. This is truly a dangerous undertaking. Are you all mentally prepared for this? Chun-Chi didn't speak at length, but he repeatedly emphasized the peril involved. Wanda, Gwen, and Jean Grey weren't afraid of danger, but they did worry that Chun-Chi might abandon them without warning. After Chun-Chi raised this concern once again, the 3 women responded with great seriousness. We're not afraid of any danger. Their group set out with genuine determination to find the great serpent. However, instead of finding the serpent, they stumbled upon a horde of man-eating Valkyries attacking a city. A dark swarm. The Valkyries descended, feasting on human flesh. The gruesome sight brought back memories of the ogres they had encountered not long ago. Of course, these man-eating Valkyries were far more formidable than those ogres ever were. Where on earth did these Valkyries come from? Could it be that the gods trying to obstruct me are behind this, setting these things loose? Chun-Chi's mind raced with such questions, turning over possibilities in rapid succession. But he didn't have much time to dwell on it, because soon enough, they were charging straight into battle against the Valkyries. The city rang with the screams of the fallen. With the protection of the mutants, ordinary people quickly fled into underground shelters. Most managed to escape, unharmed. Initially, Chun-Chi thought he would have to travel into outer space to find truly powerful foes. Now, it seemed that was far from the case. What are we supposed to do in a situation like this? What's the point of overthinking? At a time like this, you just fight. The Valkyries, after all, have been wiped out ages ago. Now, these man-eating Valkyries were clearly artificial creations, puppets without will of their own. Chun-Chi found nothing appealing about their abilities. Compared to others, there was nothing particularly impressive about them. Their only distinguishing trait was their insatiable hunger. Taking them down wasn't all that difficult. But soon, they noticed something strange. Those controlling the Valkyries were scattered all across the globe. Each held a hammer in hand. From the information he gathered, Chun-Chi learned there were 7 of these hammer wielders in total. Both men and women, every one of them looked fierce and malevolent, and they were incredibly hard to deal with. Most mutants didn't stand a chance against them. If even the mutants couldn't hold their own, who exactly were these people? Chun-Chi found their identities not just suspicious, but oddly familiar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a sharp gleam. A realization dawned. Weren't these the 7 most trusted hammer envoys under Kerbolson? It was no wonder he hadn't thought of this before. In such chaos, being able to piece things together at all was already remarkable. Let everyone in Asgard know about this, he instructed. Although Chun-Chi wanted to act personally, he knew he had to first gather these risks to ensure the safety of both mutants and ordinary humans. Understand. I'll inform the Asgardians right away, came the immediate response. There was no way to tell whether the people of Asgard had noticed this matter or not. If they had, they would surely have reported it to him by now. But since things remained silent up to this point, it only meant the Asgardians had yet to discover what was going on. With this in mind, Chun-Chi pushed the issue aside for the moment, choosing not to dwell on it further. He had to find that great serpent, Kerbolson. With a swift motion, Chun-Chi soared into the air, his gaze sweeping the battlefield in search. Yet, no matter how high he rose, what he could see was still painfully limited, unless the enemy deliberately revealed himself. Picking Kerbolson out from among so many foes would be nearly impossible. Mr. Chun-Chi, let me lend you a hand. From afar, Jane Foster spotted Chun-Chi hovering above the fray and wasted no time rushing to his side. With a powerful swing of her hammer, thunder cracked and lightning rained down, scattering in dazzling flashes. The Valkyries forged from fear were instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Chun-Shi glanced at Jane Foster beside him, remembering that not long ago, she had barely known how to wield her powers. Now, she handled them with effortless mastery. The thought left him feeling a touch conflicted. Yet, his gaze lingered on Jane Foster only for a moment before moving on. He hadn't found the one he sought, but instead his eyes landed on a small boy with golden hair and blue eyes, standing out among the adults, impossible to miss. Chun-Shi observed the subtle emotion flickering in the boy's eyes. He knew Odin had come to find Kerbolson, but he hadn't expected Odin to appear so quickly in response to the first signs of chaos. Blinking, Chun-Shi quickly descended toward Odin's location. Jane Foster followed suit, landing beside him. "What's a child doing here? It's far too dangerous," Jane Foster couldn't help but exclaim. Even before Chun-Shi and Jane Foster arrived, Odin had already noticed their presence. His gaze paused briefly when it swept past Jane Foster, but he quickly shifted his eyes away. "Although I feel completely at ease in trusting you with the task of finding Kerbolson, I've thought it over and realized there are certain matters that should be resolved between brothers alone. If I was able to seal him away once, I can do a second time, even a third. For beings like them, to utterly destroy one another is nearly impossible. So, the typical way is to simply seal each other away for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. That's how things are usually done. From the very beginning, Odin had planned to seal Kerbolson away once and for all. He had always known that, even if he didn't go searching for Kerbolson, the other would eventually come for him. Their hatred ran far too deep for it to be otherwise. Even if they were brothers, he'll continue to spread terror across the world. Others aren't nearly as dangerous, but he alone must be found at once." Odin's voice was perfectly calm as he spoke. Chun-Shi wanted to find him as well, but the real question was, how? If you capture or eliminate all 7 hammer envoys, Kerbolson's whereabouts will soon be revealed. Odin spoke lightly, as if capturing or eliminating them was no more difficult than flipping a hand. There was nothing in his manner to suggest he was making a dreadful decision. He made it sound almost trivial, as if it could be done without effort. Even after questioning Odin, Chun-Shi had learned precious little, just a few scraps of information. "Then I'll go look for those 7 hammer envoys right away." After bidding farewell to Odin, Chun-Shi hurriedly departed. Jane Foster had wanted to catch up, but Chun-Shi moved so quickly that he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. She stood there, stunned, at a loss for what to do next. Earlier, she'd found it hard to understand how a little boy could turn up in a place like this. But after overhearing his conversation with Odin, she finally realized this child's identity was anything but ordinary. He might even outrank her, both in status and in age or standing. "Have you ever been to Asgard?" Just as Jane Foster was reeling, unsure what to do, Odin suddenly addressed her with a question. Realizing belatedly that Odin was speaking to her, Jane replied at once, "Yes, I have. In fact, I just came from Asgard." The people of Asgard were exceedingly warm and welcoming. Ever since she was first left in the Heavenly Palace, every time she tried to leave, they would immediately find a way to keep her there, again and again. In the end, she had almost settled into a semi-permanent life in Asgard. "Do you know someone named Thor?" Odin spoke up once again with his question. "Of course I do. Thor, the god of thunder, is the current king of Asgard. But he's fallen into a deep slumber now. You're from Asgard too, aren't you?" After quietly observing for a moment, Jane Foster was almost certain of her conclusion. "My name is Odin. Thor, the god of thunder, is my son." It was almost absurd, even comical, to hear a child's innocent voice claim that a grown man was his son. Yet Jane Foster didn't find Odin's words the least bit funny. In fact, she couldn't help but swallow nervously, because everything about the boy's demeanor suggested he was telling the truth. Jane Foster wasn't sure how she was supposed to respond to that. She hesitated only briefly before Odin continued. "When you return to Asgard, take this to Amora. She'll know what to do next." With that, Odin suddenly produced an object from inside his robe. It was a wooden box, and whatever lay within seemed almost weightless. At least, that's how it felt when Jane Foster held it in her hands. Even so, she sensed it was something of great importance. "I understand." Jane Foster carefully stowed the box away. She nodded to Odin, then quickly made her excuses and hurried off. As she left, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Though their conversation had been brief, there was something about Odin's small form that radiated immense power. Every word had set her heart racing with unease. Now, finally away from him, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. A sense of ease returned to her at last. Meanwhile, Chun-Shi had no idea about the tangle of complicated thoughts running through Jane Foster's mind at that moment. He had quickly dispatched 2 of the hammer envoys. He'd sustained a minor injury in the process, though. These hammer envoys were formidable, and their tactics were cunning. At first, Chun-Shi thought that with his ability to duplicate powers, taking them down would be simple. But he soon realized he had underestimated them. After all, he couldn't match them in raw physical strength. It seemed the Hammer envoys had realized this too, and some had chosen to engage him up close, fighting hand-to-hand, no powers, just brute force. They had misjudged the extent of Chun-Shi's duplication abilities, while Chun-Shi had underestimated their strength. Both sides suffered for their miscalculations, but in the end, it was Chun-Shi who emerged victorious. Chun-Shi licked the torn wound on his finger, silently warning himself that he must be even more careful from now on. He had assumed that Kerbolson would surely hide until the very end, but to his surprise, the man emerged from the crowd. Before Chun-Shi could even react or show any change in expression, Kerbolson appeared. Chun-Shi pressed his lips together, his whole body brimming with vigilance. And then, quite suddenly, he felt all 5 of his senses vanish without warning. He had no idea what was happening, but a powerful sense of unease surged within him. In this state of utter confusion, the only thing he could do was to ceaselessly reinforce his own defenses, layer upon layer. Dozens, no, hundreds of times over, he multiplied his protection. In moments like this, preserving his own safety was clearly the most important thing. Chun-Shi felt certain that, at this moment, he had made exactly the right decision. When his senses finally returned, he realized that every building around him had been reduced to rubble. Standing nearby was Odin. Though Odin now wore the form of a child, his power had not diminished in the least. With a mere gesture, Odin restored Chun-Shi to normal. I initially thought that, when facing him, your life would be in grave danger. But for what I've seen, you're more than capable of protecting yourself. There's really no need for me to worry about you at all, Odin said, his tone remarkably relaxed. But Chun-Shi's expression was anything but light. His face showed only deep concern. After all, just moments ago, his 5 senses had been stripped away before he could even react. He still had no idea why or how it had happened. There was no way to replicate the experience, even if he wanted to. Granted, the ability to rob someone of their senses was formidable, but it really only threatened those who couldn't cope with such things. In truth, this kind of power was rather ordinary. Yet, precisely because of this, Chun-Shi's face grew even more somber. It seemed in many respects his own abilities were still too weak. He needed to change his current situation. He had to minimize his weaknesses as much as possible. Odin, do you know what exactly just happened? Chun-Shi asked, his tone deceptively calm, though anxiety fluttered beneath the surface. Just a mental attack, that's all, Odin replied blandly. To think such a simple, manageable thing could trap him so completely. Chun-Shi stood frozen, utterly stunned, unable to react for quite some time. Lately, all he could focus on was the outward display of offensive power, leaving everything else neglected. It was my mistake. Chun-Shi spoke in a low voice. No one else heard him, yet the words gave him a moment of clarity. Do you need my help? Seeing Odin and Kerbolson locked in a tense standoff, Chun-Shi offered, his tone eager. He was itching to jump in, to lend a helping hand. But Odin simply shook his head, gently but firmly. I know exactly what your abilities are. Odin fixed his gaze on Chun-Shi, his expression earnest. This confrontation between him and me, watch closely. There's more you could learn here than by joining in. Chun-Shi swallowed hard, unable to stop himself. Did Odin know something more about him? If not, how could he so accurately guess what Chun-Shi was thinking or predict precisely what he wanted to do? Nervously, Chun-Shi stepped back, swallowing again. In that case, I'll leave the rest to you. In truth, he didn't need to confront the enemy head-on to use his copying ability. As long as he could observe how they made their moves, that would be enough. The clash between Odin and Kerbolson moved too quickly for the naked eye to follow. Once, that would have left Chun-Shi utterly lost. But now, he was no longer the person he used to be. There were some things he no longer needed to worry about. Now that he'd identified his own weaknesses, he would never make the same mistake twice. My dear, is something wrong? While Odin and Kerbolson battled, Jean Grey and Gwen appeared at his side, one after the other. Noticing the arrival of the two women, Chun-Shi smiled. I feel great right now, no problems at all. With those words, his eyes shifted back from the women to the fight raging between Odin and Kerbolson. Looks like it'll be my turn soon enough. His tone was unruffled, calm as ever. As they spoke, Jane Foster returned to join them. She arrived just in time to hear Chun-Shi contemplating stepping into the fight between Odin and Kerbolson. In that moment, she thought it was a terrible idea. How could you even consider that? It's far too dangerous. She couldn't help voicing her concern. You really think I can't handle this? Do you think I'm weak? Although Chun-Shi's tone seemed light and casual, just as when he spoke to Odin before, every word he uttered carried an immense pressure. Jane Foster swallowed nervously and didn't say another word. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as Chun-Shi suddenly plunged into the fierce battle between Odin and Kerbolson. Odin had already been evenly matched with Kerbolson. Yet with Chun-Shi's arrival, everything seemed to become much easier. It was as if two Odins and a Kerbolson were now pitted against a single Kerbolson. Though such a scenario sounded rather awkward to describe, with Chun-Shi joining the fray, Kerbolson's defeat became all but inevitable. Kerbolson let out a furious, unwilling roar. No. But no matter how fiercely he struggled, no matter how extraordinary his power, he was still sealed away under the combined might of Chun-Shi and Odin. Odin and Chun-Shi ascended to the surface of the sea. The place you emerged from was in the depths of the ocean. This time, you'll be sealed there once again. I hope you never come out again for the rest of your life. A being like this spells calamity for all living things. After all, Kerbolson embodies fear itself. Wherever he exists, happiness will forever elude humanity. Kerbolson had believed that this time, after breaking free, he could rule the world, even the entire universe. Yet things had played out far differently. He had barely tasted freedom before being forced back into the ocean's deepest abyss. To be sealed and crushed in the depths of the sea was a long, unending nightmare for him. He wanted nothing more than to avoid this fate. But now, there was nothing he could do. Staring at the shimmering surface, at the faces of Odin and Chun-Shi, his eyes blazed with hatred. One day, I will break free, and when I do, it will be the day you both meet your end. He still had many followers in the world above. Sooner or later, they would summon him from the ocean's depths. When that day came, he would tear these two to pieces. He longed for that day to arrive. Just before sinking completely into darkness, Kerbolson swore this to himself. Odin kept his gaze fixed on the depths below. Naturally, he caught Kerbolson's vengeful glare. In the beginning, Asgard's king was not me, but him. Odin's voice was hoarse as he spoke. He was once a brother I deeply respected. To see him reduced to this, it pains me more than I can say. But to Chun-Shi, who had no personal ties to either of them, Odin's sorrow was something he could not feel. Odin lingered at the water's surface for quite some time. Chun-Shi's gaze drifted to him from time to time. He found the sea vast and boundless, but there was nothing particularly captivating about it. There were still many things waiting for them in the city, and countless needs all across the world. If there's nothing else, then Chun-Shi was just about to say he intended to leave, but before he could finish, Odin interrupted him. Wait, there's something I still need to discuss with you. Hearing this, Chun-Shi paused. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Beating around the bush would only waste both their time, which was entirely unnecessary. I know the enemy you're about to face is extremely powerful. While your strength is already considerable, I feel you may have chosen the wrong approach. Besides, when facing such formidable adversaries in the future, your current power won't be nearly enough. Odin spoke in a somewhat veiled manner, but his meaning was perfectly clear. Chun-Shi had initially thought there was no point in listening, but now, without realizing it, he was paying close attention. That voice, the one that brought all of us into this world, is unimaginably strong. As powerful as it is, there are limits to what it can do. I know what you're planning. You want to take them head on, don't you? Odin's words were calm and measured, laying bare everything Chun-Shi had been thinking. That's right. I refuse to be watched, and I refuse to be manipulated. Chun-Shi's eyes darkened as he spoke. If they make things difficult for me, I'll make sure they suffer just as much in return. The conversation between Chun-Shi and Odin ended soon after. Through the system, Chun-Shi had gained a great deal of justice points. Now that he could exchange for the Golden Superman, he knew the time had come to resist the gods of higher dimensions. He harbored no hesitation about this. This time, I'll be gone for quite a while. Although Chun-Shi trusted his ability to protect Wanda and the others, there were some things that couldn't be accomplished by confidence alone. He drew his gaze back, his eyes now filled with resolve. The women all understood how crucial Chun-Shi's next endeavor would be. The distance between them and Chun-Shi had grown vast. Even if they insisted on staying by his side, it would only hold him back. None of them wished to become a burden. All right, we'll wait for you right here. The women called out after Chun-Shi. He embraced them, one by one, then turned and walked away. His eyes immediately fixed upon the planet Devourer. The Devourer of Worlds. He claimed to stand for fairness, yet he had never once lived up to the meaning of that word. He possessed power that surpassed even the energy of the Big Bang, but time and time again, he lost battles simply because he was always plagued by hunger. This was the great flaw of the Devourer of Worlds, and Chun-Shi had locked onto it without hesitation. Chun-Shi wandered through the vast expanse of the universe. He walked along the threads of different timelines. Though he had made up his mind to seek out the Devourer of Worlds, he was willing to pause his journey should he encounter any of the other four gods along the way. Yet no matter how much time Chun-Shi spent searching, he could find no trace of them. But in the end, Chun-Shi managed to uncover their whereabouts. In another dimension, the Devourer of Worlds was hurtling towards Earth at incredible speed. Chun-Shi sensed this and planned to intercept him on his way. But to his surprise, he also detected Thanos' presence alongside the Devourer. Now, things are getting truly interesting. If his memory served him right, Thanos was supposed to be the chosen one of the Goddess of Life. The thought of the Goddess of Life made Chun-Shi's gaze flicker momentarily. The body once possessed by the Goddess of Life, Elise, had been discovered 3 months later, already decayed beyond recognition. Clearly, she had returned to her true form. Earlier, Chun-Shi had hoped to use the vessel once occupied by the goddess to track her and the others, but to no avail. Yet the current situation was already far better than anything he had initially envisioned. Thanos, it seemed, had been on a relentless quest to collect all the Infinity Stones. Chun-Shi wondered if Thanos and the Devourer of Worlds would inevitably come to blows. If they did, perhaps all he needed to do was stand aside and watch the spectacle unfold. Meanwhile, Earth satellites had captured the Devourer's image and broadcast it back to the planet. One by one, government officials were seized by anxiety. What kind of monster is that? It's terrifying. If I could, I'd willingly give my life for Earth. But clearly, this is far beyond anything we can handle. Tony Stark, a hero of Earth, had done countless good deeds in his time. But when he saw a being several times larger than the entire planet, his eyes filled only with dread. No matter how willing he was to take on the responsibility, there was simply nothing he could do. Tony Stark suddenly understood the meaning of the phrase, "A mantis tried to stop a chariot." Beyond the United States, nations around the globe were racking their brains, searching for any possible way to respond to the crisis. But in the end, no solution could be found in such a short span of time. Even the superheroes who had saved Earth time and again were at a total loss. International conferences sprang up online, with frantic debates and discussions filling the air. Faced with the imminent threat of Earth slipping into grave peril, both the dark forces and those nations that were usually at odds with each other set aside their past grievances and united to confront this dire situation together. They used advanced technology and various methods to try and force back the planet Devourer, a monstrous entity that loomed ever closer, blotting out the sky. This was the outcome they had hoped for. But in reality, none of these measures had any effect on the Star Devourer. Driven by its hunger, the planet Devourer always sought out worlds teeming with life as its food. Among all the living planets, Earth had always been the most delicious. From time to time, the Devourer would travel to other dimensions, consuming other worlds to satisfy its endless hunger. It had devoured Earth many times before, and each time had been a resounding success. This time, the Devourer was sure it would succeed again. The attacks the people of Earth launched against it were nothing more than a mild annoyance. They did not harm it in the slightest. On the other side, Thanos merely watched the planet Devourer from a distance, making no move to intervene. All Thanos cared about was obtaining the Infinity Stones. The fate of humanity, whether good or bad, meant nothing to him. He truly could not care less. His gaze swept past the planet Devourer and landed on Chun-Shi, who floated in the sky not far away. A faintly intrigued expression crossed his face. He hadn't expected that, besides himself, there would be another presence here. Was it a human from Earth? That seemed unlikely. If it were, things wouldn't be as they were now. Chun-Shi simply watched in silence, making no move. He was waiting for the right moment. He remembered from the original storyline that there was a being named Silver Surfer who sacrificed himself to perish together with the planet Devourer. But now, where was he? Why hadn't he appeared? Chun-Shi had no way of knowing, but he was certain that if sacrifice was required, he would never make that choice. If he were to take on the planet Devourer, it would have to be a single, decisive blow. Meanwhile, the people of Earth were growing ever more desperate. They had no idea how to respond to such a crisis, or what strategy to use. Every method at their disposal had already been tried, with no effect at all. All they could do was watch in utter despair, their eyes fixed on the planet Devourer as it drew closer and closer. But as they observed, someone suddenly noticed something strange. There are two figures. Someone couldn't help but cry out in surprise. At first, most had assumed the two black spots on the planet Devourer's body were just shadows. But now, spurred by that exclamation, they suddenly realized something was amiss. "Quick, zoom in." A leader couldn't hold back and gave the order. The technicians immediately zoomed in on those 2 points. In no time, the situation became crystal clear on their screens. One of them is obviously an alien, and the other, just an ordinary human. There was a noticeable note of hesitation in their voices as they finished that sentence. After all, the idea of an ordinary human appearing in outer space was simply too far-fetched. What on earth is going on here? Are they trying to confront that planet? We still need to prepare for the worst. Maybe they're not fighting against that planet at all. Maybe they're in this together, or maybe they're controlling it, planning to destroy Earth. Just moments ago, everyone had been excited, believing that someone was finally stepping in to help them against the massive planet hurtling toward them. But now, their hopes were clearly wavering. So what do we do? Doesn't this make things even worse for us? Everyone watching grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, the one who looks like an ordinary human is making a move." Because the time and space Chun-Shi now occupied was entirely unfamiliar, completely separate from the reality they knew, they had no knowledge of who Chun-Shi was. However, when they saw Chun-Shi take action, and more importantly, saw that he wasn't attacking Earth's people, a surge of hope and excitement welled up within them. Amidst this flurry of emotion, in a corner of the room, a striking woman's gaze grew more complex. "Chun-Shi, I never imagined we'd meet again like this." The one who recognized Chun-Shi was Valeria, Franklin's sister and Susan's daughter. She and Chun-Shi had once shared a fleeting, passionate encounter. She had believed that after returning to her own timeline, there would be no chance of ever meeting Chun-Shi again. But fate had brought them together in this most unexpected way. Valeria let out a quiet, trembling sigh. She pushed aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind and straightened her back with resolve. "Everyone, there's no need to worry. I know exactly what's going on here. That man's name is Chun-Shi. I know him, and his abilities are extraordinary. With him here, Earth will be safe." Valeria spoke these words calmly and with quiet confidence. Within their department, Valeria was known as a highly skilled technician. Normally, she kept a low profile and rarely spoke, but whenever she did, her words were always trustworthy. No one knew where Valeria had obtained such reliable information, nor when she had come to know a man like this. Some people couldn't help but quietly ask around at her side, but Valeria simply continued with what she was doing, paying them no further attention. Whether it was the leaders or other colleagues who questioned her, she remained completely still, saying not a word. In this atmosphere, everyone else gradually calmed down as well. No matter where Valeria had gotten her information, no matter how she knew that this man was no ordinary person, one thing was clear: they were saved. With this thought, their hearts settled, a sense of peace replacing their anxiety. Everything was under control now, so there was nothing more to worry about. Spread the word. Tell everyone to stay calm. No one could say for sure who first spoke up, but soon enough, someone had passed the message along. The planet Devourer hovered directly overhead, so close that it blotted out the sky and cast everything in shadow. Everyone's attention was irresistibly drawn upwards. They waited anxiously for the outcome, hoping Chun-Shi would make his move, hoping, most of all, that he could destroy the planet Devourer. At first, the planet Devourer hadn't spared Chun-Shi so much as a glance. But now, seeing him, something shifted in his mood. He hadn't expected it to be this man. The planet Devourer recognized Chun-Shi. After all, in another dimension, he and the other four deities had been watching Chun-Shi all along. If he hadn't been so ravenous lately, he'd probably still be observing him in silence. Well, I hadn't even made a move, and yet you've walked right into my hands." The planet Devourer sneered, and as he looked at Chun-Shi, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chun-Shi responded with a gentle smile. The planet Devourer was truly colossal. Every word he spoke resonated directly in Chun-Shi's mind. Through this mental link, Chun-Shi could sense with perfect clarity the true intentions lurking in the other's heart. "So, you intend to kill me? What a coincidence. I was just thinking the same about you." Chun-Shi's words floated out lightly, as if he were exchanging the most casual of pleasantries. Yet this remark only enraged the planet Devourer. He had always acted with absolute impunity. To him, everyone else was nothing more than an insect. In truth, he'd long been dissatisfied with how the other deities treated Chun-Shi with such wariness. After all, he thought, Chun-Shi was only human. Why not destroy him before he fully matured and be done with it? No amount of discussion seemed to matter. The only reason he hadn't acted was because Eternity always considered him unreliable, always ended up cleaning up his messes, and due to various circumstances, was forced to restart the universe again and again. He'd been warned many times before, but he was just so hungry. He didn't want things to turn out this way, either. Perhaps it was because restarting everything would be an enormous hassle. Or perhaps they feared that, once things restarted, Chun-Shi would become even more powerful, so whenever it came time to act, they never allowed him to get involved. But in truth, under these circumstances, wouldn't it be simpler to just avoid restarting at all? Yet, paradoxically, it was precisely such matters that Eternity presided over. Even if it went against his will, He had no choice but to carry it out. Now, Chun-Shi had come to him of his own accord, and there was no connection between them whatsoever. This realization made the planet devourer even more delighted. Once he defeated Chun-Shi, he would finally get to enjoy a sumptuous feast. Today was shaping up to be a truly marvelous day. The planet devourer couldn't help but revel in the thought. Yet, all Chun-Shi did was clench his fist and throw a punch at the planet devourer's body. In an instant, a surge of blue-tinged power burst forth from his fist, and with a resounding crash, it shattered half of the planet devourer's form. Along with it, the joy deep in the planet devourer's heart was also smashed to pieces. Chun-Shi's move was astonishingly simple, a gesture so effortless that anyone could have done it. But with just that gentle motion, he was able to take down the planet devourer. The planet devourer himself could hardly believe this was happening to him. How is this possible? This can't be. He's just a mere human. He had observed Chun-Shi countless times before, always finding him weak and unworthy of concern. So how could this human have punched such a massive hole through his body so easily? The planet devourer could feel his form struggling to heal, and for the first time, a flicker of fear flashed through his mind, though only a flicker. He tried to fight back instantly, but Chun-Shi's speed was overwhelming. Before the planet devourer could even act on the thought, his entire body was engulfed by a tremendous storm of lightning. Thunder rumbled endlessly, and he felt his strength slipping away, draining bit by bit, until there was nothing left at all. In the blink of an eye, the planet devourer had vanished without a trace. That giant monster just disappeared. He won't be able to harm us anymore, will he? Cheers erupted all around. Even though everything had happened right before their eyes, the people of Earth still found it hard to believe. Time ticked by, second after second. Slowly, they realized this was reality. Thank goodness, we're saved. We survived. Friends nearby immediately gathered together in a joyful embrace, their spirits soaring, making it impossible to remain calm in such a situation. For the people of Earth, the ordeal was over, but for Chun-Shi, it was far from finished. He had destroyed the planet devourer, and now the other four gods had discovered what he had done. He could feel those loathsome, oppressive gazes fixed upon him. Chun-Shi's fists tightened and loosened by turns. He had already unleashed strength multiplied millions of times. But even so, when battling the planet devourer, his fists still tingled with numbness. He remembered that among the five gods, the most powerful of all was annihilation. To truly and utterly eliminate them. Just as Odin had once told him, he could convert their powers into his own, replicate and multiply them, then devour them entirely. The planet devourer's energy had just been copied, consumed, and transformed into his own strength. Yet, the moment he tried to use this newfound power, an intense hunger gnawed at him. Such a ravenous craving was something that ordinary people could never hope to endure. If he attempted to wield the planet devourer's abilities, the hunger, multiplied several times, hundreds, even hundreds of thousands of times, would surpass what his body could possibly withstand. The only choice left for Chun-Shi was to temporarily seal away the planet devourer's power. He pondered this for a long while, and just as his thoughts remained unresolved, Thanos, not far away, raised his hand and gave a few slow, deliberate claps. I didn't expect you to defeat the planet devourer. Your power is impressive, but that's all there is to it. Thanos spoke with a calm, almost playful tone, as if the outcome hardly mattered to him. The planet devourer's strength is limited, especially now, when he's weakened by hunger. It's no great feat to beat him. In fact, even I could have defeated him with ease. Thanos had witnessed Chun-Shi kill the planet devourer at close range, yet seemed entirely unfazed. For a true powerhouse, confidence in one's own strength and disdain for others comes as naturally as breathing. Thanos saw nothing wrong with his attitude. To be honest, you've never been on my mind, Chun-Shi replied coolly. Perhaps I'm a little stirred when facing the five gods, but you don't affect me at all. Oh, then let me see for myself whether you mean what you say. Thanos was incensed by Chun-Shi's nonchalant dismissal. His fingers, adorned with powerful gems, shone with energy, gems whose abilities could help him conquer anything that stood in his way. However, he quickly realized that the man standing before him, named Chun-Shi, was truly terrifying. His opponent had copied not only his powers, but even the gems in his possession. At first, Thanos dismissed this as nothing more than a superficial imitation. But as his own abilities and the power of the gems were stacked, multiplied dozens, even hundreds of times over and reflected back at him, he was utterly stunned. How could this be happening? In the final second before his body vanished, Thanos couldn't help but utter this question aloud. He simply couldn't accept that something like this could happen to him. Yet this was reality. Even if he wanted to deny it, to believe that such a thing was impossible, the truth was staring him in the face. Thanos' powers are actually quite impressive. Chun-Chi's gaze fell to the gems in his hand, the ones he had just replicated. These Infinity Stones bore a striking resemblance to the primordial powers of the gods, and would help him track down the next group of deities even faster. Chun-Chi did not linger in this world for long. Before anyone realized it, he had vanished as well. Those on Earth who had been watching anxiously all this time, and who had even wanted to thank Chun-Chi, saw with their own eyes as that massive, terrifying planet disappeared, as did the alien invader. And, at last, Chun-Chi himself was gone. The sky grew silent and still, as if everything that had just transpired was nothing but a collective nightmare. Now that they had awakened, life would go on as it always had. Nothing would truly change for them, and nothing would disturb the rhythm of their days. What had really happened? Perhaps they would never know the answer. In another time and space, Wanda, Gwen, and Jean Grey were still waiting for news of Chun-Chi. Winter turned to spring. Time ticked away, second by second. Each day, they passed in longing, missing Chun-Chi. Jane Foster would sometimes come by to keep them company, and Susan would stop in under various pretexts, hoping for any word about Chun-Chi. The people of Asgard say that it's over. They're planning to return to their own timeline. There's still a war raging there, and many people need their help, Jane Foster said softly to Wanda and the others one day. But there are so many who still need help in this world, and Chun-Chi hasn't come back yet. I heard them say Chun-Chi will be back very soon. How could that be? Wanda shook her head, unwilling to believe it. They hadn't received any news, so how could the people of Asgard know? Odin said so, Jane replied. Upon hearing that it was Odin who had spoken, Wanda and the others could not contain their excitement. They wanted, desperately, for Odin's words to be true. And so, after another month had passed, Chun-Chi finally returned. He returned quietly, looking no different from when he had left. When he came back, Wanda and the others couldn't hold back their tears of joy. They rushed forward and embraced Chun-Chi. Chun-Chi smiled gently. There's no need to worry. This time, I will never leave your side again, because everything has finally come to an end. They would no longer be deliberately targeted, watched, or disrupted by that damn god. For now, all the power was in his hands. He was the god of the universe. Even if greater and more powerful foes appeared in the future, he now possessed the strength to protect everyone,